A dull thud resonated, as if a heavy hammer had struck Lin Feng's head. He staggered backward, clutching his head in agony. When he finally lifted his gaze, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. His wife, Zhao Ting, the gentle and virtuous woman with whom he had always shared a harmonious bond, stood before him, tightly gripping a baseball bat, her face betraying an expression of cold indifference. The warmth that once resided in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a resolute and merciless glare. "You, was this?" Lin Feng's voice trembled, disbelief flooding his mind. Yet, a more shocking revelation awaited him. A mirror hanging on the wall suddenly cracked open, and from within emerged a tall, muscular man wielding a cleaver. He appeared significantly larger than Lin Feng, emanating an aura of ferocity. Zhao Ting nestled against the man, her eyes filled with trust and reliance. "Changgu, we have no food left. Our only chance of survival lies in killing him," she declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. As he gazed at the two figures before him, he was engulfed by an indescribable hopelessness. He struggled to rise, but found himself unable to stand. Ting, who is he? What do you intend to do?" His voice quivered with a mixture of fear and despair. Until this moment, he had believed they were a close-knit couple, but now it appeared that everything had been a facade. Zhang Chang let out a derisive laugh. "Lin Feng, do you still not understand? You are merely a tool for us to profit from." "What?" Lin Feng's heart jolted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom what he had just heard. He had always considered them a happy family, but now it seemed he was nothing more than a pawn. "I should thank you really for supporting me for 5 years," Zhang Chang continued. "If it weren't for the lack of food, I would truly hesitate to take your life." Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His world crumbled around him. 5 years wasn't that when he had just married Zhao Ting? It all made sense. Now her reluctance to have children stemmed from his betrayal. His heart felt as if it had been violently torn apart, anguish and rage intertwining within him. The thought of being a cuckold ravaged his dignity. He loathed himself for being so naive, for failing to recognize Zhao Ting's true nature sooner. Slowly, he closed his eyes, despair and fury filling his heart. "If time could be reversed, I would not let you escape unscathed. I would ensure you suffer, experiencing every torment this world has to offer." Yet now, he had resigned himself to fate. He understood he could not alter the past or the present reality. Just as Zhang Chang was about to speak, Zhao Ting interrupted him. "Changgu, stop wasting time with him, he's starving." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang nodded slightly, his cleaver slicing through the air. The sickening sound of flesh being cut echoed in the room, each strike piercing Lin Feng's skin, blood gushing forth like a liberated beast, staining his clothes and pooling on the cold floor. He bit down hard on his lip, suppressing any cries of agony. At that moment, the physical pain, though excruciating, paled in comparison to the torment inflicted upon his soul. The betrayal by the one he loved, the chilling despair of humanity's cruelty, pierced his heart like an invisible blade, leaving him in unbearable anguish. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, Lin Feng's consciousness began to fade. Darkness enveloped his vision, and the sounds around him grew distant. His body grew colder, as if being consumed by an endless void. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Feng jolted awake, his heart racing, cold sweat beading on his forehead. For a moment, he could not discern his surroundings. Blinking rapidly, he gradually adjusted to the light before him. Outside his window, a bright moon shone. What is happening? Was I not killed by that pair of treacherous lovers? A glance around revealed familiar furniture, a wardrobe, a television, and a mirror leading him to realize he was indeed in his own bedroom. Could this be a dream? No. He felt the temperature shift. It was no longer the bone-chilling cold of apocalyptic days. Could it be that I have been reborn? He fought to contain his exhilaration. Glancing at the bedside calendar, he noted the date, May 1st, 2060. I have truly been reborn, returning to 3 months before the apocalypse. August 1st, 2060 would mark the day of sudden global temperature drop. The southern city of Haining would, overnight, plunge to temperatures of -20 degrees. Heavy snow would blanket the roads for days, and temperatures would continue to plummet. Such a catastrophic event would not only lead to plant extinction, but would also result in a staggering mortality rate of 90%. In that world, where resources were scarce and societal rules had crumbled, people would resort to any means necessary for survival. In the face of hunger, unspeakable atrocities would unfold, leading to acts of cannibalism. It was precisely in this apocalyptic environment that Zhao Ting and Zhang Chang's cruel natures had been exposed. Damn it, fate has granted me another chance. Let me show you how I will bring about your demise. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with a steely determination, his heart ablaze with a thirst for vengeance. He understood he had been given a second chance this time. He would not allow those who betrayed him to succeed. What is this? Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a flicker of white light in the depths of his mind. Focusing his consciousness, he explored the source of the light, revealing a wondrous space gradually unfolding before him. Is this an alternate dimension? A benefit of his rebirth, perhaps? Attempting to manipulate his thoughts, he made the slippers by his bed vanish, only to have them reappear moments later. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Not only had he been reborn, but he had also acquired an alternate space. This would facilitate his ability to stockpile resources. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. In the apocalypse, an alternate dimension was undoubtedly a powerful artifact. Without it, he would need to find a safe location to construct a storage facility for supplies. But that would pose significant risks regarding safety and heating. Now, with the existence of this alternate space, those concerns were effortlessly resolved. He could retrieve necessary resources at any time, free from worry. Chapter 2. The secret chamber. A faint creak shattered the tranquility of the bedroom. Lin Feng immediately became alert, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound, only to perceive a subtle tremor in the mirror. A cold smile crept across his face as he comprehended that Zhao Ting was clandestinely rendezvousing with that wild man in the secret chamber. Consumed by rage, Lin Feng clenched his fists, yearning to burst in and confront the unfaithful couple. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding him that his current strength was insufficient to contend with the man, especially given that they were 2 against 1. Should he act impulsively, he risked being outmaneuvered and potentially killed. Moreover, Lin Feng was acutely aware that even if he succeeded in eliminating the pair, he could not escape the clutches of the law. He had no desire to languish in prison after the apocalypse descended. What he craved was to see this treacherous couple endure torment and pay a harrowing price. Now, armed with the formidable artifact of an alternate space, Lin Feng could amass ample resources, crafting an impregnable sanctuary for himself. With these 2 elements in place, he could ensure that the couple would suffer immensely. The mirror was slowly pushed open, and Zhao Ting cautiously approached the bedside. Once she burrowed beneath the covers, Lin Feng rolled over and suddenly spoke. "Did you go to the bathroom?" The unexpected voice startled Zhao Ting, causing her to pat her chest in a feigned attempt at calmness. "Yes, I might have eaten something bad. My stomach feels a bit off." On the surface, she appeared composed, yet internally, a tempest raged. For the past 5 years, she had been discreetly adding sleeping pills to Lin Feng's milk every night. He had always slept soundly until dawn without fail. What was different today? Had he discovered something? With an anxious heart, sleep eluded her. Lin Feng, too, remained vigilant, his eyes fixated on the mirror as he contemplated his next move. The following day, both Zhao Ting and Lin Feng feigned normalcy, revealing no signs of their underlying tension. After enjoying the sumptuous breakfast Zhao Ting had prepared, Lin Feng departed for work as usual. Zhao Ting stood by the window, watching Lin Feng and Apos' car slowly exit the community. Only when it vanished from view did she turn and make her way to the secret chamber behind the mirror. The secret chamber, meticulously crafted by Zhao Ting, was known only to her and Zhang Chang. Upon opening the door, Zhang Chang emerged, stretching lazily. "Has that fool left?" Zhao Ting nodded, shutting the door behind her as she regarded Zhang Chang. "Brother Chang, when I came out of the secret chamber last night," Lin Feng suddenly woke up. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her lingering worries about the previous night's events. Zhang Chang and Apos' brow furrowed at her words. Did he say anything? Or was there something unusual about him? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Ting shook her head. No, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Zhang Chang relaxed, a cold smile forming on his lips. Rest assured, no man would remain indifferent upon discovering he has been cuckolded. Increase the dosage of the sleeping pills tonight. Zhao Ting remained silent, her concerns unabated. She understood that if Lin Feng were to uncover the secret, they would lose their sole source of income. She had to support Zhang Chang and also provide for her elderly parents. All of this depended on Lin Feng. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Feng entered his office. where his secretary, clad in black stockings and high heels, delivered a cup of coffee. "Mr. Lin, here is your coffee. Do you require any additional services?" Her words dripped with innuendo. Lin Feng accepted the coffee, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Li Mei's curvaceous form, an unexpected ripple of intrigue stirring within him. He acknowledged that he had been foolish in the past, neglecting such a captivating beauty by his side. Taking a delicate sip of coffee, a playful smile graced his lips. "Oh, what kind of services are we talking about?" Li Mei appeared taken aback, having made multiple advances toward Lin Feng previously, only to be met with indifference. What had changed today? Was he finally considering her? "Of course, as long as Mr. Lin desires, I am willing to oblige in any manner." She boldly perched herself upon Lin Feng's lap. He did not reject her, relishing the softness of her form. As the vice president of an investment firm with an annual salary in the millions and countless admirers, Lin Feng had always remained steadfastly loyal, having never engaged intimately with any woman since meeting Zhao Ting. However, he had pressing matters at hand and lacked the inclination to indulge in Li Mei's offerings. Undeniably, her physique was unmatched by Zhao Ting's, voluptuous and exquisitely soft. Lin Feng caressed Li Mei's curves, saying, "I'll remember your words. You may leave for now. I shall summon you when needed." "Certainly, Mr. Lin. You are always welcome," she replied, departing with a light step. At that moment, she felt as though her 2-year-long wait was finally coming to fruition. Since her first day at the company, she had longed for a story with Lin Feng. After Li Mei exited the office, Lin Feng stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, cradling the steaming cup of coffee. The apocalypse loomed on the horizon, and the paramount concerns were safety and resources. First and foremost, he needed to establish a secure shelter, a refuge impervious to external disturbances. Secondly, he required an extensive stockpile of supplies, food, water, medication, and essential items, each of which was indispensable. He intended to utilize his spatial abilities to store these resources, ensuring he would have ample provisions to sustain himself during the impending chaos. Yet, all of this required substantial financial backing. For Lin Feng, money posed no issue. As a financial savant, he navigated the stock market daily, possessing a keen insight into market trends. He vividly recalled the stock market's trajectory in the 3 months leading up to the apocalypse. He could leverage his expertise and experience to amass sufficient funds to support his preparations for the end times. 3 months was ample time to make all necessary arrangements. Currently, the most pressing task was to expel Zhao Ting and her lover from his life. He could not tolerate their continued existence within his home. Reflecting on the days spent with Zhao Ting, a wave of anger and revulsion washed over him. The woman he had cherished for 5 years had proven to be so vile. Furthermore, he resolved to sell the house. It was now steeped in misfortune. For Lin Feng, this dwelling had ceased to be a cozy haven shared with Zhao Ting and had transformed into a repository of betrayal and anguish. He was determined to purge the house of all memories and sell it, liberating himself from the shadows of his past. Chapter 3. Calling the police after work. Lin Feng returned home, behaving as naturally as ever. "Honey, you're back. Are you tired today?" Zhao Ting greeted him warmly, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she carefully placed slippers at his feet. Yet, this seemingly affectionate gesture appeared utterly false and repulsive in Lin Feng's eyes. 5 years of the same routine. Anyone would assume this was a harmonious household. Lin Feng handed his briefcase to Zhao Ting and replied indifferently, "Yes, a bit tired. Probably didn't sleep well last night." The words sent a jolt of panic through Zhao Ting. Was there hidden meaning in his remark? Had he discovered something? She dared not ask directly. What if he knew nothing, and she ended up exposing herself? For the rest of the evening, Zhao Ting moved through a haze of anxiety, burning her hands several times while cooking. Her mind was too preoccupied to focus. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat on the sofa, eyes fixed on the stock market trends. Occasionally, he glanced toward the kitchen, a sly glint flashing in his gaze. He knew exactly what troubled Zhao Ting, but he chose not to reveal it. The show was about to begin. Late into the night, Zhao Ting cautiously carried a glass of milk into Lin Feng's study. She had deliberately increased the dosage of sleeping pills. "Darling, drink this and go to bed. Don't stay up too late. It's bad for your health." Lin Feng looked up, accepted the glass, and smiled. "Thank you, Ting. I am quite tired. I'll rest after this." Yet, just as the milk was about to touch his lips, he paused. "Oh, before I forget, could you fetch the documents from my briefcase? The stock market has been volatile lately. I need to review them carefully." Zhao Ting froze. She had expected him to drink the milk without hesitation. Now, she had no choice but to comply. turning toward the living room to retrieve the files. When she returned, the glass was empty. Her heart pounded. Had he actually drunk the drugged milk? Darling, work can wait. Don and Oppos, push yourself too hard. It pains me to see you like this. Lin Feng set the documents aside, yawning and blinking heavily. You're right. I must be more exhausted than I thought. He stood, stretching lazily before wrapping an arm around Zhao Ting's waist. Come, let's go to bed. Caught off guard, Zhao Ting stiffened but allowed herself to be led out of the study. Soon after lying down, Lin Feng's soft snores filled the room. Still, Zhao Ting remained vigilant. Waiting over an hour before finally relaxing, stealthily she tiptoed to the mirror and opened the hidden passage she shared with Zhang Chang. The moment she entered, she was met with Zhang Chang's furious expression. Why are you so late tonight? Did you sleep with him again? Trembling, Zhao Ting stammered, and no. I only came in after he was sound asleep. But Zhang Chang ignored her protests, roughly tearing off her nightgown. Still lying to me? Should I drag you out right now and throw you in front of Lin Feng? You had a good life, yet you chose to keep a lover at home, just for momentary pleasure, without a thought for the consequences. Regret nodded Zhao Ting, but it was too late. Creak, the hidden door burst open, blinding light flooding the dim room. Zhao Ting and Zhang Chang looked up in horror to see Lin Feng and Oppos' triumphant smirk, and behind him, two uniformed officers. Pointing at the pair, Lin Feng declared with vengeful satisfaction, Officers, arrest them. My wife is engaging in prostitution right here in our home. Consider this my civic duty. Do I get a reward? Naked in mid-act, Zhao Ting and Zhang Chang scrambled for clothes in panic. The officers remained unfazed, accustomed to such scenes. You're suspected of prostitution. Come with us for questioning. Zhang Chang tried to protest. Officer, let me explain. This isn't what it looks like. Save it for the station. The officer cut him off. As Zhao Ting was led past Lin Feng, she lunged at him, tears streaming. Please, listen to me. I was foolish. Just give me another chance. I swear I'll never do it again. But Lin Feng stepped back coldly. My lawyer will handle this. No mercy. No room for negotiation. As a witness, Lin Feng was also taken to the station, where his lawyer was already waiting. Here's the full video evidence. I want her to leave with nothing. Understood? Lin Feng handed over a USB drive. Rest assured, with solid proof, she won't get a single cent. To avoid jail time, Zhao Ting and Zhang Chang confessed everything. Realizing Lin Feng had orchestrated the entire scene, the officers, out of sympathy, chose not to pursue further action. As Zhao Ting stepped out of the station, Lin Feng and Oppos' lawyer approached. Hello, I represent Mr. Lin Feng. He has entrusted me with all legal matters. A lawsuit will be filed tomorrow. Your infidelity has caused significant damages to my client. You will bear full responsibility. Chapter 4. Divorce. Zhao Ting stood at the entrance of the police station, her complexion pale and her body trembling. She gazed at the indifferent lawyer before her, an unprecedented fear surging within her. She was acutely aware of her wrongdoing, yet never anticipated the consequences would be so dire. What should I do? Zhao Ting stammered, her voice quaking. The lawyer offered no response to her query, merely handing her a document. This is the divorce agreement. Please sign it. Due to your infidelity during marriage, all assets will belong to Mr. Lin Feng, and you will leave with nothing. Zhao Ting's eyes widened in despair as she read the terms of the agreement. She understood that there was no turning back. She had to comply with the lawyer and Oppos' demands. With trembling hands, she signed her name and passed the document back to the lawyer. He took the agreement and turned away, leaving Zhao Ting alone at the entrance of the police station. Watching his retreating figure, her heart was filled with regret and anguish. Zhang Chang looked at Zhao Ting with a face full of pain and confusion. Ting, how could you agree to the divorce so easily? Haven't we always relied on that fool Lin Feng for our way of life? What will we do without him? Zhao Ting closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, her heart equally laden with helplessness and despair. She did not wish for a divorce, but Lin Feng was already prepared, having not only captured that incriminating video but also secured a lawyer in advance. If she refused to sign, he would undoubtedly sue her without hesitation. The repercussions would mean losing all her assets and facing demands for compensation for emotional distress. Such outcomes were unbearable for her. Gently, Zhao Ting caressed Zhang Chang's hand, tears glimmering in her eyes. Brother Chang, I know we are in a difficult situation, but we have no other choice. Lin Feng has all the evidence. If we do not comply with his demands, the consequences will be unimaginable. Though she spoke these words, disdain began to creep into her heart for Zhang Chang. A man lacking any sense of responsibility, utterly incomparable to Lin Feng. Yet, what could she do? She had made her choice and would bear the consequences. With nowhere else to turn, Zhao Ting could only return to her parents' home with Zhang Chong. Initially, she had chosen to live in the same neighborhood as Lin Feng to care for her aging parents. Late at night, Zhao Ting took a deep breath and mustered the courage to knock on her parents' door. Ding ding ding. Moments later, the door slowly creaked open, revealing Zhao Jiangwo in a nightgown, his expression one of shock. His eyes widened as he took in the sight of the two standing at the threshold. Before they could utter a word, Zhao Jiangwo hastily pulled them inside, fearful of being seen by the neighbors. You, how dare you come out together? Aren't and Apo's. You afraid Lin Feng will find out? Clearly, he and Zhao Ting and Apo's mother had long been aware of their daughter and Apo's affair with Zhang Chong. But they had not anticipated such an open display. Zhao Ting and Zhang Chong lowered their heads, remaining silent. Oh no. Zhao Jiangwo's heart sank. After 60 years of life, he still possessed a modicum of insight. Tell me, has Lin Feng discovered your affair? Zhao Ting bit her lip and managed to utter a single word. Yes. This response ignited Zhao Jiangwo's fury. He raised his hand and struck Zhao Ting across the face, berating her. I told you to break up with him long ago. But you didn't listen. Now look at the mess we're in. How will we live without Lin Feng? Zhao Ting's mother, Li Huiwan, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing her daughter and Zhang Chong together, she trembled with rage. You little harlot, I'll kill you, she shouted, launching into a fit of slaps and kicks aimed at Zhao Ting. They had all become parasites dependent on Lin Feng, accustomed to a stable and comfortable life. Now, the prospect of self-sufficiency seemed more unbearable than death. Zhao Ting and Zhang Chong sat across from Zhao Jiangwo and his wife, the room heavy with tension. After a night of anger and accusations, the four of them gradually calmed down, facing the harsh reality and discussing their options. Zhao Jiangwo spoke first. Ting, we cannot survive without Lin Feng. Your divorce effectively cuts off our means of living. Li Huiwan added, Ting, it is not our intention as parents to meddle in your affairs, but the reality is before us. You must consider the entire family. We have witnessed Lin Feng's treatment of you over the years, and he truly cares for you. If you are willing to reconcile, I believe he would accept you back. Zhang Chong silently absorbed their words, his heart a tumult of emotions. If Zhao Ting chose to remarry Lin Feng, she would undoubtedly forsake him. Thus, Zhao Ting's family's issues would be resolved. But what about his own? Suddenly, Zhang Chong knelt before Zhao Ting, choking back tears. Ting, you can't just abandon me like this. Without you, I truly do not know what to do. I can't even afford a meal. This scene reignited the previously quelled fury within Zhao Jiangwo. He glared at Zhang Chong, his voice seething with anger. You useless fool. If it weren't for you, my daughter wouldn't be divorcing Lin Feng. You've ruined our family's happiness. Zhao Jiangwo trembled with rage, seizing a crystal ashtray from the coffee table. Zhao Ting and Li Huiwan screamed in terror at the sight. Zhao Jiangwo bellowed, I'll kill you, you bastard. With a crash, the ashtray flew through the air, striking Zhang Chong squarely on the head. Blood gushed forth in an instant, and Zhang Chong let out a pained cry. Collapsing to the floor, his consciousness fading. Zhao Ting and her mother panicked, rushing to lift him. Father, how could you do this? How could you hurt someone? Zhao Jiangwo, realizing the gravity of his actions, stood there, panting, unsure of what to do. Father, stop standing there. We need to take him to the hospital. Zhao Jiangwo frowned deeply. Take him to the hospital? With injuries like this, it will cost a fortune. We have no money. After speaking, he buried his face in his hands. Sinking to the floor, Zhao Ting pressed her hand against Zhang Chong's bleeding wound, her voice frantic. We can't just let him die here. Murder is a crime. Li Huiwan interjected. You two take him to the hospital. I will go find Lin Feng. No matter what, we must prevent your father from going to jail. With that, she hurriedly left the room. Zhao Ting, disregarding everything else, grabbed her phone and dialed for an ambulance. However, when Li Huiwan arrived at Lin Feng's residence, she found it empty. The property staff informed her that Lin Feng had already sold the house. Chapter 5. Purchasing a home. Lin Feng reclined comfortably on a luxurious bed in a 5-star hotel, accompanied by his secretary, Li Mei. After a night of intense work, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated. Lin Feng sensed a significant enhancement in his physical prowess since his rebirth. Could this be yet another boon of his reincarnation? Ding dong. The notification sound of his phone pierced the silence. It was a message from Zhao Ting. She had tried to reach him several times before, all of which he had ignored. Lin Feng, I have come to realize my mistakes. I promise I won't dare to do it again. Please, can you forgive me? Last night, my father accidentally injured Zhao Chong, rendering him disabled. We sold off all our belongings just to scrape together the medical expenses. We can no longer afford to compensate Zhao Chong, and to prevent my father from going to prison, we must care for him for the rest of his life. Lin Feng, for the sake of our past together, please help me. All I ask is for your consent to remarry, and I will compensate Zhao Chong. I swear I will have no further contact with him. Upon reading the message, Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Remarry? Asking me for money? Surely, this must be a dream. He silenced his phone and tossed it aside, turning to embrace the unclad Li Mei. 3 days swiftly passed. Lin Feng had resigned from his job. That meager salary was but a drop in the ocean for him. After selling his villa for tens of millions, and with his previous savings, he had managed to multiply his fortune in the stock market within just 3 days, amassing over 3 billion. He hailed a cab and returned to his former neighborhood. Why? Because he intended to purchase a new home here. A means to exact revenge on Zhao Ting's family. As the apocalypse loomed, snow and ice would blanket all roads within the same community. He could navigate through the underground parking lot. Lin Feng arrived at a real estate agency outside the neighborhood. Mr. Lin, you're back. Are you looking to buy or sell today? The agent attending to him was the beautiful saleswoman, Tang Weiwei, who had assisted him during his previous sale. She had been exceedingly proactive then, though Lin Feng had offered no response. Seeing Lin Feng again brought Tang Weiwei joy. Her demeanor became even more attentive. Lin Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I'm here to buy a house, still within this community. Are there any villas available? Upon hearing Lin Feng's intention to purchase a villa, Tang Weiwei's enthusiasm surged. Previously, she had earned a commission of 60,000 from selling his villa. If he were to buy one now, her earnings would surely surpass that. She eagerly ushered Lin Feng into the reception room. Mr. Lin, please hold on a moment while I check. As Lin Feng sipped the coffee that Tang Weiwei had prepared, his gaze roamed over her figure. Though her physique lacked the voluptuousness of Li Mei, she possessed a well-proportioned silhouette, with every feature perfectly placed. Tang Weiwei noticed Lin Feng's gaze, but took it as a compliment, feeling delighted. Mr. Lin, after checking, it appears that only Villa Number 1 is still for sale. However, its price is indeed rather steep, Tang Weiwei carefully articulated, her heart racing. Since the establishment of this community, Villa Number 1 had remained on the market, attracting many visitors who ultimately declined due to its exorbitant price. Lin Feng accepted the tablet Tang Weiwei offered and casually glanced at the villa's details. With a total area of 200 square meters, it comprised 1 basement level and 3 above-ground levels. The basement connected directly to the underground parking lot. A crucial feature for Lin Feng. The price? Irrelevant. In the impending apocalypse, money would become as worthless as scrap paper. No one would want it even if given away freely. Miss Tang, I will take this villa, Lin Feng declared. Tang Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected him to make such a decisive choice, especially for a villa valued at 80 million. Very well, Mr. Lin. I will promptly handle the necessary paperwork. She quickly regained her composure, responding with enthusiasm. She understood that this transaction would not only yield her a substantial commission, but also afford her more opportunities to interact with Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was paying in full, the home buying process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within an hour, he had acquired a villa worth 80 million. Tang Weiwei's gaze toward him was laden with allure, and even the sales manager in her 40s was casting flirtatious glances his way. Tang Weiwei escorted Lin Feng to the door. Mr. Lin, should you require any assistance, feel free to contact me anytime. Please, do not hesitate. Her body brushed closely against Lin Feng, the enticing scent enveloping him, uplifting his spirits. Indeed, I actually have a task that requires Miss Tang's assistance. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Tang Weiwei was momentarily stunned. Was the moment finally arriving? The efficiency of the wealthy was astonishing. Of course, Mr. Lin. What can I assist you with? It's quite simple. I need to purchase some home furnishings, yet I am utterly clueless in this regard. I wonder if Miss Tang has the time to accompany me on this shopping expedition? How could Tang Weiwei let such a golden opportunity slip away? She promptly agreed. No problem. While I wouldn't claim to be an expert, I do possess considerable knowledge in this area. Allow me to request a leave from my manager. Please wait for me in the car. When Lin Feng returned to the neighborhood with Tang Weiwei, pushing 2 fully loaded carts of home furnishings, it instantly drew the attention of many neighbors. After all, Lin Feng had lived here for 5 years, and many recognized him. Hey Shaolin, what is all this? Have you bought so much stuff? Indeed, all high-end bedding. Could it be that you found a new love? Haha, you're quite the joker. If old Zhao hears about this, he'll be furious. Lin Feng ignored the neighbor's idle chatter. His past experiences had instilled in him a profound understanding of human malice. In this lifetime, he would show no mercy to anyone. As the apocalypse approached, these neighbors would become mere pawns for him to pass the time. However, the direction in which Lin Feng and Tang Weiwei were headed also piqued the neighbors' curiosity. Wait, isn't his family living in a townhouse? Why is he heading towards Villa number 1? Right? Is he going to that woman's house? I told you, this guy must have a new flame. Oh no. I must hurry to inform old Zhao. Some even trailed Lin Feng and Tang Weiwei, following them until they entered Villa number 1. Soon, various rumors began to circulate rapidly throughout the neighborhood. Chapter 6: An Unexpected Visit. What? Li Huiwan took the phone that Zhao Jiangwo handed her and immediately saw the photo. In the image, Lin Feng and Tang Weiwei were walking into Villa number 1 together, their figures appearing extraordinarily intimate. It cannot be true. Just yesterday, she heard that Lin Feng had divorced her daughter, and today news broke that he was with another woman. This was simply unacceptable. If Lin Feng truly found another woman, Zhao Ting would have no chance of reconciling with him. Old Zhao, what should we do? How could Lin Feng treat our family this way? Zhao Jiangwo remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. We must act quickly. Call Ting Ting out, and we will confront Lin Feng together, demanding that he expel that vixen. Villa number 1 belongs to us. When Zhao Ting saw the photograph in Zhao Jiangwo's hand, a sense of helplessness surged within her. Tang Weiwei, in that picture, was superior in both figure and appearance, leaving Zhao Ting feeling inferior. She knew all too well that she held no advantages that could compel Lin Feng to abandon Tang Weiwei for her. Zhao Ting's heart was a tumult of emotions. She realized the gravity of her situation. Lin Feng was their family's only lifeline, their sole hope of escape from their predicament. If he refused to assist them, they would be left to care for the worthless Zhang Chong for the rest of their lives. Zhao Ting followed closely behind Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan as they approached Villa number 1. Ah, isn't that old Zhao? Congratulations. You found a fine son-in-law and acquired the prime property in our community. Indeed, old Zhao is truly fortunate. When do you plan to move? Be sure to let us know. Yes, but old Zhao, you must be cautious. Once a man has money, he can easily go astray. Throughout their journey, neighbors greeted them, but every remark was laced with sarcasm and mockery. The trio remained silent, the words piercing their hearts like sharp daggers. Observant neighbors noted their unusual demeanor, with a few nosy individuals trailing behind, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door shattered the warm ambience of the dinner Lin Feng and Tang Weiwei were enjoying. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, setting down his glass and rising, already guessing the identity of the unexpected visitor. It appeared that news of his return home with Tang Weiwei had reached Zhao Ting's family. A cold smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips. This was precisely his intention. He sought to instill envy, jealousy, and regret in Zhao Ting's family, to make them realize the value of what they had lost. He adjusted his suit, inhaled deeply, and slowly made his way to the villa's entrance. Upon opening the door, he found Zhao Jiangwo standing there with a grim expression, glaring at him in fury. Let's go inside and discuss this, Zhao Jiangwo said stiffly, not wanting the neighbors to laugh at him. After all, to them, Lin Feng had always been the ideal son-in-law. However, Lin Feng remained rooted in place, blocking his way. Let us speak here. I don't believe we have any topics that require privacy from the neighbors. Zhao Jiangwo's anger flared at Lin Feng's defiance, his eyes wide with rage. What do you mean by that? Do you wish for us to argue loudly here, exposing our family's disgrace to everyone? Lin Feng remained unfazed, a faint smile on his lips. You are mistaken. This is not a disgrace, it is the truth. I believe the neighbors would be keen to know the reality of the situation. Moreover, I see no reason for us to argue. You have forfeited your right to negotiate with me. Zhao Jiangwo's face flushed crimson with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. No longer concerned with saving face, he declared openly, Fine, if that is how you feel, let us clarify things here. We hope you will remarry Ting Ting and continue to support our family. Zhao Jiangwo spoke with an air of righteousness, still under the impression that Lin Feng was the same obedient son-in-law he once was. The announcement landed like a bombshell, creating a stir among the onlookers, who began to whisper among themselves, as if witnessing a meticulously orchestrated play. Divorced? Wonderful. My daughter is still single. If she marries Lin Feng, won't the whole family be able to move into the grand villa? Some of the older residents stared at Lin Feng with eager eyes, as if appraising a prized piece of meat, mentally calculating their own gains. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Feng felt his expression darken further at the Zhao family's shameless behavior. He had not anticipated their audacity to make such absurd demands in public. With a cold laugh, he ruthlessly exposed the Zhao family's vile nature. I have supported your family for 5 years, providing for you all. In that time, has anyone among you earned a single penny? What have you given me in return? Zhao Ting had an affair, harboring another man for 5 years while still having the audacity to ask me to remarry her and continue supporting you all. Do you take me for a fool? As Lin Feng's words echoed, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. All eyes turned to Zhao Ting, whose complexion drained of color, as if all blood had been drawn from her face. This scenario felt utterly ridiculous, reminiscent of something only seen in a soap opera, yet it was unfolding in reality, leaving everyone stunned and incredulous. Lin Feng's words were like a sharp dagger, piercing the hearts of the Zhao family. They were caught off guard, their disgrace publicly laid bare, their faces contorting in embarrassment as though they had just received a resounding slap in the face. Zhao Ting suddenly pushed past Zhao Jiangwo, kneeling before Lin Feng with desperation. Her voice trembled with emotion as she pleaded, Lin Feng, I beg you, forgive me this once. I won't dare again. Without you, our family cannot survive. Seeing that a firm stance was ineffective, Li Huiwan shifted her approach, joining Zhao Ting on her knees, tears streaming down her face as she implored, Yes, Lin Feng. Your father has already crippled Zhang Chang to avenge you. Please forgive Tingting, if you refuse to help us. We will be condemned to care for that worthless man for the rest of our lives. You wouldn't want to see her suffer after all these years together, would you? Amidst this sudden upheaval, Lin Feng maintained an expression devoid of surprise. Chapter 7. Disgrace. He calmly stepped back, waving his hand dismissively. Tang Weiwei immediately approached Lin Feng with an elegant stride. Lin Feng gently wrapped his arm around Tang Weiwei's waist, his voice laced with evident mockery. How utterly laughable. Do you truly believe I would spend money on you? Open your eyes and behold the woman at my side, can you, Zhao Ting, even compare? Tang Weiwei obediently nestled against Lin Feng, resembling a docile little cat. Zhao Ting and Appos' hope was utterly extinguished as she witnessed this scene. She slumped helplessly to the ground. Aware that Lin Feng was correct, she had lost the right to demand anything from him. However, Zhao Jiangwo erupted in fury, shaking his fist and shouting, Stop wasting breath on him. Let us sue him. Accuse him of abandoning his lawful wife and keeping a mistress. Yet, as soon as his words fell, the surrounding crowd regarded him with incredulity. They inwardly shook their heads, holding Zhao Jiangwo's actions in utter disdain. Your daughter strayed first, now that the divorce is finalized. You still wish to take legal action against him? How shameless. Faced with Zhao Jiangwo's unreasonable threats, Lin Feng merely smiled coldly. This is just the beginning. The real drama is yet to unfold. With that, Lin Feng embraced Tang Weiwei and walked towards the villa. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jiangwo's expression soured instantly. His eyes widened in rage as he demanded, What do you mean? Lin Feng did not halt his steps but glanced back at Zhao Jiangwo, a cold smile gracing his lips. You will find out soon enough. Zhao Jiangwo was thoroughly incensed by Lin Feng and Appos' demeanor. Don't think that wealth makes you superior. I will make you regret this. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned to the villa, Li Huiwan promptly urged Zhao Jiangwo, Old man, let us go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Zhao Jiangwo shrugged off Li Huiwan's hand, fuming, Damn it, what matters more, face or life? Tingting, you need to get cosmetic surgery immediately. Make sure you're bustier and curvier than that mistress, and win Lin Feng back for me. His words left the onlookers in shock and disbelief. His anger and resentment had escalated to a near-manic degree, completely devoid of reason. Yet, such conduct would only serve to further humiliate them in front of everyone. Zhao Ting lowered her head in silence. Cosmetic surgery? I wish I could, but that requires money. The next day, after bidding farewell to Tang Weiwei, Lin Feng drove to the renowned Qiangshan Security Company in Haining City. He chose this place because he had previously engaged bodyguards for the chairman during his work, holding their services and competence in high regard. Qiangshan Security Company not only specializes in providing bodyguard services but also ventures into various security domains, such as vehicle modification and securing homes and ships, offering comprehensive safety guarantees to clients. Lin Feng was well acquainted with the establishment. The front desk staff recognized him at once and warmly escorted him to the general manager's office. Ah, what brings General Manager Lin here today? Upon seeing Lin Feng, General Manager Gao Gang immediately stood up to greet him enthusiastically. Lin Feng chuckled, waving his hand. Haha, Gao, please don't tease me. I and Amp, Oppos, VE resigned, and am merely an idle individual now. Upon hearing this, Gao Gang displayed a puzzled expression and inquired with concern. Oh? What is going on? Have you encountered some difficulties? Lin Feng waved his hand, his demeanor growing serious. Let us not discuss that. I have an important matter to trouble you with today. Gao Gang promptly replied. Oh, no trouble at all. Just tell me what you need. Sipping his tea, Lin Feng slowly articulated. I require you to construct a safe house for me. It must be of the highest standard, capable of withstanding any natural disaster. Hearing this, Gao Gang and Amp, Oppos' expression shifted to one of seriousness. Although this might sound like a joke to outsiders, as no one truly believes in the concept of an apocalypse. For someone in the security industry, this was a grave request. The wealthiest and most powerful individuals are often the most fearful of death. They are willing to spend exorbitant sums to ensure their safety, which is not uncommon. Some may genuinely worry about large-scale natural disasters, while others, having made numerous enemies, seek a sense of security. Consequently, Qiangxing Security Company has introduced a service for constructing doomsday safe houses. However, they never anticipated that Lin Feng would have such a request. A top-tier safe house would cost as much as a comparable weight in $100 bills. Realizing this, Gao Gang's expression turned troubled as he remarked, Brother, I don't and Oppos, mean to belittle you, but the highest-grade safe house will require substantial financial outlay. I'm unsure if you. Lin Feng understood Gao Gang's concerns and promptly reassured him. Rest assured, finances are not an issue, but the construction timeline must be guaranteed. Gao Gang knew Lin Feng was not one to speak lightly. If he said there were no problems, then there would be none. He inquired, what is your timeline? Lin Feng raised 2 fingers, 2 months. Although there were still 3 months until the apocalypse was expected, Lin Feng had to compress the construction time for the safe house to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Gao Gang inhaled sharply, contemplating before responding, 2 months is indeed tight. But since you've asked, I will ensure it is completed within that time frame. Subsequently, Gao Gang eagerly summoned his assistant to bring a tablet. Sitting alongside Lin Feng to meticulously select every material required for the safe house, Lin Feng displayed exceedingly high standards regarding the choice of materials for the walls, ceiling, and flooring, opting for a special alloy with a thickness of 30 centimeters. This alloy not only boasts extraordinary strength but also possesses astonishing lightweight properties. This aerospace-grade special alloy weighs only 1/3 of traditional steel yet has a strength 10 times that of high-quality steel. Using it to construct the safe house would not only allow it to seamlessly integrate into the villa's structure, but also eliminate any concerns regarding load-bearing issues. The windows, being a critical component of the safe house, were equally important in terms of material selection. The choice fell upon the world's most advanced bulletproof glass. This glass can withstand various calibers of bullets and explosive impacts, providing indomitable protection even in the harshest conditions. Chapter 8. Creating a safe haven in addition to physical protection. Lin Feng placed particular emphasis on the comfort of the living environment. Consequently, he opted for an advanced ventilation system equipped with a sophisticated air filtration device. This filtration system effectively eliminates harmful substances from the air, ensuring that one can breathe fresh and pure air at all times. Considering the heating issues that may arise in apocalyptic times, Lin Feng suggested installing a fireplace within the safe house. The fireplace not only provides warmth but also adds a touch of coziness to the indoor atmosphere. A highly efficient and environmentally friendly model would be chosen, guaranteeing a comfortable living environment regardless of the weather conditions. To comprehensively monitor the conditions both inside and outside the safe house, they selected an advanced surveillance system. This system boasts highly intelligent features, capable of capturing and analyzing any unusual movements in real time, ensuring absolute safety. Lastly, when it came to the choice of materials for the door, they remained uncompromising. A security door made of the same material as bank vaults was chosen, robust enough to withstand the impact of small explosives, thus providing a solid defense for the safe house. The issue of the safe house had weighed heavily on Lin Feng and Oppos' mind like a boulder, but now that it was finally realized, he felt a significant alleviation of the burdens on his shoulders. With this sturdy refuge, he felt more assured in the face of unknown risks. After bidding farewell to Gao Gang, Lin Feng's mood lightened considerably as he drove slowly back to his residential community. Upon parking, he was captivated by a striking scene. A woman with a perfectly proportioned figure was bending over to inspect the condition of a Porsche. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. The rounded contours of her form, accentuated by her fitted pants, exuded an irresistible charm. Who could she be? A neighbor, perhaps? Lin Feng mused, unable to avert his gaze. Having such a beautiful female neighbor was indeed a delight to behold. He couldn't help but steal another glance, internally marveling at her beauty, just as Lin Feng was lost in admiration. The woman seemed to notice his gaze and slowly turned to face him. He quickly averted his eyes, offering an awkward smile as he made his way home. However, just as he was about to turn away, the woman called out to him. "Excuse me, sir, could you please assist me?" Lin Feng turned back, pointing to himself in confusion. "Are you speaking to me?" The woman nodded, offering an apologetic smile. It was then that Lin Feng clearly saw her face and figure, a quintessential mature woman, exuding an air of confidence and allure. She introduced herself as Sun Siyu, residing in the neighboring Villa No. 2. Her tire had unexpectedly gone flat, and she was in a rush to get to the hospital for a surgery. Hence she sought Lin Feng and Appos as help to change the tire. After understanding the situation, Lin Feng approached the vehicle to assess the issue, then shook his head with a hint of resignation. "Dr. Sun, it's not that I don't want to help, but your car doesn't have a spare tire. You'll need to call for assistance." Upon hearing this, Sun Siyu's expression shifted to one of urgency. "What should I do?" "The patient is waiting for me in the operating room." Observing her distress, Lin Feng pondered briefly and said, "How about this? You can take my car. I don't have anything pressing to attend to." Sun Siyu looked at him gratefully. "Thank you so much. I will return as soon as possible." Lin Feng thought little of the matter. After all, it was merely a vehicle. Given his current circumstances, he could easily purchase a new one at any time. That evening, with his car at the hospital, Lin Feng arranged to meet Li Mei, his former secretary, for dinner at a newly opened Thai restaurant at the entrance of their community. He was quite pleased with her. Not only was she tall and graceful, but her beauty was also impeccable. Moreover, she consistently satisfied him in their intimate encounters. As they walked into the restaurant side by side, a sudden sound of footsteps caught his attention. Looking up, he noticed a group of 5 or 6 women approaching, one of whom was Tang Weiwei. Lin Feng slightly furrowed his brow but quickly regained his composure. Having endured the tribulations of a post-apocalyptic world, his heart had become as cold as steel. In this world, women were merely fleeting pleasures to him, a source of amusement. He understood the complexities of human nature. Even brothers could turn against each other over a packet of instant noodles, and lovers could betray one another over a piece of bread. To Lin Feng, emotions were nothing but ephemeral illusions, incapable of providing tangible sustenance or survival. Although an orphan, he recognized that in this world, only a parent and Appos' love is selfless and devoid of expectation. Tang Weiwei inadvertently spotted Lin Feng and Li Mei, taking note of Li Mei and Appos' alluring figure and remarkable demeanor. However, Tang Weiwei displayed no signs of discontent or jealousy. "Mr. Lin, is this your girlfriend? She is quite beautiful," she remarked. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "She is my secretary, Li Mei. We were just planning to grab a bite. Have you just finished your meal? Would you care to join us for a drink?" Tang Weiwei promptly responded, "Sure, but your secretary won and Appos, mind. Will she?" She placed particular emphasis on the word secretary. Li Mei was not without her own cunning. She understood her position in Lin Feng and Appos' needs. Between money and status, she valued the former more. Thus, when Tang Weiwei mentioned secretary, she neither recoiled nor felt uneasy. Instead, she tightened her grip on Lin Feng and Appos' arm, stating, "I don and Appos, mind, as long as it makes Mr. Lin happy." Following this, Tang Weiwei exchanged a few words with her companions and then accompanied Lin Feng and Li Mei into a private room. Coincidentally, Zhao Ting was in the same restaurant, confiding her woes to her friend. "ISN and Appos, see that your ex-husband Lin Feng?" Who are the 2 women beside him? Sun Yu, a quintessential green tea type of woman, clearly more attractive than Zhao Ting, was particularly shocked to learn about Zhao Ting and Appos' situation, having lived in the same community. Initially, she thought it was merely gossip among neighbors. But after meeting Zhao Ting, she realized the truth. She was astonished to discover that the seemingly demure Zhao Ting, whom she had known for over a decade, was actually more adventurous than she had imagined. It was a classic case of you can know a person's face but not their heart. Logically, given Lin Feng and Appos' already impressive qualities, she had attempted to entice him on multiple occasions, yet he had shown her no interest whatsoever. Chapter 9. Surrounded by beauties. Following Sun Yu and Amp Appo's gaze, Zhao Ting also spotted Lin Feng and his companions. She was astonished at the drastic transformation of the once honest and unassuming Lin Feng. Various stunning women surrounded him, each possessing a figure more alluring than the last. This also reminded Zhao Ting of the time Zhao Jiangwo had suggested she undergo cosmetic surgery. Lowering her gaze to her flat chest, a wave of intense insecurity surged within her. She turned to Sun Yu and asked, "You, do you know where I could get plastic surgery?" Sun Yu was taken aback by the question. She realized that Zhao Ting felt inadequate in the presence of Lin Feng and Appo's beautiful companions and wished to alter her appearance through surgery. However, Sun Yu had no intention of granting Zhao Ting and Appo's wish. Casually, she replied, "Ting Ting, you're not seriously considering plastic surgery, are you? You must think this through. Cosmetic procedures are no trivial matter." Zhao Ting bit her lip, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. "I've thought it through, Yu. Look at the women around Lin Feng. They're all voluptuous. If I want to remarry Lin Feng, I must change." Sun Yu suppressed a cold chuckle. She would never allow Lin Feng to reunite with Zhao Ting. After pondering for a moment, she said, "I actually know a cosmetic surgeon, but the prices are rather steep. Since you've parted ways with Lin Feng, I doubt you can afford the surgery now." Hesitation flickered in Zhao Ting and Appo's eyes upon hearing this. Yet, she soon steeled herself and declared, "If it comes to that, I'll mortgage my parents' house. I'm willing to do anything to become beautiful and win Lin Feng and Appo's love again." Sun Yu and Appo's eyes glinted with cunning as she thought quickly. "All right. Once you gather the funds, give me a call, and I'll take you there." Zhao Ting looked at Sun Yu, who appeared to have everything under control, and felt a mix of anxiety and resolve. She had made up her mind to try, no matter the cost. Nodding in agreement, she followed Sun Yu as she grasped Zhao Ting and Amp Appo's hand, a sly look in her eyes. "Let us go greet Lin Feng." Zhao Ting and Amp Appo's expression faltered. Having witnessed the beauty surrounding Lin Feng, she felt no courage to face him. She feared that her current appearance would only provoke his disdain further. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, we're divorced, and I have no. However, Sun Yu interrupted her. "What are you afraid of? Even if we're not a couple anymore, we can still be friends. Let us gauge Lin Feng's interest in remarrying you." With that, Sun Yu pulled Zhao Ting towards the private room where Lin Feng and his companions were seated. Zhao Ting had no choice but to follow. Her heart a tumult of anticipation and dread. She longed to discover whether Lin Feng was merely angry and unwilling to remarry her or if he had completely given up on her. Upon reaching the door, Sun Yu inhaled deeply and pushed it open. Inside, Lin Feng and his companions were engaged in lively conversation. They paused upon noticing Zhao Ting and Sun Yu at the entrance. Lin Feng and Appo's gaze lingered on Zhao Ting for a moment before shifting to Sun Yu. "What brings you two here?" Sun Yu smiled, leading Zhao Ting closer to Lin Feng. "We're dining here too, and thought we'd come say hello after seeing you." Lin Feng and Amp Appo's expression hardened. "Leave, don't disturb my meal. I don't wish to see her." As his words fell, Zhao Ting and Amp Appo's face blanched. She felt the weight of Lin Feng's indifference and disdain, igniting a fierce anger and profound disappointment within her. Casting a glance at Tang Weiwei and Li Mei, especially noticing their voluptuous figures, her jealousy and fury became nearly unbearable. "Lin Feng, do you only like women with large breasts and curvy figures now?" Lin Feng sneered. Responding bluntly, "Indeed, the evidence is right before us." Zhao Ting and Amp Appo's anger and humiliation surged stronger at his words. "Fine, just wait. I will make you see me in a new light." With that, she stormed out of the private room in a huff. Sun Yu observed this scene with little sympathy. Recognizing her opportunity, she boldly seated herself. Facing Lin Feng, she exaggeratedly accentuated her curves and sweetly said, "Now that the one you dislike has left, why the long face?" Lin Feng, aware of Sun Yu's feigned allure, recognized her intentions. He knew her well enough. She changed partners faster than one changes clothes. While she had some charm, to him, such women were unclean and utterly undesirable. Nevertheless, Lin Feng refrained from asking Sun Yu to leave immediately. A thought crossed his mind, perhaps he could extract some information about Zhao Ting and Appo's family from her, which would prove advantageous should he choose to retaliate against them later. Thus, Lin Feng decided to toy with Sun Yu's expectations. "Sun Yu, you see, today is rather inconvenient for me. Why don't we reschedule for another day?" Sun Yu hadn't anticipated things would unfold so favorably. Initially, she merely wanted to test the waters to see if she could get closer to Lin Feng. But to her surprise, he had suggested a private meeting. Elated yet maintaining her composure, she responded. You said it. Don't leave me hanging. I won't disturb you any longer today. After saying this, Sun Yu exited the private room, her heart brimming with anticipation as she envisioned a private encounter with Lin Feng. Unbeknownst to her, it was merely a ruse devised by him. Once Sun Yu left, a subtle tension lingered between Lin Feng, Tang Weiwei, and Li Mei. Li Mei pouted, a hint of jealousy lacing her tone. Lin, you're not falling for every woman you meet, are you? Tang Weiwei quickly chimed in. Exactly. We're still sitting here, and you've already begun courting another. Lin Feng, observing their reactions, understood they were merely testing his preferences and their standings in his affections. He smiled slightly, a teasing glint in his eyes. Whether I pursue other women is not solely my decision. It depends on how you both perform. Tang Weiwei and Li Mei exchanged glances, reading the same message in each other's eyes. One dragon, two phoenixes. After indulging in a delightful meal, Lin Feng spent a night of passionate revelry with the two women in the hotel. They, in turn, were richly rewarded for their efforts. Why didn't he return home? Because Lin Feng had set his sights on a new target, Sun Yu. Such a woman could not be won over by mere monetary means. Thus, he preferred to keep her unaware of the throng of beauties surrounding him. Chapter 10. The takeout turmoil the following day, as Lin Feng returned to his residential complex. He noticed from a distance that Sun Yu was standing at the entrance of his villa, dressed in a pristine white dress, gazing inward. Slightly taken aback, Lin Feng approached her with a smile and inquired, Dr. Sun, what brings you here so early? Is there something you need? Upon hearing his voice, Sun Yu turned around, her expression reflecting surprise. She had assumed Lin Feng was still asleep and had hesitated to disturb him, not realizing he had returned so soon. Embarrassed, she chuckled lightly and replied, Mr. Lin, you're already up? I thought you were still resting, so I didn't dare ring the doorbell. Lin Feng smiled in response. No worries. I went out for a morning exercise and just got back. Did you come to see me for something urgent? Sun Yu, hearing his words, promptly retrieved her car keys from her handbag and handed them to him. Mr. Lin, my car has been repaired, and I can't thank you enough. If it weren't and amp, Oppos, T for your timely assistance in lending me your vehicle, I might not have been able to make it to the hospital for yesterday and amp, Oppos, S surgery. The memory of that surgery remained vivid for her. Lin Feng accepted the car keys with a gentle smile, saying, Dr. Sun, you are too kind. It was merely a small favor. We are neighbors, after all, and it and Oppos, S only right to help each other. After conversing for a while at the door, Sun Yu expressed her gratitude and took her leave. Once inside, Lin Feng skillfully powered up his computer, his gaze swiftly fixating on the stock market charts. Compared to his previous life, the market trends in this world remained unchanged, precisely as he remembered. His assets had amassed to an astonishing 500 million, a sum ample enough to stockpile necessary supplies. Yet, Lin Feng felt no sense of contentment. He understood that in this unpredictable world, being well prepared was of utmost importance. Thus, he resolved to withdraw 200 million for purchasing supplies while investing the remaining 300 million in the stock market for future contingencies. Lin Feng specifically borrowed a spacious warehouse from the community security. Subsequently, he embarked on an extensive shopping spree, acquiring food, drinking water, timber, coal, pharmaceuticals, recreational equipment, and fitness gear, essentially everything he deemed necessary. However, he soon discovered that crucial items such as prescription medications, firearms, and fuel were nearly impossible to procure from the market. This revelation caused him to furrow his brow, yet he remained undeterred. As supplies began to arrive, Lin Feng became increasingly busy. He purchased numerous shelves to categorize the items neatly and affixed clear labels for easier management and retrieval in the future. That morning, as the doorbell rang, Lin Feng anticipated a delivery. Upon opening the door, he was met with an unexpected sight. The delivery person and Aunt Zhao from the community were engaged in a heated dispute. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized that Aunt Zhao and Amp, Oppo's grandson was stubbornly clutching the takeout from the delivery person. What are you doing? That's not your delivery. Let go. The delivery person's face flushed red with urgency, hesitant to pull too hard for fear of hurting the child. However, Aunt Zhao, unyielding, wrenched the delivery from the man and Oppo's hands, berating him, You filthy delivery driver, this isn't yours to steal. Do you want me to report you? Lin Feng observed the scene without anger. He found the altercation trivial. He stepped forward and addressed the delivery person, It's just a meal. Consider it food for the dogs. The delivery person looked at Lin Feng in astonishment, clearly taken aback by his remark. Aunt Zhao, however, turned her ire towards Lin Feng, shouting, What did you say? You dare insult my grandson as a dog? Do you think being wealthy makes you superior? With a cold laugh, Lin Feng retorted. Only a mad dog would snatch food indiscriminately, and your behavior is no different from that of a rabid dog. His words left Aunt Zhao speechless, and nearby neighbors began to murmur among themselves. Nonetheless, Aunt Zhao continued her tirade, her voice escalating. Lin Feng, unfazed, simply turned and returned to his villa, closing the door behind him. Once inside, Lin Feng accessed the takeout platform to place another order. He selected an array of fried chicken, skewers, and other delights favored by children. This time, he specifically instructed the vendor, extra spicy, make it really hot. As anticipated, by evening, Aunt Zhao returned with her grandson to pilfer the takeout Lin Feng had intentionally left at the door. Upon arriving home, Aunt Zhao eagerly tore open one of the takeout packages, presenting the aromatic fried chicken to her grandson. Here, Xiaozong, hurry and eat. This fried chicken is your favorite. Xiaozong and Amp, Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he accepted the chicken. Having been ravenous for quite some time, he devoured it eagerly. Living alone with her grandson, Aunt Zhao and Amp, Appo's financial situation was meager. She seldom indulged Xiaozong with snacks. Yet, whenever she spotted others and Amp, Appo's takeouts in the community, she would stealthily bring them home for him. Over time, Xiaozong grew accustomed to this unearned lifestyle and developed a tolerance for spicy food. Before long, Xiaozong consumed an entire fried chicken. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth, only to suddenly furrow his brow. Grandma, it's so spicy. The heat began to spread in his mouth, causing discomfort, and Zhao quickly fetched him a glass of water, reassuring him, it's all right, just drink some water. Here, have some skewers too, don't waste it. After drinking water, the spiciness eased somewhat, allowing him to continue eating the skewers. Although the heat was uncomfortable, he was reluctant to waste such a rare treat. However, as time passed, the spiciness intensified within his stomach, leading to excruciating pain. Grandma, my stomach hurts. It hurts so much. Xiaozong cried out, clutching his belly and rolling on the floor in agony. Seeing her grandson in such distress, Aunt Zhao panicked, unsure of what to do. She hurriedly embraced Xiaozong and offered him more water, but rather than alleviating his pain, it worsened. In desperation, Aunt Zhao had no choice but to rush Xiaozong to the hospital. After an entire night of turmoil, Xiaozong and Amp, Appo's condition was finally stabilized. He lay quietly in the hospital bed, his complexion still pale, yet the previous agony had vanished. Chapter 11. Aunt Zhao comes knocking as Aunt Zhao gazed upon the gradually calming face of little Song. The burden that had weighed heavily on her heart finally lifted. However, when she picked up the medical bill in her hand, her mood soured once more. 5,000 yuan, how many plastic water bottles would she need to collect to earn that back? Bang, bang, bang. Aunt Zhao and Appo's furious shouts crashed against Lin Feng and Appo's door like a tempest. Little brat, you better come out here, and quickly. Lin Feng, who had been peacefully slumbering, was jolted awake by the sudden banging and shouting. He realized that Aunt Zhao and Appo's grandson must have consumed the spicy takeout. Earlier that morning, Aunt Zhao had returned home with little Song, fresh from the hospital. She had intended to find some mild food among the takeout she had pilfered from Lin Feng. However, upon opening all the containers, she discovered that every dish was exceedingly spicy. In that moment, her face turned a shade of fury, and she realized that the conflict with Lin Feng from the previous day was likely not coincidental. He must have intentionally ordered the spicy food as an act of revenge against her. Thus, she brought little Song to Lin Feng and Appo's doorstep, ready to unleash her wrath. Lin Feng opened the door slowly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. A glance at Aunt Zhao revealed her icy expression and piercing gaze. This scene was observed by numerous neighbors out for their morning exercises, who paused to watch. Seeing Lin Feng and Appo's indifferent expression ignited Aunt Zhao and Appo's anger, which erupted like a volcano. What do you think you and Appo's redoing? You deliberately ordered all that spicy food for little Song. Do you have any idea he spent the night in the hospital because of you? You, the culprit, must compensate me for the medical expenses and emotional distress. Her words dripped with fury and accusation, but Lin Feng remained unfazed. He feigned confusion, scratching his head innocently, and replied, Did I order takeout for your grandson? Are you mistaken? Do I have money to burn? Aunt Zhao trembled with rage at Lin Feng and Appo's words. She had intended to accuse him of deliberately ordering spicy food as revenge, but in front of the crowd, she could not confess to having stolen his takeout. So, She continued to hurl baseless accusations at him. You can't just argue your way out of this. I don't care. You must pay me. My grandson ended up in the hospital because of your takeout. Lin Feng couldn't and Oppos help but find her unreasonable behavior amusing. Suddenly enlightened, he smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, now I understand. I was wondering where my takeout from last night went. Turns out you stole it for your grandson. I and Oppos, never seen someone so shameless. Stealing from others and then demanding compensation? Have you lost your mind?" Aunt Zhao was left speechless. Her attempts to blame Lin Feng for Little Tsong and Oppos' predicament thwarted by his counter-accusation. In front of the watching neighbors, she could not defend herself, only glaring at Lin Feng in fury. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, expressing their discontent and condemnation of Aunt Zhao and Oppos' actions. I often find my takeout missing. Turns out it was Aunt Zhao who took it. At her age, she really should know better. Oh, don't get me started. The last time she stole my takeout, I caught her, and she accused me of slandering her. I always knew she liked to take advantage, but I didn't think she'd stoop to stealing. Aunt Zhao sensed the whispers around her, and though she felt a twinge of apprehension, her long-standing habit of being overbearing prevented her from showing weakness. With a defiant air, she scanned the neighbors fiercely. What are you all talking about? If you have something to say, come say it to my face. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm the neighborhood committee head? In truth, Aunt Zhao was merely a regular staff member of the neighborhood committee. Yet she often proclaimed herself the head, bestowing upon herself a title to assert her authority over the neighbors. She frequently exploited her position to make life difficult for them, instilling a sense of fear. The neighbors, well aware of her difficult nature, chose to avoid confrontation, which only fueled Aunt Zhao and Oppos' arrogance. Lin Feng stood at the door, observing Aunt Zhao and Oppos' theatrics with a cold smile. He was all too familiar with her antics and had grown accustomed to her domineering behavior. Neighborhood committee head? Does she really think that's a real title? Hearing Lin Feng and Oppos' mockery, Aunt Zhao and Oppos' expression soured. Her anger flared as she realized that Lin Feng was not intimidated by her threats, but rather ridiculing her. Feeling humiliated in front of the neighbors, she was determined to make Lin Feng pay. She resolutely refused to leave, insisting that he compensate her for her medical and emotional damages. The property management, having learned of the commotion, sent representatives to mediate. Aware of Aunt Zhao and Oppos' obstinate nature, they approached her with caution. However, no matter how they pleaded, Aunt Zhao remained steadfast, convinced that she was the victim and that Lin Feng must pay for her grandson and Oppos' suffering. In desperation, the property staff called the police for assistance. Soon, a police car screeched to a halt, and 2 officers swiftly exited the vehicle. Lin Feng began detailing the entire incident to them. Aunt Zhao, seeing the officers before her, felt a pang of guilt and attempted to justify herself. Who stole your takeout? You left it outside. I thought you didn't want it anymore, so I took it. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. All eyes were on her, showcasing her utter lack of shame. Lin Feng regarded her coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. There are still plenty of cars in the neighborhood. Why don't you take one of those home? Lin Feng and Oppos' voice was soft yet dripping with sarcasm, causing Aunt Zhao and Oppos' face to fluctuate between colors. She was clearly unprepared for such a blunt rebuttal. After listening to Lin Feng and Oppos' account, the officers furrowed their brows. They quickly grasped the essence of the situation, but, seeing Aunt Zhao and Oppos' elderly demeanor, could not justify taking her away over a few containers of takeout. Ultimately, the officers opted to reprimand Aunt Zhao and solemnly departed the scene. However, rather than reflecting on her behavior, Aunt Zhao felt that Lin Feng had humiliated her in front of everyone, fostering resentment towards him. She resolved to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson and reclaim her dignity as the neighborhood committee head. Chapter 12. Personal trainer. As the preparations for the materials were nearing completion, Lin Feng and Oppos' mood gradually relaxed. He decided to purchase a gym membership and seek out a beautiful female personal trainer to make the most of the remaining 2 months to improve his physique. The reason for choosing a female trainer was self-evident and needed no explanation. Lin Feng arrived at a renowned gym outside his residential community and swiftly completed the registration process. Among a myriad of trainers, he selected a voluptuous and attractive woman. Naturally, her fees were the highest. Hello, sir. My name is Lin Wan and Oppos. How should I address you? Lin Wan and Oppos felt fortunate to have been chosen by Lin Feng, recognizing from his attire that he was a man of considerable wealth. Having worked in the fitness industry for 5 years, she had encountered many individuals and had developed a keen sense for discerning affluence. After all, who does not appreciate money? If not for the allure of wealthy clientele, she would not have chosen to work here. Lin Feng was exceedingly satisfied with Lin Wan and Apos, particularly taken by her curvaceous figure that ignited his imagination. Just call me Lin Feng. I prefer a more straightforward approach. Lin Wan and Apos, smiled subtly and nodded. All right. I will be obedient. Her voice was alluring, imbued with a teasing undertone. However, Lin Feng, being a man of experience, was not easily swayed by her tone. It was Lin Feng and Apos' first visit to the gym, and under Lin Wan and Apos' guidance, he quickly became familiar with the various fitness equipment. Oh my, Lin Feng. Your physical condition is truly remarkable, surpassing even some fitness instructors. It is quite enviable. Indeed? Lin Feng felt a sense of affirmation after his rebirth. He had noticed significant changes in his body. His stamina and vitality were exceptionally abundant. He had not paid much attention until his encounters with Li Mei and Tang Weiwei had made it evident. Now, with Lin Wan and Apos echoing the sentiment, it affirmed the benefits his rebirth had bestowed upon him. During their training, their bodies often brushed against one another, leaving one to wonder whether it was intentional on Lin Feng and Apos' part or Lin Wan and Apos' Furthermore, Lin Wan and Apos' frequently showcased her physical prowess, particularly during squats, where her shapely rear was comparable to that of women of African descent. It seemed as though a spark was about to ignite. Just then, Lin Feng and Apos' phone rang. Interrupting the moment, he glanced at the caller ID. It was Gao Gang, the owner of the modification factory, likely informing him that the materials for creating the safe house were ready. Lin Feng quickly answered the call. Mr. Lin, good day. I have prepared all the materials and equipment as per your request. We can commence work right away. Is there anything specific you would like to convey? Hearing Gao Gang and Apos' words, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you for your hard work, Boss Gao. I have no special requests. Just proceed with the modifications as we discussed earlier. Additionally, ensure that the project is completed a day early, and I will provide an extra 1 million. Gao Gang nodded vigorously on the other end of the line. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will adhere strictly to your requirements and ensure quality and safety, completing the modifications as swiftly as possible. The call interrupted the budding connection between Lin Feng and Lin Wan and Apos. After hanging up, Lin Feng hurriedly met with Gao Gang to confirm the renovation plan, feeling reassured. However, he could not continue residing elsewhere during the modification process. Leaving his villa, Lin Feng drove to a well-known 5-star hotel in the city. Upon stepping into the presidential suite, he was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of luxury. It was his first time in such an opulent room, where every detail whispered of wealth. Although he had previously earned a considerable income, the financial burden of supporting Zhao Ting and Apos' family had rendered his life rather frugal. After surveying the suite, Lin Feng could not help but marvel at the lifestyle of the affluent. As night fell, Lin Feng entered the dining area to indulge in a delectable French meal. However, his moment of culinary enjoyment was abruptly disrupted by a commotion. Turning his gaze, he saw a man and a woman embroiled in a heated argument. To his astonishment, the woman was none other than his neighbor, Sun Ce. The man arguing with Sun Ce was a corpulent middle-aged individual, and Lin Feng could instantly tell that, judging by Sun Ce and Apos' standards, she would never be interested in such a man. The quarrel intensified, and Sun Ce and Apos' agitation grew. In a fit of rage, she seized a nearby glass of water and splashed it onto the man and Apos' face, exclaiming, "Don't think you can do as you please just because you hold a bit of power. You and Apos, just a department head. What difference does it make if I quit?" The man, enraged by Sun Ce and Apos' actions, pointed a finger at her and cursed, "Damn it, you filthy bitch. Do you really think you can splash water on me? Believe me, I can have you thrown out of the hospital in no time." This man was none other than Zhang Manfu, the director of the hospital where Sun Ce worked. Utilizing his position, he had repeatedly harassed her, but she had resolutely rejected his advances. Under the pretense of discussing work, he had lured her to this location. Upon her arrival, Zhang Manfu had claimed to have reserved a private room. However, Sun Ce, ever cautious, opted to dine in the main hall. Yet, Zhang Manfu had offered no work-related conversation, only lewd remarks. Sun Ce felt disgusted and furious. As she attempted to leave, Zhang Manfu forcefully grasped her shoulder. She struggled to break free, but her strength was insufficient against his grip. With anger in her eyes, she demanded, "What do you want?" "This is a society governed by law." Laughing mockingly, Zheng Manfu, emboldened by alcohol, replied, "Law? I doubt you would dare to report me." Before he could finish, a hand emerged from behind Sun Ce, seizing Zheng Manfu's fingers. With a sharp crack and a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, the entire dining hall fell silent. Lin Feng stood resolutely behind Sun Ce, his gaze unwavering and fierce. "I care not who you are, but you shall not treat Miss Sun in this manner," he declared coldly. Releasing his grip, Zheng Manfu clutched his injured fingers, wailing in pain. The other patrons in the restaurant were taken aback, casting curious glances. Sun Ce was equally surprised. She had not expected Lin Feng to appear at this moment and come to her aid. Grateful, she looked at him and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Feng smiled gently. "No need for thanks. I merely did what was right." He turned to Zheng Manfu, warning, "Should you dare to harass Sun Ce again, you will pay dearly for it." With that, he took Sun Ce's hand and exited the restaurant. Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter with Sun Ce. Leaving Zheng Manfu alone to writhe in agony in the hall, the other patrons of the restaurant pointed and whispered, leaving him utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was escorting Sun Ce towards the hotel lobby. "Mr. Lin, I am truly grateful to you. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I really wouldn't know what I would have done." Sun Ce expressed her heartfelt gratitude, looking earnestly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled gently and shook his head. "Miss Sun, you are too kind. I merely acted as any decent person would. No one could stand by and watch you being bullied." As they conversed, they arrived at the lobby, where Lin Feng arranged a room for Sun Ce to rest for the night. "Mr. Lin, I cannot thank you enough for tonight. Without your help, I might have faced unforeseen dangers." Sun Ce reiterated her appreciation. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Sun, really, you are too gracious. I believe there are still many righteous individuals in this world, ready to lend a hand in critical moments. Rest well tonight. Everything will be better by tomorrow." Sun Ce nodded appreciatively, casting a grateful glance at Lin Feng before entering her room. Having bid farewell to Sun Ce, Lin Feng returned to his own quarters. Although he felt a strong intrigue towards her, he understood that such a woman should not be pursued recklessly. An overly bold approach would likely sour the delicate rapport they had just begun to establish. As the apocalypse quietly loomed, in this era fraught with crisis and uncertainty, he found himself in greater need of a skilled physician like Sun Ce. Her medical expertise would become an invaluable asset for his survival in these dire times. Furthermore, as resources grew increasingly scarce, Lin Feng believed he would have ample opportunities to cultivate a deeper connection with her. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. What was the matter? Was he so accustomed to the company of women that he could not rest without one by his side? This thought brought to mind Li Mei and Tang Weiwei, whose fiery passion had always ensnared him in blissful indulgence. Having grown accustomed to their tender embraces, the sudden void beside him felt disconcerting. He took out his phone and attempted to call Tang Weiwei and Li Mei, but regrettably, neither was in haining to keep him company. Setting his phone down, he prepared to attempt sleep once more. Just then, his phone chimed with an incoming call. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was Sun Yu. Lin Feng paused for a moment before answering. "What is it?" he inquired. I have something to discuss regarding Zhao Ting." Sun Yu's voice came through the line. "All right, go ahead. I'm listening," Lin Feng replied. "Let's meet in person." "It's not convenient to talk over the phone," Sun Yu suggested. Lin Feng hesitated, knowing Sun Yu's intentions were to draw closer to him. "Fine, I'll send you the address. Just come over." After hanging up, Lin Feng located a quiet bar nearby and sent the address to Sun Yu. Before long, she arrived, dressed in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves. Yet, despite her confidence in her appearance, she paled in comparison to Sun Ce's innate grace. With a smile, she approached Lin Feng and sat across from him. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Lin Feng." Lin Feng raised his gaze, briefly intrigued by her attire. But it was just a fleeting moment. "Let us get to the point. What happened with Zhao Ting?" he stated directly. Feigning surprise, Sun Yu pouted. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let us share a couple of drinks first." Lin Feng remained unperturbed, indulging in a few drinks with Sun Yu as they engaged in light conversation. After several glasses, Sun Yu began to feel tipsy, her gaze hazy as she looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, did you know? I have liked you for a long time. I have expressed my feelings before. But you rejected me. I understand it was because of Zhao Ting. But now that you two are divorced, could you give me a chance?" she implored. "I promise. I will love you wholeheartedly, unlike Zhao Ting." "A green tea bitch," speaking of love so shamelessly. Lin Feng felt no surprise at her words. This was clearly her motive for meeting him. Let us be honest, we are both adults, and we have known each other for years. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Hearing you speak of love is utterly laughable, he retorted without mercy. Sun Yu fell into an awkward silence, taken aback by Lin Feng's bluntness. She attempted to defend herself. Lin Feng, listen to me. I simply had met anyone worthy of my commitment until now. Over the years, I have seen how you treated Zhao Ting, and I believe you are a man worth trusting for life. Lin Feng scoffed. Let us move on. Let us talk about Zhao Ting. Realizing she needed to tread carefully to avoid repelling Lin Feng, Sun Yu sighed. Zhao Ting has given up on the idea of reconciling with you. Recently, she has been processing a mortgage loan for her house, planning to undergo plastic surgery. Honestly, what she chooses to do with her life is of no concern to me. No matter what she does, we will never reconcile. I'm leaving now. With that, Lin Feng stood and exited the bar. Sun Yu remained seated, staring blankly at Lin Feng and Appo's retreating figure, her heart heavy with disappointment and resentment. Yet she understood that some matters could not be forced. With a sigh, she downed her drink and quietly left the bar. As she stepped outside, the night had enveloped the city. Just as she was about to depart, she unexpectedly spotted Lin Feng standing not far away, engaged in an intimate conversation with a voluptuous woman. The woman in Appo's curvaceous form was accentuated by her tight attire, igniting a surge of jealousy within Sun Yu. Indeed, the woman conversing with Lin Feng was his personal trainer from the gym, Lin Wan and Appo's. An unsettling feeling washed over Sun Yu. She did not wish to appear overly dramatic before Lin Feng, nor did she feel entitled to intervene in his affairs. Thus, she suppressed her jealousy and refrained from approaching immediately. Chapter 14. A surge of passion. Sun Yu discreetly extracted her phone and stealthily captured a photograph before swiftly departing from the scene. At that moment, Lin Feng was equally surprised to encounter Lin Wanner in this unexpected setting. He gazed at the alluring woman before him, a hint of astonishment in his eyes, and inquired, Coach Lin, at such a late hour, where are you headed? With a playful smile, Lin Wanner responded, It's after work hours now. You may call me Wanner. I'm merely indulging myself because you left me all alone at the gym this morning, so I decided to have a drink. Her unsteady demeanor exuded a potent scent of alcohol, clearly indicating she had consumed quite a bit. How much have you had to drink? Allow me to escort you home, Lin Feng said, noticing her precarious balance. He quickly moved to support her. Lin Wanner leaned into his embrace and teased, Are we going to your place or mine? Goodness. Are you trying to tempt me into mischief? I am not the kind of man to let such an opportunity slip away, Lin Feng chuckled, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. My home is undergoing renovations, so I've booked a presidential suite at a nearby hotel. Why don't you join me? A flicker of surprise danced in Lin Wanner's eyes at his proposition. She nodded, her voice trembling with anticipation as she replied, All right, I'll come with you. But you mustn't take advantage of me. As they journeyed, Lin Wanner seemed utterly enchanted by the effects of the alcohol, her body pressing against Lin Feng's. The allure in her slightly intoxicated gaze sent his heart racing. He could distinctly feel her softness against him, igniting a feverish desire that coursed through his veins. Despite his efforts to remain composed, his inner longing continued to swell, creating a torturous tension until they finally arrived at the hotel room. Upon entering, Lin Feng gently placed Lin Wanner onto the sofa. Please, sit here for a moment while I take a shower. I'm drenched in sweat, he said. Yet, just as he turned to leave, Lin Wanner unexpectedly grasped his hand, her eyes sparkling with expectation. She softly proposed, How about we shower together? The next morning, Sun Yu hurriedly sprang from her bed, eager to rush to Zhao Ting's home. Upon opening the door, Zhao Ting raised an eyebrow at the sight of Sun Yu. Drenched in perspiration. What else with the frantic energy this early in the day? Sun Yu plopped onto the sofa, panting heavily as she gulped down a glass of water to quell her nervousness. With a serious expression, she declared, Ting Ting, I have something important to discuss with you. And you must brace yourself. Zhao Ting sensed the gravity in Sun Yu's demeanor and felt a wave of concern. What significant event has transpired? Taking a deep breath, Sun Yu retrieved her phone and displayed a photograph of Lin Feng with Lin Wanner that she had taken the previous night. Last night, I inadvertently saw Lin Feng with another woman. Look at her figure. That curvaceous physique is undoubtedly a weapon to captivate any man. Zhao Ting took the phone, her gaze fixated on the photograph of Lin Wanner. She couldn't deny that the woman's figure was indeed the epitome of every man's fantasy. Her physique must be the result of rigorous training. I'm running out of time, Zhao Ting exclaimed anxiously. Sun Yu rolled her eyes at Zhao Ting's naivety. Are you foolish? Weren't you planning to undergo cosmetic surgery? What kind of physique can't be achieved? You need to act fast. If Lin Feng marries someone else, your chances will vanish. Sun Yu's intentions were far from altruistic. She sought to disrupt Lin Feng's connection with other women, allowing her more time to pursue him. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting's parents overheard their conversation. Li Huiwan quickly interjected, Old Zhao, did you hear that? We must mortgage the house so Ting Ting can get her surgery. Otherwise, Lin Feng will truly be snatched away by those vixens. Zhao Jiangwo remained silent, absorbed in his thoughts. This house was their family's sole asset. If Zhao Ting underwent surgery and Lin Feng still refused to remarry her, they would be left without a home. Yet, failing to retrieve Lin Feng would mean they could barely afford to eat. In this precarious situation, Zhao Jiangwo crushed his cigarette but underfoot and resolutely declared, Damn it. I'll mortgage the house right now. Seated in a wheelchair, Zhang Chong glared at Zhao Ting's family, fury boiling within him. You lot think only about pleasing Lin Feng, don't you? You've made me this way, and now want to evade responsibility? He shouted. Mark my words, I will haunt you even in death. Zhao Ting approached Zhang Chong and slapped him twice across the face, seething, Be quiet. If it weren't for you, would Lin Feng have divorced me? In that moment, Zhao Ting directed all blame at Zhang Chong, conveniently forgetting her own betrayal of Lin Feng. She had long wanted to rid herself of him, but his potential legal threats kept her tethered to him. Once she reconciled with Lin Feng, she intended to use him to compensate Zhang Chong before casting him aside. Zhang Chong could only endure the humiliation in silence, aware of his diminished status. Under the combined pressure of Zhao Ting and Li Huiwan, Zhao Jiangwo, in a state of desperation, secured a loan from a loan shark, mortgaging their home for half its market value. Soon after, Sun Yu led Zhao Ting, now armed with 500,000, to a private cosmetic surgery center on the outskirts of the city. As Zhao Ting observed the modest entrance, trepidation filled her heart. She hesitated and asked, Yu, do you think this place is reliable? It feels a bit dubious. Sun Yu, noticing Zhao Ting's anxiety, assured her with a smile. Oh, rest easy. Given our relationship, would I deceive you? Don't let the small facade fool you. The surgeons here are exceptionally skilled. If it weren't for my connections with the owner, such a procedure would cost at least $1 million. Now, let us go inside. Chapter 15. Acceptance of the safe house. As Zhao Ting observed the unwavering confidence radiating from Sun Yu, her apprehensions began to ease somewhat. Following Sun Yu into the cosmetic center, she silently prayed that this choice would grant her a new lease on life. However, unbeknownst to Zhao Ting, this establishment lacked even the most basic operating credentials, and the proficiency of its doctors varied significantly. Moreover, Sun Yu had pocketed a hefty kickback of 200,000. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the events unfolding with Zhao Ting, and even if he were aware, he would not have cared. For the past few days, he had been residing at the shop, luxuriating in the tender affections of Lin Wanner. Reflecting on his past matrimonial life with Zhao Ting, a ripple of nostalgia stirred within him. During that time, Zhao Ting had often approached their relationship with a sense of obligation, rendering their intimacy increasingly mundane, which diminished Lin Feng's interest. However, his interactions with Lin Wanner were entirely different. She was fiery and proactive, her voluptuous form akin to a single-cylinder engine revving with energy, perpetually in motion. One day, Lin Feng received a call from Gao Gang, notifying him that the safe house was complete and ready for inspection. With that, he bid farewell to Lin Wanner, with whom he had shared several days, and drove back to his residence. Gao Gang guided Lin Feng into the newly constructed safe house, each step revealing meticulous attention to detail. Upon entering, Lin Feng was astounded by the exquisite design and cutting-edge technology within. The Xingsheng company had indeed exceeded expectations, accomplishing the task in a remarkably short time while achieving perfection in every aspect. Observe this alloy panel, Gao Gang remarked. With a thickness of 30 centimeters, it can withstand various impacts. Yet from the outside, no alterations are visible. This is our expertise. Lin Feng nodded in approval, finding satisfaction in the understated luxury. The ventilation system is of military-grade caliber, ensuring that no harmful gases can infiltrate. Additionally, the heating system has undergone a comprehensive upgrade, guaranteeing comfort in any weather. As Lin Feng stepped out onto the balcony, a massive floor-to-ceiling window caught his attention. He reached out to touch it, finding the material remarkably sturdy. This window was not only bulletproof and explosion-proof, but also filtered out the majority of ultraviolet rays while providing an unobstructed view. Thus, one could bask in the sun while ensuring safety. Subsequently, Gao Gang led Lin Feng to the living room and activated a switch on the wall. Instantly, a multitude of surveillance feeds appeared on the walls, showcasing the entire villa's monitoring system, consisting of 100 high-definition cameras with comprehensive coverage. You can observe every corner at any time, ensuring your safety, Gao Gang explained. Additionally, you can connect to the monitoring system via your mobile device. As Lin Feng surveyed the surveillance feeds, he couldn't help but admire Gao Gang's meticulousness and consideration. Such a surveillance system undoubtedly provided a fortified assurance for his safety. Finally, Gao Gang produced a document, formally requesting Lin Feng's signature and the payment of the remaining balance. Despite their close relationship, they maintained a clear boundary in business matters. Lin Feng smiled as he signed his name and subsequently transferred the final payment via bank transfer. Sitting on the sofa and surveying his new home, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction and tranquility. This safe house would offer him ample protection in the face of impending chaos. The sound of the doorbell interrupted Lin Feng's reverie. Approaching the display screen on the wall, he saw Sun Siyu standing outside the villa, holding a fruit basket and wearing a gentle smile. Lin Feng opened the door, inviting Sun Siyu inside. After they settled on the sofa, he poured her a cup of tea. Sun Siyu glanced around, admiring the unique decor of Lin Feng and Oppo's new abode, particularly the steel plate embellishments and the central fireplace, which sparked her curiosity. Recalling recent rumors about Lin Feng's substantial food purchases, she couldn't help but feel perplexed. Tentatively, she inquired, "Mr. Lin, I've heard you've recently acquired a significant amount of supplies. Is there a particular reason for this?" Lin Feng paused slightly, meeting Sun Siyu's inquisitive gaze, aware that she had likely caught wind of some gossip. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to share some information. Taking a deep breath, his expression grew resolute. "Doctor, Sun, to be candid, I have indeed received some news. It is said that an unprecedented cold wave is approaching." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Sun Siyu's eyes. Gazing into Lin Feng's earnest countenance, she recognized he was not jesting. "Mr. Lin, I believe you. I also think it's wise to prepare in advance. By the way, do you need any medications? I work at the hospital and might be able to assist you in procuring some." Lin Feng felt a surge of joy at her offer, realizing this was the help he desperately required. He looked into Sun Siyu's caring eyes, recognizing her genuine desire to assist him. "Dr. Sun, I truly appreciate it. I do need some specific medications, particularly antibiotics and prescription drugs. You know how difficult these are to obtain on the market." Sun Siyu nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. Though these medications are strictly regulated, I will do my utmost to help you connect. It should not be a significant problem." Sun Siyu intended to repay Lin Feng's kindness through this means. Gratefully, Lin Feng regarded her, aware that her assistance carried immense significance for him. "Dr. Sun, I cannot thank you enough. As long as I can acquire the medications, price is not a concern. The more, the better." After bidding farewell to Lin Feng, Sun Siyu promptly returned home and sprang into action. Thanks to her relentless efforts, she successfully sourced the medications Lin Feng required. Excitedly, she relayed the good news to him, providing detailed information about the pickup location. This batch of medications was undoubtedly a lifeline for Lin Feng. When he arrived at the designated location, his face radiated uncontainable joy upon seeing a truck brimming with supplies. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Feng decided to purchase the entire truck. He drove it to a secluded area, concealing both the vehicle and its precious cargo within his own space. With the issue of medications resolved, a significant weight lifted from Lin Feng's shoulders. As the apocalypse loomed, medical institutions would inevitably descend into chaos, and the scarcity of medications would be more lethal than anything else. With this ample stockpile of medicines, he felt as if he wielded a sword to combat the impending disaster. What further reassured Lin Feng was not only the availability of these medications but also the presence of a doctor like Sun Siyu by his side. With the dual assurance of Sun Siyu and the medications, Lin Feng's health was more secure than ever. He understood that in this world teetering on the brink of collapse, possessing a healthy body was the greatest wealth of all. Chapter 16. Neither human nor ghost. On the following morning, Lin Feng, as usual, intended to head to the gym for his workout. Upon stepping outside his door, he noticed a curled-up figure quietly lying on the ground. Frowning slightly, he attempted to discern the identity of this ambiguous object. Cautiously, he approached the entrance. And as he slowly opened the door, the figure seemed startled, suddenly shifting, which nearly caused Lin Feng to jump back in alarm. What on earth is this? He hurriedly took a couple of steps back, maintaining a safe distance. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, the figure gradually stood up, and he was taken aback once more. For the object before him turned out to be a person, more precisely, a woman. Is this really a person? A woman? Lin Feng's astonishment was entirely justified, as the woman appeared utterly bizarre. Her mouth was crooked, her eyes askew, and her entire face was contorted beyond recognition. The asymmetry in her chest was striking, with the left side noticeably smaller than the right, while her backside bore an odd square shape, resembling the aftermath of a hammer's blow. Had she not suddenly risen? Lin Feng could scarcely have imagined this to be a human being. He stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes wide open in sheer disbelief as he stared at this peculiar woman. The woman stood still, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng, her voice weak and trembling. Lin Feng, it's me, Zhao. Please help me. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening as disbelief washed over him. This grotesque figure was once the Zhao he had known? They had shared 5 years of life together, and he was intimately familiar with her voice and laughter. Yet now, the woman before him evoked feelings of strangeness and fear. Her face was so distorted, her skin taut, as if pulled by some unseen force. A memory flashed through Lin Feng and Oppo's mind. Zhao had once mentioned her desire for plastic surgery. Was this the outcome of a botched procedure? A wave of inexplicable anger and disgust surged within him. He had treated Zhao with kindness, yet she had betrayed him, betrayed their love. Now, facing this fate, one might say she deserved it. However, Lin Feng had no intention of showing her mercy because of her misfortune. The deep anguish in his heart would not diminish in the slightest due to her plight. He was determined to ensure that Zhao paid dearly for her actions, leaving her in a state of torment. He slowly approached Zhao, his eyes glinting with cold ruthlessness. Zhao, do you think I would help you? You should have anticipated this outcome when you betrayed me. Zhao body trembled even more violently at his words. She seemed to want to say something, yet her lips quivered and failed to form any words. The fear and despair in her eyes brought Lin Feng a sense of dark satisfaction. However, I won't let you die so easily. I will make you experience the torment of being unable to live or die, so you can comprehend the cost of your betrayal. Lin Feng's words pierced Zhao heart like a barrage of sharp arrows. She attempted to step forward, her hands shaking as she reached out for Lin Feng, desperate to grasp his arm, pleading for his forgiveness and aid. Lin Feng, I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Zhao voice was laced with sobs, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm begging you, help me. I don't want to be like this. I truly don't. Yet Lin Feng remained indifferent, coldly watching her as he forcefully shrugged off her grasp. Zhao stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground. The despair and rage swelling within her made it impossible for her to control her emotions. Lin Feng, how can you be so heartless? I have become this way because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have walked this path. Lin Feng regarded Zhao with a chilling gaze, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You chose this path for yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Yet, your current state seems quite fitting for that useless Zhang Chong. Zhao heart sank at the mention of Zhang Chong, deepening her woes. She was burdened with the presence of that useless man at home, and now, having transformed into this wretched being, with their house mortgaged to loan sharks, she realized that without Lin Feng's assistance, her family could only await their demise. With a thud, Zhao fell to her knees before Lin Feng. Tears streamed down her face as she wept inconsolably. Lin Feng, for the sake of our 5 years together, please help me. I don't ask for you to remarry me. Just lend me some money to get through this crisis, and I promise to repay you double. Lin Feng observed Zhao pitiful state, yet his heart remained unmoved. He maintained his expression of indifference, replying coolly, Here we go again. Do you think this will work? Not even your father kneeling before me would change anything. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Zhao alone on her knees, forsaken. Zhao glared at Lin Feng's retreating figure, a flicker of fierce determination flashing in her eyes. She clenched her teeth, vowing to make Lin Feng pay for his cruelty. Lin Feng, if you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will ensure you do not find peace. Lin Feng paid little heed to Zhao appearance. In his view, the temperature would soon plummet, rendering her incapable of causing any significant upheaval. However, he was currently faced with 2 pressing dilemmas, fuel and firearms. As for the issue of firearms, Lin Feng had temporarily relinquished a search. Although the crossbow in his possession lacked the firepower of a gun, it was sufficient to handle most situations in this apocalyptic world. He decided to focus his attention on sourcing fuel, hoping to secure more firearms in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Fuel was of paramount importance to Lin Feng. He understood that in this desolate world, fuel was essential for sustaining life. However, due to stringent fuel controls, acquiring a substantial amount was no easy feat to address this. Lin Feng made a point to visit dozens of gas stations after his workout. Ultimately, after much effort, he succeeded in purchasing only 200 liters of fuel. A mere drop in the bucket for a generator, which would be depleted in just a few days. Upon reaching the last gas station, Lin Feng inadvertently overheard two truck drivers whispering nearby. "Hey, I heard from old Wang yesterday that there's a logistics park not far ahead with a privately operated gas station. The fuel prices there are considerably cheaper." "Really? Then why are we fueling up here? Let's head over there and take a look." Chapter 17. Fuel. A spark of realization ignited within Lin Feng. He recognized that this could be the key to resolving his fuel dilemma. He hastily returned to his vehicle, ignited the engine, and stealthily followed behind two trucks. After traversing a considerable distance, they finally arrived at the logistics park. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. Lin Feng parked his car in a concealed spot, observing quietly. The two large trucks halted in front of the gas station, initiating a lengthy refueling process. Lin Feng estimated that they spent over an hour to fill up completely. Patiently, he waited until he confirmed the trucks had departed. Only then did he exit his car and briskly make his way to the gas station. Inside, he spotted an elderly man in his 50s, seated in the lounge, appearing somewhat impatient. "Hello, I would like to refuel," Lin Feng said. The old man glanced up at him expressionlessly and replied, "We're closed for the day." Lin Feng's heart sank, but he did not abandon hope. He attempted to engage the old man in conversation, explaining his needs. However, the old man remained silent, pulling out a bottle of liquor from beneath the table and savoring it alone. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng prepared to leave. Just as he was about to return to his car, a voice called out from behind him, "Hey there, looks like you Haven and Oppos. Tea filled up yet?" Turning around, Lin Feng saw a middle-aged man in work attire approaching. He offered a cigarette to the man, saying, "Yes, this old fellow is quite stubborn. Do you happen to know him? Could you help me persuade him?" The man took the cigarette, inhaled its scent lightly, and replied, "This old Wang is notoriously obstinate. Once the closing time hits, not even the boss can sway him. However, he has a fondness for liquor. If you're in a hurry, you might consider buying him a couple of good bottles, and he will surely accommodate you." Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the suggestion. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Forget it. The amount of fuel I need isn't worth the price of his drinks." With that, Lin Feng bid farewell to the man and drove out of the park. However, he did not venture far. Instead, he parked in a hidden location. Inspired by the man's words, Lin Feng devised a plan. If executed successfully, it could yield a substantial quantity of fuel. In the cover of darkness, he meticulously navigated around all surveillance cameras, skillfully scaling the wall to enter the logistics park. The area was shrouded in darkness and silence, save for the faint lights of the gas station in the distance. Lin Feng approached the gas station cautiously, wary of alarming anyone. Peering through the window, he observed the old man sitting in the lounge with his nearly empty bottle of liquor and a bowl of peanuts. Clearly having indulged himself, Lin Feng couldn't help but admire the old man's capacity for drink. He had consumed an entire gin of liquor on his own. From his own stash, Lin Feng retrieved 2 bottles of premium erguotu and a plate of fragrant marinated beef. He thought to himself that someone of the old man's age would surely have an affinity for traditional liquor, though his space contained an abundance of seafood. He opted for the beef out of consideration for the old man's tastes. He placed the liquor and beef conspicuously at the entrance of the gas station, then hurled a bottle of erguotu towards the lounge door. The bottle shattered upon impact, splattering its contents. The sudden noise startled the old man, who had not anticipated such an event. He quickly reacted, rising to turn on all the lights in the gas station to discern the cause of the commotion. As he stepped outside, the aroma of the liquor filled the air, mingling with the shards of glass scattered on the ground. Frowning, he called out, "Who is there? Show yourself. You can end Oppos. He just wastes things like this." He scanned the surroundings but found no one in sight. Kneeling, he cautiously examined the spilled liquor, even tasting a bit left behind. His eyes brightened with surprise. "Damn, this is pure erguotu. Who knows me so well to bring me this?" The old man stood up, instinctively following the scent of the liquor toward the entrance, where 2 pristine bottles of erguotu awaited him, accompanied by a plate of enticing marinated beef. His eyes widened with disbelief as he quickened his pace, gingerly picking up a bottle, as if savoring its familiarity. This is fine liquor, and the beef is top-notch. Unable to resist, he uncorked a bottle of erguotu and inhaled deeply, reveling in its robust fragrance. He then glanced around, attempting to locate the generous benefactor. Yet, the night remained silent, void of any signs of life. Scratching his head in confusion, the old man mused aloud, "What a strange person. Offering such fine liquor and beef but remaining unseen. However, since you understand my taste so well, I shall indulge." With that, he returned to the lounge, ready to relish this unexpected feast. As Lin Feng observed from his concealed vantage point, a satisfied smile crept onto his face. "I can and Oppos, T believe 3 gene of liquor 1 and Oppos, T bring you down." He remained hidden in the shadows, fixated on the old man and Oppos' every move. True to Lin Feng and Oppos' predictions, the ergo 2 and marinated beef were perfectly suited to the old man and Oppos' palate. In less than 10 minutes, half a bottle had vanished. The old man and Oppos' complexion grew rosy, his gaze becoming increasingly unfocused, clearly intoxicated. Finally, as the last drops of liquor were consumed, the old man could no longer maintain his composure, toppling from his chair. He struggled to rise several times but ultimately succumbed, sprawling helplessly on the floor. Lin Feng could not discern his expression nor whether he had merely fallen asleep or succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Lin Feng set aside his uncertainty. He swiftly donned a loose outfit from his space, concealing his head and body to avoid detection by the gas station's cameras. After a thorough search, Lin Feng located the underground fuel storage tanks. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to siphon the fuel from all 4 tanks into his space. By the time Lin Feng returned home, dawn had fully broken, and he marveled at how he had acquired fuel in such an unconventional manner. Chapter 18. The coming of the apocalypse. Indifference enveloped him. Merely 3 days remained until the apocalypse. In such a short span, it was unlikely that anyone could trace the events back to him. Lin Feng had toiled through the night, utterly exhausted, and finally collapsed onto his bed, plunging into a deep slumber. Yet, on the opposite side of the gas station, a tempest brewed. Oldly sat vacantly in his chair. As if struck by a heavy blow, his vitality extinguished. In response to the police's inquiries, he could only repeatedly utter the words, "I don't know," his voice tinged with a tremor of helplessness. The officers were equally perplexed. They reviewed the gas station's surveillance footage meticulously. Indeed, in the early hours, a shadowy figure stealthily entered the gas station, moving swiftly and cautiously, as if in search of something. Strangely, the figure entered empty-handed and exited in the same manner, leaving no indication of what had been taken. The officers furrowed their brows, their minds swirling with confusion. If the shadow had indeed stolen 4 large canisters of fuel, it would be an absurdity, for the footage revealed no evidence of any theft. They began to question whether the tanks were devoid of fuel or if there were management issues at the gas station. Ultimately, the police concluded that the tanks were indeed empty. This revelation left Oldley in stunned disbelief. He could not have anticipated such an outcome. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, lost in dreams, wore a faint smile of triumph, as if everything lay within his grasp. Upon awakening, Lin Feng felt rejuvenated, as though the world had been reborn. He quickly rose and approached the window, flinging it open to welcome a refreshing breeze that enveloped him in comfort. Back inside, Lin Feng commenced a thorough inspection of the supplies he had meticulously prepared. He counted each item, ensuring that nothing was amiss. As he gazed upon the well-stocked provisions, a sense of reassurance and satisfaction filled his heart. Additionally, he had specially ordered 2 snowmobiles to facilitate travel in the impending apocalypse. However, despite most supplies being ready, the issue of firearms remained unresolved. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the paramount importance of weapons in a world on the brink of collapse. Yet, he also understood the perils of venturing out in search of them, as danger lurked at every corner. Thus, he resolved to temporarily set aside the matter of firearms, intending to pursue it when the opportunity arose. For the time being, he possessed a crossbow, a sufficient means of defense against unforeseen circumstances. In recent days, Tang Weiwei and Li Mei had persistently attempted to reach Lin Feng, only to be met with polite refusals on his part, each time accompanied by various excuses. During their exchanges, Lin Feng had hinted at the imminent drop in temperature. However, they seemed to dismiss his warnings, perceiving them as mere pretexts to distance themselves from him. Lin Feng felt helpless. He had done his best to alert them, but if they chose not to believe him, there was little he could do. Given their different neighborhoods, he surmised that their chances of meeting again were slim. To him, they might simply be fleeting figures in his life's journey. At that moment, Sun Siyu reached out to Lin Feng with a message. "Mr. Lin, regarding the cold front you mentioned, when is it expected to arrive? I have stored a considerable amount of food, but some items are nearing their expiration date, and I'm uncertain whether to discard them early." Lin Feng was taken aback by her concern for his words. "Miss Sun, please ensure that any expired food is replaced promptly to avoid health risks." According to reliable sources, A significant drop in temperature will occur tonight. Please take necessary precautions to stay warm and safe. Should any unusual circumstances arise, do not hesitate to contact me immediately. Lin Feng understood that survival in the apocalypse often outweighed all other concerns. His heightened vigilance over Sun Siyu's safety was not merely due to her beauty. He valued her identity as a doctor. In a world fraught with uncertainty and peril, her medical expertise represented a crucial layer of security. He recognized that while he might not require her skills directly, it was essential to have them at his disposal. Better to prepare for the storm than to mend the roof after the rain. After their conversation concluded, Lin Feng sat quietly in his room, his fingers gently stroking the hound beside him, affectionately named Airline. This hound had been meticulously trained at great expense. Its sole purpose straightforward, to serve as his protector and safeguard his well-being. The intricacies of human nature were beyond his understanding in this unpredictable world. Trust and loyalty among people had become increasingly fragile. In contrast, dogs harbored no complex emotions or greed. As long as they were provided with adequate food and affection, they would remain steadfastly loyal, unwavering in their devotion. The impending apocalypse weighed heavily on Lin Feng and Apos' heart, akin to a stone pressing down upon him. Having been reborn, he had endured the brutalities of a previous apocalypse, and the looming disaster filled him with profound anxiety and trepidation. He could not help but ponder whether his rebirth could alter the course of events. Was it possible that the apocalypse might not come to pass? Yet, such thoughts were mere fanciful illusions in his mind. Lin Feng anxiously watched the clock on the wall, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. His heartbeat quickened with each passing moment. He vividly recalled that on this very day in his previous life, the temperature had plummeted sharply from 9 p.m. onward, enveloping the world in a blanket of ice and snow overnight. Lin Feng rose and approached the window, gazing skyward. Flakes of snow descended, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. The chill wind swept into the room, bearing an unprecedented coldness that enveloped him. He hurriedly closed the window, yet the indoor temperature continued to plummet at a visible rate. Residing in a southern city, he had never before experienced such frigid weather. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. He had long been prepared for this eventuality. He retrieved the wood and coal he had meticulously gathered, igniting the fireplace, the flames dancing within the hearth, radiating warmth. Simultaneously, he activated the air circulation system, allowing the indoor air to flow, gradually raising the temperature. In no time, the interior warmth climbed back to a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius, creating an inviting atmosphere. In such a setting, a steaming late-night meal would undoubtedly be the perfect choice. Chapter 19. Humiliation. Lin Feng entered the kitchen, retrieving the hot pot base from the space, along with an array of fresh vegetables, meat slices, and seafood. He meticulously washed each ingredient before placing them into the pot to commence cooking. Before long, a steaming pot of hot pot was set before the floor-to-ceiling window. The snow fell heavier, quickly transforming the ground of the community into a blanket of pristine white. Located in the warm southern region, Painting rarely witnessed snowfall, let alone such a heavy flurry. At this moment, the residents of the community seemed to be awakened to their childhood innocence by the sudden snowfall, pouring out of their homes to frolic in the snow. Laughter echoing through the chilly winds. However, Lin Feng, seated by the window, wore an unusually profound expression. Ah, you still find time to play. Unaware that a storm awaits you. This blizzard is merely the precursor to disaster. The ignorant populace has yet to realize the impending plight, and by the time they do, they may well lose the courage to survive. Just then, a bright ring shattered his reverie. He glanced down to find a message from Sun Siyu. Opening it, he discerned her tone brimming with excitement and curiosity. Mr. Lin, your prediction was spot on. It's truly cold. I've never seen snow in my life. From her words, Lin Feng could vividly imagine her flushed face brimming with exhilaration. He felt compelled to caution her. Miss Sun, this is merely the beginning. The drop in temperature will persist for quite some time. Do not underestimate it. Be sure to take precautions, not only against the cold front, but also against potential threats to your supplies. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, the excitement within Sun Siyu gradually ebbed, replaced by a tinge of unease. She finally grasped the severity lurking behind the snowfall, hastily locking every door and window in her home. Yet, even with the doors secured, she could not entirely stave off the fear within her. As a frail woman, she felt utterly powerless in the face of such calamity. All she could do was pray for the cold front to pass swiftly, restoring her life to normalcy. Simultaneously, she silently expressed her gratitude to Lin Feng for his timely warning that allowed her to prepare. Suddenly, a wave of warmth washed over Lin Feng. He glanced at the thermometer in bewilderment, noticing the needle had risen to 30 degrees Celsius. This starkly contrasted with the biting cold outside, creating an illusion of two entirely different worlds. Frowning, he rose and approached the fireplace, carefully adjusting the flame. The fire gradually softened, allowing the indoor temperature to descend to a comfortable level. At that moment, Long, who had been quietly lying on the floor, abruptly lifted its head, staring out the window, emitting urgent barks. Lin Feng was drawn to its reaction, following its gaze, and was taken aback. How does Lang know that Zhao Ting's family is my adversary? Though this dog is usually clever, it cannot possibly comprehend human emotions. The direction Lang barked at revealed Zhao Ting's family pushing Zhang Chang through the snow. Their figures appeared desolate amidst the falling flakes, especially Zhao Ting, whose formerly beautiful visage was now unrecognizable, evoking a sense of pity. Had Zhao Ting finally come to terms with reality? Indeed, with her ghastly appearance, which man could still find her appealing? Such a rare opportunity to humiliate Zhao Ting's family would not escape Lin Feng's grasp. A cold smirk crept across his lips, and a surge of vengeful pleasure enveloped him. He swiftly retrieved a set of winter clothing from the space, donned it, and marched out of the villa with Lang in tow. The frigid air assailed him, yet Lin Feng felt no chill. His heart was consumed solely by animosity towards Zhao Ting's family. Upon stepping outside, Lang seemed to break free from restraint, bursting with excitement. It frolicked like a wild stallion in the snow, reveling in the beauty of the silver world. Lin Feng remained composed, advancing deliberately, his gaze resolute. He understood that while Lang played, it remained close by, ever ready for unforeseen circumstances. This unspoken bond and trust provided Lin Feng immense reassurance. As he walked, he kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. The figures of Zhao Ting's family emerged in his line of sight, appearing solitary and forlorn amidst the snow. Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle and quickened his pace towards them. Standing before them, he let his gaze pierce each face, deliberately slowing his speech to adopt a mocking tone. "Oh, Zhao Ting, isn't this your beloved? How pitiful he appears now, reliant on others to walk." Zhao Ting's complexion drained of color upon hearing Lin Feng's words. She bit her lip, striving to hold back tears, yet her body trembled uncontrollably, betraying her inner fear and rage. Zhang Chang sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Feng and attempted to defend Zhao Ting, but his words faltered into feeble justifications. "Why, you are going too far. We have already received our due punishment." Lin Feng scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "Your due punishment? Do you truly believe this is sufficient? Do not forget the transgressions you committed against me. I remember them vividly." His words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of Zhao Ting's family. Yet, Li Huiwan seemed to cling to a glimmer of hope. She hunched over, her voice tinged with desperation as she pleaded with Lin Feng. "Xia Feng." Ting acted impulsively back then. She has regretted it every day since, weeping endlessly. Please grant her a chance for redemption. You are well off. Just give a little money for her to undergo cosmetic surgery to restore her beauty, and give Zhang Chang some money to send him away. This amount is truly trivial for you. I promise Ting will treat you well moving forward." The Zhao family had reached a desperate juncture, with loan sharks repeatedly threatening them, instilling such terror that they scarcely dared to step outside. Today, emboldened by the snowfall, they ventured out for a breath of fresh air. In their eyes, Lin Feng had become their final lifeline. If he refused to lend assistance, they were utterly at a loss for how to confront the loan shark's demands, likely to witness their eviction and subsequent plight. However, they remained oblivious to the impending apocalypse. Survival itself was becoming a challenge, and the loan sharks would soon have no inclination to pursue them. Chapter 20. The ferocious Lin Feng was acutely aware of their predicament, yet he had no intention of offering any counsel. On the contrary, he sought to immerse them in fear, compelling them to confront the looming threat of the apocalypse at every turn. He responded to Li Huan with a cold sneer. "Your family truly possesses an astounding audacity. What connection do we share now? Do you expect me to part with my money to assist you? Spare me your delusions. Just look at your daughter Zhao Ting in her current state. Even if she were to offer me money, I wouldn't spare her a second glance." The failure of Zhao Ting's cosmetic surgery was undoubtedly a significant blow to her, rendering her unable to reclaim her former beauty, which filled her with profound anguish. Lin Feng's words merely poured salt into her wounds, causing her heart to twist in agony. She lowered her head, silent tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart heavy with boundless regret and despair. Observing Zhao Ting's pitiful demeanor, Zhang Chang felt a surge of delight within, akin to flowers blooming in spring. Yet he dared not reveal a hint of it on his face. During this time, he had been treading on eggshells in the Zhao household, enduring humiliation and torment at every moment. Had he not cleverly threatened the Zhao family that he would unhesitatingly pursue legal action against them all if they dared to cast him out? He might have already found himself heartlessly abandoned on the streets. At this moment, he yearned to present himself as a true man, hoping to alter the Zhao family's perception of him. However, the sight of the menacing Erling by Lin Feng's side caused all his courage to dissipate like leaves in a chilling wind. The words he had mustered to voice were once again choked back, as if an invisible hand had grasped his throat tightly. Yet Zhao Jiangwo was different. He had discerned Lin Feng's intentions and understood that rekindling any affection between Lin Feng and Zhao Ting was beyond possibility. Given the circumstances, he resolved not to endure this humiliation any longer. Thus, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, exclaiming vehemently, "Lin Feng, you wretched scoundrel! How blind I was not to foresee your utter lack of humanity. Ting merely made a small mistake, yet you persist in holding it against her. Let me remind you. Do not think that your wealth makes you exceptional. Without you, our Zhao family can still thrive." As Zhao Jiangwo vented his fury, Li Hui once stood by, desperately attempting to restrain him, urging him to temper his words. However, Zhao Jiangwo was at the peak of his rage, rendering her efforts futile. This spectacle swiftly drew the attention of nearby neighbors, who gathered around to gossip. "Look at old Zhao. He is truly excessive. His own daughter misbehaves. And yet here he is, making a scene. How shameless. Ah, the Zhao family, you still don't know them? They can twist black into white. It seems we should keep our distance from them to avoid being embroiled in their troubles." Lin Feng remained unmoved, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He refrained from countering Zhao Jiangwo's tirade, for he knew that the public's eye is discerning, capable of unveiling the truth. Yet, Erling, perched beside Lin Feng, could no longer restrain itself, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in its eyes. It barked several times before lunging fiercely towards Zhao Jiangwo. Lin Feng, witnessing this, made no attempt to intervene, instead loosening his grip on the rope, allowing Erling to charge at Zhao Jiangwo. The sudden assault caught Zhao Jiangwo unprepared. He stumbled backward in panic, but the fury that consumed him clouded his judgment. He shouted loudly, attempting to ward off the ferocious dog. However, Erling, undeterred, bared its sharp teeth, lunging directly at Zhao Jiangwo's face. The neighbors, witnessing this chaos, gasped in shock. Some covered their mouths in fear, while others hurriedly retreated, terrified of being caught in the turmoil. Li Huiwan, pale with fright, clutched at Zhao Jiangwo, seeking to pull him away from Erling's path. Yet, Zhao Jiangwo's reflexes paled in comparison to Erling's agility. Though his movements were frantic, Erling's strike was swifter. In an instant, it pounced upon him like a tiger descending from the mountains, sending Zhao Jiangwo crashing to the ground with a pained grunt. Erling did not relent. It opened its jaws, revealing vicious fangs, and clamped down on Zhao Jiangwo's exposed nose. Zhao Jiangwo screamed in agony, struggling desperately to free himself from Erling's grip. But the creature's strength was overwhelming, leaving him utterly powerless. The neighbors, who had initially gathered to spectate and murmur, were now utterly terrified by the sudden turn of events. They screamed and scattered, fearing they too might fall victim to Erling's ferocity. In an instant, the once bustling community square was reduced to echoes of Zhao Jiangwo's anguished cries and Erling's fierce growls. Lin Feng stood resolutely, his gaze cold and unwavering, as though everything unfolded under his command. He made no move to stop Erling, for this was precisely what he wished to witness. He intended for Zhao Jiangwo to grasp that his actions had provoked Lin Feng, and he would not easily grant forgiveness. However, Lin Feng would not allow Erling to deliver a fatal blow. The apocalypse had only just begun, and it would be too lenient to see him perish so soon. Lin Feng needed Zhao Jiangwo alive to bear witness to his ascent and strength, enduring further suffering and torment. Thus, Lin Feng whistled gently, and Erling immediately halted its assault. Turning back to Lin Feng's side, its eyes radiated loyalty and reverence, as if to say, "Master, I have taught this old fool a lesson for you." The Zhao family finally emerged from their state of panic. Zhao Ting glared at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with resentment and indignation. "Lin Feng, it's one thing if you refuse to forgive me, but now you even unleash a dog on my father. I will sue you. And I won't stop until you are utterly impoverished." Zhao Ting viewed this as an opportune moment to take Lin Feng to court, seeking substantial compensation. In her eyes, if she could corner Lin Feng, he would inevitably relent and acquiesce to her demands. Did Lin Feng care for her threats? Absolutely not. Erling fixed its gaze on Zhao Ting, poised for another bout. Lin Feng, however, refrained from allowing Erling to attack again, gently patting its head to signal it to calm down. The humiliation inflicted upon the Zhao family was already sufficient. He could not yet allow them to harbor fear towards him. The apocalypse had just dawned, and he had ample time to toy with the Zhao family. With an air of nonchalance, he addressed Zhao Ting. You wish to sue me? Excellent. I welcome your endeavors. Is it merely money you seek? I await your arrival. Having said this, Lin Feng turned, leading Erling back towards his villa. Chapter 21. Seeking a lawyer, Zhao Ting supported Zhao Jiangwo as they navigated the crowded corridors of the hospital, grappling with the influx of patients suffering from sudden chills, colds, and flu. The hospital was already brimming with people. The doctor merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Jiangwo's wound, hastily administered a rabies vaccine, performed some basic bandaging, and impatiently urged them to leave. Zhao Ting was deeply dissatisfied with this treatment. She insisted on having her father admitted, hoping to leverage the situation to extort more money from Lin Feng. However, the doctor, unimpressed by the triviality of Zhao Jiangwo's injury, outright rejected her request and refused to arrange a bed. With no other option, Zhao Ting had to take her father home. Upon entering, the family, along with Zhang Cheng, gathered solemnly around the sofa, the atmosphere thick with tension. Zhang Cheng broke the silence, his voice resolute. That scoundrel Lin Feng is utterly inhuman. Allowing his dog to maul uncle like this. We cannot let him off the hook. His tone brimmed with anger, as if he longed to confront Lin Feng immediately. Yet, confined to a wheelchair, he could only vent his frustrations verbally. Unfazed by his words, Zhao Ting shot a glance at Zhang Cheng and scoffed. What a useless individual you are. If you were so capable, why didn't you show any spine back at the community square? Now that we're home, you choose to unleash your temper. At this rate, you're less than worthless. Zhang Cheng lowered his head in silence, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. He was acutely aware of his inconsequential status within the family, regarded as a mere burden. Isn't all of this your family's doing? If not, why would I be in this predicament? Yet, such thoughts remained buried deep within, for he dared not express them. He still relied on Zhao Ting's family for his livelihood and, at the very least, had a roof over his head here. At that moment, Li Huiwan interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. Enough of this pointless bickering. What matters now is devising a way to extract more money from Lin Feng. Those loan sharks are not to be trifled with. They could come knocking at any time, and we might lose our home. It's freezing outside. Where can we possibly go? I refuse to freeze to death out there. Li Huiwan had pinpointed the crux of their predicament, a concern that had long weighed heavily on their minds. The sudden cold snap not only plummeted the outdoor temperatures but also chilled their spirits. Zhao Jiangwo felt his anger reignite at Li Huiwan's words. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp pain shot through his wound, causing him to grimace in agony. He managed to utter, "Damn it. We should just call the police and have that scoundrel arrested, forcing him to cover my medical and emotional damages. I cannot let this slide. He must pay." Zhao Ting's eyes sparkled with intrigue at her father's words. The humiliation they had endured at Lin Feng's hands had been unbearable. Had it not been for their financial struggles, she would have readily endorsed putting Lin Feng behind bars without seeking compensation. Dad, you're right. We cannot allow Lin Feng to live so freely. However, calling the police may not be our best course of action. Lin Feng is cunning, and we might not be able to pin anything on him. Even if we do catch him, compensation is not guaranteed. Both Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan fell into contemplation, recognizing the wisdom in Zhao Ting's words, yet feeling powerless to act. Suddenly, Zhang Cheng spoke up. What if we hire a lawyer? I've heard they're quite capable and could devise a strategy for us. Zhao Ting and Appo's eyes glimmered with approval. She had considered seeking legal counsel but had kept it to herself. Yes, let us hire a lawyer. We can engage a professional who will help us devise a plan to ensure Lin Feng pays the price he deserves. Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was perhaps their best option. However, Zhao Jiangwo's brow furrowed in concern. It's a good idea, but we don't know any lawyers. Lin Feng handled all our affairs before. How would we know where to start? After a moment of thought, Zhao Ting responded, Don't worry. Sun Yu's ex-boyfriend is a lawyer. I can reach out to her for assistance. Li Huiwan gasped, slapping the table as she stood up. What? You still dare to contact Sun Yu? If she hadn't taken you to that cosmetic center, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Look at you now. A shadow of your former self. It's truly heartbreaking. Feeling somewhat ashamed, Zhao Ting defended herself. Mom, Sun Yu was only trying to help. She didn't know the surgery would fail. Besides, she did give us 20,000 as compensation afterward. We have no other options right now. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ting and her family, they were not aware of Sun Yu receiving a 200,000 kickback from the situation. Zhao Jiangwo sighed. Ting, your mother is right. Sun Yu has indeed caused us considerable trouble. However, we genuinely need her help now. Please try to contact her and see what she can do. Zhao Ting nodded in agreement, understanding that her family was in dire straits and needed to explore every possible avenue for resolution. Although Sun Yu had previously caused them harm, she might now be their only lifeline. Subsequently, Zhao Ting reached out to Sun Yu, her demeanor serious as she recounted the entire situation. She elaborated on how Lin Feng had unleashed his dog on her father and the dire circumstances they faced as a result. After hearing Zhao Ting's account, Sun Yu remained inscrutable, contemplating for a moment before readily agreeing to assist. She promised to contact her ex-boyfriend, hoping he could help with the case, while also urging Zhao Ting not to involve the police and to await news from her ex ecstatic at Sun Yu's response. Zhao Ting felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, believing that Sun Yu was indeed a true friend willing to lend a hand in this trying time. However, Zhao Ting was oblivious to Sun Yu's ulterior motives. She had no genuine intention of helping Zhao Ting, but instead sought to gain Lin Feng's favor through this situation. Chapter 22. Expert predictions. When Lin Feng received the message from Sun Yu, it was already the following morning. He paid little attention to it. Even if they were to report to the authorities, he felt no concern. The police were undoubtedly privy to far more information than the average citizen. The unexpected drop in temperature had triggered a flurry of emergency incidents, and the officers were surely preoccupied with these pressing matters. How could they possibly spare time for trivialities like the Zhao family situation? The glaring red numbers on the thermometer indicated that the outdoor temperature had plummeted to a chilling -25 degrees. Lin Feng approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the swirling snowflakes outside. The once vibrant community was now blanketed in thick, pristine snow, resembling a fairy tale realm dressed in silver. Not a single figure was visible outside. The residents of the southern regions clearly struggled to cope with such extreme cold. They were relegated to their homes, relying on air conditioning and electric heaters for warmth. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Drawing from his past life experiences, he knew that temperatures would continue to descend, and in a matter of days, the electric supply would face restrictions. At that point, electricity would only suffice for basic lighting, boiling water, and charging small devices, while high-powered heating equipment would become inoperative. The room would transform into an ice house, virtually indistinguishable from the frigid outdoors. Yet, Lin Feng had no reason to worry. His space housed dozens of generators, ready to be activated at a moment's notice to provide ample electricity for his household. As for heating, he was entirely unconcerned. The fireplace in his home had been ablaze, its roaring flames not only offering warmth but also instilling a profound sense of security. Compared to the dry, heated air of the air conditioner, the fireplace's warmth was far more inviting and pleasant. Subsequently, Lin Feng meticulously prepared a sumptuous breakfast for himself, a table laden with food that was a feast for the senses. He settled comfortably in front of the television, eager to savor his morning meal. However, upon turning on the television and cycling through several channels, he discovered that every news outlet was broadcasting the same alarming report: a sudden drop in global temperatures. Ladies and gentlemen, last night an unprecedentedly intense cold front swept across the globe, resulting in an extraordinary and severe temperature fluctuation. According to our latest information, temperatures in various regions have plummeted to an average of -25 degrees Celsius, with some areas even surpassing the record of -30 degrees. The anchor, with a grave expression, delivered the news in a clear and powerful voice. Currently, experts are diligently investigating the specific causes of this drop in temperature and have expressed that it is unlikely to persist for long. We urge everyone to remain calm, stay indoors, and take necessary precautions against the cold. Listening to these official statements, Lin Feng couldn't suppress a cold smile that welled up within him. How effortlessly they spoke. Who would believe such naivete? This cold wave would not simply pass by. He understood all too well that in such extreme weather conditions, official rescue efforts and resource distribution often struggled to reach those in need in a timely manner, especially in the face of a global cold snap. Trusting the experts? Those so-called authorities likely had no clearer understanding of how long this cold front would last than anyone else. Lin Feng shook his head in disdain, feeling thoroughly disillusioned by the official stance. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence to him. He possessed his own safe haven and ample supplies, more than sufficient to weather the sudden cold wave. With this thought, a sense of inexplicable security surged within him. He gently shook his head, casting aside the bothersome thoughts, and continued to relish his breakfast. Before he could finish his meal, his phone emitted a series of jarring notifications. Picking it up, he found a flurry of messages in the homeowners group chat. Finally, a chance to rest. This cold wave arrived at just the right moment. Indeed, I am utterly exhausted. This time, I can finally take the opportunity to relax. What good is relaxation when the entire world is gripped by such cold? We can only huddle at home. The discussions in the group were lively, yet surprisingly, no one seemed overly concerned about the sudden cold wave, instead expressing a sense of relief and ease. Lin Feng observed these messages with a sardonic smile. This group of individuals, blissfully ignorant, were oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. They reveled in their misplaced joy. He understood that in the face of crisis, only the astute could discern the signs and prepare in advance. Those blindly optimistic would soon find themselves facing dire consequences. At that moment, a message from Aunt Zhao, the community committee chairwoman, abruptly interrupted the chatter. "Hello everyone, I am Aunt Zhao, your community committee chairwoman. I trust you have all seen the news on television, so I am here to remind you not to cause any trouble. If you do, once the cold wave passes, I will report each incident to the relevant authorities, and you will have no one to blame but yourselves." Aunt Zhao's words instantly quieted the group. It wasn't that they feared her, but rather that they wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Although Aunt Zhao was not a high-ranking official, she wielded a degree of influence in the community. However, just as the group fell silent, a discordant voice suddenly shattered the stillness. "To hell with you, community committee chairwoman. What do you think you are, putting on airs here? Do you really believe you hold any significance?" The speaker was Wang Bo, a notorious rich second-generation heir, known for his arrogance. Aunt Zhao would never dare to provoke him. Seeing this, Aunt Zhao hastily clarified, "Young Master Wang, please do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you. I am referring to individuals like Lin Feng, who are always a cause for concern." Lin Feng felt a surge of anger at this remark. "What the hell? What have I done to you? Why am I being dragged into this?" This old hag truly had a knack for causing trouble. Unable to bear it any longer, he promptly tagged Aunt Zhao in the group chat and retorted without reservation, "You old hag, you've lived long enough to become a nuisance. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Don't provoke me, or you'll regret it." Aunt Zhao, taken aback by the barrage, flushed red and pale as she steeled herself to continue. "Lin Feng, don't think that just because you have a bit of money, you are something special. You are nothing compared to young Master Wang. You are on entirely different levels." Hearing Aunt Zhao's words, Wang Bo couldn't help but frown. Though he was typically boastful, he was not devoid of intelligence. He realized that Aunt Zhao was deliberately sowing discord, attempting to pit him against Lin Feng. "Haha, you are correct. Lin Feng cannot compare to me. But I don't need you to say it. Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions? And what are you, anyway? In my eyes, you are nothing." Chapter 23. Enemies meet. Wang Bo's words were sharp and unyielding, rendering Aunt Zhao momentarily speechless. She sought to retort but found herself utterly at a loss. Although Wang Bo did not directly target Lin Feng, his remarks left Lin Feng feeling quite uncomfortable. What did he mean by saying they were incomparable? Once a wealthy heir, Lin Feng now faced the onset of the apocalypse, where soon enough he would realize that money was merely a figure, less significant than the very paper it was printed on. Meanwhile, the supplies Lin Feng had amassed could rightfully elevate him to the status of a true magnate. Thus, Lin Feng sent a message in the group chat, "Compete with you? Why should I? Do you even qualify? Don't overestimate yourself. Only someone like Aunt Zhao would take you seriously." The moment these words were unleashed, they sparked a tremendous uproar. Many were aware of Lin Feng's acquisition of Villa No. 1, which, despite its multi-million-dollar value, held little significance for Wang Bo. However, the onlookers were merely entertained by the spectacle, remaining silent. Aunt Zhao, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to fawn over Wang Bo. Before he could respond, she tagged Lin Feng in the group chat. "You brat, how audacious you are to claim that young Master Wang is unworthy of comparison with you. Your meager wealth is nothing but a pittance in his eyes." As Aunt Zhao's words faded, Wang Bo's message followed suit. I never considered you worth my attention. But now things have changed. I will make you aware of the consequences of provoking me." A smirk of derision crept across Lin Feng's lips as he coldly replied, "We'll see who has the last laugh." After sending his message, Lin Feng promptly exited the group chat, unwilling to entangle himself further with those who merely engaged in verbal sparring. The truth of one's capabilities would unfold with time, requiring no further elaboration. The temperature continued to drop, albeit gradually, now reaching a frigid -28°C. After dinner, he swiftly donned his thick winter gear and, with his loyal companion Erling in tow, made his way from the back door of the basement to the underground parking lot. The once spacious lot was now bustling with activity. Elderly folks were joyfully dancing, while children chased one another, each person employing their own means to fend off the cold. However, upon Lin Feng's emergence from the basement, he drew the attention of those around him. Many cast sidelong glances, and whispers spread like wildfire. "Look! That's the one who argued with Wang Bo in the chat. Does he dare to show his face now, unafraid of retaliation? Young and reckless. He'll regret it when the time comes. But what if he is more formidable than he appears? Lin Feng paid no heed to the murmurs. He understood well that verbal victories held little weight. What mattered was action and strength. After surveying the area, he noted the absence of Zhao Ting and her family. It seemed the previous day's confrontation had left them considerably shaken, and it would take time for them to recover, likely keeping them indoors for the time being. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao lurked in a corner, her eyes fixated on his every move. Harboring resentment, she discreetly relayed Lin Feng's whereabouts to Wang Bo, seizing what she perceived as an excellent opportunity for revenge. Before long, Wang Bo appeared, clad in a thick coat and accompanied by a formidable hunting dog. The dog was robust and fierce, clearly a creature not to be trifled with. Upon spotting Wang Bo, Zhao hastened to him like a compliant servant, her face beaming with flattery. Young Master Wang, rest assured, I've been keeping a close watch on Lin Feng. Every move he makes is under my scrutiny. As she gestured towards Lin Feng's position, a sly smile played upon her lips. Look, he has brought a dog too. Yet compared to your esteemed hunting dog, this is nothing more than a mere puppy. Zhao's words struck a chord with Wang Bo, who took great pride in his hunting dog. Her flattery lifted his spirits, slightly alleviating his resentment towards her. With renewed arrogance, Wang Bo strode towards Lin Feng, his confident steps radiating both self-assurance and disdain. Lin Feng, noticing Wang Bo's approach, met his gaze with calm determination. Erlang stood resolutely beside Lin Feng, glaring defiantly at the hunting dog, exuding an aura of unwavering courage. It growled lowly, as if warning the dog to refrain from reckless actions. Wang Bo halted 2 meters away from Lin Feng, their eyes locked in a fierce exchange, as if sparks were flying between them. In a condescending tone, Wang Bo declared, You are Lin Feng? Unfazed, Lin Feng replied, Indeed. And you are? Though he had never encountered Wang Bo before, Lin Feng discerned his identity from the latter's demeanor and speech. He intentionally posed the question to unsettle Wang Bo, which it did, darkening his expression further. As a prominent figure in the community, Wang Bo was accustomed to being revered and feared. He would not tolerate anyone dismissing him. He glared intently at Lin Feng, his voice cold and menacing. I and Amp, Oppos, LL tell you once, I am Wang Bo. You were calling me out in the group earlier. Now I'll ensure you understand the consequences of provoking the wrong person. The atmosphere in the underground parking lot grew oppressively tense and silent, as if the very air had solidified. All eyes were fixated on Lin Feng and Wang Bo, anticipating an imminent storm. With no one daring to approach or utter a sound, everyone held their breath, awaiting the impending confrontation. In this moment, time seemed to stretch, each second laden with anxiety and anticipation. Lin Feng's gaze remained unwavering, fixed on Wang Bo, his voice calm, yet resolute. There are many I cannot afford to provoke in this world, but you are certainly not among them. Wang Bo, incensed by Lin Feng's words, felt his dignity called into question. He had to restore his pride. Otherwise, how could he maintain his standing in the community? With a sudden motion, he released the leash, allowing the fierce hunting dog to charge at Lin Feng. Erlang, steadfast in his role as Lin Feng's protector, would not stand idly by. Chapter 24. The maiming of Wang Bo. Though smaller than a hunting dog, it exhibited no signs of retreat in the face of danger. It stood resolutely in front of Lin Feng, prepared to engage in a fierce battle. However, just as the hunting dog was about to clash with Erlang, Lin Feng abruptly turned around and retrieved a baseball bat from the void. Gripping the bat tightly, he summoned all his strength and swung it with ferocity, the crack echoing as the bat struck the hunting dog's head. Instantly, blood splattered, and the dog let out a shriek before collapsing to the ground, unmistakably lifeless. The parking lot reverberated with the sound of its death cry, sending chills through the onlookers. Wang Bo's complexion turned ashen. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's decisive brutality. Regaining his composure, Wang Bo trembled as he pointed a quivering finger at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with a mix of fury and fear. You dared to kill my hunting dog. I will ruin you. Lin Feng cast him a cold glance, a mocking smile curving his lips. You wish to ruin me? Then allow me to first ruin you. With that, Lin Feng swung the bat once more, this time aiming for Wang Bo's outstretched arm. He struck with force, the sound of shattering bone resonating, accompanied by Wang Bo's anguished scream, which quickly spread through the crowd. The onlookers clutched their ears, their faces etched with terror as they beheld Wang Bo writhing on the ground, his arm twisted grotesquely, blood oozing between his fingers and staining the earth. Such cruelty! A chill swept through the crowd. Having just dispatched Wang Bo's hunting dog, Lin Feng's actions were truly chilling. The dramatic turn of events left the spectators in disbelief. They had all assumed Wang Bo would easily overpower Lin Feng, given his notorious reputation for being domineering and fierce within the community. Yet, the outcome was entirely unexpected. Lin Feng not only emerged unscathed but had decisively defeated Wang Bo, leaving the crowd shocked and incredulous. In the midst of their astonishment, Yin Zhao rushed forward. Hastily supporting Wang Bo, her face a mask of anxiety and concern. She glared at Lin Feng, her voice thick with anger and menace. "You ignorant beast! How dare you injure young Master Wang? You are courting death. I suggest you stay right here and await the police. You cannot escape the Wang family's grasp. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, they will retrieve you." Yin Zhao's words elicited immediate agreement from those around. They sought to curry favor with Wang Bo, clamoring in support. "Yes, exactly. I will call the police right now. He must face justice and learn what the law of the Wang family entails. Indeed, let us notify the authorities. We will ensure he does not flee." Lin Feng observed the opportunistic crowd with disdain, their insincerity sickening him. He raised the baseball bat, his gaze piercing as he spoke coldly. "Humph. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You simply wish to use this opportunity to trample me while currying favor with Wang Bo. Let me assure you, Lin Feng, fear nothing and bow to no one wielding power. I shall leave now, and we shall see who dares impede my path." With that, Lin Feng lifted the bat high and, with his loyal heirling in tow, he strode confidently toward home. As his figure vanished around the corner, the atmosphere shifted, thickening with tension. Several spectators who had been observing from a distance rushed to Wang Bo's side, their gaze fixated on his blood-soaked injury. "Oh dear, that injury looks severe. We must get him to the hospital immediately. Do not worry, I am already calling for an ambulance." However, the response on the other end was a cold, busy signal. Whether it was the police or the ambulance, all lines were inexplicably tied up. What on earth was happening today? Why could no one get through? They attempted to reach out to multiple contacts, but the result was always the same. No one was answering. Faced with such a reality, the crowd reluctantly abandoned the idea of calling for help. They gingerly helped Wang Bo, escorting him to Aunt Zhao's home nearby. Although Aunt Zhao was somewhat flustered, she did her best to administer rudimentary first aid to Wang Bo's injuries. Throughout the process, Wang Bo's cries of agony were relentless, as every movement seemed to inflict excruciating pain. Yet, Aunt Zhao was not a trained physician. Her efforts, though earnest, yielded limited results. Moreover, her heart brimmed with worry and dread. What if Wang Bo's condition worsened, leading to a disability? Would she, an innocent bystander, also bear the consequences? Others began to recognize the gravity of the situation. They sought excuses to leave, unwilling to linger any longer. Soon, the once bustling room was left desolate, with only Aunt Zhao and Wang Bo remaining. Aunt Zhao, observing Wang Bo's agonized expression, felt a pang of sympathy. She steeled herself and spoke, "Young Master Wang, this situation cannot continue. We must find a way to get you to the hospital, or at least locate a professional to tend to your wounds." However, reality proved far harsher than anticipated. The roads outside were thickly blanketed with snow, rendering both vehicles and other forms of transport unusable. If Wang Bo were to struggle to the hospital, he might freeze before reaching it. The consequences could be dire, not merely a disability, but potentially the risk of amputation. Wang Bo attempted to contact several doctors, yet all were too far away. Despite offering generous compensation, they all declined for various reasons, unwilling to brave the frigid conditions to treat him. With each failed attempt, Wang Bo and Appo's expression darkened, and his mood grew heavier. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If this continued, his injuries would surely worsen. At that moment, Aunt Zhao suddenly recalled something, a glimmer of hope lighting her eyes. "Young Master Wang, I just remembered. The owner of Villa Number 2 is a doctor. Perhaps we can seek her assistance." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's eyes flickered with a hint of hope. He cast a cold glance at Aunt Zhao and retorted, "Then why are you still standing here? Go find her at once. Do you expect me to go myself?" Chapter 25. Seeking help from Sun Si. Aunt Zhao felt a chill run down her spine under Wang Bo's piercing gaze, compelling her to leave her home in a hasty retreat, regretting her involvement in such a predicament. Initially, her intention had merely been to curry favor with Wang Bo. Yet she found herself ensnared in an unexpected dilemma. As she walked away, she muttered to herself, lamenting how she had gained nothing but trouble. With a heart full of trepidation, Aunt Zhao arrived at the front of Villa Number 2. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and knocked on the door. Sun Si was home alone, having heeded Lin Feng's advice to secure her doors and windows tightly since the temperature had dropped, remaining indoors without any knowledge of the events unfolding outside. However, her tranquility was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent knocks. causing her heart to race and a shiver to run through her. Who could be seeking her at such a late hour? Confusion enveloped her as she slowly rose, apprehensively making her way to the back door of the villa. The knocking persisted, growing more insistent, as if someone were eagerly urging her to respond. Sun Si approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to find Aunt Zhao wrapped up tightly, revealing only her anxious eyes. Aunt Zhao, it's quite late. Perhaps we could discuss matters tomorrow? Sun Si wished to limit her interactions during this peculiar time, particularly with someone like Aunt Zhao. Yet, Aunt Zhao was undeterred, pressing on. Dr. Sun, Wang Bo from our community has sustained severe injuries and urgently requires treatment. You are aware of the situation outside. It is impossible to reach the hospital. I have come to trouble you out of sheer desperation. Moreover, Wang Bo and Amp, Appo's family is quite affluent. If you assist him in this critical moment, he will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. And, given your beauty, it's not inconceivable that Wang Bo might take a liking to you, allowing you the opportunity to become a wealthy wife. Aunt Zhao's words surged forth like a torrent, breaching the defenses Sun Si held within. Listening to Aunt Zhao, Sun Si felt a swell of repulsion. She detested the notion of being lured by wealth and status and loathed the entitled demeanor of the affluent who believed money could resolve all issues. Aunt Zhao, I appreciate your concern, but my motivation for saving lives does not stem from monetary gain or social standing. If Wang Bo truly requires assistance, I will do my utmost to treat him. However, that does not imply I will accept your proposition. Please return and inform Wang Bo to find a solution on his own. Upon hearing Sun Si's response, Aunt Zhao's expression turned anxious. She understood Wang Bo's nature. Without timely medical attention, the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, if Wang Bo were to take his frustration out on her, her situation would also become precarious. Consequently, Aunt Zhao knocked on Sun Si's door once more, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible threat. Dr. Sun, there is something crucial I must disclose. Wang Bo was injured by Lin Feng, your neighbor. Consider this. Having such a person living next to you poses a significant threat to your safety. He could endanger you at any moment. Sun Si's brow furrowed at this revelation, a torrent of complex emotions swirling within her, surprise and suspicion intertwined. From her understanding of Lin Feng, he was not the type to act impulsively. Was there a deeper reason that compelled Lin Feng to confront Wang Bo? However, Aunt Zhao provided no time for contemplation, continuing her insistence. Dr. Sun, I recognize your kind heart and exceptional skills, but you must think of your own safety. We share a common enemy now, Lin Feng. If you are willing to heal Wang Bo and Appo's wounds, we can unite against him. In doing so, not only would you secure Wang Bo's generous compensation, but you would also bolster your own safety. Listening to Aunt Zhao, Sun Si was torn. How could she betray her conscience for money and status? Moreover, Lin Feng had once aided her. She would never forget that kindness. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely replied, Aunt Zhao, I am grateful for your information. However, I wish to remain uninvolved in your conflicts. Please return. I need to rest. Aunt Zhao's face fell slightly, revealing disappointment and dissatisfaction. Yet, she realized Sun Si was a principled individual who would not easily be swayed. With a resigned sigh, she turned and departed from Sun Si and Appo's doorstep. After Aunt Zhao left, Sun Si felt a tumult of emotions within her. She promptly dialed Lin Feng and Appo's number, recounting the entire situation to him, her voice tinged with concern as she sought his perspective. Upon hearing her account, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, yet his demeanor remained composed. You need not take Aunt Zhao's words to heart. Even if you were to assist Wang Bo, I would not hold it against you. After all, as a doctor, your duty is to save lives. Sun Si found solace in Lin Feng's words, though her thoughts soon returned to Wang Bo's grave injuries. However, she knew that without professional medical equipment and supplies, complete recovery was nearly impossible. At best, she could only alleviate his pain temporarily. Lin Feng acknowledged the validity of her concerns, but warned, Miss Sun, Wang Bo is likely to seek you out again. Be vigilant and contact me immediately should anything arise. Sun Si's heart tightened at his words, fully aware of Wang Bo's character and recognizing Lin Feng's caution as sound advice. Understanding her apprehension, Lin Feng reassured her gently. Do not worry, I will protect you. If Wang Bo dares to act aggressively, he shall not underestimate my resolve. Sun Si felt a wave of warmth wash over her at Lin Feng and Appo's assurance. It seemed her choice was indeed the right one, as Lin Feng anticipated. Aunt Zhao promptly relayed the situation to Wang Bo after receiving Sun Si's response. Upon hearing the news, Wang Bo's fury erupted, his eyes ablaze with rage as he bellowed. You useless fool. You can and Oppos, to even handle such a trivial matter. Did you fail to mention that I was the one injured? How dare she refuse to help? Aunt Zhao stood by, paralyzed by Wang Bo's wrath, too frightened to utter a word. Trembling, she replied, "Young Master Wang, I made it clear to her that you requested her assistance." Yet, no matter how I pleaded, she remained resolute, as if her mind were set against helping. Chapter 26. Iced red tea. Upon hearing Aunt Zhao's words, Wang Bo's anger surged to an uncontrollable peak. He cursed vehemently. Damn it. What is she? Just a doctor. How dare she oppose me? If it weren't for these extraordinary times, I would make her pay. The blow he experienced that day was monumental. Having been raised in a life of luxury, accustomed to being the center of attention, he had never faced such a setback. Now, not only was he grievously injured, but he also found himself unable to seek medical attention, plunging him into a state of intense rage and humiliation. His pride had suffered an unprecedented blow, as if the very fabric of his world had unraveled. Overcome by emotion, Wang Bo moved too vigorously, inadvertently aggravating his wound. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, causing him to grimace and beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Observing his distress, Aunt Zhao hurriedly approached him, saying, "Young Master Wang, please, do not let your anger get the better of you. It is detrimental to your health. It is late now. Why don't you return home to rest? You can think of a solution tomorrow when you feel better." However, Wang Bo shot her a glare. Fully aware of her intentions, he realized she merely wanted to dismiss him so she could extricate herself from the situation. If he left now, finding her again would prove difficult. Moreover, in his current state of injury with no family around to care for him, he understood that he was in a precarious position and needed to remain calm. He recognized that escalating tensions with Aunt Zhao would be futile and could render him even more isolated. Thus, he endeavored to suppress his pain and spoke, his voice weak yet authoritative. "Aunt Zhao, I am cognizant of your concerns, but I assure you, regardless of the outcome, I will not harbor any resentment towards you. Once I recover, I shall reward you handsomely for your care during this time." Upon hearing his words, Aunt Zhao's apprehension eased slightly. The prospect of financial gain shifted her demeanor to one of eager hospitality. She prepared a sumptuous dinner for Wang Bo and willingly offered him the master bedroom, hoping he could recuperate in comfort. That evening, Wang Bo remained industrious. Utilizing his resources, he skillfully recruited 2 enforcers from the neighborhood. Aware of the unique circumstances, he understood the necessity of having allies. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Wang Bo, accompanied by his hired muscle, stormed to the back door of Sun Siyu's villa. The abrupt banging on the door startled Sun Siyu from her slumber, an inexplicable dread surging within her. Without hesitation, she recognized that Wang Bo had come to confront her. Curling up in anxiety, she had no choice but to call Lin Feng. Lin Feng, still groggy from sleep when he received the call, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation upon hearing Sun Siyu's trembling voice. He reassured her to remain calm and promised to handle the matter. Lin Feng's villa was merely a door away from Sun Siyu's residence, and upon learning of Wang Bo's arrival with enforcers, he refrained from acting impulsively, instead maintaining a rare composure and caution. He first activated the villa's surveillance system, watching intently as the monitor revealed Wang Bo at Sun Siyu's door, vigorously gesturing with his remaining arm, commanding the 2 burly men to pound on the entrance. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng's eyes remained fixed on the screen, methodically analyzing the unfolding scenario. He understood that although Wang Bo was significantly injured, his companions were formidable. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt confident in his and Erling's capabilities to manage the situation. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that there are no guarantees in conflict. It is wise to be cautious, for a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Contemplating this, a sinister smile crept across his face. He stood up and walked to the bathroom, retrieving a bottle of lukewarm iced red tea. Carefully, he poured the drink into a high-pressure water gun. Then, stealthily, he opened the observation hatch above the back door, aiming the water gun at Wang Bo and his associates, preparing for a precise strike. With a soft hissing sound, the high-pressure water gun discharged, sending the warm iced red tea cascading towards the trio like a flurry of tiny arrows. In the frigid winter air, the warmth of the beverage provided a fleeting sense of comfort, yet it was laced with an undeniable absurdity. Wang Bo was the first to react, tracking the stream of liquid back to Lin Feng, who stood there with a cold smile. At that moment, Wang Bo's face was drenched in iced red tea, an odd aroma assaulting his senses. "What the hell is this?" He spat, his mouth filled with the liquid, as he furiously attempted to expel it. His expression a tumultuous blend of anger and embarrassment. One of his henchmen, feeling the liquid on his face, brought it to his nose and paled, exclaiming, "Young Master Wang, This is urine. Wang Bo's face turned a ghastly shade of fury as he glared at Lin Feng, as if he wished to devour him whole. The other henchmen wore a mask of terror, and it dawned on them that they had been doused in urine. As the trio grappled with their fury and humiliation, the high-pressure water gun fell silent. The iced red tea had been exhausted. Meanwhile, the temperature in the underground parking garage plummeted to a bone-chilling -30 degrees, causing the iced red tea to freeze rapidly, forming a thin layer of pale yellow ice over their bodies. Their hair, faces, and clothes were covered, rendering them both ridiculous and disheveled. Wang Bo bellowed in anger towards Lin Feng, "Come out, you coward. Let us see if I don't make you pay." Yet, Lin Feng remained unresponsive. Amidst Wang Bo's rising fury, one of his subordinates cautiously suggested, "Young master, it's too cold. Shouldn't we clean ourselves up before seeking revenge?" Hearing this, Wang Bo's realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He looked down to find a yellow ice bead formed on the tip of his nose, a remnant of the earlier incident. A wave of nausea and embarrassment washed over him, and his fury diminished considerably. Chapter 27. A second injury to Wang Bo. He cast a fierce glare at Lin Feng and gritted his teeth, commanding, "Let us go, prepare the tools." However, Lin Feng was not about to allow him to leave so easily. The moment Wang Bo began to hurl insults at him, Lin Feng had already summoned his crossbow from his spatial realm. He aimed for Wang Bo and Amp, Appos, calf, and swiftly drew the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking Wang Bo's leg. "Ah!" Wang Bo cried out in agony, collapsing forward onto the ground. Blood gushed from his calf, and the pain was unbearable. His two henchmen rushed to help him up, quickly retreating to a corner of the parking lot. Lin Feng stood at the back door of the villa, coldly observing the trio and Amp, Appos' frantic escape. He understood that while he had taught Wang Bo a lesson this time, the matter was far from over. Wang Bo would undoubtedly seek revenge, yet Lin Feng felt no apprehension. Rather, a faint anticipation stirred within him. In this apocalyptic world, life had become monotonous and dull, each day repeating the same pattern. Wang Bo and Amp, Appos' revenge was akin to a refreshing stream, injecting a hint of vitality into his tedious existence. To Lin Feng, this incident was merely a fleeting interlude in life. After a long bout of exertion, he felt somewhat fatigued. Thus, he opted not to cook, but instead selected a breakfast from his spatial realm. The food within was a cornucopia of delights, and he chose a bowl of soy milk with fried dough sticks. The meal emerged just as it had been stored, steaming and exuding an enticing aroma. He then retrieved a piece of cooked beef and tossed it to his loyal companion, Erlong. As Lin Feng savored his delectable breakfast, he opened the news. The latest report indicated that the military had been urgently mobilized to transport much-needed supplies to various locations. However, due to consecutive days of snowfall, the roads had become treacherous, leaving all vehicles stranded midway. Worse still, multiple accidents had occurred, resulting in the loss of many soldiers' lives. To ensure the safety of the troops, the authorities decided to suspend supply transport and seek alternative solutions. Upon reading this news, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of the soldiers' hardships and sacrifices. Their lives were equally precious. If it were merely ordinary difficulties, the soldiers would undoubtedly rush forward without hesitation. Yet now they faced an insurmountable problem, the relentless snow and adverse weather. In such conditions, how could they be allowed to perish in vain? Ding! The crisp notification sound broke Lin Feng's reverie. He glanced down to see a message from Sun Siyu, expressing her gratitude in brief. Lin Feng smiled faintly but chose not to elaborate, simply replying with a reminder for her to stay safe. He then opened the community's owner group chat. The chat was abuzz with chatter, various messages, and opinions flooding in like a tide. Have you all seen the news? It's chaos outside. Is this the end of the world? Impossible. Didn't the experts say this cold wave is temporary? It'll pass in a few days. Stop scaring yourselves. Exactly. There's no end of the world. Don't spread rumors or you might find yourself in trouble. The group chat was rife with discussion, voices intertwining. Lin Feng quietly observed, aware that many had already sensed the situation's severity, even if unspoken. After all, in these times of uncertainty and fear, people often prefer to cling to comforting and hopeful narratives. Nonetheless, there were astute individuals. Lin Feng noticed several members beginning to purchase various supplies at inflated prices. Evidently recognizing the impending crisis, he refrained from alerting anyone, knowing each person had their own choices and judgments. He was no savior, with no obligation to rescue everyone. What surprised Lin Feng was that the usually boisterous Aunt Zhao, who often led the conversations, remained inexplicably silent this time. Unbeknownst to him, She was in a state of distress, perspiring profusely as Wang Bo returned to her home, supported by his 2 henchmen, gazing at Wang Bo's bloodied calf. Aunt Zhao felt a wave of panic, unsure of how to proceed. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and treat my wound." Wang Bo and Appo's voice was laced with anger and dissatisfaction, glaring at the dazed Aunt Zhao, his eyes flashing with threats. Awakened from her stupor, Aunt Zhao hastily agreed, scrambling to retrieve a first aid kit. However, upon seeing the crossbow bolt embedded in Wang Bo and Appo's leg, a sense of helplessness washed over her. She had never encountered such a scene before, and the sight of the arrow deeply embedded in Wang Bo's flesh sent shivers down her spine. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Aunt Zhao cautiously approached Wang Bo, attempting to extract the arrow. Yet, the moment her fingers brushed against it, Wang Bo let out a furious roar. Crack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed as Aunt Zhao stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance. Wang Bo's curses followed. "Damn it. That hurts. Be gentle." Having lived a life of comfort, Aunt Zhao had never endured such indignities. At that moment, the generous reward Wang Bo had promised seemed worthless to her. In a fit of rage, she hurled the first aid kit to the floor. "Get out of here. I won't serve you anymore." Wang Bo's brows furrowed. He realized his behavior had indeed crossed a line. Yet, as a privileged scion accustomed to being above others, he would not easily bow his head in apology. He shot a glare at Aunt Zhao and turned to his henchman, commanding, "Go, bind that little brat in the house. If this old woman doesn't obey, teach her grandson a lesson." At his words, the 2 henchmen immediately made their way toward the bedroom. Aunt Zhao, now filled with terror, knew her grandson was her dearest treasure and could not suffer even the slightest harm. In a frenzy, she charged at the henchman. "You dare? If you lay a finger on my grandson, I'll fight you to the death." However, Aunt Zhao was merely an elderly woman, and how could she possibly stand against 2 strong, able-bodied men? Chapter 28. Coercion of Aunt Zhao despite her utmost efforts. Aunt Zhao was effortlessly knocked to the ground by the 2 thugs. She struggled to rise, yet her body seemed to have lost all control. Leaving her helplessly watching as the thugs entered the bedroom, her heart filled with despair and fear. In her dire predicament, Aunt Zhao had no choice but to submit to Wang Bo's commands, cautiously tending to his wounds. Remarkably, Wang Bo displayed an unusual level of cooperation, gritting his teeth in silence despite the excruciating pain that nearly overwhelmed him. Once Aunt Zhao had finally finished tending to his injuries, he appeared as though he had just emerged from the depths of a river, drenched in perspiration. As night fell, Wang Bo resolved to send 2 capable thugs to exact revenge on Lin Feng, the source of his torment. However, these thugs were already trembling with fear from Lin Feng and Appo's crossbow. They cautiously approached Lin Feng and Appo's residence, merely going through the motions before hastily retreating to Aunt Zhao and Appo's home. Though they failed to fulfill Wang Bo's assignment, they did not return empty-handed. A thug named Sun Ming reported to Wang Bo, "Young Master Wang, it seems that Lin Feng's door has been reinforced. Despite all our efforts, we could not break it down." Sun Ming panted heavily, feigning exhaustion, striving to convince Wang Bo of their earnest attempts. Upon hearing Sun Ming's report, Wang Bo's brow furrowed in frustration. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's cunning in fortifying his entrance so robustly. This revelation deepened Wang Bo's disdain for Lin Feng and compelled him to reevaluate his strategy. He recognized that mere thugs were insufficient to confront Lin Feng. He required a more meticulous plan and formidable allies. At that moment, the previously silent Changzi broke the silence. "Young Master Wang, I have a close acquaintance known as 3 Hands, a master locksmith who can open any lock, even safes. He resides in the neighboring community, not far from here. Should we invite him to give it a try?" Wang Bo and Appo's previously weary and irritable demeanor was instantly uplifted by Changzi and Appo's suggestion. The name Lin Feng had become a heavy burden upon his heart, depriving him of peace. Until he dealt with Lin Feng decisively, he could not find solace. Changzi and Appo's proposal seemed to open a new avenue of hope for him. A flicker of light ignited in his eyes, momentarily alleviating his physical suffering. He straightened his posture and fixed his gaze upon Changzi. "Quickly, contact 3 Hands and inform him that I will pay him 1 million as long as he can unlock Lin Feng's door. I shall not go back on my word." Though 3 Hands had been involved in petty thievery, his meager earnings paled in comparison to Wang Bo and Appo's extravagant lifestyle, which had left him deeply in debt and living in constant anxiety. Just when he found himself in utter despair, Changzi and Appo's call about a 1 million reward invigorated him, as if he had discovered a lifeline amidst his troubles. Eagerly, he descended the stairs and hurried towards Lin Feng's residence. The two communities were separated by a mere wall. Yet due to the heavy snowfall in recent days, the snow had accumulated over a meter deep. Every step was arduous, but after great effort, Three Hands finally arrived at Aunt Zhao's house. By then, it was well past midnight, and Wang Bo and his companions were struggling to keep their eyes open. Yet they persevered, awaiting Three Hands' arrival. Upon hearing a knock, their spirits lifted, and Changzi hastily opened the door to welcome the panting Three Hands. Introducing him to Wang Bo, unable to contain his impatience, asked, "Brother, I hear from Changzi that you can unlock any door. Is that true?" Without a moment to rest, Three Hands gasped for breath, thumping his chest in assurance. "Young Master Wang, you can inquire about my reputation in this field. I dare say no one would claim to be better than me. No lock, whether a safe or a security door, is beyond my capacity. Rest assured, I will unlock Lin Feng's door for you." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Wang Bo's face. He nodded and replied, "Very well. As long as you can open that door, the 1 million is yours without question. Lin Feng will surely be asleep at this hour. There and Amp, Oppos, no need to fear his crossbow. Come with me now. Tonight, we shall make Lin Feng pay dearly." Ignoring his physical discomfort, Wang Bo was determined to witness Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' suffering, as it was the only way to alleviate his own resentment. Energized by the opportunity, Three Hands understood the importance of this moment and resolved to give his all. Without hesitation, he followed Wang Bo and his group to Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' doorstep. However, when Three Hands stood before Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' security door, he was momentarily taken aback. The door and Amp, Oppos' strength was akin to that of a bank vault, instilling a sense of dread. His heart sank. How could a mere resident possess such a formidable door? This was beyond comprehension. Not only had he never encountered such a door, but he had only heard whispers of it from peers in the trade. Furrowing his brow, he began to doubt himself, pondering how to proceed. Wang Bo observed Three Hands' demeanor, sensing that something was amiss. Unable to contain his concern, he urged, "Brother, what's wrong? Is there an issue? Do you need assistance?" Three Hands, already feeling uneasy, became more flustered under Wang Bo and Amp, Oppos' scrutiny. Yet, he did not wish to appear incompetent and forced himself to respond. "It and Amp, Oppos' a minor task. Just stand back and watch." With that, he produced a set of professional lock-picking tools and began to examine the security door meticulously. His fingers delicately traced the lock mechanism, searching for any weakness. Yet, despite his efforts, the door remained an impenetrable barrier, yielding no sign of a breakthrough. As time passed, Three Hands and Amp, Oppos' anxiety grew. He began to question his abilities and regretted taking on this challenge. Chapter 29. Lockpicking it. He understood deeply that at this moment, there were no other choices. He could only brace himself and press on. Meanwhile, Wang Bo and the others anxiously awaited nearby, their eyes fixed intently on the Three Hands, hoping for a swift unlocking of the door. However, as time wore on, their patience began to wane, and restlessness crept in. Suddenly, Lin Feng was roused from his slumber by the urgent blare of an alarm. He quickly arose and made his way to the living room to inspect the comprehensive surveillance system. Lockpicking, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, dismissing the concern. If the security door of his residence were so easily breached, the esteemed reputation of the strong security company would indeed be a mockery. The door boasted a security level that rivaled that of a bank vault, requiring a master locksmith of world-class caliber to unlock it. Moreover, Lin Feng had already reinforced the door with a steel rod measuring 10 centimeters in diameter, as solid as rock. Unless heavy machinery or vehicles were employed for repeated battering, no mere human strength could budge it. Furthermore, Lin Feng had anticipated the possibility of someone attempting to pick the lock and had deliberately implemented a unique defensive measure. At this moment, he gazed at the surveillance footage on the television, observing as the Three Hands were engrossed in their task, blissfully unaware of the peril approaching them. Lin Feng retrieved his mobile phone, lightly tapped the control software for the safe room, and pressed a button. Instantly, a powerful electric current surged through the security door. The Three Hands let out a horrified scream as the current coursed through their bodies, their muscles convulsing as if ensnared by an invisible force, rendering them immobile. Witnessing this, the others' expressions shifted dramatically, retreating in fear. They watched in terror as the Three Hands writhed helplessly in the electric onslaught. Help me. The three hands, contorted in agony, cried out for assistance. Yet the current gripped them like invisible pincers, preventing any escape. Wang Bo and the others were left aghast. Utterly unprepared for such a scenario, with no suitable insulating tools at their disposal. They could only stand by helplessly, watching the three hands suffer in torment. Soon, smoke began to emanate from the three hands, releasing a charred odor. Their clothing had been reduced to tatters, and the skin on their arms and faces had carbonized. With a resounding crash, the three hands collapsed to the ground, clearly lifeless. Wang Bo and Sun Ming screamed in unison, witnessing a death before their eyes. A shock that filled their hearts with dread and unease, as if the very fabric of their world had unraveled. Within the room, Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction surging within him. Those who dared to covet his possessions would indeed pay the price. Wang Bo and the others were engulfed in profound fear, their plan to breach the door utterly thwarted. They gazed in terror at the imposing iron door, as if it were a harbinger of death. Xiangzi, deeply bonded with the three hands, seethed with rage upon witnessing his brother's demise. He furiously seized a shovel and struck it against Lin Feng and Apos' door with a thunderous clamor that reverberated throughout the underground parking lot. Yet the iron door remained unyielding, impervious to any dent or damage. The peeling paint revealed the thick alloy beneath, standing like a steadfast fortress, safeguarding Lin Feng and Apos' sanctuary. Lin Feng approached the door, hands in pockets, and mockingly remarked, "You wish to smash my door? Are you seeking death? Oh, how wonderful it is to be alive. Why can't you learn to cherish it?" Upon hearing Lin Feng and Apos' taunts, those outside were struck by a mix of shock and fury. Wang Bo shouted, "Lin Feng, we merely sought to discuss matters with you. How could you resort to such cruelty? Are you not afraid of retribution?" Lin Feng scoffed, coldly replying, "Retribution? You come to pick my lock and intend to harm me. Isn't that retribution in itself? I am simply protecting my home. What is wrong with that?" Wang Bo trembled with rage, glaring at Lin Feng, his teeth clenched. "Lin Feng, mark my words, we will not let you off the hook." Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. "Suit yourselves. I, Lin Feng, have never feared threats. Should you dare to trouble me again, I assure you, you will regret it." With that, Lin Feng turned and re-entered his abode, leaving behind a group of furious yet helpless individuals. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Wang Bo inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He recognized that today's endeavor had ended in complete failure, and they had paid a grievous price. He cast a glance at the lifeless body of the three hands, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. "Let us depart and bring back the body of our brother," he said. Lin Feng stood indoors, watching their retreating figures through the surveillance feed, a cold smile playing on his lips. He understood that these individuals would not easily relinquish their intentions, yet he remained unperturbed by their potential vengeance. Moreover, after today and Apos' incident, Wang Bo and his cohorts would likely think twice before seeking trouble with him again. After enjoying his lunch, Lin Feng, as was his custom, ambled into the underground parking lot with his loyal companion, Erlang. Despite the temperature plummeting to -30 degrees, it did not deter the fervor of those who cherished exercise or the dog owners enjoying their strolls. Erlang remained as vivacious as ever, bounding around Lin Feng like a child. As Lin Feng wandered through the parking lot, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure, Qiu Hanyu. She stood like a vibrant flower, radiating charm even amidst the cold winds. Residing beneath Zhao Ting and Apos' apartment, her graceful figure was accentuated. And even clad in a thick down jacket, her beauty could not be concealed. Lin Feng had often encountered her before, each time captivated by her unique aura, leaving a lasting impression. Thus, holding on to Erlang, Lin Feng approached Qiu Hanyu with curiosity and anticipation. "Miss Qiu, I did not expect to encounter you here. Are you here to exercise as well?" Upon hearing Lin Feng and Apos' voice, Qiu Hanyu frowned slightly, evidently displeased by a sudden interruption. "Do you need something? If not, please refrain from bothering me." Unfazed by Qiu Hanyu and Apos' cold demeanor, Lin Feng maintained his smile. "Actually, I have no pressing matters. I simply found myself bored at home and wished to make a friend. If possible, I would appreciate having your contact information for casual conversation." However, Qiu Hanyu was indifferent to his request. With a disdainful huff, she replied, "Please respect yourself. I am a married woman and wish to avoid any unnecessary contact with you." With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her departing figure, Lin Feng revealed a faint smirk. I will make you seek me out. Chapter 30. The display of wealth after walking the dog. Lin Feng returned home. Upon opening the homeowner group on his phone, he found it abuzz with activity, resembling a bustling marketplace. Numerous individuals were hawking a variety of goods, ranging from daily necessities to food items, all available in abundance. However, the prices were exorbitantly high, exceeding normal rates by more than tenfold. Lin Feng shook his head lightly, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. They believe they are profiting now, but it won't be long before they come to regret it. Most people seemed oblivious to the severity of the impending disaster, thinking it merely a temporary predicament that would soon pass. Yet Lin Feng understood well that the apocalypse had arrived. Money had become a hollow figure at this juncture. Purchasing supplies now felt akin to picking them up for free. He retrieved a basket of fresh vegetables and some prime pork from his space. After snapping a couple of photos, he shared them in the homeowner group. The people of Huaxia have a tendency to stockpile food, but most only hoarded rice and flour. As there was a fresh food supermarket at the entrance of their community, few thought to stock up on vegetables and meat. After all, these ingredients would lose their freshness and flavor over time. When Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's images appeared in the group, they caused quite a stir. Within 5 minutes, he received dozens of friend requests. At Xiao Hanwei and Amp, Oppo's home, a sharp clatter of chopsticks broke the stillness of the dining table. Damn it. Eating just rice with pickles every day is enough to drive anyone mad. Zhang Qiming and Amp, Oppo's brow furrowed, his face etched with impatience. He slammed his chopsticks down violently on the table. Seeing this, Xiao Hanwei hurried over to soothe him. Dear, please don't be angry. Just endure a few more days. Once the cold wave passes, I'll make your favorite braised pork, all right? However, Zhang Qingming showed no appreciation for her words. He retaliated with a slap to Xiao Hanwei and Amp, Oppo's cheek, scolding her. I can't wait any longer. Hurry up and find a way to get me some meat. With her face covered, Xiao Hanwei silently bore the brunt of his rage. Zhang Qingming was a gambling addict, relying solely on her to support the family. Not only was there no savings, but they were also deep in debt. Whenever Zhang Qiming lost money gambling, he would return home to vent his frustrations, leaving Xiao Hanwei to endure in silence. At that moment, Zhang Yating, Zhang Qingming and Amp, Oppo's younger sister, dashed out of her room. She was a charming college student who had been staying with Xiao Hanwei. As she ran, she exclaimed, "Brother, sister-in-law, stop arguing. Look, Lin Feng posted pictures of fresh food." As soon as her words were out, Zhang Qiming and Amp, Oppo's eyes lit up. He jumped up and snatched Zhang Yuting's phone. Let me see. Xiao Hanwei hesitated, glancing at Zhang Yuting, and softly said, but we don't have any money to buy it. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water on Zhang Qiming. He shot her a furious glare, filled with dissatisfaction and disappointment, before retreating to the bedroom. Watching him slam the door, Zhang Yuting gently approached Xiao Hanwei and said, Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. If you could just say a few nice words to Lin Feng, I'm sure he would be captivated and willingly offer us food. Xiao Hanwei looked at Zhang Yuting in disbelief. Yuting, how can you say that? I would never do anything to betray your brother. We have our principles, and I can't abandon them just because we are facing difficulties. Zhang Yuting seemed unable to grasp Xiao Hanwei and Amp, Oppo's resolve and continued to persuade her. Oh, come on, sister-in-law. I'm not saying to do anything inappropriate, just a few kind words. We have to find a way to survive in this situation. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Hanwei understood Zhang Yuting and Amp, Oppo's concerns and frustrations. Yuting, that's simply one to do. I know our circumstances are dire, but I cannot compromise my principles. I believe that if we persevere, we will find a way out. With that, Xiao Hanwei chose to ignore Zhang Yuting and sat on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Reluctantly, Zhang Yuting returned to her room. Later that evening, Lin Feng retrieved exquisite French foie gras, premium Wagyu beef, Australian lobster, and a bottle of French red wine from his space. These delicacies were considered gourmet fare in ordinary times, yet in this apocalyptic era, they were as precious as rare treasures. Nevertheless, these foods were piled high in Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's space. He casually tossed a piece of cooked beef to Erlong, who seemed particularly fond of it, wagging his tail in excitement at the sight. Just as Lin Feng prepared to indulge in this feast, a notification ping sounded on his phone, indicating a friend request. Upon glancing at it, he noticed the person had attempted to add him 3 times previously, which he had ignored. Initially intending to dismiss it, he hesitated upon seeing the note that read, I live at Xiao Hanwei and Amp, Oppo's house, and decided to accept the request. I am Zhang Yuting, the sister of Chiu Hanyue and Amp, Oppo's husband. I saw the photos you posted in the group, but we currently lack the funds to purchase anything. Could you lend me some supplies? Once the cold wave passes, I will bring my sister-in-law to express our gratitude. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly, replying sarcastically, "Oh, do you take me for a philanthropist? Huh, your thoughts are quite ambitious. We barely know each other. Why would I lend you anything?" Zhang Yuting seemed taken aback by Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's blunt refusal. After a moment and Amp, Oppo's contemplation, she cautiously responded, "You know my sister-in-law, right? She is quite beautiful. And I could send you some candid photos of her." "Really? You think a few photos could exchange for food? Your sister-in-law isn't made of gold, you know?" Slightly flustered, Zhang Yuting replied again, "Then, what would it take for you to give us food?" A sly smile crept across Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's face as he replied, "That depends on your sincerity. Send me some photos, along with your measurements." Afterward, he snapped a couple of pictures of the exquisite dishes on the table and sent them to Zhang Yuting, hinting at his expectations. Upon seeing the food, Zhang Yuting and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment. Understanding Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's implication, she steeled herself, retrieved a selfie stick, and took several alluring photos, along with her measurements. Sending everything to Lin Feng. Chapter 31. The primitive transaction. After reviewing the photograph, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. While she could not be classified as an unparalleled beauty, her pure and radiant demeanor was sufficient for the time being. "You understand my intent, don't you? If you find it acceptable, do come find me." Zhang Yuting, with barely a moment and Amp, Oppo's hesitation, promptly replied, "I will come right over." Once Lin Feng hung up the phone, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He had indeed felt stifled these past few days. Before long, the doorbell rang. Lin Feng checked the surveillance repeatedly, confirming that only Zhang Yuting stood outside. She appeared both innocent and playfully charming, closely resembling her photograph. Lin Feng smiled slightly and opened the door. "Hello, Mr. Lin," greeted Zhang Yuting politely. Before Lin Feng could respond, she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, your home is incredibly warm." As she spoke, she shed her thick down jacket, revealing the sharkskin pants beneath. Indeed, her figure was commendable, with graceful curves, yet in Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's heart, she could not compare to Chiu Hanyue. Lin Feng retracted his somewhat aggressive gaze and invited, "Please, come in. Make yourself comfortable." Zhang Yuting gingerly stepped inside, her eyes irresistibly drawn to the sumptuous dishes laid out on the dining table. Gulp. Unconsciously, Zhang Yuting swallowed, her eyes wide with astonishment and desire. These exquisite delicacies were something she had only ever seen on television, never having had the pleasure to taste them herself. With a flutter of nervousness, she turned to Lin Feng, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Mr. Lin, may I eat these?" Lin Feng smiled at her and gently nodded. "Of course, but remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you wish to savor these delights, you must earn them." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuting's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head and approached Lin Feng. 2 hours later, Zhang Yuting sat contentedly at the dining table, her surroundings filled with a variety of delectable dishes. She picked up her chopsticks and devoured the food with fervor. Internally, she rejoiced at her decision to come today. She experienced unprecedented sensations and indulged in such exquisite cuisine. This is so delicious, Mr. Lin. May I come to see you again in the future?" Lin Feng gently set down his wine glass and replied with a smile, "I will contact you when I need assistance. However, if you could persuade your sister-in-law to join us, I would be more inclined to welcome you more frequently." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuting felt a stirring in her heart. She understood Lin Feng and Amp, Oppo's implication and recognized her chance to return and relish the culinary offerings. Thus, she vowed to herself to earnestly persuade her sister-in-law to come, ensuring more opportunities to engage with Lin Feng and continue enjoying the exquisite cuisine. In her mind, dignity and familial bonds were indeed important, yet in the face of death, these seemed trivial. Surviving was paramount. As she prepared to leave, Lin Feng presented Zhang Yuting with 2 packets of instant noodles as a reward. She carefully concealed them within her clothing, returning home to Chiu Hanwei's residence, satisfaction radiating from her. Upon opening the door, she heard Chiu Hanwei's voice. "Yuting, it's so cold outside. What have you been doing?" Zhang Yuting felt a pang of guilt, clutching the noodles tightly, fearing discovery. "Nothing, really. It was too stuffy at home, so I went out to get some fresh air." Chiu Hanwei, none the wiser, assumed Zhang Yuting had merely taken a stroll. They exchanged a few casual words before retreating to their respective rooms. However, in the dead of night, as Chiao Hanwei arose to use the restroom, she was suddenly drawn in by an enticing aroma. After days of plain rice paired with pickled vegetables, she craved the source of this tantalizing scent. Glancing around, she noticed the light in Zhang Yuting's room was on. Curiosity piqued, she quietly approached the door and pushed it open. To her astonishment, Zhang Yuting sat on the edge of her bed, cradling a steaming bowl of instant noodles from which the enticing aroma emanated. "Yuting, where did you get the noodles?" Chiao Hanwei exclaimed in surprise. Startled, Zhang Yuting hastily set down the noodles and rushed to the door, covering Chiao Hanwei and Amp Appo's mouth with her hand. After shutting the door, she made a gesture for silence. Her voice low and anxious, "Sister-in-law, keep your voice down. You mustn't let my brother hear this." If Zhang Qiming discovered her secret, her plans would be utterly thwarted. Chiao Hanwei furrowed her brow, regarding Zhang Yuting with suspicion. In her mind, Zhang Yuting had always been a sensible and kind girl. Why was she acting so mysteriously over a bowl of noodles? "Yuting, are you hiding something from me and your brother?" Caught off guard, Zhang Yuting struggled to respond. Though she yearned to convince Chiao Hanwei to seek out Lin Feng, she had yet to form her words. "And no, of course not. You and your brother are my closest family. Why would I hide anything from you?" Yet, her eyes betrayed her, darting away, clearly indicating her deceit. Chiao Hanwei recognized the anxiety and unease in Zhang Yuting, knowing she was concealing something. "Very well, if you want to tell me, I'll simply fetch your brother." With that, she began to exit in search of Zhang Qiming. Zhang Yuting quickly intervened. "Wait, sister-in-law, I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell my brother." She realized that if Zhang Qiming learned of the situation, the consequences would be dire. Then, Zhang Yuting divulged the details of her arrangement with Lin Feng in exchange for food, along with Lin Feng's request for Chiao Hanwei to visit him. Upon hearing Zhang Yuting's account, Chiao Hanwei was left in shock. She had never imagined Zhang Yuting would resort to such measures, nor that Lin Feng would make such demands. "Yuting, how could you do this? You've truly disappointed both me and your brother." Chiao Hanwei's voice was laden with despair. She had always regarded Zhang Yuting as a younger sister, wishing only for her to find true love and lead a happy, stable life. Yet now, Zhang Yuting had seemingly sold herself for mere sustenance. This was a profound violation of her dignity and self-worth. A betrayal of the expectations and trust Chiao Hanwei had placed in her. Gazing at the downcast Zhang Yuting, Chiao Hanwei's emotions were a tumultuous mix. "Yuting, you must understand that in life, one cannot merely exist for the fleeting pleasures of the moment. You must maintain your dignity and principles, resisting the allure of material temptation, and never sacrifice your integrity for transient satisfaction." Chapter 32, The Zhao Family and Amp Appo's conspiracy. Zhang Yuting spoke softly. "Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. The situation has occurred, and I beg you, please do not tell my brother. I do not wish to disappoint or hurt him." Chiao Hanwei sighed. "Alas, Yuting, I can choose not to inform your brother, but you must promise that this is the first and last time. You cannot allow yourself to be betrayed again for any reason." Zhang Yuting nodded gently in agreement, yet her heart harbored contrary thoughts. She understood that Chiao Hanwei was merely struggling to accept the reality. When food supplies dwindled at home, she would undoubtedly persuade Chiao Hanwei to seek out Lin Feng once more. That night, Lin Feng slept particularly soundly, as if the presence of women truly served as a seasoning for men. Upon rising, he had a modest breakfast and proceeded to the gym on the second floor to commence his workout. Exercise was a daily necessity for Lin Feng. He recognized that in this apocalyptic era, possessing a healthy body was the greatest fortune. Suddenly, the notification sound interrupted the rhythm of his workout. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a towel, he glanced at his phone screen. The message was from Zhao Ting, which he had anticipated. She must have seen the photos of food he posted in the group chat. "Lin Feng, please help me. I am truly at my wit and Appo's end. I know the two women accompanying you are not from our community, and they cannot come to be with you right now, but I can. If you provide me with some food, I will come over tonight to keep you company." Lin Feng read the message and couldn't and Appo's help but smirk coldly. Zhao Ting, with her appearance, thought to barter her body for food. What a fanciful notion. In this time of scarcity, a mere bag of instant noodles could easily sway a woman. With options aplenty, he chose to ignore Zhao Ting, but just as he was about to tuck his phone back into his pocket, the screen lit up again. It was a message from Sun Yu. "Lin Feng, I am currently at Zhao Ting and Appo's house. You must not acquiesce to her demands. Their family has covertly plotted that once you open the door to deliver food, they will strike, seizing your home and all your supplies." Damn, I see you all are truly reckless, scheming against me. Lin Feng and Apos. S expression darkened instantly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated such a conspiracy from Zhao Ting and Apos as family, yet he was unfazed. Even if he acquiesced to Zhao Ting and Apos' request, he would scrutinize the surveillance footage when they arrived, leaving them no opportunity. Now that he was aware of Zhao Ting and Apos' family and Apos' scheme, Lin Feng was even more resolute not to let the matter rest. A surge of intense anger welled within him, and he vowed to make Zhao Ting and Apos' family taste the bitterness of their misdeeds. Thus, he replied to Zhao Ting, I await your arrival, but you need only come alone. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Ting and Apos' response arrived, I will come over when night falls. Rest assured, as long as you provide me food, I will serve you well. Lin Feng and Apos' lips curled into a mocking smile upon reading her message. That evening, Lin Feng sat calmly on the sofa. At his feet, Erlong lay quietly, as if also anticipating something. The television screen displayed the clear images from the back door and Apos' surveillance camera, and Lin Feng fixated on the screen. Soon, his gaze locked onto the approaching Zhao Ting and her family of 3. They moved stealthily, as if plotting something sinister. Zhao Jiangwo crossed his arms, evidently concealing something beneath his clothing. As they reached the door, Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan positioned themselves on either side, with Zhao Jiangwo cautiously retrieving a wooden stick from his bosom and handing it to Li Huiwan, while he himself gripped a glinting kitchen knife. Taking a deep breath, he signaled Zhao Ting to knock on the door. As the knocking echoed, Lin Feng felt no hint of panic. He had long foreseen this scenario and was thoroughly prepared. After Zhao Ting knocked several times without response, impatience began to creep in. She glanced back at her parents, worry flickering in her eyes. However, Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan exchanged glances, indicating her to persist, seemingly unwilling to abandon their plan. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly rose and descended to the basement. He extinguished all the lights, donned his night vision goggles, and gripped his crossbow tightly, his finger poised delicately on the trigger, ready to unleash a deadly arrow. He gently pressed the control button, and the door creaked open slowly, emitting a faint groan. Upon seeing this, Zhao Ting and Apos' family displayed expressions of elation, as if victory was at hand. With excitement, Zhao Ting stepped inside, only to discover an enveloping darkness, rendering her unable to see anything. This disconcerting sensation filled her with unease, prompting Zhao Jiangwo to urge her forward with a glance. Tentatively, Zhao Ting ventured deeper, calling out, Lin Feng, where are you? Why are the lights off? Her voice echoed in the empty room, yet received no reply. Growing anxious, she pulled out her phone for illumination, hoping to discern her surroundings. Outside, Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan slipped in stealthily, intent on dispatching Lin Feng under the guise of darkness. Little did they know, every movement was under Lin Feng and Apos' meticulous control, aided by his night vision goggles. Lin Feng remained silent in the shadows, observing the actions of Zhao Ting and Apos' family with a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. The sound of arrows slicing through the air pierced the darkness. 2 arrows struck Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan and Apos' hands simultaneously, eliciting agonized screams. The kitchen knife clattered to the ground as Zhao Jiangwo and Apos' hand was pierced, blood gushing forth. Li Huiwan, too, cried out in pain, having suffered a similar fate. Upon hearing her parents' and Apos' anguished cries, Zhao Ting hurriedly illuminated the area with her phone. However, what she beheld were 2 figures writhing in torment, a wave of intense dread surging within her. Just then, the light suddenly flickered to life, blindingly bright. Zhao Ting and Apos' family shielded their eyes, struggling to adjust to the abrupt illumination. Yet, they remained oblivious to Lin Feng, who had stealthily approached Zhao Ting from behind. With no hint of courtesy, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick to Zhao Ting and Apos' backside. Caught unawares, she stumbled forward, landing in an undignified heap. The sound of shattering echoed simultaneously. It was evident that Zhao Ting and Apos' breast implant had ruptured upon impact. She collapsed in agony, her chest a mess, a harrowing blend of shame and pain rendering her nearly breathless. Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan could only watch in horror, their eyes wide with terror. Chapter 33. A nest of cripples. They could never have anticipated that Lin Feng, whom they believed would be an easy target, would prove to be so ruthless. With a grim expression, Lin Feng approached Zhao Jiangwo, his hands now gripping a heavy baseball bat. Zhao Jiangwo widened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng. You bastard! How dare you harm us? If you have the guts, kill me today. I will haunt you even in death." Lin Feng remained expressionless, devoid of any hesitation. He raised the bat high and then brought it down mercilessly onto one of Zhao Jiangwo and Appo's legs. Crack! Zhao Jiangwo and Appo's piercing scream echoed as his leg was brutally shattered. Li Huan, lying nearby, closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. However, Lin Feng saw through her fade, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. "Feigning death? Your acting skills are pathetic." He raised the bat once more, striking Li Huan with the same ruthless force. The same agonizing screams ensued. And her fate mirrored that of Zhao Jiangwo and Appo's. Hearing her parents' and Appo's cries, Zhao Ting could no longer endure the terror and pain swelling within her. She suppressed her discomfort, turned over, and spoke to Lin Feng. "What do you intend to do? We merely came to borrow some food. Is such brutality necessary?" Lin Feng fixed a cold gaze upon Zhao Ting, his anger intensifying. How shameless these people were. First Wang Bo, and now Zhao Ting. Each using the pretext of borrowing food while harboring ulterior motives. "Do you need a kitchen knife to borrow food? Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You simply wish to kill me and seize my home and resources." Zhao Ting was rendered speechless by Lin Feng and Appo's words, her feelings of guilt and fear intertwining, preventing her from meeting his icy gaze. Lin Feng was unwilling to let Zhao Ting off easily. After all, they were family, destined to share both fortune and misfortune. He had ensured that they would all be crippled together. Were there any good people in the Zhao family? Clearly not. The memories of past atrocities lingered vividly in his mind. Even their deaths would not alleviate his deep-seated hatred. Thus, Lin Feng would not allow them to die easily. Once their injuries healed, he would torment them further. After dragging the Zhao family out, Lin Feng surveyed the scattered debris and bloodstains on the floor. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Yuting. Before long, Zhang Yuting arrived in a hurry, initially wearing a bright smile. Her expression froze upon entering the room. Seeing the scene inside, an ominous premonition surged within her, and her gaze towards Lin Feng became evasive. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, she could no longer restrain herself and asked, "Mr. Lin, are you killing people?" Zhang Yuting and Appo's voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the sight before her. Yet, her youth betrayed her, as she dared to voice such a question in this context, not fearing the potential consequences. Lin Feng glanced at her without answering directly. "Clean this place up, then come over for dinner." Zhang Yuting was momentarily taken aback but nodded, murmuring an acknowledgement before tentatively starting to tidy up. Lin Feng did not skimp on her. He prepared a lavish feast laid out on the table. He understood that Zhang Yuting needed to maintain her strength to serve him better. Upon seeing the delectable spread, Zhang Yuting and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight. She seemed to forget her earlier fear and unease, happily sitting down to enjoy the meal. Meanwhile, Lin Feng quietly observed her, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. This girl is truly innocent. Once Zhang Yuting had eaten her fill, Lin Feng inquired, "How is your sister-in-law? Have you spoken to her?" Zhang Yuting pondered for a moment before responding, "I conveyed your request to her last night, but she was somewhat resistant. However, rest assured, it won't be long before our family's food runs out, and I will certainly find a way to persuade my sister-in-law to come to you." Lin Feng smiled faintly, nodding gently. "It's all right. I'm not in a hurry. Sometimes, having someone come to plead with you is the most gratifying form of conquest." After indulging in their meal, Lin Feng anticipated an inevitable confrontation. He stood and walked towards the bedroom, with Zhang Yuting following closely behind. This time, she seemed to exert herself even more, realizing she must curry favor with Lin Feng to secure enough food. In the darkness of the bedroom, their figures entwined, their breaths intertwining into a fervent symphony. The Zhao family, enduring excruciating pain, supported one another as they tended to their wounds with makeshift bandages and rudimentary medicine. After a night of torment, their nerves gradually relaxed from the extreme tension, and their tolerance for pain began to rise. Zhao Jingwo had commandeered Zhang Chang's wheelchair, struggling to move about the house. Early in the morning, he could hardly contain his eagerness to rummage through the kitchen, hoping to find sustenance. However, after searching every cabinet, he only discovered some moldy flour, inedible and devoid of even the most basic nutrition. Resigned, he called Zhao Ting and Li Huiwan over. The three gathered solemnly around the sofa to discuss their predicament. Zhao Jingwo spoke first. "We have no food left. Now that we are gravely injured, we must replenish our nutrition. Otherwise, we will be left waiting for death." Li Huan retorted angrily, "It's all that damned Lin Feng's fault. Who would have thought he could foresee our intentions and prepare for it? We could have lived well. But now we find ourselves in this situation." Zhao Ting, however, remained relatively composed. It's pointless to dwell on that now. We must find a way to resolve our current dilemma. At that moment, a sinister glint appeared in Zhao Zhengwo's eyes. He beckoned Zhao Ting and Li Huiwan closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Isn't there a useless person lying around here? We've cared for him long enough. It's time he repays us. Li Huiwan looked puzzled. You just said he was useless. How can he repay us? Zhao Ting suddenly grasped her father's meaning, gasping in shock and making a slashing motion across her throat. Dad, are you suggesting we kill Zhang Chong and use his flesh for nourishment? Zhao Zhengwo merely nodded in silence. Yet, deep within Zhao Ting, a storm of conflict and hesitation brewed. Although she longed to rid herself of Zhang Chong's burden, he had brought her 5 years of relief. To kill him outright felt too cruel. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of their dire circumstances. Chapter 34. Power outage. Noticing Zhao Ting's inner turmoil, Zhao Zhengwo continued. Do not hesitate. This is the only way for us to survive. If you are unwilling to act, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Li Huiwan quickly chimed in. Ting, your father is right. We can only rely on ourselves now. Zhang Chong is of no use. Utilizing his flesh to save us could be considered his contribution. Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhao Ting felt even more conflicted. She understood that she could no longer afford to be weak. Taking a deep breath, she slowly nodded. Very well, I will heed your counsel. However, we must execute this with precision and leave no traces behind. Zhao Zhengwo and Li Huiwan exchanged satisfied glances, relieved that Zhao Ting had finally acquiesced. Zhang Chong met his demise. Lin Feng could hardly believe that the tragic fate he had experienced in his previous life was now unfolding for Zhang Chang. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, the outdoor temperature plummeted to a staggering -40 degrees. Amidst the frigid air, Lin Feng stood by the window, gazing thoughtfully at the snow-laden world outside. In his memory, as the temperature drastically fell, the power system began to falter, transitioning into a limited supply mode. Only small appliances like kettles and phone chargers could be used. The thought of using energy-draining devices such as air conditioners or electric heaters was out of the question. This indicated the true onset of the apocalypse. Civilization, order, and morality, once the cornerstones of human society, now appeared fragile and crumbled in the face of disaster. Panic and despair gripped the populace as social order disintegrated and moral boundaries were ruthlessly trampled. With a scarcity of resources, the darker facets of human nature began to magnify. In their struggle for survival, individuals resorted to unscrupulous means to seize resources. Those once close, family, lovers, even oneself, could become mere fodder for another, betrayed and discarded without remorse. However, for Lin Feng, such dilemmas were of no concern. His space harbored an abundance of supplies, sufficient to sustain him for centuries. These resources not only ensured his survival but also afforded him a foothold in the apocalypse. The sound of appliances ceasing their operations echoed within the room. Lin Feng glanced at the clock on the wall. It was precisely 9 a.m., identical to the events of his previous life. The power outage had arrived as anticipated. He retrieved 2 generators from his space, determined to maintain a steady supply of electricity to ensure a comfortable existence. Though the quantity of fuel was limited, his calculations indicated that it would last him several months. Simultaneously, the homeowner group chat erupted with messages. Why has the power suddenly gone out? In this frigid weather? Without air conditioning or heating, we risk freezing to death. Indeed, this unprecedented cold must have caused the power system to collapse completely. After a prolonged silence, Aunt Zhao re-emerged in the chat, adopting an authoritative tone. Please do not panic. The power outage is temporary. The organization will swiftly devise a solution. Furthermore, I must warn you against spreading rumors. Failure to comply will result in my reporting you to the organization for strict measures. Yet, Aunt Zhao's words failed to soothe the crowd, inciting their ire instead. Stop your nonsensical chatter. It has been 5 days without a word from the organization. I fear they have abandoned us. Exactly. My home is devoid of food, and I have seen no one from the organization delivering supplies. We must rely on ourselves. Given the severity of this disaster, the organization likely lacks contingency plans. Aunt Zhao's authority crumbled. Lin Feng had anticipated her anger and a retort to the crowd. But to his surprise, she responded in an unexpectedly calm manner. Please remain composed. I have contacted the organization. They are not only urgently repairing the electrical circuits, but also dispatching relief supplies, which will arrive within 2 days. I urge everyone to cooperate and bring all remaining supplies to me for equitable distribution. Only through our united efforts can we overcome this challenge. Upon reading this message, Lin Feng felt a surge of wariness. Something was amiss. When had Aunt Zhao possessed such acumen? It was evident that someone was orchestrating her actions from behind the scenes. Wang Bo. With many households already out of food, Aunt Zhao's message resonated with many, who quickly echoed her sentiments. Yes, Aunt Zhao is correct. We must unite to weather this storm. We should send representatives to search every household to ensure all food can be collected for fair distribution. The crowd engaged in spirited discussion, promptly establishing a plan for the searches. Aunt Zhao even volunteered to lead a group of young individuals to inspect each home, threatening to forcibly enter any that resisted. At that moment, Aunt Zhao sent another message. Let us gather in the underground parking lot and commence our search from Villa Number 1. I hope everyone will actively cooperate to overcome this crisis. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk. Ah, Wang Bo. You intend to use everyone as pawns to exact your revenge upon me. How delightful. Let me indulge in the amusement you provide. Before long, Aunt Zhao and her entourage arrived at the parking lot, armed with clubs and brimming with bravado. Lin Feng observed their actions on the surveillance feed, a cold smile creeping across his face. He understood that these individuals were unwittingly serving Wang Bo's interests, exploited yet oblivious to their manipulation. Wang Bo sought to leverage this opportunity not only to plunder everyone's supplies, but also to exact revenge upon him. Regrettably for Wang Bo, he was not among them. However, Lin Feng was prepared. Aunt Zhao and her group soon reached Villa Number 1, where they began to pound on the door, but no response came from within. At that moment, Lin Feng and Appo's voice rang out. What do you intend to do? Are you unaware that trespassing is illegal? Aunt Zhao was taken aback by a sudden voice, but quickly regained her composure. We are executing the organization's orders to search each household for the equitable distribution of resources. Lin Feng scoffed. The organization's orders? I have heard nothing of the sort. Moreover, I possess ample food and supplies and do not require your search. Chapter 35. The gunshot. Madame Zhao was momentarily taken aback by his words, but she quickly retorted, how can we be certain that you are not hoarding supplies? If you seize this opportunity to stockpile, we could very well starve to death. Lin Feng's disdain deepened upon hearing her remarks. He was acutely aware that these individuals were nothing but avaricious, small-minded people, solely concerned with their own interests, utterly indifferent to the plight of others. Whether I have hidden supplies is of no concern to you. Should you wish to search my villa, you must first present an order from your organization. Otherwise, do not blame me for being inhospitable. At that moment, Madame Zhao received an order through her earpiece from Wang Buqing. She turned around and, with a sweeping gesture towards the group of men behind her, shouted, smash it. Show him some color. No one is allowed to disrupt our rules. As soon as her command was uttered, the dozen or so men sprang forth, wielding clubs and other tools, and began to rain blows upon Lin Feng's door like a tempest. However, to their astonishment, the door stood firm like an impregnable fortress, showing no signs of damage despite their furious assault. Even in the biting cold of -40 degrees, they were drenched in sweat, a testament to the immense effort they exerted. Lin Feng remained seated before the monitors inside, his gaze calm as he observed the panting figures outside. Feeling warm? Allow me to cool you down. With that, he reached for a high-pressure spray gun designed for car washing, extending it gently through the observation slit above the door. Without hesitation, he pressed the trigger. A chilling, bone-numbing jet of water erupted from the opening, instantly freezing in the frigid air, forming shimmering icicles that rushed toward their faces. The men, drenched by the sudden cold spray, felt as if they had been frozen in place, their expression shifting from rage to helplessness as they gaped at the high-pressure gun protruding from within. Damn it, this guy actually dares to spray us with water. Simultaneously, Wang Bo also heard the commotion through his earpiece. These useless fools, they can't even break down a door and are getting sprayed with water. Fall back and think of another approach. Lin Feng did not impede their retreat. Excessive spraying would inevitably lead to ice forming outside, trapping him within his own home. Thus, he allowed them to leave. Upon returning to the first floor, Lin Feng sat quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. He understood that merely toying with these individuals using water, while temporarily satisfying, was ultimately too monotonous. Life in this apocalyptic world was exceedingly dull, and he could only derive a modicum of amusement from their antics. Consequently, Lin Feng began searching online for various prank toolmaking methods. He perused numerous tutorials, meticulously studying the principles and crafting steps for each prank device. Under his careful crafting, a series of prank tools came into existence: pepper spray, rotten eggs, and stink bombs. Of course, if they made any excessive moves, Lin Feng would not hesitate to eliminate them. Madame Zhao returned home with her group, looking utterly disheveled, as if they had just crawled out of an ice cellar. Each of them was adorned with icicles, and even their eyebrows and beards were coated with frost. The indoor temperature plummeted to several degrees below zero, causing them to shiver uncontrollably, their teeth chattering. Wang Bo, witnessing their dismal state, felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He knew that the priority was to warm everyone up, so he instructed them to return home, change out of their frozen clothes, and reconvene to strategize. By the time they gathered again, it was already evening. Due to insufficient electricity, they could only light a dim bulb, barely illuminating the room. Sun Ming broke the silence first, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Young Master Wang, that Lin Feng is exceedingly cunning. He seems to have anticipated this disaster and prepared in advance. Each time we confront him, we return empty-handed, only to be toyed with. Xiangzi chimed in, indeed. I too believe we should cease our entanglements with Lin Feng. Each attempt yields no benefits and leaves us in disarray. We must devise an alternative plan. Upon hearing their sentiments, Madame Zhao's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. She leaned closer to Wang Bo and whispered, Young Master Wang, it seems that Lin Feng has an interest in Sun Siyu. Why don't we capture her and use her to coerce Lin Feng into opening the door? This way, we could not only acquire supplies but also teach Lin Feng a lesson. Wang Bo hesitated, aware that while Madame Zhao and Appo's suggestion was ruthless, it did possess a degree of feasibility. However, he also recognized that Sun Siyu's home was adjacent to Lin Feng's. Any hint of movement could easily alert Lin Feng. No. Sun Siyu's house is too close to Lin Feng's. Any slight action could arouse his suspicion. I believe we should first search other homeowners for supplies and wait for an opportunity to deal with Lin Feng. The group, though reluctant, recognized that this was the most prudent course of action. Thus, they began to discuss their forthcoming strategy. Suddenly, a deafening bang resonated in Lin Feng's dream, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes wide, his heart racing, a grave expression etched upon his face. Is there someone with a gun in this community? A wave of intense unease washed over him. He hesitated, attempting to discern the source of the sound. Was it gunfire or fireworks? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng sprang from his bed and made his way to the living room. He activated the surveillance for the back door leading to the underground parking lot, as the explosive sound had clearly emanated from that direction. However, the surveillance angle was limited, rendering the distant scene a blur, preventing him from discerning the specifics of the situation. Approaching the observation port, he vaguely glimpsed a couple holding handguns, confronting a group of individuals. Damn it. There really are people with guns. Lin Feng's heart raced in astonishment, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath. Though the light was dim, he could make out that the group before him was indeed Wang Bo's subordinates. Yet the appearance of the couple remained shrouded in darkness, indistinct. This was a critical matter. It was imperative to ascertain the identity of the opposing party. After all, in a world teeming with uncertainty and peril, anyone could potentially become a latent enemy, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal blow. Carefully opening the door, he concealed himself in the shadows and cautiously approached the group. Chapter 36. The turn of events not having ventured far, they soon heard voices, one of which was particularly familiar. It was Xiangzi's voice. Do not be afraid. He only has one gun, and there are over 10 of us here. How could we possibly fear him? Scoffed a stranger. A bunch of little brats. When I was in the underworld, you were still playing in the mud. To dare covet my interests, you were truly courting death. Let me tell you, I have 5 bullets left in this gun. Anyone who dares to challenge me will face 6 corpses as a fair trade. At that moment, a woman's voice, familiar to Lin Feng, echoed through the air. Do you know who he is? He is the infamous Biaogu of Haining. If you know what is good for you, step aside, or you will regret it. This was Sun Yu, standing beside Biaogu. Lin Feng had heard of Biaogu but was unaware that he resided here. However, he was puzzled as to why Sun Yu was associated with him. Confusion clouded Lin Feng's mind, yet knowing the identity of the other party, he chose not to take any further risks and retraced his steps, returning home without incident. However, when Wang Bo's subordinates heard Biaogu's name, their arrogance evaporated, replaced by fear and trembling. Biaogu was a well-known figure in Haining, commanding numerous followers and having carved out his own territory. He was undoubtedly a formidable character. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, laced with trepidation. Ah, it is Biaogu. My uncle works under you. We are like family now. With that, one person excused themselves from the situation, followed by 2 others with similar justifications. Observing this, Xiangzi realized the precariousness of their situation. He seized Sun Ming's hand and fled, fearful of attracting Biaogu's attention. Biaogu did not pursue those who fled. He was acutely aware of the preciousness of bullets. At such a critical moment, each bullet could mean the difference between life and death. The remaining individuals quickly fabricated excuses to vacate the scene. Lin Feng remained indoors, observing their actions. An hour later, he sent Sun Yu a message. What transpired outside? I saw you with Biaogu. I thought he didn't live here. Upon receiving the message, Sun Yu felt a surge of surprise. She was certain Lin Feng had not been among the group. But then she recalled the back door of Lin Feng's villa led to the underground parking lot, and her confusion dissipated. Taking a deep breath, she began to reply. Biaogu has taken one of my friends under his wing. I had no choice but to associate with him for survival. You must believe me. My heart belongs solely to you. Lin Feng, undeterred by Sun Yu's sentiments, pressed further. How did you come to confront Wang Bo's subordinates? Sun Yu bit her lip and continued. Biaogu and I were out digging for snow, and we encountered them in the parking lot. They intended to abduct me. But fortunately, Biaogu shot one of them, which deterred the rest. Lin Feng, you must believe me. I am with Biaogu only for sustenance, and he no longer possesses that capacity. As she recounted her tale, Lin Feng's mind began to formulate a plan. He perceived this as an opportunity, perhaps through Sun Yu. He could procure Biaoji's gun. Yes, I understand your intentions. However, since you are already with Biaogu, should you suddenly abandon him, he would surely harbor resentment and seek to retaliate. He wields a gun, and we are no match for him. Sun Yu, upon reading Lin Feng's response, felt a mix of joy and anxiety. She recognized that Lin Feng had accepted her feelings, yet Biaoji's gun was indeed a significant concern. What should we do then? Lin Feng deliberately paused before responding slowly. You should find a way to steal Biaoji's gun. If you succeed, we need not fear him anymore. Sun Yu frowned at the message. She knew how dearly Biaogu cherished that gun, often keeping it under his pillow while he slept. The challenge of stealing it was formidable. Nonetheless, the thought of a future with Lin Feng spurred her resolve. All right. I will seize the opportunity to take his gun and then come to find you. Lin Feng held little hope for the successful theft of the gun, if it happened. That would be splendid, but if not, it was inconsequential. He prioritized awareness of who possessed the gun to prepare defenses. Ding! The notification sound chimed again. And Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, initially expecting a message from Sun Yu. However, upon glancing at his phone screen, he discovered it was a notification from the homeowners group. I am Biaogu. I presume you have all heard of my name. Ordinarily, I prefer to avoid trouble, but now someone dares to challenge me. Do not blame me for being ungracious. From today onward, I hold sway over this community. If you obey, I will ensure your continued safety. Those who resist will face dire consequences. He then sent 2 photographs. The first displayed the gun he held tightly, and the second depicted the body of the man he had just shot, lying in a pool of blood. The once lively homeowners group fell into a stunned silence. The residents, typically chatty, now resembled statues, too fearful to utter a sound. Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, observing the unfolding events with a calm demeanor. Biaoji's strategy was indeed astute. A blend of coercion and persuasion, he was truly adept at thriving in the underworld. Certainly, Biaogu did not rely solely on intimidation. He understood that although he possessed a gun, the number of bullets was limited, and within this enclosed community, he faced hundreds of households and thousands of people. Should he incite their collective fury, even a gun would not suffice for his defense. Thus, he opted for a strategy of both reward and threat. On one hand, he painted a hopeful picture, suggesting that compliance might offer a glimmer of survival. On the other, he utilized the bloody reality to instill fear, ensuring that no one dared to rebel. Human nature has always been averse to the specter of death. Although everyone understood that Biaogu could kill one today and might target them tomorrow, the hope of survival often blinds individuals to the peril they face. No one wished to be the one to challenge Biaoji's authority. Lin Feng shrugged. This matter was of no concern to him. While others quaked in fear before Biaogu, Lin Feng remained an exception. Chapter 37. Toying with Wang Bo, he remained utterly indifferent to the threat posed by Biaozi. Perhaps even dismissive. Should Biaozi dare to cross the threshold of Lin Feng's abode, his fate would be irrevocably sealed by Lin Feng's hands. As for those so-called neighbors, to Lin Feng, they were merely a band of self-deluded ostriches. They preferred to bury their heads in the sand rather than bravely rise to oppose the encroaching danger. Lin Feng held no regard for their lives. He was no saint, lacking any interest in sacrificing himself to save others. At Aunt Zhao's home, Wang Bo and Aunt Zhao sat on the sofa, exchanging silent, accusatory glances, both acutely aware of the dire predicament before them. The gravity of the calamity was unmistakable. At this juncture, money had become utterly meaningless, and even the 2 hired thugs, whom Wang Bo had recruited at great expense, had departed without hesitation. The remaining occupants of the room, gripped by a profound fear of the gun in Biaozi's possession, hastily devised excuses to leave. taking with them all the food they had pillaged from other owners' homes. Aunt Zhao's complexion turned ashen. "Young Master Wang, what shall we do? We have no food left. While it is manageable for us, my grandson is still so young, he cannot endure hunger. Damn it, your grandson is not my responsibility. I care not for his fate. My own sustenance is what matters most," Wang Bo retorted, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the tender face of Xiao Tsong, swallowing hard in response. Noticing Wang Bo's gaze, Aunt Zhao's heart raced with alarm. She swiftly enveloped Xiao Tsong in her arms, warily confronting Wang Bo. What are you planning? If you dare harm my grandson, I will fight you to the bitter end." Wang Bo retracted his ravenous stare. "What are you thinking? We are but grasshoppers tied to the same string. Why would I harm your grandson? The corpses of 3 hands remain frozen outside. They should suffice for our needs for a few days." Though his words suggested otherwise, Wang Bo's mind was already concocting plans. Aunt Zhao still held some value. Yet if they reached a point of starvation, he would not hesitate to eliminate her and her grandson. In this apocalyptic world, survival was paramount. Aunt Zhao, however, was no fool. Having lived over 50 years, she was not blind to Wang Bo's intentions. Yet the harsh reality loomed. She was but a solitary elderly woman with a 3-year-old child. Abandoning Wang Bo would only lead to a more arduous existence, a slow waiting for death. Thus, despite her vigilance towards Wang Bo, she had no choice but to temporarily rely on him. Likewise, when the moment of life and death arrived, she would not hesitate to seek an opportunity to eliminate Wang Bo. Both harbored ulterior motives yet were compelled to collaborate. They dismembered the 3 corpses, using that cold and brutal method to satiate their hunger. At that moment, Aunt Zhao let out a satisfied belch and suggested, "Young Master Wang, I have an idea that could resolve our current dilemma." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo seized Aunt Zhao's hand, urgency lacing his voice. "What is your solution? Speak quickly." Once a privileged heir, now reduced to the indignity of subsisting on human flesh, this was an immense blow to his pride. Aunt Zhao continued, "Currently, Biaozi threatens everyone into submission with his gun, yet I believe Lin Feng's character will never yield to him. We could attempt to ally with him, and in doing so, we would no longer have to fear Biaozi." Wang Bo's eyes lit up at Aunt Zhao's proposition. Indeed, as she stated, there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. With a common foe in Lin Feng, perhaps this presented an opportunity to extricate themselves from their current plight. Ding, just as Lin Feng was about to retire for the night, the doorbell rang. Upon checking the surveillance, he saw Wang Bo standing outside with raised hands. What brings him here? Although perplexed, Lin Feng made his way to the door, addressing Wang Bo. "Young Master Wang, what brings you to seek me at this late hour?" Wang Bo replied, "Lin Feng, I bear no ill will. I come to discuss a matter with you." He then relayed the proposal to join forces against Biaozi. Accustomed to being adored, Wang Bo's tone was condescending even in supplication, which irked Lin Feng. "Young Master Wang, are you truly beseeching me? I see no sincerity in your approach." Wang Bo frowned, realizing Lin Feng was deliberately making things difficult for him. What would demonstrate sincerity? A smirk played upon Lin Feng's lips as he declared, "Kneel." Fury ignited within Wang Bo. He had been elevated on a pedestal his entire life. Such humiliation was intolerable. "Lin Feng, do not overstep your bounds." Unfazed, Lin Feng replied coolly, "Very well. If you refuse to kneel, then you may leave." Wang Bo stood frozen, caught in a tormenting limbo, neither able to walk away nor remain. The sensation was unbearable. Through the surveillance, Lin Feng reveled in Wang Bo's conflicted expression, finding it more gratifying than slaying him. After a prolonged internal struggle, Wang Bo gritted his teeth and declared, "Lin Feng, I will comply with your demand. I shall kneel now." With that, Wang Bo knelt resolutely at Lin Feng's doorstep and continued, "Lin Feng, I have done as you instructed. Now will you grant my request?" Ecstasy surged through Lin Feng. "You may leave now." Confusion washed over Wang Bo as he queried, "What do you mean?" Lin Feng burst into laughter. "Surely, young Master Wang, you are not so dim as to misunderstand my intent." It was then that Wang Bo realized he had been played for a fool. Enraged, he bellowed, "Lin Feng, how dare you deceive me?" Rising, he began to kick furiously at Lin Feng's door. "You refuse to leave and dare to insult me. I shall make you regret it." Lin Feng retrieved a pre-prepared stink bomb and hurled it through the observation hole. Bang, the noxious fumes erupted, enveloping the area in a choking cloud that brought tears to Wang Bo's eyes. Even as he clamped his hands over his nose, the stench was inescapable. "What in the world is this? It reeks." Wang Bo, covering his nose, sought an escape from the foul-smelling vicinity, but the thick smoke obscured his path. Through the infrared camera, Lin Feng observed Wang Bo's frantic, disoriented movements within the haze, a cold smile curling upon his lips as he savored the moment. This Wang Bo, is the price of your supplication. Chapter 38. An unexpected encounter with Qiu Hanwei early the next morning. Lin Feng had just finished his breakfast when Erlang began to pace anxiously around him. Observing Erlang's eager demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He gently patted Erlang's head and remarked, "You rascal, it's freezing outside. Do you still wish to venture out? Aren't you afraid of freezing your paws off?" With that, Lin Feng stood up to organize his attire while also dressing Erlang in thick, warm clothing. Both man and dog, thus bundled up snugly, prepared to step outside. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Lin Feng was taken aback by the scene before him. The parking area, which had been desolate just a couple of days prior, was now bustling with people. The indoor temperature had plummeted to match the outside chill, reaching a staggering -40 degrees. Lacking heating facilities, everyone had to rely on movement for warmth. The increased crowd also fostered a sense of security, after all. Under the watchful eyes of others, the bully dared not act recklessly. If he were to commit murder openly, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage, with dire consequences. As Lin Feng walked with Erlang, he soon spotted Qiu Hanwei, Zhang Yuting, and Zhang Qiming. Lin Feng exchanged a silent glance with Zhang Yuting, both understanding the unspoken meaning behind it. The moment Qiu Hanwei laid eyes on Lin Feng, she was reminded of his proposition to exchange food. However, for the past 2 days, she had been wrestling with her conscience. Their family had run out of provisions for 3 days. And she was not only enduring hunger but also facing Zhang Qingming's wrath. As a traditional person, she found it hard to accept the thought of trading her body for sustenance with Lin Feng. Qiu Hanyue's gaze faltered, uncertainty gnawing at her as she pondered how much longer she could hold out. Unaware of Qiu Hanyue's internal conflict, Lin Feng continued toward his home with Erlang. Zhang Qiming, noticing Lin Feng, spoke to Qiu Hanwei in a commanding tone. "Qiu Hanwei, I saw this fellow post photos in the group. He has plenty of food at home. You should talk to him and ask him to spare us some." Upon hearing this, Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting exchanged incredulous looks at Zhang Qiming. Yes, he had food, but why would he share it freely? Did he expect Qiu Hanwei to barter her beauty for it? Disappointment washed over Qiu Hanwei as she wrestled with the dilemma of whether to take that fateful step. Sensing Qiu Hanyue's predicament, Zhang Yuting, eager for an opportunity to negotiate with Lin Feng, interjected, "Brother, don't put my sister-in-law in a tough spot. Let me go instead. After all, I'm a university student. I know how to speak with Lin Feng." Just as Lin Feng had taken off his clothes, the doorbell rang. Upon seeing Zhang Yuting's figure through the monitor, he couldn't help but shake his head, bemused. He was unsure if her eagerness stemmed from her appetite or something else. Zhang Yuting was always so forward, leaving Lin Feng with the impression that he was somehow at a disadvantage. He not only had to provide her with food but also ensure her comfort. When he opened the door, both of them fell into a comfortable rhythm. Lin Feng prepared the food while Zhang Yuting shed her clothing. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but wrinkle his nose and suggested, "Why don't you wash up first?" At this, Zhang Yuting's face flushed crimson. Given the limited resources, even drinking hot water had become a challenge, let alone bathing. Lowering her head, she murmured a response and hurried into the bathroom. When Zhang Yuting emerged, the dining table was already laden with delicacies. Without waiting for Lin Feng to inquire, she spoke up, "We have nothing left at home, and my brother has been taking his frustrations out on my sister-in-law. I suspect she won't last many more days." Lin Feng smiled knowingly. "Qiu Hanwei, you cannot evade my grasp." 2 hours later, Zhang Yuting returned to Qiu Hanyue's home, proudly holding 2 packets of instant noodles. Upon seeing her, Zhang Qingming's eyes lit up, and he snatched the noodles from her hands, devouring them ravenously, completely neglecting the equally starving Qiu Hanwei. Qiu Hanwei sat quietly nearby, saying nothing, merely observing Zhang Qiming. She had grown accustomed to this scene. His selfishness had become an integral part of her life, one she silently endured. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhang Yuting, she was taken aback by the sight. Zhang Yuting's hair was no longer disheveled. Instead, it cascaded neatly over her shoulders, exuding a faint fragrance. This astonished her. Had Zhang Yuting bathed at Lin Feng's house? Stealing a glance at the engrossed Zhang Qiming, Qiu Hanwei gently tugged on Zhang Yuting's sleeve, drawing her into the bedroom. She scrutinized Zhang Yuting closely, noting not only her tidy hair but also her rosy complexion. "Yuting, did you wash up at Lin Feng's place?" Zhang Yuting smiled triumphantly, lightly fanning herself, the sweet scent wafting through the air. She nodded. "Yes, sister-in-law, you wouldn't believe it. Lin Feng's home is so warm. There is hot water for bathing and so much delicious food." Listening to Zhang Yuting's description, a complex wave of emotion surged within Qiu Hanwei. If what Zhang Yuting said was true, Lin Feng's home was akin to paradise. Qiu Hanyue's resolve wavered once more. Was it truly worth it to remain chaste for someone as selfish as Zhang Qiming? Sensing Qiu Hanyue's inner turmoil, Zhang Yuting continued, "Sister-in-law, let me tell you. Lin Feng is incredibly generous. Do you know what he fed me? 4 pounds of giant lobster and Australian abalone. I had never seen such things before. I even took pictures to show you." With that, she pulled out her phone and shared several photos with Qiu Hanwei. As Qiu Hanwei gazed at the images on Zhang Yuting's phone, a tumult of emotions washed over her. She could hardly fathom the abundance of food in Lin Feng's household. Doubts began to creep in. Had Lin Feng anticipated the impending disaster and prepared accordingly? A storm brewed in her heart. She was torn between the opportunity to barter her dignity for survival. Gurgle. Having gone 3 days without food, her stomach protested audibly. Weary. She returned to the living room, scanning the area for Zhang Qiming, but he was nowhere to be found. Presumably, he had eaten his fill and retired to their bedroom. This realization solidified her determination. She could no longer continue in this manner. She had to find a solution to their food predicament. With trembling hands, she retrieved her phone and sought out Lin Feng's profile in the residence group. When Lin Feng noticed the friend request, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Chapter 39. The new owners group. He had long anticipated this day, when Qiu Hanwei would take the initiative to seek him out. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. However, Lin Feng promptly declined Qiu Hanyue's request. One must not indulge women. The best approach to handling them is to employ the strategy of allure and withdrawal. Thus, he deliberately left Qiu Hanwei in a state of anxiety and anticipation. Believing that this would lead her to value the opportunity, he offered even more and to adhere to his wishes. Moreover, Zhang Yuting had already visited today, and excessive activity was detrimental to one's health. At that moment, his phone suddenly erupted with a series of urgent notifications, ringing incessantly. Lin Feng picked up his phone and was greeted by a flood of new messages that poured onto the screen like a surging tide. Upon entering the message interface, he discovered he had been added to a brand new group chat. Curiously, he perused the list of group members and realized that this group had been established by the residents of the community. However, notably absent were Biaozi and Wang Bo's entourage. A thought crossed his mind, and he began to vaguely discern the reasons behind this. The death threats issued by Biaozi had detonated like a bombshell, creating a considerable uproar within the community. Residents were fervently voicing their grievances in the chat, recounting the misfortunes endured by themselves or their neighbors at the hands of Biaozi. It was reported that Biaozi had gathered a dozen henchmen, and several households had already been thoroughly ransacked. Indeed, I live across from a young couple, just yesterday. They not only injured the man but also humiliated the woman. Alas, I advise everyone, should they find themselves in such a predicament, to promptly surrender their provisions to avoid suffering physical harm. Just then, someone spoke out with righteous indignation. We must unite and collectively resist the tyranny of Biaozi. Immediately, others chimed in. Yes, with so many households, can we truly fear a mere dozen of them? But he possesses a firearm, came a dismissive retort. What of it? How many bullets can one gun hold? Yes, if we all confront him together, I refuse to believe he could kill us all. Indeed. I recall there are several party members and veterans in our community. We need not fear that ragtag group. As the discussion turned to confronting Biaozi, everyone's spirits soared with fervor, as though they were ready to dispense immediate justice. Yet, at that moment, Grandpa's son sent a message. Since we are all so united, let us set a time to gather in the underground parking lot and confront Biaozi and his gang. Grandpa's son, a retired military officer, though 65 years of age, was still remarkably fit and held a commendable reputation in the community for his amiable nature. His message invigorated the group, and everyone expressed their eagerness to respond to his call. However, after a brief moment of excitement, a wave of contemplation swept over the group. While it was easy to vocalize their sentiments, the reality of engaging in a life-threatening confrontation was a different matter altogether. Everyone understood the logic, yet no one wished to be the one at the forefront facing a bullet. Such eloquence was merely a guise to persuade others to shield them from the dangers. Following a brief silence, someone finally spoke again. I believe we should not rush into this. We must devise a comprehensive strategy. Yes, acts of violence are the domain of brutes. We are civilized individuals and must rely on our intellect to prevail. Upon hearing this, Grandpa's son sighed, acknowledging the wisdom in their words. However, we cannot remain passive and continuously endure these assaults. We must devise a plan that allows us to protect ourselves while effectively combating Biaozi. His words resonated like a clarion call, plunging the group into another silence. As each member contemplated how to safeguard themselves while striking back against Biaozi, after a moment, a usually reticent homeowner finally spoke. I have a suggestion, Grandpa-san. As a veteran, you possess the courage and wisdom needed to take the lead and rally the party members in our community to confront Biaozi's gang. This suggestion received immediate support from many. Indeed, I recall that Security Officer Song is also a veteran. If you gather a few more capable individuals, you could certainly handle Biaozi and his crew. We must take tangible action. This proposal found favor, and it was decided thus. If weapons are lacking, I can offer my kitchen knife. Though rudimentary, it is better than going unarmed. I have a newly purchased frying pan that you can use as a shield against bullets. You veterans should know how to dig traps and lure them in, thus neutralizing their firearms. The group buzzed with suggestions, as if the burden of opposing Biaozi had suddenly fallen upon their shoulders. Yet, most of these proposals were mere theoretical musings, and few were genuinely willing to embrace the risk. The other party members fell silent, as if they had not seen the messages at all. At that moment, Security Officer Song Wei sent out a message. Our community does indeed have a few party members and veterans. However, to my knowledge, apart from myself, they're all over 60 years of age. It is unrealistic to send them against Biaozi's ruthless gang. Instead, I propose this. Let each household send forth one able-bodied youth, and I will lead the charge against them. Upon reading this message, the adult males in the community fell silent. They understood that this time, they would genuinely face danger, rather than merely discussing it. Conversely, the women without adult males in their households became invigorated, as if they had been electrified. Officer Song is right, as weak women. How could we possibly confront those ruthless thugs? It is your duty as men to display your valor. Gentlemen, the time has come for you to showcase your prowess. Seize this opportunity. It is time to exhibit your chivalry. We hope you succeed in protecting us, the frail women. Should any handsome single man eliminate Biaozi, I shall offer myself in gratitude. However, the adult males among the homeowners were far from eager to accept such encouragement. They recognized that this was a matter of life and death, and no one was concerned about appearances. Consequently, they began to fabricate excuses to evade responsibility. I have been feverish for several days and lack the strength to contribute. My presence would only hinder the group. I have not eaten in 3 days. Does anyone have food to spare? Once I am nourished, I will immediately accompany you to confront Biaozi, who isn't in the same boat. I am so famished that I can barely walk. If anyone has food, please share some with me. Chapter 40. Parting ways and discontent. As the women homeowners witnessed the men's reluctance to confront the ruffians, their expressions soured, and they began to hurl insults. A bunch of useless individuals, boasting endlessly in ordinary times, yet cowering when it truly matters. Indeed, a group of cowardly turtles, truly contemptible men. One is more pitiful than the next, none as valiant as grandfather's son, worthless. Lin Feng quietly observed the lively exchange in the group chat, a hint of amusement stirring within him. This cacophony added a modicum of interest to his otherwise mundane days. In this time of scarcity and monotony, the banter and quarrels within the chat had morphed into a peculiar form of entertainment. The verbal skirmishes grew increasingly intense, laden with vicious words and filthy language. It seemed that everyone had forgotten the original purpose of forming the group, initially established to collectively combat the threats posed by the ruffians. It had devolved into an unending series of disputes and insults. Ultimately, they parted ways in discontent. Lin Feng stowed away his phone and ascended to the gym on the second floor. The body is the foundation of revolution, especially in these extraordinary times. Maintaining a healthy physique is of utmost importance. He poured sweat during an hour of rigorous exercise. Having just finished his shower, Lin Feng received a video call request from Sun Siyu. Dressed in a pristine white down jacket, she resembled an icy beauty, exuding an air of aloofness. Upon seeing Lin Feng, clad only in a towel and drying his damp hair, she could not hide her astonishment. Lin Feng, do you have hot water at home? This left Sun Siyu perplexed. She had seen Lin Feng's home equipped with a fireplace for warmth, yet the water pipes were frozen, and any drinking water had to be obtained by digging through snow. How much snow would one need to excavate to boil water for a bath? Sun Siyu was an astute woman. She did not believe Lin Feng would engage in such folly. However, Lin Feng offered her an unexpected reply. I take a shower every day. Is there a problem with that? Since Lin Feng did not clarify, Sun Siyu, sensing the awkwardness, refrained from further questioning and continued. Lin Feng, you saw in the group chat, right? The ruffians are robbing the homeowners in the community. I am somewhat frightened. As a single, beautiful woman, she would undoubtedly be a prime target for the ruffians. Should she fall into their clutches, the humiliation and suffering she would endure would be unbearable. This was also something Lin Feng wished to avoid. He had yet to enjoy her company, and he certainly would not allow the ruffians to prevail. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, Lin Feng smiled and reassured her. Rest assured, Miss Sunday. If they dare to trouble you, inform me at once, and I assure you that no one will harm you. Upon hearing his words, a warm current surged through Sun Siyu's heart. Lin Feng's repeated acts of selflessness had significantly elevated her fondness for him, stirring ripples of affection within her. She gazed at him, her eyes brimming with gratitude and trust. Simultaneously, her gaze lingered on the cozy ambience of Lin Feng's home. As a physician, she possessed a penchant for cleanliness. After several days without a bath, she felt on the verge of loathing herself. With this thought, Sun Siyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Summoning her courage, she addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, may I take a shower at your place? Lin Feng, captivated by Sun Siyu's alluring presence, felt a flutter in his heart and responded readily, no problem. Please wait 5 minutes while I change. With that, he turned and entered his bedroom to change clothes. Anticipation bubbled within him, eager to see Sun Siyu's appearance post-bath and the potential interactions that would ensue. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the doorbell rang punctually. Lin Feng carefully reviewed the surveillance footage, not out of distrust for Sun Siyu, but because in these extraordinary times, even the slightest oversight could lead to unpredictable consequences. After thorough verification, he confirmed that only Sun Siyu appeared on the monitor and thus felt secure in opening the door. There stood Sun Siyu, a faint blush tinting her cheeks, reminiscent of spring blossoms, rendering her even more enchanting. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, inviting her inside. The two of them entered the room, and the atmosphere gradually shifted to something more delicate. At that moment, Erlang, his dog, joyfully bounded over, circling around Sun Siyu. She seemed somewhat intimidated by the dog, clutching Lin Feng's arm tightly, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. How did you come to own such a large dog? Lin Feng gently patted her hand to soothe her nerves. He waved a hand at Erlang, instructing, Erlang, come here, lie down, seemingly understanding Lin Feng's command. Erlang obediently lay at his feet. Witnessing such compliance, Sun Siyu's anxiety eased a fraction. Gathering her courage, she reached out to gently stroke Erlang's head, exclaiming, he is so well behaved, it seems he can understand you. Erlang, sensing Sun Siyu's kindness, lifted his head, gazing at her with clear eyes, as if responding to her praise. Damn it, you also have a taste for beauties. You start acting cute when you see one. Lin Feng playfully kicked Erlang's hindquarters, causing him to scamper away. Then, softly addressing Sun Siyu, he said, Miss Sun, please go ahead and shower. I have prepared hot water for you. The temperature in Lin Feng's home was comfortable, yet for Sun Siyu, clad in a heavy down jacket, it felt somewhat stifling. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, her face flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head, softly murmuring in acknowledgement. She began to carefully remove her down jacket. Standing nearby, Lin Feng's gaze inadvertently wandered over Sun Siyu's figure, both to ensure she bore no concealed weapons and to admire her splendid form. Not bad, 3060. Once Sun Siyu entered the bathroom, Lin Feng turned to select a suitable set of undergarments and a lace nightgown, placing them gently on the bathroom doorknob. He called out to her, Miss Sun, I have laid out a change of clothes here. I picked a set based on your measurements. Try them on. And if they don't fit, I'll find something else. From within the bathroom, Sun Siyu responded with a soft affirmative. Soon after, the sound of running water filled the air. Lin Feng returned to the sofa and settled down, eagerly anticipating the enchanting sight of her emerging from the bath. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Sun Siyu turned on the shower, warm water cascading over her, enveloping her in a long-lost comfort and relaxation. Tears of excitement shimmered in her eyes as she was overwhelmed by an indescribable sentiment. Chapter 41. The Visit of Sun Si. It is often only after experiencing loss that one comes to truly understand the essence of happiness. Prior to the impending apocalypse, she had never realized how significant the mundane aspects of daily life were. Having gone several days without bathing, Sun Si took particular care during her cleansing ritual this time. After half an hour, she suddenly remembered she was at Lin Feng's home and quickened her pace, not wishing to waste precious water resources. Lin Feng patiently awaited her in the living room, refraining from voicing any impatience or urging her along. His supply of water was ample, and even in extreme circumstances, there was an abundance of ice and snow outside to utilize. Soon, a soft click signaled the bathroom door opening. Lin Feng turned his gaze and was met with the sight of a delicate, fair arm extending from within, retrieving the clothes he had placed outside the door. Moments later, Sun Si emerged, adorned in lace lingerie, her damp hair cascading down her back, enhancing her alluring charm. The subtle cleft of her bosom revealed a breathtaking beauty that captivated Lin Feng's ardent gaze, igniting a blush upon her cheeks. Instinctively, she crossed her arms protectively over her chest, feeling shy under his intense scrutiny. Realizing his indiscretion, Lin Feng averted his gaze and softly invited her to sit, stating he had prepared a meal for her. In recent days, Sun Si had merely managed to stave off hunger, which had grown tiresome. Upon seeing the steaming dishes on the dining table, her eyes sparkled with delight. The enticing aroma wafted towards her, making it impossible to resist swallowing hard. After a moment's hesitation, her hunger ultimately triumphed over her shyness. Gathering her courage, she approached the table and eagerly began to savor the delectable spread before her. Lin Feng attentively poured her a glass of red wine. Sun Si lifted her glass, clinking it gently against his, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Lin Feng, I cannot thank you enough. I never anticipated that your stockpile would be so plentiful. Reflecting on the tasteful decor of Lin Feng's home and the carefully prepared provisions, she could not help but wonder if he had foreseen the disaster's arrival. A wave of inexplicable relief surged within her, thankful to have encountered Lin Feng at such a critical juncture and to receive his assistance. Otherwise, she feared she would have succumbed to being a mere plaything for Wang Bo and his entourage, trapped in unending fear and despair. Lin Feng smiled softly. See, there's no need for such formality. We are friends, and this is simply what friends do. Deep down, he was already aware of Sun Si's affections for him, sensing the dependence and trust reflected in her eyes. Yet, he refrained from confessing his own feelings, knowing that it was not yet the right moment. He intended to wait for Sun Si to voice her feelings first, allowing him to maintain a steady grasp on her emotions. After indulging in the meal, Sun Si rose, her expression tinged with reluctance. Lin Feng, thank you for your hospitality. I must be going now. Nodding in understanding, Lin Feng stood and escorted her to the door. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there was no danger before allowing her to depart. As night descended, Qiu Hanyue paced anxiously in the living room, her phone clutched tightly in hand. She frequently glanced down at the screen, her face etched with worry. Having sent Lin Feng over a dozen friend requests, each had vanished into silence, yielding no response. For days without food had rendered her already slender frame even more gaunt, her cheeks sunken in a way that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, life continued to show her no mercy. Zhang Qiming often unleashed his anger upon her, making her existence within the household increasingly arduous. In desperation, she sought the assistance of Zhang Yiting, knowing her sister had shared close encounters with Lin Feng. Standing hesitantly at the threshold, she summoned her courage to step inside. Yiting, I have something to discuss with you, but you mustn't tell your brother. I truly have no other options left. The food at home has dwindled, and your brother, he hits me daily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiting immediately grasped that Qiu Hanwei was prepared to barter with Lin Feng for sustenance. She took Qiu Hanyue's hand and spoke softly, Sister-in-law, I understand your predicament. My brother indeed lacks the responsibility of a man. I recognize that your choice stems from the need to secure food. Rest assured, I will not disclose this to him. Zhang Yiting was well aware that a significant part of Lin Feng's interest in her was due to Qiu Hanyue. If she did not facilitate Qiu Hanyue's approach towards him, it would not be long before Lin Feng grew weary of her. Qiu Hanyue, hearing Zhang Yiting's understanding and support, felt a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. However, she soon lowered her gaze, troubled. But Lin Feng rejected my friend request. Yiting, what should I do? Zhang Yiting furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding, Sister-in-law, I believe you should make an effort to present yourself well and approach him directly. Qiu Hanwei hesitated, her face betraying her uncertainty and concern. Will that actually work? Zhang Yiting offered her an encouraging glance. Trust me, it will be fine. Just remember to dress a bit provocatively. Lin Feng is attracted to women with ample curves. At this, Qiu Hanwei felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Nodding, she expressed her thanks to Zhang Yiting before departing the room. Once outside Zhang Yiting's quarters, Qiu Hanwei felt a tumult of anxiety and anticipation within her. She returned to her own bedroom, glancing at the slumbering Zhang Qiming. Carefully opening her wardrobe, she began to sift through her clothing. Typically modest in her choices, she struggled to find anything remotely alluring. Resolutely, she discarded all her garments, leaving only a minimal bikini and draping a long down jacket over it, sufficiently enticing while still conveying sincerity. Standing before the mirror, she applied a light touch of makeup, striving to appear more vibrant. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and stepped out of the house. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. In the stillness of the night, she encountered no one on her path. At last, she arrived at Lin Feng's residence. Hesitating at the door for a moment, she gathered her courage and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Upon catching sight of Qiu Hanwei, Lin Feng felt no surprise as he opened the door. "Lin Feng, may I come in?" she asked timidly. He nodded, stepping aside to allow her entry. As Qiu Hanyuan nervously surveyed her surroundings, she realized this was her first visit to Lin Feng's home, and everything felt so foreign to her. Did you need to see me for something? Chapter 42. An unexpected encounter with Qiu Hanwei. Qiu Hanwei took a deep breath, summoning her courage to speak. "Lin Feng, I realize you might harbor some misunderstandings about me. However, I find myself in a desperate situation. There is scarcely any food left at home, and my husband, he has not treated me well. I am aware that you have stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, and thus, I have come to seek your assistance." Lin Feng regarded her thoughtfully. Remaining silent for a moment, Qiu Hanyue's heart raced, unsure if her actions were justified, yet she had exhausted all other options. Finally, Lin Feng spoke. "Qiu Hanwei, I comprehend your predicament, but you must recognize that the world has irrevocably changed, and each individual must take responsibility for their own survival. I am willing to provide you with some food, but you will need to offer something in return." Upon hearing this, Qiu Hanwei felt a flicker of hope within her. I can help you with household chores, or undertake other tasks in exchange." Lin Feng shook his head. "What I require is something of greater value." "Such as?" His gaze appraised Qiu Hanwei, the implication unmistakable. After a brief hesitation, Qiu Hanwei nodded. Slowly, she removed her coat, revealing her slightly emaciated yet still graceful figure, feeling particularly anxious under Lin Feng's intense scrutiny. "My goodness, this woman is truly bold, coming here in her undergarments." Lin Feng thought as he examined her. Although she had lost some weight, her curves remained distinct, especially in those areas that should not have diminished. Still retaining an alluring fullness, Qiu Hanwei felt the weight of Lin Feng's unabashed gaze, a wave of humiliation washing over her. She understood that she had no alternative but to submit to his appraisal. "Mr. Lin, I am willing to accede to any of your demands. But I too have my conditions." Intrigued, Lin Feng inquired, "Oh, pray tell, what are your conditions?" Biting her lip, Qiu Hanwei replied, "I require 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of pork, and 100 pounds of vegetables." She refrained from greedily requesting luxury seafood, opting instead for more practical sustenance. Lin Feng chuckled softly. "You truly are something else, even at this juncture still considering your gambling husband. However, you overestimate your worth. While you possess some beauty, it is not nearly sufficient for what you seek. In this post-apocalyptic era, the value of a person seemed to have plummeted, akin to the bargaining of vegetables at a market." A profound sense of humiliation surged within Qiu Hanwei, tears welling up in her eyes. She had crossed her final boundary. Yet even this meager amount of food remained out of reach. Struggling to contain her tears, she tremulously asked, "Then, how much food can you offer me?" Lin Feng extended a single finger and replied nonchalantly, "1 box of instant noodles. If you disagree, you may leave at once." Despair enveloped Qiu Hanwei upon hearing this. Silently, she donned her down jacket and turned to exit. Lin Feng made no move to stop her. He knew that should he broadcast a message in his circle about trading food for women, many would eagerly present themselves. However, just as Qiu Hanwei approached the door, she abruptly halted. Turning around, her eyes glimmered with a newfound resolve. "May I have a meal here?" This was the first time since her marriage to Zhang Qiming that she had contemplated her own needs. Lin Feng regarded her with a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Certainly, one must be nourished to have the strength to work. Go wash up first." Qiu Hanwei nodded and quietly entered the bathroom, aware that she had no retreat, relying solely on Lin Feng to alleviate her hunger with this meal. The sound of water cascading filled the space as she stood beneath the shower, allowing the warm water to wash over her. She closed her eyes, relishing the long-lost comfort and warmth, a complex mixture of emotions swelling within her. After her bath, Qiu Hanwei donned the clean clothes Lin Feng had prepared. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at her somewhat haggard reflection, a surge of inexplicable sorrow filling her heart. Lin Feng had set the table with an array of dishes, and upon seeing Qiu Hanwei emerge, he smiled and beckoned, "Come eat. All of this is for you." Approaching the table, Qiu Hanwei beheld the spread before her, a glimmer of gratitude shining in her eyes. She sat down and began to devour the meal voraciously. Lin Feng observed her eating, reflecting on the harsh realities of their world, where everyone was engaged in a relentless struggle for survival. After finishing her meal, Qiu Hanwei expressed her thanks to Lin Feng. He looked at her and replied coolly, "There is no need for gratitude. I have merely done what was necessary. Everything you have received is a result of your own efforts." Nodding in acknowledgement, Qiu Hanwei followed Lin Feng to the bedroom. In the span of 2 hours, she felt as though she had embarked on an unprecedented adventure, experiencing sensations previously unknown to her. She began to grasp that being a woman could indeed be a source of joy. The pleasure of her body and the fulfillment of her spirit, leaving her in a state of disbelief. In this process, she transitioned from a passive recipient to an active seeker. It seemed as though she wished to unleash the desires she had suppressed for over 2 decades. With each touch and kiss igniting sensations of unparalleled excitement and ecstasy. Now, as tranquility returned, Qiu Hanyue's gaze toward Lin Feng was filled with uncertainty and evasion. She could hardly believe that she had engaged in such bold and fervent actions. It was entirely beyond her previous comprehension. Lin Feng gradually rose, selecting a new outfit for Qiu Hanwei, softly advising, "Put this on, lest your husband discovers you. That would be unfortunate." With that, he exited the bedroom. When Qiu Hanwei emerged, clad in the fresh attire, she appeared revitalized. Lin Feng had prepared a box of instant noodles at the door. As she picked it up, preparing to leave, she suddenly turned back to Lin Feng, her voice trembling as she asked, Can I come to see you again in the future?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the question. Goodness, this woman is quite similar to Zhang Yuting. Could she be becoming addicted? Yet, regaining his composure, he nodded and replied, "I will contact you should the need arise." A surge of inexplicable emotions washed over Qiu Hanwei at his words. She was unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow, yet she recognized that her life might indeed change because of this man. Chapter 43. The green hat hero holding a box of instant noodles. Qiu Hanwei approached her home. Upon reaching the doorstep, she paused to gently tidy her somewhat disheveled hair and clothing, striving to present herself in a more orderly fashion, lest Zhang Qiming detect any signs of her turmoil. As she stepped inside, she called out loudly towards the direction of the bedroom, "Husband, I'm back. You must be starving, come out and eat." Zhang Qiming, skeptical, inquired, "Eat? Is there anything left to eat in our home?" A pang of anxiety gripped Qiu Hanyue's heart, yet she maintained an outward calm. "Yes, I found some food. Look. Isn't this instant noodles?" Zhang Qingming's eyes widened as he snatched the noodles from her hands, urgently demanding, "Where did you get this?" Panic surged within Qiu Hanwei as she stammered, I bought it from the neighbor next door." Zhang Qiming furrowed his brow, fixing a penetrating gaze upon her. "Bought it? Do you take me for a fool? With prices so high, where would we find money for food?" Qiu Hanwei felt a tightening in her chest, for she was well aware of Zhang Qingming's insight into their financial circumstances. She struggled to explain, but Zhang Qingming's patience had already worn thin. With a resounding slap, he struck her face, furiously berating, "You wretched woman, tell me, did you go to find that Lin Feng? Did he give you these noodles?" Tears of injustice sprang to Qiu Hanyue's eyes as she helplessly crouched on the floor, cradling her head, enduring his tirade. However, Zhang Qiming had no intention of letting her off easily. He yanked her up, seething, "Damn it, you dared to wear the green hat on me. Thinking a box of noodles would suffice? Let us go find that Lin Feng right now. He must compensate me." Despair washed over Qiu Hanwei, for she knew Zhang Qiming was capable of anything when driven to madness. Just then, Zhang Yuting rushed out from the bedroom, swiftly intervening to pull Zhang Qiming away. "Brother, can you calm down? Sister-in-law is doing this for your sake." Zhang Qiming glared, shaking off Zhang Yuting's grasp and pointing an accusatory finger at Qiu Hanwei, shouting, "Calm down? How can I be calm? This shameless woman, for a box of noodles, has let Lin Feng take advantage of her. She should at least bring back some meat." In his brutish words, Zhang Qiming revealed his true intentions. He cared not for whether his wife had been used. What mattered to him was the return on this transaction. This revelation ignited Qiu Hanwei's fury, and she glared at him, exclaiming, "You, a grown man with hands and feet, now rely on your wife to barter her body for food, and you still have the audacity to be choosy? I wish for pork, but do you think anyone will give it to me? Do you believe that in this world, food can still be bought with money?" Her words crashed upon Zhang Qiming like a bucket of cold water. In these apocalyptic times, not only was pork a rarity, but even a box of instant noodles was an exceedingly scarce resource. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Qiming slumped onto the sofa, visibly defeated. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuting urged, "Brother, sister-in-law is doing this for the family. In these times, obtaining a box of noodles is no easy feat. We should be grateful to her instead of blaming her." A flicker of resentment flashed in Zhang Qingming's eyes as he turned his gaze back to Qiu Hanwei. His voice low and cold. "Qiu Hanwei, you need to visit Lin Feng a few more times. If you bear his child, we can threaten him to provide us with endless food." Shock enveloped both Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting. Filled with wrath and humiliation, Qiu Hanwei could scarcely believe her ears. Zhang Yuting stood aghast, never having imagined her brother could utter such disgraceful words. "How can you say such a thing?" Qiu Hanyue's voice trembled, her heart aching. I am your wife. I have been violated, and you remain indifferent, yet now you wish for me to bear children for another? You are inhuman. Zhang Qiming, unperturbed, sneered, the world has changed. We must learn to adapt. Xiao Hanwei, since you possess such capabilities, you should utilize them well. For our survival. For this family, you must do this. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng had already anticipated all of this. After each transaction with them, he ensured they ingested contraceptive pills, leaving no room for complications. Though Lin Feng was a ruthless individual, he possessed his own principles and boundaries. He would never choose women like Qiao Hanwei or Zhang Yuting to bear his children. However, this arrangement allowed Qiao Hanwei to pursue Lin Feng without reproach. At Zhao Ting's home, under dim lighting, Zhang Chang's corpse had been devoured by Zhao Ting and her family, leaving only a pile of bones. Even Kuan was not spared, having been consumed raw by Zhao Ting. Zhao Jiangwo patted his emaciated belly, sighing, alas, this Zhang Chang used to look robust. Yet he has so little meat on him now. Indeed, Zhang Chang had once been a sturdy man, which had initially attracted Zhao Ting. However, under the torment from the Zhao family, he had become gaunt, almost devoid of flesh. Li Huiwan glanced at Zhao Ting with derision, remarking, "A pretty face but of no use. I truly wonder how you ever found him appealing." Zhao Ting was left speechless, her head bowed in silent resignation. Filled with helplessness and regret, she had once contemplated leaving this home, but reality abound her. Zhao Jiangwo spoke again. Now is not the time for such talk. We need to devise a solution for our food predicament. Without sustenance, we shall all starve. Li Huiwan nodded in agreement. Indeed, no household has sufficient food. How could they spare any for us? However, just as she finished speaking, a thought seemed to strike her. She continued, yet, judging by the photos Lin Feng has shared, his food reserves appear substantial. Ting, think of a way to plead with Lin Feng. Zhao Ting recognized the lack of alternatives and nodded, pulling out her phone to draft a message to Lin Feng. Chapter 44. Time heals all wounds. Lin Feng lounged at home, idly passing the time when a sudden one struck him. He retrieved a fine piece of Wagyu beef from his storage, meticulously slicing it into small morsels while playfully engaging with his loyal companion, Erlang. The two of them reveled in their shared amusement. Suddenly, the sound of a notification broke the tranquility. Lin Feng glanced at his phone and noticed a message from Zhao Ting. A smirk of mockery graced his lips. How amusing. He thought, she has clearly forgotten the pain of her prior wounds and dares to reach out to me again. He opened the message. Reading Zhao Ting's words of concern, Lin Feng, it must be quite cold at your place. Since I'm not by your side, please take care of yourself and don't catch a cold. During my last visit, I was swayed by Zhang Chang, so please don't take it to heart. You can rest assured, we have dealt with him, and there are no longer any obstacles between us. Having learned from previous encounters, Zhao Ting refrained from directly asking for food, opting instead for a more subtle approach. Upon reading her message, Lin Feng felt no shock. In his previous life, Zhao Ting had conspired with Zhang Chang to exploit him, and now she had succeeded in eliminating him. Lin Feng replied, I want to catch a cold. My home is quite warm. Zhao Ting, however, was skeptical. She remembered that during her last visit, the power had not been cut, and she felt no significant temperature difference. To her, Lin Feng's claim seemed far-fetched. Don't tease me, Lin Feng. I know you're proud. But there is no need to put on an act in front of me. I know you well. If you're struggling, we can huddle together for warmth. With a cold laugh, Lin Feng responded, cold? My home has a fireplace. It could never be cold here. I even have to open the windows for ventilation. He then snapped a picture of the crackling fireplace, neatly stacked with firewood, while Erlang lounged nearby, savoring the prime Wagyu he had tossed to it. He sent the image to Zhao Ting. As the photo appeared on Zhao Ting's screen, it ignited a fierce blaze of jealousy within her. The fireplace, a beacon of warmth for those from the north, was a guardian against the harsh winter. In temperatures plummeting below freezing, a home with a fireplace promised endless comfort. Its heating power surpassed that of radiators, allowing one to experience the fervor of flames up close. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting's family shivered in the biting cold. Their greatest longing, apart from food, was for warmth. Just yesterday, they had burned their dining table for heat. Though the fleeting warmth provided some relief, it vanished as quickly as it came. Now, upon witnessing Lin Feng's home, complete with a fireplace and ample fuel, Zhao Ting was consumed by a strong urge to move in with him. Sensing her unusual demeanor, Zhao Jianguo leaned over to glance at her phone screen. Discontent etched on his face. I told you to ask Lin Feng for food. What good is this picture? Will it warm you? Without lifting her gaze, Zhao Ting replied, her voice laced with impatience. This is a picture Lin Feng sent. It shows what his home is like now. Li Huiwan, intrigued, peered over and exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. How could anyone live like this at this time?" Zhao Jianguo's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. "Quick, video call Lin Feng. The truth will be revealed in an instant." Zhao Ting hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed his advice, initiating a video call with Lin Feng. Upon receiving the call, Lin Feng's lips curled into a playful smile as he accepted it. The moment the connection was made, both parties beheld each other's circumstances. Lin Feng deliberately shed his outerwear, revealing his robust physique, lounging languidly on his plush sofa, exuding an air of comfort. The room was brightly lit, warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the frigid world outside. In one corner of the kitchen, boxes of premium ingredients like dried sea cucumbers and abalone were haphazardly piled. Such rare delicacies, typically elusive to the average person, were plentiful in Lin Feng's space, far more than he could consume. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting's family presented a starkly different tableau. Wrapped in heavy blankets, Zhao Ting's face bore the signs of cosmetic surgery gone awry, and the damage to her breast implant left her looking utterly disheveled. Their eyes were glued to the screen, captivated by the scene unfolding in Lin Feng's home. His bare torso and the cozy interior offered them an unprecedented sense of warmth. The bright lights, a luxury they could scarcely imagine in their limited power supply, contrasted sharply with the towering heaps of food in Lin Feng's kitchen, which sparked a glimmer of envy in them. Through the video call, Zhao Ting's family witnessed Lin Feng's affluent lifestyle, a life filled with warmth and abundance. A stark reminder of their own struggles. Feigning surprise, Lin Feng remarked, "Oh dear, are you three on a diet? You've lost so much weight." Anger surged within Zhao Ting and her family. They were not voluntarily losing weight. They were starving. With food now a distant memory, how could they not lose weight? Li Huizhuan's eyes were fixated on the food in Lin Feng's kitchen, her expression betraying her greed as she swallowed hard. "How could you possibly have so much food?" Lin Feng? Lin Feng glanced at the kitchen, dismissively stating, "That's nothing. Even my dog eats wagyu." He then shifted the camera to reveal Erlang's bed, piled high with beef. This display only deepened Zhao Ting's family's jealousy and envy. It was blatant ostentation, a brazen display of wealth. Yet, it also illuminated a glimmer of hope for Zhao Ting's family. Lin Feng's demeanor was so affable, engaging them in conversation, which undoubtedly presented them with an opportunity. A glint of cunning flashed in Zhao Jianguo's eyes as he nudged Zhao Ting, urging her to take action. Understanding the cue, Zhao Ting grabbed her phone, moving through her home while speaking to Lin Feng. "Look, Lin Feng, Zhang Chang is no longer with us. We avenged you and eliminated him. We can start anew and live at your place without any interruptions." Chapter 45, Provocation. Lin Feng observed her performance, his expression solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Ting, I understand your sincerity towards me, and I am grateful for everything you have done. However, the duration of this calamity is uncertain. While I have stockpiled some supplies, they too will eventually deplete. If it were just you, we could endure for a while longer. But your parents?" At this point, Lin Feng deliberately elongated his words, leaving the statement hanging. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Ting's gaze involuntarily drifted towards her parents seated on the sofa. Zhao Jianguo and Li Huizhuan had clearly overheard Lin Feng's words on the phone. The three exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Zhao Jianguo stood up. His face flushed, and he admonished loudly, "Lin Feng, you ungrateful wretch. Regardless of everything, we have been your in-laws for 5 years, and now you abandon us? May you meet a terrible fate." Zhao Ting hastily covered the phone, attempting to prevent her father's tirade from reaching Lin Feng's ears. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, Lin Feng caught Zhao Jianguo's furious voice. However, in the face of Zhao Jianguo's scorn, Lin Feng remained remarkably calm. He replied coolly, "Zhao Ting, I've made my position quite clear. You must decide for yourself." With that, he unhesitatingly ended the video call, his intention unmistakable, to incite discord within Zhao Ting's family. Zhao Ting turned to look at the still fuming Zhao Jianguo, a tumult of complex emotions swelling within her. She did not wish to betray her parents' nurturing love. Yet she yearned for a better life. This internal conflict tormented her greatly. With their food supply dwindling, remaining there would only lead to the threat of death. Young and vibrant, Zhao Ting did not wish to accompany her aging parents down a path of despair. As her indecision lingered, Zhao Jianguo discerned her thoughts. With a serious expression, he asked, "What? Are you truly considering abandoning us to pursue your ideal life?" Zhao Ting bit her lip, summoning her courage to respond, "Dad, I beg you, let me go. Staying here leads only to death. If I seek out Lin Feng, I might be able to secretly bring back some food for you. Trust me, I will find a way to save you." Zhao Jianguo scoffed, his tone laced with distrust. Do you think that Lin Feng is a good person? He is deliberately sowing discord between us. Don't be foolish. He wants to genuinely help you. A pang of sorrow struck Xiaoting. She recognized the validity of her father's words but clung to a glimmer of hope. She pleaded, Dad, just let me try. Lin Feng still has feelings for me. He wouldn't truly abandon me. As she spoke, Zhao Ting had reached the door, her heart racing and palms clammy with sweat. However, Zhao Jiangwo had already seen through her intentions. His eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. Just as Zhao Ting's hand gently grasped the doorknob, preparing to turn it, Zhao Jiangwo rushed forward, seizing her hair and forcefully dragging her towards the bedroom. You ungrateful daughter. Your mother and I toiled for over 20 years to raise you, and you cold-heartedly wish to abandon us? I assure you, that shall not happen. Zhao Ting kicked and struggled desperately, calling out to break free from her father's hold. Yet, Zhao Jiangwo's strength was astonishing. Her efforts proved futile as she was helplessly pulled into the bedroom. With a resounding slam, Zhao Jiangwo closed the door and locked it. He turned to the stunned Li Huiwan and commanded, keep a close watch on her. She must not leave this room. I will find a way out. Li Huiwan hesitated for a moment before nodding and standing guard at the door. Lin Feng, unconcerned with the consequences for Zhao Ting's family, knew that as long as they remained alive, there would be opportunities to torment them. After dinner, he sat before the television, engrossed in his PS5, having prepared various entertainment options to stave off boredom. While in the midst of an intense game, a notification sound broke through, and he glanced at his phone to see a message from Sun Yu. Could it be that Sun Yu had stolen the gun from Biaozi? A firearm was a serious matter, and Lin Feng quickly set down the controller to check his phone. Sun Yu had sent a photo, evidently taken surreptitiously, showing Zhao Jiangwo and Biaozi seated together on the sofa, engaged in a discussion. Lin Feng refrained from immediately questioning Sun Yu, knowing there would be more to follow. Sure enough, moments later, Sun Yu sent another message. Lin Feng, Zhao Ting's father has come to see Biaozi and informed him about the fireplace and the substantial stockpile of supplies at your home. They are currently strategizing on how to deal with you, so be prepared. Upon reading the message, Lin Feng chuckled softly to himself. It seemed that trouble was arriving at his doorstep. While others feared the gun in Biaozi's hands, Lin Feng was not intimidated. His home could withstand even a bombing. He thought, should they dare to come, he would ensure they left their weapon behind. Before long, Lin Feng's phone rang, shattering the room's tranquility, displaying an unfamiliar number. He furrowed his brow, pondering who might be calling at such a time. Despite his curiosity, he answered without hesitation. Hello, is this Lin Feng? A middle-aged man's voice emerged from the other end, exuding an undeniable air of authority. I am Biaozi. You must have heard of my reputation? Lin Feng replied dismissively. What of it? What do you want from me? Biaozi, seemingly unfazed by Lin Feng's tone, continued. Brother, I am here according to the rules of our world, courtesy before conflict. If you do not appreciate my approach, do not blame me for being impolite. Finding himself with some time to spare, Lin Feng decided to amuse himself with Biaozi, feigning interest. Oh, pray tell, what brings you to seek me out? Believing Lin Feng was intimidated by his presence, Biaozi smirked with satisfaction. I will speak plainly. I have heard that your home is quite splendid and spacious, so I wish to stay with you for a few days until the storm passes. At this, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Ha! Who do you think you are? You believe you can just come to my home? Do not be foolish. Chapter 46. The confrontation with Biaozi. Biaozi was enraged by Lin Feng's words, exclaiming loudly, You're asking for trouble? Boy, if you refuse my hospitality, don't blame me for being rude. However, Lin Feng intentionally provoked Biaozi, fearing that he might send some lackeys instead of confronting him directly, which would hinder his chance of obtaining Biaozi's firearm. Thus, he coldly retorted, I'm eager to see how you plan to be rude. If you don't come, you're a coward. With that, Lin Feng hung up the phone without a hint of courtesy. He had devised a plan, waiting for Biaozi to come to him so that he could seize the gun. With a sharp clap, Biaozi slammed his hand on the coffee table, causing his phone to bounce and emit a shrill sound. Damn it! This Lin Feng is truly an ungrateful wretch, daring to oppose me. Zhao Jiangwo, noticing Biaozi's fury, secretly rejoiced while feigning concern, adding fuel to the fire. Biaozi, you see? This brat is incredibly arrogant. There's no need to be polite. We must show him who the real boss is. During Biaozi's call with Lin Feng, Zhao Jiangwo had been anxious, fearing that Lin Feng might yield to Biaozi's demands. If that happened, he would gain nothing and possibly invite disaster upon himself. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Feng succeeded in inciting Biaozi's wrath. At that moment, Sun Yu approached Biaozi, gently advising, Biaozi, don't stoop to his level. It's not worth harming your health. Besides, you have plenty of food taken from other homeowners. Perhaps it's best not to provoke Lin Feng right now. Zhao Jiangwo shot her a displeased glare, inwardly cursing. This vile woman only knows how to turn her elbows outward. I've wasted my efforts raising her. He sneered. Biaozi, you saw that photo earlier. Lin Feng's home is more than just a few provisions. It's practically a paradise. We should strike first to prevent others from seizing the opportunity. Biaozi pondered for a moment, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He abruptly drew his handgun, pointing it at the 5 burly men in the room. Let us go. A little brat dares to challenge me. I'll show him the might of the king today. With that, Biaozi stormed out of the house, his subordinates following suit. Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly trailed behind, while Sun Yu watched their departing figures, her heart racing for Lin Feng's safety. She quickly pulled out her phone, sending Lin Feng a message to inform him of Biaozi and Appo's movements and to remind him to prepare for defense. As the night deepened, the underground parking lot echoed with the raucous sounds of Biaozi and his men, armed with a gun. Biaozi and Appo's gaze was cold as he directed his subordinates to strike violently at Lin Feng and Appo's door. Smash it. Keep smashing. The thuds of their clubs against the door resounded deafeningly in the empty parking lot. However, despite their relentless efforts for over 10 minutes, the door remained unyielding, akin to a fortress showing no signs of yielding. One subordinate, panting heavily, reported to Biaozi, Biaozi, this door is cursed. We've been smashing for ages and it has cracked. Having navigated the streets for years, Biaozi was no fool. Realizing something was amiss, he was inwardly astonished. No wonder Lin Feng dared to provoke him. He had evidently prepared for this. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, step aside. I refuse to believe this door can withstand bullets. Raising his gun, he aimed at the lock, ready to fire. Lin Feng observed everything through the peephole. He refrained from acting, aiming to exhaust Biaozi and his men. Seeing Biaozi about to shoot, he felt a surge of determination and decided to intervene. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot forth, striking Biaozi's wrist with precision. Thud! The handgun fell to the ground as Biaozi let out a pain scream, clutching his bleeding wrist in terror. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng possessed such deadly weaponry at a distance. What the hell is this? Biaozi bellowed, rage clouding his reason. Smash it! Bring that brat out. I want him dead. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiangwo seized the opportunity to reach for the gun that had fallen at Biaozi's feet. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, piercing Zhao Jiangwo's palm with accuracy. Lin Feng's pinpoint shooting instilled fear in Biaozi's men, causing them to instinctively retreat. Whoosh whoosh! 2 more arrows were released, striking 2 of the remaining subordinates. Faced with such overwhelming odds, the last 3 uninjured lackeys fled in disarray, leaving only Biaozi, Zhao Jiangwo, and 2 wounded men wailing on the ground, their strength utterly depleted and no longer a threat to Lin Feng. Creak! Lin Feng opened the door. Erlung charged out first, menacingly glaring at Biaozi and the others, who were already writhing in pain. The sight of Erlung sent shivers down their spines. Stepping out, Lin Feng picked up the fallen gun but, having never used such a weapon before, opted to secure it and aimed his crossbow at Biaozi instead. I expected more from a so-called boss like you. You're no different from those worthless fools. Biaozi felt deeply insulted by Lin Feng's words. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Infuriated, he shouted, Lin Feng, what kind of trickery is this? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. Lin Feng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Biaozi, after all these years in the underworld. Don't you know that deception is a soldier's greatest ally? You've come to my doorstep. Do you think I would let you off easily? Fool. And remember, there will be a price for insulting me. With that, whoosh, an arrow struck Biaozi's thigh, causing him to roll in agony, the once formidable figure now utterly diminished. Seeing this, Zhao Jiangwo was filled with dread. If even someone as ruthless as Biaozi was no match for Lin Feng, what hope did he have? He hurriedly pleaded. My good son-in-law, I was merely passing by to watch the excitement. Why have you mistakenly harmed me? Lin Feng was amused by Zhao Jiangwo's audacity to concoct such a story. He coldly regarded Zhao Jiangwo, saying, Zhao Jiangwo, do you think I'm unaware of your collusion with Biaozi? Don't think your schemes have gone unnoticed. Chapter 47. Encountering a stalemate, Biaozi soon recognized that Lin Feng was a formidable individual and his demeanor softened considerably. Brother Lin Feng, do not heed this old fool's nonsense. It was he who tipped me off about the abundant resources at your home, which compelled me to bring my men over. This was precisely the scenario Lin Feng relished, dogs biting dogs. A cold smirk graced his lips as he refrained from directly addressing Biaozi's remarks. instead allowing his gaze to wander between the two, as if he were an audience member savoring a splendid performance. "Oh, so it appears you two have conspired to seize my resources?" Lin Feng's voice, though calm, bore an undeniable authority. Biaozi felt a chill run down his spine and hastily explained. "Brother Lin Feng, this is a misunderstanding. I was deceived by this fellow, which led me to commit such a foolish act. I am willing to compensate for your losses, provided you spare me this once." However, Lin Feng merely cast a disdainful glance at Biaozi, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer as he slowly replied, "Compensation? Do you believe I lack your paltry offerings? What I possess far exceeds your imagination." Under the weight of Lin Feng's indifferent gaze, Biaozi felt as though he were ensnared by an unseen force. He realized he had genuinely encountered a formidable obstacle. His complexion turned pale, and he quickly exclaimed, I have 2 women at home. I can send them to you, just begging you to let me off this time." At this, Lin Feng let out a derisive laugh. "Ha! Do you think I would covet your cast-offs? The women I associate with are of a caliber far beyond your type." Biaozi's face turned ashen at Lin Feng's words, yet he dared not resist, mustering the courage to continue. "Then, what do you desire? I will fulfill any request within my capability." A glint of cunning flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he replied nonchalantly, "Very well, if you wish to preserve your life. Hand over the remaining bullets, and I may let you go." Upon hearing this, Biaozi felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He nodded vigorously, akin to a chicken pecking at grain. "All right, I will deliver the bullets to you as soon as I recover." Yet, Lin Feng had no intention of letting Biaozi off so easily. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forth, embedding itself in Biaozi's thigh. A piercing wail escaped Biaozi and Appo's lips as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Once Biaozi and Appo's cries subsided, Lin Feng coldly remarked, "Do you take me for a fool? Do you not have women at home? Have them bring the bullets to me immediately." With no other option, Biaozi dialed Sun Yu and Appo's number, instructing her to deliver the 20 bullets hidden in the bathroom. Lin Feng also sent a message to Sun Yu, urging her to search meticulously to ensure nothing was amiss. Sun Yu arrived promptly, clutching a package containing the 20 bullets Biaozi had requested. Upon her arrival, a glimmer of hope flickered in Biaozi and Appo's eyes as he urged, "Hurry. Give him the bullets." Sun Yu nodded and cautiously approached Lin Feng, presenting the package. However, as she handed it over, she slyly cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the package, feigning ignorance of her subtle gesture. He opened it, inspected the bullets, and confirmed their presence before coldly addressing Biaozi, "Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare you this time, but I eagerly await your return for revenge." Biaozi's heart surged with excitement at Lin Feng's words, believing he had finally escaped his clutches. He hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't Appo's dare. Even if I had the gall, I would not come to trouble you." Lin Feng disregarded Biaozi and his companions. Turning back toward his home, Sun Yu stood dazed, watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, having expected him to invite her inside. Yet, Lin Feng did not spare her a glance, leaving her to sigh inwardly as she assisted Biaozi toward home. Upon returning to the living room, Lin Feng felt elated, toying with his newfound handgun. Finally, he had acquired a firearm, albeit with a scant supply of ammunition. At that moment, a message from Sun Yu arrived. "Lin Feng, I just heard terrifying screams outside. Are you all right?" Lin Feng smiled slightly as he replied, "I am fine. Biaozi and his crew attempted to cause me trouble, but I sent them packing." Upon receiving his message, Sun Yu's anxiety dissipated. She had prepared a first aid kit, ready to assist Lin Feng should the need arise. "I am relieved to hear you are well. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Feng glanced at Sun Yu's message, smiled faintly, and did not reply immediately, opting instead to place his phone down gently. However, at that moment, a new notification chimed. Curiously, he checked to find messages from the homeowners group. Several videos had been shared, showcasing Lin Feng's brutal treatment of Biaozi and his gang, though the footage was somewhat blurry. Those familiar with Lin Feng and Biaozi could easily identify their figures. As soon as the videos were released, the homeowners group fell into a brief silence before erupting with lively chatter, comments flooding in like a tidal wave. "Who is this ruthless individual? Aren't those the very people lying on the ground? Please accept my humble submission. I wish to pledge my allegiance to you. I believe he resides in Villa Number 1. Lin Feng, he appears quite refined, yet his methods are astonishingly ruthless." The video depicted Biaozi and his crew incapacitated, lying helplessly on the ground. As the onlookers witnessed this scene, their initial fear and unease gradually faded, replaced by a sense of relief and joy. For Wangbo, This was undoubtedly the most fortuitous news. Previously, the presence of Biaozi's gang had made him and Aunt Zhao live in constant trepidation, hardly daring to step outside. Wang Bo's exhilaration burned like an unquenchable flame as he exclaimed, "Finally, someone has dealt with these scoundrels." Yet, he understood that if anyone overheard his words, he would likely become the subject of derision. "Aren't you one of them yourself?" Only Aunt Zhao stood by, fully aware of Wang Bo's sentiments. Yet she dared not speak candidly. "Young Master Wang, while Lin Feng has certainly dealt a blow to Biaozi and his gang, our food predicament remains unresolved." Aunt Zhao's words struck Wang Bo like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fervor in an instant. The fire in his heart was ruthlessly quelled, forcing him back to the harsh reality. "Sigh. Life has become unbearably stifling. We can hardly secure a meal." Chapter 48. Ambush. Aunt Zhao's heart raced like ants on a hot skillet, filled with anxiety and unrest. She was acutely aware of Wang Bo's character and feared he might secretly perpetrate something nefarious against her grandson. Thus, summoning her courage, she tentatively proposed a suggestion. "Young Master Wang, the gang led by Biaozi has disbanded and lacks cohesion. Why not seize this opportunity to recruit them?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bo raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. He found Aunt Zhao's suggestion to be quite astute and a feasible approach to their current predicament. Consequently, he resolved to adopt her advice, and they agreed to act separately to reach out to Biaozi's crew. However, matters did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. No matter how much Wang Bo offered as inducement, most remained indifferent, seemingly devoid of interest in monetary gain. Ultimately, only 4 individuals reluctantly joined Wang Bo's ranks. The group gathered on the sofa in Aunt Zhao's home, the atmosphere thick with tension. Wang Bo broke the silence, candidly stating, "We are all confronted with the same dilemma: food. As we know, Lin Feng's household is well stocked. However, the entrance has been specially reinforced, preventing us from forcibly entering. Therefore, I propose a plan. We can take turns lying in wait at Lin Feng's door. As soon as he steps out, we can ambush him from behind and subdue him. This way, we can procure the food supplies from his home." The others fell into deep contemplation. While this plan bore its risks, it seemed the only viable option at present. Thus, they commenced deliberating a detailed action plan, preparing to embark on this daring yet hopeful venture. After dinner, Lin Feng intended to take a stroll in the underground parking lot. Each time before he left, he habitually checked the rear door surveillance to ensure everything was secure. Lin Feng gently pressed the monitor and Oppo's S switch, and the screen illuminated immediately. However, the sight before him caused him to furrow his brow. Who are these 2 individuals? Are they lying in wait for me? He observed 2 men, armed with clubs, stationed on either side of the door, their gazes betraying malicious intent. Without needing further clarity, Lin Feng understood their purpose. Clearly, they were after his supplies and intended to ambush him. How bold of them! "It seems my previous actions against Biaozi have failed to deter you." Lin Feng internally scoffed, yet he displayed no sign of panic. He descended to the basement, swiftly extinguished all lights, and then remotely pressed the door button. With a click, the door opened, prompting the 2 men to raise their clubs, poised for an attack. However, after waiting for an extended period, no one emerged. They exchanged glances, confusion etched on their faces. "What is going on? This is supposed to be an electronic door. Could it be malfunctioning?" With the power outage, such glitches are not uncommon. They began deliberating whether to venture inside, rationalizing that such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. Lin Feng was surely asleep. Invading now would catch him completely off guard. By the time he awakened, he would be bound and at their mercy. One of them chuckled with glee. Thus, they stealthily approached, treading lightly into the villa. However, they failed to notice that the iron gate had automatically closed behind them. Click! As the sound echoed, realization struck them sharply. What just happened? At that moment, a light flickered on, illuminating the room. The 2 men were taken aback, exchanging alarmed glances. What is happening? How did the door close by itself? And the lights? A wave of inexplicable fear surged within them. Then, Lin Feng's voice resonated through the space. "What brings you here at this hour?" Initially startled, they soon grasped that Lin Feng had control over the door and lighting. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. After all, Lin Feng was but one man, while they were 2, armed and ready. "To think there's power here," one exclaimed in delight. The other followed suit, exclaiming that this villa was indeed their sanctuary, especially as they noticed the fireplace crackling with warmth, nearly moved to tears. Observing their avaricious expressions, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. I have a generator, so there's no power outage. Additionally, the fireplace is lit. Oh, I see, the two nodded, only to become incensed. They had come to rob, not to listen to Lin Feng's explanations. Very well, this villa shall belong to us from now on, one declared, brandishing his club. Lin Feng, I now present you with two choices. Either you exit voluntarily, or we will beat you to death and toss you out. They cackled, believing they were offering Lin Feng a choice. However, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. Do you truly think you two stand a chance? How navi? He raised his hand, forming it into a gun shape, aiming it at one of them. Huh, do you think that handgun will intimidate me? The man guffawed. Yet, before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. The two men were utterly unprepared for how the firearm had appeared in Lin Feng and Appo's grasp. The one shot collapsed instantly, lifeless. The other, trembling in terror, fell to his knees, pleading, "Be brother, I was wrong. Please, spare me." Lin Feng advanced, pressing the gun against his forehead, coldly inquiring, "Who sent you?" Aunt Zhao's house. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Wang Bo paced restlessly in Aunt Zhao's spacious living room, the sound of his shoes echoing against the floor, each step resonating with the string of his anxious heart. Prior to their departure, he had meticulously planned, instructing his two subordinates to report back every 10 minutes to ensure the operation unfolded smoothly. Yet, 30 minutes had elapsed without any communication. Observing Wang Bo's anxious demeanor, Aunt Zhao cautiously spoke, "Young Master Wang, is it possible those two deliberately failed to report?" Wang Bo halted, his brow furrowed. In truth, he had already considered this possibility without Aunt Zhao's prompting. Could those two subordinates have succumbed to greed and absconded with Lin Feng's supplies? A chill coursed through him. Chapter 49. Murder. Wang Bo dialed one of the men's numbers, pressing the phone tightly to his ear, anxious not to miss a single sound. Two henchmen hurriedly arrived at Lin Feng and Appo's doorstep. From a distance, they noticed the door wide open, shrouded in darkness, leaving them uncertain of the situation. They exchanged a glance, a flicker of apprehension passing between them. Yet, driven by the prospect of the goods they sought, they steeled themselves and cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering the villa, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. They dared not let their guard down, remaining perpetually vigilant. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, trapping them within. This is bad. It and Appo's trap. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than two gunshots rang out, piercing through the air and reaching Wang Bo and Appo's ears with alarming clarity. He gasped, nearly dropping his phone. A gun? Lin Feng actually had a gun. A wave of intense fear surged within him. He realized that the henchmen he had dispatched were not victorious, but had instead fallen victim to Lin Feng's counterattack. At that moment, Wang Bo felt a profound sense of panic and despair. He had never anticipated that a plan he believed was foolproof would unravel so disastrously. Aunt Zhao, witnessing the unfolding events, felt a chill run down her spine, understanding that Wang Bo had truly encountered insurmountable obstacles. "Why didn't you come here personally, young Master Wang? I had prepared some crispy peanuts just for you." Eagerly awaiting your arrival, Lin Feng and Appo's voice echoed from the phone. Wang Bo and Appo's heart sank upon hearing those words. He understood the implication. Those peanuts were likely not meant for consumption, but rather a grim farewell. Lin Feng was issuing a warning. Should he dare to trespass on Lin Feng's territory, he would be met with lethal bullets. The thought sent a cold sweat cascading down his back. He dared not utter another word, swiftly disconnecting the call. Even after hanging up, his heart remained in turmoil, as if he could feel Lin Feng's cold, piercing gaze boring through the phone screen. Wang Bo, fearing retribution, hurried to the door and locked it with utmost security. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having ended the call, let out a cold chuckle, his eyes glinting with disdain. "You think you can play games with me? You are woefully inexperienced." He then turned, placing the four corpses into his space, and walked towards the underground parking lot. The parking garage was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Lin Feng positioned the four bodies in the center before returning home. He settled onto the sofa and sent a message to Chiu Hanwei, instructing her to come over and clean up. Upon receiving the message, an inexplicable thrill surged within her. Her desires extended beyond the culinary delights of Lin Feng's home. It was the exhilaration he instilled in her that beckoned her. She could hardly contain her eagerness as she stepped outside, anticipation filling her heart. As she approached the underground parking lot, she caught sight of the four bodies laid out in the center. Her heart clenched tightly, nearly prompting a scream. She quickly covered her mouth, fearful of disturbing the corpses. Cautiously, she edged along the wall, making a wide detour to reach Lin Feng and Amp Oppo's door. Upon hearing a knock, Lin Feng approached to confirm it was only Qiu Hanwei before opening the door. As she entered, a heavy scent of blood assaulted her senses. Following the trail, she noticed splatters of blood on the floor, which inevitably conjured images of the corpses outside. Fear and confusion filled her, yet Lin Feng appeared unfazed. Calmly seated on the sofa, he glanced at her and said nonchalantly, "Clean this place thoroughly, then come over for dinner." Qiu Hanyue's voice was barely above a whisper. Even she could hardly hear her own response. Though fear gripped her, she dared not disobey Lin Feng's command. Complying, she retrieved a mop and other cleaning supplies from the bathroom, beginning to clean with utmost caution. As she worked, her gaze frequently drifted toward Lin Feng, her fear and curiosity intertwining, deepening her reverence and infatuation with him. After over an hour of labor, she finally eradicated the bloodstains from the floor. Exhausted and unable to straighten her back, sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening her temples. The temperature in Lin Feng's home felt unusually high. She was drenched in perspiration, her clothing clinging to her form, accentuating her graceful curves. Particularly, her bosom, glistening with moisture, hinted at an alluring charm. This scene did not escape Lin Feng's notice. He remained seated on the sofa, his gaze intentionally or not lingering on Qiu Hanyue, his desires simmering just beneath the surface. Once she finished cleaning, he gestured for her to approach. Though a flutter of anxiety coursed through her, she obediently walked over, standing before him like a wayward wife, cautiously inquiring, "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Instead of answering directly, Lin Feng suddenly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Qiu Hanyue's heart raced. Feeling the heat radiating from him, he leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, "What do you think?" Qiu Hanyue understood precisely what Lin Feng meant. Her heart was a whirlwind of tension and anticipation. She shyly touched her stomach, saying, "Could I have something to eat first? I've been busy for so long, and I'm starving." However, Lin Feng did not immediately acquiesce to her request. With a slight smile, he replied, "Want something to eat? That depends on your performance." A jolt of apprehension coursed through Qiu Hanwei. She knew what was about to unfold, and it was precisely what she had been yearning for. Yet, she did not shy away. Instead, she willingly embraced Lin Feng. 2 hours later, she finally found herself seated at the dining table. A lavish seafood feast laid out before her, the aroma wafting through the air, a testament to her outstanding performance. As the earlier tension dissipated, Qiu Hanyue gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and curiosity, and she eagerly peeled a large shrimp, delicately placing it in his mouth. Then, she softly inquired, "Who were those for outside?" As Lin Feng chewed the shrimp, a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. He replied matter-of-factly, "They were Wang Bo's subordinates. A band of greedy miscreants intent on seizing my resources, but they met their demise at my hands." Chapter 50, The Astute Qiu Hanwei. Upon hearing this, Qiu Hanwei felt a tightening in her chest. She gazed anxiously at Lin Feng and cautiously inquired, "Are you not afraid that the police will come to arrest you once the cold wave subsides?" Lin Feng chuckled at her words, shaking his head. "Oh, you are too naive. After this catastrophe, 90% of the population will perish. Do you truly believe the police will still concern themselves with such matters?" A wave of inexplicable dread surged within Qiu Hanyue at his words. The staggering mortality rate of 90% weighed heavily upon her heart, like a crushing mountain. She suddenly realized that she too could become one of the 90%. An intense desire to survive ignited within her. She yearned to live, to be part of the 10% who would endure. Yet, what qualifications did she possess? She was but an ordinary woman, seemingly devoid of any attributes that could captivate Lin Feng, save for her youth and beauty. With this thought, Qiu Hanwei resolved to take action. She rose to her feet, bent down, and crawled beneath the table. She sought to carve out a sliver of hope for survival in her own manner. Lin Feng watched her actions with a flash of surprise in his eyes. He had to admit that she possessed a certain cleverness. After 2 more hours of combat, Lin Feng not only provided Qiu Hanwei with a box of instant noodles but also gifted her 2 cans of beef. On her way home, she concealed the cans in her lingerie, handing only the noodles to Zhang Qiming. Zhang Qiming's actions had thoroughly wounded Qiu Hanyue's heart. Had she not been left with nowhere to go, she would have departed long ago. The following morning, the owners' group chat erupted once more. It was not merely one individual, but multiple witnesses who had seen the gruesome pile of corpses in the underground parking lot. Several individuals shared photographs in the group. The bodies, bathed in dim light, appeared forlorn and terrifying. Messages flooded in like a tidal wave, once again heightening everyone and Apos' anxiety. Who could have done this? Wazn and Apos, T Biao already dealt with by Lin Feng? How could such a thing happen? Look at those wounds. They are clearly gunshot wounds. Could there be others with firearms besides Biao? Is it truly so easy to obtain a gun nowadays, rendering them commonplace? Yet, amidst this tide of fear, Wang Bo and Xiu Hanyue remained strikingly calm. They already possessed the answer but chose to remain silent. Yao and Zhao Jiangwo had also surmised that Lin Feng was behind it. Yet they dared not utter a word in the group, fearing Lin Feng and Apos' retribution. At that moment, Lin Feng remained unconcerned by the turmoil. Having decided to leave the corpses in the parking lot, he had long prepared for their discovery. Indifferently, he retrieved fresh vegetables and beef from his space. Commencing the preparation of his breakfast, the spatula danced deftly in his hands, creating an array of delectable dishes that gradually came into view. Though his space was stocked with ample prepared food, Lin Feng still relished the occasional act of cooking himself, not merely to satisfy his appetite, but also to alleviate the tedium of time. A refined meal of 4 dishes and a soup, along with 2 steaks for Erlong, was laid out as they quietly savored the morning and Apos' tranquility and beauty. Suddenly, Lin Feng and Apos' brow furrowed in concern, an ominous premonition washing over him. The commotion from the underground parking lot escalated, the sounds of shouting and fighting growing ever more intense, like a tempest sweeping through. He swiftly rose and strode to the observation point, where he beheld a group of individuals brandishing various weapons, ravenously fighting over the 4 corpses. Among this throng, Lin Feng unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Wang Bo. The once suave and composed Wang Bo was nowhere to be found. He now clutched a severed leg tightly in one hand, while wielding a kitchen knife in the other, fiercely confronting a middle-aged man. Wang Bo, his face flushed with anger, bellowed, "Damn it, don't you recognize me? How dare you attempt to seize my belongings?" Yet the man showed no signs of backing down, retorting, "Screw you. Did you think you were some rich second generation? You really consider yourself something special? If you don't hand over that leg today, I'll chop you to pieces." With that, the man swung the knife at Wang Bo without hesitation. Wang Bo, realizing the imminent danger, hastily tossed the leg to the side, shouting for Aunt Zhao to run home, and engaged in a fierce struggle with the man. Their combat was a tumultuous exchange, neither willing to yield. However, Wang Bo and Apos' body, ravaged by indulgence, struggled to keep pace with his opponent. After several exchanges, he was left panting, sweat soaking through his clothes. The man, sensing Wang Bo's exhaustion, momentarily glinted with malice and swung the knife menacingly towards Wang Bo and Apos' head. Caught off guard, Wang Bo was struck on the shoulder. Blood gushed forth, staining his clothing as he let out a pained scream and collapsed to the ground. The man, grinning at the sight of Wang Bo writhing in agony, declared triumphantly, "You wanted to act tough, huh? I'll finish you off." He raised the knife high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, in that dire moment, Wang Bo gritted his teeth, endured the excruciating pain, and rolled to evade the man and Apos' blade. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked the man in the groin, causing him to howl in pain and collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. Wang Bo recognized this as his sole chance. Clenching his jaw, he struggled to rise, seizing the knife from the ground and launching a series of strikes. In a swift flurry of movement, he brought the man down, blood painting the parking lot crimson. Witnessing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly. It was indeed commendable for this former rich second generation. However, this was merely a microcosm of the chaos unfolding within the parking lot. Similar scenes played out repeatedly, as people fought desperately for the scarce resources necessary for survival. The entire parking lot had transformed into a hellish arena, blood-soaked and echoing with cries of anguish. 5 individuals fell victim to the madness, their fates mirroring those of the 4 corpses previously discovered, becoming mere sacrifices in this brutal game of survival. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, sending shivers down the spine. At this moment, all participants in the brawl were exhausted and tattered, yet each clutched a portion of the corpses, which had transformed from lifeless remains into their sole glimmer of hope for survival. In the brief respite, people gradually recognized that if this brutal fighting persisted, the next to fall could very well be themselves. Chapter 51. The performance. Thus, despite the lingering animosity and wariness among them, a tacit agreement to cease hostilities emerged. They surveyed their surroundings with vigilance, fearful of an unexpected assault. Lin Feng observed this scene with an expression of indifference. Was this how it would conclude? That could not be. He had yet to satiate his curiosity. With that thought, Lin Feng retrieved a foul-smelling smoke bomb from his spatial storage. gripping it tightly in his hand. He opened the door and strode towards the gathered crowd. His presence instantly commanded attention, for they recognized that Lin Feng and Apos' emergence at this moment signaled an intent to seize the corpses. Indeed, Lin Feng advanced step by step, but unexpectedly halted a dozen meters away from them. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the bustling crowd, catching Lin Feng off guard. It was Song Wei. A veteran-turned security guard in the community, Song Wei was known for his integrity and held in high regard by all. Yet at this moment, he was bloodied and tattered, clutching a piece of indistinguishable flesh, evidently having paid a heavy price in the struggle. He stared intently at Lin Feng, determination gleaming in his eyes, laced with a hint of skepticism. "Mr. Lin, I know your family has stockpiled considerable resources, but do you truly wish to lay claim to these corpses?" Lin Feng returned Song Wei and Apos' gaze with a cold indifference, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "What? Do you wish to oppose me?" Song Wei quickly shook his head, sincerity and helplessness evident in his tone. "No, Mr. Lin, that is not my intention. If you require, I can share some with you." This response took Lin Feng by surprise. He had not anticipated that, in such a life-and-death situation, Song Wei would be willing to share the corpses he had risked his life to obtain. Lin Feng scrutinized Song Wei deeply before speaking slowly. "You may leave. No one else is permitted to move." As his words fell, a cacophony of curses erupted from the crowd. "What the hell do you think you are? If you don and Apos, let me go. Do you think I won and Apos, You're just showing off. Don't think you're impressive for taking down a few thugs. I want to leave. I'll stand right here. Come at me if you dare." However, none could discern how Lin Feng swiftly produced a pistol from his spatial storage. With the dark muzzle aimed at the crowd, he surveyed them coldly. Faced with this sudden threat, everyone fell silent, no longer daring to act rashly. They realized that the four corpses likely bore Lin Feng and Apos' mark, though he was but one man with a single gun. The cold aura and resolute gaze he exuded were enough to instill fear in all present. Lin Feng gestured with the gun towards Song Wei, indicating he could depart. Song Wei nodded gratefully and turned to leave the perilous scene. The remaining onlookers stood frozen, uncertain of Lin Feng's next move. At that moment, Lin Feng raised his left hand, the smoke bomb soaring like a radiant meteor, tracing an elegant arc through the air before landing amidst the crowd. With a crisp pop, an indescribable stench surged forth, enveloped in thick smoke, like an invisible hand that shrouded everyone. "What on earth is that? It reeks. Who just soiled themselves? This smell is unbearable." The crowd, taken aback by the sudden foul odor and smoke, panicked and scattered, desperate to escape the suffocating stench. Yet in their frenzy, they collided with one another, some tumbling to the ground, injuring themselves in the process, while others lost the very corpses they had just seized, plunging the scene into chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained an observer, standing at a distance, calmly surveying the turmoil. Each time he spotted someone attempting to escape the smoke, he unhesitatingly hurled another smoke bomb, continuing to obstruct their path. Thus, he reveled in the chaos for over an hour, as if savoring the pandemonium he orchestrated. Only when he had exhausted his supply of smoke bombs did he reluctantly withdraw, returning home. Song Wei quietly hid in a corner, watching as Lin Feng entered his residence. Once Lin Feng's figure had completely vanished from view, he turned to leave. However, his destination was not the security room where he resided, but the home of a mother, Zhang Limei, within the community. At that moment, Zhang Limei sat on her sofa, unbuttoning her blouse, preparing to nurse her child. Her face was etched with worry and helplessness as her baby cried desperately from hunger, filling her heart with guilt and despair. As Song Wei entered, he caught sight of Zhang Limei and Apos' fair bosom and swallowed hard, forcing down his rising emotions. He understood that this was not a moment for romantic entanglement, so he quickly inquired, "How is it? Do you have milk?" Zhang Limei gazed down at her child, her voice choked with emotion. "I haven't eaten in days. How could I possibly have milk? This cannot continue. The baby is on the verge of starvation." Song Wei felt a pang in his heart at her words. "Do not worry. I have brought food." Zhang Limei looked up and, upon seeing Song Wei covered in blood, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. However, as her gaze fell upon the piece of meat in his hands, her fear was swiftly replaced by greed. "Quick! Boil some water to cook the meat." Song Wei nodded and turned to heat the water, while Zhang Limei fixated on the piece of meat, her eyes gleaming with hope. She knew this meat might just save her child and Apos' life. No one anticipated that amidst such chaos, Zhang Limei would find a partner in Song Wei. This woman had an uncanny ability to identify a potential ally among the many single men. While the others, Song Wei might seem an ordinary security guard to Zhang Limei. He represented her lifeline. Though Zhang Limei was nearing 30, her beauty remained striking, and having given birth, her figure had become more voluptuous, adding to her allure. As a bachelor, Song Wei found it hard to resist the temptation of such a mature woman. Zhang Limei and Apos' ability to attract Song Wei and enlist his help in caring for her child was undeniably impressive. In a time of turmoil, finding a reliable companion was no small feat, and Song Wei could very well be her savior in this chaotic world. Fortune seemed to smile upon Zhang Limei, as she coincidentally found herself enjoying the return of electricity. Chapter 52. Song Wei's request. Seizing the rare opportunity of electricity, Song Wei swiftly boiled a kettle of hot water. He meticulously sliced the meat into thin pieces, blanching them several times to ensure they were thoroughly cooked before handing them to Zhang Limei. As for himself, he had no choice but to consume the raw, somewhat unpalatable meat. The long-awaited sensation of fullness brought a satisfied smile to Zhang Limei and Apos' face, prompting her to inquire about the source of the meat. She gazed at Song Wei, her eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. Song Wei, the supermarkets outside have long since closed. Where did you procure such fresh meat? And why is there so much blood on you? Did you steal it from someone? However, Zhang Limei seemed less concerned about Song Wei and Apos' injuries, her focus entirely on the meat. This question left Song Wei in a dilemma. He understood that revealing the truth might be too much for her to bear, considering that what she had just consumed was human flesh. Being an honest man, Song Wei was not adept at deception. He stammered, the meat, they. Zhang Limei, however, was impatient. Seeing Song Wei struggle to articulate his thoughts, she grew somewhat exasperated. Come on, just tell me what Apos' going on with this meat. And what about the blood on you? With no other option, Song Wei retrieved his phone and showed her the photos of the 4 corpses, stating, This is their meat. There were too many people fighting over it at that time. Upon learning the origin of the meat, Zhang Limei felt her stomach churn violently. She fought against the urge to vomit, knowing she had to hold it together for the sake of her child. Without proper nourishment, she could not produce enough milk. Song Wei hurriedly reassured Zhang Limei, and once her emotions stabilized, he recounted the process of the struggle and Lin Feng and Apos' involvement. Upon hearing his account, Zhang Limei and Apos' eyes brightened. It seems that Lin Feng has a favorable impression of you. With so many supplies stored at his home, perhaps he might offer his assistance. Song Wei realized that Zhang Limei intended for him to seek Lin Feng and Apos' help. However, being straightforward by nature, he had never asked anyone for favors, especially not in these dire times where food equated to life. Otherwise, the brutal conflict in the underground parking lot would not have occurred. He wore a troubled expression as he replied that, doesn't he seem right? Besides, we still have food to last us for a while. Just as Zhang Limei was about to respond, she suddenly felt a fullness in her chest, her face lighting up with joy. She realized she had milk. Quickly, she unfastened her clothing to nurse the child. Song Wei sat nearby, his gaze fixated on the alluring scene, wishing that the child in Zhang Limei's arms were his own. Zhang Limei noticed the longing in Song Wei's eyes, and with a playful smile, she asked, Would you like some? Nodding mechanically and swallowing hard, Song Wei replied, yes. Seizing the moment, Zhang Limei added, If you want some, you must do as I say. A night passed, and the apocalypse had entered its 8th day. At 8 a.m., the outside world remained shrouded in thick fog, dim and gloomy, as if enveloped by a heavy haze. Snow continued to fall, though it had lessened significantly compared to previous days and was not as dense. However, the accumulated snow on the ground had reached at least 2 meters in depth, resembling small white mountains that completely obstructed travel. With no news of rescue after 8 days, the patience of the people seemed to have been entirely consumed by the endless wait. As time wore on, anxiety grew among the populace, fear and unease sprouting like wild grass in their hearts. Panic spread through the crowd, akin to a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Lin Feng arrived at the underground parking lot with airlaying, where an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the sound of their own breathing. The events of the previous day had evidently left a profound impact, as no one dared to venture outside, wary of unforeseen dangers. As Lin Feng made his way around the parking lot, he was unexpectedly confronted by Song Wei, whose pale face and dark circles around his eyes betrayed his evident fatigue from lack of rest. Before Song Wei could utter a word, Lin Feng spoke directly. You were waiting for me here, Warren and Apos. To you? In these precarious times, Lin Feng remained vigilant. He had already noticed Song Wei lurking in the shadows and kept his thoughts fixed on the handgun hidden in his space. Should Song Wei display any signs of hostility, Lin Feng would be prepared to eliminate him in an instant. Song Wei stopped 5 meters away from Lin Feng, sincerity evident in his tone as he said, "Mr. Lin, I cannot thank you enough for what happened yesterday." He knew that if Lin Feng had not intervened, he might not have even been able to take the meat, let alone survive the chaos of that scene. This gratitude weighed heavily on his heart. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing significant. But you shouldn't and Oppos, have associated yourself with that group." Lin Feng was unaware that Song Wei had been lured in by Zhang Limei, and thus he did not comprehend the reasons behind Song Wei and Oppos' actions. Yet, he could sense the unease and conflict radiating from him. Understanding Lin Feng and Oppos' implication, Song Wei lowered his head, pausing in silence before responding, "I recognize my mistake. I betrayed the oath and the trust of the organization. But I had my reasons." Lin Feng studied Song Wei, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. "Do share, what are your reasons?" Taking a deep breath, Song Wei summoned his courage to recount the circumstances that had led him to Zhang Limei. After listening attentively, Lin Feng nodded gently, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of understanding. In the face of an impending apocalypse, one could not know how many days they had left. To savor the final moments was not inherently wrong. "Oh, so that's how it is. Congratulations." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words of encouragement, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Song Wei's face. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish as he replied, "What is there to congratulate? It's merely cohabiting. You know my situation, my salary is not high, and I am hardly remarkable. If it weren't Oppos' for this snow disaster, what woman would deign to be with me?" Lin Feng regarded Song Wei with a deep sense of empathy. He understood the reality of Song Wei's life. With a meager salary of 3,000 a month, it was indeed challenging to attract attention from women. Nevertheless, Zhang Limei's arrival, despite her ulterior motives, at least provided Song Wei with a semblance of a home. With a soft sigh, Lin Feng remarked, "Song Wei, you didn't come to see me just to express your gratitude, did you? Since you and Oppos shared your situation with Zhang Limei, I can only assume she encouraged you to seek me out." Chapter 53. The temptation of a mother. Upon hearing this, Song Wei's face betrayed a hint of guilt. He remained silent for a moment, then mustered the courage to speak. "Mr. Lin, you are right. It was indeed Zhang Limei who sent me to find you. She asked me to borrow some food from you before she would agree to share a room with me." Lin Feng understood the implication instantly. He wore a nonchalant expression and replied indifferently, "That's nothing, just food. I have some at home that you can take." His voice was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, within his words lay the subtle indication that Lin Feng and Oppos' food supplies were, in fact, quite limited. In this dire, resource-scarce world, he unhesitatingly chose to share his meager provisions with Song Wei. "You savored this gesture of friendship, appreciating Lin Feng's gallantry and concern for you. Such kindness could hardly be repaid with mere words." Deeply moved by Lin Feng's generosity, Song Wei struggled to express his gratitude. "Mr. Lin, how can I ever repay your kindness?" Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Xiao Song, you are being too formal. We have known each other for years. We are like brothers. Your affairs are my own. So, let us not speak of repayment. Come, take your food." However, Lin Feng and Oppos' magnanimous assistance to Song Wei was not born merely out of sympathy or pity. He had ulterior motives. After all, the security guard, skilled and agile, had spent 5 years training in the military, making him a valuable ally in critical situations, capable of shielding one from harm. Soon after, Song Wei returned to Zhang Limei's home, elated with a box of instant noodles. As for meat and vegetables, Lin Feng would never part with those. His concern lay solely with Song Wei's survival. Zhang Limei and her child were of no consequence to him. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn. Before long, the doorbell rang. Lin Feng approached the monitor, his brow furrowing in concern at the sight of a woman standing outside, cradling a child. Though bundled up tightly, he recognized Zhang Limei immediately. What was she doing here? Although he harbored some goodwill for Song Wei, he held little familiarity with Zhang Limei. He had often seen her in the community. While not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed an alluring figure that lingered in memory, particularly after childbirth, when she exuded a unique fragrance that was hard to forget. Lin Feng approached the door but did not open it. Instead, he feigned ignorance and called out, "Who is it? Do you need something?" Hearing his voice, Zhang Limei hurriedly replied, Mr. Lin, it's me, Zhang Limei. I believe Song Wei has already informed you about our situation. Lin Feng coldly responded, Oh, it's you. I've already given Song Wei the food. What more do you want from me? Zhang Limei was aware of Lin Feng's generous offering of instant noodles. Yet the entire community knew he had fresh vegetables and meat in his home. This knowledge stirred a sense of imbalance within her, prompting her to seek him out. Mr. Lin, I sincerely thank you for the box of noodles. But please, look at my child in my arms. He is still nursing. If I cannot maintain my nutrition, I will have no milk to provide. If that happens, my child will starve. Could you possibly spare me some nutritious food for his sake? Greed knows no bounds. And Zhang Limei's audacity was astonishing. Sister Zhang, do you not understand the current circumstances? Providing you with a box of noodles is already quite generous of me. One must learn to be content. Zhang Limei was rendered speechless by Lin Feng and Appo's words, yet her determination remained unyielding. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and implored. Mr. Lin, I beg you, I have no other options. If you could just provide me with some nutritious food, I am willing to do anything to repay you. As she spoke, Zhang Limei unfastened the buttons of her top. Although a layer of fabric still separated them, the outline of her ample bosom was unmistakable. Her physique, already voluptuous, had only become more pronounced after childbirth. She had come prepared to offer herself, which was why she had not brought Song Wei along. This scene evoked memories of the intoxicating scent of Mother's milk, a siren call to any man. In the past, Lin Feng might have readily acquiesced to Zhang Limei's request. To him, a mere morsel of food was insignificant when weighed against the allure of a woman enveloped in such fragrance. Yet now, with Zhang Limei entangled with Song Wei, Lin Feng felt a twinge of conflict and hesitation. Standing at the threshold, he fell silent, grappling internally with his tumultuous emotions. Zhang Limei, sensing his indecision, summoned her courage once more and said, Mr. Lin, please rest assured, Song Wei, he hasn't touched me yet. Her tone conveyed determination and hope, as if she believed her words could dispel his doubts. It was undeniable that Zhang Limei's strategy was astute. She had keenly perceived Lin Feng's hesitation and sought to alleviate his concerns. With a steely resolve, Lin Feng finally opened the door. Upon entering, Zhang Limei was enveloped by the warmth of Lin Feng and Appo's abode, a stark contrast to the chilling air outside, akin to stepping into another realm. The temperature difference made her feel uncomfortably warm, prompting her to hastily unwrap the blanket around her child and remove her outer clothing. Presenting herself before Lin Feng clad only in her undergarments, she was a clever woman, well aware of how to please a man. Having made her decision, she chose to face it boldly. She aimed to barter her body for Lin Feng's assistance, hoping to secure better nourishment for her child. In that instant, the rich scent of milk wafted through the air, gently caressing Lin Feng's senses and compelling him to inhale deeply. The aroma was irresistible, imbued with an almost magical allure that ensnared him. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Limei and Appo's lips curled into a seductive smile as she gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What do you think? Does the scent please you? If you provide me with some nutritious food, I am willing to be yours at any time. As she spoke, Zhang Limei deliberately accentuated her ample bosom, seemingly showcasing her allure. Her actions exuded temptation, rendering it nearly impossible to resist. In this harsh world, survival often demanded the relinquishment of dignity, loved ones, and even lovers, all for the sake of a single meal. Chapter 54. The benevolence of Sun Cu. After the battle concluded, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the fatigue of exhaustion. Lin Feng approached Zhang Limei, carrying several boxes of canned food. Though these cans contained merely basic sustenance, in such a moment, they appeared extraordinarily precious. This was also due to Zhang Limei and Appo's strong sense of purpose, prompting Lin Feng to treat her differently than other women. As she accepted the cans, her voice trembled slightly. Mr. Lin, if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Lin Feng acknowledged that Zhang Limei was far more intense than any woman he had encountered before. Perhaps motherhood had altered her. After bidding farewell to Zhang Limei, Lin Feng felt as if the energy within him had been entirely drained. He retrieved a sumptuous feast from his spatial storage device: tender, juicy oysters, delectable kidneys, nourishing bullwhips, and vibrant green leeks. Pouring himself a cup of deer blood wine, its rich aroma enveloped him with warmth. In an apocalyptic landscape, Lin Feng understood that the body was the cornerstone of survival. Daily battles with different women, while exhilarating and challenging, required meticulous self-care. He had to maintain peak condition to continue his conquests. These simple pleasures of life were indeed far superior to those experienced before the onset of the apocalypse. However, amidst this satisfaction and comfort, a tinge of loneliness crept in. Only a loyal dog accompanied him, and the vast emptiness of the room felt lacking in some essential element. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. Should he seek a woman's company? Yet he dismissed it almost immediately. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered for the sake of a single tree when an entire forest lay before him. He was acutely aware that survival was paramount in this desolate world, and women were but mere spices in the tapestry of life. After indulging in food and drink, Lin Feng settled onto the sofa, casually picking up the phone on the coffee table. The community group chat had erupted with hundreds of messages. And lost in reverie over the taste of maternal affection, he had forgotten to check his phone. He opened the messages and began to peruse them one by one. The first message revealed the lingering dangers from the harrowing conflict in the parking lot. My wound seems to be infected. Does anyone have anti-inflammatory medication to spare? I have sustained a knife wound and am bleeding profusely. Is there a neighbor knowledgeable in medicine who could assist in bandaging my injury? Dear neighbors, it's wonderful that you still have the energy to send messages. My husband has been stabbed 3 times and is now unconscious, in a critical state. I implore you. Can someone help him? I am willing to pay any price and will be eternally grateful. Each plea for help fell into the abyss, unanswered. In these dire times of scarcity, medicine was even rarer than food. Everyone was struggling for their own survival. Who would willingly part with life-saving supplies for another? Yet, silence did not linger for long. Suddenly, the long-quiet Zhao Dama tagged Sun Siyu in the group chat with a message. Miss Sun, you are the only doctor in our community. At this moment, you must step forward to solve our challenges. After all, this concerns everyone's lives. Saving lives is your sacred duty as a physician. How can you bear to watch us suffer needlessly? Zhao Dama and Appo's words ignited a stir within the group, reminding everyone of Dr. Sun Siyu's presence. Dr. Sun, this is Shaoli from Building 6. Do you remember me? My mother is your third and second cousin. We are practically family. You must prioritize my treatment. Dr. Sun, my husband's injuries are the most severe. He has already lost consciousness. You cannot play favorites. He must be saved first. Yes, it should be by the severity of injuries. I have been stabbed twice and am still bleeding. I deserve to be second in line. Sun Siyu gazed at the flurry of anxious messages, her brow furrowed. As a physician, she deeply yearned to heal all the wounded. Yet, in this precarious time, venturing out alone as a woman posed significant risks. She found herself in a dilemma. At that moment, Lin Feng's image flashed in her mind. She knew he could offer her sound advice. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a profound reliance on him. As she prepared to dial Lin Feng's number, hesitation washed over her. She realized that she could not always depend on others. What if Lin Feng were unavailable to assist her? She needed to learn to confront and resolve issues independently. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to devise her own solution. Lin Feng, observing the neighbor's complicating Sun Siyu's situation, chose to remain silent, curious to see how she would respond. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Sun Siyu inhaled deeply and finally sent a message. As a doctor, I am acutely aware that my duty is to save lives. However, I must also consider my own safety. I hope everyone understands my decision. Therefore, I will only attend to critically injured patients and will not allow family members to accompany them. If you require treatment, please queue in front of my home, and I will attend to each of you in order. But please understand, this is not a charitable act. Therefore, be prepared to provide a consultation fee. Though some neighbors were discontented, they understood Sun Siyu and Appo's predicament. After all, in such extraordinary times, no one could guarantee their safety. The consultation fee she mentioned was, in fact, food, an unfortunate choice for her survival. Nevertheless, not everyone was willing to abide by Sun Siyu's rules. The family of the unconscious patient immediately tagged her in the group chat. Dr. Sun, what you're doing is truly unfair. My husband is gravely injured and cannot come on his own. You can't just let him give up like this. Why not send someone to bring him? Sun Siyu, reading that message, felt a wave of helplessness. She recognized that she could not cater to everyone's needs. Yet she endeavored to balance various relationships. Yet, at this moment, she had no time to respond to the family's grievances, for someone had knocked on her door. Lin Feng was determined to ensure that Sun Siyu encountered no mishaps, not out of lust for her beauty, but because she was a physician. His arrival surprised Sun Siyu. Yet she swiftly ushered him inside. Gazing at him, she asked, a touch of confusion evident in her voice, "What brings you here?" Lin Feng smiled gently and replied, "You are quite foolish. Even at this hour, why concern yourself with the fates of those people? Aren't you afraid of the danger?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a warm sensation surged within Sun Siyu. Chapter 55. The Conspiracy Against Sun Siyu. She lowered her head, her hands tightly clasped, her voice trembling as she spoke. I am a doctor. This is my duty. Lin Feng gently patted Sun Siyu and Appo's shoulder, his tone resolute. Very well, focus on treating them. I will remain upstairs. If anything unusual or dangerous occurs, call for help loudly, and I will come down immediately. Sun Siyu looked at Lin Feng with gratitude, tears glistening in her eyes. Thank you. With you here, I feel at ease. Just as Lin Feng ascended the stairs, a knock resounded at the door. Peering through the peephole, Sun Siyu saw a middle-aged woman assisting a bloodied middle-aged man, presumably the one who had claimed to be stabbed twice in the group chat. Confirming that only the two were outside, Sun Siyu quickly opened the door and helped the man inside. The middle-aged woman placed a bag of food at the entrance, saying, Dr. Sun, we are in your debt. This is our consultation fee. Please ensure my husband receives proper treatment. Rest assured, I will do my utmost, Sun Siyu replied. Shutting the door behind her, she guided the man into the room, where she had already prepared a thick carpet and a first aid kit. Due to the low temperature, she could not fully remove the man's clothing, so she inquired, Where are your injuries? The man replied with a faint breath, abdomen, left shoulder. Both have been cut. Sun Siyu refrained from asking how he was wounded, as she heard intense fighting in the underground parking lot. Yet she dared not venture outside to investigate. After confirming the wounds, she retrieved scissors and cut away the fabric around his shoulder, revealing a 10-centimeter-long gash that startled her. Sun Siyu gasped, I have no anesthetics at home. The stitching process will be extremely painful. You must endure. The man nodded faintly. Taking the towel, she handed him to bite down on. With everything prepared, the frigid temperature had caused the blood from his wounds to freeze. Sun Siyu pressed the towel against the injury to melt the ice. Now was the time to showcase her medical skills, needing to treat the wound before it froze again. Undoubtedly, Sun Siyu's medical expertise was remarkable. Disinfecting, cleaning, and suturing in one seamless motion, she completed the procedure in under 5 minutes. However, the man fainted from the sheer agony. Sun Siyu did not pause, continuing to address the wounds on his abdomen. Having gained experience from the previous task, she worked even faster, finishing in 3 minutes. Even in such low temperatures, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Gently wiping her brow, she roused the man, stating, Given the limited conditions, I could do no more. I lack tetanus shots, and your wounds are at risk of infection. You must be vigilant. The man's face turned pale. He felt grateful for the effective suturing and looked at Sun Siyu with appreciation, saying weakly, Dr. Sun, you've already gone to great lengths. May I return home now? This was not a hospital. Despite her compassion, Sun Siyu would not offer him her blanket for warmth. The combination of pain and cold was unbearable for him. He yearned to return home quickly. Sun Siyu helped him to the door, handing him over to his wife. Returning inside, she sank onto the sofa, nearly collapsing. Her cheeks were flushed, sweat trickling down her forehead, clearly indicative of the physical toll the procedure had taken. Her eyes revealed profound fatigue, yet they sparkled with satisfaction and relief. At that moment, Lin Feng descended the stairs, taking a seat across from her. Observing her exhausted state, he remarked, Why exert yourself so? Their fate is of no concern to you. Sun Siyu lifted her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. This is my mission. The essence of a doctor is to save lives. Only when I see my patients safe and sound do I feel true solace. Lin Feng regarded her steadfast gaze, reflecting on the rarity of such responsible doctors in today's world. Not only did she possess exceptional medical skills, but she also harbored a heart willing to risk for her patients. He understood that Sun Siyu was currently treating their neighbors at the peril of her life, an admirable spirit indeed. Nevertheless, Lin Feng could not help but assert, Even if you save them now, it will be in vain. Before long, they will succumb to this disaster. Sun Siyu furrowed her brow at his words, perplexed. What do you mean? Will this cold snap last long? Lin Feng smiled slightly, about to explain, when the doorbell rang again. They exchanged glances, both understanding that this signified yet another injured person seeking assistance. Lin Feng, observing Sun Siyu's fatigue, remarked with concern, If you're tired, you need not attend to them. Let them fend for themselves. Yet Sun Siyu shook her head firmly. Since I have already promised them, I must see it through. I cannot abandon them due to my own exhaustion. You go upstairs first. I will join you once I have finished. With that, she stood, inhaled deeply, embraced herself for the new challenge ahead. At Aunt Zhao's home, in the dim light, Wang Bo sat quietly on the sofa. a makeshift bandage around his arm, hastily applied and still seeping blood, evidently lacking even the most basic disinfection. And Zhao gazed at him, furrowing her brow. Young Master Wang, Sun Siyu has already agreed to treat everyone. Why have you not hurried to her? Wang Bo inhaled sharply, suppressing the waves of pain from his wound. Casting a glance at Aunt Zhao, a glint of cunning in his eyes. You don't understand. We must be the last to go. This way, we can seize the opportunity to control Sun Siyu and prevent any interruptions. Aunt Zhao was taken aback, realizing the depth of Wang Bo and Appo's scheming. Yet, this could work to their advantage. At least Sun Siyu was currently treating others, garnering ample food and potentially coercing Lin Feng, an excellent dual benefit. Thinking this through, Aunt Zhao's gaze towards Wang Bo held newfound respect. Young Master Wang, you are indeed clever. It's truly admirable. Wang Bo smirked at her praise. This is nothing. You go keep watch at Sun Siyu and Appo's door. As soon as no one is around, inform me immediately. Chapter 56. Rest assured, I am here. Madame Zhao nodded in agreement. Yet her mind was preoccupied with Wang Bo and Appo's scheme. She was aware that she had been used, but as long as she could obtain what she desired, she was indifferent to the means employed. With that thought, she turned and exited the room, heading towards Sun Siyu and Appo's residence. After seeing off the last injured patient, Sun Siyu finally found a moment of respite. She glanced at the clock on the wall and murmured to herself, "It and Appo's so late. There shouldn't and Appo's be anyone else coming." Her voice carried a hint of fatigue. Just as she intended to call Lin Feng down to assist in tidying up the clinic, a sudden knock at the door shattered the night and Appo's tranquility. Sun Siyu furrowed her brow. She had just stitched wounds for 8 patients in succession, and her hands were nearly too weary to lift. However, as a healer, she felt compelled to abide by her own words. She could not turn anyone away. Gritting her teeth, she approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to find the last people she wished to see, Madame Zhao and Wang Bo. Madame Zhao appeared anxious, while Wang Bo wore an indifferent expression, as if he were untouched by the events at hand. A wave of displeasure washed over Sun Siyu. She had some awareness of the discord between Lin Feng and Wang Bo, though she did not wish to let personal animosities interfere with her duty to treat the injured. She found it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure in Wang Bo and Appo's presence. "I'm sorry, it's quite late, and I'm feeling rather fatigued. Could you please come back tomorrow?" she said through the door. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhao hastily explained, "Dr. Sun, we understand your exhaustion. However, while Wang Xiaoya and Appo's injury may not be severe, it cannot be delayed. We have come at this late hour to accommodate those with more critical conditions, considering the needs of others as well." Sun Siyu felt a stirring within her. She grasped Madame Zhao and Appo's intention and recognized that Wang Bo's injury indeed warranted immediate attention. Since Wang Bo was making such a selfless effort, she could not refuse him entry any longer. She opened the door, and Madame Zhao assisted Wang Bo to step inside. Seeing this, Sun Siyu promptly blocked their path, her tone firm. "Madame Zhao, I understand your concern, but I have made it very clear in the group that only the injured may enter. If you intend to violate this rule, I must ask you to leave." Wang Bo, overhearing this, suddenly pushed aside Madame Zhao's arm and declared, "Madame Zhao, don't worry. I will abide by Dr. Sun's rules. You can wait for me outside." With that, he cast a reassuring glance at Madame Zhao, as if to imply that despite his injury, he could easily handle a seemingly frail woman. Yet, Sun Siyu was far from the delicate figure he presumed her to be. His provocative gaze only fueled her displeasure further. Yet she understood that the priority remained the treatment of the injured. Thus, she begrudgingly allowed Wang Bo to enter the clinic, reminding herself to remain calm and not let her personal feelings interfere with her work. Once inside, Sun Siyu began to attend to Wang Bo's wounds as per her usual protocol. Despite her reservations towards him, she endeavored to uphold her composure and professionalism. Wang Bo's injuries, while not critical, required meticulous cleaning and suturing. Her adept hands swiftly completed most of the work. However, just as she was about to bandage his wounds, an unexpected incident transpired. Wang Bo abruptly stood, seizing her wrist with surprising strength. His eyes turned menacing, and he spoke with a menacing growl, "Dr. Sun, I know your relationship with Lin Feng is more than mere friendship. I have a matter that requires your assistance." Taken aback by Wang Bo's sudden aggression, Sun Siyu struggled to free herself, but his grip was unexpectedly strong. "What do you want? Let go of me," she cried out in fear. Wang Bo sneered, "What do I want? I want you to experience the consequences of crossing me. Do you think a mere doctor can offend me without repercussions? I'll tell you this, if you don't provide me with a satisfactory response today, Don't expect to leave here alive. With that, he produced a dagger from his pocket and pressed it against her neck. A chill coursed through Sun Siyu, realizing that Wang Bo was indeed capable of violence. No, don't act rashly. Let us talk this over calmly, she urged, attempting to pacify him with her words. However, Wang Bo seemed disinclined to heed her plea. Enough with the chatter. Do as I say, or I will make you bleed, he spat. Fear gripped Sun Siyu. She understood Wang Bo was a man of his word. Yet, she could not simply acquiesce to his threats. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to sound composed. Wang Bo, please calm down. Lin Feng and I are merely friends. If you have an issue, you should address it directly with him, rather than threatening me here. At that critical moment when Wang Bo was poised to overpower her, an intense chill suddenly enveloped him from behind, like icy needles piercing his skin, striking at his very core. He shivered instinctively, the arrogance and self-satisfaction within him evaporating in the face of this unforeseen coldness. Next, a frigid sensation descended from above, akin to the touch of a serpentine tongue grazing his scalp, prompting another involuntary shudder. He instinctively sought to turn around, only to hear a familiar, chilling voice command. Don't move, raise your hands. Wang Bo and Appo's, as heart plummeted, he recognized that voice all too well. Without needing to see, he knew it was Lin Feng. The gun he had come to dread now pressed against his temple. A surge of terror welled up from within him, compelling his hands to rise involuntarily. Slowly, he turned, confronting the last person he wished to see, Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Appo's gaze was as frigid as a winter and Appo's gale, instilling a sense of dread. He swiftly snatched the dagger from Wang Bo and Appo's hand and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. You must be tired of living, daring to lay hands on my people, he scolded, his voice thick with fury and authority. Wang Bo crumpled to the ground, the pain rendering him nearly breathless. He glared at Lin Feng, but dared not utter another word, fully aware that Lin Feng would not let him off lightly this time. Witnessing this, Sun Siyu felt her fear dissolve. Gratefully, she gazed at Lin Feng and then threw herself into his embrace. His declaration of my people left her feeling both bashful and immensely reassured. Lin Feng gently patted her back, his tone softening as he said, Rest assured, with me here, nothing will go amiss. Chapter 57, The Torment of Wang Bo. Sun Siyu, resembling a docile little wife, gently nodded in Lin Feng and Appo's embrace. After reassuring her, Lin Feng approached Wang Bo, squatting down to fix a piercing gaze upon him. Wang Bo, do you believe you can harm others at will? Today, I shall make you acquainted with the taste of suffering. As Lin Feng and Appo's words echoed in Wang Bo and Appo's mind, a wave of intense unease surged within him. He attempted to struggle, yet his body felt as if it were nailed to the ground, utterly immobile. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, producing a slender silver needle from his pocket and waving it before Wang Bo. This is my specially crafted silver needle. Each prick will bring you unbearable agony. As he spoke, Lin Feng gently pierced Wang Bo and Appo's arm. Instantly, a searing pain radiated from the point of contact. As though countless ants were gnawing at his flesh, Wang Bo emitted a wretched scream, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng showed no mercy, continuing to jab the needle into Wang Bo's body, each thrust accompanied by Wang Bo's cries and spasms. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly frigid, as if he reveled in the torment he was inflicting, though Sun Siyu felt a twinge of fear at the scene unfolding before her. She understood that Lin Feng was avenging her, and a warm current surged within her heart. She clutched Lin Feng's hand tightly, as if to lend him strength. After an indeterminate period, Lin Feng finally ceased his actions. Observing Wang Bo, who was on the brink of losing consciousness from the pain, he coldly declared, This is merely the beginning. Should you dare to harm my people again, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. With that, Lin Feng stood up and, like discarding a rag doll, dragged Wang Bo's body towards the exit. Upon catching sight of Lin Feng, and Zhao and Appo's face turned ashen, her heart constricting violently. She felt an invisible force pulling her back, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, her voice trembling noticeably. Why you? How did you end up at Dr. Sun and Appo's home? However, her gaze was swiftly drawn to Wang Bo, who lay pale and bloodied on the ground, his body weakened and defeated. A heavy sensation weighed down Aunt Zhao and Appo's heart as she realized Wang Bo and Appo's attempt had failed miserably, receiving a harsh lesson from Lin Feng. Lin Feng paid no heed to Aunt Zhao's reaction. He forcefully threw Wang Bo aside as if he were a mere rag doll. Then, turning to face Aunt Zhao, a mocking smile crept upon his lips. You are always welcome to seek revenge. His tone dripped with provocation and mockery. As if this entire affair were merely a game to him. He refrained from killing Wang Bo outright, seeking amusement from these individuals instead. If they all perished, the game would lose its thrill. He relished the sensation of being the cat playing with the mouse, enjoying their repeated failures and the ease with which he toyed with their fates. Returning indoors, Sun Siyu sat quietly on the sofa, her gaze appearing somewhat vacant, as if she were still immersed in the harrowing experience she had just endured. Her complexion was pale, and her fingers trembled slightly, a clear indication that she had yet to fully recover from her fear. When Lin Feng entered the room, Sun Siyu seemed to awaken from a dream, mustering her spirits to approach him. Though her voice quivered, it was filled with gratitude. I cannot thank you enough for today. Without you, I truly do not know what would have happened. The image of Wang Bo's sinister face flashed through her mind, had Lin Feng not arrived in time. She might have fallen prey to his clutches, suffering endless torment and pain. Her heart raced at the thought, and her body involuntarily shuddered. Nevertheless, Lin Feng exhibited little sympathy for Sun Siyu's plight. His intentions in approaching her were clear. First, she was a doctor who could provide him with medical assistance. Second, she was an attractive woman who stirred his interest. While Sun Siyu was currently overwhelmed with gratitude, Lin Feng remained composed and rational, not allowing her appreciation to cloud his original purpose. He gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Siyu, you are safe now. There is no need to fear. I will do my utmost to protect you and prevent such occurrences in the future. Upon hearing Lin Feng and Appo's words, Sun Siyu felt a slight alleviation of her fear and anxiety. She lifted her gaze, meeting Lin Feng's determined and confident face, a warm surge blossoming in her heart. Thank you, Lin Feng. I am truly grateful to you. She reiterated her appreciation. Lin Feng smiled faintly, replying, Siyu, we are friends. It is only natural to help one another. You need to rest now. I shall not disturb you further. With that, Lin Feng turned and left Sun Siyu and Appo's home, recognizing that she required tranquility and rest, not further disruptions. After his departure, Sun Siyu sat alone on the sofa, her emotions a tumultuous mix. She understood that her escape from calamity today was solely due to Lin Feng's timely intervention. Simultaneously, she realized that she was not alone in this world, devoid of support. At Biaozi's residence, the dim lighting cast a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. After several days of careful recuperation, Biaozi's injuries had significantly improved. Yet he remained slumped on the sofa, dejected, as if he had lost his former vigor, having been repeatedly thwarted by Lin Feng. The arrogance that once resided in his heart had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of defeat. Sun Yu sat beside him, observing his despondency, and felt a pang of anxiety. She had initially allied herself with Biaozi merely to satisfy her basic needs, but now, with Biaozi rendered ineffective, she found herself in a precarious position. With a soft sigh, she spoke, Biaogu, there is no food left at home. You need to think of a solution. Biaozi glanced at her, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Do not rush me. I am contemplating it. Yet, Sun Yu remained unsatisfied. Her brow furrowed as she responded, You've been thinking for days, yet I see no solutions arising. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door, accompanied by a familiar voice. Biaogu, are you home? It's Qiangzi. Biaozi furrowed his brow at the sound, an inkling of doubt stirring within him. The name Qiangzi was not unfamiliar. He had once been one of Wang Bo's heavily recruited henchmen. Chapter 58. Primitive exchange. There was little intersection between them when Qiangzi suddenly appeared at the door. What could be his purpose? Although doubt lingered in his mind, Biaozi instructed Sun Yu to open the door. The door creaked open, revealing a burly man with a fierce countenance, Qiangzi. Upon entering, Qiangzi's gaze roamed over Sun Yu's figure. Considering her a rare gem among women, this was largely due to Biaozi's diminished stature. In the past, he would never have dared to act so brazenly. With a lascivious grin, Qiangzi settled into a chair opposite Biaozi and inquired, Biaogu, how does this little lady taste? This question struck a nerve with Biaozi, who had long been drained by indulgence in wine and women, leaving him incapable of experiencing Sun Yu and Appo's allure. Nevertheless, he feigned pride and replied, one word, tight as hell. This only served to heighten Qiangzi's inner excitement, his hands rubbing together as his gaze remained fixated on Sun Yu's exquisite form. Sun Yu, an experienced seductress, was no stranger to such encounters. In fact, she felt a sense of pride, as attracting the attention of so many men validated her allure. Yet, she was acutely aware that her true objective was Lin Feng, and she wished not to tarnish her image in his eyes due to any scandal. Thus, she feigned anger, shot Qiangzi a glare, and swiftly retreated to her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Witnessing this, Xiangzi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and muttered under his breath, "Damn it. That filthy bitch, who knows how many men have had her, yet she pretends to be pure with me." As the saying goes, one must consider the master before striking the dog, and Xiangzi's words irked Biaozi. "What do you mean by that, Xiangzi? Are you unaware that she is my woman now?" In response, Xiangzi laughed heartily. "Biao Gu, don't misunderstand, it's just brotherly banter. How about this? I'll bring you 2 liang of meat as an apology. What do you say?" He paused deliberately, casting a glance towards Sun Yu's bedroom before continuing. "But, this little lady, you must let me have a turn." During the previous altercation in the underground parking lot, Xiangzi had emerged unscathed and unexpectedly gained much. He understood well that in this perilous world, survival itself was a brutal contest. He was aware that his fate could be dictated by others at any moment, and perhaps one day he would become mere fodder for another. Rather than live in constant fear, he preferred to indulge in the pleasures of the present, savoring each day as it came. Biaozi's stomach growled, having digested all its contents and now feeling hollow. When Xiangzi mentioned meat, Biaozi instinctively swallowed hard, as if he could devour every drop of saliva. Despite his yearning for food, he hesitated to acquiesce to Xiangzi's demands. He recognized that his current situation was precarious, and his only assets were the 2 women by his side. After a moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, Biaozi knew Xiangzi was a formidable adversary who would not easily relinquish his desires. Yet, he did not wish to place himself in an even more disadvantageous position. Taking a deep breath, he slowly proposed, "How about this? There's another lady in that bedroom. If you can provide me with 10 jin of meat, both of them will be yours tonight." Wow, a dragon and 2 phoenixes. How could this not excite a lifelong bachelor like Xiangzi? Yet, he did not allow Biaozi and Appos' proposition to cloud his judgment. He understood that in this world, every resource was precious and needed to be meticulously managed to maximize gains. A cunning smile crept across his lips as he replied, "Biaogu, you truly are asking for a king's ransom. You should know better than anyone what the situation is. Meat is scarcer than women now. I could easily trade 2 liang of meat for a woman. You think your women are gilded?" Upon hearing Xiangzi and Appos' words, Biaozi frowned. He had anticipated that Xiangzi would be difficult to negotiate with, a shrewd character indeed. "So, how much are you willing to offer?" Xiangzi held up 2 fingers, waving them in front of Biaozi and Appos' eyes with a smug expression. 2 jin of meat, for 3 days. This provocation ignited Biaozi and Appos' irritation. He recognized that Xiangzi was deliberately lowballing him, yet given the circumstances, he needed to negotiate. 2 jin is too little, and 3 days is far too short. Let us each make a concession. How about 3 jin for 3 nights? A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Xiangzi and Appos' eyes. He realized Biaozi had made a concession while he had achieved his aim. Nodding, he smiled. "All right, as Biaoga wishes, 3 jin for 3 nights. It and Appos' deal." After a vigorous round of bargaining, the 2 finally reached an agreement. Though Biaozi felt a pang of reluctance, he understood this was the best outcome available. Meanwhile, Xiangzi was satisfied, having secured what he desired. However, upon returning to her bedroom, Sun Yu was engulfed in mixed emotions. Silently, she approached the door, pressing her ear against it to eavesdrop on the conversation between Biaozi and Xiangzi, realizing she had been reduced to a mere commodity in their transaction. Turning to the other woman in the room, "Wei Wei," she said, "Wei Wei, Biaozi has sold us. We need to find a way to escape." Wei Wei was initially taken aback, but then shrugged nonchalantly. "So what if we're sold? As long as I get to eat, does it matter who I sleep with? Just consider it a pig being prodded." Sun Yu's irritation flared at Wei Wei's words. She furrowed her brow, her tone growing stern. "Are you foolish? We're merely tools for their gratification. Do you think they will feed us? We must rely on ourselves to find a way out." Realizing the gravity of Sun Yu's words, Wei Wei sat up abruptly, fear flickering in her eyes. "What should we do then? Should we go to your house?" Sun Yu shook her head, a hint of helplessness crossing her features. "Go to my house? Do you think it and Appos' as safe there? They would surely break down the door. We need to stay calm and think this through." The 2 women sat on the bed, their faces heavy with anxiety, their hearts filled with fear and helplessness. After a moment, a spark of inspiration flickered in Sun Yu's eyes as she slowly spoke. "I think of someone who may be able to help us." Chapter 59. A desperate plea for help. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Wei Wei's eyes immediately glimmered with a spark of hope. Eagerly, she urged, "Who is it? Please contact him quickly. I would do anything to escape this situation." Taking a deep breath, she retrieved her phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. However, to Sun Yu's astonishment, after several attempts, Lin Feng hung up each time without hesitation. It seemed that a more forceful approach was necessary. Sun Yu turned to Wei Wei and said, Wei Wei, if we wish to leave, you must heed my instructions. Wei Wei nodded earnestly. Yes, I will follow your lead. With that, Sun Yu shared her plan. And the two women, braving the cold in their alluring lace lingerie, took numerous photos to send to Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng casually perused the images on his phone, a playful glint evident in his gaze. He understood that Sun Yu's sudden transmission of these photos must be driven by some ulterior motive. Yet, he did not rush to respond, for to him, the life and death of Sun Yu were trivial matters, hardly worthy of contemplation. At that moment, Sun Yu sent a voice message, her tone laced with urgency and supplication. Lin Feng, look, the individuals in the photos are my dear friend Wei Wei and me. We recognize our ordinary looks cannot compare to your past enchanting companions. However, we find ourselves in dire straits, unable to venture outside, and they cannot come to accompany you. Wei Wei and I have discussed this, and we are willing to serve you together. Listening to Sun Yu's voice message, a cold smirk crept across Lin Feng's lips. Internally, he derided her naivety. When had he ever been devoid of female company? To him, these photos and messages were merely a tiresome game. Nonetheless, Lin Feng was aware that Sun Yu and Wei Wei would not approach him without a significant motive. Thus, he replied with a nonchalant message, speak plainly. What is it that you desire? In a flash, Sun Yu's response illuminated the screen, her words brimming with urgency. Lin Feng, the gang led by Biaozi intends to sell us as hostages. We have nowhere else to turn, and we implore you to take us in. We are truly at our wits' end Appos, and yet, Lin Feng felt little stirrings of concern regarding Biaozi and Appos' group. To him, they were inconsequential figures, easily eradicated at his whim. As for Sun Yu, he lacked even the slightest interest in her. He had not even kept Sun Siyu in his abode. How could he allow someone like Sun Yu to trespass into his domain? Lin Feng and Appos' heart remained unperturbed by the allure of Sun Yu and Wei Wei. If he desired companionship, a mere word in the right circles would summon countless women to his side. Without hesitation, he replied, I'm sorry, but I have no interest in you. Upon receiving Lin Feng and Appos' reply, Sun Yu and Appos' heart plummeted. She had believed she had offered her utmost sincerity, only to realize it had failed to sway Lin Feng and Appos' indifference. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes, tears welling up within. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, followed by Biaozi's voice. Sun Yu, Wei Wei, open the door. I brought you food. Both women recognized this as a mere ruse to lure them into opening the door. Fear and unease filled their eyes as they exchanged glances. They understood that if they opened the door, they would be subjected to Qiangzi's brutal torment. Wei Wei, in a state of panic, implored, Yu, what should we do? You must think of a way. A flicker of determination crossed Sun Yu's gaze as she inhaled deeply. Here's the plan. When we open the door, we'll make a run for it while Biaozi is distracted. Wei Wei, still concerned, asked, but where can we possibly run to? Sun Yu gritted her teeth and replied, don't worry about that. Just follow me. If we can escape this place, we will find a way. With renewed courage, Sun Yu and Wei Wei clasped hands tightly and approached the door together. Sun Yu took a deep breath and forcefully pushed the door open. A gust of cold air rushing in, carrying the scent of the outside world. With a sudden surge of strength, she shoved the unsuspecting Biaozi aside. Taken aback by the unexpected force, Biaozi stumbled backward, eyes wide in disbelief, unprepared for the audacity of these seemingly fragile women. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu grasped Wei Wei and Appos' hand, and they bolted out the door in a flash. Inside, Qiangzi had been engrossed in his upcoming pleasures. Stunned into silence by the sudden turn of events, Biaozi quickly regained his composure. Realizing that Sun Yu and Wei Wei must have overheard his conversation with Qiangzi and were attempting to escape, a wave of panic surged through him. Losing these two women meant facing starvation. He urgently shouted to Qiangzi, quick, go after them. We cannot let them get away. Hearing Biaozi and Appos' frantic call, Qiangzi awakened from his stupor, anger flaring within him. How dare these women attempt to flee right under his nose? He spat vehemently, damn it. A bird in hand, how could we let them fly away? With that, he dashed in pursuit of Sun Yu and Wei Wei's fleeing figures. A sinister expression etched across his face, envisioning the cruel scenes that awaited them upon recapture. However, Sun Yu and Wei Wei had already vanished from his sight. The two women ran with wild abandon, their hearts racing with fear and anxiety. They knew they could not afford to stop, otherwise Being caught by Qiangzi and Biaozi would spell disaster. At last, they reached the entrance to Lin Feng and Apos' residence. Breathless, Sun Yu pounded on the door, calling out urgently, "Lin Feng, please help us. Qiangzi and Biaozi are after us." Wei Wei echoed her plea, "Lin Feng, we beg you, save us." Their voices resonated with desperation and entreaty, hoping for Lin Feng's assistance. Yet, the silence within the house was deafening, offering no response. Sun Yu's heart sank. Was Lin Feng not home? Or did he simply choose not to aid them? Reluctantly, she continued to pound on the door, raising her voice, "Lin Feng, it's Sun Yu and Wei Wei. Please. We implore you, save us." At that moment, Lin Feng's voice finally emerged from within. "What do you want from me?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Sun Yu's spirits lifted. And she hurriedly replied, "Lin Feng, Qiangzi and Biaozi are trying to capture us. We have nowhere else to go and could only come to you for help." Lin Feng's tone bore an icy indifference. "You seek my assistance? I have already turned you down before. Why would you come to me now?" Chapter 60. No interest in you. A sense of anxiety gripped Sun Yu's heart as she discerned Lin Feng's unfriendly demeanor. Nevertheless, she persisted in her appeal. "Lin Feng, we are aware that you previously declined our request, but we truly have no other recourse. Please, save us." Wei Wei echoed her plea. "We are innocent, and we do not wish to fall into the clutches of Qiangzi and Biaozi. Please, grant us a chance." Lin Feng remained silent for a moment before responding. "If I rescue you, what can you offer me in return?" Sun Yu and Wei Wei exchanged anxious glances but nodded eagerly. "We possess a myriad of skills, each expertly honed. We guarantee to bring you unparalleled delight." At that moment, Qiangzi and Biaozi came panting after them. Upon seeing Sun Yu and Wei Wei at Lin Feng's doorstep, they hesitated, visibly intimidated by the legendary figure that Lin Feng had become in their minds. Biaozi sighed as he gazed at the closed door. "Let us just go back. This Lin Feng is not someone we can provoke." As soon as Biaozi finished speaking, he turned to leave. However, Qiangzi stood his ground, his eyes flashing with defiance. "Damn it, you coward. How can we just retreat like this? What will become of us?" Biaozi shook his head in resignation, choosing not to argue further as he walked away. Meanwhile, Qiangzi remained, fixated on Sun Yu and Wei Wei. With Lin Feng's door remaining shut for too long, he gathered the courage to believe that Lin Feng might not intend to assist the two girls. Suddenly, he lunged towards Sun Yu, ready to seize her. Just as his hand was about to grasp her clothing, Lin Feng's door swung open. A dark muzzle of a gun protruded from the crack, aimed directly at Qiangzi. He was immediately struck with terror, stammering, "Lin Feng, why are you out here?" Lin Feng offered no answer, his face set in a cold expression, his eyes piercing. 2 gunshots rang out. Qiangzi felt his legs give way beneath him, collapsing to the ground. Lin Feng's shots had struck his knees, rendering him incapable of standing. In agony, Qiangzi fell, filled with regret and fear. Realizing he should never have entertained thoughts of luck, the days ahead would be even more challenging. Sun Yu and Wei Wei breathed a sigh of relief, casting grateful glances at Lin Feng, aware that he had saved their lives. Lin Feng disregarded Qiangzi's moans on the ground, swiftly ushering Sun Yu and Wei Wei into the house. Instead of relaxing, he remained vigilant, aiming the gun at the 2 women. "Remove all your clothing." Sun Yu and Wei Wei were startled but understood that Lin Feng's demand was to ensure they bore no concealed weapons, guarding against any potential deception. In a perilous world, trust had become a luxury, while caution was essential for survival. Despite their unease, they complied with Lin Feng's order, quickly and methodically shedding their garments until only their undergarments remained. The long-lost warmth allowed them to ease their tense nerves, disregarding their vulnerability before Lin Feng. Lin Feng meticulously examined their bodies, confirming the absence of hidden weapons before lowering his firearm. He then retrieved 2 sets of clothing from his belongings and tossed them at Sun Yu and Wei Wei's feet. "Put these on. I have no interest in you." Sun Yu and Wei Wei exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Lin Feng's motivations for having them undress, only to now dismiss their nudity so nonchalantly. Yet, they recognized their precarious situation necessitated obedience to Lin Feng and Apos' instructions. Silently, they picked up the garments and began dressing. Lin Feng watched them with indifference as they donned their clothes. He guided them into a separate room, providing each with a piece of bread and a bottle of water. "Stay here for now. I will have tasks for you shortly." Without waiting for their response, he locked the door behind him. Upon exiting, Lin Feng sent a message to Qiu Hanwei. Shortly thereafter, a knock at the door confirmed safety, and Lin Feng admitted Qiu Hanwei. Through their previous encounters, she had shed her initial reservations. Upon entering, she willingly removed her outer coat and hung it by the door. She sniffed the air, sensing a different fragrance, and curiously inquired, "Why does it smell like perfume here? Are there other women in your home besides me?" One must admit, a woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. Lin Feng candidly replied, "Yes, there are 2 women in the room." Hearing this, Qiu Hanwei felt a wave of confusion. She could not fathom why Lin Feng would summon her here with other women present. However, her curiosity did not compel her to voice her thoughts, for she had learned to maintain silence and obedience before Lin Feng. She understood that some matters were beyond her inquiry or comprehension. Thus, she chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting Lin Feng's next command. Observing Qiu Hanyue's puzzled yet compliant demeanor, Lin Feng's lips curved slightly as he softly remarked, "This is also why I called you here. The 2 women inside are of no interest to me, but they possess formidable skills. They are well versed in various arts. I intend for them to teach you." Upon hearing this, Qiu Hanyue's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She had not anticipated such an arrangement from Lin Feng, and a wave of indescribable shyness and embarrassment washed over her. Lowering her gaze, her hands twisted together as she stammered, "Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to have me learn these things. How am I supposed to face them? This is too awkward." Lin Feng, noting her bashful demeanor, felt an increase in anticipation. "Do not be anxious, Hanyue. They are professionals and will know how to instruct you. You will learn quickly." Qiu Hanwei lifted her gaze to meet Lin Feng's deep, resolute eyes. She comprehended that in this tumultuous world, survival depended on relying on Lin Feng's strength, following his commands, and wholeheartedly serving him. Subsequently, Lin Feng led Qiu Hanyue to the room where Sun Yu and Wei Wei were situated. As the door creaked open, Qiu Hanyue nervously trailed behind Lin Feng. Chapter 61. Mastery of Martial Arts. Upon the arrival of Qiu Hanyue, Sun Yu and Wei Wei exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting their confusion. What was the purpose of this gathering? Qiu Hanwei, noticing their bewildered looks, felt a twinge of anxiety within. She was uncertain of the situation that awaited her. Lin Feng observed the 2 women before him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Teach her all your martial skills. If you perform well, I shall reward you with sustenance. But should you falter, the consequences will be clear to you both." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the doubts of Sun Yu and Wei Wei were finally dispelled. They understood that Lin Feng's intention in rescuing them was to have them impart their martial knowledge to Qiu Hanwei. A wave of sorrow washed over them. As women themselves, they felt disheartened that Lin Feng displayed no interest in them whatsoever. Yet, they were acutely aware that, in terms of looks and physique, they fell short when compared to Qiu Hanyue. Her unique aura and charm rendered them feeling inferior. In the ensuing battle, Qiu Hanyue took on the role of the main attacker, while Sun Yu and Wei Wei assumed the position of strategists. The fight was exceptionally arduous, fraught with challenges. After 5 grueling hours of effort, Qiu Hanyue finally mastered the martial arts, successfully impressing Lin Feng. Throughout this time, Sun Yu and Wei Wei repeatedly requested to join the fray, but Lin Feng resolutely denied their pleas. Ultimately, he did not let their hard work go unrewarded. He handed each of them a box of instant noodles as a token of gratitude before sending them on their way. In stark contrast, Qiu Hanwei received a lavish feast prepared by Lin Feng, and the 2 of them sat together at the dining table to relish the meal. Qiu Hanwei and Appo's complexion flushed as she recalled the intense battle, feeling a mixture of shyness and pride. Yet, she fully recognized that all of this was a reward for her own diligence. Lin Feng, too, regarded her with newfound respect due to her outstanding performance. With her head bowed and hands clasped tightly together, her voice quivering with nervousness and shame, Qiu Hanyue timidly inquired, "Lin Feng, did I do well? I know I might be a bit clumsy since I've never encountered such things before." Lin Feng smiled at her, his eyes glimmering with admiration. "Qiu Hanwei, you have done remarkably well. Although there is still room for improvement, this is your first attempt, and your performance is commendable. With practice, you shall become increasingly proficient. However, I suggest you invite Zhang Yiting next time. It would make things easier for you." Upon hearing Lin Feng's suggestion, Qiu Hanyue's heart tightened, and her blush deepened. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly replied, "Well, perhaps you should speak to her. I'm not sure how to approach it." Lin Feng found her shy and anxious demeanor amusing. He gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "All right, I shall take care of this matter. Do not worry. I will speak with Zhang Yiting." Grateful for Lin Feng's words, Qiu Hanwei nodded, resolved to work even harder to meet his expectations. Once she departed, Lin Feng settled onto the sofa, reflecting on the blissful moments since the apocalypse had begun. It was almost reminiscent of the privileges enjoyed by ancient emperors. After Sun Yu and Wei Wei left Lin Feng's residence, their hearts heavy with apprehension, they returned silently to Sun Yu's home. Although Lin Feng had provided them with food, the gesture did little to alleviate their inner turmoil. They understood that the danger had not yet passed. The ominous figure of Biaozi lingered vividly in their minds. Both women remained on edge, fearful that Biaozi might suddenly appear at their doorstep. Wei Wei, being more timid, found herself at a loss in such dire circumstances. With a furrowed brow, she expressed her concerns to Sun Yu. Yeah, this situation cannot continue. Biaozi will come knocking sooner or later. What shall we do? Sun Yu, observing Wei Wei's worried expression, felt equally helpless. She sighed, attempting to calm her racing thoughts before responding. If it comes to that, we might have to find a place to hide. But where can we go? Wei Wei, even more bewildered at this suggestion, retorted, hide? We can't even leave the neighborhood. Where could we possibly go? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yu proposed, I have an idea. We should go to Zhao Ting's house. After her botched surgery, she is horrendously unattractive, and surely no one would be looking for her. Consequently, Sun Yu and Wei Wei decided to bring only 4 packets of instant noodles as an offering, concealing the remainder of their food at home, just in case. They cautiously ventured out, making their way to Zhao Ting's residence. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Sun Yu knocked gently. Before long, the door swung open to reveal Zhao Ting, her expression one of displeasure. She assumed Sun Yu and Wei Wei were seeking her assistance. Given the current scarcity of food, with everyone struggling for survival, Zhao Ting brusquely remarked, What do you want? I have nothing to eat either. Sun Yu and Wei Wei and Amp, Oppos, as hearts sank at Zhao Ting and Amp, Oppos, as words. They knew the situation was dire, yet they had no alternative. Sun Yu quickly retrieved the noodles from her pocket and offered them to Zhao Ting. Oh, Ting, what are you thinking? I sensed you might be out of food, so I brought this for you. Upon seeing the instant noodles in Sun Yu's hands, Zhao Ting's eyes lit up, disbelief washing over her as she rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was dreaming. For days, she and her family had endured hunger, struggling to secure even the most basic sustenance. The sight of those 4 packets of noodles nearly brought her to tears. At that moment, Zhao Ting's father, Zhao Jiangwo, who had been recuperating in bed due to an injury, overheard the conversation and attempted to rise to welcome Sun Yu. Unfortunately, his condition had not yet fully healed, and he accidentally tumbled from the bed. Nevertheless, he exclaimed urgently, Quick, bring Sun Yu inside. I'm about to starve to death. Zhao Ting, holding the instant noodles, was overwhelmed with emotion. Her eyes glistened with tears as she spoke, her voice trembling. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. You are truly wonderful. These noodles are like a lifeline to us. Sun Yu and Wei Wei sighed in relief, grateful to have finally found a safe haven. Chapter 62 Seeking help from Zhao Ting's family. Zhao Ting quickly invited the two into the house and carefully placed the instant noodles on the table. Zhao Jiangwo also rose from the floor. Although he still felt somewhat weak, a long-lost smile graced his face. Sun Yu, we are truly grateful to you. These noodles are like a lifeline to us. Sun Yu shook her head and smiled, saying, Zhao Ting and I have been good friends for many years. It and Oppos, it's only natural that we help each other. However, Wei Wei and I may need to stay at your home for a few days. At this moment, Zhao Ting's family seemed to awaken from a dream, realizing that Sun Yu and Wei Wei's visit was not merely a friendly gesture between neighbors. The 4 packets of instant noodles they held evidently concealed a deeper significance. After days without food, Zhao Ting's family felt an indescribable surge of excitement and longing upon facing this sudden provision. Their hungry stomachs seemed to scream wildly, urging them to accept this generous gift. Yet, at this critical moment, Li Huiyuan interjected first, her voice tinged with an unnatural enthusiasm. Oh, Sun Yu, how could you say such a thing? We are neighbors. After all, we are like family. You are just as welcome here as you would be in your own home. Stay as long as you like. Li Huiyuan understood well that the 4 packets of noodles were by no means the entirety of Sun Yu and Wei Wei and Oppos as food supply. Their arrival at this time undoubtedly indicated they were facing some difficulties. She resolved to keep the 2 women comfortable while seeking an opportunity to acquire more food from them. Thus, the group, each with their own hidden agenda, cohabited under the same roof. Once settled, Zhao Jiangwo deliberately inquired of Sun Yu in a light-hearted tone, Sun Yu, I hear you have been living quite well over at Biaozi's place. What prompted you to suddenly leave? Did he treat you poorly? Zhao Jiangwo was clearly probing Sun Yu, concerned that her conflict with Biaozi might be too deep, potentially inviting unnecessary trouble. Although Biaozi was now unarmed, Zhao Jiangwo and Appo's family was not a match for him. However, Sun Yu had already devised a strategy for her response during her journey here. With a sigh and a hint of helplessness on her face, she slowly said, "Ah, Uncle Zhao, you wouldn't believe it. Ever since Biaozi was beaten by Lin Feng, he has been consumed by thoughts of revenge. But with his gun taken by Lin Feng, he stands no chance against him. This morning, he dragged Qiangzi along to confront Lin Feng, and guess what happened? Qiangzi ended up with his legs crippled, while Biaozi fled back in disgrace. I am terrified. What if Lin Feng gets angry and comes after us? I certainly don't wish to share Biaozi's misfortune." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo's anger surged instantly. His own injuries were also the result of Lin Feng's brutality, and he was acutely aware of Lin Feng's ruthless methods. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the scenario Sun Yu described aligned perfectly with Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng was known for his mercilessness, leaving no room for leniency, which left Zhao Jiangwo feeling both furious and helpless. Although Sun Yu's words served as an excuse for herself, they inadvertently alleviated some of the pressure on Zhao Jiangwo's family. At least they perceived that Sun Yu had not left due to a deep-seated vendetta against Biaozi, but rather for her own safety. Consequently, Zhao Jiangwo and Appo's wariness of Sun Yu diminished slightly. Seeing that the Zhao family harbored no suspicions, Zhao Ting quickly shifted the topic, asking, Ting, your life is so difficult. Why haven't you sought help from Lin Feng? Doesn't he have a stockpile of supplies? Sun Yu posed this question knowingly. Given Zhao Ting and Appo's current predicament, who would come to her aid? Even Sun Yu and Wei Wei had turned to Zhao and Appo's family out of desperation. However, Sun Yu's words were like salt in an open wound for Zhao Ting. She sighed in resignation and replied, Yeah, you have no idea. I have sought Lin Feng's help more than once, but instead of assisting us, he has harmed us. You witnessed the last time he injured my father, did you not?" Sun Yu gently grasped Zhao Ting and Appo's hand, attempting to offer her some comfort. While she harbored resentment toward Lin Feng, she knew she could not confront him directly. Thus, she concocted a plan to use Zhao Ting as a pawn. Feigning concern, she said, "I never imagined Lin Feng could be so heartless. Regardless of the circumstances, you were married for 5 years. Ting, perhaps we should devise a plan. If he refuses to help us, we cannot allow him to live too comfortably." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Zhao Ting and Appo's eyes. Although she harbored resentment toward Lin Feng, the thought of actively opposing him filled her with trepidation. Yet, Zhao Jiangwo, lying on the sofa, became intrigued. His foremost desire was to exact revenge on Lin Feng. Struggling to sit up, he asked, "Sun Yu, do you have any good ideas for dealing with Lin Feng?" Sun Yu glanced around, lowering her voice deliberately. Lin Feng and Appo's home has a fireplace stocked with ample fuel. And from his videos, it's evident that he has a surplus of food. Currently, only we few and Biaozi know this information. However, given our present capabilities, we cannot breach Lin Feng and Appo's residence. It would be wiser to leak this information, letting the entire neighborhood become aware. As her words fell, Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed with enthusiasm, "That's a splendid idea. I'm in full agreement." The others quickly nodded in consent, for they had no better alternatives at that moment. Yet just then, Zhao Ting suddenly erupted in anger. "No, this is utterly shameless. How could you do such a thing? Lin Feng, you will surely forgive me. If you ruin him, what will I do then?" Zhao Ting and Appo's outburst left everyone stunned. They had not anticipated her to harbor such delusions. Li Huiwan, enraged, slapped Zhao Ting across the face, scolding her, "Are you still dreaming? Look in the mirror and see what you have become. Which man would ever look at you?" Hearing Li Huiwan and Appo's words, Sun Yu felt a pang of panic. She discreetly recoiled, relieved that no one noticed her unease. After all, Zhao Ting and Appo's current plight was a direct result of her actions. It was she who had urged Zhao Ting to undergo cosmetic surgery, profiting handsomely from a 20,000 yuan kickback. Now, witnessing Zhao Ting's unfortunate state, she could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Chapter 63. The exposure of infidelity. However, these emotions were swiftly suppressed. She understood all too well that the most pressing matter at hand was how to deal with Lin Feng. Thus, she once again grasped Zhao Ting and Appo's hand, attempting to soothe her agitation. Ting, do not be overly excited. Our actions are for the greater good. If Lin Feng shows no mercy, we must not be faulted for our lack of justice. Only by making him pay the price can we secure a peaceful existence. Nevertheless, despite the earnest pleas from Sun Yu and others, Zhao Ting remained resolute against revealing the circumstances of Lin Feng and Appo's home life. Seizing the moment when Zhao Ting was distracted, Zhao Jiangwo subtly turned his head, signaling the other 3 women in the room. Instantly, they grasped his intent, and together, they silently bound Zhao Ting, carrying her into the bedroom. Thus, a conspiracy against Lin Feng began to brew. Yet, the tumultuous events unfolding in Zhao Ting's household remained an enigma to Lin Feng. Even if he were to learn of them, he likely would not be particularly concerned. In fact, he welcomed the prospect of someone stirring trouble in his mundane life, as it would add a semblance of excitement. Today, the homeowners and Appo's group was unusually silent, as if the very air had solidified. It seemed the previous harrowing altercation in the underground parking lot had granted the impoverished neighbors a temporary reprieve. The temperature lingered at a bone-chilling -40 degrees, a cold so penetrating it felt as though it could seep into one's marrow. Yet, as time progressed, the residents appeared to gradually acclimate to this extreme climate. They learned to endure the cold and to seek hope amidst adversity. In the parking lot, the number of figures began to swell. People gathered in small clusters or sat in contemplative solitude in the corners. Their expressions reflected both a sense of confusion regarding the future and a profound yearning for survival. Lin Feng, accompanied by his loyal companion Erlang, stepped out of his home. Erlang, ever vigilant, remained alert to the happenings around them. Were it not for this steadfast companion, Lin Feng might not have ventured outside so easily. Upon Lin Feng and Appo's appearance in the parking lot, the previously vibrant atmosphere fell into an instant hush. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves, each having heard tales of Lin Feng and Appo's ruthless nature, unwilling to provoke him. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He strolled through the parking lot with Erlang, only to soon sense an unsettling change in the atmosphere. Each individual cast peculiar glances at one another, as if they had transformed from longtime neighbors into sworn enemies. Lin Feng could not help but reflect on the situation. It seemed he would need to take fewer walks with his dog in the future to avoid unnecessary trouble. He was well aware of his own capabilities. He did not fear direct confrontation with anyone, armed as he was with a firearm and the loyalty of Erlang. Yet, he understood that true danger often lurked in the shadows. A sudden ambush from behind would be difficult to anticipate, no matter how formidable he might be. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open arrow, but difficult to guard against a hidden dart. Lin Feng resolved to exercise greater caution in his endeavors. His initial intention in adopting Erlang had merely been to alleviate boredom, not to become embroiled in peril. However, he soon realized that ever since he had flaunted his wealth in the group, many individuals had begun to covet him with predatory eyes. Yet, he was indifferent to their gazes. Inwardly, he scoffed, daring them to breach his fortress of safety. He felt no fear from their threats. Rather, he believed that having guests would only enrich his life. He even began to plot how to orchestrate some grand drama that would lead these individuals to reap what they had sown. Just as Lin Feng contemplated returning home with Erlang, he unexpectedly spotted 3 figures: Zhang Qingming, his wife Qiu Hanwei, and Zhang Yiting. He noted that both Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yiting flushed with a hint of embarrassment and lowered their heads upon seeing him, while Zhang Qingming's gaze was ablaze with fury. Lin Feng had no desire to engage with Zhang Qingming, yet the latter unwittingly walked into the fray. Lin Feng, stop right there, Zhang Qingming shouted, his voice piercing the stillness and drawing the attention of all in the parking lot. They gathered around, reveling in the spectacle, eager for someone to confront Lin Feng. Hoping to benefit from the ensuing chaos, Zhang Qiming had intended to approach Lin Feng privately to resolve family matters, but upon noticing Erlang at Lin Feng and Appo's feet, he hesitated. Seizing the moment of Zhang Qiming and Appo's distraction, Qiu Hanwei quickly interjected, "Darling, I feel a bit tired. Shall we head home?" Zhang Yuting chimed in, "Yes, brother. I am also weary. Let Appo's go back." The 2 women exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the secret dealings between them and Lin Feng. They feared that Zhang Qingming and Appo's confrontation might provoke Lin Feng, thereby severing their ties with him. Thus, they urged Zhang Qiming to relent while simultaneously signaling Lin Feng with their eyes, imploring him to remain calm and defer any disputes for later. However, Zhang Qingming's ire was only further ignited by their attempts to placate him. He perceived their words as collusion with Lin Feng, inciting his fury. He let loose a furious shout, "Lin Feng, you must give me an explanation today. Do not think you can dismiss me with a box of instant noodles. Lin Feng and Amp, Appos, S lips curled into a devilish smile as he feigned ignorance. Oh? What are you referring to? Zhang Qiming and Amp, Appos, S anger surged further, and he scanned the crowd. Realizing all eyes were upon them, he lowered his voice. You slept with my wife? Lin Feng pretended not to hear, raising his voice. Huh? Are you saying I slept with your wife? The revelation of Qiu Hanwei and Appos, S infidelity with Lin Feng sent shockwaves through the crowd. Qiu Hanwei was renowned in the community for her beauty, her allure provoking envy and admiration. The very notion that she had engaged in an affair with Lin Feng stirred a mix of curiosity and jealousy among the onlookers, who dared not approach too closely, fearing Zhang Qingming's wrath might lead him to lash out indiscriminately. Yet, some began to grasp the significance of the mention of a box of instant noodles. In these times of scarcity, possessing a box of instant noodles was akin to a display of wealth. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Lin Feng, if you give me a box of instant noodles, I will deliver my wife to your bed. As the words settled, others chimed in. Lin Feng, my daughter is 18 this year. I will trade her for half a box of instant noodles. Lin Feng, I am a bachelor. My mother is 60 but still quite charming. Just 2 packs of noodles will suffice. Chapter 64. The visit of the sister-in-law. Upon hearing those words, Lin Feng nearly spat blood in disbelief. Good heavens, at 60 years of age, he could hardly afford such a predicament. However, Zhang Qingming perceived the situation as a mockery directed at him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the scandal of his humiliation was laid bare, and he could hardly maintain his dignity without retaliating. With this thought in mind, Zhang Qiming charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I swear I will end your life. Yet, as a gambler whose body had long been depleted, Zhang Qiming was no match for Lin Feng. With a mere flick of his foot, Lin Feng sent Zhang Qiming hurtling 5 or 6 meters away. Seeing this, Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting rushed to help Zhang Qiming to his feet, concerned for his well-being. Darling, are you all right? In stark contrast, Lin Feng turned away as if nothing had transpired, heading homeward. Enraged by being struck in public by his rival, Zhang Qingming pointed an accusing finger at Lin Feng and Amp, Appos, S retreating back, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Qiu Hanwei exchanged glances with Zhang Yuting, and the 2 women swiftly intervened. Brother, dear, please don't be angry. It's unnecessary to stoop to his level. Let's go home. It's quite chilly outside. Fuming, Zhang Qingming muttered under his breath as he walked away. He could only muster bravado in words. Had he the courage to engage in a physical confrontation? Upon returning to their building, Qiu Hanwei suddenly declared, Darling, you 2 go ahead. There and Appos, as nothing to eat at home. I and Appos, LL think of a solution. Zhang Qiming realized Qiu Hanwei intended to seek out Lin Feng again, but what could he do? After all, Qiu Hanwei had already been with Lin Feng. Whether it was once or 10 times, it mattered little to him. He was merely a man with a gambling addiction, not a fool. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuting chimed in. I and Amp, Appos, LL accompany my sister-in-law. Zhang Qingming, contemplating this, nodded in agreement. Let Yuting go with you. With your sister there. Yuan and Amp, Appos, TB tempted to go to Lin Feng and Amp, Appos, S bed. Qiu Hanwei nodded in acquiescence. Zhang Qiming ascended the stairs, while the 2 women walked back. Enveloped in an awkward silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. What might transpire at Lin Feng and Amp, Appos, S place? Both women were acutely aware. Perhaps you should return home first, sister. Zhang Yuting tentatively suggested, harboring her own ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Qiu Hanwei furrowed her brow. She had no desire to return, like Zhang Yuting. She yearned to enjoy herself at Lin Feng and Amp, Appos, S. She had grown weary of the bland instant noodles at home. Lin Feng mentioned last time that we could both go this time. Qiu Hanwei insisted, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of determination. Zhang Yuting was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Qiu Hanwei's boldness. A sense of unease crept in as Qiu Hanwei's beauty eclipsed her own, and she feared Lin Feng might prefer her over herself. Thus, she resolved to gauge Lin Feng and Amp, Appos, S intentions first. Very well, you wait here momentarily while I inquire about Lin Feng and Amp, Appos, S thoughts, Zhang Yuting said, striding alone into the dimly lit passage leading to Lin Feng's basement villa. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, prompting her to illuminate her path with her phone. She sent Lin Feng a message and approached the door, gently knocking. The iron door creaked open, and Zhang Yuting stepped inside. The interior was bright. Yet Lin Feng's voice resonated coldly. Where's your sister-in-law? Did I not say for you both to come together? Zhang Yuting's heart raced, and she hastily explained. My sister-in-law feels a bit shy. May I come today and have her come tomorrow instead? Without hesitation, Lin Feng declined. No, if you two cannot come together, then you may leave. Zhang Yuting, feeling defeated, exited to find Qiu Hanwei. Upon hearing Lin Feng's demand, Qiu Hanwei felt a twinge of embarrassment but also a flicker of anticipation. Grasping Zhang Yuting and Amp, Apos' hand, she said, let us go together. This time, before they could knock, the iron door swung open automatically. Lin Feng, having observed through the surveillance, understood they had arrived. Once inside, the door locked behind them. As they entered the basement, a wave of warmth enveloped them, and the bright lights invigorated their spirits. They could not help but think how delightful it would be to reside there indefinitely. Let us eat first, Lin Feng's voice beckoned. The two women sat at the dining table, indulging in the sumptuous feast before them. Initially, they were reserved. But after a day of subsisting on instant noodles, they could no longer maintain their decorum and began to devour the food voraciously. A short while later, both women were sated. Lin Feng had even prepared fresh fruit for them, which touched their hearts. You should wash up first, he instructed, pointing toward the bathroom. Despite their initial awkwardness, they soon acquiesced, recalling what was to follow. Shortly after they entered, Lin Feng joined them. In the ensuing moments, from the bathroom to the living room, kitchen, and bedroom, traces of their presence lingered. This time, Qiu Hanyuan not only took the lead, but also guided Zhang Yuting. However, even united, they could not withstand Lin Feng and Apos' fervent advances. Ultimately, they succumbed, lying breathlessly on the bed, flushed with the memory of their passionate encounter. As they prepared to leave, Lin Feng presented them with 10 packets of instant noodles. This was not due to his stinginess, but rather because the two women had received ample nourishment during their time with him. He did not wish for them to take too much food back home, lest Zhang Qiming overindulge. The two women gazed down at the meager servings of noodles, yet their hearts brimmed with gratitude. Under Lin Feng's protection, they had savored an unprecedented culinary experience, a fulfillment that surpassed all their prior expectations. They gradually comprehended that in this harsh world, survival was paramount. As for Zhang Qiming, they could no longer afford to concern themselves. They would take life one day at a time. Upon returning home, Zhang Qiming and Apos' countenance darkened instantly upon seeing the 10 packets of noodles in Qiu Hanwei and Apos' hands. Enraged, he seized her collar, demanding, what on earth happened? Why did you bring back so little food? Speak. Did you hide it away? Qiu Hanyue forcefully broke free from his grasp, her eyes sparkling with determination. This was her first time standing her ground so firmly before Zhang Qiming. Do you truly not understand why? If you hadn't thrown a fit at Lin Feng in the parking lot, would he have only given me 10 packets of noodles? You can ask Yuting if I've hidden anything. Moreover, because of your actions, Lin Feng has refused to touch me again. There may not even be these 10 packets of noodles in the future. Chapter 65. I will deliver my wife to you upon witnessing the scene. Zhang Yuting promptly aligned herself with Qiu Hanwei. Indeed, brother, you have wrongfully accused sister-in-law. It was she who implored Lin Feng for those 10 packets of instant noodles. Otherwise, we would have faced starvation. The two women united in their defense, employing reason and logic to counter Zhang Qiming and Apos' unfounded accusations. Their words, though stern, were undeniably valid, rendering Zhang Qiming speechless. Intimidated, his fury began to subside. In a state of desperation, Zhang Qiming grasped Qiu Hanyue's hand, his voice urgent. Hanwei, you must hurry to find Lin Feng and inform him that I consent to you sleeping with him, as long as he provides me with some food. You must cater to him diligently. I cannot afford to be deprived of sustenance. Do you understand? Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain. They could scarcely fathom that a grown man would so humbly send his wife to another man for the sake of survival. Without uttering a word, Qiu Hanwei turned silently and retreated to the bedroom. Zhang Yuting sighed and attempted to counsel her brother. Please, stop making things difficult for sister-in-law. If Lin Feng does not fancy her, what can she do? Yet, Zhang Qiming seemed entranced, muttering to himself, no, I cannot simply wait to starve. I must personally plead with him to take my wife. Rising abruptly, he left the house without a backward glance. Watching Zhang Qiming and Apos' retreating figure, Qiu Hanwei felt a tumult of emotions. She realized she had little left to be ashamed of, as her affair with Lin Feng had already become known to the neighbors. Consequently, she messaged Lin Feng to inform him of Zhang Qiming and Apos' impending visit and then wearily lay down, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon receiving Chiu Hanyue and Appo's message, Lin Feng arrived at the back door, awaiting Zhang Qingming and Appo's approach. He bore no weapons, deeming them unnecessary for dealing with such a pathetic individual. Night had fallen, and although the parking lot was dimly lit, a few neighbors wandered about, either engaged in conversation or smoking alone in the corners. Look, isn't that Zhang Qingming? What on earth happened to him? Indeed, it is. He appears to be in quite a hurry. He must be heading to Lin Feng's place. This should be entertaining. Surely he is confronting Lin Feng about his wife. As Zhang Qingming drew closer, an increasing number of neighbors congregated, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. However, when Zhang Qingming reached Lin Feng, an unexpected scene transpired. Suddenly, his legs buckled beneath him, and he fell to his knees before Lin Feng. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. Lin Feng, I implore you, you cannot refuse to bed my wife. If you do not, I will starve. The words prompted gasps and murmurs among the gathered crowd, who had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. It was a scenario that even television dramas would shy away from. Who could ever plead for another to sleep with their spouse? Lin Feng regarded the prostrate Zhang Qingming, a complex mix of emotions swelling within him. Anger intertwined with sorrow as he clenched his fists, striving to contain his feelings. Zhang Qingming, you are utterly shameless. For your own selfish gains, you can stoop to such depths. You hardly deserve to be called a man. Zhang Qingming and Appo's face paled at Lin Feng and Appo's rebuke. He understood he had lost all semblance of dignity and integrity, yet he clung to a flicker of hope, desperate to persuade Lin Feng. I recognize my mistakes and apologize for my earlier actions. I beg you, help me this once. I promise never to act this way again. Lin Feng and Appo's expression remained cold, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. He studied the kneeling man before him, his voice icy and resolute. Zhang Qingming, I truly pity Chiu Hanwei. How could she possibly be so blind as to choose a man as despicable as you? Go home, I will not assist you. Nevertheless, Zhang Qingming was undeterred. With great effort, he crawled closer to Lin Feng, clutching at his pant leg, nearly reduced to tears. I beg you, if you can forgive me. I am willing to offer you my sister as well. She is still a virgin. I am certain you would find her appealing. Virgin? Your sister has long since been with me, Lin Feng retorted, his brow furrowing in distaste. He kicked Zhang Qingming forcefully, sending him sprawling to the ground. Get lost. If you do not leave now, I will not be so courteous. Though Zhang Qingming was disoriented by the blow, he remained stubborn, struggling to rise and continue his pleas. However, Lin Feng's patience had evaporated. He had initially expected Zhang Qingming to confront him like a man, which might have piqued his interest. Instead, this pitiful creature knelt before him like a groveling dog, and such weakness did not inspire any intrigue in Lin Feng. Without a second glance, he turned and entered his home, leaving Zhang Qingming filled with resentment, pounding on the door, his voice rife with desperation. Lin Feng, I beg you, open the door. I will personally deliver Chiu Hanwei to you, if only you would forgive me. At that moment, a burly man approached, a lewd grin plastered across his face, his eyes glinting with greed. Zhang Qingming, your wife is quite a looker. Why not send her my way? I can offer food in exchange. Zhang Qingming hesitated, glancing back at the man, tentatively inquiring, how much food can you give me? The man held up a single finger, disdainful. 1 packet of instant noodles. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice chimed in. 1 packet of noodles? I will make the same trade. Zhang Qingming, now aware of the predatory gazes of the men surrounding him, felt a surge of panic. He knew well the reputation of Chiu Hanyue's beauty within the neighborhood and was acutely aware of the many men who coveted her. Yet, for Lin Feng, who was known for his generosity, the offer of a mere packet of noodles was as insignificant as a speck of dust, hardly worthy of his attention. Chapter 66. The transaction from the tycoon. Zhang Qingming glared furiously at the onlookers, his voice laced with boundless anger and resentment as he shouted, Get lost. All of you. Just get out of my sight. You shameless scoundrels think you can exchange my wife for a mere packet of instant noodles? This is sheer delusion. Stop dreaming. The burly man regarded Zhang Qingming and Appo's furious and despairing expression with a disdainful smirk. He derisively remarked, Humph, what era are we in? Still treating your wife like a treasure? Come on, let's go. I doubt Lin Feng even wants your wife anymore. Who else would covet her? Just don't come begging us later. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd dispersed, some mocking Zhang Qingming and Appo's foolishness, while others expressed sympathy for Chiu Hanwei and Apos, fate. This farcical spectacle concluded abruptly and unhappily. Seated on a plush, comfortable sofa, Lin Feng quietly observed the surveillance screen before him, every subtle movement outside the door vividly displayed before his eyes. Yet, amidst the noise and chaos, he maintained an unusual calm, as if everything outside had no bearing on him. He firmly believed that as long as he did not nod in agreement, Xiao Hanyue would never fall into anyone else and Apos' hands. Word of the incident quickly spread throughout the community, with everyone idling away their time, engaging in gossip that served as the best form of conversation. Among them was Zhang Lime, a concerned mother who sensed the impending crisis. That very evening, she sent messages expressing her intent to seek out Lin Feng, but despite sending dozens of messages, they vanished into the void, receiving no reply. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng's phone vibrated incessantly. He glanced at the screen and was met with a flood of friend requests. He had lost count of how many women wished to add him. College students, young mothers, internet celebrities, and even a woman claiming to be a third-tier actress all sent him requests. Lin Feng gently scrolled through the screen, perusing the various avatars and usernames. Their messages were largely similar, each hoping to exchange their bodies for sustenance. He sifted through them, retaining the contact information of those who were somewhat pleasing to the eye, while unhesitatingly ignoring those who did not catch his fancy. However, he did not invite any of the women over. He understood that during this precarious period, restraint was of utmost importance. He could not allow himself to descend into debauchery and needed to safeguard his well-being. Just as Lin Feng was about to set his phone aside, an unexpected friend request appeared. He paused, surprised to find it was from a man. What does a man want from me? I and Apos am not Brokeback Mountain. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the note. It read, Chairman of Donghua Real Estate, Zhang Jiaxing. Donghua Real Estate? Lin Feng felt a stir of interest. This was the premier enterprise in Haining, with assets exceeding 100 billion. He could hardly fathom why such a high-profile boss would wish to connect with him. What could he want from me? Is he also after food? Lin Feng was filled with curiosity. He decided to accept the friend request to see what Zhang Jiaxing had to say. Soon, Zhang Jiaxing sent a voice message. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Jiaxing. I trust you, and Apos, V heard of me. I prefer to be direct, so I and Apos, LL get straight to the point. If you provide me with sufficient sustenance to last until the cold wave passes, I am willing to give you half of Donghua Real Estate and Apos' shares as a gift once it is over. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't and Apos' help but chuckle in disbelief. This tycoon was indeed generous, casually offering shares worth hundreds of billions. However, Lin Feng felt no inclination towards such a proposition. He shook his head and replied, Chairman Zhang, I admire your boldness and decisiveness. However, I have no interest in your offer. My food is not easily given to anyone, even if the cold wave ultimately subsides. The real estate industry, which has borne the brunt of this disaster, is likely to collapse entirely. Zhang Jiaxing, the magnate of Donghua Real Estate, found that the stocks in his hand had lost their former significance, resembling mere scraps of paper devoid of value. Yet, for him, a greater concern loomed. Even if the cold wave passed and the fog lifted, the ravaged landscape and withered flora would herald a terrifying famine ahead. In such a context, food and clean water became more precious than any wealth. Money? In Zhang Jiaxing and Apos' eyes, it had lost its former allure and utility. Nevertheless, Zhang Jiaxing seemed undeterred. He appeared to have anticipated Lin Feng and Apos' refusal. Thus, he continued, Mr. Lin, I understand you may not be interested in the hundreds of billions in assets. How about we approach this differently? You see, I have never lacked money. Like most men, my greatest passion is women. I hear you have a taste for beauty. I happen to have a Japanese woman here who is yet to be touched by me. You can take a look and see if she catches your eye. Before long, Lin Feng and Apos' phone buzzed again, revealing a new message on the screen. Upon opening it, he found several photos attached, showcasing a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a pure visage, flowing hair, and eyes like crystal-clear springs. Although her height was indiscernible from the photos, her figure was remarkably proportionate, with a slender waist complemented by ample curves, undeniably a rare beauty. Then, Zhang Jiaxing and Apos' message followed suit. Brother Lin, what do you think? My taste is quite good. Wouldn't you agree? She has received professional training and remains untouched. I propose to use this woman in exchange for food. What do you think of this offer? Lin Feng gazed at the woman in the photos, feeling a flicker of temptation. But as thoughts of her nationality crossed his mind, that flicker vanished entirely. Women from that nation should only exist in films. He replied, Chairman Zhang, you may keep her for your own enjoyment. I have no interest in women from adversarial countries. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Zhang Jiaxing was not disheartened. He replied, Brother Lin, please do not be upset. In a way, you are doing a service to the people. Rest assured, no matter how you treat her, I will have no objections. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will send her to you now. After you have enjoyed her company, we can discuss the matter of our transaction. Chapter 67. Kawashima Danako Zhang Jiaxing and Amp. Appos. S manner of speaking and demeanor consistently exuded a calm yet authoritative presence, perfectly aligned with his status. However, to Lin Feng, this meticulousness felt overly contrived, planting seeds of doubt in his mind. Earlier, Zhang had requested a considerable exchange of food, but in a sudden shift, he demanded that an exceptionally beautiful woman come to his door. The stark contrast between these requests raised Lin Feng and Amp. Appos. S suspicions. Before long, Kawashima Danako approached Lin Feng's residence with her enchanting gait. She was brimming with confidence, convinced that no man could resist her allure. Yet, upon reaching the heavy door, she was taken aback by its formidable nature, reminiscent of a bank vault and Appos as security. What kind of person resided here? Doubts began to swirl in her mind. But recalling that she had already accepted Zhang Jiaxing and Amp Appos as payment, she steeled herself to complete her task at any cost. Taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she gently knocked on the imposing door. Lin Feng had already observed Danako and Appos as arrival through his home and Appos as surveillance system. She was even more captivating than in the photographs. Yet this did little to sway him. He had discerned the unusual circumstances behind her visit. Approaching the door, he feigned ignorance and inquired, Who are you? What brings you here? In a soft voice, Danako replied, Hello, Mr. Lin. I was sent by Mr. Zhang to serve you. Please, open the door. As she spoke, she deliberately removed her coat, revealing her nearly flawless figure, attempting to enchant Lin Feng with her beauty. However, he remained unmoved. As he opened the door, Danako was surprised to discover that her carefully rehearsed lines had gone unused. A confident smile graced her face, believing she had captivated him. Stepping lightly inside, she was instantly astonished by the warmth and brightness of the room. Compared to Zhang Jiaxing's abode, this place felt like paradise. How could it be so warm and well lit? Her astonishment was interrupted by Lin Feng's icy command, undress. Looking up, she saw Lin Feng seated on the sofa, casually toying with a handgun. At that moment, Danako realized that Lin Feng was no ordinary man. Her surprise reached its peak, yet faced with his order, she could only comply reluctantly. Under Lin Feng and Amp Appos' indifferent gaze, she slowly removed her clothing, leaving only her undergarments. Lin Feng was not captivated by Danako's beauty. Rather, he sensed something amiss about her. His demand for her to undress primarily aimed to ascertain whether she was concealing any weapons. No one would intentionally remove their outerwear in such a situation. Yet Danako was the first and only person to do so, which struck Lin Feng as peculiar. It was currently a frigid -40 degrees outside. While shedding a coat briefly would not lead to frostbite, her remarkable resilience against the cold heightened Lin Feng's wariness. He pondered what manner of woman could so nonchalantly shed her coat in such harsh weather. Most individuals would be shivering uncontrollably, yet Danako appeared unfazed. Deepening Lin Feng's suspicions regarding her true intentions, he could surmise that Danako's actions were a ploy to accentuate her physique and draw his attention. But he sensed that the situation was far more intricate. When a person possesses such extraordinary endurance, it invariably conceals an undisclosed motive. Had Danako known that her actions had instead raised Lin Feng and Appos' vigilance and jeopardized her original plan, she would likely regret her decision to undress. In light of Lin Feng's aloof demeanor, Danako attempted to sway him with her words once more. Mr. Lin, is this not sufficient? Yet, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, replying, Not nearly enough. I see no sincerity in your actions. Danako comprehended the underlying meaning in Lin Feng's words. She endeavored to close the gap between them, confident that if she could approach him, even with weapons on her person, she could overpower him. However, Lin Feng remained unperturbed by her proximity, maintaining a state of cool vigilance that left her uncertain on how to proceed. When she was merely a meter away, Lin Feng suddenly raised his handgun, the cold barrel aimed directly at her heart. You would do well to cease your foolishness and refrain from provoking me further. Danako was momentarily taken aback by his actions and tone, halting in her tracks, a flicker of defiance and confusion crossing her features. She attempted to allure him with a more enticing pose, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Mr. Lin, have you misunderstood something? I came specifically to serve you. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained unmoved by her seductive demeanor, his brow furrowed, and his ire intensifying. You truly are oblivious to the gravity of your situation. In a swift motion, he pulled the trigger, the gunshot ringing out as the bullet struck the ground beside Danako and Apos' foot, sending dust flying. I will not repeat myself. You would do well to heed my warning. Danako's countenance paled in the wake of Lin Feng's decisive action, realizing he was entirely serious and not jesting. Reluctantly, she began to remove her undergarments until at last, every trace of clothing had vanished, leaving her bare before Lin Feng. A peculiar odor filled the air, causing Lin Feng to wrinkle his nose. His gaze swept over Danako, and he stated bluntly, "You should take a shower. Your scent is rather overwhelming." Surprised, Danako could hardly believe her ears. You have a shower here? In her understanding, the conditions were so dire that even basic survival was a challenge, let alone the luxury of bathing. Lin Feng merely snorted in response, offering no further explanation. He gestured toward the adjacent bathroom, indicating that she was welcome to wash. Tempted by the prospect of bathing, Danako, though reluctant, ultimately acquiesced. She entered the bathroom and turned on the shower, hot water cascading down in an instant. Chapter 68. The assassin. She cautiously dipped her fingertips into the water, and upon discovering its warmth and safety, a surge of excitement welled up within her. Yet, alongside this exhilaration, a flicker of horror struck her. In this environment of scarcity and harsh survival, the fact that Lin Feng could provide hot water for a bath seemed utterly preposterous. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how Lin Feng accomplished such a feat. However, at that moment, she chose not to dwell on these questions, instead relishing the soothing wash of warm water. After several days without a bath, she felt an overwhelming discomfort and revulsion. Now, finally able to indulge in a refreshing soak, she experienced unparalleled comfort and relaxation. After an entire hour, Kawashima Danako slowly emerged from the bathroom, her figure emerging from the swirling mist as if she were a goddess stepping out of a dream. Her long, damp hair clung to her skin, enhancing her allure. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, his gaze intense. Unlike with other women, he had not prepared any clothing for her. Kawashima Danako could only wrap herself in a towel, stepping out with a mix of shyness and unease. The towel concealed most of her body but failed to obscure her enticing curves, with her long, fair legs exposed, glistening under the light. However, Lin Feng was not in the mood to admire the view. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped toward Kawashima Danako like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of their breathing echoing. Lin Feng unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at her face. Surprised, Kawashima Danako had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary man possessed such agility. The swift and precise attack caught her off guard. Yet, she was no ordinary opponent. She quickly adjusted her mindset, elegantly dodging Lin Feng and Apos' strike like a willow in the wind. A glint of challenge flashed in her eyes before she launched a counterattack, engaging Lin Feng in a fierce struggle. Having been rigorously trained from a young age, she possessed absolute confidence in her combat skills, convinced she could easily defeat Lin Feng. However, in this rebirth, Lin Feng's physique seemed almost re-engineered, extraordinarily powerful and undoubtedly of the highest caliber, while Kawashima Danako, though formidable, was no match for him. As the battle ensued, Kawashima Danako grew increasingly alarmed. Lin Feng and Apos' fighting style, though chaotic and devoid of structure, was surprisingly powerful and precise. Each of his moves targeted her vital points, forcing Kawashima Danako into a defensive position, constantly evading. 5 minutes passed, and her stamina began to wane. Her movement slowed, and her breathing became rapid. In a moment of carelessness, Lin Feng kicked her firmly on her rounded backside. The intense pain nearly overwhelmed her, eliciting a sharp scream. Losing her balance, she was about to fall to the ground when Lin Feng, with remarkable agility, grasped her towel. However, his force was too great, and the towel was ripped away. Kawashima Danako gasped in shock, but it was too late to react. With a thud, she landed on the floor, her body fully exposed to the air. Shame and fury etched across her face while Lin Feng stood nearby, his gaze cold and unyielding. She lay on the ground, her porcelain skin glaring under the lights. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and indignation, she yearned to rise and flee this mortifying situation, yet pain and humiliation rendered her powerless. Lin Feng's icy gaze swept over her, devoid of any sympathy. He approached her step by step, each stride feeling like a weight pressing down on her heart. What do you intend to do?" she stammered. Lin Feng offered no reply, merely extending a hand. Instinctively, she attempted to evade, but her body felt immobilized, unable to move. His fingers gently grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. You have lost. A flicker of defiance and anger flashed in her eyes. Yet she knew she was beyond redemption. She could only endure the humiliation of his stare and touch, her heart filled with endless torment and despair. Who are you really? At this, Lin Feng erupted into laughter, a tone tinged with arrogance and wildness. He locked eyes with her, slowly responding. I haven and amp, Oppos, to even ask you who you are, and yet you inquire about me. From your reaction and skills, you must not be an ordinary person. Kawashima Danako felt a twinge of discomfort under his scrutiny. Her heart fluttered, but she maintained a facade of bravado. I and Oppos am merely a combat enthusiast. Is that not acceptable? Of course, it is, Lin Feng replied with a smile, yet his eyes grew even more inscrutable. His hand encircled her slender neck, as white as a swan. And he seemed momentarily entranced. Kawashima Danako felt a shiver run down her spine from the warmth of his fingers, sensing an inexplicable pressure. At that moment, a dagger appeared in Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' hand, glinting ominously as if ready to slice through the air. Upon seeing it, Kawashima Danako and Amp, Oppos' face drained of color. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of danger, Lin Feng, observing the dagger, smirked coldly. Without hesitation, he slashed the blade against her delicate arm, leaving a deep wound. Crimson blood oozed from the cut, trickling down her arm and staining the towel. Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' expression remained indifferent as the dagger pressed lightly against her porcelain cheek. Such a beautiful face. You truly would, and Oppos. Do you wish for me to mar it with a few scars, would you? Kawashima Danako felt the dagger and Oppos' sharpness and the chill in Lin Feng and Oppos' eyes, her heart racing with fear. She understood that she had lost, both in skill and in ruthlessness. She was no match for him. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to quell her terror, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. If you help me bandage my wound, I will tell you everything. Yet Lin Feng scoffed coldly, pressing the dagger harder against her cheek. Do you think you have the right to bargain with me? Will you speak or not? Feeling the sting on her cheek, panic set in. She realized that provoking Lin Feng further could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 69. How does it taste? Thus, she hastily spoke. I am Kawashima Daiko from Japan, a professional assassin. I was contracted by Zhang Jiaxing to come to Huaxia, and my original target was not you. However, due to the cold wave, both Zhang Jiaxing and I have been stranded here, which is why he temporarily changed the target and sent me to kill you and seize your resources. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' gaze turned increasingly frigid. Zhang Jiaxing, that scoundrel, I knew this matter was not so simple. How dare he hire an assassin to kill me? He must be tired of living. Lin Feng did not lower the dagger, continuing, Let and Oppos' set aside Zhang Jiaxing for now. We need to discuss our situation. Kawashima Daiko felt a tightening in her chest upon hearing this. She understood that Lin Feng would not let her off easily. Yet she still wished to strive for a glimmer of hope. This has nothing to do with me. Zhang Jiaxing sent me. If you seek revenge, you should go after him. Lin Feng scoffed. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? As an assassin, you should have been prepared long ago. Today, you must pay the price for your actions. With that, Lin Feng's heart hardened, and he swiftly drew the dagger towards Kawashima Daiko's neck. Seeing this, she hurriedly raised her hands to block, exclaiming, No. I am still a virgin. If you let me go, I can give you my first time. I have been trained in various ways to serve men since childhood, ensuring you will be overwhelmed with pleasure. At that moment, the dagger had already sliced through Kawashima Daiko and Amp, Oppos' palm, blood trickling down between her fingers and staining the ground. A Japanese girl. Might as well experience it, Lin Feng remarked, tossing her a roll of bandages for her to tend to herself. Inevitably, an exhilarating battle ensued. It must be said that Kawashima Daiko and Amp, Oppos' skill was indeed formidable, surpassing even that of Sun Yu, the green tea bitch. She exerted herself fiercely, showcasing her learned techniques perfectly in this moment. Convinced that Lin Feng was unarmed, she believed she had the upper hand. Just as she thought Lin Feng was ensnared in her gentle trap, lost in her tender charms, she suddenly decided to strike. Suppressing the pain in her hand, she lunged for Lin Feng and Oppos' neck, intending to immobilize him. However, at that critical moment, Lin Feng and Oppos' eyes snapped open. His gaze shimmered with a cold light, akin to a sharp blade. Kawashima Daiko could hardly comprehend how a dagger had suddenly appeared in his hand. The sound of the dagger slicing through the air was sharp and piercing, like a flash of lightning, instantaneously cutting across Kawashima Daiko's throat. Blood gushed forth, staining her hands and clothing. Kawashima Daiko clutched her throat, blood seeping between her fingers, her body beginning to convulse uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair. She could hardly fathom that she would fall to what seemed to be an ordinary man. As for Lin Feng, his gaze was imbued with indifference and resolve. He watched Kawashima Daiko and Appo's life ebb away with no trace of emotion. He understood this was his mission, a task he must fulfill. Yet, under the dual stimuli, Lin Feng's body reacted. He felt an overwhelming impulse surging within him, as if it were about to burst forth. He tightly shut his eyes, striving to control his emotions. However, that impulse grew ever stronger, ultimately becoming unbearable. Damn it, playing tricks with me, you little girl are still too inexperienced. Lin Feng's icy gaze swept over Kawashima Daiko. Despite her breathtaking beauty, he felt no trace of regret. Harboring a killer by your side? Such a risk was one he would never take. He knew that associating with a woman like her was akin to courting death, a perilous endeavor that could lead to irrevocable doom. Moreover, she hailed from that detestable little nation of Japan. Just as Lin Feng finished cleaning the blood off himself, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. A frown crossed his brow as anger welled up within him. Damn it, this scoundrel dares to message me. He picked up the phone and saw it was indeed a message from Zhang Jiaxing. Mr. Lin, how does the Japanese girl taste? Lin Feng chuckled coldly. Realizing Zhang Jiaxing was testing him, probing to see if he had been slain by Kawashima Daiko. A fierce killing intent surged within Lin Feng. Zhang Jiaxing must die. Subsequently, Lin Feng snapped a photo of Kawashima Daiko lying in a pool of blood and sent it to Zhang Jiaxing. Not bad, but her skills were lacking. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Jiaxing felt as if he were drenched in icy sweat, his complexion paling. He never anticipated Lin Feng would so easily defeat the Japanese assassin he had hired at a high price, leaving him both shocked and terrified. However, being a titan of the business world and a formidable figure, Zhang Jiaxing swiftly regained his composure. Brother Lin, are you declaring war against me? Do you know that I do not only have this one assassin at my disposal? I also have 2 bodyguards with me, former mercenaries, exceptionally powerful. Each one can take down 4 or 5 adult men barehanded. If armed, one could easily defeat 10. Thus, I hope you reconsider and do not act rashly due to youthful impetuosity. Though Zhang Jiaxing feigned counsel, he was seething with rage and resentment. He had originally intended for Kawashima Daiko to eliminate Lin Feng, but the outcome had turned out quite differently. He hadn't even tasted the sweetness of Kawashima Daiko before Lin Feng had preempted him, which left him feeling utterly vexed. Lin Feng sat quietly on the sofa, coldly observing the threatening message from Zhang Jiaxing on his phone. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of his mouth as disdain surged within him. What does it matter if you have mercenaries protecting you? Can they enter my home? Lin Feng said nonchalantly, his tone exuding confidence and contempt. He was not afraid of Zhang Jiaxing's bodyguards, for he knew that his residence was fortified and not easily breached. Do you think I would confront you head on? He scoffed. You are mistaken. I will make you experience what despair truly feels like. Lin Feng then replied, being young and impetuous, let me advise you, stay indoors unless necessary. Upon receiving Lin Feng's response, Zhang Jiaxing furiously slammed his phone down onto the table. Chapter 70. Exposing Lin Feng. Zhang Jiaxing could hardly fathom Lin Feng's audacity. Not only did he dismiss his threats with utter contempt, but he also dared to provoke him in return. Lin Feng was truly insufferable. Angrily slamming his hand on the table, he resolved to adopt even more drastic and extreme measures to deal with Lin Feng, ensuring he would experience genuine despair and helplessness. Zhang, sir. At that moment, 6 burly, expressionless bodyguards turned their gaze towards him, awaiting his command. Clearly, Zhang Jiaxing had not been truthful with Lin Feng. There were 6 bodyguards at his side, not merely 2. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the beautiful woman seated nearby. The assassins I dispatched have failed, Zhang Jiaxing stated, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation and disappointment. The lovely woman looked up at him and remarked, did you not claim he was a libertine? That Japanese woman was stunning, yet she too failed? Zhang Jiaxing let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, I did not anticipate this turn of events. This Lin Feng has truly caught me off guard. Even the assassin from Japan could not handle him. He rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed, exuding an air of distress and fatigue. Zhang, sir, what shall we do next? One bodyguard inquired. I suggest we launch a direct assault. I refuse to believe we cannot handle one man. Zhang Jiaxing chuckled derisively. Assault the door? Do you think Lin Feng is so easily subdued? Several groups have attempted before us, and what was the outcome? While your combat prowess is formidable, I assure you, Lin Feng's residence has been specially fortified, making it far from easy to breach. We must consider alternative strategies. The bodyguards exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The beautiful woman spoke up. I could try to tempt him into opening the door. Perhaps his lack of interest in that Japanese woman was the reason for his failure. Zhang Jiaxin shook his head. No, that young man is no fool. His villa must be equipped with enhancements, with security measures meticulously in place. If I were in his position, having invested so much in renovations, I would undoubtedly install surveillance cameras. Although there is currently a power outage, he could easily rely on generators powered by diesel or gasoline, sustaining himself for at least 10 days to 2 weeks without issue. Thus, even if we stand silently at the door, we cannot escape his notice. A heavy silence fell over the group. Indeed, when it came to fighting or even killing, these bodyguards were professionals, but in situations requiring intellect, they were utterly out of their depth. What now? At this juncture, the usually astute Zhang Jiaxing found himself at a loss. The following morning, Sun Yu seized Zhao Ting's phone and, adopting Zhao Ting's tone, inundated the community group with all of Lin Feng's previous photos and videos. She was well aware of the uproar these images and clips would incite. Dear neighbors, my current feelings are beyond description. It turns out that there are those among us living such a blissful life. This selfish behavior is simply intolerable. These videos were filmed at Lin Feng's residence in recent days. Consider the lives we have been leading compared to his. Does this disparity seem fair to you? The group erupted in chaos, everyone clamoring for an explanation. He may be my ex-husband, but I must expose him, allowing everyone to see his true colors. Sun Yu's declaration further fueled the collective outrage. At that moment, the owner group found themselves in a state of idleness, engaging in lively discussion within the chat. The videos and images Sun Yu shared immediately captured everyone's attention, prompting the neighbors to click and watch. Upon witnessing the warm and comfortable scenes depicted in the videos, they were left utterly astounded. Oh my God, he's feeding steak to his dog while I haven't eaten for days. What a waste. Did you see that? His home is ablaze with light, unaffected by the power outage. Let us not be naive. These videos are clearly old. How could such a situation exist now? Some voiced skepticism, unable to believe that anyone could live so comfortably in these times. Nevertheless, Sun Yu responded with unwavering confidence. I assure you, these videos were filmed recently. Lin Feng's home has been stocked with ample supplies, both food and fuel. His current existence resembles paradise. Zhao Jiangwo chimed in. Indeed, I can attest to that. During his renovations, he reinforced his house with substantial steel plates. He later amassed a significant stockpile of goods. Surely, I am not the only one who noticed. Zhao Jiangwo's words sparked memories among many. They began to recall instances of Lin Feng busily transporting supplies into his home. I remember now. Lin Feng had been bringing in items daily with large trucks. In hindsight, it is clear he was preparing for something. If what everyone says is true, Lin Feng must have foreseen this disaster's arrival. Goodness, how utterly inhumane. To know in advance and not inform anyone else. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. How selfish can he be? The crowd erupted in righteous indignation, attributing their current suffering solely to Lin Feng and Appo's selfishness and apathy. They felt their own plight was entirely due to his indifference. Yet, they failed to consider that even if Lin Feng had warned them of an impending apocalypse, would they have believed him? Would they have taken proactive measures? Most likely, they would have dismissed him as a madman. Of course, such reflections were absent from their minds. They only felt that Lin Feng owed them something. Someone then declared, "This is not the time for such discussions. He should share his resources with us." Exactly. Why should he alone enjoy the comforts while we suffer? It is utterly unjust. He should offer his home for communal warmth. By heavens, I believe we ought to cast him out into the cold. The neighbors, inflamed with indignation, could no longer tolerate the unfairness of their situation. They believed that since they were neighbors, they should share both fortune and misfortune. Why should Lin Feng alone enjoy such comfort while they struggled against the biting wind? No, if we are to perish, we shall do so together. They resolved to confront Lin Feng, demanding accountability for their suffering. Chapter 71. The spearhead Biaozi and Wang Bo had also seen the videos circulating in the group chat. Having endured Lin Feng's torment multiple times, it was safe to say that they harbored the deepest hatred for him within the entire community. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Lin Feng was living such a comfortable life. Conversely, there were those who were genuinely concerned for Lin Feng's well-being. Sun Siyu, Qiu Hanwei, Zhang Yuting, and Zhang Limei had all benefited from their association with him and were among those wishing to rely on Lin Feng for their livelihoods. Naturally, They did not wish for him to suffer any harm. Among this crowd, none were more exhilarated than Zhang Jiaxing. He had long been searching for an opportunity to deal with Lin Feng, but had yet to find a suitable method. Upon witnessing the reactions of the homeowners in the group chat, he felt as though a glimmer of hope had dawned upon him. A smug smile spread across his face as he secretly plotted how to seize this chance to vanquish Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat leisurely at the dining table, savoring his breakfast as his phone buzzed with a surge of group chat messages, inundating him with moral coercion and threats. Lin Feng, you cowardly turtle. Come out and give us an explanation. Will you hand over the supplies or not? If you continue to feign ignorance, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Feng gently set down his chopsticks, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. He was eager to see how they would attempt to be rude. At that moment, Zhang Yi, observing the group chat, shot back with a mocking reply. Screw you. Who do you think you are? This remark ignited a firestorm in the chat, unleashing a torrent of insults and vulgarities directed at Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his breakfast as if untouched by the chaos around him. He had shed all feelings of guilt and was fully prepared to confront these individuals. Lin Feng, you're something else. We'll see about that. Humph. This could one tea shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Let us stop wasting our breath on him. Yes, let us make him kneel before us and beg for mercy. The cacophony of insults gradually subsided, giving way to a chilling silence. Lin Feng knew that someone must be secretly rallying the others, plotting their approach against him. He inhaled deeply, a flicker of anxiety and excitement flashing in his eyes. Although he was aware that his home was an impregnable fortress, facing an assault from hundreds of people was enough to stir a hint of apprehension. Nevertheless, the exhilarating anticipation burned within him. He had longed to teach those ungrateful neighbors a lesson. A gleam of determination crossed Lin Feng and Apos' gaze. He understood that dealing with these people would be a trivial matter. If they dared to approach, a mere water pipe would suffice to send them reeling. However, he shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips. What he desired was not such a simple victory. He wanted them to endure torment. Thus, Lin Feng prepared dozens of stinky smoke bombs and gasoline Molotov cocktails. As Lin Feng had anticipated, Zhang Jiaxing, the cunning schemer, successfully rallied nearly every homeowner, except for him, totaling an astonishing 500 individuals, which caused the group chat to overflow. Among these 500 were Biaozi, Wang Bo, Sun Yu, Zhao Jiangwo, and others who bore deep-seated grudges against Lin Feng. The presence of Biaozi and Wang Bo sent shivers down the spines of those present. They were well aware of the duo and Apos' history as bullies in the neighborhood, having suffered significantly at their hands. Their alliance with Zhang Jiaxing undeniably added an element of unpredictability to the impending storm. Zhang Jiaxing spoke first. I understand that there may be some grievances among us, but these are no longer our primary concern. What lies before us is a more pressing issue: food. I do not need to elaborate. We all know that without timely food supplies, we will gradually deplete our strength and ultimately starve. Biaozi quickly chimed in. Zhang Boss is absolutely right. We are all starving. While that guy Lin Feng is living like a king in his home, we can no longer sit idly by. We must unite and force him to surrender those supplies. Wang Bo echoed his sentiment. Indeed, we should set aside our personal grudges for now and focus our efforts on Lin Feng. We must storm his home and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. In truth, both Biaozi and Wang Bo were acutely aware of their past failures against Lin Feng and harbored a healthy fear of his capabilities and resources. They understood that Lin Feng not only possessed firearms but also had robust defensive measures in place within his home. However, the present situation was different. They now had the backing of 500 individuals. Surely, such numbers would allow them to breach Lin Feng and Apos' defenses. In their minds, with so many willing to act as cannon fodder, even if Lin Feng had an arsenal of weapons, he could not possibly eliminate them all. The trio's incitement quickly garnered support from others, fueled by jealousy and resentment upon witnessing Lin Feng's lifestyle. They yearned to usurp his position and indulge in the comforts he enjoyed. Let us move quickly. Bring any kitchen knives, rolling pins, or other makeshift weapons. Yes. Let us gather in the underground parking lot and confront Lin Feng, demanding he hand over the hoarded supplies. The crowd's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. They were eager to devour Lin Feng alive. Among them, Zhao Jiangwo was the most fervent. However, amidst the throng, a few individuals maintained their composure. Song Wei and Sun Siyu refrained from joining the frenzy, quietly observing the messages in the group without voicing their opinions. Yet, deep down, they felt a sense of concern for Lin Feng. Those who had previously maintained decent relations with Lin Feng now cast aside any semblance of loyalty. Their eyes were solely fixated on the desire for survival. In their quest to endure, they were willing to forsake all moral considerations. In this moment brimming with greed and madness, no one wished to reflect on past friendships or favors. Only the insatiable longing for resources and the animosity toward Lin Feng filled their hearts. They resembled a pack of uncontrollable beasts, ready to unleash their fury upon him. Lin Feng answered the phone, hearing Song Wei and Imp Appo's urgent voice on the other end. Without hesitation, Song Wei expressed his intent to assist. However, Lin Feng politely declined his kind offer. Song Wei and Appo's chivalrous gesture stirred a complex emotion within Lin Feng, leaving him with a tinge of guilt. After all, he had engaged with Zhang Limei, which made him feel a bit inadequate when facing Song Wei. Chapter 72. Sun Siyu and Appo's concerns at that moment. Lin Feng sat at the table, meticulously cleaning his pistol. He was already well versed in the use of firearms, displaying no trace of unfamiliarity. However, he was acutely aware of the limited number of bullets at his disposal. With only 10 rounds remaining in the handgun, he felt a heightened sense of caution. He was reluctant to employ the weapon unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he carefully returned the pistol to its designated space for future exigencies. He then retrieved his crossbow and arrows. Thousands of arrows were neatly arranged beside the observation point, sufficient to eliminate anyone who dared approach. At that juncture, Sun Siyu sent a message. Their neighbors were planning to visit him. Lin Feng responded indifferently, acknowledging her message. Sun Siyu, perched on her own sofa, furrowed her brow upon reading Lin Feng's calm reply. Crouched in the corner of the sofa, she clutched a cushion tightly. The group comprised 500 individuals, and she estimated that at least 200 or 300 would come over, urging him to exercise caution. To her, the most rational course of action in the face of such a multitude was to relinquish a portion of supplies to quell their anger. Otherwise, even the mightiest individual would find it impossible to contend against so many. With hundreds of people involved, it would be trivial to dismantle a door, let alone a house. Lin Feng refrained from elaborating, stating simply, "I will be fine. You should focus on your own safety. Remember, do not venture outside regardless of what commotion occurs. I will handle them." Sun Siyu's brow remained knitted. She could not fathom where Lin Feng derived his confidence from, remaining unfazed in the presence of such a crowd. This was no trivial matter. Should their door be breached, those frenzied neighbors would surely seek his life. Was he truly that formidable? Was his combat prowess extraordinary? As a physician, Sun Siyu had witnessed much, yet her thoughts strayed momentarily, causing her cheeks to flush at the realization of her wandering mind. The prowess of men was not merely one-dimensional. She quickly recalibrated her mindset, refocusing on the pressing issue at hand. She cautiously typed in her message. "Why not come to my house and hide for a while they remain unaware of your presence?" Had Lin Feng not constructed that formidable safe house, her suggestion would undoubtedly have been the most prudent course of action. Yet now, in the face of potentially incoming neighbors, would Lin Feng feel fear? Rather, he seemed to anticipate this impending upheaval with eager anticipation. Lin Feng promptly replied to Sun Siyu's message, his tone light and confident. "Rest assured, I will be fine. Once I resolve this, we can dine together." Upon reading this message, Sun Siyu recognized that further persuasion would be futile. She could only approach the back door, cautiously peering through the peephole to observe the situation on Lin Feng's side. As a doctor, she understood the fragility and value of life. And should she detect any danger befalling Lin Feng, she would not hesitate to rush out and ensure his safety. However, the alerts Lin Feng received were not solely from Sun Siyu. His phone screen lit up with messages from Qiu Hanwei, Zhang Yuting, and Sun Yu, all expressing concern for his safety. Lin Feng sat calmly on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over these messages. He was well aware that the concern these women expressed was not genuine. They were merely transient figures in his life, tools to alleviate his solitude. Of course, he remained oblivious to the fact that the catalyst for this turmoil originated from Sun Yu. Simultaneously, at Zhang Jiaxing's residence, a hearty laugh erupted from him, as if he held dominion over the entire world. These foolish neighbors were remarkably easy to deceive. He had barely uttered a word before they eagerly leapt into the trap. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this was merely a desperate tactic employed by everyone to survive. Food, once a trivial concern, had now transformed into their greatest desire. At that moment, Li Meiying approached, clad in a thick down jacket that did little to conceal her alluring figure. She gently massaged Zhang Jiaxing's shoulders, her voice sweet and soothing. "Mr. Zhang, your prowess is commendable. That young man is no match for you." The surrounding bodyguards, witnessing this, gathered around, their eyes shimmering with admiration for Li Meiying, as though she were a goddess in their midst. "Ah, madam, please rest. Allow me to massage Mr. Zhang, one bodyguard offered, yet Li Meiying merely frowned slightly, choosing to maintain her distance. Another bodyguard, observing the situation, swiftly pulled out a chair and respectfully urged Li Meiying to sit. Madam, please take a seat. Do not overexert yourself. With a faint smile, Li Meiying gracefully complied, as if this scenario was entirely within her expectations. Zhang Jiaxing, watching his bodyguards fawn over Li Meiying, felt a surge of jealousy. He shot them a glare, signaling them to retreat. However, the bodyguards appeared oblivious to Zhang Jiaxing and Apos' displeasure, continuing to circle around Li Meiying, showering her with attention. Zhang Jiaxing's expression darkened. He abruptly rose, shoving one of the bodyguards aside, striding towards Li Meiying. All of you, clear out. The bodyguards, startled by his sudden outburst, instinctively recoiled. Li Meiying and Apos' brow furrowed as she regarded Zhang Jiaxing, perplexed by his anger. Mr. Zhang, what troubles you? However, Zhang Jiaxing remained silent, fully aware of the bodyguard's intentions. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly dismissed them, knowing he could easily replace them. Yet now, the circumstances had shifted drastically. He surveyed the room. The bodyguards who once obeyed his every command now fixated their covetous gazes upon Li Meiying. A tide of helplessness and anger surged within Zhang Jiaxing. Yet he understood that this was not the time for an outburst. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his rising fury. He recognized that these were the only individuals he could rely on. Dismissing them would leave him isolated. Moreover, it was only natural for the bodyguards to be captivated by Li Meiying's beauty. In this world, where material desires reign, beauty itself is a form of power, capable of attracting countless gazes and desires. Contemplating this, Zhang Jiaxing could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Chapter 73. Exchange of information. He pondered to himself that even if they truly dared to target Li Meiying, he was powerless to intervene. After all, his current situation was exceedingly precarious, necessitating reliance on these bodyguards for his protection. He could only strive to maintain his composure, preventing matters from escalating further. Lin Feng was fully prepared, waiting for those foolish neighbors to come knocking, yet after more than 2 hours, not a single sound was heard. Could they possibly be plotting something? Surely, with several hundred people against him, they wouldn't need to resort to schemes. Dingling. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, a crisp notification sound shattered the silence. He swiftly picked up his phone, where a message from an unknown sender appeared on the screen. The profile picture depicted an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Although Lin Feng did not recognize her, he could ascertain that she resided in the same neighborhood. He recalled that he had accepted her friend request due to her beauty, yet they had never exchanged any words. At this moment, seeing the unexpected message sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. He gently opened the message, which read, I am Zhang Jiaxing's mistress residing here. My name is Li Meiying. I have some important information to share with you, and I wonder if you might be interested. What is this? A trick or betrayal? Regardless of Li Meiying and Apos' intentions, Lin Feng was indifferent. He understood that as long as he remained within the confines of his home, refraining from venturing out, no one could pose a threat to him. What information? Pray do tell. At that moment, Zhang Jiaxing was in the living room, conspiring with a group of individuals against Lin Feng. Their voices were low, yet Li Meiying could hear them clearly. She was acutely aware of the strength of Zhang Jiaxing and his companions. Yet she held little hope for their success against Lin Feng. Some matters simply could not be resolved by sheer numbers. Therefore, Li Meiying resolved to disclose Zhang Jiaxing and Apos' plans to Lin Feng, believing that as long as she remained undiscovered by him, she could reap certain benefits regardless of the outcome. Thus, she meticulously crafted her message, preparing to relay the intelligence to Lin Feng. With a slight smile, imbued with a hint of seduction and cunning, she swiftly replied, Mr. Lin, I trust you do not intend to take advantage of me and acquire information without compensation? That would indeed leave me at a loss. Lin Feng smiled softly. Fully aware of Li Meiying and Apos' intentions, he recognized that in these times of scarcity, the value of information was often entwined with the value of sustenance. For him, however, food was the least of his worries. The supplies stored in his space were sufficient for several lifetimes of indulgence. Thus, he replied without hesitation, 1 box of instant noodles in exchange for your information. Upon receiving the message, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Li Meiying and Apos' eyes. She had not anticipated Lin Feng and Apos' prompt agreement, especially with such an offer. In this era where food was akin to gold, such a gesture underscored the vastness of Lin Feng and Apos' reserves. She silently admired him, realizing that Sun Yu was indeed correct. Lin Feng was a man of hidden depths. However, she was also one who understood the art of moderation and refrained from making excessive demands. She responded with a smile, "Since you are so forthright, I shall not beat around the bush. Rest assured, the information is entirely authentic. Moreover, once you emerge victorious, I shall personally pay you a visit." Afterward, she sent a few alluring photographs. In the images, she appeared sensuous and captivating, exuding an irresistible charm that mirrored her name. She embodied the essence of a modern-day enchantress, possessing an innate allure. Lin Feng gazed at the photos, unable to suppress a gulp. He had to admit that the old man Zhang Jiaxing was indeed fortunate to have found a beauty like Li Meiying. Shortly thereafter, Li Meiying sent another message, "Mr. Lin, please rest assured. That old fellow Zhang Jiaxing has been impotent for 5 years. I am merely his nominal mistress, attending various events with him. Therefore, you need not worry about me causing you any trouble. I am quite clean." Damn, has this woman been pinned up for too long? In the past, Lin Feng would not have dared to even conceive of a beauty as stunning as Li Meiying. Yet, at this moment, she seemed within reach, as if he could simply stretch out his hand and embrace her. This profound shift ignited an indescribable impulse within him. Should he consider keeping her? The thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and he was astonished to discover such desires within himself. Since the apocalypse, this was the first time he felt such intense possessiveness towards a woman. It was evident how powerful Li Meiying's allure was, captivating him without his awareness. However, Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, knowing that now was not the time for such musings. Pressing matters awaited his attention. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, he messaged Li Meiying, "You may now disclose the information." Li Meiying glanced at the time. There was still an hour until the rendezvous Zhang Jiaxing had arranged. Not daring to delay, she hurriedly relayed the intelligence to Lin Feng, hoping he would take the necessary precautions. They planned to act at 2:00 in the morning, splitting into 2 groups, one larger group targeting his home, while the other would assault Sun Siyu's residence. Their strategy was meticulous, even if they could not breach his door. They intended to use Sun Siyu as leverage against him. Upon hearing this news, a cold smile crept across Lin Feng's face. These individuals were quite cunning, even considering using Sun Siyu as a threat against him. Yet, this only underscored their recognition of his significance in their apprehension towards him. How clever! Had it not been for Li Meiying's warning, he might not have considered this angle. Lin Feng silently congratulated himself while simultaneously expressing admiration for Li Meiying's attentiveness and astuteness. However, the subsequent dilemma plunged him into deep contemplation. How could he ensure Sun Siyu and Appo's safety? The most prudent solution would be to bring her to his home. Yet that would mean if her house were breached, she would be compelled to live with him indefinitely. Lin Feng had not yet entertained the notion of keeping Sun Siyu, as he was unwilling to sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. He had been seeking a strategy that would protect Sun Siyu while allowing her to maintain her normal life. However, time was of the essence, and despite his fervent efforts, he could not devise a satisfactory plan. Frustration and anxiety welled up within him. Damn it, if it comes to that, I'll do it by force. Subsequently, Lin Feng sent a message in the homeowners group. Those who dare approach Sun Siyu's door shall face no mercy. Chapter 74. The plan leaked immediately. Sun Siyu sent an inquiry message, clearly sensing that something was amiss. Lin Feng, fearing for her peace of mind, refrained from revealing the truth and simply urged her to stay safe at home. He vowed to protect her, no matter what transpired. However, it was not only Sun Siyu who had noticed. At that very moment, Wang Bo, seated on the sofa in Zhang Jiaxin and Appo's living room, also caught sight of the sudden message. A sharp clap echoed as Wang Bo slammed his palm against the coffee table, forcefully tossing his phone onto it. Liquid splashed from the teacup, and the glass wobbled slightly, as if expressing his anger and dissatisfaction. Zhang Jiaxing, lost in thought, was jolted by the unexpected noise, his brow furrowing in displeasure. He raised his gaze, casting a disapproving look at Wang Bo, his eyes flashing with authority and irritation. After all, this was his domain. And Wang Bo and Appo's actions were undeniably a provocation. Wang Bo, sensing Zhang Jiaxing and Appo's discontent, paled slightly and hastily presented his phone to Zhang Jiaxing. He attempted to explain, his voice tinged with tension and urgency. "Zhang Dong, please do not be angry. Look at this. I do not know who has leaked our plan." Zhang Jiaxing took the phone, scrutinizing the information on the screen, his frown deepening. Though their plan was not top secret, if it had reached Lin Feng, it implied a rift within the team. Such discord among allies was a grave concern for their operation. If someone were to sabotage them at a critical moment, their entire endeavor could be doomed. After reading the message, Zhang Jiaxing and Appo's gaze turned icy. He scanned the room, his tone laced with accusation and threat. Tell me, among us, who was most likely to be the traitor? As his words hung in the air, the room erupted into chaos. Everyone started to defend themselves. Voices overlapping in a cacophony that rendered the specifics inaudible. Zhang Jiaxing, listening to the tumult, felt his fury escalating. He slammed the coffee table again, his voice rising above the din. Look at you all. This is a circus. Gradually, the noise subsided, leaving only Zhang Jiaxing's cold gaze sweeping across the faces before him. He finally fixed his stare on Biaozi, pointing at him. You speak first. Biaozi, called upon, straightened up, cleared his throat, and began to voice his thoughts. Zhang Dong. I believe only those with close ties to Lin Feng would leak information to him. People like Wang Bo and I, we would prefer him dead. His statement elicited nods of agreement from the others, who found his reasoning compelling. However, Zhao Jiangwo, Lin Feng's former father-in-law, was the one with the closest relationship to Lin Feng. Realizing this, his face turned pale. He glanced nervously around, noticing all eyes were on him. In that moment, he became the focal point of suspicion. Seeing the accusatory gazes directed at him, Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly waved his hands. No, it's not me. You must believe me. The injuries I bear are all from Lin Feng. How could I possibly tip him off? What benefit would I gain from such betrayal? If you don't trust me, ask Sun Yu. She knows. At this, the crowd turned their attention to Sun Yu. Her heart raced as her mind raced to formulate an appropriate response. While she was not certain that Zhao Jiangwo was the mole, her recent closeness to Lin Feng was undeniable. Now, she stood united with Biaozi and the others, no longer dependent on Zhao Ting. Gathering her composure, Sun Yu spoke up. I believe Zhao Jiangwo is indeed the traitor. After all, his daughter still hopes to reconcile with Lin Feng, and he might very well inform Lin Feng to pave the way for her. We cannot allow a moment of misplaced trust to blind us to this possibility. Upon hearing her words, the room buzzed with discussion. Some found Sun Yu's analysis plausible, given the complex relationship between Zhao Jiangwo and Appo's daughter and Lin Feng. The crowd, eager for entertainment, remained silent, as long as suspicion did not turn towards themselves. Zhao Jiangwo's face darkened, and he glared at Sun Yu, shouting, You vile woman! I took you in, offering shelter, and now you repay my kindness with slander. I will not stand for this. As his words fell, Zhao Jiangwo swung his fist towards Sun Yu. However, to the onlookers, his actions resembled a clown's desperate antics rather than a valid defense. His aggression only solidified the suspicions surrounding him as a traitor. Just as Zhao Jiangwo and Appo's fist was about to collide with Sun Yu, Zhang Jiaxing intervened. He seized the back of Zhao Jiangwo's collar and hurled him away with ease, sending him crashing to the ground, groaning in pain. Despite his age, with gray hair and a face etched with wrinkles, Zhang Jiaxing's agility remained intact. Dealing with someone like Zhao Jiangwo was child's play for him. He glared at Zhao Jiangwo, barking, How dare you create a ruckus in my home? Someone deal with him. The others echoed his sentiments, condemning and spitting at Zhao Jiangwo. This scene was secretly recorded by Li Meiying in the bedroom, which she sent to Lin Feng. Watching Zhao Jiangwo being beaten, Lin Feng felt a pang of fear. He worried that Zhang Jiaxing and his associates might take it too far. If they did, he would lose his chance to humiliate Zhao Jiangwo. At that moment, Zhao Jiangwo had already lost several teeth, blood pouring from his mouth, and he could not help but plead, Stop. If you let me go, I will offer my daughter to you for your pleasure. Upon hearing this, the tension in the room broke. Everyone, even those with women at home, found themselves uninterested in their own affairs. They paused, exchanging glances, clearly intrigued by Zhao Jiangwo's proposition. However, Sun Yu felt a cold smile creeping into her heart. She was well aware of Zhao Ting's true nature. Her asymmetrical figure and her square-shaped backside left much to be desired. Sun Yu mused that if the men truly saw Zhao Ting's real appearance, they would likely be frightened into impotence. Chapter 75. A farce. However, Sun Yu refrained from voicing her thoughts. Having already placed the blame squarely on Zhao Jiangwo, it was prudent for her to remain silent regarding anything connected to him. After all, this entire affair was of no concern to her. She merely needed to stand aside and observe how this farce would unfold. Yet, the men had already been ignited by Zhao Jiangwo's proposal, their moral compasses shattered by their desires. Biaozi, particularly brazen, fixed his gaze on Zhao Jiangwo, a greedy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Jiangwo, you are indeed offering us a boon. However, we are not so easily deceived. You must first demonstrate your sincerity. Zhao Jiangwo winced in pain, yet upon hearing Biaozi's words, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stammered, I can take you to my home and call my daughter out. Sun Yu sneered inwardly, fully aware that Zhao Ting was currently cowering in fear at home. If these men were to find her, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, she chose not to intervene, instead quietly retreating to a corner, prepared to witness the spectacle. The group followed Zhao Jiangwo to his residence, where indeed, Zhao Ting was terrified and hiding in her bedroom. Zhao Jiangwo kicked the door open with a violent force, yanking Zhao Ting from her bed. She looked up in terror at the men surrounding her. Realizing there was no escape, desperately, she turned to Sun Yu for help, but Sun Yu coldly averted her gaze. Biaozi and the others rushed forward, encircling Zhao Ting. They gazed at her greedily, as though she were prey. However, when they finally beheld her appearance, they were all rendered speechless, as if struck by lightning. Biaozi was the first to break the silence, his face contorting with disgust as he covered his mouth. Ugh, damn it, I've never seen such an unsightly woman. The others echoed his sentiments, grimacing and gagging, as if they had caught a whiff of something foul. They fled Zhao Ting's bedroom in a panic. And in their haste, Biaozi kicked Zhao Ting hard, as if to rid himself of his revulsion. Thus, this farce concluded abruptly. The men returning to Zhang Jiaxing and Appo's home in disarray. It was now past midnight, and Zhang Jiaxing, seated on the sofa, was the first to speak. With half an hour left until the designated time, our primary objective remains to obtain the supplies in Lin Feng's possession. With food in hand, we need not worry about the absence of women. Biaozi hesitated, then inquired, but Lin Feng is already aware of our plans. He will surely be on guard. Should we proceed as originally intended? Zhang Jiaxing smirked slyly, lightly patting Biaozi on the shoulder. Our strategy is overt. Even if he knows, what can he do? As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. I refuse to believe he can withstand an assault from hundreds of us. Inform everyone to gather in the underground parking lot. In half an hour, we will launch a full-scale attack on Lin Feng and Sun Siyu's home. Biaozi nodded, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat quietly in his room, his eyes half closed. Suddenly, he opened them wide. They are coming. Almost immediately. A cacophony of tools striking against one another echoed from the back door, accompanied by the excited shouts of a crowd, surging towards him like a tidal wave. Lin Feng understood that this was the group led by Zhang Jiaxing, hundreds strong, approaching his home. He swiftly activated the surveillance feed, which revealed a mass of dark silhouettes. Dense and countless. Each individual wielded a variety of tools, some brandishing kitchen knives, others carrying clubs, and even a few humorously holding frying pans, exuding an air of absurdity. Yet more importantly, a chilling intent. At the forefront of the throng were two middle-aged men clad in black suits, their strides steady, eyes sharp, clearly trained professional bodyguards. Lin Feng recognized them as Zhang Jiaxing's personal protectors, tasked with ensuring his safety. As the crowd drew nearer, Lin Feng noticed many were holding umbrellas, evidently to shield themselves from any water he might hurl at them. Seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but chuckle coldly. What use are those umbrellas? I wield a high-pressure water gun specifically designed for car washes, capable of sending your umbrellas flying, leaving you nowhere to hide. Soon, a series of urgent and vigorous knocks reverberated through the hallway, shaking the walls as if they too were trembling. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanying the knocks were boisterous shouts. Lin Feng, open the door. Hand over the food, or we will make sure you suffer a terrible fate. Don't dawdle. Once we break in, there will be nothing left of you. Lin Feng remained seated, his gaze calmly fixed on the surveillance screen. He did not see Biaozi or any sign of Zhang Jiaxing. These individuals, so brazenly banging on his door, were evidently misled, acting as pawns to test his resolve. A smirk crept across Lin Feng's lips. He felt no mercy for their ignorance and greed. With an abundant energy reserve at his disposal, he was prepared for any challenge that lay ahead. Without hesitation, he pressed the switch for the high-voltage electricity. A blinding flash of electricity surged through the air, instantly striking the young man who had been pounding on the door. His body convulsed violently, a mask of extreme anguish on his face. Due to the narrowness of the corridor and the crowd's density, those behind him were also caught in the current's wrath. They screamed in terror, desperate to escape this nightmare. But the electricity moved swifter than their reactions. Ah, damn it. Help. There's electricity. The current wreaked havoc within their bodies, binding them as if with invisible chains, rendering them immobile. The air thickened with the acrid scent of charred flesh, a nauseating aroma. For over a minute, Lin Feng allowed the electricity to flow before cutting the power. Countless figures lay sprawled on the ground, shrouded in darkness, their fates uncertain. The air was saturated with the scent of burnt meat and singed clothing, suffocating all who were present. The others gazed at this horrific scene in sheer terror and despair. They had never anticipated facing such a lethal threat, nor had they envisioned witnessing such a ghastly spectacle. Some women, unable to bear the gruesomeness, screamed and doubled over, retching, though their stomachs were empty, yielding only bile. Panic spread throughout the crowd, some attempting to flee this horrifying place. Yet, they quickly realized their retreat was obstructed by Biaozi and Zhang Jiaxing and Appos as bodyguards. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Biaozi, brandishing a machete, grinned coldly. He stood at the corridor's entrance, blocking everyone's path. His intentions were clear, to send these individuals as fodder for Lin Feng. To them, the more casualties, the better, for it would reduce the number of mouths to feed on the supplies. Chapter 76. Relentless assault. The atmosphere was thick with an escalating sense of dread among the crowd. Paralyzed by the menacing threats of the thugs and their bodyguards, they realized that escaping was now beyond their reach, and could only hope that Lin Feng would show them mercy. However, Lin Feng harbored no compassion. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway as Zhang Jiajin, accompanied by the remaining two bodyguards, rushed in. Instead of fury, he exhibited a gleam of excitement upon witnessing the scene. He ascended to a vantage point and proclaimed loudly, "Did you all see that? This is nothing short of barbarism. Not only does he watch us starve, but he has also taken the lives of so many neighbors. We must quickly gather some insulating wood to break down the door. Once we breach it, we can exact our revenge. Remember, as long as we avoid the door, a life of happiness lies just ahead. Let us strive for that." Spurred by Zhang Jiajin's incitement, the crowd was consumed by a fervent desperation, having gone days without sustenance. They knew that even if Lin Feng did not strike them down, starvation would. Soon, individuals began scavenging for various wooden planks, table legs, bedboards, and more. On three. 1, 2, 3. Push. A throng of individuals took turns ramming the door of Lin Feng's residence with great force. Thud, thud, thud. Yet, the door showed no sign of yielding. Not even a dent marred its surface, save for a few trivial scratches. From a distance, Zhang Jiajin observed the pandemonium and quickly summoned the thug, speaking in hushed tones. "Continuing this way is merely a waste of energy. We must alter our strategy. Divide a portion of our numbers to join me in attacking Sun Siyu's house. That is where Lin Feng is most vulnerable." The thug nodded in agreement and swiftly organized a team for the assault on Sun Siyu's residence. The commotion among the crowd inevitably captured Lin Feng's attention. At that moment, he pressed another switch. With a sharp click, jets of mist erupted around the house, enveloping the hallway in a shroud of thick vapor. What is happening? I can and Amp, Appos, TC. The air was filled with panicked cries as people lost their bearings in the sudden fog, descending into chaos. They brandished their makeshift weapons, attempting to locate Lin Feng's figure amidst the obscurity, but their efforts were in vain, resulting only in futile flailing. Zhang Jiajin, witnessing the disarray, refrained from retreating. Instead, he recalled Lin Feng's warning, "Those who approach Sun Siyu's house shall be met with mercilessness." A chill gripped his heart, prompting him to tread cautiously. From his position, he directed the crowd, "You all, and you as well, join forces. If we can capture Sun Siyu, Lin Feng will be rendered powerless." Yet, compared to the peril present at Lin Feng and Amp, Appos, door, this location felt significantly safer. Thus, as soon as Zhang Jiajin finished speaking, two individuals brandishing clubs dashed forward. Whoosh. Whoosh, the sound of arrows slicing through the air followed, soon accompanied by their anguished screams. The crowd turned to see both men with arrows embedded in their thighs, blood staining their pants. It was evident that Lin Feng was the archer. Fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. They exchanged glances, halting their advance. No one wished to become the next target. In this apocalyptic reality, an injury was tantamount to a death sentence. At this point, Lin Feng had lost all patience and was disinclined to aim carefully. "Since you seek my life, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." He raised his crossbow and began firing indiscriminately. The arrows flew through the air like harbingers of death, swiftly claiming several victims who collapsed in agony. Suddenly, someone cried out, "Be careful! He possesses long-range weaponry." This shout jolted the crowd from their stupor, inciting shrieks of terror as they scrambled to disperse. Yet, the confined space and dim light made it nearly impossible for the hundreds gathered to move freely, resulting in a chaotic pile-up as panic surged. Amidst the tumult, anguished cries and screams echoed, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Lin Feng, akin to a cold-hearted assassin, showed no mercy as he unleashed arrows upon those attacking Sun Siyu and Appo's residents. The whistling of arrows resonated like a death knell, reverberating ominously in the parking area, which had morphed into a hellscape. Zhang Jiajin lingered at the back of the crowd, wielding a kitchen knife, a sly smile playing on his lips. Everyone, remain calm. I refuse to believe he can kill us all. Though his words aimed to stabilize the group and Appo's morale, his true intention was to utilize them as mere fodder. Just then, the mist at Lin Feng and Appo's entrance dissipated as if swept away by a gust of wind, revealing the concealed reality. The crowd and Appo's eyes brightened, and someone quickly spotted the peephole on the door, exclaiming, "Look, there in Appo's hole. The arrows are coming from there. We must block it." Without hesitation, a person raised a bedboard and swiftly covered the peephole. However, this did not assuage the crowd and Appo's anxiety. Some, unwilling to relent, attempted to hurl various objects into Lin Feng and Appo's abode, while others formed a human ladder, trying to peer through the peephole. Lin Feng, unfazed, promptly shut the iron door behind the peephole and secured it tightly. The design of the peephole was ingeniously crafted, allowing access only from within. Those outside could not breach it, no matter their efforts. With Lin Feng and Appo's arrows no longer a threat, the neighbors gradually regained their composure and began to assess the grim scene before them. The ground was strewn with debris, stained with blood, and numerous individuals bore wounds, writhing in pain. In the mist, they had anticipated Lin Feng would emerge, and in their reckless desperation, they had inadvertently harmed their own comrades. Cries of sorrow and curses filled the air, as dozens lay on the ground, some even lifeless, clearly having succumbed to their injuries. Those bereaved were gripped by despair, weeping and cursing Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you coward. If you possess any courage, step out. Do not think you can hide behind that door. We will find you," they shouted. "So many have perished because of you. Does your conscience not ache?" Yet unbeknownst to the neighbors, Lin Feng had comfortably returned to the embrace of his sofa in the living room. Chapter 77. The Molotov Cocktail. He savored his tea in silence, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he were an amused spectator at a farcical clown show, leisurely observing their furious and frenzied antics. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of pounding on the door erupted once more, even more deafening than before, as if intent on collapsing the very house itself. Yet, Lin Feng remained unmoved, gently setting down his teacup, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Within a minute, the crowd began to sense something amiss. Their bodies gradually stiffened, a thin layer of ice forming upon them, even their heavy garments becoming rigid. Only then did they realize that the mist Lin Feng had previously released had thoroughly soaked their clothes. In their anger and agitation, they had been oblivious to this detail until now, when the cold rendered them shivering and sluggish. "Achoo, this is unbearably cold. I can hardly move." At that moment, the gravity of the situation dawned on them. They understood that if this continued, within mere minutes, they would be frozen into statues, vulnerable to slaughter. A surge of intense fear washed over them, causing them to disregard the threats posed by Biaozi and the others. They swiftly turned and rushed homeward, desperate to return to the warmth of their abodes, to escape the shackles of cold and terror. However, upon turning, they discovered that Biaozi and his companions had vanished without a trace. Panic gripped their hearts as they wondered where these individuals had gone and what troubles they might bring. But at that moment, all they could focus on was their own safety, striving to flee this dreadful place. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianxing stood at the forefront of his group, his gaze fixed upon the chaotic scene of retreat. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the expressions of fear and unease reflected in the eyes of his companions, as if overshadowed by Lin Feng's presence, many revealing signs of wanting to withdraw. Zhang Jianxing took a deep breath, realizing that if they did not stabilize their ranks now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. "Listen to me. We cannot let fear dictate our actions. We have already paid a heavy price, losing so many of our comrades. Their sacrifices must not be in vain. Look, Sun Siyu's door is right before us, just a few meters away. If we unite our strength, we can surely break down her door, capture Sun Siyu, and force Lin Feng to surrender the food." The previously restless crowd gradually quieted upon hearing Zhang Jianxing's words. Sensing a slight relief, he swiftly organized the remaining individuals into two groups, one in front and one behind. to guard against any sudden attack from Lin Feng that might ensnare them all. Whoosh! The sharp sound of a crossbow bolt slicing through the air echoed ominously, heralding the arrival of death. Undoubtedly, Lin Feng and Amp Oppo's target was Zhang Jiansheng. The arrow flew like lightning, striking Zhang Jiansheng and Amp Oppo's thigh with unerring precision. He clutched the wound in agony, his eyes ablaze with fury as he roared, "Damn it! First group, advance! We must break down Sun Cu and Amp Oppo's door at all costs." His furious cry reverberated through the air, invigorating the first group of 70 or 80 individuals who charged towards Sun Cu and Amp Oppo's home like wild beasts. Their eyes were filled with despair and greed. Having gone days without sustenance, they viewed breaching Sun Cu and Amp Oppo's residence as their last hope for survival. However, as they surged towards her home, the air was again pierced by the sound of arrows whistling through the air. Instinctively, they shielded their heads, fearing the arrows would strike. To their astonishment, the two arrows did not hit anyone but landed in the midst of the two groups. They were surprised to see something bundled onto the arrowheads. Bang! Bang! Two faint sounds followed, and suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke began to spread rapidly. The smoke carried an indescribable stench that was nauseating. "What the hell? Who in Amp Oppo's defecating here? It smells terrible," someone quipped. "Shut up. After days without food, if someone is defecating, I'll be the first to eat it." Yet, just as they exchanged banter, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait, this is a smoke bomb. The odor is emanating from it." The crowd realized the situation was dire, but by then, the fog had swiftly enveloped them. Fear and uncertainty spread like wildfire in their hearts. They had no idea what further tactics Lin Feng might employ against them. Under the shroud of thick fog, they flailed about like headless flies, colliding and tumbling over one another. Lin Feng, holding Erlang, stepped out of his home, exuding an air of control. After taking a few steps, Erlang suddenly barked furiously towards the mist, his voice filled with alertness and hostility. The barking seemed to convey a signal, announcing Lin Feng and Amp Oppo's presence. That and Amp Oppo's Lin Feng and Amp Oppo's dog. He and Amp Oppo's come out. Someone shouted in terror, their voice betraying an unmistakable fear. Panic spread rapidly among the crowd as they realized they were about to face an even greater peril. The urgency to flee had already gripped them, and they quickened their pace, eager to escape this dangerous locale. However, Lin Feng was not one to let them off easily. He swiftly retrieved several smoke bombs from his spatial pouch, hurling them into the throng. With a series of loud bangs, the smoke rapidly engulfed the area, obscuring the vision of those who had just managed to escape the fog. Following this, Lin Feng produced a Molotov cocktail, igniting it before tossing it into the crowd. Flames erupted violently among the people, creating a sea of fire. Ah, how warm! The long-lost sensation of warmth brought a fleeting comfort, as they seemed to find solace amidst the frigid night. Yet, this warmth was ephemeral. The flames quickly spread, soon engulfing them. Ah, help! The air was filled with terrified screams, mingled with agonizing moans and wails. In their panic, many fell to the ground, struggling to rise. But the flames mercilessly consumed their bodies, leaving them no chance to stand once more. The inferno raged on, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. In their despair, some even grabbed chunks of flesh from the ground and stuffed them into their mouths, as if trying to fill their bellies with this final morsel. "Damn it, if I'm going to die, I might as well be full," they cried, voices laden with helplessness and indignation. Yet, this last act of defiance was futile. The fire ruthlessly devoured them one by one. Chapter 78. Heavy casualties in the end. Of the group of over 160, only 100 managed to escape, each bearing varying degrees of wounds. They fled in disarray to a corner, where, at that moment, a glimmer of cunning shone in the eyes of a few astute individuals. They swiftly set about dragging out several charred corpses, their features unrecognizable after being ravaged by flames. This was, perhaps, the sole gain from this harrowing endeavor. Gathered in a circle around the lifeless bodies, a long-lost sense of satiety momentarily graced their faces. However, they were acutely aware that this relief was merely fleeting. Just then, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. The group looked up to see Biao, panting heavily, approaching with a pickaxe in hand. His face was a mask of astonishment as he surveyed the scene before him. What on earth happened here? Upon seeing Biao unscathed, Zhang Jiansheng felt a surge of ire ignite within him. He glared at Biao, his teeth gritted. "How dare you even ask? I am more inclined to inquire about your whereabouts." Biao raised the pickaxe in explanation. "I found Lin Feng's door too sturdy to break down, so I went to fetch this pickaxe." We can smash through the wall. I refuse to believe this brick and cement barrier cannot be breached. Biao and Amp, Oppos, S words were like a refreshing spring, instantly rekindling the spirits of the crowd. The fear of death dissipated, replaced by a fervent desire for vengeance. By God, that's a splendid idea. At last, we can avenge those who have perished. Quickly, everyone, scatter and find tools. The lightly wounded, come with me. Zhang Jiansheng raised his arm in a rallying cry, his voice imbued with determination and resolve. Lin Feng, this time I shall see what means you have left to evade us. Yet, within the confines of the house, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the commotion outside. The distance rendered their words inaudible, save for the faint echo of jubilant cheers that made him furrow his brow. Have these fools been rendered senseless by the flames? A smirk of disdain crept onto Lin Feng's face. He felt no concern, for he was keenly aware that the secure refuge he had meticulously crafted with considerable resources was impervious to this ragtag bunch. Every element, doors, walls, windows, even the floor and ceiling, was constructed from bulletproof materials. Ordinary explosives would fail to breach it, let alone this motley crew. Before long, a cacophony erupted outside, dust swirling in the air. More than 20 robust men, armed with pickaxes and sledgehammers, gathered outside, their eyes gleaming with fervor and madness, as if victory was already within their grasp. With a resounding crash, a muscular man, every sinew taut, swung his sledgehammer with all his might against the wall. His actions were swift and powerful, as if he intended to reduce the barrier to rubble. A fissure appeared in the wall, white dust cascading like snowflakes. The sight ignited a flicker of excitement in the crowd, as if a breakthrough were imminent. Continue to strike. Put forth more effort. Thus, the throng wielded their tools with even greater zeal, each blow resonating with a dull thud, accompanied by clouds of dust. However, just as the muscular man prepared to swing his hammer once more, an ear-piercing metallic clang rang out. Clang! The man let out a pained cry, the hammer crashing to the ground. He staggered back, toppling heavily onto the ground. The crowd rushed to his side, only to find his hands mangled and bloodied, the wounds deep enough to reveal bone. What has transpired? Panic ensued as they gazed in disbelief at the formidable wall before them, unable to comprehend how such a barrier could withstand such ferocious blows. Someone cautiously approached, brushing away the dust from the wall. Upon discerning the concealed material, his eyes widened, nearly dislodging his jaw. This wall is made of steel. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as they gathered to inspect the revelation. Indeed, beneath the outer layer of white dust lay thick, solid black metal. Damn it, is Lin Feng mad? The walls are steel. His voice resonated with resignation and despair, as if the realization of this steel barrier had utterly crushed their morale. Yet, some were unwilling to concede defeat. I refuse to believe we cannot breach this turtle shell. One individual gritted his teeth, once more lifting the hammer to strike at another section of the wall. Several joined him, hoping to uncover a weakness. However, regardless of the angle from which they struck, they ultimately found only the formidable steel barrier. Each attempt ended in failure. Each despairing moment felt like a knife to their hearts. In the living room, Lin Feng disdainfully curled his lip. He had anticipated such an outcome, feeling an overwhelming contempt for their ignorance and folly. Fools, can you imagine the problems I cannot fathom? Strike away, tire yourselves out, and still, you will not prevail. At that moment, Brao and Oppos' voice echoed from behind the crowd. Stop. Lin Feng may have electrified the walls. Let us retreat and devise another plan. The group retreated to the corner, and complaints began to surface. What a cursed sight. I have never seen a house built with steel plates before. I knew they were renovating, but I never expected it to be to this extent. How many normal families would construct such a fortress in this world? As dawn approached, the eyes of the crowd were bloodshot. Zhang Jiansheng gritted his teeth and declared, Lin Feng must have foreseen this disaster. His actions are clearly preemptive measures against intruders. Without needing Zhang Jiansheng and Oppos' urging, the group gradually grasped this reality. Lin Feng had not only stockpiled abundant supplies but had also intricately fortified his home with steel, rendering his preparedness all the more suspicious. Biao observed the weary faces of the crowd and sighed. Alas, we have toiled all night, and everyone is utterly exhausted. Perhaps we should return to rest and gather our strength before contemplating other strategies. Meanwhile, of the 400 who had surged forth with great fervor, over 100 perished in the fierce struggle, having succumbed to frost or flames, all falling victim to Lin Feng and Oppos' hand. Chapter 79. Fulfilling Promises After the Crowd Dispersed. A captivating figure materialized like a specter at the very spot they had just vacated. Her lithe form and cascading hair exuded an irresistible charm. As Li Meng surveyed the hellish scene before her, a chill coursed through her. The ground was littered with severed limbs, blood staining the earth, and the stench was nauseating. She shuddered involuntarily. Lin Feng's methods were ruthless, akin to that of a butcher. Yet, in this apocalypse, survival was an unforgiving game. Only those who were sufficiently ruthless and astute could carve out a niche in this perilous and unpredictable world. Li Meiying understood this well and thus chose to align herself with Lin Feng. At that moment, she felt a surge of relief, having bet on the right horse. Lin Feng had not only vanquished hundreds of neighbors but had also instilled fear and awe with his thunderous tactics. His strength and decisiveness instilled in her both reassurance and admiration. Scanning her surroundings, she noted the emptiness of the underground parking lot and took a deep breath to steady her emotions. With graceful strides, she made her way to Lin Feng and Appo's abode. The sound of knocking echoed in Lin Feng and Appo's ears, and he felt a flicker of surprise. Who could it be at this hour? Perhaps Zhang Jiaxin and his cohorts were still unwilling to concede defeat and had concocted yet another scheme? However, when he checked the surveillance and saw the tall silhouette outside, all his doubts evaporated. Though she was wrapped in a scarf and hat, concealing her face, Lin Feng immediately recognized that it was Li Meiying. Li Meiying, a woman of singular distinction, radiated an extraordinary allure that was unforgettable. Her arrival was precisely what Lin Feng desired. The frenzied slaughter had left him with a surfeit of pent-up aggression, and he was at a loss for an outlet. Yet, Li Meiying and Appo's presence might offer him a chance to unwind. Lin Feng opened the door, and Li Meiying stepped inside, a confident smile adorning her face. As if everything were within her control, Lin Feng noted that she was unlike any woman he had encountered. Her demeanor and poise captivated him. "Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to see you," Li Meiying said with a smile. "Your prowess has exceeded my expectations." Lin Feng reciprocated with a smile. "I possess even greater abilities. Would you care to witness them?" Li Meiying was well aware of what Lin Feng implied. She offered no verbal response, merely a soft smile. As if everything was understood without words, she entered the room, surveyed her surroundings, and then began to remove her heavy gear. Lin Feng watched her with a growing sense of anticipation. To his astonishment, without his prompting, Li Meiying shed all her clothing, leaving only a scanty ensemble. She turned gracefully, showcasing her figure, and remarked, "See, I am unarmed. I have come to fulfill my promise." Lin Feng gazed at Li Meiying, surprised by her cleverness. She understood how to wield her charm to captivate men. He subtly inclined his body, offering a courteous gesture. "Miss Li, please, come in." Li Meiying walked ahead with elegance, her movements reminiscent of a dance. Lin Feng trailed behind, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her silhouette, silently admiring her grace. Seizing a moment when Li Meiying was distracted, Lin Feng discreetly retrieved a seductive lace nightgown from his space. As Li Meiying gracefully settled onto the sofa, he gently presented the nightgown to her. His actions fluid and polite, as if it were a matter of course. Li Meiying accepted the nightgown, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She glanced at the garment before looking back at Lin Feng, seemingly inquiring about its origin. Yet, she refrained from voicing her question and simply draped the nightgown over herself. The fabric conformed to her curves, accentuating her flawless figure. With a beguiling smile, she resembled a blooming flower, too exquisite to look away from. "Mr. Lin, I did not expect you to understand women so well," she remarked, her voice sweet and gentle, akin to a spring breeze that invigorates the spirit. In every gesture, Li Meiying exuded an innate allure, effortlessly stirring one and Appo's emotions. Lin Feng felt as if his very essence was about to erupt. He struggled to control his breath, attempting to quell his excitement. Unbeknownst to him, he too possessed a magnetic pull over Li Meiying. In his formidable presence and profound gaze, she found an unprecedented sense of security. Her affection for him transcended mere sentiment, evolving into a profound admiration. Their eyes met, igniting sparks in the air. Li Meiying rose and approached Lin Feng, her slender fingers gently caressing his jaw, her voice dripping with seduction. "Is it you who conquers me, or shall I conquer you?" This phrase ignited a fervent desire within Lin Feng. He swiftly stood, pushing Li Meiying onto the sofa, and they succumbed to an unrestrained, primal entanglement. This passionate collision persisted for over 2 hours, until Li Meiying, nestled in Lin Feng and Appo's embrace, pleaded for respite, prompting him to reluctantly conclude their fervent union. Li Meiying quietly nestled against Lin Feng, her fingers tracing circles on his chest, her thoughts racing. "From my understanding of Zhang Jiaxin, he will not relent," she murmured, a hint of concern lacing her voice. She gazed up at Lin Feng, continuing, "I witnessed everything today. Neither the door nor the walls allowed them entry. However, the floor, the ceiling, and the balcony could serve as potential breach points for their assault. You must be vigilant and prepare in advance to prevent Zhang Jiaxin and Apos' crew from exploiting any vulnerabilities. As Lin Feng absorbed Li Meiying and Apos' words, he felt a swell of admiration for her intellect. This woman was not only breathtaking but also possessed a sharp mind, able to anticipate Zhang Jiaxin and Apos' moves. Yet, he was also aware that her worries were unfounded. He had already considered various potential attacks when creating this safe haven and had implemented corresponding precautions. However, he would not divulge this information to anyone. Nevertheless, Li Meiying and Apos' caution sparked an idea within Lin Feng. He contemplated the notion of keeping this astute woman by his side. Having her as a companion would prove beneficial. After all, in the words of wisdom, a secretary is invaluable in times of need, and even more so when idle. Chapter 80. The 3 rules. Li Meiying gently shifted her body, and a subtle pain surged from her lower abdomen, causing her to frown slightly. Yet deep within, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She had finally experienced another astonishing facet of Lin Feng, his profound and intense masculine allure, which was utterly irresistible. At this moment, a powerful desire welled up within her to delve deeper into the essence of this man, to forge a closer bond with him. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Feng and Apos' eyes and, with a quiver in her voice, inquired, "May I stay by your side? Rest assured, I shall not pry into your affairs, even if you seek the company of other women." Upon hearing Li Meiying and Apos' words, Lin Feng felt a surge of admiration. He appreciated her intelligence and perceptiveness. Interacting with her was always a delightful experience. Although Li Meiying was currently with Zhang Jiaxin, which provided her with temporary security, she was acutely aware of his true nature. In times of peril, Zhang Jiaxin would undoubtedly abandon her without hesitation, possibly even resorting to treachery. In contrast, being with Lin Feng promised far greater safety. Lin Feng was not only cunning and formidable but also possessed a superior safe haven and ample resources. More importantly, he was young and capable. At this juncture, remaining by Lin Feng and Apos' side was paramount for her. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding slowly, "Very well, since you wish to stay, you may do so. However, we must establish some rules. First, you are to remain in this room. Without my permission, you are strictly forbidden from stepping outside. Second, tasks such as cleaning and cooking should not require my explicit instructions. You should take the initiative. I do not wish for our home to be cluttered or unkempt. Additionally, I must inform you that the plumbing here has long been frozen. Therefore, when you need to relieve yourself, you will have to use a specially designed plastic bag and dispose of it through the hidden door in the window. This may prove inconvenient, but you must adapt. From now on, this responsibility lies with you. In other words, you will be my maid. There are no free lunches here. You must labor to earn a comfortable living environment and sustenance. Do you understand?" Lin Feng and Apos' words conveyed an undeniable authority. He knew that idleness would not be tolerated in his household. Everyone must strive for survival. For Li Meiying, if she wished to remain, she had to accept this reality. Although a twinge of reluctance stirred within her, she acknowledged the conditions for staying. She nodded and softly affirmed, "I understand. I will adhere to these rules." Lin Feng regarded her, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He was no saint, incapable of offering unconditional assistance to anyone. While Li Meiying could fulfill his physical desires, survival took precedence over all else. "Very well. I shall provide you with the necessary supplies and food. But you must grasp that your life here will no longer be as effortless as before. You will need to exert yourself to secure your right to exist in this space." Li Meiying nodded again, signifying her understanding. She recognized that Lin Feng was not an easy man to deal with, yet she felt content with the outcome thus far. Lin Feng and Apos' gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Meiying and Apos' ample bosom, and he frowned slightly, as if pondering something. Then he lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon her, and spoke slowly, "Do you know why, among the many women in this neighborhood, I have chosen to keep you here?" Li Meiying pressed her lips together, a hint of pride illuminating her face as she replied softly, "It must be because of the charm I radiate. I am not quite sure why, but I have always attracted the attention of the opposite sex since childhood. Even some women who are attracted to the same sex often harass me." Lin Feng nodded gently, acknowledging her statement. "You are indeed correct. Your allure is undeniable and captivating. This is one of the reasons I chose to keep you here. I do not wish for you to be subjected to the advances of other men outside." Had Li Meiying not been Zhang Jiaxing's lover, she might have already fallen prey to individuals like Biaozi or Wang Bo. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Meiying felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for her fortunate appearance, which had saved her life. Lin Feng continued, aside from your charm, there is another crucial reason. You possess the ability to understand your place and comprehend the male psyche. This quality is exceptionally rare in a woman. Li Meiying felt a swell of appreciation for Lin Feng's words. She recognized him as an astute and knowledgeable man, and receiving his acknowledgement and praise was a tremendous honor. At that moment, Lin Feng gently placed his hand on Li Meiying's cheek, caressing her tender skin, which evoked admiration within him. He remarked, "You are a remarkably intelligent and sensible woman. I hold you in high regard. As long as you continue to fulfill your role, I will keep you by my side." Li Meiying relished the sense of security that enveloped her in Lin Feng's embrace. She felt no aversion to his actions, on the contrary. She perceived it as his affection towards her. Unbeknownst to them, they had lost track of time, engrossed in each other's conversation for over an hour. Suddenly, a rumble resonated from Li Meiying's stomach, prompting her to glance at Lin Feng with embarrassment, her cheeks flushing. She had been ravenously hungry for some time but had hesitated to express her needs before such a formidable man. In her mind, she felt she had no right to make any demands of Lin Feng. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Feng's lips curled into a gentle smile as he pinched her delicate cheek and teased, "Are you hungry? Let's rise and have a meal." He then prepared a lavish seafood feast, the table adorned with fresh shrimp, crab, and shellfish, all exuding an enticing aroma. He even brought forth 2 bottles of exquisite French red wine, adding a touch of romance and elegance to the dinner. The two sat across from each other, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. They indulged in conversation and wine until dawn broke, concluding their delightful repast. Lin Feng carried Li Meiying back to the room. This slumber was destined to be exceptionally long and sweet. Li Meiying lay on the soft bed, finally able to enjoy a restful night's sleep for the first time since the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Feng stood outside the door, gently closing it behind him. He retrieved the soul key from his pocket and secured it with a firm lock. In these extraordinary times, maintaining vigilance and principles was of utmost importance. Chapter 81. May I meet her? Sun Siyu stood at her doorstep, pressing closely against the peephole, her pupils reflecting a harrowing scene. Her heart raced like thunder, each beat a reminder that this was not merely someone else's affair, but a crisis intricately linked to her own life. That night, she scarcely closed her eyes. Horrific images lingered in her mind, akin to an unending horror film. Each time she closed her eyes, the sounds of bloodshed and wailing surged forth like a tide, leaving her breathless. Were it not for her concern and worry for Lin Feng, she would have long succumbed to this overwhelming pressure, the courage to look further extinguished. However, she could hardly anticipate the ferocity with which Lin Feng acted. The lives of over 100 people appeared to him as mere statistics, devoid of hesitation or compassion. This coldness and ruthlessness instilled fear within her, rendering him almost unrecognizable. She began to question whether this Lin Feng was indeed the person she knew. This fear and uncertainty led Sun Siyu to hesitate, unsure if she should continue her association with him. She dreaded the unpredictable consequences her choices might yield, fearing that she might plunge into deeper peril. The following day, Sun Siyu, bearing heavy dark circles under her eyes, struggled to rise from bed. Her gaze was hollow, as though her soul had departed. She sat on the sofa, lost in thought, her mind a swirling vortex of confusion and disorientation. It was not until nightfall that she began to regain a semblance of clarity. She started to reflect calmly on the events that had transpired, seeking to uncover the underlying logic and reasons. She finally comprehended that Lin Feng's action stemmed entirely from an instinct for self-preservation. Had he not acted decisively, his fate would have been even more tragic than that of the deceased neighbors. With this realization, Sun Siyu inhaled deeply, summoning her courage, and approached Lin Feng's door with resolute steps. After a night of turmoil, Lin Feng awoke from his exhaustion around noon, just as he was about to enjoy the dinner meticulously prepared by Li Meiying. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, causing him to frown in confusion at the unexpected visitor. Checking the surveillance, he saw Sun Siyu's figure on the screen. It dawned on him that they had agreed to dine together after repelling the neighbors. Li Meiying, having heard the knock, turned to Lin Feng with a questioning expression, awaiting his instructions. Lin Feng regarded her gently, saying, "You may go back inside. I have some matters to attend to." Li Meiying nodded slightly, her face adorned with a soft smile, seemingly unperturbed by the interruption. Lin Feng opened the door and softly greeted, "Siyu, you're here." Sun Siyu looked up at Lin Feng, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. She opened her mouth, wishing to speak, but words eluded her. Lin Feng, perceiving her hesitation, smiled gently and said, "I know you must have come because of last night's events. Please, come in. Let us have a proper discussion." Sun Siyu nodded and followed Lin Feng into the house. She surveyed her surroundings as if searching for something specific. Lin Feng invited her to sit and poured her a cup of tea. "See you. I realize that last night's events have profoundly impacted you. I understand your fear and unfamiliarity regarding my ruthless actions. However, I hope you can grasp that my actions were purely instinctual for self-preservation. Had I not acted decisively, my fate could have been even worse than those who perished." Listening to Lin Feng's explanation, some of Sun Siyu's doubts and fears began to dissipate. She gazed at him, her eyes now glimmering with conviction. "Lin Feng, I trust you. I know you are not a heartless person. Nevertheless, I hope you understand that as your friend, I am deeply concerned for you. I do not wish for you to resort to extremes because of that night's events." Lin Feng, indifferent to Sun Siyu's concern, understood that human hearts are inscrutable. One can never be certain who might betray from behind. "Rest assured, I will be fine." Yet, Sun Siyu remained silent for an extended period, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Lin Feng noticed her unusual demeanor but refrained from inquiring further. He had already offered her sufficient care. He believed it prudent not to overly concern himself, allowing her to value her own worth. Finally, Sun Siyu lifted her head. Her eyes slightly reddened, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and asked, "Lin Feng, may I meet the woman who came last night?" Sun Siyu had been observing the situation in the underground parking lot the previous night and had indeed seen Li Meiying arrive at Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated this question, yet it was inevitable that Sun Siyu would learn of certain matters in due time. He replied candidly, "Her name is Li Meiying, and she currently resides with me." In that moment, Sun Siyu comprehended the nature of Lin Feng's relationship with Li Meiying. Upon hearing this, she felt a pang of disappointment. She had believed that her bond with Lin Feng was sufficiently close, but now it appeared otherwise. Li Meiying's presence instilled within her an inexplicable sense of threat and unease. After a prolonged silence, Sun Siyu finally found the courage to speak again, her voice cautious. "May I meet her?" Lin Feng smiled gently and nodded. "Of course, I shall take you to her now." With that, he led Sun Siyu to the room where Li Meiying was situated. Lin Feng introduced the two women to one another. Upon learning of Sun Siyu's intentions, Li Meiying warmly welcomed her, ushering her into the room. "Welcome, Miss Sun. Please come in," Li Meiying said with a gentle smile, her voice soothing and inviting, creating an atmosphere of comfort and ease. She took Sun Siyu's hand and closed the door behind them, leaving Lin Feng outside, unperturbed by the closed door. Lin Feng turned away, locked it, and returned to the second floor. Sun Siyu's arrival had interrupted his dinner, and he retrieved a can of instant food from the pantry to share with Erlang. "What do you think those two women will discuss?" he asked. Erlang looked up at him with its dark eyes, seemingly striving to comprehend his words. Yet, despite Erlang's intelligence, it was but a dog, unable to grasp the complexities of human emotions and topics. Lin Feng chuckled at the dog's bewildered expression. Chapter 82. Another beauty added he understood that he was merely playing a lute to a cow. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity about the conversation between the two women. Would they, like men, engage in idle discussions about women? An hour passed, then two. And time seemed to stretch endlessly until dusk descended and silence enveloped the surroundings. Lin Feng's heart sank gradually with the passage of time until the glow of his phone screen broke his reverie. He glanced over. It was a message from Li Meiying, composed of just a few simple words. "Our conversation has concluded." Lin Feng rose, his mind brimming with questions and curiosity. He made his way downstairs, stopping before Li Meiying's door, which he gently pushed open. The sight before him startled him. Sun Siyu was sitting there with a radiant smile, her face beaming like the warm and bright sun of spring. Unable to resist, Lin Feng glanced at Li Meiying, attempting to decipher something from her expression. However, Li Meiying merely smiled, her eyes seemingly concealing a secret. Lin Feng's curiosity intensified. What on earth had they discussed? Why did Sun Siyu appear so joyful? Sun Siyu seemed to sense Lin Feng's gaze. She blinked playfully, deftly sidestepping the topic, and said, "Please, have a seat. I'll go warm up the dishes. Dinner will be ready shortly." Lin Feng and Li Meiying exchanged glances but remained silent. An inexplicable atmosphere hung in the air, rendering both somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Feng began to ponder what had transpired between the two women. After a moment, Sun Siyu spoke again. "I'm going to help Meiying." Upon hearing this term of endearment, Lin Feng felt a surge of surprise. Meiying? Have they grown this close in just over 2 hours? He recalled the superficial bond between Zhao Ting and Sun Yu. His heart tinged with wariness. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea. Lin Feng resolved to be more cautious, ensuring that these two women did not have excessive contact to prevent them from uniting against him. Soon, the two women had laid out an array of exquisite dishes on the dining table. The delectable aromas and vibrant colors of the food under the warm light were particularly enticing. Li Meiying gently gestured to Lin Feng, her face adorned with a faint smile, saying, "Brother Feng, come and eat. Don't forget to grab 2 bottles of red wine. We must properly celebrate Miss Sun's arrival." Looking at Li Meiying's beaming smile, Lin Feng felt a subtle sense of unease. He struggled to pinpoint what felt amiss, yet he could not articulate it. He approached the wine cabinet, selecting 2 bottles of premium French red wine, and took a seat at the table laden with food. Seeing this, Li Meiying smiled as she poured wine for the 3 of them. She raised her glass, looking at Lin Feng, and said, "Brother Feng, I'd like to propose a toast to you. Thank you for sheltering me and providing me with a safe haven. Without you, I might have perished in this disaster. This kindness I will forever cherish." Her voice was filled with sincerity and gratitude, stirring emotions within those present. Li Meiying understood well how rare it was to find a place as secure and abundant as Lin Feng's home in these tumultuous times. In response, Lin Feng raised his glass, lightly clinking it against hers. "This is also a result of your own efforts. If you wish to stay here, you must perform well. Remember, I do not accommodate idlers. If you cannot contribute, I may ask you to leave at any time." Though his words sounded stern, Li Meiying felt no anger. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. Soon, the 3 of them raised their glasses and drank, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. However, Sun Siyu appeared somewhat reserved, speaking little. Her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a shy maiden. Noticing this, Li Meiying gently kicked Sun Siyu under the table, signaling her to relax. Sun Siyu immediately looked up at Li Meiying, her eyes subtly darting towards Lin Feng. A pang of anxiety surged within Sun Siyu, heightening her shyness. Yet she summoned her courage, took a deep breath, and softly said, "Lin Feng, I also wish to stay here. Is that all right? I've heard from Meiying about the rules here, and I will strictly adhere to them." As her words fell, the atmosphere in the dining room seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Feng regarded her, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "Miss Sun, while this is indeed a relatively safe place, staying here is not merely about obeying rules. It requires you to earn your place." Sun Siyu nodded, seemingly resonating with Lin Feng's words. She gently bit her lip, and then performed a surprising act. She unbuttoned her coat, removing it to reveal her attire underneath. "Lin Feng, I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you allow me to stay here." Sun Siyu's desire to move and seemed all but a certainty. In this community, she was not only the soul doctor but also an extraordinary beauty. Her presence undoubtedly promising Lin Feng much delight. Prior to this, Lin Feng had also felt tempted, for Sun Siyu's allure was undeniable. Nevertheless, deep within, he held a sense of reluctance, unwilling to forego the vast wilderness of the outside world for a single woman. Thus, he had maintained his distance, preventing Sun Siyu from moving in. However, the situation appeared to have shifted. Sun Siyu had proactively expressed her wish to remain, even stating her willingness to be at Lin Feng's disposal. This unexpected turn left Lin Feng somewhat taken aback but more so elated. He smoothly acquiesced, saying, "Since you are so sincere, I will allow you to stay. However, you know the rules. I do not wish for any transgressions. That room is yours, without my permission. You may only stay there." Although her freedom was curtailed, Sun Siyu bore no resentment. She understood that, compared to her cold and lonely home, this place felt like paradise. Here, at least, she could enjoy warm meals and experience a semblance of comfort. Thus, she gladly accepted Lin Feng's arrangement. The 3 of them drank through 3 bottles of red wine before the evening came to a close. Sun Siyu, unable to handle her liquor, was carried back to her room by Lin Feng. When he settled Sun Siyu and entered Li Meiying's room, she was already lying on the bed, awaiting Lin Feng's arrival. Upon seeing him enter, she teased, "So, how could you possibly endure having such a stunning beauty next door?" Chapter 83. The Split Paths. Lin Feng was aware that Li Meiying was feigning ignorance. He playfully slapped her rounded dairy and remarked, "I have no interest in a puddle of mud. Now, tell me, how did you manage to persuade Sun Si?" Li Meiying had anticipated Lin Feng's inquiry. As she nestled beside him on the bed, she replied, "I told her that you were simply too formidable in that regard, and I couldn't bear it alone, which is why she decided to stay." At that very moment of indulgence, Zhang Jiansheng reemerged in the underground parking lot, followed closely by over 50 grim-faced neighbors. Standing before the crowd, he cleared his throat, his voice exuding unwavering conviction. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are all acutely aware of the scarcity of resources in these times. While Lin Feng's household is overflowing with supplies. Just last night, Biaozi, Wang Bo, and I toiled through the night and devised a feasible plan. I refuse to believe that Lin Feng's floor and ceiling are constructed from steel. Therefore, I propose we split into two groups, one to excavate a tunnel from beneath Lin Feng's home, and the other to scale the walls and access the roof from above. United in our efforts, the resources within Lin Feng's abode shall undoubtedly become ours. His words acted as a potent stimulant, instantly igniting the fervor of the crowd. They eagerly grasped their tools, preparing to embark on a grand endeavor. Down with Lin Feng! Seize the supplies! The rallying cries echoed, reverberating through the parking area as if attempting to collapse it entirely. However, amidst the cacophony, Zhang Jiansheng stealthily retreated to a corner, retrieving his phone to dial Li Meiying. Since the previous day, he had been unable to reach her, and a wave of unease washed over him. Zhang Jiansheng harbored a peculiar affection for Li Meiying. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but she was also exceptionally intelligent, the epitome of his ideal woman. Her sudden disappearance troubled him deeply, leaving him to ponder whether she had encountered misfortune or was deliberately avoiding him. Furrowing his brow, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and concern. He continued to dial Li Meiying's number, yearning to hear her voice. Even a simple hello would provide him with comfort. Yet, the line remained unanswered, as if Li Meiying had vanished from existence. A surge of inexplicable fear gripped Zhang Jiansheng, dreading the possibility of her misfortune. Little did he know, at that very moment, Li Meiying was exerting every ounce of her charm to please Lin Feng. He could only speculate how he would react if he were aware. After several failed attempts to connect, the mechanical tone of the disconnected call echoed in his ears, prompting him to sigh in resignation as he pocketed his phone and turned toward the excavation site. The temperature had plummeted to freezing, the earth beneath their feet rendered as hard as stone, resembling a thick layer of concrete. Among the excavation team, a group of 20 individuals took turns wielding hammers, striking the ground with fervor, yet the results were negligible. They had only managed to create a small pit a few inches deep, a mere blemish on the surface. Approaching the site, Zhang Jiansheng frowned at the insignificant hole, anxiety surging within him. He understood that without altering their excavation methods, breaching Lin Feng's defenses was an impossible feat. He decisively summoned a few individuals and instructed, "Gather the bed frames and table legs we dismantled yesterday. We shall set fire to the ground before we dig again. This should expedite our penetration through the frozen earth." The group quickly set to work, soon collecting a supply of timber. Zhang Jiansheng directed them to ignite the wood, and the flames instantly illuminated the frigid terrain. The intense heat gradually melted the frozen layer, prompting the excavation team to resume their efforts with renewed vigor. After several hours of arduous labor, they finally breached the frozen soil, continuing their excavation toward the foundation of Lin Feng's villa. Although progress remained sluggish, Zhang Jiansheng glimpsed the dawn of victory. He was resolute in his belief that with collective effort, they would ultimately breach Lin Feng's defenses and secure the much-needed resources. Meanwhile, in another group, Yaozi and Wang Bo led 20 neighbors out of the dim underground chamber, bracing themselves against the outdoor snow and wind. Since the onset of the cold front, these individuals had scarcely ventured outside. The world beyond was a realm both alien and perilous to them, despite the basement's temperature being comparable to the frigid air outside. The biting wind felt like countless daggers piercing their very bones. Upon exiting, a chilling wave enveloped them, prompting many to wrap their arms around themselves in a futile attempt to fend off the cold. Achoo! This is absolutely freezing. A man shivered, instinctively recoiling, yearning to retreat to the warmth of the basement. Noticing this, Biaozi tightened his cotton jacket and stepped forward, his voice booming, "I know it's cold, extremely cold. But this is our most direct route into Lin Feng's home. Just think, once we succeed, we will possess boundless supplies and no longer have to worry about survival." Wang Bo chimed in, "Lin Feng's abode undoubtedly harbors beautiful companions. Consider this. With Lin Feng's modest means, he is essentially a wealthy man, and the women by his side must be stunning. The first person to enter Lin Feng's home will not only have the liberty to select resources but also lay claim to his women." Their synchrony acted as a catalyst, instantly rekindling the spirit of the crowd. With generous rewards come brave souls, especially when beauty is involved. In this apocalyptic world, survival has grown increasingly arduous, and the prospect of securing a glimmer of hope alongside beautiful companions is undoubtedly the life they yearn for. Damn it, let's go for it. After all, if we don't enter, we'll starve to death anyway, might as well take the plunge. Exactly. The timid perish of hunger, while the bold thrive. Why should Lin Feng alone enjoy the spoils? I'm claiming his women. With the fervor ignited by Biaozi and Wang Bo, the crowd rallied, their formerly hesitant steps now resolute and firm. However, when they finally exerted all their might, trudging through the thick snow to reach the perimeter of Lin Feng's villa, The sight before them rendered them utterly speechless. The villa's walls, which they had assumed would be easily scaled, were instead encased in a thick layer of ice crystals. Resembling a shimmering mirror, smooth to the point of being nearly insurmountable, Biaozi surveyed the scene, his brow furrowing with a sense of helplessness. Chapter 84. The human ladder. They had not anticipated such a situation. They initially believed that once they scaled the wall, they would effortlessly gain entry into the villa. However, it had become evident that this plan was utterly unfeasible. Wang Bo approached the wall, extending his hand to gently touch the layer of ice crystals. A contemplative expression gracing his face. He turned to Biaozi and spoke, "Brother Biao, while this ice is indeed tough, it is not impenetrable like steel. We might consider using our tools to strike it in turns, creating a makeshift ladder for us to ascend." Biaozi, upon hearing Wang Bo's suggestion, found it somewhat clumsy yet recognized the lack of better alternatives. He nodded and addressed the group. "Wang Bo is right. We have no other options at present. So we must give this a try. Let us take turns striking the wall, but be cautious to avoid injuries." Thus, the group retrieved their tools and began to strike the wall in succession. The arduous process was understood by all as their sole means of extricating themselves from this predicament. As time progressed, gaps gradually appeared in the wall. Though still far from forming a proper ladder, it at least ignited a flicker of hope. However, despite their considerable efforts, the outcome was disheartening. The surface of the ice was exceedingly smooth and lacking professional climbing gear. Any attempt to step upon it would result in slipping and falling. Observing the disheveled state of his companions, Biaozi was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He understood that they had exerted their utmost. Yet reality cruelly informed them that this method was futile. "Brother Biao, what shall we do now?" Biaozi took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He recognized that they needed to rethink their strategy and could not afford to squander time and energy on ineffective efforts. "Let us take a moment to rest. We must devise a new plan," he instructed the group. Everyone sat down, panting heavily, their hearts laden with disappointment and resignation. They comprehended that the path ahead would be increasingly arduous, yet retreat was no longer an option. In this frigid apocalypse, survival had become painfully challenging. They had once believed that locating Lin Feng's residence would offer a glimmer of hope, but now that hope appeared to be diminishing. At that moment, Wang Bo spoke up once more. "Brother Biao, I have an idea. With so many of us, we could form a human ladder." Biaozi's eyes sparkled with a hint of understanding. He realized the implications of Wang Bo's suggestion. Although this approach entailed considerable risk and potential for injury, it seemed they had no superior alternatives. "Very well, let us attempt this method," Biaozi resolved, turning to the group. "Prepare yourselves. We shall form a human ladder to ascend." Thus, the group sprang into action, arranging themselves according to height and weight, with Wang Bo, the lightest, designated to climb last. Reluctant as he was, in this moment of crisis, he had no choice but to steel himself for the ascent. Despite their carefulness, the process of forming a human ladder was fraught with difficulty and peril. The biting cold rendered their hands numb, yet they clung tightly to one another, fearful of any misstep. At long last, after immense exertion, they succeeded in creating the human ladder, and the individual at the top carefully began to ascend the icy surface, step by step, until he finally reached the villa's roof. However, upon achieving this feat, they discovered that their hands were now red and some had even suffered frostbite. Yet, they paid no heed to their injuries, exulting in their success as they had found a path to Lin Feng's abode. "I made it. I'm up here," Wang Bo exclaimed joyfully, as if already enveloped in the warmth of Lin Feng's home, relishing the company of beautiful women. Biaozi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement and quickly looked up to see the individual standing atop the villa, waving at them. "Quickly, find a way to break open the roof," Biaozi shouted impatiently. Wang Bo immediately sprang into action, seizing his tool to pry off the roof tiles, intent on breaking through. A sharp metallic clang resonated through the frigid air, and Wang Bo stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief, as despair washed over him. This roof was also made of steel. At that moment, two more individuals managed to climb up, gasping for breath as they approached Wang Bo, who sat despondently on the roof. Concern gripped their hearts upon seeing his expression. One of them hurriedly inquired, "What is the situation? Did you break through? Can we get inside?" Wang Bo, now devoid of the spirit to respond, lowered his gaze in silence. Witnessing this, the other individual could not contain himself and grabbed the tool beside Wang Bo, striking the roof with all his might. However, with a resounding crash, the tool rebounded off the hard iron surface. The force was too great. He lost grip of the tool, which soared through the air in an arc before crashing to the ground far below. The individual, off balance from his exertion, stumbled and fell, landing heavily on the ground with a splash, struggling briefly before succumbing to stillness. Meanwhile, within the villa's bedroom, Li Meiying was atop Lin Feng. Both engaged in an impassioned embrace. Yet, the sudden noise interrupted their revelry. Li Meiying, breathless, said, "Feng, brother Feng, it seems there is some commotion outside. Can you hear it?" Lost in the throes of passion, Lin Feng paid little attention. He surmised it was Zhang Jiaxin and his cohort causing trouble outside and dismissively replied, "No need to worry. No one can breach our sanctuary. Let us continue." With that, he buried himself once more in Li Meiying's embrace. Savoring this rare moment of joy amidst the desolation of the world, Wang Bo led the weary remnants of their group, heads hung low, back to the underground parking lot. His heart felt heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight, making each step a daunting task. He clung to the hope that Zhang Jiaxin's group would return with good news, yet upon reaching the excavation site, the sight that met their eyes extinguished any flicker of hope. Zhang Jiaxin and his entourage sat disconsolate on the ground, exchanging glances of despair. Their expressions mirroring Wang Bo's group, clearly having faced their own setbacks. Chapter 85. On the balcony, a heavy feeling settled in Wang Bo's heart, without needing to ask. He understood that their situation was equally dire. He stepped forward, crouching down to meet Zhang Jiaxing's gaze. The ground beneath them was also made of steel plates, rendering entry impossible. Finally, Zhang Jiaxing spoke, his voice imbued with an indescribable sense of frustration. Wang Bo sighed, shaking his head in resignation. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him, as if all their efforts had dissipated into thin air. The roof was equally inaccessible, leaving them with an icy chill of despair that swept through their hearts, instilling a profound sense of powerlessness. Although they had only sustained minor injuries, their wounds had begun to swell and inflame, causing pain akin to being seared by fierce flames. In this desolate apocalypse, they dared not hope for even the slightest dose of antibiotics. Even the most ordinary anti-inflammatory medication had become an unattainable luxury, particularly for Wang Bo, who had grown accustomed to a life of comfort. He had never faced such arduous circumstances since the onset of the apocalypse. It felt as though he had plummeted from paradise into hell, repeatedly subjected to Lin Feng's oppression, which had placed unprecedented pressure on both his body and soul. This sensation was akin to being crushed under a heavy stone, rendering him nearly breathless. "Ah, damn Lin Feng. You are truly inhuman." Wang Bo suddenly erupted in a furious shout, his voice echoing with boundless rage and resentment. His outburst startled everyone, reverberating through the vast space. Yet, despite Wang Bo articulating their shared sentiments, none of them echoed his loud cries to release their emotions. They were acutely aware that such actions would yield no benefit and would only further aggravate their distress. Thus, they chose silence, quietly gathering their tools, intending to return home. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, causing their hearts to race. Instinctively, they tightened their grips on their tools, nerves taut, prepared for any potential resistance. They feared that Lin Feng had come seeking vengeance. However, as the footsteps drew nearer, they looked up to find it was Sun Yu and Wei Wei. The appearance of these two women surprised them, yet simultaneously brought a sense of relief. Yaozi regarded the two with furrowed brows, his heart laden with concern. He feared that these neighbors, teetering on the brink of collapse, might lose their reason in their despair and fury, potentially committing irreparable acts against Sun Yu and Wei Wei, both of whom were technically his women. He hastened to greet them, asking, "What brings you here?" Yet, Sun Yu did not respond to Biaozi's inquiry. Instead, she walked directly to the forefront, surveying the group with calmness before stating, "Why not try exiting through the balcony? Lin Feng's third-floor apartment has a massive floor-to-ceiling window. If you can't even shatter the glass, then don't dare call yourselves men." Her words, though blunt and somewhat harsh, ignited a spark of hope within the crowd. They began to murmur amongst themselves, some experiencing sudden realizations, slapping their foreheads and exclaiming, "Indeed, how could we have overlooked such a simple solution? Heaven has not forsaken us. Lin Feng, prepare to meet your end." Instantly, their morale surged, akin to a surge of adrenaline. Without the need for direction, they rushed outside in a frenzy. Upon reaching the front of the villa, they encountered the corpse that had fallen from the rooftop, yet this sight did nothing to deter their resolve. Drawing from their prior experience of ascending the roof, they swiftly organized a human pyramid, dozens working in unison to successfully reach the balcony on the third floor. Bang, bang, bang. Armed with tools, they relentlessly struck the gigantic floor-to-ceiling window. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's endeavors were nearing their conclusion. The thunderous sounds of smashing from above knitted his brows in concern. He had not anticipated that Zhang Jiaxing and his group would persist in their turmoil for so long. Gently, he tapped Li Meiying on her curvaceous backside, murmuring, "Hurry, I wish to confront those unknowing neighbors." Li Meiying's heart raced at his words, despite her diligent efforts. She struggled to meet Lin Feng's pace. Shaking slightly, she could not refuse his request, gritting her teeth to quicken her movements. Finally, after 10 minutes of their synchronized cooperation, this exhilarating and passionate ordeal reached its climax. Lin Feng, clad in a pair of shorts and bare-chested, sauntered out of Li Meiying's room. "Be cautious, Feng Ge," she warned. Having developed a unique affection for him, stemming not only from the comforts of his lavish surroundings and plentiful provisions but also from the undeniable charm and vigor he exuded. Turning back, Lin Feng offered her a reassuring smile, responding, "Rest assured, I shall be fine." He then leisurely ascended to the 3rd floor. As he climbed higher, the cacophony of smashing grew louder until he reached the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, light flooded the space, blinding the onlookers outside, who instinctively shielded their eyes. Once they adjusted, they beheld Lin Feng, seated comfortably by the floor-to-ceiling window, a steaming cup of coffee in hand. The stark contrast between the environments was striking. Lin Feng's room was warm and inviting, with a roaring fire in the fireplace, while he lounged in a white chaise, embodying a lord of leisure. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee enveloped the air, enticing all around. Notably, beneath Lin Feng's feet lay Erlang, busily gnawing on a substantial piece of beef, clearly of exquisite quality. This scene sent the neighbors on the balcony into a frenzy. Witnessing Lin Feng's opulent lifestyle, their jealousy and anger ignited like wildfire. They pounded against the floor-to-ceiling window, indifferent to the pain in their hands from the impact. "Brothers, give it your all. Let us take down this bastard. Follow my lead. 1, 2, 3. Strike." The glass resonated with a thunderous crack under their relentless assault. Yet, Lin Feng merely cradled his coffee, quietly enjoying the spectacle. No matter how hard you try, you won't breach my window." The entire window was fortified with ballistic-grade glass, designed for heads of state. Not only sturdy and durable but also remarkably transparent, casting a bright, soft light within. In terms of ballistic resistance, this glass excelled beyond compare. Chapter 86. A beauty and embrace. Ordinary gunfire was mere child's play against it, and even small explosives could not shake it in the slightest. As anticipated, the group gradually began to sense something amiss. They had initially believed that this window was made of acrylic, easily shatterable with a few forceful strikes. However, after a dozen of them took turns smashing at it for quite some time, they had not even managed to create a single crack. "Yao Ge, something's not right. This doesn't seem like ordinary glass," one of the subordinates remarked, unable to contain his concern. Upon hearing this, Biaozi awoke from his stupor. Halting his actions to scrutinize the window intently, he realized that the glass was remarkably sturdy, and the sound it emitted when struck was unlike that of regular glass. At that moment, Wang Bo calmly produced a thick nail, his hammer poised for action. He aimed for the corner of the floor-to-ceiling window, the most vulnerable point of the glass. Taking a deep breath, he swung the hammer with all his might toward the nail. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the glass to shatter under the force of the hammer, forming a web-like pattern of cracks. After all, this method had proven effective when breaking car windshields, and they believed it would yield similar results this time. However, unexpectedly, the floor-to-ceiling window seemed to possess an unyielding magic. No matter how forcefully Wang Bo struck, the window remained steadfast, not revealing even a hint of a crack. Their gazes filled with astonishment and confusion. They could hardly believe their eyes. "What on earth is this glass?" Biaozi exclaimed, his voice tinged with frustration and anger. "It must be bulletproof glass," one subordinate hesitantly speculated. As his words fell, a brief silence enveloped the group. It dawned on them that this window was crafted from such advanced protective material. No wonder they could not easily breach it. Faced with this impregnable bulletproof glass, despair began to wash over them. They had initially thought that with their tools and strength, they could easily break through the window and enter the room. Yet, reality dealt them a heavy blow. Biaozi clenched his fists, a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes. He could not accept the fact that a mere sheet of glass stood between him and his goal. He surveyed his surroundings, searching for alternative points of entry, only to discover that the massive floor-to-ceiling window was like an indestructible barrier, every inch tightly encased in specialized bulletproof glass, seamless and flawless. "No, Lin Feng, I will fight you. Everything in this room belongs to me. Lin Feng, I will take your women." "Ah, women. You have reminded me." Meanwhile, Sun Siyu, still lost in a drowsy dream, suddenly felt a chill as someone gently lifted her blanket. Before she could react, powerful arms tenderly cradled her. "Ah." A startled cry broke the morning's tranquility as Sun Siyu opened her eyes in panic. Upon realizing it was Lin Feng, her tension gradually dissipated, and she recalled that she was indeed residing in Lin Feng's home. What are you doing? Sun Siyu asked shyly, a ripple of anticipation stirring within her. Believing Lin Feng wished to share intimate moments with her. Although she felt bashful, she was mentally prepared, thus wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's neck and shutting her eyes, awaiting what might transpire next. However, Lin Feng gently released her, allowing her to sink back onto the soft bed. What are you thinking? Hurry and get dressed. Come upstairs with me. Sun Siyu's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling immensely embarrassed as if Lin Feng had seen through her thoughts. A traditional and conservative girl. She wished she could vanish into a hole in the ground at that moment, despite her anxiety. Sun Siyu quickly donned the clothes from her bedside and followed Lin Feng up to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the upper floor, she heard the sounds of violent banging, causing her heart to tighten. Could it be that Zhang Jiaxing and his gang had broken in? Clutching Lin Feng's shirt tightly, she cautiously approached the floor-to-ceiling window. There, she saw a dozen neighbors gathered, 2 of whom were furiously smashing the glass, creating a deafening noise. Sun Siyu felt her heart leap to her throat, terrified they might break through. Lin Feng, however, remained remarkably calm. He sat in a recliner and gestured for Sun Siyu to take a seat on his lap. Hesitating for a moment, she ultimately complied, snuggling against him, feeling the warmth and safety he exuded, which gradually eased her fear. The group outside, once consumed by their frenzy, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, redirecting their gazes towards Sun Siyu. When they beheld her graceful figure nestled on Lin Feng's lap, expressions of envy spread across their faces. At that moment, Sun Siyu finally understood Lin Feng's intention. With a gentle smile, she picked up a plump grape from the coffee table and tenderly fed it to Lin Feng, separated by a mere transparent window. The crowd outside braved the biting wind and snow, shivering uncontrollably. In stark contrast, the scene within was entirely different. Lin Feng reclined leisurely in the comfortable chair, with the gentle and charming Sun Siyu perched on his lap, both enjoying delectable food while occasionally sharing soft whispers, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. This vivid juxtaposition incited a burning jealousy in the eyes of the neighbors outside, nearly driving them to madness. They hurled venomous curses, their voices hoarse with rage, eyes brimming with resentment. Lin Feng, you scoundrel, you will reap your just deserts. If you have the guts, come out and face me. Only the victor deserves to enjoy such a life. Coward, get out here, and let me see if I don't destroy you. Everything here should belong to me. Listening to the taunts outside, Lin Feng remained undeterred. He pulled Sun Siyu into his embrace and fervently pressed his lips against her flushed mouth. Sun Siyu shyly lowered her head, a blush spreading across her face, as Lin Feng felt her softness and warmth beneath him. An inexplicable surge of excitement welled up within him. Since his rebirth, he sensed that certain desires had intensified compared to before. Sun Siyu gradually perceived the subtle changes in Lin Feng's demeanor beneath her, the potent masculine aura quickening her heartbeat and warming her cheeks. Yet, she was acutely aware of her identity and position. Without Lin Feng's explicit consent, she dared not make any bold moves. Chapter 87. It rained. She could only obediently nestle in Lin Feng's embrace, resembling a docile kitten, enveloped tightly by his warmth. Outside, the crowd was numbed by the luxurious life that Lin Feng led, akin to a paradise. They watched, wide-eyed. As the opulent safe house radiated a warm glow from the fireplace, the generator hummed steadily, and an abundance of food piled high. Even the pet dog savored succulent beef. However, the most envious sight was the exquisite beauty of the doctor, who sat peacefully in Lin Feng's arms. This scene was almost unbelievable, leading them to question their grasp on reality. They pounded against the door for over half an hour, each strike accompanied by a mix of fury and helplessness. Exhausted, they ultimately ceased their efforts, crouching on the ground, gasping for breath. Their eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng's seemingly serene existence, brimming with an envy so intense it could almost be felt. Indeed, they had completely surrendered. Such futile struggles would only hasten their demise. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the silence. The crowd turned to see one individual succumbing to the overwhelming psychological strain, desperately leaping from the balcony. This scene further twisted the hearts of those already despondent. In the frigid temperatures below 40 degrees, compounded by the heavy blow, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, within the house, Sun Siyu nestled against Lin Feng, softly remarking that the others seemed on the verge of collapse. Hearing her words, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and replied nonchalantly, On the verge of collapse? That simply won't do. I must provide them with a little more incentive. He gently pushed Sun Siyu aside, rose from the lounge chair, and approached the coffee table to retrieve a bottle. What followed caused those on the balcony to gasp in horror. Lin Feng produced a lighter and ignited the liquid within the bottle. Instantly, an opening appeared above them. and a burst of flames erupted forth. As a countermeasure, Lin Feng's residence was equipped with multiple observation ports. The bottle arced through the air in a yellow trajectory, landing with a resounding crash on the ground. With a sharp pop, a roaring fire ignited instantly. Even in such sub-zero conditions, the gasoline burned fiercely, releasing a torrent of heat. The flames swiftly cut off their escape route, and sparks flew onto their bodies, igniting their down jackets and thermal pants in an instant. The balcony, already cramped, became an inferno as the flames engulfed the clothing of the dozen individuals who had been doused in gasoline. They screamed in terror, attempting to extinguish the flames licking at their bodies, but in this bitter cold, the fire only intensified. Soon, the entire balcony transformed into a sea of flames, and those neighbors who had clung to a glimmer of hope could now only struggle for survival within the raging inferno. Sun Siyu let out a scream, quickly covering her mouth. She had witnessed Lin Feng's ruthlessness before, yet seeing it up close filled her with dread. However, she dared not move, closing her eyes and wishing for it all to end swiftly. Yet, Lin Feng showed no signs of relenting due to her fear. Calmly, he picked up another Molotov cocktail and unhesitatingly tossed two more into the fray. With a series of sharp sounds, the bottles shattered on the ground, followed by the roar of flames. The group huddled in a corner of the balcony, their figures appearing utterly helpless and desolate amidst the firelight. The limited space on the balcony offered no refuge from the raging flames. Illuminated by the fire, they clung tightly together, forming a massive fireball, glaringly bright against the night. Biaozi, trapped at the heart of this fiery sphere, found the flames on his body relatively few, yet he could not afford to dwell on this. He looked up at the scattered snowflakes falling from the sky, filled with an endless longing, hoping for the snow to fall heavier, dousing the flames engulfing him. Zhang Jiaxing, leading those who had not made it to the balcony, witnessed this scene. The fierce flames stood out starkly against the night, as if threatening to consume the entire world. He shouted loudly, "Jump! Quickly jump! There is still a slim chance of survival down below. Staying up here will only lead to a fiery death." No sooner had he spoken than several fireballs rained down. Clearly, some had heeded his advice, choosing to leap from the balcony. However, the darkness of night obscured their view of what lay below. Landing in the deep snow might offer a sliver of hope. Elsewhere, survival was uncertain at best. As Lin Feng admired the courage of those individuals, a sudden, deafening crash startled Sun Siyu, making her tremble. She opened her eyes to see a ghastly face desperately pounding against the glass door. "Help! Please, save me." This sight horrified Sun Siyu, prompting her to rush behind Lin Feng for refuge, terrified that the individual might burst through. Lin Feng, however, remained composed, observing the chaos outside, fully aware that this survival game was far from over. The anguished wails echoed hauntingly in the night sky, their pain slicing through the darkness, reaching the depths of every soul. This heart-wrenching sound seemed to possess a strange power, making all who heard it acutely aware of the boundless suffering and despair. Yet, in this merciless world, not everyone wished for the balcony occupants to escape the clutches of death. For some, each additional death meant more food and a greater hope for survival. Suddenly, the sky began to drizzle with water droplets, stirring excitement among those on the balcony. "Look, it's raining. Wow, this is wonderful. We're saved." The occupants spread out, spinning in circles, hoping the rain would quench the flames and alleviate their agony. However, amidst this jubilant atmosphere, no one noticed that the water was not falling from the heavens but rather spraying from Lin Feng's high-pressure water gun. His intention was not to grant them a swift death but to inflict torment, ensuring they suffered deeply before their demise. "It hurts. It itches. What is happening? Is this rain toxic?" Chapter 88. "I've been waiting for you for a long time indeed." Lin Feng had infused the water with chili extract. This potent mixture, when applied to wounds, not only incited excruciating pain but also inflicted an unbearable itch, as if countless ants were gnawing at one's skin. Even more alarming, this chilly water accelerated the risk of infection, rendering the agony all the more intolerable. Lin Feng observed the unfolding chaos with an icy indifference. Within him stirred no emotion. His desire lay in the suffering and despair of these individuals. Only through their torment could he derive a modicum of satisfaction and pleasure. At that moment, Wang Bo had discerned Lin Feng's involvement, yet he chose to remain silent, seizing the opportunity while others were still in a state of shock. He clutched a nearby man and tumbled downwards, clearly using the individual as a cushion to mitigate his fall. Biaozi and his two subordinates witnessed this scene and emulated Wang Bo's actions, leaping down as well. As the remaining individuals regained their senses, panic ensued as they frantically scanned their surroundings, fearful of becoming the next victim to be cast off. Gripping their weapons tightly, they braced for defense. Yet the terror within them was palpable. However, time was not on their side. The rain-soaked garments upon their bodies began to freeze, the biting cold permeating their very beings, causing involuntary shivers. If they did not flee soon, they risked being frozen into statues, forever trapped in this place. Yet, Lin Feng had no intention of allowing them to escape so easily. Standing on the balcony, he regarded the crowd below with a detached gaze, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, if anyone has to die, let it not be on my balcony. That would be bad luck. He then increased the water flow, powerful jets cascading down like a torrential downpour, sweeping the remaining individuals off the balcony. Whether they lived or perished was left to fate. As the outside world gradually fell silent, Sun Xiu cautiously moved her hand away from her face, slowly peering out to the now vacant balcony. Doubt crept into her mind, accompanied by an indescribable tension as her voice trembled with inquiry. Did they all perish? Lin Feng slightly turned his head. Observing the lingering fear in Sun Xiu's expression, a subtle smile of nonchalance gracing his lips. I don't know, but even if they survive today, their demise will come soon enough. His words conveyed a chilling indifference towards life, sending a shiver down Sun Xiu's spine. As a doctor, her calling was to save lives. Yet at this moment, she found herself standing alongside a murderer. The irony of the situation stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Nonetheless, Sun Xiu recognized that in this apocalyptic world, survival was paramount. She recalled the greed and cruelty of those individuals, a wave of indignation surging within her. She firmly believed her choices were justified. Otherwise, she too might have been among those who met a tragic end in this calamity. With clarity in her thoughts, Sun Xiu approached Lin Feng and gently linked her arm with his. Looking up at him, she asserted, I think those people got what they deserved. They shouldn't have coveted your supplies. Lin Feng, taken aback by her words, quickly regained his composure. In this desolate world, survival necessitated transformation in everyone. Meanwhile, Li Meiying had already donned her attire, sitting patiently in her room, awaiting developments. The sounds of smashing and screams from upstairs pierced her heart like sharp arrows, igniting a profound anxiety for Lin Feng's safety. Clenching her hands tightly, her eyes brimmed with worry, each noise quickened her heartbeat, fearing for Lin Feng's well-being. Yet, she understood the necessity of restraint. She could not venture through the tightly sealed door, or else she would have rushed to check on him long ago. Finally, when the door slowly opened and Lin Feng appeared unharmed, a great weight lifted from her heart. She sprang to her feet and hurried to embrace him. Are you all right? You frightened me to death. Lin Feng gently stroked Li Meiying's hair, smiling as he replied, How could anything happen to me? You should be worried about Zhang Jiaxing and his gang. Her recollection of being Zhang Jiaxing's lover flashed in her mind, and fearing Lin Feng's anger, she hastily clarified, No, not at all. I wouldn't worry about that old man. Meeting you is my greatest happiness. Lin Feng gazed into Li Meiying's earnest eyes, a sense of fulfillment blossoming within him. Regardless of the authenticity of her feelings, her words provided him immense comfort. He recognized that Li Meiying had clarified her position, wholly aligning herself with him. In the kitchen, Sun Xiu busied herself preparing breakfast, the pot on the stove bubbling with enticing aromas. Witnessing this, Li Meiying promptly set aside her tasks and eagerly entered the kitchen, offering her assistance. As they worked together, light-hearted banter filled the air, creating a harmonious and warm atmosphere. They both understood that during this extraordinary time, any discord between them was unacceptable, for they knew Lin Feng was a decisive man. Should any rift arise, he would not hesitate to expel them from his home. After breakfast, Li Meiying excused herself, claiming fatigue from the previous night, and gently closed the door, granting space for Lin Feng and Sun Xiu. Sun Xiu stood at the kitchen doorway, watching Li Meiying's departing figure, a swirl of complex emotions brewing within her. She was acutely aware of the impending events. Lin Feng's prowess in that regard was formidable, and she might struggle to keep up alone. Recalling Li Meiying's earlier words, a flush of embarrassment crept onto her cheeks. Yet, Sun Xiu realized that she needed to take the initiative to win Lin Feng's favor. She could not allow him to think she was unwilling to share a room with him. Otherwise, he might turn to Li Meiying. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and approached Lin Feng. Standing before him, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. Slowly, she began to shed her clothing, revealing her delicate and graceful curves. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration and longing as he beheld her. Although Sun Xiu felt a tinge of shyness, she mustered her courage to present herself to him. He gently encircled her waist, pulling her close. They breathed in each other's essence, their heartbeats synchronizing. Lin Feng leaned down, whispering in her ear, You are truly beautiful. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 89 Reactions from all sides at last. Sun Si began to comprehend the formidable prowess of Lin Feng. However, being inexperienced, she found herself unable to withstand Lin Feng's relentless onslaught, compelling her to seek assistance from Li Meiying. The arrival of Li Meiying intensified the already fierce battle. At times, she would personally engage in the fray, showcasing her adept skills and agile form to steer the course of the conflict. At other times, she would stand by, calmly directing Sun Si. Under Li Meiying's guidance, Sun Si gradually blossomed within the tumult of battle. She approached her learning with humility, diligently observing and absorbing various stances and techniques from Li Meiying. As Sun Si relaxed her taut nerves, she began to savor the thrilling excitement of the encounter, concurrently experiencing the joys of femininity. Time slipped away unnoticed until this smoke-free skirmish finally came to a close. The three of them embraced in slumber, weary yet content. It was not until dusk that Lin Feng stirred from his dreams. Upon opening his bleary eyes, he beheld the sight of the two women peacefully asleep beside him. He refrained from disturbing them, knowing they had exerted tremendous effort during the day's tussle and were in dire need of rest. Thus, Lin Feng rose quietly and made his way to the kitchen. He retrieved an array of the finest ingredients from his space: abalone, lobster, tuna, matsutake mushrooms, and cordyceps, all meticulously selected for the two women, as he intended to personally prepare a feast for them. Before long, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. When the tantalizing scent wafted into the dreams of the two women, Lin Feng had already set the dining table in a warm and elegant manner. "Awake? Come and taste the delicacies I have prepared for you," he called to them. Sun Si and Li Meiying exchanged smiles as they rose from their beds, clad in loose-fitting sleepwear, and made their way to the table. Their eyes sparkled upon seeing the array of culinary delights. "Wow, it smells incredible, Lin Feng. You are truly remarkable," Sun Si exclaimed. "Thank you for the compliment. I am glad you enjoy it," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Relishing the moments as the two women served him dishes and poured wine, the three gathered around the table, cherishing this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. However, the pleasant scene was short-lived as Lin Feng's brow suddenly furrowed, troubled by something. Li Meiying sensed the disturbance and glanced subtly towards the back door before speaking softly to Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, I think I hear some commotion outside. It seems there are people." All three at the table simultaneously halted their actions and listened attentively. Observing Lin Feng's displeasure, Sun Si understood his feelings and, without waiting for him to speak, stood up and approached the back door. She cautiously leaned in to peer through the peephole. And what she witnessed astonished her. Dozens of neighbors were neatly kneeling outside, their heads bowed in what appeared to be a collective act of contrition. They cried out in unison, "Lin Feng, we were wrong. Please forgive us." Moreover, there was someone filming the entire scene, sharing the video in a group chat to rally more participants to join their ranks. Sun Si returned to the dining table and relayed the situation to Lin Feng in detail. "Lin Feng, what should we do? We can't just let them kneel at the door indefinitely. This is not a solution." After listening to Sun Si's account, Lin Feng regarded her with a deep gaze, perceiving her burgeoning compassion. In contrast, Li Meiying maintained her steady and resolute demeanor. "Brother Feng, do not be swayed by these individuals. They are attempting to morally manipulate you. If you extend your hand to help them, they will cling to you like parasites, perpetually demanding more." Lin Feng did not respond to the women's concerns. Instead, he picked up his phone and accessed the surveillance footage, where he saw a large crowd gathered outside, a dark mass surging like a tide. More people were arriving, joining the kneeling throng. Some, fearing Lin Feng could not hear their pleas, took out their phones to record themselves kneeling and banging their heads against the ground, sharing it within the group chat. In the video, their faces were gaunt, voices choked with emotion as they implored, "Lin Feng, I'm starving. Please. Give me something to eat. Even a packet of instant noodles will do." Some even went so far as to strike their foreheads until they bled to demonstrate their sincerity. "I have an elderly mother of 80 and a nursing child. I want nothing for myself, just help my family." Yet, their heartfelt pleas did not evoke sympathy from all. Someone in the crowd exposed their deceit. "To hell with you. As a lifelong bachelor, where would you get a child?" Observing the neighbor's antics, Lin Feng merely shook his head lightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, exuding an indescribable charm. He was not moved by their antics, rather, he found them amusing. He recorded a video of his own, showcasing a lavish spread of delectable dishes, the aroma wafting through the air. He sat at the table, enjoying the company of the two beautiful women, laughter and joy filling the atmosphere. "There is truly no need for this. It pains me to see you like this. Look, seeing you in such a state has made it impossible for me to enjoy my meal. I can only sit here and admire the grace of these two lovely ladies." As soon as this video was shared, it incited a tremendous uproar in the group chat. Everyone beheld the lavish spread of top-tier cuisine, dishes that were a rare sight even before the apocalypse, let alone during such trying times. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the kneeling supplicants cried out even more loudly, their prostrations growing fervent. Lin Feng, the three of you cannot possibly consume all this food. Just give us the leftovers. Do you like a dog at home? Rest assured, I will bite whoever you tell me to. I only ask for a morsel to eat. I am naturally inclined to be a sycophant, and I promise to cater to your every whim. The neighbors' gazes were magnetically drawn to the sumptuous feast, yet some eyes discreetly shifted towards Sun Si and Li Meiying. A wave of intense anxiety surged within Xiao Hanyue. She hurriedly grabbed her phone and rushed into Zhang Yiting's room. Yiting, have you seen the video Lin Feng posted in the group? Those two beauties beside him are breathtakingly gorgeous. What if he decides to ignore us in the future? Xiao Hanyue's words were laced with profound concern. Currently, her family was able to evade worries about food solely because she and Zhang Yiting had exchanged their bodies for sustenance from Lin Feng. Now, having glimpsed the beauty of Li Meiying and Sun Si, they felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Chapter 90. The madwoman Zhang Yiting clutched her phone, anxiously scanning the messages in the group. Her face mirrored the concern that weighed heavily upon her. Sister-in-law, what should we do? Perhaps we should seek out Lin Feng. If he ignores us, we shall surely starve. Xiao Hanwei hesitated momentarily. She understood that approaching Lin Feng at this juncture was not a prudent decision. Given the throng gathered at his doorstep, he would undoubtedly refuse them entry. Yet, confronted with their predicament, she felt utterly at a loss. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the room's stillness. Zhang Qingming burst into Zhang Yiting's bedroom, seething with anger and dissatisfaction. Are you two still idle enough to chat? Have you not noticed the two exquisite beauties residing at Lin Feng's? Why do you not devise a plan to entice him? Zhang Qiming was spared the need to join any factions or risk his life for sustenance, solely due to the presence of two women in his household. Ever since he learned that Xiao Hanwei had been exchanging her body for food with Lin Feng, he dared not even approach her, fearing Lin Feng's disdain. However, the two women had grown numb to Zhang Qingming's selfishness and ineptitude. They merely shot him a cold glance, choosing silence over confrontation. Since being mercilessly confined in that dim chamber by Zhao Jiangwo, Zhao Ting had become almost possessed, her grip on her phone unwavering as she fixated on Lin Feng's photograph. Yet, upon seeing two beautiful women beside him, jealousy and fury ignited within her. No, Lin Feng is mine. I am his woman, she screamed, her body thrashing in a desperate bid to break free from her restraints. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the ropes binding her were torn asunder by her frenzied strength. Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan, hearing the commotion from the living room, rushed in to assess the situation. Upon witnessing Zhao Ting's wild state, they combined their efforts to subdue her on the bed, attempting to restore her calm. What are you doing? Are you mad? Li Huiwan exclaimed, struggling to hold Zhao Ting down. But in her manic state, Zhao Ting possessed an extraordinary strength, making it nearly impossible for Li Huiwan to contain her. Let me go. I must find Lin Feng, Zhao Ting shouted. In an instant, she landed a powerful punch to Li Huijuan's face, causing her to recoil in pain, and seizing the opportunity. Zhao Ting broke free and bolted for the door. However, as she gasped for breath and reached Lin Feng's doorstep, she was met with a throng of people blocking her path. Clear the way, Zhao Ting cried, her eyes wide with desperation. All eyes turned toward her. Upon seeing her disheveled appearance and contorted visage, many were overtaken by fear. Goodness, it's a ghost. The ghost is here. Everyone run. This spectacle sent a portion of the crowd fleeing, yet many remained, either emboldened or pretending to be so, drawn by curiosity to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, a familiar voice rose above the din. She is not a ghost. She is Zhao Ting, Lin Feng's ex-wife. The speaker was Sun Yu, who knew Zhao Ting better than anyone else and immediately recognized her. Sun Yu stepped forward, regarding Zhao Ting with a cold gaze. What do you seek here? In your current state, do you dare to plead for Lin Feng's forgiveness? Zhao Ting glared fiercely at Sun Yu, insanity glimmering in her eyes. Why should I not come? Lin Feng was mine before, is mine now, and shall always be mine. With that, she shoved Sun Yu aside and dashed toward Lin Feng's door. Sun Yu attempted to restrain her, but Zhao Ting's strength was astonishing, and she could not succeed. The crowd instinctively parted, eager for the spectacle to continue, hoping Zhao Ting's reckless actions would prompt Lin Feng to open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng, open the door. I am your little sweetheart. I have come for you. Let me in, Zhao Ting cried out. Lin Feng shuddered at the sound of her voice, revulsion surging within him. He nearly succumbed to the impulse to electrify this madwoman, yet he ultimately restrained himself, realizing that would be too lenient on Zhao Ting. However, He firmly resolved not to venture outside, fully aware that doing so could plunge him into unforeseen peril. He would not engage in such folly, especially with a multitude gathered outside, their eyes gleaming with fervor and madness. Should they seize their chance, the frenzy and cruelty hidden within them would erupt, leading them to harm him without hesitation. Outside, Sun Yu seemed to sense Lin Feng's thoughts, not wishing to squander this opportunity. She aimed to pull Zhao Ting away to curry favor with him. Yet, the crowd enveloped her, preventing her approach. They were all eager to see how this drama would unfold between Zhao Ting and Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat before the surveillance screen in his home, observing the tumult outside. In a moment, I will create chaos. Take this chance to pull Zhao Ting away. Once successful, I shall reward you with 5 packets of instant noodles. Sun Yu's face lit up with surprise at the message. She swiftly turned to inform Wei Wei beside her, and they exchanged a knowing glance, preparing to act at a moment's notice. Just then, an unidentified object suddenly soared from the direction of Lin Feng's home, arcing through the air and landing among the crowd. Zhao Ting, intently watching the activity at Lin Feng's door, immediately recognized it as a deliberate distraction meant to lure everyone. "Look above," she shouted. Attention shifted as the object descended slowly, caught by a fortunate individual. "Wow, it's potato chips. How wonderful. Lin Feng has graciously provided us with food." However, as the person eagerly opened the package, they discovered it contained only 2 thin chips, the rest being cold glass beads. This was merely Lin Feng's method of adding weight. Unbeknownst to the others, they remained blissfully unaware, reveling in the delight of receiving food. Whoosh, another object flew from Lin Feng's direction, drawing the crowd's attention once more. "Look, something else has been thrown." Chapter 91. Walking the dog, Lin Feng continued to toss food in various directions, much like one would when walking a dog, amusing the onlookers. Seizing the moment, Sun Yu stealthily approached Zhao Ting with Wei Wei by her side. Taking advantage of Zhao Ting's momentary distraction, they swiftly incapacitated her and quickly dragged her away. At this moment, Zhang Jiaxi's abode was bustling with activity. A dozen or so individuals, including Biaozi and Wang Bo, huddled together, swathed in thick quilts, yet they shivered uncontrollably. These were the injured from the previous assault on Lin Feng's balcony, and they attributed their failure and suffering to Zhang Jiaxi's strategic blunders. Biaozi touched his feverish forehead, a frown creasing his brow as unease washed over him. He recalled the water Lin Feng had sprayed the night before, laced with a copious amount of chili pepper, intended to exacerbate their wounds' infections. He kicked Wang Bo, who was leaning against the door of Zhang Jiaxi's bedroom. Wang Bo, groggy, opened his eyes and, seeing Biaozi's signal, wearily rose to his feet. Zhang Jiaxi, having spent a sleepless night, sighed in resignation upon hearing the knock and made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of a dozen individuals sprawled across the living room, which sent a jolt of headache through him. He understood that these people would not leave easily, and even his bodyguards had sustained injuries in the conflict. He was at a loss as to how to expel them, resigned to their presence. As soon as Biaozi saw Zhang Jiaxi emerge, he approached him, his tone laced with subtle menace. "Mr. Zhang, you're a businessman. You must find a way out of this. If this continues, we shall all perish here." Biaozi's words only served to deepen Zhang Jiaxi's headache. He realized these individuals would not relent, and they were determined to drag him down with them in their demise. At that moment, one of Zhang Jiaxi's personal bodyguards hurried over, his face ashen, as if he had witnessed something dreadful. "Mr. Zhang, you must check the group chat on your phone." Miss Li. She. The mere mention of Li Meiying sent a jolt of anxiety through Zhang Jiaxi. He quickly stepped closer to the bodyguard, gripping his collar tightly, his eyes brimming with urgency and anticipation. "Quickly, tell me, what has happened to Meiying?" In his pursuit of her affection, he had lavished considerable wealth to elicit even a smile from her. Over the years, he had meticulously nurtured this relationship, fearful of any misstep. Yet, Li Meiying had inexplicably vanished, as if she had evaporated from the world. This situation loomed over Zhang Jiaxi like a heavy stone, robbing him of peace. Now, at last, he had caught wind of news concerning her. How could he not be overwhelmed with emotion? The bodyguard, observing Zhang Jiaxi's frantic demeanor, felt a tremor of apprehension. He knew he could not conceal the truth, yet he feared that revealing it might incite Zhang Jiaxi's wrath further. You should see for yourself. I truly do not know how to explain. Damn it, this useless fool." Zhang Jiaxi furiously shoved the bodyguard aside and stormed back into his room. "Ah, Lin Feng. You wretched scoundrel, I swear I will kill you." Zhang Jiaxi's roar echoed like thunder before a tempest within the confines of his room. His eyes widened in fury as he fixated on his phone screen. Lin Feng's video pierced his heart like a sharp blade. In the video, Li Meiying was unmistakably present in Lin Feng's home, a revelation that ignited Zhang Jiaxia's rage and despair. Biaozi and the others, hearing Zhang Jiaxia's bellowing, could not suppress their derisive laughter. Huh? Kill Lin Feng? You can only shout here. The last time, you brought hundreds and still couldn't breach his door. Now you want to kill him? What a farce. However, despite his thoughts, Biaozi refrained from voicing them. He understood that Zhang Jiaxia was on the brink of fury, and any misstep could escalate into a greater conflict. Biaozi did not wish to provoke Zhang Jiaxia at this moment. After all, cornered dogs may leap over walls. And humans are no different. Zhang Jiaxia's anger raged within him like an uncontrollable inferno. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. The fire of his indignation erupted like a volcano, impossible to suppress. Trembling fingers crafted a voice message in the group chat, his tone dripping with threats and fury. Lin Feng, listen well. Li Meiying is my woman. She belongs to me. You had better return her to me unharmed, along with a few bottles of fine wine and a lavish feast to atone for your sins. Should you dare to disrespect her or delay my return, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As soon as the message was sent, a heavy silence enveloped the group chat. Not only Lin Feng but the other residents were left astounded by Zhang Jiaxia's arrogance and audacity. Who granted him such audacity? Was it Liang Jingru? At such a juncture, he dared to openly threaten Lin Feng, sheer recklessness. Zhang Jiaxia was acutely aware of his impulsiveness and the risks involved. However, he could not bear the thought of Li Meiying being in Lin Feng's clutches. The jealousy and wrath that consumed him had rendered him irrational. He yearned to retrieve Li Meiying at all costs and ensure Lin Feng faced retribution, just as the group chat languished in silence. With residents speculating about the entanglement between Zhang Jiaxia and Lin Feng finally spoke. Not courteous? What are you, exactly? You brought hundreds and still couldn't touch me. I'm eager to see how you plan to be not courteous. Lin Feng's words struck Zhang Jiaxia like a dagger, igniting a fresh wave of rage and humiliation within him. The mockery from Lin Feng felt like a public slap to his face. His countenance turned ashen, his eyes gleaming with malice, as though he wished to devour Lin Feng whole. Lin Feng, you shall not meet a good end. I refuse to believe this chill will last forever. Once it subsides, it shall be your demise. Hearing this, Lin Feng's ire flared. Dare to insult me? I shall show you a thing or two. He then produced 10 packets of instant noodles and 10 cans of prepared food, neatly arranging them on the table. He gently picked up his phone, capturing photographs of the food, which he subsequently sent to the residents' group chat. With a few taps on his phone screen, he added a message. Aren't you all clamoring about hunger? Now, I offer you an opportunity. Whoever brings me Zhang Jiaxia's head shall claim these provisions as their own. A glint of mockery and indifference danced in Lin Feng's eyes. He was not one to consider others lightly. His intention was to incite a frenzy among this group, prompting them to turn upon one another. Chapter 92, The Bounty on Zhang Jiaxing. He believed that only in this manner could he inject a modicum of amusement into the chaotic situation. Li Meiying slowly raised her head, her profound eyes locking onto Lin Feng's, as an indescribable emotion surged within her. Lin Feng was not someone to be trifled with lightly. When Zhang Jiaxing caught sight of the message Lin Feng had posted, a chill swiftly coursed down his spine, as though countless eyes were fixated upon him, leaving him no avenue for escape. Regret and fear enveloped Zhang Jiaxing's heart. He knew he had committed an irreparable blunder. In a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, he hastily sent a message in the group, seeking to quell the uproar. Brother Lin Feng, I was wrong. I was merely joking with you. There is no need to take it so seriously, right? Please have mercy and retract the bounty. However, Lin Feng remained unyielding. He coldly responded, Who do you think you are calling brother? A scoundrel like you is unworthy of such camaraderie. I assure you, not only will I not retract the bounty, but I shall also add 10 packs of instant noodles to the price for your head. As his words echoed, the atmosphere in the group turned palpably tense. No one dare compete with me. This time, I am determined to claim Zhang Jiaxing's head. I foresee this endeavor will not be easy, with bodyguards surrounding Zhang Jiaxing. Going solo poses too great a risk. Is there anyone willing to form a team? I have a small squad ready. We need precisely 10 men, no more. Those strong and courageous, come forward quickly. As Zhang Jiaxing observed the furious remarks from the neighbors in the group, his heart raced with panic. He realized the gravity of the situation. These neighbors would not let him off easily. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Jiaxing found himself trapped with no refuge. In the living room stood over a dozen burly men, each bearing injuries, yet none were to be underestimated. Alone, Zhang Jiaxing was no match for them. What to do? What to do? His heart raced with anxiety, yet he felt utterly powerless. Fleeing seemed to be the only option. But how could he escape this encirclement? Approaching the window, he gazed outside. Suffering from acrophobia, he had intentionally chosen a third-floor apartment, yet the drop still loomed perilously high. Peering down, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Damn it, I'll risk it all. Zhang Jiaxing gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. He swiftly tore the bedsheet and quilt cover into strips, firmly tying one end to the bedpost and the other around his body. He intended to slide down the window and escape this perilous place. Outside, Biaozi and his companions, armed with various tools, stood in a defensive circle by the bedroom door, their eyes locked on the closed door, as if they could already envision Zhang Jiaxing's head transformed into a delectable feast. Suddenly, a sharp crack of breaking glass shattered the tense silence, causing Biaozi's heart to leap as if gripped by an unseen force. Not good, Zhang Jiaxing is making a break for it, Biaozi shouted, quickly kicking open the bedroom door and charging in like a tiger descending the mountain. However, the sight before him left him stunned. The once empty room bore no trace of Zhang Jiaxing. Frantically, he scanned the area for any clues. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the torn bedsheet and quilt cover by the window, fluttering gently in the wind. Biaozi dashed to the window, only to find a vast expanse of white snow below, where Zhang Jiaxing's form had been swallowed by the thick accumulation, disappearing without a trace. Damn it. He got away. Biaozi slammed his fist against the wall, a mixture of anger and disappointment surging within him. If only he had rushed in sooner. But now it was too late. Biaozi knew he was injured and dared not pursue. Any misstep could cost him dearly. He could only watch helplessly as Zhang Jiaxing escaped, the flames of fury within him intensifying. He understood that this failure meant the bounty had slipped through his fingers, marking the loss of a significant opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhang Limei sat on her couch, her gaze filled with endless worry. The child in her arms continued to cry for nourishment, yet her milk had long since run dry, deepening her anxiety. The provisions she had exchanged with Lin Feng were now but a memory, and with her home devoid of food and water, the cries of her child felt like daggers to her heart. She had sent numerous messages to Lin Feng, hoping for another exchange. But each time her words had vanished into the void, unanswered. Doubts crept in. Had Lin Feng found two exquisite beauties and forgotten about her? Watching her child wail in hunger tightened Zhang Limei's heart. She lifted her garment, attempting to soothe the infant with her pale bosom, hoping to momentarily alleviate his distress. Sitting nearby, Song Wei observed this scene, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes, almost causing him to drool. Previously, Zhang Limei had promised him that if he could procure food from Lin Feng, she would share her bed with him. Yet after that encounter, she seemed to have transformed, never mentioning the promise again. Though Song Wei felt a pang of resentment, he dared not push the issue. He could only silently guard Zhang Limei and her child, hoping his sincerity might sway her. In truth, Zhang Limei did not wish to break her promise. In her prime years, she too felt desires. Yet, she feared that if she were to share a bed with Song Wei, Lin Feng would disdain her. Thus, she suppressed her impulses, striving to avoid any intimacy with Song Wei, lest it jeopardize her chances of obtaining food from Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng's bounty announcement, a spark of hope ignited within her. She was acutely aware of Song Wei's capabilities. As a veteran soldier, he was robust and unafraid in the face of multiple adversaries. If he could seize an opportunity to ambush Zhang Jiaxing, the chances of success would be significantly heightened. Zhang Limei extended her phone towards Song Wei, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Look, Lin Feng has posted a bounty. If you kill Zhang Jiaxing, we can exchange it for food. I know your prowess. This should pose no challenge for you. Song Wei scrutinized the bounty on the phone, his brow furrowing. He indeed had confidence in his abilities. He had never regarded Zhang Jiaxing and his ragtag crew as threats. However, recalling the incident in the underground parking lot where he had violated his oath, unease settled in his heart. He hesitated, looking at Zhang Limei. Limei, I have already promised Lin Feng that I would not engage in any malicious acts. As for this matter, Chapter 93. The escape. Zhang Limei gazed at Song Wei, whose indecisiveness ignited a fierce anger within her. She fixed him with a piercing glare, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction and mockery. Do you understand? The bounty was issued by Lin Feng, which signifies what? Zhang Jiansheng is his adversary. If you go kill Zhang Jiansheng, you're merely aiding Lin Feng. Do you comprehend? You blockhead. Song Wei felt a twinge of shame from Zhang Limei's words. He recognized the necessity of making a choice. However, the turmoil and conflict within him rendered him incapable of arriving at an immediate resolution. He inhaled deeply, shutting his eyes as he pondered the balance of risks and rewards, striving to make the most judicious decision. After considerable internal strife and deliberation, Song Wei finally opened his eyes. He gazed deeply into Zhang Limei's eyes before slowly articulating, Limei, you are correct. Since the bounty was issued by Lin Feng, it follows that Zhang Jianxing is indeed his enemy. If I eliminate him, I am, in essence, assisting Lin Feng. Upon hearing Song Wei's words, the fury that had once consumed Zhang Limei dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of joy and anticipation. She clutched Song Wei's hand tightly, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Song Wei, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Rest assured. Once you have slain Zhang Jianxing and procured the provisions, I will repay you handsomely." Song Wei nodded, refraining from further words. He was acutely aware that his decision could entail significant risks, yet he had faith in his capabilities. Moreover, he understood the dire circumstances Zhang Limei faced and was willing to take risks for her sake. Thus, Song Wei commenced preparations for action. That night, he stealthily armed himself with a dagger and rope and departed his home, resolutely setting out for Zhang Jianxin's residence. As he traversed the path to Zhang Jianxin's house, he encountered several groups of individuals, all with a shared objective of reaching the same destination. Despite their numbers, Song Wei felt no trepidation. He was well aware of his agility and extensive combat experience. He intended to await their success before seizing the opportunity to claim Zhang Jianxin's head. Employing his exceptional agility and reconnaissance skills, Song Wei deftly evaded the gaze of the throng, silently approaching Zhang Jianxin's abode. However, just as he was about to reach his destination, he was taken aback to find the door wide open. Oh no, has someone already succeeded? A wave of anxiety washed over him as he feared he might miss the optimal moment. He hurried to the threshold, straining his ears to catch any sounds from within. At that moment, a group emerged, their voices laced with fury. "Damn it, that old bastard Zhang Jianxing has already fled," they exclaimed. "With this heavy snow, he couldn't have escaped far. He must still be in this neighborhood. Let's go find him." It turned out that upon sensing the impending danger, Zhang Jianxing had made an early escape from his home. Meanwhile, Biaozi and the others feared that neighbors might come knocking, thereby returning to their own residences. Upon overhearing their conversation, Song Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rather than disappointment or despair, he perceived this as a rare opportunity. As a former scout, he possessed an unparalleled advantage in locating individuals. He was confident that he would find Zhang Jianxin's hiding place within this neighborhood and fulfill his mission. Zhang Jianxing, a self-made entrepreneur, possessed a mind far superior to the ordinary. He was acutely aware that he stood at the center of a storm, with countless eyes lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing his every move. Thus, he chose to act contrary to expectation, evading public scrutiny by stealthily ascending to the rooftop of his building. On the rooftop, the temperature plummeted to a chilling 40 degrees below, capable of freezing a person into an ice sculpture. The biting wind howled, even more ferocious than that below. Zhang Jianxing clasped his arms tightly across his chest, striving to fend off the bone-chilling cold. He huddled in a corner, a thick layer of snow blanketing him, without a keen eye. One would hardly suspect that a person lay concealed there. On that frigid rooftop, Zhang Jianxing endured the passing hours, his body gradually succumbing to numbness, as though sensation was slipping away. Yet he knew he could not surrender so easily. Finally, at the break of dawn, he mustered the strength to rise. His ears had grown numb from the cold, but he persevered, relying solely on his indomitable will. Summoning every ounce of strength, he shuffled into the stairwell. Though the temperature remained frigid, at least the howling wind was absent. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, striving to regain some vitality. "Damn that Lin Feng. I curse his entire family," Zhang Jianxing silently vowed, determined to make Lin Feng pay for his transgressions. Yet at that moment, he had no refuge, let alone a means of revenge. With a heart heavy with conflicting emotions, Zhang Jianxing descended the stairs, his gaze resolute and unwavering. He halted before a door, inhaling deeply before gently knocking. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the desolate corridor, but silence was his only response. In this apocalyptic world, where anxiety reigned, who would dare open their door to a stranger in the dead of night? Undeterred, he knocked on several doors, yet each time met with the same result. No one answered. Left with no choice, he abandoned the search for shelter and returned to the rooftop. He found a relatively concealed corner, curling his body in an attempt to find warmth against the biting wind. At that moment, he suddenly felt something soft beneath him. Curiously, he reached down and unearthed a bag. Intrigued, he hastily opened it, discovering it filled with instant noodles, potato chips, and chocolate. "I've struck gold." Zhang Jianxing could not contain his exultation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In this desolate world, finding food was an extraordinary stroke of luck. He quickly emptied the bag's contents, preparing to indulge. However, as he did so, he noticed the bag felt unusually light, as if something were amiss. He grasped the packaging and squeezed it firmly, only to find it devoid of contents. "Damn it, It's all empty. Zhang Jinshan's countenance darkened, frustration boiling over as he cast the packaging aside in anger. After a moment, his emotions began to settle, and he crouched down, fixating on the scattered packaging on the ground, seemingly contemplating something. Although the bags were empty, they held profound significance for him. Chapter 94. Deception. With a swift flick of his eyes, he suddenly conceived an idea. He hastily grabbed several packaging bags, as if he had discovered an ingenious plan, and quickly made his way downstairs. By this time, the majority had relinquished their search for Zhang Jiaxing, understanding that prolonged exposure in this apocalyptic world would undoubtedly heighten the peril to their lives. However, a handful of individuals remained undeterred in their quest for Zhang Jiaxing's whereabouts. They banded together in small groups, weaving through the buildings in search of any trace of him. Zhang Jiaxing cautiously evaded everyone, acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. A moment's carelessness could lead to his discovery. He adeptly maneuvered through the darkness of the night, effortlessly eluding the searches of those around him. Soon, he arrived at his destination, Zhao Ting's home. Standing at the door, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his frayed nerves. With resolve, he knocked on the door softly, lowering his voice. Is Zhao Ting at home? Open the door quickly, it's Lin Feng who sent me with food for you. He knocked repeatedly for several minutes until, at last, a rustling sound emanated from within. The first to awaken was Zhao Ting, who had been in a deep slumber. Upon hearing Lin Feng's name, she jolted awake. She threw off her thick quilt in a flurry and rushed towards the door, her heart brimming with excitement and joy. Lin Feng, has he finally forgiven me? Yet, just as her hand reached for the doorknob, she was halted by Zhao Jiangwo. What are you doing? Do you realize how dangerous this is? You don't even know who is outside. How can you just open the door? Zhao Ting, hearing this, felt a surge of panic and tried desperately to shake off Zhao Jiangwo's grip. However, her strength proved insufficient to break free. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she cried out, It's Lin Feng bringing me food. Why won't you let me open the door? Zhao Jiangwo, witnessing her impulsiveness and reckless desire to open the door, felt a surge of anger. With a sharp slap, he struck Zhao Ting across the face. Have you lost your mind? How can you trust someone outside so easily? What if they're a fraud? What if they're dangerous? Why are you being so foolish? Zhao Ting stumbled from the force of the slap, tears streaming down her face. She covered her cheek, looking at Zhao Jiangwo with a wounded expression. Her voice trembling as she replied, I just heard Lin Feng's name and thought he must have forgiven me. Seeing her distress, Zhao Jiangwo's anger subsided slightly. Ting, I understand your feelings for Lin Feng, but in this world of chaos, human hearts are inscrutable. We cannot trust strangers so easily. Nor can we open the door carelessly. Do you understand? Zhao Ting nodded silently, acknowledging that Zhao Jiangwo spoke the truth. Outside the door, Zhang Jiaxing listened intently to the commotion within, his heart racing with anxiety. He recognized the gravity of his situation. Discovery would lead to dire consequences. Time was of the essence, and every second counted. Taking a deep breath, he knocked again with urgency. It's truly Lin Feng who sent me. If you don't believe me, look, I've brought plenty of food, which serves as proof of my sincerity. Prior to this moment, Zhang Jiaxing had made meticulous preparations. He cleverly filled several packages with snow, rendering them heavy and giving the illusion of being filled with precious food. He cautiously positioned the bags in front of the peephole, then activated the flashlight on his phone to illuminate their contours. Zhao Jiangwo peered through the peephole, vaguely discerning the food in Zhang Jiaxing's hands. However, due to Zhang Jiaxing's deliberate concealment, Zhao Jiangwo failed to see his face clearly, which only deepened his suspicion. Having suffered at Lin Feng's hands before, he remained vigilant regarding Lin Feng's intentions. Cautiously, he inquired, Why has Lin Feng come himself? Why did he send you? Zhang Jiaxing seized this opportunity with a sense of triumph. Lin Feng had a conflict with Zhang Jiaxing. You know how cunning he is. Lin Feng feared danger if he came out, so he sent me with the food. As he spoke this excuse, Zhang Jiaxing reveled in his cleverness, convinced of his ingenuity in crafting such a perfect rationale. Zhao Jiangwo, however, furrowed his brow, a wave of unease washing over him. He sensed something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Nevertheless, when he saw the food in Zhang Jiaxing's hands, he instinctively swallowed hard. In this world of scarcity, their family had become little more than skin and bones. Without food, they would likely descend into mutual slaughter. At that moment, Zhao Ting interjected with an urgent and hopeful tone, Dad, please open the door. It must be Lin Feng forgiving me. We'll finally have a good life ahead. Zhao Jiangwo pondered deeply. In this world, who else could provide such bountiful resources but Lin Feng? Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to trust once more. Carefully, he opened the door, allowing a sliver of light to spill forth. However, just then, Zhang Jiaxing felt a chill creep up his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He knew he could not hesitate for even a moment. Swiftly, he reached out, pulling Zhao Ting out from behind the door and turning to lean against the wall, using her as a shield. Zhao Jiangwo and Zhao Ting were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. They had yet to glimpse Zhang Jiaxing's face when a shadow leapt from the darkness. It was Song Wei, armed with a dagger. Song Wei's cold gaze bore into Zhang Jiaxing, his voice laced with deadly intent. Zhang Jiaxing, your time has come. Huddled behind Zhao Ting, Zhang Jiaxing dared not reveal himself. He was acutely aware of Song Wei's skills, having extended invitations to him to join his team in the past, all of which had been met with resolute refusals. Now, confronted by Song Wei's blade, he felt an unprecedented terror. Yet, fear did not rob him of his sanity. He swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, pressing it against Zhao Ting's throat, and spoke with a calm yet firm voice. Song Wei, understand this. She is Lin Feng's ex-wife. If you wish to kill me, I will take her life first. Then, you will face Lin Feng's wrath. Upon hearing this, Song Wei's brow furrowed in concern. He was not worried about Lin Feng's vengeance, but rather felt a profound gratitude towards him. Chapter 95, Traces exposed. If Zhang Jiaxing truly murdered Zhao Ting, would that not be an act of betrayal? Yet, in a moment of distraction, Song Wei found himself at a loss as Zhang Jiaxing seized the opportunity to abduct Zhao Ting and retreat into the house. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, bringing Song Wei back to reality. By then, it was too late. Zhang Jiaxing had already vanished inside with Zhao Ting. Seeing the situation unfold, Song Wei wished to inform Lin Feng of the events transpiring here. However, upon retrieving his phone and glancing at the time, he realized it was already 3 in the morning. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea of making a call and composed a message, clearly detailing the sequence of events before sending it off. Last night, Lin Feng had spent a wild evening with Sun Siyu and Li Meiying. It was not until noon the following day that Lin Feng leisurely stretched and emerged from his cozy bedroom, rubbing his bleary eyes. He took a seat at the dining table, where Li Meiying and Sun Siyu soon served breakfast. As he savored the delicious fare, he perused the message sent by Song Wei. His brow furrowed, and a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Truly, the once mighty Zhang Jiaxing was exceedingly cunning. Noticing Lin Feng's expression, Li Meiying inquired with curiosity, Brother Feng, who are you talking about? Who could earn such high praise from you? Lin Feng accepted the abalone porridge offered by Li Meiying, taking a delicate sip as he replied, It's Zhang Jiaxing. Despite numerous neighbors attempting to intercept him, he still managed to escape. As he spoke, Lin Feng's fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly sending a message in the group chat that exposed Zhang Jiaxing's whereabouts. However, the collective anticipation of the group soon dissipated into disappointment. When they pried open Zhao Ting's front door and rushed inside, they found her family bound to chairs, while Zhang Jiaxing's figure had long since vanished. It turned out that Zhang Jiaxing had anticipated Song Wei's disclosure of his movements. Early that morning, he had cleverly employed several packaging bags as bait, successfully prompting the couple across from Zhao Ting's house to open their door. He acted decisively, taking the man's life, while the woman was retained as a hostage. At that moment, Zhang Jiaxing was concealed behind the peephole of the opposite door, quietly observing the situation at Zhao Ting's residence. A sly smile crept across his face, as if everything lay within his control. As for Zhang Jiaxing's movements, Lin Feng had never concerned himself with them. He understood that as long as his front door remained tightly shut, he would be safe. With abundant supplies at home, no one could pose a threat to him. At this juncture, all eyes were fixated on the substantial bounty, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to eliminate Zhang Jiaxing in exchange for the enticing reward. Amidst this atmosphere, an unexpected figure appeared outside Lin Feng's door. Biaozi. Biaozi found himself in a dire situation. The search for Zhang Jiaxing was relentless, and the wounds on his body began to fester due to a lack of timely treatment, each throbbing as if scorched by fire. The injuries had started to rot and ooze, his strength waning rapidly, rendering him incapable of resisting even an ordinary woman. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to aspire to claim Zhang Jiaxing's head for the bounty? However, for Biaozi, while food held undeniable importance, the wounds he bore were life-threatening. He knew that if he continued down this path, his days were numbered. Thus, he thought of Lin Feng. Lin Feng had established a safe haven, stocked with ample provisions, capable of weathering the storm of this calamity. Surely, he must have stored medicines to treat wounds as well? With this thought in mind, Biaozi steeled himself and approached Lin Feng's door, hoping to find a glimmer of hope, a life-saving remedy. At that moment, Lin Feng was enjoying a tranquil moment, eyes closed, relishing the gentle massage on his shoulders from Li Meiying. Sun Siyu tiptoed over, crouched down, and meticulously massaged Lin Feng's thighs, whispering softly in his ear, "Lin Feng. There's a man kneeling outside, bowing his head." Upon closer inspection, it seems to be Biaozi. Both Li Meiying and Sun Siyu held deep admiration for Lin Feng's formidable prowess. Not only had he effortlessly repelled the hundreds led by Zhang Jiaxing, but he had also brought the once dominant underworld figure Biaozi to his knees. Such strength was truly awe-inspiring. Lin Feng picked up his phone and accessed the surveillance footage, indeed finding Biaozi kneeling at the entrance, looking utterly disheveled. "Let him remain there for now," he said nonchalantly. After half an hour, with Li Meiying and Sun Siyu's hands growing weary from massaging, Lin Feng finally gestured for them to take a break. He rose and slowly approached the door, peering through the peephole to see Biaozi still fervently bowing, his forehead swollen and bruised, a pitiful sight. "Biaozi, how does the sting of infection feel? If you do not receive timely treatment, I fear you shall not last much longer. Let me tell you, this is the consequence of provoking me." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Biaozi felt as though the pain in his wounds intensified. He knew Lin Feng was merely attempting to intimidate him, yet the fear within him was insurmountable. Trembling, he dared not rise, instead crawling to the door. Gently tapping on the panel, pleading, "Lin Feng, I know I was wrong. Look, I have come alone today, without any subordinates. I know you must have antibiotics. And Dr. Sun is also in your home. If you would just help me, I swear I will be your dog from now on, at your beck and call." Faced with the specter of death, Biaozi's fear reached its zenith. He understood that Lin Feng was his only lifeline. Lin Feng regarded the kneeling Biaozi without a flicker of emotion, responding coldly, "Biaozi, do you think this will earn you my mercy? Your actions have crossed my threshold of tolerance. I am not a saint, and I will not soften my heart simply because you kneel. You dared to provoke me. So you must have anticipated such consequences." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Biaozi felt a chill in his heart, realizing he had truly stirred the ire of someone formidable. He continued to plead, "Lin Feng, I understand my mistakes. I genuinely do. I am willing to pay any price, just to ask you for a chance at life." Yet Lin Feng remained unmoved, stating flatly, "Your life holds no value to me. Biaozi, you must pay for your actions. My sparing your life today is already an act of mercy. Leave now, while you still have a few days to live. Do not leave behind any regrets." Tears brimmed in Biaozi's eyes, and upon hearing Lin Feng's words, he sank deeper into despair. Chapter 96. No regrets yet. Anger could not alter his fate. He struggled to rise, stumbling back to his dwelling. Upon returning, he retrieved a knife, attempting to scorch the wound in a misguided effort to eradicate the bacteria. However, his actions were merely ignorant self-deception. The acrid scent of burning fat filled the air, mingling with his anguished cries. He bit down on the blanket, striving to endure the indescribable pain. Alas, all was in vain. His injury did not improve. Rather, it worsened due to his improper treatment. It seemed he could feel his life ebbing away, yet he found himself powerless. Despair washed over him like an unrelenting tide, mercilessly consuming his spirit. Do not leave regrets. Lin Feng's words became his singular goal. As he reflected on his tumultuous life, the women who had flitted in and out like a stream had never ceased. He believed he could control everything, yet at life's end, he found himself profoundly alone. The women who once accompanied him were now nowhere to be found. In this abyss of despair, two figures suddenly materialized in his mind, Sun Yu and Wei Wei. These two women, whom he had once kept, were now the only females he recognized within this complex. The thought surged within him, "My money shall not be easily acquired. Let them accompany me to the grave." A frenzied notion took root in his heart, the desire to use their lives to fill the void of regret and emptiness within him. Gathering his spirit, he made his way to Sun Yu's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Sun Yu and Wei Wei shivered simultaneously, their hearts brimming with fear and anxiety. For days, they had lived in trepidation, fearing someone would come to their door. Now, that fear had materialized. With a quivering voice, Wei Wei said, Yu, what should we do? Someone is here." Though Sun Yu was equally terrified, she understood that fear would not resolve their predicament. She feigned calmness, inhaling deeply before stating, "Let us not panic. Let us see who it is." However, before they could reach the door, Biaozi's voice called out to them. "Sun Yu, Wei Wei, open the door. It's Biaoge." Upon hearing his voice, Sun Yu and Wei Wei felt a slight relief. Although Biaozi was domineering, he had treated them fairly well. Yet, they did not fully let down their guard. In this time fraught with uncertainty and danger, anyone could be a potential threat. Sun Yu's gaze revealed a hint of caution and doubt as she cautiously inquired, "Biaoge, your sudden visit, does it concern something urgent?" Biaozi seemed to anticipate their reaction. taking a deep breath before responding gravely. I've sustained some injuries and require your assistance. Can you help me tend to my wounds? Sun Yu did not reply immediately. Instead, she approached the door, peering through the peephole. There stood Biaozi alone, his face ashen and bloodied, clearly gravely injured. A tumult of emotions surged within her. On one hand, she was reluctant to involve herself in any danger at this moment. On the other, memories of their past connection tugged at her heart. Noticing Sun Yu's hesitation, Wei Wei stepped forward, curiosity piqued, and looked outside as well. Upon seeing Biaozi's weakened state, a bold idea began to form in her mind. Lowering her voice, she whispered to Sun Yu, "You, we haven't eaten for several days. If this continues, we will perish." Sun Yu regarded Wei Wei with confusion, bewildered by her sudden mention of their dire situation. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "What do you mean?" Wei Wei inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for her forthcoming decision. "I've seen in the group that many have begun to turn on each other, resorting to cannibalism. Biaozi is gravely injured. This is our opportunity." Shock coursed through Sun Yu as she grasped the implication behind Wei Wei's words, seized the moment to eliminate him. The notion was too insane for her to accept. She stared at Wei Wei, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wei Wei seemed to sense Sun Yu's reluctance and compassion. She gently clasped Sun Yu's hand, saying, "Yu, I know this is hard to accept, but for our survival, we have no other choice. Biaozi can no longer resist. This is our only chance." After a moment of silence, conflicted emotions battled within Sun Yu. She did not wish to become a murderer, yet she also did not want to starve. Finally, she took a deep breath and arrived at a difficult conclusion. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Swiftly and calmly, Sun Yu moved to the kitchen, carefully retrieving a sharp knife, concealing it in the shadows near the door, exposing only the glinting blade. She cast a glance at Wei Wei, signaling her to open the door. Receiving the signal, though still anxious, Wei Wei understood they had no retreat. She nodded gently, inhaling deeply to steady her racing heart. Slowly, she opened the door, her face adorned with a feigned smile, as if welcoming a long-lost relative. "Oh, Biaoge, how I've missed you. Why did it take you so long to arrive? If not for your injuries, I would have thought you had forgotten us." Biaozi was taken aback by Wei Wei's warmth, his taut nerves loosening slightly. Although malice lingered in his heart, he was momentarily enchanted by her tenderness, causing him to temporarily cast aside his dark intentions toward the two women. Unaware, he embraced Wei Wei and stepped into the home. Just then, Sun Yu emerged, the knife she held glinting ominously in the sunlight. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength and brought the knife down forcefully toward Biaozi's neck. Crack! The knife sliced into his throat with a chilling sound. Biaozi's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed he could not fully comprehend the situation before his body lost control. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the walls and floor. Biaozi, in a panic, reached for his neck, but the blood flowed uncontrollably, like a wild horse unleashed. Sun Yu and Wei Wei stood transfixed, watching as Biaozi's life ebbed away before their eyes, their hearts a tumult of fear and relief. At last, his body collapsed to the floor, his eyes still wide open, as if refusing to close even in death. Chapter 97. The death of Biaozi. In the fleeting moment as he collapsed, he finally discerned that the figure standing behind him was Sun Yu. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and fury. You? Why?" However, Sun Yu merely gazed at him coldly, offering no response. Biaozi's life ebbed away in her presence, until his last breath faded into nothingness. Biaozi was dead. He could hardly fathom that the two seemingly frail women he had intended to accompany to the grave would turn so mercilessly against him, striking with lethal intent. Such is the brutality of the apocalypse. In this perilous and uncertain world, one must remain perpetually vigilant, wary of those in close proximity. For in these times, survival has become the greatest challenge. The infection did not afflict only Biaozi. The dozen or so individuals who had launched an assault on Lin Feng's balcony also suffered, including Wang Bo. Yet, unlike Biaozi, they did not resort to the frenzied measure of searing their wounds with a heated blade. Consequently, their symptoms did not escalate to such a terrifying degree. However, as food dwindled and the infection worsened, Wang Bo's body gradually succumbed to weakness. His complexion turned pale, and his eyes became vacant, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he implored Aunt Zhao in a faint whisper, "Aunt Zhao, please, could you fetch me some water? I truly cannot hold on much longer." Aunt Zhao stood vigil by Wang Bo's side. Observing his increasingly emaciated and frail form, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had contemplated ending Wang Bo's life on numerous occasions, considering him as sustenance to restore her strength. Yet each time she witnessed his tenuous state, compassion stayed her hand. She could only silently await his demise. believing that perhaps this would bring her a modicum of solace. And Zhao coldly replied, "What water is there at home? Even if there were, it would have long since frozen into ice." Upon hearing her words, Wang Bo's eyes flickered with disappointment. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender. Mustering all his strength to gaze at Aunt Zhao, his eyes filled with yearning. "Aunt Zhao, I truly cannot endure this any longer. Could you possibly go downstairs to fetch some snow? I do not wish to die without a single drop of water." Aunt Zhao, confronted by the pleading look in Wang Bo's eyes, felt a ripple of emotion within her. She understood that his time was short. Yet she was reluctant to leave her grandson alone in the house with Wang Bo. After a brief hesitation, she resolved to descend and gather snow. Before entering the bedroom, she glanced back at Wang Bo to ensure he truly lacked the strength to rise. She then stepped into the bedroom, casting a look at her sleeping grandson, silently praying for his safety. Locking the door to prevent Wang Bo from entering, she descended the stairs to collect snow. However, at the very moment Aunt Zhao closed the security door, Wang Bo's eyes widened in sudden intensity, as if transformed. His previously feeble state vanished instantaneously, and he deftly leapt to the ground, hurriedly approaching the peephole to confirm that Aunt Zhao had indeed gone downstairs. A fierce will to survive surged within him. He recognized this was his singular opportunity. Swiftly surveying his surroundings, his gaze landed on the table, and a resolute glimmer sparked in his eyes. He seized the table, channeling all his strength to smash it against the door of the bedroom where Xiao Tsong resided. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding crashes echoed through the silent room, as if the very space were being torn asunder. The bedroom door was merely a standard wooden barrier, incapable of withstanding Wang Bo's frenzied assault. In less than 2 minutes, the door collapsed under the force of his onslaught. Xiao Tsong, still lost in slumber, was jolted awake by the sudden battering. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the shattered remains of the door. Upon realizing that the intruder was Wang Bo, his fear reached a crescendo. "Uncle Wang, why are you breaking down the door?" he cried out. Yet, Wang Bo had descended into a state of utter madness, impervious to Xiao Tsong's pleas. His eyes glinted with a ruthless light, as if he sought to annihilate all life before him. Without hesitation, he lifted the table once more and struck violently at Xiao Tsong's head. Blood erupted forth, staining the entire room crimson. Thus, the boy, spoiled by Aunt Zhao into a little demon, departed this world forever. His life was extinguished amidst Wang Bo's madness and cruelty. Without lingering, Wang Bo seized Xiao Tsong's lifeless body and swiftly returned to his own home. Aunt Zhao cautiously carried a basin of fresh snow, her heavy steps echoing as she returned. When she lifted her gaze to find the security door ajar, a chill of foreboding gripped her heart. Crack! The basin slipped from her hands, the sound of shattering resonating through the silent corridor. Xiao Tsong. Aunt Zhao's heart plummeted. She hastily discarded the basin and rushed toward the bedroom. Her steps quickened, her panic escalating. Upon pushing the bedroom door open, a horrifying sight met her eyes, blood splattered across the room. It was over. A wave of despair washed over Aunt Zhao. She needed no further confirmation to know that Wang Bo had feigned weakness, luring her away to unleash his wrath upon Xiao Kang. Her grandson, her only kin, had met a tragic end at Wang Bo's hands. "Xiao Tsong, my dear grandson," Aunt Zhao wailed, collapsing onto the floor, her hands shielding her face as tears streamed through her fingers. Her heart was filled with regret and self-recrimination. She should never have believed Wang Bo's deceitful words. Yet now, it was too late. "Wang Bo, I will kill you." The flames of rage ignited within Aunt Zhao as she rose, her eyes glistening with frenzied hatred. She entered the kitchen and seized a sharp kitchen knife, gripping it tightly. With unwavering resolve, she stormed out of her home, heading straight for Wang Bo's residence. Only one thought consumed her mind. Vengeance for Xiao Kang. "Wang Bo, you bastard, come out. I will kill you." And Zhao roared, her voice imbued with boundless wrath. Clutching the knife, she struck fiercely at Wang Bo's door. The sound of her blows echoed in the hallway, each strike a manifestation of the fury raging within her. Though Wang Bo's door lacked the fortification of Lin Feng's, its sturdiness was still beyond the strength of a woman past her prime. Chapter 98. Ah! How tempting! The kitchen knife left deep, jagged marks upon the door, yet the door stood resolute, unwavering. Aunt Zhao, consumed by rage, relentlessly hacked at it. Her eyes bloodshot and her furrowed brow accentuated by fury. Her hands trembled from exertion, but she showed no sign of yielding. "Wang Bo, you beast! You have slain my grandson, and I shall make you pay with your life." Yet, no matter how fervently she struck, the door remained obstinately shut. A wave of helplessness washed over Aunt Zhao as she sank to the ground, leaning against the door, the knife slipping from her grasp. Inside, Wang Bo dismantled every piece of furniture within reach, igniting flames to roast the meat. He had resolved to seize the moment, casting aside any thoughts of the morrow. Ha! Aunt Zhao, you won't believe it. Your grandson's flesh is truly tender. His laughter echoed through the room, tinged with madness and distortion. It appeared he had forsaken all morality and boundaries, intent only on savoring these final moments. The sizzle of the fire persisted as flames danced, illuminating Wang Bo's grotesque visage. The meat in his hands had turned a crisp golden brown, fat dripping onto the fire and producing wisps of smoke. He took a hearty bite. A look of satisfaction spreading across his face, an expression rife with gluttony for the food and indifference toward the fate that awaited him. Aunt Zhao, did you ever imagine your grandson would end up as my feast? He mused, a cruel smile curving his lips. Aunt Zhao, powerless, leaned against the wall. Her hands hanging limply at her sides, despair flooding her heart. The enticing aroma wafted through the cracks of the door, heightening her awareness that her beloved grandson, Shao, had fallen into Wang Bo's clutches. She yearned to scream, to break through the door and rend Wang Bo into pieces. Alas, her body was devoid of strength. Even the power to stand had abandoned her. With a feeble thud, she knocked on the door twice, her voice barely audible. Wang Bo, you cursed fiend. May you suffer a terrible fate. Retribution shall find you. Hearing Aunt Zhao's voice, Wang Bo laughed even more maniacally. He approached the door, mocking her loudly. Ha! Retribution? Are you speaking of yourself? You have been a tyrant in the neighborhood, bullying the weak and stealing from others. Now that your grandson is dead, this is your just reward. Wang Bo's words pierced Aunt Zhao's heart like a dagger. She reflected on her past misdeeds. Indeed, she had committed many wrongs. Under the guise of the neighborhood committee, she had indulged in various nefarious acts, even stealing the underwear of young men. Aunt Zhao felt defeated, realizing she was beyond redemption. She could only silently bear this anguish and remorse, praying for Shao Tsung to find peace in the afterlife. Wang Bo's taunts echoed relentlessly in her ears, causing her heart to twist in agony, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. She deeply regretted her past actions, the harm she had inflicted on others. Those petty thefts now etched as eternal pain in her soul. She believed she had brought misfortune upon her grandson, had she been more restrained. Perhaps Shao Tsung would not have met such a tragic end. Yet, what use was regret? Time could not be reversed. And she could not change the facts of the past. Aunt Zhao could only endure this suffering and remorse, praying for her grandson's solace. Suddenly, a piece of meat flew through the crack of the door, landing at Aunt Zhao's feet. Aunt Zhao, taste the bitter fruit of your own sowing, Wang Bo taunted. She looked down to see the charred remnants, the tantalizing aroma once more assaulting her senses. Her heart convulsed with the knowledge that this was indeed Shao Tsung's flesh. A deliberate affront from Wang Bo. A swallow escaped her throat involuntarily, her stomach growling in protest. She had gone days without sustenance, and at that moment, the meat represented an overwhelming temptation. Her body craved food, yearning for the warmth and nourishment this piece of meat promised. Trembling, she slowly picked it up. Her heart was a battleground of conflict and struggle. On one hand, she recognized Wang Bo's act as a humiliation and provocation. On the other, her body longed for the sustenance it provided. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over reason, and Aunt Zhao placed the meat into her mouth. She chewed, savoring the tender texture and flavorful essence that enveloped her palate. Ah, how tempting. Young Master Wang, I beg you, grant me another piece. Aunt Zhao's plea stunned Wang Bo. He had not anticipated that the woman who cherished her grandson would utter such words. Aunt Zhao, you truly opened my eyes. For such a morsel, you forsake familial bonds? Aunt Zhao lowered her gaze, offering no response. Her heart brimmed with humiliation and torment, yet she understood that survival was paramount. Wang Bo opened the door wider, presenting her with a larger piece of meat, casting it before her as if she were a mere spectacle. He reveled in her voracious consumption, as though it were a performance by a jester. Aunt Zhao consumed the meat while enduring Wang Bo's derision and ridicule. Her heart seethed with rage and hatred. Yet she knew the time was not ripe. She needed to remain composed and await her opportunity. Aunt Zhao raised her head, her eyes cold and indifferent as they met Wang Bo's. He detected a glimmer of lethal intent in her gaze, but it did not alarm him overly. To him, she was merely an elderly woman. What tempest could she possibly stir? He calculated that it would be prudent to let her linger a few more days. When food ran scarce again, he would find an excuse to dispose of her then. With a resounding crash, the door was slammed shut. Wang Bo returned to his lair. Yet unease lingered in his heart. He understood that Aunt Zhao harbored murderous intent toward him, and should they be alone together again, she might well take advantage of his slumber to strike. Aunt Zhao clutched the remaining piece of meat tightly against her chest, burying it deep within her garments. Her eyes sparkled with a fierce resolve, a potent desire for vengeance surging within her. She vowed to endure whatever hardships awaited her, no matter how desperate life became. She envisioned the moment Wang Bo lay defeated at her feet, relishing the release and satisfaction it would bring. She told herself that only by personally ending Wang Bo's life could she find peace, ensuring her soul's tranquility in the end. Chapter 99. The police officer's visit that afternoon. Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, his phone screen glowing with the name Chiu Hanwei. He gently pressed the send button, dispatching a message to her phone. Hanwei, please come over with Yu Ting. He estimated that the food he had provided them previously was nearly consumed, and he could not allow them to starve just yet. Although Li Meiying and Sun Siyu possessed breathtaking beauty, Lin Feng understood that human aesthetics can become weary, facing the same faces daily. Even the most exquisite women may gradually lose their allure. Thus, he occasionally sought a change of flavor, infusing his life with a touch of novelty. The presence of Chiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting served as such a diversion for him. Until he identified his next target, he needed to ensure their survival, maintaining them in a state of readiness for his use. He did not conceal this from Li Meiying and Sun Siyu. Upon hearing the knock at the door, they instinctively retreated to their rooms, having mentally prepared themselves for the reality that Lin Feng's world could not possibly revolve solely around them. In this perilous apocalypse, they had learned to accept and adapt. As Chiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting entered the room, Zhang Yuting's eyes were slightly red, her voice quivering as she addressed Lin Feng. I thought you no longer wanted me. Chiu Hanwei, though silent, shared the same sentiment. She clutched her clothing tightly, her fingers trembling with anxiety. Bowing her head, she dared not meet Lin Feng's gaze, fearful that her eyes might betray her in her turmoil. Lin Feng observed them, a complex array of emotions swelling within him. He realized that while these women were under his control, they harbored their own feelings and thoughts. He sighed softly and reassured them, "Rest assured, as long as you obey, I shall not treat you poorly." Upon hearing his words, the unease in Chiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting seemed to dissipate like a warm breeze, their hearts calming slightly. They exchanged glances, finding a measure of solace in each other's eyes. Lin Feng gestured for them to sit and began to speak slowly. "I know you have been feeling uneasy lately, concerned that I might suddenly change my mind. Fear not. As long as you comply with my wishes, I will ensure your well-being." Zhang Yuting bit her lip, summoning courage to ask, "Aside from accompanying you to bed, we truly do not know what else we can do for you." Lin Feng smiled gently, replying, "It is not as complicated as you think. I merely wish for you to pay attention to your surroundings and report to me anything you hear or see." The external situation had indeed become increasingly intricate. The nerves of their starving neighbors were fraying at the edges. Desperate for sustenance, they were capable of anything, even harming others. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this, which is why he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks by venturing outside. The homeowners group had grown silent, and Lin Feng recognized that they were intentionally shunning him, leaving him unaware of unfavorable news. Thus, he sought to glean more information through Chiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting. After a moment of contemplation, Chiu Hanwei spoke. "Nothing particularly noteworthy has occurred, except that Zhang Jiaxing posted something in another group, claiming that even if he were killed, the bounty would not be honored." Zhang Yuting quickly added, "This morning, Sun Yu hung the head of Biaozi at her front door. It was quite a gruesome sight. I suspect she intended to warn others against provoking her." Lin Feng's brow furrowed at this revelation. Sun Yu had indeed killed Biaozi, a development he had not anticipated. This woman was quite resourceful, capable of handling even a once mighty mafia leader. However, Lin Feng did not dwell on this. Should Sun Yu dare to target him, he would unhesitatingly ensure her disappearance before the sun rose the next day. Nevertheless, Lin Feng understood that Zhang Jiaxing posed a significant threat. This shadowy figure lurked like a venomous serpent in the grass, poised to strike at any moment. Lin Feng was certain that Zhang Jiaxing was continually seeking an opportunity to scheme against him. He could only shake his head in disappointment at the ineptitude of their neighbors. It was disheartening that a collective of hundreds could not even locate one individual. He then prepared a lavish dinner for the two ladies, allowing them to indulge in the pleasures of fine cuisine. Following their satisfying meal, a passionate encounter was inevitably on the horizon. The two women were astute enough not to mention Li Meiying and Sun Siyu throughout their time together. As they departed, Lin Feng presented them with a box of instant noodles as a token of appreciation for their efforts. He arranged for them to return every 10 days, promising that they would inform him of any news or discoveries. Suddenly, a knock at the door disrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. Initially, he assumed Chiu Hanwei or Zhang Yuting had forgotten something, but upon checking the surveillance, he was met with an unexpected sight, a woman clad in a police uniform. Lin Feng frowned slightly, a wave of curiosity washing over him. Who was this policewoman? Why had she appeared here? He had never seen her in the neighborhood before. Adjusting his demeanor, Lin Feng took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice calm. He approached the door, opting not to open it immediately, and inquired softly, "Officer, is there an urgent matter prompting your visit at this late hour?" The woman outside responded with a clear and authoritative voice, "Mr. Lin, good evening. I am Li Jinxian. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, but I have an important matter to discuss. May I come in for a more detailed conversation?" Listening to her voice, Lin Feng felt a twinge of uncertainty. He did not recognize Officer Li Jinxian and pondered whether it was prudent to let her in. Peering through the peephole, he caught a glimpse of the woman outside. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding a commanding presence in her crisp police uniform, truly embodying the essence of a police flower. Yet, Lin Feng felt an increase in wariness. He understood that as a police officer, Li Jinxian must possess formidable skills. Allowing her entry without proper knowledge of her intentions could present a significant risk. He was unwilling to take that chance, especially at such a sensitive moment. Thus, Lin Feng replied from inside, "Officer Li, I sincerely apologize, but I am preparing to retire for the night. Perhaps we can speak another time?" Chapter 100 An unexpected transaction. Li Jinxian was taken aback by Lin Feng's resolute rejection of her request. Standing outside the door, she was momentarily stunned. And then she undertook an action that left Lin Feng astonished. She carefully drew a jet-black handgun from the holster at her waist, placing it gently on the ground before swiftly retreating several meters to maintain a safe distance. Taking a deep breath, she called out loudly, "Mr. Lin, I hope this gesture can convey my sincerity. You may open the door and take the gun. After our conversation, should you deem my proposal unnecessary, you may return the weapon to me. I assure you, I harbor no intention of causing you harm." Upon hearing her words from outside, Lin Feng felt a jolt of alarm. A gun. This was undeniably significant to him. Though the firearm he possessed was powerful, it was nearly out of ammunition, with only 10 rounds remaining, compelling him to use it judiciously. However, in light of Li Jinxuan's proposition, Lin Feng did not immediately lower his guard. Doubts resurfaced within him. China maintained stringent gun control laws, and even police officers could not carry firearms freely. He questioned the authenticity of Officer Li Jinxuan's identity and whether she had a special assignment necessitating the possession of a weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to test Li Jinxuan's claims. He spoke through the door, "Officer Li, I perceive your sincerity. Nevertheless, given China's strict regulations on firearms, may I inquire why you're in possession of a gun? Could you elucidate?" Li Jinxian felt a tightening in her chest upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry. She recognized that her actions could easily arouse his suspicion. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to render her voice calm and earnest. "Mr. Lin, I am indeed a police officer, but I am also a member of a special unit. I carry this weapon due to an urgent assignment that requires a face-to-face discussion with you. I can present my credentials and mission documents to verify my identity and purpose." Listening to Li Jinxuan's explanation, Lin Feng remained vigilant. He refrained from opening the door immediately and responded, "Officer Li, I would like to see your credentials and mission documents first before considering whether to open the door." Li Jinxian nodded silently. Swiftly retrieving her identification and mission documents from her bag, she placed them beside the handgun on the ground and then retreated once more, ensuring Lin Feng had ample space for safety. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng mustered his courage to open the door. He quickly picked up the items on the ground and shut the door promptly. He scrutinized Li Jinxuan's credentials and mission documents, which clearly indicated her affiliation with a special unit and her presence in Hanning for an important arrest mission targeting a fugitive. Nonetheless, Lin Feng continued to approach the matter with caution regarding the firearm she possessed. He understood that firearms were crucial state assets and could not be treated lightly. Despite the chaos of the apocalyptic world, Lin Feng remained steadfast in his loyalty to his country. He lifted his gaze and declared, "Officer Li, I can allow you entry. But for safety's sake, I must request that you remove your clothing, all of it. This is not intended as an insult, but rather a necessary precaution in these dire times. I hope you can understand. Should you refuse, I will immediately return your belongings." Li Jinxuan's brow furrowed at Lin Feng's words, a surge of indignation rising within her. As an unmarried woman, the thought of disrobing in front of a man was utterly humiliating. Yet, she recognized that she had no other options. With the bitter cold raging and no food supplies in sight, she faced starvation. Taking a deep breath, her voice trembled slightly as she replied, "Very well. I accept your condition. Please open the door." With a click, the lock was disengaged, and Li Jinxian pushed the door open, stepping cautiously inside. However, she was met with the ominous sight of a dark muzzle aimed directly at her heart. Lin Feng gripped the firearm tightly, his gaze unwavering and cold. "Officer Li, I apologize for any offense during this tumultuous time, and I ask for your understanding. Li Jinxian inhaled deeply, steadying herself. She knew that any misstep in this tense atmosphere could prove catastrophic. She nodded slightly and spoke softly, I understand. Subsequently, she slowly removed her outer coat, hanging it on a rack, followed by her shirt and pants, piece by piece, until she was left in only her undergarments. Her figure was curvaceous, with a firm chest and long, elegant legs, her sun-kissed skin exuding a sense of strength and allure. Yet, in this life-and-death predicament, such external beauty felt trivial. Lin Feng cast a glance at Li Jinxian, confirming her lack of concealed weapons before lowering the barrel of his gun slightly. He gestured toward the sofa, saying, Please, have a seat. Without hesitation, Li Jinxian gracefully settled onto the sofa. She understood that her composure and tranquility were her best safeguards in this moment. Lin Feng took a seat opposite her, his gaze lingering on her form, not out of lewdness, but rather an instinctive wariness. He inquired, officerly, May I ask the purpose of your visit? Lin Feng's eyes remained fixed on Li Jinxian, who, despite his broad experience, was unlike any captivating woman he had encountered before. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Li Jinxian flushed slightly, adjusting her posture before stating earnestly, I am here to apprehend a fugitive residing in this neighborhood. However, during the pursuit, I became trapped by the cold front. Fortunately, I managed to neutralize the fugitive. You may inspect my gun. One bullet is missing. Lin Feng nodded slightly but refrained from inspecting her firearm, signaling for her to continue. Li Jinxian pressed on, since the onset of the cold front. I have observed no rescue operations from my organization, which has left me deeply unsettled. As a member of a special unit, I recognize that the severity of this disaster far exceeds our worst fears. I even suspect that this calamity could lead humanity to its extinction. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Although not a member of the special unit, he had gleaned information from various sources regarding the external situation. He realized that Li Jinxuan's words were not mere alarmism. Noting Lin Feng's silence, Li Jinxian continued, I have heard from neighbors about you. It seems you foresaw this disaster and prepared in advance. My purpose in seeking you is simple. I hope to exchange for some food. I wish to survive. Chapter 101. The deal concluded. Though she served her country, she was still a human being, and every individual possesses the right to pursue survival. No one desires to sacrifice themselves in this apocalyptic world. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. Officerly, I comprehend your predicament. However, in this dire world, each person must take responsibility for their own existence. I can offer you some food, but you must exchange it in your own manner. Upon hearing this, Li Jinxuan's eyes flickered with determination. She understood that to survive, she must pay the corresponding price. Nodding, she replied, I will. Thank you for your kindness. Lin Feng scrutinized Li Jinxian with piercing eyes, as if attempting to see through her. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smile curving his lips as he said, Officerly, I am quite curious about what you intend to offer in exchange. Perhaps it is. He deliberately elongated his tone, leaving a suspenseful pause. Li Jinxuan's heart raced as she instantly grasped Lin Feng's insinuation. Indeed, under the current circumstances, the most valuable asset she possessed might very well be her own physical form. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to traverse that path. She firmly believed that the situation had not yet escalated to that extent, and she still had other options. Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. I wish to exchange my firearm with you. I believe, given the current circumstances, a gun would hold far greater significance for you than for me. She stated calmly. Lin Feng was taken aback by her unexpected proposition. Having a firearm at hand would indeed substantially enhance his sense of security. However, considering Li Jinxuan's identity, he quickly understood. As a specialized operative of the state, she must possess exceptional skills and extensive experience, making it difficult for an ordinary person to harm her. Thus, for Li Jinxian, a gun might merely be a burden. With this thought, a mischievous smile played on Lin Feng's lips. Officerly, your firearm is indeed in my possession. Yet, I am curious as to why you believe I would still require your gun? Li Jinxian remained unfazed by Lin Feng's words. She replied with composure. I trust in Mr. Lin's character. Moreover, do you really think I possess only this one bargaining chip? In this world, nothing is absolute. Perhaps there are more possibilities between us yet to be uncovered. At her words, a ripple of intrigue stirred within Lin Feng. He pondered whether Li Jinxian concealed a more profound power behind her facade, or if she held more unknown secrets and weapons. However, he was acutely aware that the genuine thoughts of such a professionally trained elite were as elusive as mist. He smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting a sense of amusement as he said, Officerly, I have already demonstrated my sincerity by proposing a trade with you. If you continue to be so evasive, it may not be appropriate, don't you think? Li Jinxian gently bit her lip, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly. I can provide you with more weapons, but on the condition that we must leave this neighborhood. Furthermore, my requirement is that you must ensure my absolute safety. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, had already formed a plan. Exiting the neighborhood would not pose a challenge for him. He had snowmobiles available for a swift departure. However, ensuring Li Jinxuan's safety meant she would need to reside in his home. This way, he could protect her while further uncovering her secrets. With a clap of his hands, Li Meiying and Sun Siyu emerged from the bedroom, obediently standing beside Lin Feng. As if awaiting his favor, Lin Feng extended his arms, embracing them with a smile. Officerly, if you wish for me to guarantee your safety, you must become my woman, just like them. May I inquire if Miss Li is willing? He intentionally shifted his address from Officerly to Miss Li, aiming to remind her that she needed to adapt her identity to fit into this new environment. Li Jinxian was not taken aback by the appearance of the two women. Even in their nudity, she displayed no signs of discomfort. However, Lin Feng's proposition was something she found difficult to accept, raised with traditional values. She held a deep aversion to the notion of polygamy. With her brows furrowed, she replied with a hint of displeasure, "Let us discuss this matter later. For now, let us complete the transaction at hand." Lin Feng was not in a rush regarding the firearms. After all, Zhang Jiaxing had yet to be dealt with, and he did not wish to take unnecessary risks. Thus, he readily said, "Very well. I can offer you 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of canned food in exchange for your gun. I wonder if Miss Li finds this trade satisfactory?" Li Jinxian was surprised by Lin Feng's generosity. She had anticipated receiving only a box of instant noodles. At that moment, her doubts were slightly alleviated, and her trust in Lin Feng increased. She nodded in agreement, accepting the transaction. Thus, their exchange was completed amicably. Throughout the entire process, Lin Feng never inquired about Li Jinxuan's residence, trusting that as an experienced operative, she would possess her own means of survival. Moreover, even if he had asked, she might not have divulged that information. Lin Feng and Qiu Hanwei had already dined, leaving only Li Meiying and Sun Siyu seated across from one another at the dining table. In Lin Feng's absence, the atmosphere seemed to grow somewhat chilly. Despite their efforts to eat, both women exhibited a noticeable decrease in appetite, merely picking at their food before setting down their chopsticks. In the midst of clearing the table, Sun Siyu could no longer contain her curiosity and posed a question to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, why didn't you keep that beautiful woman who just left?" Her tone revealed a hint of curiosity, tinged with an almost imperceptible jealousy. However, she soon realized that Lin Feng's life was not something she could control. Rather than compete for his affection, it would be wiser to graciously accept reality, thereby leaving a favorable impression on him. Just as Sun Siyu finished speaking, Li Meiying approached and remarked, "That woman is no ordinary person. Feng Ge, you must exercise caution." Li Meiying's perceptiveness was evidently sharper than Sun Siyu's, perhaps due to her profession. As a doctor, Sun Siyu often witnessed the kindness and fragility of humanity, while Li Meiying, akin to a strategist, could discern the essence of matters from subtle details. Lin Feng looked at Li Meiying with interest and inquired, "Oh, what makes you say she is extraordinary?" Chapter 102. Leap from the building. Li Meiying nodded slightly and articulated her analysis. Firstly, her police uniform bore no insignia, leaving her rank indeterminate. It is likely that she donned civilian attire specifically to meet you. Secondly, in such dire circumstances, she did not readily acquiesce to your demands, signifying her profound confidence in her own abilities. A woman of such caliber is far from being as simplistic as she may appear. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but nod in admiration of Li Meiying's perceptiveness. The following morning, while Lin Feng was still lost in slumber, he was abruptly roused by a sharp notification sound. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he glanced at his phone screen, noting that the owner's group had been unusually quiet for some time. He wondered what had transpired so early. Opening the app, he was greeted by a video shared within the group. The messages quickly coalesced into a harrowing tableau. A man clutched an infant tightly in his arms, precariously balanced on the edge of the rooftop of Building 6. Teetering on the brink of despair, it was evident that he was on the verge of collapse, contemplating a tragic fate for both himself and the innocent child. Heavens! Whose child is this? How could a man be so heartless as to disregard the life of a child? Someone should intervene. The child is far too young to meet such a fate, but none dared approach, fearing the man's volatile emotions. Perhaps if you offered him something to eat, he might reconsider his intentions. In an instant, the group fell silent, There was no food to spare, and even if there were, who would be willing to part with it at such a time? Just then, Zhang Jiaxin's voice cut through the quiet, deliberately targeting Lin Feng. Lin Feng, don't you have an abundance of food at home? Now would be the perfect opportunity to save this neighbor intent on taking his life. Lin Feng sneered, fully aware that Zhang Jiaxin was attempting to provoke him. Rising, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, and through the glass, he clearly observed the man and child above. Save him? How could that be possible? If he were to rescue him today, tomorrow all the neighbors would flock to the rooftop, awaiting his assistance. Standing by the coffee table laden with various foods, Lin Feng deliberately placed his handgun beside the provisions, then snapped a photograph and sent it to the group. Tagging Zhang Jiaxing. I have plenty of food here. Come and collect it. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, Zhang Jiaxing instinctively recoiled. To retrieve it would be tantamount to courting death. Most people kept their distance from Lin Feng. He was simply too formidable to provoke. Thud. The man ultimately succumbed to the weight of his despair and leapt from the rooftop, his form tracing a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Silence enveloping him. In that moment, the lively chatter of the group seemed to freeze, all fell into a profound silence. With only the sounds of heartbeats and breaths echoing in the stillness, many who witnessed the scene were overtaken by waves of fear and unease. Their own futures reflected in that sorrowful image, leaving them breathless with a sense of helplessness and despair. The shadow of calamity loomed over the entire community, each person haunted by the thought that they might be next to perish. Yet Lin Feng had long since grown numb to such events. Standing at the window, his gaze was deep and indifferent. He had already taken the lives of more than 100, each one merely a statistic to him. And this was merely the beginning. Many more would fall victim to this disaster. Gently, he stroked the head of Erlang, his loyal dog, the only companion who offered him a semblance of warmth and solace in this world rife with death and despair. It lived a life of greater comfort than many humans. Free from the harsh realities of cruelty and hunger, Lin Feng descended the stairs and unlocked the doors of the two women. Despite their commendable demeanor, he resolved to fortify precautions. After all, in a world fraught with uncertainty and peril, no one could guarantee their safety. Sun Siyu appeared pale, clearly shaken by the earlier incident. Sitting on the sofa, her eyes vacant as she gazed at Lin Feng, she trembled as she spoke. Lin Feng, do you truly believe this disaster is insurmountable? A flicker of hope lingered within her heart, yearning for an early resolution to this calamity, wishing for safety for all. Lin Feng remained silent, merely observing her. Noticing the situation, Li Meiying poured a cup of coffee for Sun Siyu in an attempt to console her. Siyu, do not fret unnecessarily. Isn't our current life quite tolerable? As for others, one can only blame their misfortune. Though Sun Siyu felt a pang of reluctance at Li Meiying's words, she recognized their truth. Adjusting her mindset, she pondered another matter. Lin Feng, Zhang Jiaxing seems to be targeting you incessantly. Could that pose a danger? Lin Feng dismissed Zhang Jiaxing with a wave of his hand. He found the man to be an incessant annoyance, buzzing around him like a persistent fly. At that moment, Li Meiying's eyes sparkled with an idea. Brother Feng, Zhang Jiaxing is undoubtedly still within this community. If you truly wish to eliminate him, consider raising the bounty, urging neighbors to search every household. They are bound to uncover his whereabouts. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the notion, deeming it quite astute. He quickly composed a message for the owners group. I, Lin Feng, continue to offer a bounty for Zhang Jiaxing's head. You may form teams to search, regardless of the number of participants. Anyone who eliminates Zhang Jiaxing will receive 10 packs of instant noodles. I urge you to conduct a thorough search. The recent tragedy had reminded Lin Feng that Zhang Jiaxing had previously evaded capture, likely hiding on the rooftop. This time, he would ensure that Zhang Jiaxing had nowhere to escape. Once the message was sent, the group erupted with activity once more. Everyone began seeking allies, preparing to embark on the hunt. After much deliberation, they resolved to search for Zhang Jiaxing, as the bounty was an enticing incentive for all. Thus, a search party comprising over 300 individuals swiftly formed, commencing a door-to-door search of every building. Zhang Jiaxing had been closely monitoring the group's dynamics. When he saw the uproar erupting, with over 300 individuals banding together to seek him out, a wave of terror washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. He slapped himself hard, nearly moved to tears by the pain. What have I done? Why provoke that monster for no reason? Having found what he believed to be a relatively safe refuge within this community, he had thought he could lay low for a while. But now he was forced to flee once more. Chapter 103, Master of Explosives. Yet, outside, the world was enveloped in a frigid landscape, rendering any escape from the community impossible. Where could Zhang Jiaxing flee? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he realized he was ensnared in a dire predicament. He could not help but curse Lin Feng, the orchestrator of the bounty, wondering why he had to be so ruthless, intent on bringing about his demise. However, curses aside, the stark reality remained unforgiving. Zhang Jianqing understood he must devise a strategy swiftly to confront the imminent crisis. Failing to do so meant that, should he be discovered by the searchers, his fate would be more harrowing than death itself. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure, pondering potential solutions to extricate himself from his entanglement. After much contemplation, his mind remained a blank slate, and in frustration, he scratched his head, unable to dispel the feeling of helplessness that enveloped him. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the female homeowner bound to the chair. Even in death, one must be satiated. The terror and despair reflected in her eyes, coupled with her trembling form, suggested she was on the verge of collapse. He approached her step by step, and she discerned the impending calamity in his eyes. Desperately, she struggled to break free from her restraints, but her hands were bound too tightly for her to move. Her mouth was gagged, emitting only muffled sounds, which proved futile against Zhang Jianqing's relentless advance. Just then, his phone rang, startling both him and the captive woman, sending chills down their spines. Zhang Jianqing's heart raced as he scanned the surroundings, anxiously checking every corner for any unwelcome intruders. Once he confirmed he was alone, he exhaled in relief, his attention finally resting on the vibrating device in his hand. A glance at the caller ID ignited a spark of hope in his eyes. As if he had spotted a savior, he answered the call, his voice laced with urgency and anticipation. "Gang Pao, where are you?" The familiar voice on the other end bore a hint of fatigue and relief. "Zhang Zong, before the snowstorm. I brought my brothers to the adjacent unfinished building for demolition work, but we found ourselves trapped here. We managed to carve a path to your home, but discovered you were not present. I just charged my phone and hurried to call you." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Jianqing's joy was immeasurable. Gang Pao was a vital asset under his command, previously responsible for blasting operations at the mine. Despite a tragic incident stemming from a miscalculation, Zhang Jianqing had not cast him aside but rather embraced and relied on him. Over the years, Gang Pao had been instrumental in resolving numerous challenging issues. Now, with explosives at his disposal and accompanied by a group of brothers, he represented a formidable force. A surge of ambition coursed through Zhang Jianqing. As he envisioned the glimmer of victory on the horizon, he conveyed to the caller, "Gang Pao, I will provide you with the address and guide you on how to arrive here. Your presence will significantly enhance our chances." On the other end, Gang Pao's voice brimmed with excitement. "Understood, Zhang Zong. We will come to find you immediately." After hanging up, a long-lost smile graced Zhang Jianqing's face. He hurried to the door, peering outside in anticipation of Gang Pao's arrival, aware that their presence would herald a crucial turning point. Before long, Gang Pao arrived, leading a small contingent of weary individuals who bore the marks of exhaustion from their labor in the snow. As Gang Pao entered, he inquired urgently, "Zhang Zong, we heard many people inquiring about your whereabouts along the way. What is happening?" Zhang Jianqing sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Do not mention it. That scoundrel Lin Feng has placed a bounty on my head. The neighbors have gone mad, frantically searching for me." At this moment, he noticed only 5 individuals accompanying Gang Pao, whereas he had entrusted the management of dozens to him. A frown creased his brow as he questioned, "Gang Pao, why are there so few of you? Where are the others?" Gang Pao's expression faltered, and after a moment of hesitation, he explained, "Zhang Zong, you are aware of the dire circumstances outside. We became trapped in the unfinished building without any food. So. Before Gang Pao could finish his sentence, Zhang Jianqing comprehended the reason behind their predicament. He refrained from assigning blame, recognizing that in such harsh conditions, sacrifices were inevitable. The individuals Gang Pao had brought were undoubtedly the tested elite. He regarded Gang Pao with a deep gaze and stated, "Quality outweighs quantity in warfare. Your ability to remain proves your worth." Gang Pao pressed further, "Zhang Zong, what exactly is the situation with Lin Feng? Should I lead a group to eliminate him, to spare you further troubles?" Gang Pao had often handled such matters, accustomed to dealing with Zhang Jianqing's formidable opponents. Zhang Jianqing cast a sidelong glance at Gang Pao. Responding slowly, "Let us not rush into this matter. What about the explosives you brought?" Upon hearing this, Gang Pao gestured to one of his subordinates, who stepped forward, confidently patting a bulging backpack. "Zhang Zong, rest assured, the explosives are here and in ample quantity, more than sufficient for our needs." Zhang Jianqing nodded, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already envision the unfolding drama. He spoke deliberately, "Excellent, Gang Pao. You and your men should find a place to rest and regain your strength. We will act tomorrow morning. This time, I intend for everyone to pay the price. Excitement flickered in the eyes of Gang Pao and his companions at Zhang Jinshan's words. They understood that the forthcoming operation would be a matter of life and death. However, just as Gang Pao turned, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bound female homeowner. His eyes sparkled with an indescribable thrill, and he approached her quickly, scrutinizing her with a mixture of greed and desire. Rubbing his hands together, he wore a lecherous grin as he addressed Zhang Jiansheng, Zhang Zong. Considering the hardships our brothers have faced, is it unreasonable for them to enjoy the company of a woman? Chapter 104. Explosives. Zhang Jiaxing furrowed his brow. A self-made man who had established his company as a leading enterprise in Haining naturally understood the art of managing people's sentiments. He cast a deep glance at Gang Pao. Though he harbored dissatisfaction within, he recognized that he could not afford to offend his subordinates at that moment. Thus, he waved his hand grandly and feigned generosity, saying, "Go on, don't tire yourselves. There are 2 enchanting beauties waiting for you back at Lin Feng's place. Don't waste time on this woman." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy flashed in Gang Pao's eyes as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, President Zhang. My brothers will certainly remember your kindness." Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaxin's heart was filled with animosity towards Lin Feng and even more towards Li Meiying's betrayal. This treachery undeniably fueled the flames of his wrath to a peak. He swore to make these individuals pay dearly, to ensure they understood the consequences of betraying him. The following morning, Zhang Jiaxing, accompanied by Gang Pao and 5 other subordinates, made their way steadily towards the underground parking lot. The 6 men, armed with various weapons, formed a protective circle around Zhang Jiaxing. Before reaching the parking area, Zhang Jiaxing keenly sensed an anomaly ahead. They unexpectedly encountered 3 individuals approaching. A flicker of alarm crossed the eyes of these 3, clearly recognizing Zhang Jiaxing. However, they seemed unprepared for the fact that he was not alone, but flanked by such formidable aides. "Zhang Jiaxing, he here. Call for help." One of them shouted in terror, his voice echoing down the empty corridor. They attempted to summon reinforcements through their cries, yet Zhang Jiaxing remained unmoved, his gaze icy and resolute. Sensing the impending danger, the 3 turned and fled. However, their movements did not escape the keen eyes of Gang Pao and his companions. With a command from Gang Pao, 2 subordinates lunged forward like leopards, swinging their steel pipes mercilessly at the fleeing figures. 3 dull thuds echoed as the trio collapsed. Their heads bloodied before they could utter a single scream, lifeless on the ground. Puddles of blood gradually spread across the floor, a horrifying sight. Gang Pao approached Zhang Jiaxing, gazing down at the corpses before inquiring solemnly, "President Zhang, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Zhang Jiaxing cast a cold glance at the bodies and replied nonchalantly, "Leave them here for now. We will take them back once we finish our business." Obediently, Gang Pao and the others continued to shield Zhang Jiaxing as they proceeded to the parking lot, unaware of his true intentions. Zhang Jiaxing refrained from disclosing his plans, for Li Meiying's betrayal had left him wary of trusting anyone. Soon, the group arrived at the parking lot. Under the dim lights, a few solitary vehicles were parked in the corners, exuding an eerie silence. However, this tranquility was merely superficial. Unbeknownst to them, some had already detected Zhang Jiaxing's presence. They dared not approach, instead keeping their distance while frantically messaging one another, summoning reinforcements to confront Zhang Jiaxing collectively. Zhang Jiaxing surveyed his surroundings with a cold stare. These people were his adversaries, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. He chuckled inwardly at their naivety, believing they could overpower him simply by banding together. He swiftly commanded, "Gang Pao, prepare the explosives. Not a single person must come near us." Receiving the order, Gang Pao promptly replied, "Understood. Watch me." He quickly retrieved a backpack, extracting explosives and distributing them among his subordinates. They efficiently and systematically installed the explosives, placing each device strategically to effectively deter any approaching foes. Meanwhile, the oblivious neighbors were entirely unaware of the unfolding events. They continued to speculate in their group chat about Zhang Jiaxing's motives and plans, blissfully ignorant of the impending life-and-death confrontation set to unfold in the parking lot. After completing their preparations, Zhang Jiaxing took out his phone and recorded a video. Standing in the center of the parking lot, with explosives arrayed behind him, his expression was cold and resolute. He addressed the camera. "I, Zhang Jiaxing, am here in the underground parking lot. Though seeking my head, I await your esteemed presence." With that, he sent the video to the owner's group, brazenly provoking his neighbors. This act immediately stirred a tempest of reactions, the chat exploding with messages as people speculated on Zhang Jiaxing's intentions and bravado, astonished by his audacity. Naturally, Lin Feng also caught sight of Zhang Jiaxing's video in the owner's group. His gaze flickered over the footage, but his primary focus was on the unfamiliar faces surrounding Zhang Jiaxing. Who were these individuals? Why were they here at this moment? How had they entered this community? A torrent of questions surged within Lin Feng's mind. Yet none appeared likely to find resolution. At that moment, the image of Li Meiying surfaced in his thoughts. As Zhang Jiaxing's lover, she would undoubtedly possess knowledge of these individuals' identities. Perhaps through her, Lin Feng could unravel these mysteries. Thus, he resolved to seek out Li Meiying. Swiftly, he descended the stairs and gently pushed open the door to Li Meiying's bedroom. To his surprise, she stood at the entrance, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Before Lin Feng could speak, Li Meiying proactively stated, "I know you are here because of those individuals in the video. They are Zhang Jiaxing's hired thugs, specifically tasked with resolving insurmountable problems. The man with short hair is called Gang Pao. He is the leader of this group, ruthless and skilled in crafting various explosives. Even Zhang Jiaxing treats him with caution and refrains from crossing him." Lin Feng's brow furrowed tightly, a wave of unease washing over him. Explosives? He recalled what the personnel from Qiangshan Company had informed him. His safe house could withstand small bombs, yet he had never personally experienced the extent of its defenses. Boom. Boom. 2 consecutive thunderous explosions resonated like rolling thunder, sending a jolt through his heart. The entire room seemed to tremble, as if it were about to engulf him. There was no need for guesswork. Zhang Jiaxing's group had detonated the explosives. Lin Feng quickly drew his pistol, his heart racing as he approached the door. Peering cautiously through the peephole, he glimpsed the scene outside as the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a horrific tableau. Dozens of bodies lay sprawled across the ground, their blood staining the pavement, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. Many others writhed in agony, their severed limbs and contorted expressions painting a picture of hell on earth. Chapter 105. The Power of Explosives. Simultaneously, Zhang Jiaxing lifted his head, his piercing gaze directed at the back door of Lin Feng's residence. It seemed as though he could sense Lin Feng observing his every move. However, unexpectedly, when everyone anticipated that he would seize this momentum to directly assault Lin Feng's home, he abruptly waved his hand, signaling steel cannon to lead his men in retreat. This action astonished everyone present, leaving them puzzled as they gazed at Zhang Jiaxing's retreating figure, speculating on his intentions. In the corner, Li Jinchuan's eyes were deep and contemplative as she fixated on the departing figures of Zhang Jiaxing and his entourage, mentally calculating her next move. She understood that had she chosen to pursue them at that moment, with her exceptional martial skills and adept assassination techniques, she could have effortlessly eliminated Zhang Jiaxing and his associates. Nonetheless, she refrained from doing so, although Zhang Jiaxing's actions had crossed the line of what was permissible in Huaxia. During such tumultuous times, she needed to remain composed and maximize her own interests. She was acutely aware that even if she succeeded in killing Zhang Jiaxing and his men, she would still need to negotiate sufficient benefits from Lin Feng in return. At that moment, the door of Lin Feng's house creaked open, and he emerged leisurely, accompanied by Erling, a man and his dog. Ignoring the fearful gazes of those around him, he walked straight to the site of the explosion. Lin Feng bent down to closely inspect the remnants of the blast, noticing the scattered fragments of concrete littering the ground, forming several shallow craters. He furrowed his brow, silently assessing the force of the explosion. For his safe house, this level of power was indeed negligible. His greater concern lay in whether steel cannon had concealed more potent explosives. Just then, a cacophony of sounds erupted. A few injured neighbors struggled towards Lin Feng, their faces etched with pain and despair. "Lin Feng, please save us. We were injured while trying to eliminate Zhang Jiaxing for you. You cannot abandon us," pleaded one. "Yes, our plight is a result of your actions. You must take responsibility," another exclaimed. "Lin Feng, Zhang Jiaxing possesses explosives. You cannot face him alone. We must unite against him." Yet, in the face of their pleas and accusations, Lin Feng appeared remarkably indifferent. He glanced at them and replied coolly, "Why did you confront Zhang Jiaxing? Was it not for the bounty? I find it hard to believe you would assist me without ulterior motives. Take responsibility? What a joke. Your lives or deaths have no bearing on me." His words rendered the crowd speechless, as they had not anticipated such a direct rejection from Lin Feng. Erlang crouched beside Lin Feng, eyeing the neighbors with a vigilant glare, ready to protect his master at any moment. Lin Feng's purpose in emerging was to ascertain the potency of the explosives, and just as he turned to leave, Song Wei suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path. "Mr. Lin, do you require assistance? Those people are dangerous. You may find it challenging to handle them alone." Lin Feng smiled slightly, recognizing that Song Wei had always held his gratitude in high regard and was seeking an opportunity to repay him, ever since letting Zhang Jiaxing escape. Song Wei had been troubled and wanted to help Lin Feng resolve this predicament. Lin Feng gestured towards the craters left by the explosion and inquired, "Have you had experience with explosives during your time in the army? Can you identify the type of explosives used here?" Song Wei nodded. For while he was not an expert as a reconnaissance soldier, he possessed a fundamental understanding of explosives. He cautiously approached the blast site, crouched down to examine the remnants, and after careful consideration, returned to Lin Feng's side. "These are merely standard detonators. Their lethality is not significant. If one intends to breach the defenses of your home, they would require much more powerful explosives." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and pressed further. "Oh? Then what kind of explosives would be sufficient to breach my walls?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Wei responded, "It would need to be explosives rated at C4 or higher. Such explosives possess immense power, capable of easily perforating sturdy walls." Upon receiving this explanation, Lin Feng finally felt at ease. C4 explosives were exclusive to the military. He could hardly believe that Zhang Jiaxing possessed the capability to acquire such advanced materials. Subsequently, Lin Feng graciously declined Song Wei's offer of assistance and suggested he come by later that evening for provisions. Given the complexity of the situation and the presence of many eyes, even someone as skilled as Song Wei was but one man, and two fists could hardly contend with a multitude. Lin Feng did not wish to embroil him in further peril. However, for Song Wei, Lin Feng's kindness was a matter of utmost significance. He understood that during critical moments, Lin Feng would require his aid. Whether it be shielding him from bullets or confronting other dangers, he would undoubtedly stand by Lin Feng without hesitation. This was also the reason Lin Feng had chosen to assist him. Upon returning home, Lin Feng sat on the sofa, his heart heavy with concern as weapons and explosives continued to proliferate. These menacing instruments seemed to foreshadow greater unknowns and dangers ahead, weighing heavily on his mind. He recognized the urgency of taking action to procure more weapons to counter potential threats. In this pivotal moment, Lin Feng could not help but recall Li Jinxian. Currently, she was the only person aware of the source of the weapons, yet he lacked her contact information. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Alone in the darkness, Lin Feng was lost in thought when suddenly, the doorbell rang, shattering the silence. Initially, he assumed it was Song Wei returning for provisions. However, upon checking the surveillance, he was met with an unexpected figure, Li Jinxian. She was not in her police uniform today, but Lin Feng recognized her immediately. Just as he had thought, she had arrived. After hearing the doorbell, Lin Feng did not hasten to answer. He knew he must maintain his composure and calm demeanor, ensuring Li Jinxian did not perceive the urgency of his desires. After all, in negotiations, the one who reveals their hand first risks losing the upper hand. He deliberately delayed a moment before slowly approaching the door and opening it. With a slight furrow of his brow and an expression of doubt and displeasure, he feigned annoyance at her unexpected visit. "Miss Li, what brings you here again? Are you here to barter for food once more?" Li Jinxian was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's reaction. She had anticipated a warm welcome. However, his attitude left her feeling perplexed and uncertain. She scrutinized Lin Feng's expression, searching for any clues, yet his face betrayed no signs, appearing genuinely displeased by her visit. Chapter 106, Rules. Li Jinxian could only inquire, "Are you not worried that Zhang Jiaxin and his crew will come looking for trouble? They possess explosives." Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He lightly tapped the wall with his fingers, producing a series of metallic sounds. Then, he replied nonchalantly, "Miss Li, do you believe I should be concerned about those worthless individuals?" Li Jinxian felt a wave of confusion wash over her at Lin Feng's response. She had not overheard his conversation with Song Wei, thus she was unaware of the confidence that underpinned his demeanor. Observing his self-assured posture, she began to doubt her own judgment. There was an aura about him that she had previously failed to notice, a calmness and composure as if he had already grasped the situation firmly in his hands. A complex mix of admiration for Lin Feng and curiosity about the secrets behind his confidence stirred within her. She furrowed her brow, eager to delve deeper. "Lin Feng, I understand your home is quite secure, but the fact remains that Zhang Jiaxin and his group have explosives. Do you intend to remain indoors forever?" Lin Feng smiled slightly, a glimmer of intelligence sparkling in his eyes. "Miss Li, I appreciate your concern. However, I am confident I possess the means to address the situation." He paused, seemingly awaiting her reaction. Noticing her lingering confusion, he continued, "Perhaps you should share the purpose of your visit today." I, Li Jinxian stammered, her mind in turmoil. Initially, she had intended to offer her assistance in combating Zhang Jiaxing's crew as a bargaining chip for greater personal gain. Yet, before her, Lin Feng appeared uninterested. His calmness rendered her efforts futile, akin to striking a cotton ball with a fist, utterly ineffective. Biting her lip, she finally summoned the courage to express her thoughts. "May I enter first?" Lin Feng regarded her and replied, "Certainly, but I trust you understand the rules." He had no desire to let Li Jinxian depart without securing her cooperation, as he still needed to obtain weapons through her. Li Jinxian comprehended his intent. She slowly unfastened her clothing, revealing herself in a scanty attire as she settled onto the sofa. Yet, she seemed burdened with thoughts, her head bowed in silence. Lin Feng recognized that she required time to gather her thoughts, so he refrained from speaking immediately. After a while, Lin Feng finally broke the silence. "Miss Li, how have you contemplated the matter we discussed last time?" Li Jinxian raised her head to meet his gaze, fully aware of what he referred to. The prospect of becoming his woman, residing in his home, and enjoying the comforts he provided appeared enticing. However, she had not yet reached a point of desperation. So she hesitated to make a decision hastily. Taking a deep breath, she stated, "Mr. Lin, every woman is drawn to a powerful man. To win my heart, you must demonstrate your strength." "Strength, you say? I can make you beg for mercy in bed," Lin Feng replied with a wicked smile, fully understanding her implication. "And how do you propose to prove that, Miss Li?" she asked, her eyes flashing with determination. "Eliminate Zhang Jiaxing and his cohort." Although Li Jinxian was aware that Lin Feng possessed certain skills, she still doubted whether he could contend with the viciousness of Zhang Jiaxing's gang. Yet, Lin Feng perceived her condition as an invitation to embrace her. Zhang Jiaxing's group would undoubtedly seek to demolish Lin Feng's residence with explosives. But would Lin Feng sit idly and allow them to act as they pleased? The answer was a resolute no. If they dared to approach, he was confident he could ensure their return was in vain. "That is certainly manageable," he stated calmly. "Now, what about the weapons you mentioned, Miss Li?" Li Jinxian looked at him, her expression revealing a blend of emotions. She realized there was no turning back. Biting her lip, she finally resolved, "You possess my allegiance, and thus I shall heed your commands." Li Jinxian was a traditional woman, while such matters were difficult to accept. She resolved to fulfill her obligations once she made her choice. As Lin Feng escorted Li Jinxian to the door, they encountered Song Wei, who had come to collect provisions. They brushed past each other, their eyes meeting momentarily before quickly averting, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, brief yet brilliant. Song Wei observed their fading silhouettes, a chilling sensation surging through him. In that fleeting instant of proximity, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, every hair on his body standing on end. Unable to resist, he glanced back, only to see Lin Feng and Li Jinxian vanish from view. Once Li Jinxuan's figure had completely disappeared, Song Wei returned to reality. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the shock within him. He recalled Lin Feng's inscrutable gaze and unruffled demeanor, generating a sense of reverence. It became clear that Mr. Lin had such formidable allies by his side, explaining his lack of fear towards Zhang Jiaxing's group. Perhaps this was what they referred to as bloodline suppression. Li Jinxuan's military rank undoubtedly surpassed that of Song Wei. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had prepared sustenance for Song Wei. He handed him a box of instant noodles and a collection of canned goods, stating coolly, "Be cautious, do not draw attention from others." Gratefully accepting the provisions, Song Wei felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation. He unbuttoned his coat, cradling the food tightly as though it were a lifeline. Looking up at Lin Feng, his eyes sparkled with determination. "Mr. Lin, I am immensely grateful. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to instruct me." Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly, "Rest assured. When the need arises, I shall summon you." After bidding farewell to Lin Feng, Song Wei hurried home. He pushed open the door to find Zhang Limei's long-missed smile as she eagerly accepted the food from his hands, filling him with warmth and contentment. "Oh my! You are remarkable. You return with so much food after such a brief outing," Zhang Limei exclaimed in astonishment. She did not need to ask to know that Lin Feng had provided these items. However, she was perplexed by the fact that despite her multiple attempts to contact Lin Feng, hoping to exchange her body for more food, she had received no response. She could not understand why Lin Feng would decline her offers while so freely giving food to Song Wei. In her view, as a devoted mother, she possessed unique advantages that should have swayed Lin Feng's heart. Yet, the depths of Lin Feng's thoughts were beyond her comprehension. Chapter 107. The offering of a head. His refusal of Zhang Limei's proposal was not due to a lack of interest, but rather a steadfast adherence to his principles and boundaries. Having experienced it once, he found nothing particularly remarkable about it. After all, the taste of milk was far from delightful. Moreover, his assistance to Song Wei stemmed not from sympathy or pity, but from a recognition of the potential and worth he saw in him. In a world brimming with peril and opportunity, Lin Feng sought not merely strength, but also trust and loyalty. Song Wei epitomized the kind of individual he required. After dinner, Lin Feng, along with Li Meiying and Sun Si, settled onto the soft sofa. The atmosphere within the room, which ought to have been warm and tranquil, was now overshadowed by an intangible sense of apprehension. Li Meiying's brow was furrowed, her voice laden with profound concern. Brother Feng, Zhang Jiaxing is known for his vengeful nature, and now that he possesses explosives, his threat level has undoubtedly escalated. We must prepare for the worst and guard against any trouble he might bring our way. Sun Si too wore a troubled expression, her face etched with worry. They had painstakingly found a relatively safe haven in this apocalyptic world and were loath to see it disrupted by Zhang Jiaxing and his associates. Should they fall into the hands of Zhang Jiaxing's crew, they would surely meet a dire fate. Lin Feng, having nurtured his abilities, had brought forth a radiance in them that surpassed their pre-apocalyptic states, both in skin and spirit. He offered little explanation, merely stating in his characteristic calm tone, "You two should return to your rooms. Whatever transpires next, there is no need for excessive worry. These individuals are merely a rabble. I have never regarded them as a threat." Despite the ease and confidence in Lin Feng's words, the two women's unease remained unresolved. They understood that this was no ordinary dispute, but a grave test of life and death. Yet, they also recognized their current inability to offer Lin Feng any tangible assistance, and thus could only silently comply with his directives, retreating to their rooms, hearts heavy with trepidation. Lin Feng remained on the sofa, eyes closed, quietly awaiting the impending adversary. Time trickled by. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, the night deepened, and silence enveloped everything around him. Suddenly, a sharp ping shattered the stillness of the night. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within. He grasped his phone, where a message from Song Wei awaited. "Mr. Lin, Zhang Jiaxing's men have departed." But Zhang Jiaxing himself was not seen. "Please exercise caution and prepare for any eventuality." It turned out that Song Wei had stealthily concealed himself near Zhang Jiaxing's residence after delivering food, keeping a vigilant watch on Zhang Jiaxing's movements. He would promptly inform Lin Feng of any developments. "Damn, you're quite cunning. Whether you show yourself or not, today marks your end," Lin Feng thought. Wearied of Zhang Jiaxing's provocations and eager to sever ties with this relentless entanglement, he refrained from replying to Song Wei's message and instead activated the villa's surveillance system, holding his breath as he scrutinized the screen. Soon, a procession of figures materialized on the monitor. Steel Cannon led 5 subordinates, appearing like phantoms at the villa's rear entrance. Steel Cannon walked at the forefront, his gaze piercing, as if capable of discerning all. Behind him, the 5 subordinates followed in perfect unison, akin to disciplined soldiers. From their formation and movements, Lin Feng could discern Steel Cannon's ruthlessness and cunning. The ability to train these idle individuals into such a regimented unit spoke volumes about his prowess. However, Lin Feng felt no fear. Rather, he remained composed. He could easily leverage his advantages to ensnare them all, yet he chose not to. He wished to observe the extent of damage Steel Cannon's explosives could inflict upon his sanctuary. As Lin Feng pondered, Steel Cannon subtly gestured. A subordinate, laden with a backpack, stepped forward. The bulging pack evidently contained explosives. Lin Feng's heart raced at this sight, yet he maintained his composure. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous. After all, this was his first encounter with such perilous explosives. Steel Cannon approached his subordinate, extracting a spherical object tightly wrapped in red cloth from the backpack. The cloth appeared to retain some moisture, as if the object were still exuding a liquid of some sort. "What kind of bomb is this?" Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the object in Steel Cannon's hands, who seemed in no haste to reveal the answer, slowly peeling back the layers of red cloth. As the wrapping unfurled, the object gradually emerged into the open air. Upon full revelation, Lin Feng's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. It was not a bomb, but rather a severed head. "Is this the head of Zhang Jiaxing?" Lin Feng rubbed his eyes vigorously, striving to confirm he had not misperceived the scene before him. Yet, all evidence indicated that it indeed was Zhang Jiaxing's head. What is the meaning of this? A power struggle? Confusion enveloped Lin Feng's thoughts as he grappled with the unfolding situation. Just then, Steel Egg stepped forward, hoisting Zhang Jiaxing's head aloft. He proclaimed loudly, "Mr. Lin, we bring you the head of Zhang Jiaxing as a testament to our sincerity in aligning with you. We seek no bounty. We only wish to follow you and become your loyal aides." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but commend Steel Egg's astuteness and bravery. He understood that Steel Egg was demonstrating his strength and resolve while simultaneously seeking to curry favor. This act revealed that Steel Egg possessed both cunning and intelligence. However, Lin Feng was not one to be easily swayed by superficial loyalty. He recognized Steel Cannon's opportunistic nature. Today, he might betray Zhang Jiaxing for profit. But tomorrow he could just as easily turn against Lin Feng for greater gain. Keeping such a person close would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Lin Feng's heart grew cold. He would not allow such a latent threat to persist. In a swift motion, he drew his handgun, silently approaching the door, ready to capture Steel Cannon and his men. Yet, Lin Feng was acutely aware that such an operation required utmost caution. Any misstep could plunge him into peril. Nevertheless, Steel Cannon's vigilance was exceedingly high. Chapter 108. Betrayal. His gaze remained fixated on the back door of Lin Feng's residence, as if he were awaiting something. When Lin Feng cautiously opened the observation hole, preparing to take action, Steel Cannon keenly sensed it. "Brothers, retreat!" Steel Cannon shouted, rolling to evade the bullet fired by Lin Feng. Simultaneously, the sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng squeezed the trigger repeatedly, bullets raining down like a tempest towards Steel Cannon and his men. However, Steel Cannon and his companions reacted swiftly, scattering to evade Lin Feng's assault. Despite Lin Feng firing multiple rounds until his magazine was empty, he only succeeded in hitting two of Steel Cannon's subordinates. Steel Cannon himself, with his remarkable agility and sharp instincts, successfully evaded Lin Feng's fire. Cowering in a shadowy corner, his heart pounding like a drum, Steel Cannon's gaze remained locked on the fallen forms of his two subordinates. Though he endeavored to suppress it, his fingers unconsciously traced circles on his chest, a visceral manifestation of his inner trepidation. At last, he inhaled deeply, as if summoning courage. Once his breath steadied, he lifted his head and called out, "Mr. Lin, I." Steel Cannon, offer the head of Zhang Jiaxing with utmost sincerity. "Yet, you act so unprincipled, opening fire without a word. This truly disappoints me." At that moment, Lin Feng had swiftly reloaded his weapon, aiming steadily at the dark corner where Steel Cannon was concealed. "Steel Cannon, you, who can betray your own master. What is there that you would not do?" Lin Feng retorted. "Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? You are nothing but a treacherous beast." Lin Feng's words pierced like a sharp blade into Steel Cannon's heart. He sought to provoke Steel Cannon with his rhetoric, hoping to incite a loss of composure that would expose his position. Yet, Steel Cannon remained unexpectedly composed. "Mr. Lin, this world is one of the survival of the fittest. If you wish to endure, you must be more ruthless than I. I can overlook your killing of my two men, but your previous remarks still stand. Otherwise, our grievances shall leave no room for negotiation." In the face of Steel Cannon's threat, Lin Feng merely smiled nonchalantly. For the moment, he aimed to draw Steel Cannon out. Thus, he retrieved two golden, fragrant roast chickens from his space, holding them delicately in his hands as he surveyed the outside situation. He pinpointed a spot before the door and forcefully tossed the roast chickens into the air, which gracefully arched before landing steadily at the entrance. Watching the roast chickens fall, a smile crept across Lin Feng's lips as he called out, "Steel Cannon, you are right. We should cooperate. After all, only through collaboration can we survive this calamity. These two roast chickens symbolize my sincerity. Rest assured, I, Lin Feng, never go back on my word." From a distance, Steel Cannon's eyes glinted with greed as he gestured for his subordinates to retrieve the roast chickens. However, all three men shook their heads in refusal. Though they typically obeyed Steel Cannon's commands, hesitation gripped them at this moment. After all, Lin Feng wielded a firearm, and none were eager to risk their lives for a roast chicken. "What is wrong with you? Aren't you usually quite bold?" Steel Cannon glared at his subordinates with discontent. "Brother Cannon, it's not that we are unwilling. It's just that Lin Feng has a gun. If we go, what if he opens fire?" One subordinate cautiously explained. A bunch of cowards." Steel Cannon snorted derisively, yet he understood their sentiments were rooted in truth. In life and death situations, self-preservation becomes paramount. Reluctantly, Steel Cannon took a deep breath and shouted again, "Mr. Lin, are you not toying with us? You have a gun. How can we dare venture out? If we show ourselves, you could shoot us down like targets. If you truly wish to collaborate, send the roast chickens over to demonstrate your sincerity." Hearing Steel Cannon's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, a smirk forming on his lips as he regarded Steel Cannon with disdain. He thought to himself, how cunning of Steel Cannon to attempt to draw me out. Does he think I am unaware that I hold the reins of this situation? Lin Feng's voice turned cold, laced with contempt and fury. "Steel Cannon, do not overstep your bounds. You want me to come out? What are you? If you do not wish to cooperate, so be it. I, Lin Feng, am never in want of partners." With that, Lin Feng unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, a thunderous shot reverberating as the bullet pierced through the air, striking one of the roast chickens on the ground. The chicken exploded, releasing a charred aroma that sharply contrasted with the surrounding stench. "Stop!" Steel Cannon shouted in alarm, panic, and resentment flooding his voice. He understood that if Lin Feng continued to fire, the remaining roast chicken would also vanish. For half a month, they had subsisted on raw meat. And now the sight of the roast chicken was more tempting than any delicacy. Steel Cannon's brow furrowed as he pondered how to navigate this precarious predicament. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was also contemplating his strategy, recognizing that the allure of the roast chicken alone would not suffice to entice Steel Cannon. He required a more cunning approach. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Feng as he thought of Song Wei, who must be secretly monitoring Steel Cannon's actions. He swiftly grabbed his phone and sent an urgent message to Song Wei, requesting his cooperation to confront Steel Cannon. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard the sound of a fuse igniting, followed by the rapid approach of an object resembling a firecracker, sparks trailing behind it, heading towards the observation hole. Alarmed, he instinctively shut the observation hole. Meanwhile, Steel Cannon had already calculated his timing. Seeing Lin Feng close the observation hole, he perceived it as a golden opportunity. He dashed towards the roast chickens, his heart brimming with greed and desire. However, just as he was about to grasp the roast chicken, a loud crack resounded as a brick struck his hand with precision. Steel Cannon cried out in pain, looking up to find a shadow darting towards him like lightning. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Song Wei. Enraged, Steel Cannon roared as he engaged in a fierce struggle with Song Wei. The two exchanged blows in a flurry of fists and feet. And in the blink of an eye, several moves had passed. Observing the commotion, Steel Cannon's three subordinates attempted to assist him, but were swiftly deterred by Lin Feng, who reopened the observation hole, raising his firearm to aim at Steel Cannon's men. Chapter 109. The Escape. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed through the air, causing Steel Cannon's subordinates to retreat in fear. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng aimed his gun at Steel Cannon. However, at that juncture, he was entangled in a fierce struggle with Song Wei, rendering it impossible to discern their forms. Lin Feng hesitated momentarily, acutely aware that firing could inadvertently harm Song Wei. Meanwhile, Steel Cannon was filled with vigilance, cognizant that Lin Feng was undoubtedly biding his time, searching for a fatal flaw. He understood that even a slight lapse in his defense would lead to his inevitable demise. Thus, Steel Cannon deliberately altered the dynamics of the confrontation with Song Wei, skillfully guiding the battle into the depths of darkness. As they approached the edge of the shadows, Steel Cannon made a bold decision. He intentionally relaxed his defenses, exposing his chest to Song Wei's assault, knowing full well that Song Wei would not miss such a prime opportunity. Boom. True to expectation, Song Wei's fist landed with tremendous force upon Steel Cannon's chest, akin to a thunderclap, as if it sought to rend Steel Cannon's body asunder. Yet, Steel Cannon had anticipated this. Harnessing the immense recoil, he rolled away with the agility of a leopard, vanishing into the darkness. Without pausing, he swiftly disappeared around a distant corner. Witnessing Steel Cannon's deft escape, his subordinates dared not linger. They were all too aware that remaining would lead to certain death. Consequently, they turned and fled into the distance like startled rabbits. Song Wei, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger and frustration. Clenching his fists, he contemplated pursuing Steel Cannon. But just then, Lin Feng's voice echoed from afar. "Song Wei, don't chase after him. You should return." Song Wei understood that if Steel Cannon reunited with his men, he would find himself in an even more perilous situation, devoid of any chance for victory. Only the prospect of his own demise awaited him. There was no way he would allow himself to fall so easily after having just been nurtured by Lin Feng. Damn it. Steel Cannon is indeed more troublesome than Zhang Jiaxing, Lin Feng cursed under his breath as he wearily returned indoors. He opened the door to Li Meiying and Sun Siyu's bedroom. The room was dimly lit, and Lin Feng vaguely discerned that both women were huddled in a corner, arms tightly wrapped around their knees, heads buried deep between their legs. Their bodies trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the earlier events. Lin Feng approached and gently patted their shoulders, reassuringly saying, "It's all right now, you're safe to come out." Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, the two women felt an immediate sense of relief. Although this man often appeared overly cautious and cold, at this moment, he represented their greatest source of warmth. Sun Siyu was the first to lift her head. Rushing towards Lin Feng, her eyes filled with concern and worry. She scrutinized him, fearful that he might be injured. As a doctor, she was acutely sensitive to every detail regarding the body. Only when she confirmed Lin Feng was unharmed did she relax, a faint smile of relief gracing her face. Li Meiying followed suit. Although she did not approach as directly as Sun Siyu, her eyes reflected similar concern. However, she remained more composed. and upon observing that Lin Feng did not appear injured, she too felt reassured. Lin Feng, noticing the concern in their eyes, was overwhelmed by a warm surge of affection. He opened his arms, embracing both women tightly. "Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine," he murmured softly. Together, they slowly made their way to the sofa. As they neared, Lin Feng's gaze inadvertently swept across the room, and he was astonished to discover the profound transformation that had occurred since the two women had moved in. The once somewhat desolate living room now thrived with vitality. The coffee table was perpetually adorned with an array of fresh fruits, exuding an enticing aroma. His teacup was consistently filled with hot water, emitting steam, while the entire room sparkled with cleanliness. The floors shone like a mirror, the windows were crystal clear, and even the air seemed fresh. Each corner radiated warmth and comfort, evoking a sense of joy. More importantly, the space brimmed with the intimate atmosphere of a home. Though these were merely trivial details, it was these very nuances that constituted the essence of life. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel an immense sense of gratitude. Having two such considerate and virtuous women by his side was indeed a blessing. This deepened his understanding of the adage, "Only a home filled with women can truly be called a home." After taking a deep breath, Lin Feng recounted the tense situation that had just unfolded to the two women. He sought to discern if Li Meiying might offer valuable insights. Upon hearing his account, a grave expression appeared on Li Meiying's face. She furrowed her brow, pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. "It appears that Steel Cannon is indeed a formidable adversary. He is even more cunning and ruthless than Zhang Jiasing." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, while Zhang Jiasing is a shrewd businessman, he still adheres to certain principles and boundaries. Steel Cannon, on the other hand, will stop at nothing to achieve his aims. Compounding matters. He possesses a significant stockpile of explosives, rendering his influence even more formidable. Li Meiying acknowledged this, continuing her analysis. To contend with Steel Cannon and his associates, weaponry is undoubtedly a critical issue. Lin Feng fully recognized this reality, exhaling deeply as he replied, "You are correct. I currently have only 6 bullets left, which are far from sufficient for our next confrontation with Steel Cannon and his men." Both fell into silence, contemplating solutions to this dilemma. Sun Siyu, seated nearby, felt a rising anxiety, unable to conceive any viable plan. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the stillness of the room. Both women instinctively turned their gaze to Lin Feng, their eyes reflecting inquiry and concern, as if silently asking whether they should withdraw. Lin Feng remained silent, already guessing who awaited outside. Nonetheless, he took out his phone to confirm, and upon seeing that only Li Jinxian stood at the door, he turned to Sun Siyu, gently patting her shoulder. "It's all right. Go ahead and open the door." Though Sun Siyu was filled with uncertainty, Lin Feng's calm demeanor eased her apprehension slightly. Chapter 110, The Choice of Li Jinxian. Outside the door, the silhouette of Li Jinxian caught the eye. She stood alone, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet her gaze betrayed a complex array of emotions. Sun Siyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, stepping aside to allow Li Jinxian to enter. Upon her arrival, Li Jinxian adhered to Lin Feng's custom, consciously removing her outerwear, yet her attire did not fully expose her. Clad in a 3-piece ensemble, she approached Lin Feng with an air of confidence. Lin Feng welcomed her presence and invited her to sit. The two women positioned themselves on either side of Lin Feng, asserting their claims. They regarded Li Jinxuan's nearly bare form with palpable hostility, despite their own self-assuredness regarding their physiques. However, they refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction, having inferred that Li Jinxian would inevitably become a member of this household. As Li Jinxian took her seat, she sensed the subtle antagonism emanating from either side. Yet she chose to cast aside these sentiments and focus on her conversation with Lin Feng. She lifted her head, her tone laced with inquiry and disappointment. "It appears you have not upheld our agreement." Lin Feng, caught off guard by Li Jinxuan's forthrightness, furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering how to respond. Ultimately, he candidly conceded, "Yes. I admit I have not fulfilled that promise. However, I am in urgent need of your assistance. I require weaponry." At his words, a mixture of emotions swirled within Li Jinxian. She had chosen Lin Feng as her partner not solely for his advantageous circumstances but also because she trusted his character. From observing Li Meiying and Sun Siyu, she discerned Lin Feng's attitudes towards family and friends. They lived comfortably and harmoniously under his roof, devoid of conflict, which stood as a testament to his integrity and capability. Yet, Lin Feng's failure to honor their agreement left her feeling disheartened and perplexed. She understood that should Lin Feng be slain by the Steel Cannon gang, she would rather perish than align herself with them. Nevertheless, she recognized her own principled nature and her reluctance to alter her decisions lightly. Thus, Li Jinxian found herself in a dilemma. Li Mei, having observed the intricate emotions on Li Jinxuan's face during their discourse, keenly sensed the undercurrents at play. She approached Li Jinxian gently, her face adorned with a warm and sincere smile. Miss Li, may I request a moment of your time for a private conversation? There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Li Jinxian hesitated for a moment, her gaze shifting between Li Meiying and Lin Feng before she ultimately nodded and followed Li Meiying into the bedroom. Witnessing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, a twinge of unease welling within him. He was uncertain of the approach Li Meiying would take to persuade Li Jinxian, which filled him with concern. Turning to Sun Siyu, he inquired, Siyu, do you believe Meiying will succeed? Jinxian. Sun Siyu gently wrapped her arm around Lin Feng's, leaning against him with a smile. Rest assured. Lin Feng, have you forgotten how Meiying persuaded me in the beginning? She possesses a unique charm and wisdom. I firmly believe she will convince Jinxian. Recalling Meiying's words, a blush crept onto Sun Siyu's cheeks. Lin Feng, gazing at her flushed countenance, felt a warmth surge within him. The image of Li Jinxuan's athletic form and indomitable spirit ignited a desire for conquest in his heart. Desire for conquest? Sun Siyu seemed to perceive Lin Feng's thoughts. Playfully teasing, don't underestimate Miss Li. She is not so easily subdued. In response, Lin Feng wore a confident smile. Fear not, Siyu. I am quite assured in this regard. Moments later, Li Meiying and Li Jinxian emerged from the bedroom, hand in hand, exuding grace. Observing this, Lin Feng marveled at the complexity of women's hearts. As unpredictable and enchanting as the depths of the ocean, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Li Jinxian, who had now donned the delicate lace nightgown selected by Li Meiying. The fabric, soft and caressing, adorned with lace trim, lent an air of allure and mystery. Set against the nightgown, Li Jinxuan's skin appeared as porcelain, her curves elegantly accentuated. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, as if concealing untold stories. This blend of charm and enigma fashioned an ethereal beauty that beckoned exploration. Li Meiying, noticing Lin Feng's rapt attention, smiled playfully as she approached him and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Brother Feng, don't stare. You're nearly drooling. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Lin Feng hastily wiped his mouth, but there was nothing to clean. He chuckled awkwardly, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Ha ha. The scene elicited laughter from both Li Jinxian and Sun Siyu, their mirth intertwining like a melodious symphony that echoed throughout the room. Their laughter, filled with joy and warmth, stirred deep emotions within. Damn it, how dare these women tease me, Lin Feng mused inwardly, yet a proud smile unconsciously crept across his lips. In this apocalyptic era, he was fortunate enough to be surrounded by 3 such splendid women, leaving him profoundly moved. As his gaze roamed among them, he suddenly realized that although this life was delightful, it compelled him to confront a pressing issue. He must temper the pace at which he welcomed women into his life. Otherwise, the available space would soon become insufficient. Li Jinxian, seemingly oblivious to Lin Feng's somewhat avaricious gaze, gracefully twirled before him like a peacock displaying its feathers. Her smile dazzled, her voice sweet as she asked, Brother Feng, do you think I can move in here? Could you arrange a room for me? Her nature was such that once she made a choice, she embraced it wholeheartedly without complaint. Lin Feng nodded, smiling as he assigned Li Jinxian to the last available bedroom on the lower floor. Watching her contented form depart, he felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. As the 3 women busied themselves with arranging the room, Lin Feng retrieved a bounty of exquisite food from his storage, seafood, prime cuts of beef, and other gourmet ingredients, all of which had become scarce in this desolate world. Li Jinxuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of such provisions. She was aware of Lin Feng's ample resources, but she had not anticipated the presence of so many rare delicacies, all still alive and vibrant. Chapter 111. Tenderness in the Apocalypse. Curiously, she inquired, Brother Feng, where did you procure all this food? There isn't even a vegetable to be found outside. Lin Feng smiled but offered no explanation. He recognized that the source of this food was a mystery to the 3 women, yet he had no intention of elaborating. Li Meiying and Sun Siyu were no strangers to Lin Feng's bountiful meals. They had witnessed such displays before. Though curiosity and doubt swirled within them, they tactfully refrained from voicing their questions. Soon after, the 3 women gathered in the kitchen and busied themselves. In no time, a sumptuous dinner was laid out. The 4 of them sat around the table, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Li Meiying deliberately seated Li Jinxian next to Lin Feng, hoping she would more swiftly integrate into their little family. The atmosphere was harmonious, with joyful conversations flowing, as if they had forgotten the chaos of the world outside. During their chatter, Li Meiying suddenly shifted the topic and boldly proposed having a child with Lin Feng. Her voice, though soft, resonated with determination and anticipation. This unexpected suggestion left Lin Feng bewildered and plunged the other two into deep contemplation. In such a tumultuous world, was it truly wise to bring a child into existence? Lin Feng found himself lost in thought. He understood that this was not merely a question of procreation. It was a profound decision regarding the future, survival, and responsibility. Would bringing a child into such an environment be an act of irresponsibility? Yet, he also feared the regret of a life unfulfilled. Unbeknownst to them, the dinner was drawing to a close, with only scattered conversations remaining amidst the remnants of their meal. As usual, Sun Siyu was inebriated, leaning against her chair. Her lips stained with remnants of wine, seemingly lost in a dream. Although Li Jinxian could hold her liquor reasonably well, she too felt the effects. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes shimmering with a dreamy light. Despite her infrequent drinking, her regular exercise seemed to help her maintain a semblance of clarity. After assisting Sun Siyu back to her room, Li Meiying voluntarily returned to her own quarters, gently closing the door to afford Lin Feng and Li Jinxian some privacy. With only Lin Feng and Li Jinxian remaining in the room, the atmosphere became subtly charged. As Li Jinxian faced Lin Feng, a wave of nervousness washed over her. Her mind racing with the possibilities of what might transpire next, causing her to lower her gaze in embarrassment. She recalled Li Meiying's prior words regarding Lin Feng's extraordinary strength. Lin Feng, observing Li Jinxuan's delicate demeanor, felt an overwhelming surge of affection. Bolstered by the effects of alcohol, he gradually approached her, ultimately drawing her into his warm embrace. As Li Jinxian sensed his presence, her heart raced, and it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The following morning, Lin Feng abruptly sat up in bed, his mind still somewhat hazy, as last night's events replayed like a film in his mind. Rubbing his eyes, he felt a delightful freshness brought by Li Jinxian, elevating his spirits. However, amidst this exhilaration, he overlooked a crucial issue. Given the ruckus they had caused the previous night, one would expect the resident group chat to be abuzz with discussions and speculations. Yet, to his surprise, it was eerily quiet, devoid of any conversation. Furrowing his brow, a sense of curiosity arose within him. He swiftly grabbed his phone and opened the chat, only to discover it was completely empty. Upon reviewing the messages, he realized that Xiao Hanwei had sent him several notifications. Caught up in the excitement of the previous evening, he had neglected to notice them. Xiao Hanwei's messages detailed the grave crisis posed by the gang of troublemakers. She mentioned that a resident from Building 6 had already taken action, organizing the residents of their building to collectively confront the threat. This unified approach garnered enthusiastic responses and imitation from others. As Lin Feng meticulously read through Xiao Hanwei's messages, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He understood that such cooperation was currently the most viable strategy. However, since he resided in a standalone villa, no one had approached him to join their efforts. Gazing at the messages on his screen, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Am I being isolated? However, he didn't dwell on this notion for long. Even if someone were to invite him to join their ranks, he would not easily consent. Lin Feng had learned from Song Wei of a surprising development, aside from the gang of troublemakers. Another faction composed of a group of young individuals was operating in the shadows. These youths, mostly aimless students and drifters, were predominantly in their 20s. Though few in number, only about 20, they exhibited a rebellious and disdainful demeanor. Despite their youth, they were equally ruthless, demonstrating a brutality that rivaled that of the troublemakers. However, unlike their counterparts, this group lacked access to substantial weaponry, which somewhat limited their operational capacity. Yet Lin Feng recognized that this did not mean they were incapable of becoming a threat. Currently, only these two factions posed substantial dangers to him. Nonetheless, Lin Feng did not display excessive concern. He understood that as long as he refrained from venturing outside, they could not inflict any significant harm upon him. In this context, Lin Feng chose to temporarily set aside his wariness and savor the tranquility that enveloped him. Over the ensuing days, he found himself surrounded by the tenderness and care of the three women, indulging in a level of comfort he had never previously experienced. Zhang Jiaxing resided in Building 6, which had now become a gathering place for the troublemakers. At that moment, Gang Pao lay on the sofa, his brow furrowed, as if an immense weight bore down upon him. He was deep in thought, grappling with how to deal with Lin Feng. It was the first time since his rise to power that he had suffered such a significant setback. This defeat felt like a dagger piercing his heart, robbing him of sleep and appetite. Brother Pao, it's bad. You need to see this. Just as Gang Pao was lost in contemplation, Wang Ming burst in, clutching his phone with a look of sheer terror, his voice trembling. Startled by the sudden interruption, Gang Pao glared at Wang Ming, his tone laced with irritation. How many times have I told you not to be so reckless? Weren't you upstairs having fun? Why are you back so suddenly? Wang Ming disregarded Gang Pao's reprimand, fully aware that the urgency of the situation left no room for explanations. Chapter 112, The Wrath of the Steel Cannon. Trembling, he extended his phone towards the steel cannon. His voice urgent. Brother Pao, this is the phone of that woman upstairs. You must see this. They are planning to unite against us. After suffering a defeat at Lin Feng's hands, the steel cannon's gang retreated to Zhang Jiaxin's residence in a fit of rage. To vent their frustration and anger, they resorted to extreme measures, breaking down the door upstairs, brutally killing the man inside, and consuming his flesh, leaving the woman behind for their amusement. It was this horrific act that led Wang Ming to discover astonishing news on the female owner's phone. The residents of Building 6, driven by fear and fury, had resolved to band together against the malevolent forces represented by the steel cannon and his crew. Upon reading the message, the steel cannon furrowed his brow, his expression darkening like the sky before a tempest. Damn it, this is outrageous. Do you truly think I'm a sickly cat just because I haven't T-roared? If I cannot handle that brat Lin Feng, do you think I cannot deal with you neighbors? Mingzi, go summon our brothers immediately. We shall act tonight and show them who the true master of this place is. The steel cannon's fury reached its zenith, and he was desperate for a means to unleash his pent-up resentment. The resistance from these neighbors would undoubtedly serve as the perfect outlet for his anger. He thought it an opportune moment to showcase his strength and demonstrate who truly held dominion here. Thus, he commanded Wang Ming to rally their comrades in preparation for the night's operation. As night fell, the atmosphere in Zhang Jiaxin's home grew palpably tense. The steel cannon and his brothers had assembled, their eyes brimming with rage and murderous intent. Listen up. Tonight, we will make these oblivious neighbors aware of who the real owner is. Wang Ming, the steel cannon's trusted aide, stepped forward, brandishing a metal rod as he proclaimed loudly. Brothers, stay close. Tonight, they will pay dearly. With Wang Ming's rallying cry, the group of four descended the stairs. They traversed the dimly lit hallway and arrived at the lobby of Building 6. The steel cannon kicked open the door, leading the charge inside. However, they were unprepared for the fact that the residents of Building 6 had received word in advance and were well prepared for their arrival. Instead of terrified screams and fleeing inhabitants, they were met with a group of neighbors brandishing clubs, their faces etched with defiance. You bullies finally dare to show yourselves, a middle-aged man shouted, wielding a baseball bat and standing firm before them. It is your kind that has robbed us of our peace, and tonight, we will make you pay. A young woman joined the chorus of condemnation, her eyes aflame with indignation and resolve. Seeing this, the steel cannon felt a surge of panic. He had not anticipated such unity and preparation among the neighbors. Yet, being a seasoned thug, he quickly regained his composure and bellowed, Brothers, no need to waste breath on them a charge. At his command, a fierce melee erupted. The corridor was filled with a cacophony of clashing weapons and fists, the scene devolving into chaos. However, in the face of the neighbors' solidarity and bravery, the steel cannon and his gang found themselves struggling. As more neighbors joined the fray, the steel cannon's expression darkened further. He realized the precariousness of their situation and could only grit his teeth and order a retreat. Brothers, fall back. We need a new strategy. With that, he suddenly produced a pre-prepared explosive device from his pocket, swiftly igniting the fuse and hurling it into the crowd. Panic ensued among the neighbors as they scattered, but in their frantic haste, they stumbled, unable to escape the impending doom. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, the shockwave distorting the very air around them. Several individuals were flung through the air, their screams mingling with the horrified gasps of those nearby, creating a symphony of chaos. Yet, the steel cannon was not finished. He retrieved 2 more explosives, igniting them before launching them into the throng. Run! Save yourselves! Help! The cries of the neighbors echoed. But they were trapped in a dire predicament. Another explosion followed, flames reaching skyward, smoke billowing. Thus, the dozens of neighbors who had once banded together against the steel cannon were reduced to fewer than 10 who escaped by sheer luck. On the ground lay over 30 bodies, some devoid of life, others moaning in agony, blood pooling around them, a scene of utter carnage. Those who had sought to confront the steel cannon had instead become victims of his violent wrath. The steel cannon stepped into the heart of the devastation, surveying the wreckage with a triumphant grin. He pulled out his phone, activating the camera to record the scene. As he filmed, he arrogantly proclaimed, "You foolish ignoramuses. Do you see this? This is what happens when you cross me. Who dares to defy me? Speak up, and I, the steel cannon, shall personally send you to hell." His words dripped with provocation and menace, as if he were declaring war on the entire community. After concluding his recording, He nodded in satisfaction and shared the video in the residents' group chat. Upon viewing the steel cannon's video, those residents who had held on to hope fell into a profound silence. They were left in shock by the horrific scene, overwhelmed by the steel cannon's ruthless tactics. No one dared to utter a word. The group chat descended into a grave stillness. The shocking imagery instilled a sense of vulnerability in everyone. They had believed that uniting would allow them to confront the steel cannon's gang, but reality had dealt them a harsh blow. They now understood that the steel cannon was not an adversary to be trifled with. However, when Lin Feng saw the video posted by the steel cannon, he merely smiled serenely. He had anticipated such an outcome, fully aware of the steel cannon's brutal methods. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng sent a teasing emoji in the group chat, followed by a provocative message, "Come here." This message struck the steel cannon like a bucket of icy water, rekindling his earlier agitation. He clutched his phone tightly, his brow furrowed, eyes glinting with rage and frustration. He had yet to devise a plan to deal with Lin Feng, and this left him feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. Chapter 113. Come here. He understood that Lin Feng was an astute and cunning adversary, armed with a firearm, which only heightened his trepidation. Gang Dan was acutely aware that a reckless confrontation with Lin Feng could very well place him in perilous circumstances. He comprehended that in the wake of a gunshot, there would be no victors. If he acted impulsively, he might very well pay with his life. Yet, on the other hand, he could hardly endure Lin Feng's brazen provocation and insult. Lin Feng's taunting words echoed incessantly in Gang Dan's mind. Come here. A nameless fury ignited within him. However, unbeknownst to Gang Dan, Lin Feng and Appo's gun held but 5 bullets remaining. Lin Feng and Appo's deliberate provocation was intended to keep Gang Dan guessing, uncertain of his true intentions. Gang Dan's eyes shimmered with an indescribable rage. He yearned to storm into Lin Feng's residence and consume him whole. Nevertheless, despite the seething hatred that filled his heart, Gang Dan knew he must not act rashly. The inferno of anger within him made it impossible to remain composed. Suddenly, he unleashed his frustration upon a fallen victim, kicking the injured person with ferocity. The wounded individual, already suffering from the explosion, let out a heart-wrenching scream as Gang Dan's boot connected with his injury. This agonizing shriek reverberated through the desolate hall, akin to a sharp blade slicing through the stillness of the night. The sound only served to stoke Gang Dan's fury further. With a swift motion, he drew the dagger from his waist and strode towards the wounded man, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. The injured man, witnessing Gang Dan's approaching figure, was gripped by terror, forgetting his own pain as he helplessly struggled to escape. Yet, at the moment when the dagger was poised to slice through the victim's throat, Gang Dan abruptly halted. He then sent yet another menacing message to the group of homeowners. Lin Feng, if you can evade me for a moment, can you evade me for eternity? I may not be able to kill you, but I can inflict endless suffering upon your neighbors due to your existence. Their tragic deaths, every drop of blood, will become an indelible guilt upon your conscience. Are you not afraid of their vengeful spirits haunting you each night? Are you not afraid of your neighbor's accusations piercing your heart like a sword? From this moment forth, I shall be an unrelenting harbinger of death, wreaking havoc within Building No. 6 until you emerge. In the ensuing days, Gang Dan truly became the embodiment of his threats, unleashing mayhem within Building No. 6, accompanied by several accomplices. He rampaged through the corridors, inflicting harm upon innocent neighbors without remorse. Their atrocities were appalling. Neither the elderly nor the young were spared from their wrath. The residents of Building No. 6 lived in constant fear and despair, forced to flee for their lives. Those with relatives in other buildings sought refuge with them, while those without a safe haven could only wander aimlessly, evading Gang Dan's pursuit. Even on frigid winter nights, some neighbors were left shivering in corners with nowhere to go. They turned pale from the cold, their lips turning blue, ultimately succumbing to the bitter chill. Tragically, a few even chose the extreme path of self-termination, unable to bear the weight of their fear and despair. Yet, amid such adversity, several households fell victim to Gang Dan and his associates. Their homes were left in disarray. Family members brutally slain, the blood staining every corner of the room. These innocent lives were extinguished beneath Gang Dan's tyranny. Disturbingly, after each act of violence, Gang Dan would photograph the crime scene and disseminate the images to the group, further destabilizing the already fragile community. He prided himself on his cunning, believing that by murdering several innocent residents of Building No. 6, he could force the elusive Lin Feng to reveal himself. He assumed Lin Feng would inevitably emerge as a hero, akin to a gallant figure from a film, to engage in a face-to-face negotiation. In doing so, Gang Dan planned to seize the opportunity to eliminate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's response was entirely unforeseen. In the face of the innocent neighbors' casualties, Lin Feng displayed not a shred of remorse or sorrow. Instead, a triumphant smile graced his lips. His strategy was to exploit Gang Dan's frenzied actions to instill panic, allowing those neighbors who had previously disregarded him to experience helplessness and despair. Lin Feng's ultimate goal was to compel Gang Dan to continue his rampage, spreading terror throughout building number 6. He understood that only through such chaos would those who had once looked down upon him come to recognize the gravity of the situation and realize that he was their sole hope for salvation. As anticipated, merely 2 days later, the residents could no longer endure the turmoil. They bore witness to Gang Dan's malevolence, living each day in dread. They began to understand that only Lin Feng, the enigmatic neighbor, could confront Gang Dan directly to resolve the crisis. Consequently, the long-dormant homeowners group sprang back to life, inundated with various requests, urgings, and even threats. Lin Feng, as a man, how can you evade responsibility? Gang Dan's gang is a result of your provocations, and their deaths are intertwined with your actions. Why must we, who share no connection with you, bear the burden of your unjust transgressions? Indeed, everyone must be accountable for their actions. Having made your choice, you should possess the courage to face the consequences, rather than thrusting the weight of your mistakes upon innocent individuals. Their words cut through the hearts of all like a sharp blade. They insisted that as long as Lin Feng remained silent, their reprisals would not cease. Lin Feng, are you truly willing to let the innocent suffer due to your selfishness? Can you bear to witness those who were once unrelated to you fall into danger because of your actions? Are you truly a person of responsibility? Lin Feng, it is time to step forward and take accountability for your actions to protect those innocent lives. Faced with the cacophony of accusations from his neighbors, Lin Feng did not respond with anger. Instead, he was mildly amused by their behavior, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. These neighbors, who often prided themselves on being the backbone of the community, now exhibited such childlike conduct. They lamented loudly in the homeowners group, yet if genuine danger arose, it was likely they would scatter like frightened rabbits. They clamored for Lin Feng to take responsibility, yet in truth, they trembled at the very thought of confronting Gang Dan's threats. Such behavior was truly deserving of scorn. Chapter 114. Sugar-coated bombshells. Would Lin Feng indulge them? Certainly not. He casually replied to a few messages in the group. I did not extend an invitation to them. They chose to launch an attack on me. In self-defense, I countered and ultimately subdued them. Am I to be deemed in the wrong for this? Their inability to contend with the threats posed by those individuals has nothing to do with me. I bear no obligation for your incompetence. You yourselves have acknowledged that these people are exceedingly dangerous. Thus, I am even less inclined to risk confronting them. In comparison, remaining in my abode is far more secure. Don't you think? This infuriated the self-righteous neighbors, who believed Lin Feng was shirking responsibility, and once again, they began to accuse him. By doing this, aren't you pushing us all into the fire? We once trusted you so deeply, yet you have placed us in jeopardy. Those people are after you. Why should we bear the brunt of their aggression? We have done nothing wrong, yet we must suffer the consequences of your actions. Lin Feng, do you still possess a shred of conscience? Have you ever considered our feelings or cared for our safety? How shameless they are, displaying audacity to the utmost degree. Lin Feng coldly retorted, I couldn't care less whether you survive or not. Your existence is inconsequential to me. I have never regarded you with any importance. Your plight bears no relevance to me. Don't come to me with talk of conscience. When you attacked my home, each of you was complicit. Now you dare invoke morality? What audacity! I have been magnanimous enough not to confront you directly. Yet here you are, brazenly challenging me while speaking of conscience? Are you truly unaware of your own deeds? Do you genuinely believe I am a soft target and capable of retaliating? Let me make it clear, do not provoke me, or I shall ensure you do not fare well. With just a few words, Lin Feng swiftly dismantled the neighbors' previously arrogant demeanor. They were rendered speechless, as if an invisible barrier had silenced them. In that moment, they began to recall Lin Feng's extraordinary capabilities and remarkable intellect. Previously, Zhang Jianqing had been arrogant, rallying hundreds to seize Lin Feng's home, only to find that their attempt was akin to striking a rock with an egg, resulting in severe casualties among their ranks. The gruesome battlefield still haunted their memories, and the horrific scenes left them trembling with dread. Meanwhile, those neighbors who had not participated in the assault began to feel a surge of anger and dissatisfaction as they observed the once arrogant aggressors. They started to condemn the attackers, their voices filled with sympathy for Lin Feng and censure for those individuals. You have truly been deceived by Zhang Jianqing's sweet words. How could you be so foolish as to target a good person like Lin Feng? He has always looked after us. His kindness is evident to all. Your actions will only serve to chill his heart and cause us innocent ones to suffer alongside him. Indeed, Lin Feng is a model citizen in our community. and we have all witnessed his integrity. If it were not for your disheartening actions, how could he possibly neglect us? You should seriously reflect on your behavior. Lin Feng. On behalf of us innocent neighbors, I apologize. We understand you are under no obligation to care for each of us, but in this community, you have always been our role model and support. I hope you can continue to assist those in genuine need, and as for those who have wronged you, you may choose to forgive or disregard them. Regardless, we hope you will remain in our community, bringing us hope and warmth. Sugar-coated bombshells. Are you under the illusion that if hard tactics fail, soft approaches will succeed? Having lived 2 lives, Lin Feng had long since discerned the hypocritical facades of these neighbors. They oscillated between flattery and malicious slander, but regardless of their methods, they merely sought to extract something from him. Were it not for Lin Feng's current idleness, he would have had no desire to engage with them. At that moment, the long-silent Aunt Zhao unexpectedly sent a message in the group chat. Stop the quarreling. The organization has contacted me. The cold wave is about to end, and we must follow orders to bring all murderers to justice. Now, everyone gather in the underground parking lot. Our first target is Wang Bo. No one heeded her call, let alone assembled. After her grandson was killed by Wang Bo, Aunt Zhao had become like a deranged dog, frantically seeking revenge. Yet, to the others, this behavior appeared to be nothing more than futile struggle. Wang Bo was so terrified of her that he dared not leave his home, fearing the wrath of the crazed elder. Seated opposite Lin Feng, Sun Siyu glanced at the chat and remarked, Aunt Zhao is quite pitiful. Her grandson is gone. Lin Feng knew that Sun Siyu's sympathy was overflowing again. Before he could respond, Li Meiying disdainfully countered, Are you not aware of her character? She has brought this upon herself. That she has survived until now is already a blessing from fate. Lin Feng nodded slightly, agreeing with Li Meiying's perspective. As the saying goes, good people do not live long. While calamities linger for 1,000 years, though Aunt Zhao was pitiable, her actions were beyond sympathy. Sitting nearby, Li Jinxian was not well versed in the events of the community. Her concerns lay with the threats from the gang led by Gang Pao. Ever since she devoted herself to Lin Feng, her heart was filled with apprehension. She worried not only for her own safety, but also for Lin Feng's well-being. Thus, she inquired, Lin, when do you plan to let me take you to acquire weapons? I fear Gang Dan and his crew may come knocking at any moment. Lin Feng cast her a reassuring glance and replied slowly, let us wait a bit longer. There is no immediate danger. Allow those neighbors to engage in their own conflicts with Gang Pao, thereby weakening both sides' strength. Without absolute certainty, I shall not venture outside. With ample provisions and 3 beautiful companions by my side, why would I risk stepping out? Chapter 115, The Foolish Du Yong and the Residents of Sun Yu. After Building 8 was seized by a group of young men in their 20s, Sun Yu and Wei Wei reluctantly chose to ally with them. Sun Yu, a master of manipulation among men, effortlessly gained the trust of these youths with her unique charm. Du Yong, the leader of this group, was a typical street thug, young, brash, and ruthless in his dealings. At this moment, Sun Yu was nestled closely against Du Yong, both seated on the sofa. Her phone screen illuminating her face as she intently read the messages in their group chat. Yang. Look at what they are saying here. Gang Pao and Lin Feng are at it again. I wonder if they will actually come to blows this time, she remarked. Her voice tinged with anxiety. She was well aware of Lin Feng's influence in the community and equally cognizant of Gang Pao's methods. Du Yong cast a dismissive glance at her phone screen, a scoff escaping his lips. Just 2 old men. I don't take them seriously at all. If they continue to flaunt themselves, I will show them who the real boss is here. Sun Yu smirked inwardly at his words, recognizing that while Du Yong possessed certain skills, he was still far from Lin Feng's caliber. Nevertheless, for her own survival, she had to rely on Du Yong for the time being. Leaning gently against his shoulder, she feigned sweetness. Oh, our Yang is the strongest. They wouldn't even be worthy to carry your shoes. Du Yong, flattered by her words, felt a surge of pride and impulsively squeezed her backside before bringing his hand to his nose. I have even greater prowess. Would you like to try? Sun Yu felt a wave of disgust wash over her, yet she maintained an appearance of bashfulness, lightly tapping his nose. But didn't you say yesterday that you would only touch me if I became the queen of this community? Her words reminded Du Yong of his earlier promise to unify the entire neighborhood and elevate Sun Yu to a position of power. However, at that moment, he was utterly entranced by her beauty and had lost his reasoning. Rising abruptly, he prepared to confront Lin Feng and Gang Pao. Sun Yu, sensing the urgency, quickly grasped his arm. Wait, let me explain. Lin Feng's family has fortified their defenses. If you go in unarmed, you won't even make it to their doorstep. Recalling the previous attack on Lin Feng's residence by hundreds, Du Yong halted and inquired, So, what do you propose we do? Sun Yu inhaled deeply before continuing. I believe the best course of action is for you and Gang Pao to unite against Lin Feng. You have sufficient manpower, and Gang Pao possesses explosives. This is the optimal combination. De Young frowned at her suggestion, clearly dissatisfied. He forcefully shook off her hand and replied, "Collaborate with Gang Pao? Impossible. I intend to be the leader of this community. Do you think Gang Pao would agree to be my subordinate?" Sun Yu was taken aback by his sudden reaction but quickly composed herself, softly urging, Yang, I understand your bias against Gang Pao, but we are discussing serious matters. Lin Feng is not an easy opponent. If we rely solely on our strength, our chances of success are minimal. Gang Pao's explosives are an advantage we cannot overlook. If we collaborate effectively, we can surely defeat Lin Feng. De Young glared at Sun Yu, his voice low and simmering with anger. What do you mean? Do you think I am inferior to Lin Feng? Anger flared within Sun Yu. Indeed, he was no match for Lin Feng, merely a brash youth. In this dire situation, survival was paramount. Yet, she could not voice these thoughts, suppressing them within. Oh, Yang, please don't be angry. I am merely suggesting, if you disagree, you could always wipe out Gang Pao's crew and seize their explosives. Exactly. We can just take the explosives from them, De Young exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. This will bolster our strength while diminishing our enemies. He thumped his thigh, determination igniting in his eyes, and swiftly summoned his subordinates to orchestrate their plan. Listen up. Gang Pao and his crew are currently fatigued. This is our prime opportunity to strike. Though Du Yang's intellect may not rival Sun Yu's, he was not devoid of cunning. Recognizing that Gang Pao's group was exhausted, he seized the moment to act. Sun Yu observed his bustling figure with a mix of concern and resignation. She understood that everyone had their own choices and decisions to make. Life and death were fated, and fortunes were determined by the heavens. Since Du Yang had chosen this path, she could only silently pray for his safe return. Thus, Du Yang, accompanied by his carefully selected crew of 20, set forth towards Building 6. After concluding the group chat, Gang Pao felt a fire of rage consuming him, his emotions more volatile than before. Clenching his fists, he radiated a dangerous intensity. Unlike Du Yang, Gang Pao was contemplative. He understood that this was not the ideal moment to confront Lin Feng. To quell his fury, he inhaled deeply and coldly commanded his subordinates, "Go, bring me a woman. I want them to know what true suffering feels like." Soon, 2 subordinates dragged a young woman, who appeared frightened and vulnerable, into the hall. She was thrown to the ground, struggling weakly. "Help! What are you doing? Let me go, you brutes!" Her cries echoed in the empty space, yet her strength seemed insignificant against Gang Pao and his crew. Gang Pao approached and delivered a stinging slap to her face, causing her cheek to swell. Gripping her chin, he forced her to meet his gaze, a depraved glint in his eyes. "Well, little lady, you look quite appealing. Soon, you will understand what true pleasure is." However, in his moment of arrogance, Gang Pao failed to notice that Du Yang's group had stealthily arrived. "Brothers, charge. Let's take them down." De Young bellowed, his hand sweeping forward as his men surged toward Gang Pao and his crew like a pack of ferocious tigers. Chapter 116. The insidious steel cannon. Du Yang cautiously lingered at the rear of the crowd, fearful of sustaining even the slightest harm. The sudden ambush temporarily threw Steel Cannon and his companions into a state of panic, yet their combat experience swiftly restored their composure. The 4 of them quickly reformed their ranks, encircling one another, leveraging their tacit understanding to fight while retreating, desperately seeking an escape route. Amidst the fierce skirmish, Steel Cannon bellowed, "Damn it. Who are you? Why are you so aggressive?" De Yang's voice cut through the chaos from the back of the crowd, cold and resolute. "Those who seek your life." Upon hearing this, Steel Cannon's heart tightened. He recognized the perilous nature of his predicament. With only 4 men left and having already exhausted considerable energy in his previous battle with Lin Feng, he understood that a single misstep could lead to their demise at the hands of this group. In his desperation, he pondered his next move. Though he concealed explosives within his clothing, detonating them at such close range would be tantamount to suicide. In a moment of urgency, he called out once more, "Brothers, are you with Lin Feng?" Du Yang, upon hearing Steel Cannon's words, erupted into laughter, as if he had heard a ludicrous joke. Ha? Lin Feng? Does he even qualify? We have no ties to Lin Feng whatsoever." Steel Cannon felt a glimmer of relief upon hearing Du Yang's response. He realized that he still had a chance. And seizing the moment to catch his breath, he defended against the onslaught while attempting to negotiate. "Brother, we harbor no deep-seated grievances. Surely we can discuss this. If you let me go, I will agree to any terms you set." As the fierce battle raged on, 3 of Du Yang's subordinates had already been felled. Despite Steel Cannon and his companions' valiant efforts, Facing over 20 attackers began to take its toll. However, De Jong remained oblivious to Steel Cannon's dire circumstances. All he perceived was that the enemy was too fierce, and if they continued this relentless confrontation, his hard-gathered men would only suffer greater losses. With a flash of inspiration, he decided to alter his strategy. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he devised a plan to use diplomacy to fragment their ranks, eliminating them one by one. Clearing his throat, he called out to Steel Cannon, "Steel Cannon, are you truly willing to accept any conditions I propose?" Hope flickered in Steel Cannon's heart at this prospect. He recognized it as possibly his only lifeline. "Yes, young brother, I unconditionally agree to all your demands," he replied hastily. De Yang's heart soared with joy. Knowing that his plan was halfway to fruition, he raised his fist high and proclaimed, "Brothers, stand down." Upon Du Yang's command, the once ferocious group of over 20 halted their movements, yet they did not lower their guard, encircling Steel Cannon and his companions to prevent any escape. At this moment, De Jong pushed through the crowd, standing before Steel Cannon. As Steel Cannon looked up and beheld Du Yang's face, he realized he was confronting an unfamiliar stranger, which sparked a wave of confusion within him. Nevertheless, he maintained a humble demeanor, saying, "Young brother, I wonder how I have offended you to warrant such a grand display." Seeing Steel Cannon's subservient attitude, De Jong felt a surge of satisfaction. He raised his chin, a smirk of pride forming on his lips, and stated, "You have not offended me. I merely desire the explosives you possess. Hand them over promptly, and heed my words. I mean all of them." Steel Cannon's heart sank at this revelation. He now understood the true objective of his adversary. Frustration and helplessness washed over him as he realized that the other party was fully aware of his situation while he knew nothing of them. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Brother, since you are aware of the explosives' power, you must understand that if I detonate them, we will all perish. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" As he spoke, Steel Cannon retrieved a detonator from his clothing, holding it firmly in his hand. Du Yang's expression shifted slightly, and he instinctively stepped back. "Steel Cannon, do you think I fear you? I came prepared. Moreover, do you believe I only have these men at my disposal? I shall tell you the truth. There are more brothers waiting outside. If you do not surrender the explosives, this place will be your grave." Amidst the uncertainty, Steel Cannon could not discern the truth behind Du Yang's words. Yet, he understood the importance of maintaining his composure and finding a way to break through the deadlock. He inhaled deeply and reiterated, "I, Steel Cannon, do not cower in fear. Since I have agreed to your demands, I will follow through." Du Yang, faced with Steel Cannon's threat, felt an overwhelming tide of fear engulf him. He was acutely aware of the explosive's destructive potential and dared not make any rash moves. Swallowing hard, he endeavored to sound calm. "Very well, Steel Cannon, I accept your terms. However, you must guarantee that once the explosives are in your possession, you will immediately release all hostages." Steel Cannon shot De Jong a cold glance, a hint of mockery dancing at the corners of his mouth. "Such a crucial item. Do you truly believe I would reveal its hiding place to anyone else?" After intense negotiations and a tense standoff, De Jong reluctantly acquiesced. Taking a deep breath, he commanded his men to clear a path, using 3 of Steel Cannon's subordinates as hostages. Seeing this, Steel Cannon nodded and turned to head toward the location of the explosives. However, after walking a few meters, he abruptly halted, spinning around with resolute determination in his eyes. "Brothers, I am sorry," he shouted. With that, he yanked the detonator's wire, and in an instant, a flash of fire erupted as he hurled it into the crowd without hesitation. De Jong and his subordinates shrieked in terror, scattering in all directions. Yet the explosion's might was immense. Despite their frantic escape, several were caught in the blast radius. With a thunderous roar, chaos and panic enveloped the scene. 7 or 8 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, some lifeless, others writhing in agony. Among them were Steel Cannon's 3 subordinates, who had remained behind to protect him. Ultimately unable to evade death's grasp, as De Jong withdrew a considerable distance, he managed to escape the brunt of the explosion. Once the smoke cleared, he stood pale and disheveled, staring blankly at the devastation before him, his heart heavy with shock and remorse. He realized that while his decision had preserved his own life, it came at the tragic cost of innocent lives. Chapter 117. A shipwreck in the gutter. At this moment, De Jong suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. He instinctively turned around and saw a panicked subordinate rushing towards him. Without a second thought, De Jong extended his arm, pulling the subordinate in front of him, using his own body as a shield. Boom! Another deafening explosion erupted, this time even closer to Du Jong. The immense shockwave knocked both men to the ground. Fortunately, they were not directly hit, but the powerful blast still left them injured. De Jong struggled to rise, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Yet he gritted his teeth and helped his subordinate to his feet. "Are you all right?" De Young inquired with genuine concern. The subordinate coughed a few times and shook his head. "I'm fine, thank you, boss." De Young took a deep breath. Knowing that rest was a luxury he could not afford at this moment, he had to locate Gang Pao swiftly and put an end to this chaos. He surveyed the surrounding area, which was in disarray, filled with smoke and debris, and shouted, "Gang Pao, come out. Our grievances must be settled today." However, the only response he received was the distant echo of his voice and the terrified cries of those around him. At that moment, Gang Pao had escaped the scene. Hiding in a dark corner, he gasped for breath, his face pale, but his heart was ablaze with anger and resentment. "Damn it, these bastards. If I had more explosives, I would send you all to the afterlife." Originally, Gang Pao intended to bring only 2 explosives, but considering potential unforeseen circumstances, he had prudently brought an extra 2. Now, he was grateful for his foresight, as those 4 explosives had indeed proven useful. However, the euphoria of his victory was short-lived. Gang Pao soon fell into deep contemplation. The remaining explosives were hidden in Zhang Jiaxin's house, yet he dared not return for them. He worried whether the 3 subordinates were still alive, and if they were, they would undoubtedly join forces with Du Yang, placing him in a precarious situation. To ensure his safety, Gang Pao could only find a temporary refuge until he gathered accurate information to act upon. The incident quickly stirred up a frenzy, spreading throughout the entire community. Despite both parties suffering significant losses, the shadow of danger lingered ominously, inescapable. Particularly for Gang Pao, once a brazen figure, he now resembled a cunning fox, vanishing from the public eye and retreating into darkness. He was like a ticking time bomb, with no one knowing when he might explode again or where he might reappear. If he were to act out of desperation, the consequences would be dire, and many lives would likely be lost, instilling fear in the hearts of the people. During this time of widespread anxiety and trepidation, Qiu Hanwei hurriedly arrived at Lin Feng's residence with Zhang Yuting, detailing the entire sequence of events. "Lin Feng, what should we do next? How can Yuting and I assist you?" The increasing number of women surrounding Lin Feng filled Qiu Hanwei with an unprecedented sense of crisis. She understood that these women resided in Lin Feng's home, while she and Zhang Yuting could only visit when summoned. This feeling of marginalization troubled her greatly, prompting Qiu Hanwei to strive to showcase her worth, fearful that one day Lin Feng might no longer need her. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pausing in silence before speaking slowly. "Next time there's a discussion in the group, I hope you can cleverly interject, guiding them all to heed my words. Only then can we ensure safety." Lin Feng held no absolute certainty about their safety, but one thing was clear: his own safety must be guaranteed. As for the neighbors, Lin Feng had long regarded them as potential threats. Their families were, to varying degrees, entwined in deep-seated enmity with Lin Feng. The seeds of hatred had already taken root in their hearts, and given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly seek revenge against him. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to take extreme measures to eliminate these potential threats. He planned to use them as cannon fodder, sending them to the front lines to deplete the enemy's strength. This strategy would not only weaken the adversary, but also afford him greater room for survival. After a thorough discussion, Qiu Hanyue and Zhang Yuting took their leave. As anticipated, that very evening, the group chat was inundated with voices filled with anxiety and despair. "Oh, life has become unbearable. Not only must we endure hunger, but we also live in constant fear of whether we will see the sun rise tomorrow. Indeed, what ill fortune we have. These damned demons have chosen to appear in our community. Stop talking. Be careful not to attract their attention. They may come after you." A cautious neighbor warned, and his concerns were not unfounded, for both Gang Pao and Du Yang were part of this group, inevitably inviting their wrath. This cannot continue. Fellow neighbors, does anyone have a viable suggestion? At this moment, Qiu Hanwei recognized it was her time to shine. "I have an idea. Let us see if it works. Currently, the most powerful person in our community is Lin Feng, and he has never indiscriminately harmed the innocent. I propose we ask him to lead us, to persevere through this disaster." Qiu Hanyue's proposal shone like a beacon of hope in the darkness, sparking fervent discussion among the group. With someone to take the lead, others quickly chimed in, and indeed, Lin Feng was the ideal candidate in their minds. "Qiu, you're right. I support this. I concur. Lin Feng, from now on, you shall be our leader. Brother Lin Feng, as long as you protect us, I will play the flute for you every day." Almost everyone emerged, pleading with Lin Feng to step forward and safeguard their well-being. However, Lin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he deliberately adopted a cold tone, stating, "Today, I'm only indulging Hanwei's request to converse with you. Otherwise, I couldn't care less whether you live or die. You all know the circumstances at my home. It's not worth it to risk going out for you idiots." Although Lin Feng's words were harsh, everyone understood his position. After all, in this chaotic era, everyone had their own struggles and concerns. Nevertheless, despite this understanding, they continued to seek his favor, hoping for his assistance. "Lin Feng, rest assured. I guarantee that anyone who disobeys you will find their head twisted off, serving as a ball for you to kick." Chapter 118. A duet in this era of precarious survival. Even those ensnared in despair, as long as they harbor a glimmer of hope for life, will not contemplate death. They are acutely aware that only through unity can they navigate this dire predicament. Yet, within the chat interface, Lin Feng's message pierced through the hearts of all like a frigid arrow. "Oh, is that so? Whatever I say, you shall do." Upon the arrival of this message, the chat was once again enveloped in a brief silence. Soon after, a neighbor cautiously responded, "As long as you do not send us to our deaths, we can accept other conditions." Lin Feng swiftly retorted, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. "What if I were to command you to take up arms and confront the likes of Gang Pao and Du Yang? Would you comply?" This utterance fell like a stone cast into a lake, stirring ripples that resonated through the group chat. Silence reigned once more, as each individual held their breath, anticipating the storm that loomed ahead. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. No one dared to respond lightly. They understood the gravity of the choice before them, a decision steeped in the balance of life and death. Observing this, Lin Feng could not suppress a cold chuckle and continued typing. "What? Are you all too afraid to answer? Do you expect me to risk my life while you reap the benefits?" The weight of silence deepened, as if each member chose to reply to Lin Feng's challenge through their quietude. They recognized that, despite the harshness of Lin Feng's words, they bore an undeniable truth. In this age, only the strong survive. Ultimately, Lin Feng's patience waned, and he typed, "Fine. Since you refuse to fight, I shall no longer concern myself with your fates. When they come to slaughter, you can stay at home and pray they do not come for you. Farewell." With that, he exited the group chat. The interface descended once more into stillness, leaving the neighbors exchanging glances, bewildered and at a loss. Before long, they came to the realization that apart from relying on Lin Feng, they had no other avenue. Facing the threats posed by Gang Pao and Du Yang alone was tantamount to awaiting death. Thus, they began to fervently call out Lin Feng's name in the group, pleading for his emergence to lead them in resisting this unwarranted calamity. Yet, their cries fell silent, akin to stones cast into the deep sea, evoking no response. Messages flooded the group, yet it seemed an invisible force consumed them, leaving Lin Feng's replies absent. In truth, Lin Feng had not overlooked these messages. He deliberately chose silence, seeking to deepen the neighbors' awareness of his significance, while he instructed Qiu Hanwei on how to proceed. Just as the neighbors were on the verge of losing patience and hope, Qiu Hanwei finally sent a message. "Alas, I scarcely know what to say to you. I managed to persuade Lin Feng to assist, yet you have succeeded in angering him." This message shone like a ray of dawn amidst the night, rekindling hope within the neighbors. They turned to Qiu Hanwei for aid, imploring her to intercede with Lin Feng on their behalf. "Qiu, dear beauty, please help us. Only you can communicate with Lin Feng. Indeed, you are Lin Feng's beloved. He will surely heed your words. If all else fails, perhaps you should sacrifice a bit of your charm and seek him out now. We cannot afford to wait any longer." The neighbors' pleas grew increasingly fervent, even resorting to extreme expressions of their anxiety. However, they seemed oblivious to the potential hurt their words could inflict on Zhang Qiming, who was also present in the group. Yet, in this critical moment, their focus remained solely on how to solicit help. Zhang Qiming, of course, noticed the deluge of messages, yet he chose silence, retreating into his shell like a timid turtle, avoiding the tumult. He too feared for his life. Had it not been for Qiu Hanyue's brave exchange of her body for sustenance with Lin Feng, he might have succumbed to starvation within this frigid abode. Qiu Hanyue, disregarding Zhang Qingming's feelings, directly tagged Lin Feng in the chat. "Darling, there are some unreasonable individuals causing a ruckus here. Do not stoop to their level. You can see for yourself that everyone is sincere. After all, we are neighbors. Please assist them." Qiu Hanyue's words wafted through the chat like a gentle spring breeze, warm and invigorating. The participants echoed in agreement, as if they had found a pillar of support. "Yes, Lin Feng, we shall heed your guidance henceforth. If you instruct us to go east, we shall not dare venture west. Those in agreement, please voice your support promptly. We shall establish a new owners group to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating." With the rapid dissemination of messages, a new owners group was swiftly formed, with Lin Feng included. To honor Lin Feng, the position of group leader was transferred directly to him. New members continued to join the group, and within a mere 5 minutes, the number surged past 300. Lin Feng glanced over the influx and noted the absence of Gang Pao and Du Yang among them. However, amidst the throng of newcomers, he unexpectedly spotted Zhao Ting. To maintain order and security within the group, Lin Feng promptly activated the group verification feature. From now on, any individual wishing to join would require his explicit consent. The chat fell into a profound silence, as if even breathing had become a cautious endeavor, fearing that the slightest sound would shatter the suffocating stillness. Every eye was fixated on the screen, intent on not missing a single word or phrase from Lin Feng. At this moment, all their hopes rested upon him, awaiting his pronouncement. Finally, Lin Feng spoke, his voice calm as still waters. I am not here out of a desire to meddle in others' affairs. Were it not for Han Yue's appeal, I would genuinely have no interest in engaging with this motley crew. However, since you have made the choice to trust in me, from this point forward, all actions must align with my directives. There shall be no negotiation, no exceptions. The current situation is exceedingly grave. The enemy lurks with predatory intent, poised to strike at any moment. At this critical juncture, we must unite and collectively resist external threats. Any display of passivity or inaction will be deemed a betrayal of the entire community. I shall not tolerate anyone opting to evade or retreat at this moment. If I discover anyone among you hiding in the shadows, unwilling to stand shoulder to shoulder in battle, do not blame me for my mercilessness. For in this battleground, there is no room for cowards. We require true warriors, those who dare to confront challenges and push their limits. Chapter 119. A dual approach to those who harbor the illusion of surviving through deceit, seeking to claim victory at the last moment. I implore you to abandon such thoughts. There are no shortcuts here, no backdoors to exploit. The only path to respect and triumph lies in earnest effort and sacrifice. Should I discover anyone attempting such underhanded tactics, I will not hesitate to expel them from our ranks. Lin Feng's words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. They understood that this was not merely a simple warning. It was a test of their resolve and attitude. In this moment, they grew even more resolute in their belief that only under Lin Feng's leadership could they navigate this dire predicament. His actions undoubtedly left a profound impact, as his stern measures were akin to a chilling slap, awakening those who had grown complacent. Yet, amidst this coldness, he revealed a more compassionate side. Rest assured, he declared, though I act decisively, I am not devoid of compassion. I will never stand by and watch you suffer from hunger. As long as you heed my directives, I shall personally seek out the provisions necessary for your survival. Lin Feng's statement was born of careful contemplation. He recognized that sustaining these individuals required an ample supply of resources. However, he also had his own principles and boundaries. The food within his space would not be distributed freely. It would necessitate special contributions to warrant fresh sustenance. Thus, he devised a plan to seize the opportunity of venturing out to procure weapons and fuel, also seeking provisions for the group. He was acutely aware that the food he might find could be less than fresh, perhaps even expired or spoiled. Nevertheless, in this age of scarcity, the mere ability to stave off hunger would be a tremendous boon. As for the means of travel, Lin Feng had already formulated a strategy. Gazing out at the thick blanket of snow, he devised a plan. He knew that ordinary vehicles would struggle to navigate such conditions. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Snowmobiles. He had ordered several of these vehicles, specifically to combat the extreme weather of this apocalyptic world. Now, they stood neatly parked within his space, in this frozen city. While others would expend great effort merely to step outside their doors, he could traverse the landscape with ease, granting him a distinct advantage and a source of confidence. Lin Feng's words illuminated the dimming flame of survival in their hearts. Those who had initially come merely to witness now found their eyes alight with newfound hope, as though they glimpsed the dawn of possibility. Brother Lin Feng, are you truly confident that you can procure supplies and return safely amidst such a blizzard? If successful, our chances of survival would greatly increase. Indeed, though we are presently ensnared by the storm, the accumulated reserves of society over the years should sustain us for a while longer. Lin Feng, I am genuinely grateful to you. Initially, some among them bore deep-seated resentment towards Lin Feng, having lost family members due to his actions. Yet now, that animosity seemed to dissolve under the weight of an invisible force, replaced by gratitude and trust. Lin Feng spoke with deliberate gravity. Since you have chosen to follow my lead, I will take responsibility for each of you. Moreover, my own supplies are dwindling. Seeking resources is our only path to survival. His words instilled a sense of reassurance among the crowd. They recognized that, in this apocalyptic reality, mere acts of kindness often fell under scrutiny. Yet Lin Feng's declaration made it clear that his motivations were not solely altruistic. He too had needs to address. Indeed, the apocalypse had loomed for nearly a month. They could no longer afford to remain passive. We must survive, for the sake of our families and friends. Lin Feng's proclamation served as a calming balm, steadying the hearts of his neighbors, who had previously been fraught with anxiety. In these grim times, human nature was tested to its limits. People often questioned the sincerity of those professing benevolence, wary of hidden agendas. However, when Lin Feng openly acknowledged his own need for supplies and the necessity of venturing out, the doubts among his neighbors evaporated. They understood that in this harsh and pragmatic world, everyone had their own survival needs and interests. Lin Feng's actions were not merely driven by goodwill, but were rooted in responsibility towards himself and his family. This authentic self-expression rendered him more trustworthy in their eyes. The past month had borne witness to countless tragedies. Families had perished from hunger, scenes that weighed heavily on their hearts. They knew that inaction would only perpetuate such sorrow. Thus, when Lin Feng proposed the idea of venturing out for supplies, they unhesitatingly rallied behind him. They believed that only through unity could they weather this storm. Moreover, with the recent addition of 2 more individuals to Lin Feng's household, the consumption of resources would undoubtedly increase. They recognized that Lin Feng required additional supplies to sustain his family, a shared aspiration among them. At that moment, messages flooded the group chat, each brimming with respect and gratitude for Lin Feng, as if he had ascended to the status of a deity in their hearts. Sitting beside him, Li Meiying chuckled softly. Teasing, "Brother Feng, you resemble those legendary charlatans, mesmerizing everyone around you." Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, offering no retort. Meanwhile, Sun Siyu, who had been moved by Lin Feng's actions, raised her gaze, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "Lin Feng, is there a deeper purpose behind your actions?" Sun Siyu understood that Lin Feng was not one to offer help lightly. His previous actions must have been guided by profound considerations. Furthermore, most of those present had participated in the assault on Lin Feng's home, and he could not have simply forgotten that. Lin Feng did not directly respond to Sun Siyu's inquiry, well aware that her intelligence and insight would lead her to the answer. Instead, he turned to Li Jinxian, seated opposite him, and inquired, "You have received professional training. You should be able to interpret coordinates, correct?" Li Jinxian nodded slightly. For her, deciphering coordinates was a fundamental skill. Subsequently, Lin Feng retrieved a map of Haining City from his space. Chapter 120. The woman's concerns key locations were marked on the map, which was then handed to Li Jinxian for her to record. The snow outside had accumulated to over 3 meters, concealing the roads and some low-lying structures. Lin Feng explained that in order to locate these essential sites, they would rely on coordinates, which would not only save time, but also enhance their efficiency. Li Jinxian scrutinized the map, understanding the profound significance these locations held for Lin Feng. Upon overhearing the conversation between Lin Feng and Li Jinxian, a shadow of worry fell across the faces of Sun Siyu and Li Meiying. However, as ordinary individuals facing such a dire situation, their only recourse was to silently pray for Lin Feng's safety, feeling rather helpless. Sun Siyu grasped Lin Feng's hand tightly and softly urged, "You must exercise caution. Lin Feng, it's all right if food cannot be found. Even in the face of despair, I will stand steadfastly by your side." Li Meiying echoed her sentiment, "Indeed. Feng Gu, we shall remain by your side, even amidst life and death trials." Sensing their concern, Lin Feng smiled and gently patted their hands in reassurance. "You need not worry. Our provisions at home are ample enough to sustain us for an extended period. I am merely venturing out to better understand the situation outside and to seek resources that may aid us." With Lin Feng's comforting words, the unease in Sun Siyu and Li Meiying's hearts eased somewhat. They knew Lin Feng was a contemplative individual who would act with caution to ensure his safety. That night, Lin Feng shared a warm embrace with the 3 women as they slept, the atmosphere both cozy and delicate. To guarantee Lin Feng would have sufficient strength for the impending adventure, the 3 women instinctively maintained a subtle distance, refraining from any actions that might distract him. Yet, for Lin Feng, this was a torment. Lying between them, he was enveloped by their faint fragrances and warm presence, feeling both touched and helpless. Time stretched unbearably long, and he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. At dawn, Lin Feng emerged from the bedroom, his dark circles betraying his sleepless night. Meanwhile, the The three women had already risen, working in harmony to prepare a sumptuous breakfast. The kitchen was alive with the clatter of pots and pans, accompanied by their soft, gentle conversations, filling the room with a sense of warmth and harmony. Lin Feng settled onto the sofa in the living room and issued commands in the group chat via his phone. Song Wei, please organize the neighbors to conduct a thorough search of the underground garage and the vicinity of the villa. Steel Cannon and Du Young may be lying in wait. We must ensure our safety while traveling. Upon receiving Lin Feng's directive, a sense of responsibility surged within Song Wei. He understood that Lin Feng's safety was crucial to the community's future, prompting him to act without hesitation. He quickly assembled a group of strong neighbors, dividing them into smaller teams for a comprehensive search. Under Song Wei's guidance, some neighbors wielded flashlights as they navigated the underground garage, while others meticulously scoured every corner around the villa, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for any clues. As time elapsed, the search gradually neared completion. Song Wei reported back to Lin Feng. We have conducted a thorough search of the entire area and found no trace of Steel Cannon or Du Yang. You can proceed with confidence. This marked Lin Feng's first choice to leave the community since the onset of the apocalypse. The city surrounding them lay buried under snow, devoid of any signs of life, seemingly lowering the danger level of the outside world. Yet Lin Feng was acutely aware that in this ruthless realm, any lapse could yield irreparable consequences. He meticulously rummaged through his supplies, preparing an array of safety gear. 2 striking denim jackets designed for couples caught his attention. He had selected them for their durability, resistant even to fierce knife thrusts. As for advanced equipment like bulletproof vests, resources were currently insufficient. In addition to the jackets, Lin Feng retrieved 2 high-quality mountaineering jackets, crafted from specialized materials that provided exceptional warmth, even in frigid conditions, alongside impressive defensive capabilities against impacts and abrasions. Once donned, the jackets made them look somewhat bulky, yet the overwhelming sense of security they provided was immensely comforting. Next came the preparations for weaponry. Out of prudence, Lin Feng refrained from arming Li Jinxian with lethal weapons, instead providing her with a baton. Li Jinxian paid little mind, knowing that, with her skills, conventional weapons were largely superfluous. Lin Feng himself took a more comprehensive approach, strapping sharp daggers to his waist and legs, ensuring that his handgun was in optimal condition for maximum efficacy when needed. Finally, they donned earpieces to facilitate constant communication. With everything in place, Lin Feng turned to Li Jinxian, saying, "Jinxian, wait here for my signal." Before she could respond, Lin Feng stepped out of the house. However, unbeknownst to anyone, he did not head directly out of the community, but instead quietly approached the neighboring Villa No. 2. Since Sun Xiu had chosen to relocate to Lin Feng's home to evade the dangers of the apocalypse, this villa had remained vacant. Lin Feng astutely selected this location as his point of departure, intending to catch everyone off guard and elude prying eyes. He had already devised a plan, orchestrating Song Wei to lead the search as a mere ruse to mislead the outside world. He was acutely aware that in this apocalyptic landscape, even the slightest disturbance could attract unwarranted troubles. At this moment, the snow had piled high enough to obscure the second-floor windows. Lin Feng ascended to the 3rd floor to find a secure launching point. Approaching the window, he gently pushed it open, allowing a frigid breeze mixed with the freshness of falling snow to rush in. With a mere thought, 2 brand-new snowmobiles gracefully descended outside the window, as if they had materialized from thin air. After completing this, Lin Feng picked up the intercom to notify Li Jinxian to come over. Before long, Li Jinxian appeared at the villa's entrance, her gaze falling upon the 2 pristine snowmobiles, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Chapter 121. The first outing, she understood that Lin Feng's ability to store a vast array of fresh provisions was already astonishing. But the fact that he could conjure 2 snowmobiles out of thin air surpassed her wildest imagination. However, Li Jinxian refrained from asking any questions. She recognized that Lin Feng deliberately made her wait a moment longer to prevent her from uncovering these secrets. He did not directly address the confusion reflected in her eyes. Instead, he smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, "Jinxian, we must act swiftly. Let us first retrieve the weapons we need." Although Li Jinxuan's mind was still clouded with questions, her trust in Lin Feng compelled her to nod slightly and follow his lead. The pair leapt effortlessly from the window, landing securely on the snowmobiles. As Lin Feng gently twisted the throttle, the engine roared to life, shattering the tranquility of the snowy landscape. They sped away, one behind the other, like 2 bolts of lightning racing out of the community. Yet, The sudden roar of the engine struck the neighbors' hearts like a heavy hammer. In this post-apocalyptic world, where all vehicles had become immobilized for various reasons, such a sound was undeniably an anomaly. Curiosity and anxiety drew the neighbors to their windows, their heads peering out in search of the source of the noise. When they beheld Lin Feng and Li Jinxian vanishing into the night on their snowmobiles, their bewilderment and astonishment reached a crescendo. That must be Lin Feng. He mentioned going out to forage for food. I thought it was mere fantasy. Yet he truly possesses such capabilities. Indeed, who would have imagined he wielded such powerful tools? It appears we must re-evaluate Lin Feng's strengths. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Lin Feng and Li Jinxian had already disappeared into the distance on their snowmobiles. Simultaneously, Lin Feng was acutely aware that as he left deep tracks in the snow with the eye-catching snowmobile, countless eyes would covet and envy him. Nevertheless, he felt no fear, for he understood that even without the snowmobile, his enemies would remain undiminished. In the stillness of Haining City, the streets lay blanketed beneath a thick layer of snow, as if the entire city had been frozen in time. Some low-lying structures were nearly buried, their outlines barely discernible. In this world draped in silver, Lin Feng and Li Jinxian raced over the desolate expanse on their snowmobiles. The exhilaration of speed was unparalleled for Lin Feng. This was his inaugural experience piloting a snowmobile, and the fusion of velocity and passion made him feel one with the snowy terrain. Despite the temperature plummeting to a chilling 40 degrees below zero, both were clad in heavy gear, striving to withstand the bitter cold. Yet, even so, they could still feel the piercing chill. Throughout their journey, Li Jinxian frequently consulted her compass, ensuring their route remained true as they approached their destination. At last, after half an hour, they arrived at their goal, the Haining City police station. The towering entrance was partially buried in snow, yet the bold characters in the center remained clearly visible. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the weapons depot Li Jinxian had mentioned would be located here. However, he also found it a logical choice, for weapons would undoubtedly be stored in such a facility. Li Jinxian halted the snowmobile by a window, turning to Lin Feng and softly stating, "Let us enter." Lin Feng nodded slightly, casting a brief glance at their surroundings. He discerned that they were likely on the third floor of the police station, while the rest was obscured beneath a thick layer of snow. They could not enter through the main entrance and were compelled to seek an alternative route. Having stabilized the vehicle, Lin Feng stepped forward and forcefully kicked the window. The glass shattered into a myriad of fragments under his strength. He gestured to Li Jinxian, drew his pistol, and was the first to crawl through the broken window. Once inside, Lin Feng swiftly cleared the surrounding shards of glass to ensure safety before beckoning Li Jinxian to follow. Li Jinxian cautiously maneuvered through the window, and they entered the dimly lit interior of the police station. Darkness enveloped them, with only faint light seeping through the gaps in the snow outside, barely illuminating the space. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his hand subtly reaching into his pocket to establish a delicate connection with the alternate dimension. At his mental command, two high-intensity flashlights materialized as if by magic. These flashlights were specially prepared for their mission, emitting an exceptionally bright light capable of piercing through the darkest shadows. Lin Feng swiftly activated the flashlights, illuminating every corner of the room with blinding brilliance, as if it were midday. He scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, searching for any potential clues. Turning to Li Jinxian, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Jinxian, do you know where the weapons are stored?" Li Jinxian shook her head slightly, replying, "I have only been here once, and I did not pay attention to the precise location of the weapons." Lin Feng nodded in understanding. "Then we must search each room one by one," he suggested. They began to split up, meticulously searching every nook and cranny of the police station. They commenced their search on the third floor, then proceeded to the second, but found no trace of weapons. As they reached the door of the duty room on the first floor, Li Jinxian suddenly halted, her gaze fixed intently on the closed door. A flicker of hesitation crossing her features. Lin Feng noticed her unease and quickly grasped that there might be someone inside. He raised his pistol, aiming at the door and signaling for Li Jinxian to open it. With a resounding bang, Li Jinxian kicked the door open. Under the beam of their flashlights, the scene within became starkly clear. For individuals clad in police uniforms lay sprawled on the ground, covered by thick blankets. Yet their rigid bodies and pallid faces could not be concealed. A thin layer of frost coated their features, indicating they had long since succumbed to death. The sight deeply shocked both Lin Feng and Li Jinxian, stirring profound emotions within them. They silently regarded the fallen officers, their hearts brimming with reverence and sorrow. These officers had sacrificed their lives to protect the safety of their land and its people. Yet, in this chaotic era, their sacrifices would only linger in the memories of the living. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, striving to compose his emotions. He understood that now was not the time for sorrow. The search for weapons remained of utmost importance. Chapter 122. The Public Security Bureau in a fleeting moment of distraction. Lin Feng found himself caught off guard as Li Jinxian swiftly approached. Her gaze was focused and composed. She crouched down to meticulously examine the lifeless body on the ground, her fingers gently gliding over the surface as if searching for something. At last, she halted beside the corpse of a police officer, her fingers probing until she retrieved a handgun. Standing upright, she handed the firearm to Lin Feng, explaining that during duty hours, one individual must be armed to handle emergencies, and this pistol was likely left behind by them. Lin Feng nodded slightly as he accepted the weapon. By this time, the pair had been scouring the Public Security Bureau for 3 hours, and the cold atmosphere had begun to wear them down. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and discovered a relatively clean office. Stepping inside, he sat at the desk, producing 2 packets of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water, offering them to Li Jinxian. Upon receiving the water, she suddenly froze, her eyes wide with terror. How can this water be at room temperature? We have been out in sub-zero temperatures for over 4 hours. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. He picked up a bottle of water, gently shaking it before reassuring her. Fear not, I preserved it using a special method. In such extreme weather, to drink water at room temperature is indeed a luxury. However, Li Jinxian remained unsettled. Her gaze locked onto the bottle of water in Lin Feng's hand, confusion and fear swirling in her eyes. Memories of Lin Feng's earlier peculiarities flooded her mind, igniting an indescribable dread within her. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back, her voice trembling. Are you truly human? How could you have room temperature water in this weather? Lin Feng burst into laughter at her bewilderment. He approached her, gently grasping her hand. What? Do you think I am a ghost? Have you forgotten the days we spent together? I am very much alive, and quite formidable, I assure you. His words evoked fond memories of their intimate moments, causing her fear to dissipate significantly. Gazing into Lin Feng's familiar face, warmth surged through her. She nodded softly and took a sip from the mineral water he offered. Indeed, while the water was at room temperature, it was exceptionally sweet. Lin Feng understood that Li Jinxian's doubts were merely the tip of the iceberg, unlikely to melt away with a simple explanation. He chose silence, believing that maintaining an air of mystery was essential in dealing with women. It not only heightened allure, but also kept him from being completely transparent. After a brief respite, the duo re-energized and resumed their search. They traversed the corridors of the Public Security Bureau and descended into the basement. Moving cautiously, Li Jinxuan's attention was suddenly drawn to a concealed door. She halted, scrutinizing it, then excitedly called out, Lin, come here quickly. I think we've found something. Lin Feng hurried over, his gaze fixated on the door. He attempted to push it open, only to discover it was securely locked. Signaling Li Jinxian to step back, he raised his handgun, aimed at the keyhole, took a deep breath, and decisively pulled the trigger. The sound of 3 gunshots reverberated through the basement, and smoke wafted from the lock. Rushing forward, he tested the doorknob and found it loosened. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit room filled with an array of weapons and equipment. The sight exchanged between them spoke volumes. Their efforts had finally borne fruit. Entering the armory, Lin Feng's eyes widened at the sight before him. Rifles and handguns were neatly arranged on the shelves, totaling over a dozen, each polished to a shine, suggesting regular maintenance. In addition to the firearms, several high-quality bulletproof vests were also displayed. Recognizing their superior quality, Lin Feng knew that a good bulletproof vest could significantly enhance survival odds in combat. He promptly handed one to Li Jinxian, saying, Jinxian, put this on. They quickly donned the vests, feeling a sense of security envelop them. Lin Feng continued to search, only to discover grenades, smoke bombs, and tear gas packed tightly into a box. His eyes sparkled with excitement. These supplies were akin to wings added to his capabilities. He eagerly picked up a grenade, feeling its weight in his hand, fully aware that these resources would equip him with a formidable fighting force, even against regular troops. Gathering cartridges into his possession, he estimated that there were several thousand rounds in 2 large boxes. Damn it, steel cannon. This time I will ensure your obliteration. Subsequently, Lin Feng tossed a handgun to Li Jinxian, instructing her to watch the entrance and stay safe. Li Jinxian accepted the handgun with a nod, refraining from asking further questions as she turned to leave. Once she exited, Lin Feng focused his thoughts, and with a graceful wave of his hands, all the weapons and equipment vanished without a trace, absorbed into his spatial realm. Stepping out of the armory, he held only a submachine gun. Though Li Jinxian was curious, she had become accustomed to Lin Feng's multitude of secrets and knew better than to pry. Even if she did inquire, Lin Feng would remain tight-lipped. Just as they emerged from the dim basement, faint footsteps echoed from outside, signaling the approach of someone. Li Jinxian perked up, immediately signaling Lin Feng to be silent. They exchanged anxious glances, pressing tightly against the wall, their grips on their guns tightening until their palms were slick with perspiration. Holding their breath, they dared not make a sound, fearful of being discovered. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased, as if the intruder had sensed their presence. The surrounding area fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of their racing hearts. Li Jinxian quickly devised a strategy and signaled Lin Feng with a series of professional gestures, hoping he would comprehend. Regrettably, Lin Feng lacked formal training and could not decipher her intentions. With no other choice, Li Jinxian resolved to act decisively. Chapter 123. A false alarm. Li Jinxian gradually crouched down, carefully avoiding the debris on the ground, and picked up a scattered stone. With a determined effort, she hurled the stone while softly instructing Lin Feng to throw the flashbang. Although Lin Feng felt a surge of anxiety, he quickly retrieved the flashbang from his pocket. He hesitated for a moment, concerned about the potential harm to both himself and Li Jinxian. However, in this critical moment, he understood he had no alternative. Gritting his teeth, he passed the flashbang to Li Jinxian. She accepted it, swiftly disengaged the safety, and took a deep breath before launching it into the air. Bang! Li Jinxian inhaled deeply, steadying her nerves, and gently closed her eyes, silently counting down. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, she resolutely raised her pistol and dashed forward without a moment's hesitation. Lin Feng, following closely behind her, exuded a resolute determination, mirroring her urgency as they both plunged into the encroaching darkness. Yet, their expectations were shattered. The area before them was devoid of life, shrouded in an eerie silence. The duo remained vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly as they meticulously surveyed every corner around them. Soon, Lin Feng's keen eyes detected an anomaly on the ground, a series of tiny footprints, unmistakably left by some small creature. He promptly signaled Li Jinxian to take notice, and they advanced in the direction of the tracks. As they were engrossed in their search, a yellow figure suddenly darted past Lin Feng like a flash of lightning. He hastily switched on his flashlight, illuminating the distance, where a weasel stood upright, its cunning eyes locking onto Lin Feng's. This sight sent a chill down his spine, the cold penetrating to his very core. An absurd thought flickered through his mind, fearing the weasel might suddenly speak the iconic line, "Do I look like a person or a deity?" At that moment, Li Jinxian joined Lin Feng's side, immediately spotting the weasel. Without hesitation, she raised her pistol, preparing to fire. However, Lin Feng swiftly intervened, whispering, "Don't act impulsively. This creature possesses a certain intelligence. It would be better not to harm it." The weasel, thriving in sub-zero temperatures, agilely traversing the snowy terrain, reaffirmed Lin Feng's words. Though Li Jinxian felt a twinge of reluctance at not capturing the wily weasel, reason prevailed, urging her to recognize that this creature was not their adversary. Taking a deep breath, she slowly lowered her weapon. Gazing at the weasel, a complex mixture of emotions flickered in her eyes, admiration for its tenacity and a cautious curiosity towards the unknown. The weasel seemed to sense Li Jinxian's gaze but exhibited no fear. After a moment, it appeared to conclude that the two posed no threat, turning gracefully to flick its tail before vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Following this false alarm, Lin Feng dismissed the weasel from his mind. The fright had been trivial compared to the potential gains of their expedition. To prevent further mishaps, he and Li Jinxian swiftly resolved to retrace their steps. They cautiously navigated past the traps they had encountered before and nimbly leapt out through the window they had entered. The chilling wind howled around them, yet their spirits soared with exhilaration. Fortunately, the snowmobile remained quietly waiting for them. Lin Feng patted the seat, a pang of guilt washing over him. He realized he had been too careless, neglecting to secure the snowmobile within his space earlier as a precaution. However, this experience sparked further contemplation. He stared into the distance, envisioning the myriad possibilities. If a police station possessed such an arsenal, what might a military base hold? Would there be even more firearms, perhaps rocket launchers, missiles, or armored vehicles? The apocalypse had descended upon them abruptly, leaving everyone unprepared. Not just military bases, but supermarkets, malls, and any conceivable location could harbor vast resources. For those striving to survive in this new world, these supplies represented invaluable wealth. The more Lin Feng pondered, the more excitement ignited within him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yet, he recognized that the weapons at hand were sufficient for the challenges they faced. Drawing a deep breath, he stifled his exuberance, resolving to first seek out essential supplies, deferring other matters for later. After all, in this perilous and unpredictable world, every step required caution and strategy. Returning to the present, Lin Feng gently smoothed the creases on the map, his fingertip precisely indicating the location he had meticulously marked in red the day before. Next, our objective lies here. Following Lin Feng's guidance, Li Jinxuan's gaze settled on the circled spot on the map. A slight furrow appeared on her brow as she voiced her concerns. Gas stations are typically low-lying structures, situated in open areas. They are likely buried beneath thick layers of snow. Even if we go, we may not find anything of value. Lin Feng nodded in understanding, fully aware that Li Jinxuan's apprehension was not unfounded. However, he also comprehended that fuel was an indispensable necessity in this apocalyptic era, crucial for their survival and progression. Thus, even in the face of adversity, they were compelled to take the risk. He inhaled deeply, his gaze radiating determination as he addressed Li Jinxian. "You are correct. The situation at the gas station is indeed grim. However, we must confront reality. Fuel is a vital resource for us. Therefore, I intend to assess the situation first before devising a plan." The two swiftly organized their gear and mounted the snowmobile once more. As the engine roared to life, they resolutely sped into the distance, heading towards the snow-covered gas station. Gradually acclimatizing to the frigid air, they donned specially designed thermal gear, the mist from their breaths dissipating swiftly in the cold atmosphere. The snowmobile raced across the snowy expanse, the sound of tires grinding against the snow echoing across the desolate landscape. Throughout their journey, they encountered none of the anticipated dangers and arrived at the gas station's location without incident. As they drew nearer, the marked spot gradually came into view. Yet, as Li Jinxian had feared, the sight before them was shocking. The gas station was nearly engulfed by a thick blanket of snow, with only a few scattered rooftops and signs peeking above the surface. Chapter 124. Acquiring food. The two individuals parked the snowmobile to the side, stabilizing the vehicle before swiftly springing into action. Lin Feng retrieved a shovel from the snowmobile and made his way to the center of the gas station, digging forcefully into the ground. With each thrust of his shovel, layers of snow were cast aside, yet they soon discovered that only the uppermost layer consisted of fallen snowflakes. Beneath it lay a solid layer of ice, nearly impenetrable. Lin Feng gazed at the scene before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. He swung the shovel with all his might, attempting to break through the hard ice, but each effort yielded only a few shards. He panted heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He understood that relying solely on human strength to excavate an entire gas station was nothing short of a pipe dream, unless they had access to heavy machinery. Li Jinxian, witnessing the situation, approached without hesitation. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, wielding their shovels in unison. However, as time wore on, they gradually realized that their progress was painfully slow. Lin Feng paused, lifting his gaze to the vast expanse of the gas station, and shook his head in resignation. "Jinxian, let us not waste our efforts. If we continue like this, we'll not only squander time, but also exhaust our energy. We need to devise another plan." Li Jinxian nodded in agreement, her concern evident as she observed Lin Feng's weary visage. "What shall we do next?" Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, his eyes landing on a distant high-rise building. It was a 20-story office building, one he was all too familiar with. A faint smile crept across his face, as if he had formulated a plan. "Let us head back for now. However, I have an idea for our return journey." With the roar of the snowmobile echoing, the pair embarked on their way back. Before long, they arrived at Lin Feng's workplace. The towering structure loomed majestically amidst the snow. On the ground floor, a small supermarket awaited, a place Lin Feng frequently visited after work to procure daily necessities. Communicating through the intercom, Lin Feng spoke to Li Jinxian. "Jinxian, stop in front of the building on the right." Following his instructions, Li Jinxian parked the snowmobile at the entrance. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered what Lin Feng was up to. "What are we doing here?" Lin Feng smiled faintly, explaining, "We're here to gather some food for those foolish neighbors of ours. If they starve, there will be no cannon fodder left." Upon hearing this, Li Jinchuan's eyes widened in realization, and she nodded in agreement. It was reminiscent of their time at the police station, yet distinctly different. The two once again entered the building via the third floor, but this time, as soon as Li Jinxian stepped over the threshold, Lin Feng swiftly stored the snowmobile within his spatial realm. He didn't genuinely lack for snowmobiles. In fact, his space housed a dozen various models. His actions were purely precautionary, aimed at preventing these vehicles from falling into enemy hands and becoming their mode of transportation. Upon entering the building, they wasted no time and headed straight for the small supermarket on the first floor. Under the harsh beam of the flashlight, the scene inside was shocking. The floor lay strewn with chaos. The neatly arranged goods had vanished, leaving the shelves bare. Only scattered remnants of food lay on the ground like debris, their packaging torn, most frozen to the floor by the biting cold. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, "Given its proximity to the residential area, it's unsurprising that this convenience store has been ransacked. The logistics warehouses in the outskirts, however, are a different story." The cold snap came too suddenly, leaving no time for them to respond. At that moment, Li Jinxian suddenly gasped. "Lin, look here." She pointed to a conspicuous bloodstain on the ground, a clear indication of a fierce struggle having taken place. Lin Feng raised the flashlight, illuminating the dim space, and faintly discerned several frozen corpses in the shadows. Their faces were contorted in horror, their bodies mangled, as if they were recounting the terror and brutality that had transpired here. Even though Lin Feng had taken the lives of hundreds, the sight sent chills racing down his spine. He quickly averted his gaze, not wishing for Li Jinxian to witness the fear in his eyes. "We need to leave this place at once." Li Jinxian understood the imminent danger, her brow furrowing as she nodded in agreement. Lin Feng tore off several shopping bags from a nearby shelf, and together they hurriedly gathered any edible items they could find, placing them into the bags. They meticulously avoided the horrifying corpses, swiftly exiting the suffocating atmosphere of that place. With their collected food in tow, they returned to the spot where the snowmobile had originally been parked. Night had silently fallen, the sky cloaked in a thick layer of dark clouds, further obscuring the already dim streets. Lin Feng was acutely aware that the engine's roar would likely attract unnecessary attention on their return, so he promptly notified Song Wei to prepare for their arrival. "Jinxian, we must hurry back. Darkness is approaching." Li Jinxian, having undergone specialized training, was highly adaptable. She quickly adjusted her demeanor and nodded in agreement. Lin Feng started the vehicle, and the snowmobile roared to life, shattering the tranquility of the night. They sped through the darkness, the snowmobile gliding effortlessly. Soon, they arrived at Lin Feng's residential complex, driving directly to the entrance of the underground parking lot. Song Wei had been waiting there with a group of young men, all armed and alert, scanning their surroundings. As anticipated, the roar of the snowmobile caught the attention of many who were peering out of windows, including Gang Pao, whose greedy gaze fixated on the snowmobile, plotting how to claim it for himself. "Damn it, Lin Feng has a snowmobile. I must seize it." Meanwhile, Sun Yu and Du Yang also spotted Lin Feng and Li Jinxian below. Du Yang, filled with jealousy and resentment, glared at Li Jinxian beside Lin Feng, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "This Lin Feng, not only does he have such a beautiful woman by his side, but now he has also acquired a snowmobile." Sun Yu, overhearing Du Yang's words, shot him a glare. "Are you envious of the woman beside him?" It would be a lie to deny his envy. Although Li Jinxian was bundled in thick winter gear, her tall figure was enough to make any man's mouth water. Just then, a subordinate named Fei, breaking the awkward silence, hesitated before finally mustering the courage to speak. "Boss, why don't we let us go down and take Lin Feng's snowmobile? It looks impressive, and we could use it to search for food." Chapter 125. Returning to the community. Upon hearing the words, Du Yang's expression darkened instantly. He reached out and struck a Fei's head with force, scolding, "Are you out of your mind? Open your eyes and take a good look at what Lin Feng is holding. That's a submachine gun, you fool. If you're looking for death, go ahead, but I'm not accompanying you." Under Du Yang's harsh reprimand, a Fei fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. The others who had been fixated on Lin Feng were also consumed by greed, stirred by the sight of his snowmobile. During the past half-month of isolation, many of them had been driven to the brink of madness. Their once familiar lives had morphed into a harsh and unrecognizable existence, trapped in a relentless struggle for survival. Food had become increasingly scarce, leading some to the point of turning against one another. The remaining individuals, though not yet driven mad, were perilously close to the brink of insanity and death. They yearned to escape this desolate place, to seek sustenance and a chance at life. Yet, the relentless snowfall loomed like an insurmountable barrier, obstructing their path forward. However, Lin Feng's snowmobile reignited a flicker of hope within them. They envisioned the exhilarating scene of racing across the snowy expanse, that sense of freedom and exhilaration tantalizing their spirits. Yet, the submachine gun in Lin Feng's grasp served as an invisible shackle, compelling them to tread carefully. Though they could not ascertain the authenticity of the weapon, none dared to take the risk. Given that Lin Feng had boldly displayed the snowmobile, it was evident he was not an unprepared individual. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng and Li Jinxian vanished into the night, their hearts heavy with helplessness and regret. The submachine gun in Lin Feng's hand gleamed with a chilling light, not only deterring the avaricious gazes from above, but also instilling an inexplicable chill among the reinforcements led by Song Wei. Upon spotting the snowmobile, their eyes betrayed an unmistakable greed. Yet, confronted with the dark muzzle of Lin Feng's weapon, they could only retreat. Surveying the group of over a dozen individuals before him, Lin Feng discerned the myriad of complex emotions reflected in their eyes. He spoke in a low, steady voice. "I know what you're thinking. But let me be clear. Do not entertain any thoughts about this snowmobile. If you doubt me, feel free to come forward and try." With that, he decisively cocked the gun, the crisp sound echoing through the silent parking lot. He gripped the submachine gun tightly, ready to fire without hesitation should anyone dare to advance. Observing this, those who had entertained a glimmer of hope quickly retreated, stepping back in unison, fearful that any delay in their actions might provoke Lin Feng's wrath. They understood the ruthless nature of Lin Feng, a demeanor forged by the struggle for survival on the edge of life and death. Satisfied with their response, Lin Feng nodded slightly and handed a bag of food to Song Wei, informed the group to assemble in the parking lot. "We shall eat together. This will prevent food from being snatched and foster a sense of unity among us." This course of action was imperative, for any individual who strayed alone with food would inevitably face theft. His decision ignited a wave of regret among those who had not allied themselves with them. Song Wei's hands trembled with excitement as he carefully accepted the food from Lin Feng, his voice quivering with awe. "Mr. Lin, I truly didn't expect you to find food in such dire circumstances." His gaze swept over the bulging shopping bags behind him, filled with astonishment and admiration. Outside, the snow fell in flurries, cloaking the world in a serene yet deceptive tranquility, concealing endless perils. Had it been anyone else searching for sustenance, they would likely have been lost in the vast, snowy expanse, unable to find their way home. Feigning weariness, Lin Feng's face bore the marks of fatigue as he slowly declared, "You cannot fathom how grim the situation outside truly is. I braved the bitter cold, scouring every nearby supermarket, only to come up empty-handed. But I am aware that I am the sole hope for everyone here. I cannot let you down. For our survival, I must secure food." Ultimately, in a large supermarket on the outskirts, I found these provisions. Though the journey was arduous, the sight of this food confirmed that my efforts were not in vain. "We shall overcome this adversity together." His words enveloped the gathered individuals like a warm spring breeze, nearly bringing them to tears. In this moment of hardship, Lin Feng's courage and determination infused them with an inexhaustible strength and confidence. At that instant, Lin Feng loomed large in their hearts. As Song Wei meticulously directed the group to transport the food to the underground parking lot, Lin Feng quietly maneuvered, discreetly securing the snowmobile within his space. Soon after, those in the group received notifications and poured into the parking lot like a tidal wave. A sea of dark figures stood opposite Lin Feng, their eyes hungrily fixated on the bags of provisions strewn across the ground. A glimmer of greed and desire illuminating their expressions. Lin Feng acutely sensed the tension and restlessness permeating the air. He recognized that these individuals could no longer suppress their inner cravings, poised to unleash chaos at any moment. Suddenly, Lin Feng raised his submachine gun and fired 3 shots at the ceiling of the parking lot. The gunfire reverberated, causing debris to rain down, and the unexpected noise and spectacle left the crowd momentarily stunned. They realized that Lin Feng's weapon was no mere toy, but a genuine instrument of lethality. This decisive act not only quelled the agitated throng, but also instilled in them a profound respect for Lin Feng. In this perilous moment, his resolve and authority became a steadfast anchor in their hearts. Seizing the opportunity, Song Wei stepped forward, raising his voice above the crowd. Listen closely. All this food has been brought back by Mr. Lin at great personal risk. He is our savior. As long as you comply and maintain order, each of you will receive your share of food. However, should anyone dare to act rashly or harbor ill intentions, know that Mr. Lin's gun is not for show. Everyone, follow my lead, form 5 lines, and stand in order to await Mr. Lin's distribution of food. As soon as Song Wei concluded, a hushed silence descended upon the crowd. They understood that in this extraordinary moment, only by obeying commands and maintaining order could they ensure their collective safety. Thus, they lined up in an orderly fashion as per Song Wei's instructions, awaiting the much-anticipated distribution of provisions. Concurrently, to ensure absolute security, Song Wei assigned individuals to patrol and maintain vigilance, preventing any potential disruptions or theft of the food. Chapter 126. The frustration of Zhang Qingming. Song Wei skillfully showcased the abilities he had acquired during his military service, evoking a silent acknowledgement and burgeoning admiration from Lin Feng. As the crowd gradually settled and the clamor subsided, Lin Feng gestured for Song Wei to commence his actions. Nodding in understanding, Song Wei swiftly and methodically scattered all the food upon the ground. The sound of food hitting the floor resonated through the air, transforming the previously disordered ground into a vibrant tapestry of snacks, potato chips, biscuits, bread, and more, many of which bore damaged packaging, revealing the sustenance within. In times past, these items might have languished unnoticed on supermarket shelves, deemed as mere rejects, scarcely worthy of being offered to dogs, who would likely turn away in disdain. Yet, in this desolate circumstance, they shimmered like precious lifelines to the famished souls before them. The pangs of hunger ignited fervent and avaricious glimmers in their eyes. They widened in anticipation, fixated on the bounty as though it represented their very hope for survival. Some even found themselves involuntarily salivating, a visceral testament to their desperate craving for nourishment. Amidst this tense yet exhilarating atmosphere, Song Wei's voice rang out once more. Do you see? This is the food that Mr. Lin has brought back for us. He is our savior. His words reverberated through the throng, filling each heart with gratitude and reverence. They understood that, without Lin Feng, their fate would have been nothing short of death. Mr. Lin, I admire you immensely. Brother Feng, I shall devote myself to you. Brother Lin, please accept my humble kneel. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers and applause, as if striving to fill the very space around them. Their gazes were steadfastly fixed upon Lin Feng, who had become their envisioned savior, capable of leading them out of despair toward a promising future. Lin Feng basked in this unprecedented adoration and veneration, convinced that, should he choose to establish a sect at this moment, these individuals would become his most devoted followers. However, amidst the throng, a figure captured his attention. She was enveloped in layers of clothing, revealing only her luminous eyes. Yet Lin Feng recognized her at once, Sun Yu. A frown creased his brow, and a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. Sun Yu, how did you come to be here? He recalled vividly that he had declined her request to join his chat group. Realizing she could no longer conceal herself, Sun Yu tremulously unwound her scarf, unveiling a familiar visage. Her voice quivered with a blend of pleading and trepidation. Lin Feng, I am your ex-wife's close friend, and it was you who urged me to teach Zhou Hanyue and her sister-in-law the ways of the bed. Given these two matters, could you spare me a morsel? I have been starving for several days now. A ripple of shock swept through the crowd at her words, igniting a cacophony of whispers. They were well aware of Lin Feng's past entanglements with Zhou Hanyue, and the revelation that her sister had also shared his bed sent waves of astonishment and gossip through the assembly. My heavens! This truly is a case of two women sharing one man, and they are relatives. Murmurs spread like wildfire, though their tones were hushed. They were sufficiently loud to be heard by those nearby. All eyes turned toward Zhang Qingming, curious to gauge his reaction to this unfolding drama. Yet, Zhang Qingming remained steadfastly bowed, fully aware that he could not possibly compare himself to Lin Feng in this moment. Faced with the temptation of food, he dared not utter a word. Lin Feng had become the esteemed possessor of the sustenance, his status exalted in the eyes of the crowd. They all understood that to offend him would invite the wrath of the adoring neighbors, who would not hesitate to tear Zhang Qingming apart. Amidst this tide of gossip, Qiu Hanyue maintained an air of calm. She raised her chin defiantly, addressing Sun Yu with a tone laced with provocation. What? You wish for Lin Feng's attention. Yet he wouldn't even look your way. Indeed, the privilege of sharing Lin Feng's bed had become the aspiration of every woman in the community. However, with 3 stunning beauties residing in his home, the average woman stood little chance of capturing his interest. Qiu Hanyue was acutely aware of this, bolstering her confidence to taunt Sun Yu unabashedly. Sun Yu's face flushed with indignation at Qiu Hanyue's words, yet she refrained from retaliating. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd, shattering the previous silence. Lin Feng, I recall you stating in the group that food would only be distributed to members, and those not in the group are unqualified to receive any. The speaker was Zhao Ting, her voice a familiar echo to Sun Yu. Upon hearing it, Sun Yu's fury ignited. Spinning around, she glared at Zhao Ting. You Zhao Ting, if you seek to ruin my life, I shall make yours equally unbearable. With that, Sun Yu seemed to lose all semblance of reason, charging at Zhao Ting. Unyielding, Zhao Ting met her aggression with a scoff, engaging in a tumultuous scuffle that quickly spiraled into chaos. The crowd, witnessing the commotion, instinctively recoiled, hesitating to intervene without Lin Feng's directive. Lin Feng observed the fray with an unperturbed demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene. Rather, he appeared to relish the spectacle. For him, the matter of food was not his primary concern at this juncture. The altercation did not endure for long, as the physical stamina of both women was limited. Eventually, Sun Yu and Zhao Ting, flushed and panting, collapsed onto the ground, exchanging glances of mutual disdain. Have you two finished your little drama? Lin Feng finally spoke, his voice calm, yet resonant, sending a chill through those nearby. Sun Yu averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Zhao Ting, casting a long, pleading look at Lin Feng, trembled as she spoke. Lin Feng, we once shared a bond as husband and wife, weathering storms together. Can you truly turn a blind eye and allow me to be wronged without a flicker of compassion? I acknowledge my past transgressions that caused you pain, but I have come to realize my errors. Those bygone days are just that, gone. Can't you grant me a chance for redemption? I beseech you, forgive me. Once more, a dramatic scene unfolded, and Lin Feng found himself unable to recall how many times Zhao Ting had humbled herself before him in such a manner. Chapter 127. The emergence of the steel cannon, however, each plea for mercy only deepened his indifference and disdain. Although Zhao Ting appeared pitiful at that moment, Lin Feng was not deceived by her facade. He understood that this was merely a ploy by Zhao Ting to elicit sympathy. Her betrayal had inflicted wounds upon Lin Feng that could never be mended. Yet, as if he had not heard Zhao Ting's words, Lin Feng gazed at the crowd and spoke. Are you not hungry? Food lies before you, yet someone stands in the way of your enjoyment of this rare feast. What will you do? Lin Feng's words struck like a heavy hammer, awakening the deep-seated hunger within each individual present. Get out! Get out! Zhao Ting and Sun Yu were left pale and trembling by the sudden outburst, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Under Song Wei's leadership, the enraged crowd began to push and drive them away. Faced with this unexpected assault, the two women could only flee in disarray, leaving the scene in utter disgrace. Battered and disheveled, as Zhao Ting and Sun Yu departed, the crowd fell silent once more. They instinctively formed an orderly line, their gazes fixed eagerly upon the food scattered on the ground. A collective sentiment echoed in their hearts. Finally, there is something to eat. Lin Feng observed the stillness of the crowd before continuing. You all understand how harsh the outside environment is. Procuring this food was no easy feat. I have toiled tirelessly to bring it back, hoping to weather this storm together. However, if you partake of my provisions, you must heed my commands. No matter the dangers we face, retreat is not an option. Those who disagree may step forward now. I will not compel anyone. As Lin Feng's voice faded, the crowd remained silent, save for the faint sounds of breathing and the occasional grumble of hungry stomachs. Each person recognized that they had no alternative. To disregard Lin Feng's guidance was to court starvation. A tall man stepped forward, his voice booming. Lin Feng, we are with you. As long as we can eat, we will do whatever you ask. Following his declaration, others chimed in, nodding in agreement, their faces resolute. They understood that obeying Lin Feng was their only chance of survival in this perilous apocalypse. Seeing their determination, Lin Feng smiled and nodded, saying, very well, since everyone agrees. Let us strive together to overcome this challenge. From now on, I shall oversee the distribution of food and water, as well as organize work and rest periods. I hope everyone will adhere to discipline and follow my directives. I will begin distributing food according to the names in our group to prevent any outsiders from mingling. The crowd voiced their approval, realizing that this was the only way to endure in such a harsh environment. Lin Feng then instructed Song Wei to organize the food and prepared to call names using his phone. Meanwhile, Du Yang and his group were hiding at the corner leading to the underground parking lot of Building 8, their anxious faces illuminated by dim lighting. When Sun Yu stumbled upon their hiding spot, Du Yang frowned and reproached her. What happened? Were you not supposed to gather food? Why do you look so disheveled and battered? Sun Yu, already furious, found Du Yang's inquiry infuriating. She glared at him, her voice sharp and agitated. You ask me? Why don't you question yourselves? You, a bunch of men, sent a woman to risk her life for food, and you still have the audacity to speak. Du Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment from her words. His face flushed as he clenched his teeth and shouted, Damn it, brothers, let us fight back. However, just as he was about to charge forward, a Fei quickly grabbed his arm, urging him softly, Boss, don't be impulsive. There are hundreds of them. And Lin Feng has a gun. Charging him would be tantamount to seeking death. Du Yang shot a Fei a glare, fuming. I'd rather fight them than starve and freeze here. It's better than waiting to die. Yet, despite his passionate rhetoric, none of his subordinates moved. They understood that in this apocalyptic world, survival was their only hope. No one wished to sacrifice themselves needlessly. At that moment, a Fei lowered his voice and pointed towards the corner of Building 6, saying, Boss, look over there. Doesn't that sneaky figure resemble the steel cannon? Du Yang followed a Fei's gesture and indeed saw a shadow lurking, observing Lin Feng and the others. Though the lighting was dim, the figure's shape and movements confirmed it was indeed the steel cannon. It really is him. What does he intend to do all alone? Du Yang expressed his confusion as he retreated to his previous position. Sun Yu also spotted the steel cannon, and a glimmer of insight crossed her eyes as she calmly suggested, the steel cannon is undoubtedly here to snatch food as well. Let us hold off for now. We can act once they start fighting. This way, we can conserve our strength and seize the opportunity. Du Yang nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Sun Yu's words. Thus, they remained hidden in the shadows, awaiting the right moment to strike. The steel cannon had already noticed Du Yang and his group, but their presence was of little concern to him. His singular focus was on the tantalizing food in Lin Feng's possession. Although he had not starved during the apocalypse, the prolonged consumption of sour, unpalatable meat had left him feeling nauseated. Upon learning that Lin Feng had returned with provisions, he had decisively chosen to hide and wait for the opportune moment. The steel cannon's resolve was as solid as a rock. He had strapped explosives to himself, ready to confront Lin Feng in a deadly showdown. His eyes gleamed with greed and madness as he gazed at the food in Lin Feng's hands. As Lin Feng was about to commence the distribution of food, the steel cannon realized he could wait no longer. He abruptly pulled out a detonator, swiftly igniting the fuse before hurling it into the crowd. The detonator traced a dangerous arc through the air, emitting a sizzling sound as flames danced along the fuse. However, just as the detonator was about to land, Li Jinxian keenly sensed the impending danger. Without hesitation, she raised her handgun, aiming at the airborne detonator. Bang! Chapter 128. Precise hit. A single gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the detonator with unerring accuracy. Boom! The detonator exploded in midair, unleashing a tremendous shockwave and a burst of flames that instantaneously engulfed the surrounding atmosphere. The unexpected sound of the explosion sent a wave of terror through the crowd, compelling them to crouch on the ground, hands clasped over their heads in search of solace. Steel Cannon witnessed this scene and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, a sharpshooter. Yet, he did not surrender. Rather, he frantically hurled 2 more detonators. However, these 2 fell victim to Li Jinxuan's marksmanship, detonating in midair. The explosions echoed one after another, their flames illuminating the night sky. Amidst the chaos and fear, people fled the scene, desperately seeking refuge. In this tumultuous battle, Steel Cannon had completely revealed his position, rendering himself a target for all. Lin Feng glanced sideways at Li Jinxian, whose expression remained as tranquil as a serene lake, seemingly untouched by the surrounding turmoil. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire her composure. Truly, the special operatives trained by the state were extraordinary. Her steadiness and calmness were genuinely commendable. As the smoke began to dissipate, it unveiled the somewhat obscured visage of Song Wei. He wiped his face, determination glimmering in his eyes, poised to charge towards Steel Cannon's location. Yet, Lin Feng promptly reached out to stop him, shaking his head with a smile. Song Wei. Hold on. We can't risk such valuable cannon fodder. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as he scanned the direction where steel cannon was hidden. The sound of submachine gunfire erupted, bullets cascading like a torrential downpour. Nevertheless, steel cannon was well prepared. He deftly concealed himself behind cover, evading Lin Feng's assault. Lin Feng understood that he could not hit steel cannon this way. His aim was merely to suppress him with firepower, preventing further explosive projectiles from being launched. Noticing steel cannon's reluctance to expose himself, Lin Feng turned to the trembling neighbors who had taken cover, raising his voice. Is this what you call obedience? You flee from danger faster than a rabbit. I say, let these provisions go to waste. With that, Lin Feng raised his submachine gun and unleashed several rounds at the food on the ground. The gunfire erupted once more, scattering the provisions into fragments. The neighbors, witnessing this spectacle, cried out in anguish. They stood up, declaring loudly, No, no, we'll go kill that bastard steel cannon. Yes, everyone, follow me. With one person taking the lead, more joined in. The crowd surged towards steel cannon's hiding place like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued to fire in tandem with the crowd, maintaining pressure on steel cannon, ensuring he remained concealed. However, just as the people were about to encircle steel cannon, he suddenly tossed two detonators and swiftly made his escape. The explosive blasts were deafening, claiming dozens of lives. Yet, no one mourned or grieved. For in this world of scarcity and hardship, each additional death merely meant more food for the survivors. Seeing steel cannon's cunning escape, Li Jinxian furrowed her brow, a glint of resolve flickering in her gaze as she turned to Lin Feng. Wind, that guy's steel cannon is too dangerous. Should I take him out now? Lin Feng smiled gently, a profound light flashing in his eyes as he shook his head slowly. Jinxian, there is no need to rush. I have plenty of time to deal with someone like steel cannon. Moreover, I cannot allow you to take risks. Your safety is of utmost importance to me. At that moment, Lin Feng deeply realized Li Jinxuan's significance. Not only did she possess striking beauty and an impressive physique, but she also exhibited extraordinary skill and intelligence. She stood as a formidable shield beside him, granting him an unparalleled sense of security. Lin Feng understood that in this perilous and unpredictable world, having Li Jinxian by his side significantly enhanced his safety. Therefore, he would never put her in danger for the sake of steel cannon. Li Jinxian felt warmth in her heart upon hearing Lin Feng's words. She sensed his care and protection. She smiled softly, replying, Thank you, Wind. With you by my side, I fear nothing. The two exchanged knowing smiles, standing in unison, awaiting the return of the cannon fodder. However, just as the neighbors began to recover from their earlier fright, still tense and on edge, Lin Feng's calm yet resolute voice resonated throughout the underground parking lot once more. Attention, target locked at the exit of Building 8. Enemies are lurking there. His tone exuded an undeniable authority, and the enemies he referred to were Du Yang and his group. In truth, Lin Feng had long been aware of their presence. He had only chosen to reveal it now to gauge the neighbors' reactions and their willingness to comply. Upon hearing his words, the neighbors' faces turned ashen. Having just narrowly escaped one explosion, they feared another detonator might fly their way. Yet, they understood that in this apocalypse, survival depended on obeying the strong. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves and began to move toward the exit of Building 8 as per Lin Feng's command. As they proceeded, they glanced around anxiously, wary of any sudden dangers. Lin Feng, perceptive to their unease, took a deep breath and shouted again, Listen closely. Whoever bravely kills an enemy will not only receive double food rewards, but will also become a hero in our team, earning the respect and protection of all. Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant and timid neighbors suddenly seemed invigorated, their eyes lighting up, their steps becoming resolute and powerful. They understood that an additional portion of food equated to a greater chance of survival. Yet, just as the crowd surged forward, a few timid souls attempted to slip away from the group, wishing to escape unnoticed. Lin Feng immediately discerned their intentions. A cold smile crept across his face as he slightly raised his gun, aiming at those attempting to flee. Do not forget, this is my territory. The rules I set must be followed. To flee is to betray, and I will show no mercy to such individuals. Those who had entertained thoughts of escape were instantly gripped by terror. They realized that if they truly fled, they might not survive even for another second. Consequently, they abandoned their escape plans and pressed forward with the main group. Chapter 129, the valiant cannon fodder gazing at the dense mass of people, Du Yang, who had initially been filled with fervor and zeal, ready to charge forth to seize food, suddenly turned pale. A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Quick, run, Du Yang shouted, his voice laced with an unprecedented panic. He turned abruptly, akin to a startled rabbit, fleeing without a backward glance. In this critical moment, he even neglected his beloved, Sun Yu, casting her from his thoughts entirely. Sun Yu, witnessing this, stomped her feet in frustration, yet understanding the urgency of the situation, she sighed helplessly and hurried to keep pace with Du Yang. The dozen or so men under Du Yang's command were equally terrified, fully aware that if they fell into the wrath of this furious crowd, their fate would be dire. Thus, they emulated Du Yang, hastily ascending the stairs. However, in their frantic escape, one man stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to rise. He soon realized it was too late. A neighbor, quick on his feet, rushed over, his face twisted in rage, and delivered a brutal kick to the fallen man's head. The cold concrete floor acted as a merciless executioner, instantly causing the man's head to bleed profusely, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet, the neighbors did not relent. They glared at the man, delivering several more kicks to his head. The man groaned in agony, but amidst the chaos, his cries were drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. Ultimately, his head lolled to the side, and he was left lifeless. The man's demise afforded Du Yang and the others a critical opportunity to escape. By the time the others reached the staircase, the men had vanished from sight. The deceased became the object upon which the crowd vented their fury. In the narrow stairwell, people surged forward like headless flies, trampling his body until it was crushed and distorted, reduced to a puddle of muck on the floor. Untrained and disoriented, they found themselves trapped in the narrow stairway, chaos reigning supreme. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. "Ah, it hurts." A neighbor was mercilessly shoved to the ground, meeting a fate akin to that of the fallen man, tragically collapsing into a pool of blood. It was not until Lin Feng's voice cut through the turmoil that order began to return. "All right, everyone come back." The crowd seemed to awaken from a dream, ceasing their frenzied actions and hastily regrouping around Lin Feng, awaiting his next command. Lin Feng surveyed the crowd calmly. Despite their lack of tactical training, the courage they displayed in their struggle for survival filled him with a sense of reassurance. Clapping his hands, he proclaimed loudly, "From now on, you must embody this spirit. As long as you obey my commands, I assure you, you shall not be treated unfairly." Song Wei, Lin Feng's capable assistant, immediately grasped his intent and echoed loudly, "Absolute obedience to orders. Absolute obedience to orders." The crowd, under his lead, fervently chanted the slogan, their voices resounding through the underground parking lot. Seeing the moment was ripe, Lin Feng gestured for silence. He beckoned to the man who had been leading the charge. "You, come here." The man, filled with joy, quickly approached Lin Feng, knowing this recognition was a result of his efforts. The surrounding neighbors looked on, their eyes filled with envy and regret, secretly lamenting why they had not run faster to attain this honor. Lin Feng seized a handful of food. Though it was muddied and mixed with debris, it appeared invaluable to them. He placed the food into the man's arms, smiling as he said, "This is a reward for you. Stick with me, and you will receive more." The man, named Su Xiaogang, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes as his body trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze. Having endured days of hunger, the joy from the food surged within him like a tidal wave, rendering him nearly speechless. Clenching his fists, his lips quivered as tears blurred his vision. With a trembling voice, he expressed, "Mr. Lin, thank you. I shall never forget this kindness. In the future, whatever your commands may be, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to follow your teachings." Lin Feng, observing Su Xiaogang's sincere expression, felt a profound change within him. He recognized that Su Xiaogang's words were genuine, rooted in heartfelt gratitude and loyalty. Meanwhile, the other neighbors underwent a subtle transformation in their mentality. Initially indifferent and hesitant, they were now moved by Su Xiaogang's genuine emotion, expressing their willingness to wholeheartedly obey Lin Feng's leadership. Lin Feng smiled gently, pleased to witness the shift he had anticipated. He patted Su Xiaogang's shoulder, speaking firmly, "From now on, you will follow Song Wei. He is a man of true capability, and you will learn much from him." In the eyes of the crowd, Song Wei had become a favored figure at Lin Feng's side, making it a privilege to be associated with him. With gratitude and respect etched on his face, Su Xiaogang approached Song Wei, bowing deeply as he said, "Brother Song, I hope you will guide me in the future. Though I am older, I wish to learn from you as a junior." Though typically reserved, Song Wei sensed the man's sincerity and determination. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, a tumult of emotion surged within him. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Reflecting on the past, he recalled being merely a lowly security guard, enduring scorn and ridicule in silence. Back then, he had to silently bear the condescension and insults from every resident, with no outlet for his grievances. Yet, at this moment, the wheel of fate seemed to have turned. Today, he was no longer that helpless security guard, but had risen to a position of respect, standing above many. This remarkable transformation filled him with both shock and elation. He understood that this achievement was rooted in Lin Feng's support and mentorship. It was Lin Feng who had provided him with this opportunity to showcase his talents and abilities. He held deep gratitude for Lin Feng, vowing to forever cherish this kindness in his heart. Chapter 130. Distributing food in a moment of exhilaration. Song Wei silently vowed to repay Lin Feng's trust and cultivation through his actions, pledging unwavering loyalty to Lin Feng and vowing never to disappoint his expectations. Subsequently, Lin Feng solemnly commenced his task of distributing relief supplies to the neighbors yearning for sustenance. Standing beside the mound of food, facing the lengthy queue, he cleared his throat and announced in a commanding voice, "All right, please maintain order. I will call out names one by one, those whose names are mentioned. Please step forward to collect your food." At that moment, the atmosphere around them grew charged with excitement and tension. Each individual's eyes sparkled with anticipation and hope, fixated on Lin Feng, fearful of missing their name being called. Lin Feng took on the responsibility of reading names, while Song Wei busily distributed food to those who approached. However, despite the sizable heap of provisions, the crowd was vast, numbering several hundred. After a fair distribution, each person received only a meager amount of food, barely sufficient to sustain their basic living needs. Upon receiving their rations, many wore expressions of disappointment, realizing that the food was insufficient to satiate their hunger. This was all part of Lin Feng's deliberate strategy. He understood the principle that one must not be overly generous. To feed a dog too well is to invite laziness and dependence. He knew that to keep these neighbors compliant, he must lead them by the nose, ensuring they were neither overfed to the point of idleness nor left starving to incite rebellion and dissatisfaction. Thus, he opted for a moderate approach, maintaining their essential living conditions while instilling a sense of hunger and urgency. The expressions of the crowd shifted from initial excitement and anticipation to disappointment. Their faces etched with frustration, yet they dared not voice their grievances. After all, in such dire times, having a morsel of food was infinitely better than having none at all. They watched as the line gradually dwindled, although the food in their hands was scant. It at least offered temporary relief from their hunger. At that moment, everyone had received their provisions, leaving only one solitary figure standing forlornly, Wang Bo. Dressed in a long cotton coat that enveloped him snugly, he wore a hat and a thick scarf that concealed all but his pair of furious eyes. Lin Feng had intentionally omitted his name, knowing that without a careful glance, it would be difficult to discern Wang Bo from the crowd. Now, Wang Bo glared at Lin Feng with resentment, vociferously questioning, "Why was my food not included?" Lin Feng feigned ignorance, appearing as if he had just noticed Wang Bo's presence, and asked, "Oh, who are you? Why should I give you food?" Wang Bo's face flushed crimson with anger at Lin Feng's words. He reluctantly loosened his scarf, revealing his face, and stammered, I am Wang Bo, a member of the group as well." His voice drew the attention of the crowd. Well aware of the animosity between him and Lin Feng, no one expected him to dare come forward for food. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, speculating that Wang Bo was courting trouble. Intrigued, Lin Feng regarded Wang Bo with amusement, lightly smiling before stepping aside to kick a frozen lump of dog feces beneath Wang Bo's feet. "Eat this, and I shall grant you food." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Lin Feng, do not overstep your bounds." Lin Feng merely smiled calmly and replied, "You are free to choose not to eat." Wang Bo, rendered speechless by rage, pointed at Lin Feng, struggling to articulate a cohesive thought. The situation compelled him to bow his head. He realized Lin Feng was the sole provider of food here. Refusing to consume the excrement meant forfeiting his only source of sustenance. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that the madwoman, Aunt Zhao, lingered daily at his doorstep, leaving him with no opportunity to seek alternative food sources. Resolute, Wang Bo bent down, picked up the lump of dog feces, and without hesitation, shoved it into his mouth. This spectacle left the crowd in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, who, having initially felt a sense of injustice, suddenly perceived a sense of balance in the situation. Wang Bo, once a privileged scion, was now reduced to consuming dog feces for sustenance, a stark contrast that evoked both ridicule and pity from them. The feces had hardened under the frigid air, resembling a stone. Wang Bo gritted his teeth, forcing it into his mouth as he began the arduous process of digestion. He closed his eyes tightly, attempting to shut out the pain and disgust, yet the suffocating stench permeated his senses like an unrelenting specter. His lips twitched involuntarily, and a wave of nausea surged in his throat. Nevertheless, he understood he could not relent. Surrendering would render all his suffering meaningless, leaving him with nothing. Thus, he steeled himself against his revulsion, striving to allow the lump to dissolve slowly in his mouth. This torturous ordeal lasted for over 10 minutes. Wang Bo's face contorting in agony as he battled the overwhelming queasiness. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, and his lips turned pale from the strain of biting down. The crowd watched in discomfort, empathizing with his plight as if they too could sense the profound revulsion he experienced. In this world, where resources were scarce, many had been compelled to rely on excrement for survival. They understood all too well the unbearable taste, yet the pressures of existence forced them to accept such grim realities. However, in front of so many witnesses, few possessed the courage to consume excrement. Finally, after relentless effort, Wang Bo managed to swallow the now dissolved feces. He felt a wave of nausea rising from his stomach but fought to keep it down. He raised his head, his voice trembling as he addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I have finished. Now, may I receive my food? Even from several meters away, Lin Feng could detect the foul odor emanating from Wang Bo. Disgusted, he pinched his nose, took 2 thin potato chips from Song Wei, and casually tossed them at Wang Bo's feet. Here, take this as your reward. As Lin Feng's words echoed, laughter erupted once more from the crowd. Chapter 131. Subjugation. They watched in dismay as Wang Bo humiliated himself for the sake of 2 mere potato chips. It was evident to them that Lin Feng was merely toying with him, having no intention of providing adequate sustenance. A flicker of anger flashed in Wang Bo's eyes as he gazed at the 2 chips on the ground. Lin Feng, I will not back down, he roared. His fists clenched tightly, his face a canvas of rage and resentment. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with amusement. He took a slight step back, viewing Wang Bo as nothing more than an insignificant insect. He knew that someone loyal to him would come to handle the situation without him needing to lift a finger. As expected, Song Wei sprang into action, charging towards Wang Bo without hesitation. His gaze was resolute, brimming with loyalty to Lin Feng. Su Shaogang followed closely, understanding that this was his moment to demonstrate his allegiance. Having just acknowledged Lin Feng as his master, he could not allow any harm to befall him. Together, the 2 descended upon Wang Bo like ferocious tigers, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Each strike was merciless, drowning out Wang Bo's cries for mercy. Stop. Stop. I was wrong. I truly was. He initially attempted to plead, but as a powerful fist struck his abdomen, his body convulsed, and his voice turned hoarse. In this apocalyptic world, fists often wielded more persuasive power than words. Those who still clung to reason, in Lin Feng's eyes, were nothing but fools. There was no need for further discourse beyond the lessons delivered through force. It was not until Wang Bo lay on the brink of unconsciousness that Zhang Yi finally gestured for Song Wei and Su Shaogang to cease their assault. He cast a glance at the prostrate Wang Bo, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Lin Feng understood that Wang Bo was incapable of causing any significant upheaval. It would be more advantageous to keep him around as a mere pawn. Among the onlookers, not a single soul felt pity for Wang Bo's plight. Instead, many reveled in schadenfreude, believing he had brought this suffering upon himself. Once a tyrant in the neighborhood, dismissing everyone around him, he was now reaping the consequences of his actions. Lin Feng approached Wang Bo, lightly nudging his face with the tip of his shoe. Do you see? This is the fate of those who defy orders. Some may still harbor dissent within their hearts. However, if you cannot accept my rules, you are free to leave. I shall not hinder you. He paused deliberately, yet not a single person chose to depart. In this desolate world, having discovered a stable source of food, who would willingly abandon such a lifeline? Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Well then, since no one is leaving, it signifies your acceptance. Should anyone disobey my will, their fate will mirror that of Wang Bo. With that, he placed a foot upon Wang Bo's hand, pressing down with force. Wang Bo's anguished screams echoed throughout the underground parking lot, sending shivers through the onlookers, who resolved to adhere to Lin Feng's commands. In this harsh world, only the strong could survive, and Lin Feng was undeniably among them. As food distribution concluded, the gathered individuals clutched their portions, their faces reflecting satisfaction and reassurance. Their hunger roared within them like a wild beast, prompting nearly everyone to devour their food instantly, as if to etch this long-awaited feeling of fullness into their very souls. Days of hunger and exhaustion, compounded by Lin Feng's earlier actions, had nearly drained their strength. At that moment, food was akin to a life-giving oasis in a desert, offering them a glimmer of hope for rebirth. However, the meager rations were insufficient to satiate their appetites. They gazed towards the now empty food bags, their eyes shimmering with longing. They yearned for Lin Feng to dispense more provisions to alleviate their unbearable hunger. Yet, the reality was harsh. Lin Feng instructed Li Jinxian to meticulously collect the remaining food, stowing it away. This scene left the crowd feeling disheartened and dejected. Those who had not contributed to the group could only hope for the future, striving to earn more food through their efforts and actions. However, Zhang Qingming's situation was markedly different. He was consumed by feelings of imbalance and fury. His wife and sister had both been claimed by Lin Feng, yet he was relegated to receiving the same meager share as everyone else. This perceived injustice ignited a volcanic rage within him. Nonetheless, Lin Feng's ruthless treatment of Wang Bo had struck his deepest fears. He understood that challenging Lin Feng could lead to even more severe repercussions. Still, hunger and anger propelled him forward, shattering his silence. Finally, summoning all his courage, Zhang Qiming raised his hand, his voice trembling as he spoke. I would like to report. His voice drew the attention of all present, their gazes shifting to him in curiosity. Lin Feng's expression darkened immediately upon hearing Zhang Qingming's words. Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting exchanged worried glances. Anxiety itched across their faces. They feared that Zhang Qingming's actions might provoke Lin Feng, leading to unnecessary trouble for them. Qiu Hanwei reached out, attempting to pull Zhang Qiming back, but he remained resolute, as if determined to voice his grievances. Song Wei, sensing Lin Feng's displeasure and fury, strode up to Zhang Qiming and delivered a swift kick, berating him. What? You're dissatisfied with the free food? If you want to die, just say so. Zhang Qiming stumbled back from the unexpected blow, eventually collapsing onto the cold ground. Witnessing Song Wei's aggression, Su Xiaogang too felt the urge to intervene and teach Zhang Qiming a lesson, but his movement was halted by Lin Feng's steady gaze. Lin Feng calmly extended his arm, signaling Su Xiaogang to retreat, and then spoke with an air of indifference. Wait, let him finish what he has to say. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Qiming gritted his teeth against the pain, laboriously rising to his feet. He brushed off the dust from his clothing, steeling himself before addressing Lin Feng. I want to say that our family should receive a larger share of food, after all. We have made contributions to you. The moment his words left his lips, everyone present understood the implications of his so-called contributions. The neighbors silently condemned Zhang Qingming's shameless behavior, finding it utterly intolerable. Chapter 132. The masterpiece of Lin Feng they cursed in their hearts, deeming this shameless individual remarkably audacious to utter such words in public, thrusting Lin Feng into an uncomfortable position. Yet, Lin Feng's subsequent actions defied all expectations. Instead of displaying anger, he beckoned to Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting. Accustomed to Lin Feng's assertive demeanor, the two young women obediently approached, patiently awaiting his command. Lin Feng subtly tilted his chin, signaling them to step forward. Understanding his intent, they gently kissed his cheek, much to the envy of all the men present, who lamented their own fates. Such treatment was enviable indeed. In the community, the mature and alluring Qiu Hanwei captivated countless admiring gazes, her beauty the object of many men's fantasies. Previously, her world revolved solely around Zhang Qiming. Her eyes followed his every move, disregarding the affections of others. Back then, she was wholly devoted to her relationship with Zhang Qiming, as if the universe existed solely for them. However, the wheel of fate turned unexpectedly, and Lin Feng's arrival shattered this tranquility. Not only did he win Qiu Hanyue's heart, but he also brought Zhang Yuting under his wing. Their sister-in-law bond undoubtedly possessed a unique flavor, as Lin Feng basked in the company of three stunning women. Savoring enviable bliss, Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting's food was not meant to satiate their appetites. The food they held was mixed with dirt and utterly inedible. Yet they chose not to discard it, opting instead to keep it hidden. Each time Lin Feng provided them with sufficient rations, they would stash away a portion to share with Zhang Qiming. Thus, they intended to reserve this refuse for him. Lin Feng quickly discerned their intentions, gently seizing the food from their hands and unceremoniously tossing it at Zhang Qingming's feet. You desire food, don't you? This is all yours. Zhang Qingming's heart soared at the sight, hastily gathering the scattered food, careful not to leave a single morsel behind. A satisfied smile graced his face, as if he had forgotten the presence of the two women beside him. Thank you. Zhang Qiming stammered in excitement, gazing at Lin Feng with gratitude, as though he sought to etch this favor into his memory. Yet, he remained oblivious to Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting's feelings. In that moment, he was fixated solely on the food, relegating the woman who once stood by his side to a mere bargaining chip in exchange for sustenance, including his sister. Meanwhile, Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting had grown numb to Zhang Qingming's selfishness. Their indifference to his coldness had become second nature, prompting them to conceal their food carefully to prevent it from falling into his hands. However, to onlookers, the scene appeared vastly different. Witnessing Lin Feng distribute the women's food to Zhang Qiming, speculation arose that he would surely provide Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting with provisions of their own. This notion took root in the hearts of women in the crowd, igniting a flicker of hope for survival. Lin Feng, do you find my figure appealing? Just give me some food, and I shall do anything for you. Brother Feng, I've just come of age. I can keep you warm through many nights. You young girl, too inexperienced. Mr. Lin, what do you think of me, a mature woman? I possess charm and allure. The competition among these women escalated, resembling a war without smoke. The men who had initially remained passive could no longer suppress their desires, joining the fray. Lin Feng, my wife is beautiful and possesses a wonderful personality. If you desire, I can arrange for her to accompany you. Haha, what has your wife compared to mine? My mother-in-law is 50 but still exudes grace. Provide me with ample food, and I shall send them both to you. You truly lack boundaries, even mentioning your mother-in-law. My wife is 38, in her prime, and coupled with my 16-year-old daughter, they make a splendid pair. In the frigid apocalypse, food had become the sole beacon of hope. People cast aside their boundaries, forgetting past ridicule, and instead envied Zhang Qingming's fortuitous circumstance. As the cold winds howled, even the warmth of blankets felt painfully inadequate. They had to bundle themselves in heavy clothing to sleep, fearful that the chill would claim their lives. At this moment, everyone understood that only food could offer them a modicum of warmth and solace. The phrase "a full belly breeds desire" held little weight in an era where hunger was a constant companion. Who had the luxury to ponder romantic pursuits? Rather than dwell in fantasies, it was wiser to seize the remaining hope and exchange their scant resources for food. However, the actions of the crowd incited Lin Feng's ire. He felt as though he had become a refuge, with all manner of people seeking to approach him, including those entirely unrelated. He grasped Li Jinchuan's hand tightly. Drawing her close, and softly instructed, "Jinxian, come here, remove your scarf." Li Jinxian was not originally a resident of this community. She had come here in pursuit of a criminal. Today, she had worn a scarf that obscured her face, revealing only her bright eyes and tall figure, making it impossible to discern her true beauty. As she gradually unraveled the scarf, the crowd collectively held their breath. A stunningly beautiful visage emerged, surpassing even Qiu Hanyue's allure. Lin Feng's creations are undoubtedly masterpieces, someone marveled amidst the crowd. All eyes turned to Li Jinxian, who was unlike any woman they had ever encountered. The women who had just boasted of their own wives and daughters felt suddenly inadequate, their appearances dwarfed by Li Jinchuan's magnificence. The men, too, were overwhelmed with a surge of envy. Chapter 133, Zhang Limei's thoughts if one were to be graced with such a beautiful wife by their side. Even the prospect of starvation would not warrant exchanging her for anything else. Yet, this notion remains a mere fantasy in their hearts. They are acutely aware that in this apocalyptic world, the only true reliance is upon oneself and the provisions at hand. Those so-called feelings of love and kinship appear utterly feeble in the face of survival. Let us not even entertain whether such a wife exists, even if she did. When confronted with death, one would still be inclined to barter. For Lin Feng, his needs concerning women have long since dulled. The 3 women in his household, along with the ever-available Qiu Hanwei and Zhang Yuting, suffice for his requirements. Unless he encounters a woman of exceptional beauty, he has no intention of pursuing others. However, amidst the crowd, unexpected surprises can arise, such as Zhang Limei. Initially, Lin Feng was drawn to her out of curiosity regarding the mother figure, leading to a brief encounter that ultimately left him disillusioned. The taste of her milk was far from his expectations. As the crowd began to disperse and the clamor faded, Zhang Limei stealthily approached Song Wei, her voice low and anxious. Lin Feng distributed food to everyone. Why were we excluded? Are we too? Song Wei promptly interrupted her, well aware of Lin Feng's temperament and principles, wishing to avoid any unnecessary troubles stemming from Zhang Limei's recklessness. Rest assured, Mr. Lin has his plans. We merely need to wait patiently. He will not treat us poorly. As Song Wei anticipated, after disbanding the crowd, Lin Feng called him aside and whispered, "Come to my home shortly to collect food. I have some matters I wish to discuss privately." Zhang Limei, overhearing the conversation, felt a wave of elation surge within her. She understood that Lin Feng intended to provide them with special attention, implying an increase in provisions and possible care. However, just as Zhang Limei was filled with gratitude and prepared to express her thanks to Lin Feng, an impulsive urge overcame her. Seizing the moment when the two were conversing, she grasped Lin Feng's arm and pressed it firmly against her bosom. Even beneath her down jacket, the fullness and warmth were unmistakably conveyed to Lin Feng's skin. Startled by this sudden act, Lin Feng distinctly felt the weight of Zhang Limei's ample form, akin to 2 small hills resting heavily on his arm. Internally, he marveled at her development. She must be a G-cup by now. Yet, rather than feeling pleasure, Lin Feng was overwhelmed by discomfort. He gazed at Zhang Limei, whose face radiated a smug smile, clearly pleased with her actions. Meanwhile, Song Wei's brow furrowed deeply, evidently displeased with Zhang Limei's conduct. Lin Feng, I am truly grateful. If not for you, my child and I might have perished from hunger at home. I will ensure that Song Wei follows your lead and obeys your commands. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. He recognized that Zhang Limei was intentionally provoking Song Wei. Yet he found himself unable to extricate himself from the situation. He endeavored to remain calm and replied somewhat coolly, "It is merely what I ought to do. There is no need for thanks." After saying this, Lin Feng attempted to withdraw his arm, but Zhang Limei clung to it tightly, as if wishing to keep him by her side indefinitely. Sighing in resignation, Lin Feng exerted himself to break free from her grip. "I must return now," he stated, taking Li Jinchuan's hand and turning to walk home. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, Zhang Limei felt a surge of frustration, stomping her foot in annoyance. She muttered to herself, "Am I not as desirable as those vixens? Why does he always overlook me?" At this moment, Song Wei pivoted to face Zhang Limei, his tone laced with sarcasm. "What? Do you wish to exchange your body for food with Mr. Lin?" Zhang Limei shot him a sidelong glance and retorted unapologetically, "I would consider it. But it depends on whether he finds me appealing. Are you feeling jealous?" This remark only deepened Song Wei's discomfort. He believed he had invested all his effort and affection into caring for Zhang Limei and her child, treating her offspring as his own. Yet, Zhang Limei seemed unappreciative, consistently finding excuses to challenge him during intimate moments. Her outrageous behavior in front of him and Lin Feng today was intolerable. Due to Lin Feng's influence, Song Wei's standing had risen significantly. Just moments ago, several female owners had cast flirtatious glances his way. However, Song Wei was not one to abandon his principles. Thus he remained unresponsive. Nevertheless, Zhang Limei's recent actions compelled him to reconsider their relationship. Upon returning home, Li Jinxian took a deep breath. As if shedding the tension and fatigue accumulated during their outing, she gently handed her firearm to Lin Feng, her eyes filled with unwavering trust. "Here, this is your weapon. Return it to me when needed." Lin Feng accepted the gun, a flicker of appreciation gleaming in his gaze, grateful that every woman by his side was so understanding, supportive, and considerate. Within his home, Lin Feng upheld a strict principle: no one would wield weapons. This was not born from distrust, but rather a steadfast commitment to family safety. After shedding their heavy gear, Lin Feng softly opened the bedroom door of Li Meiying and Sun Si. As the door creaked open, the two beauties eagerly awaited at the threshold, their eyes shimmering with anticipation and concern. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they rushed forward, surrounding him, examining him closely as if to ascertain his well-being. "How did it go? Was everything smooth?" Li Meiying inquired with genuine concern, her voice imbued with worry and hope. "Yes, everything went splendidly," Lin Feng replied with a smile, his voice resonating with confidence and resolve. He had become their pillar of strength, and they had fretted over his safety during his foray into the perilous unknown of this new world. Once they had thoroughly assessed him and confirmed his safety, their anxious hearts finally settled. At that moment, a profound sense of happiness enveloped Lin Feng. The warmth within his home starkly contrasted with the frigid world outside. Facing temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees, even clad in winter gear, the biting cold was palpable, especially while racing down icy roads on a motorcycle. Now, back in the comfort of his home, not only was the warmth inviting, but he was also surrounded by the love and companionship of beautiful women. Chapter 134. Inquiring about military camp news subsequently, Lin Feng retrieved a table laden with exquisite delicacies from the spatial realm, the tantalizing aroma instantly pervading the room, arousing appetites. He smiled warmly, inviting the three women to join him for dinner. They gathered around the table, momentarily forgetting the tumult of the outside world. Although Lin Feng and Li Jinxian had hastily consumed some fast food earlier, it was merely a means to replenish their energy, lacking in flavor. Meanwhile, Li Meiying and Sun Si had remained in the bedroom during Lin Feng's absence, going an entire day without sustenance. Upon seeing the sumptuous spread before them, a glimmer of desire sparkled in their eyes. As the four of them sat at the table, their conversations and laughter flowed freely. They savored the delectable dishes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Burp. Li Meiying was the first to set down her chopsticks, contentedly patting her belly before turning to Lin Feng and inquiring, "Brother Feng, how is it outside now? Is there any danger?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "The outside has become desolate, blanketed in thick snow. While dangers certainly exist, we simply have not encountered them." Li Meiying's words reminded Lin Feng of the weasel he encountered at the police station. Wild animals, having adapted to life in the wild, would surely survive. At that moment, Sun Siyu also laid down her chopsticks, letting out a soft sigh. I truly hope this disaster passes swiftly. I wonder how many are still suffering. Her voice was imbued with concern and empathy. Though she currently lived in comfort, free from worries of food and shelter, she could not forget her original intentions and mission. It was precisely this commitment that led her to choose the medical profession, hoping that everyone could safely endure the calamity. Hearing Sun Siyu's sigh, Lin Feng gently patted her shoulder, saying, Siyu, do not dwell on such thoughts. We are not saviors, and we have no obligation to rescue everyone. In this world, each individual must learn to save themselves. Li Jinxian initially intended to interject, but upon hearing Lin Feng's words, she held back her thoughts. As a specially trained individual cultivated by the state, she possessed a compassionate heart, yet years of training had imparted a harsh understanding of reality. She recognized that if they expended all their resources to aid others, they might ultimately find themselves in dire straits. After dinner, the three women nestled closely beside Lin Feng. Particularly, Li Meiying and Sun Siyu clung to his arms, as if wishing to pour out all the emotions of the day. Although they had been apart for less than a day, each moment during this prolonged disaster felt exceedingly precious. Lin Feng could distinctly feel their softness and warmth, stirring an involuntary response within him. The impending battle loomed, yet he restrained himself. Lin Feng cast a glance at the three beauties beside him, silently grateful for the enhancements his body had received in his rebirth. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to satisfy their desires. He lightly patted Li Meiying and Sun Siyu's alluring figures, smiling as he instructed, Go wash up and wait for me in the bedroom. Jin Xian and I have matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, the two women nodded slightly, rising and swaying their enticing forms back to the bedroom. They understood what was to come. While slightly bashful, they were filled with anticipation and contentment. Having shared many intimate moments before, any awkwardness had long dissipated. Li Jinxian, however, remained by Lin Feng's side, aware that he had significant matters to discuss with her. She gazed at him, waiting for further elaboration. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng guided Li Jinxian to the gym on the second floor. The gym's table was neatly filled with various weapons and ammunition. The moment Li Jinxian stepped into the gym, her gaze was immediately drawn to the weapons strewn across the floor. She recognized them as equipment retrieved from the police station's arsenal. Confused, she looked at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with questions, unable to comprehend how he had silently transported such heavy gear back here. However, Li Jinxian had long grown accustomed to Lin Feng's enigmatic actions. She understood that he possessed capabilities and secrets beyond her comprehension. Even if she were to voice her inquiries, Lin Feng would merely respond with his characteristic smile, offering no answers to satisfy her curiosity. Thus, she opted for silence, burying her uncertainties deep within. Li Jinxian approached the array of weapons, her movements confident and adept. She skillfully picked up a handgun, her fingers deftly disassembling its components before quickly reassembling them. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking less than a minute. Showcasing her remarkable proficiency with firearms, Lin Feng observed her performance with quiet satisfaction, appreciating her intelligence and discernment, aware that she understood what to ask and what to withhold. The very reason Lin Feng had summoned Li Jinxian was her familiarity with weapons. These arms were entirely foreign to him, as he had never undergone any relevant training or education. This fact had become evident when Li Jinxian had instructed him to throw a flashbang earlier that day. Consequently, he required her guidance to learn the correct usage of these weapons, enabling them to unleash their full potential in the impending confrontation. Innately, men possess an inexplicable love for firearms, and the array of weapons before Lin Feng resembled treasures in his eyes. He scrutinized each piece, his gaze shimmering with excitement. However, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. He had not located a sniper rifle. He was acutely aware of the sniper's critical role in combat. Capable of delivering precise long-range strikes against adversaries, an indispensable artifact on the battlefield. Contemplating this, Lin Feng turned to Li Jinxian and inquired, Jinxian, do you know of any military camps near Haining? Li Jinxian, exceptionally astute, immediately grasped the implications of Lin Feng's words. She understood he was considering the heavy weaponry within the military, seeking to augment their combat capabilities. However, she regretfully shook her head, saying, I'm afraid I don't know. Our department primarily focuses on apprehending fugitives, and we seldom engage with the military. Upon hearing Li Jinxuan's response, Lin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he recognized that there was no need for haste. The weapons at hand were sufficient to confront the current situation, and with proper utilization, they could still wield considerable combat power. He inhaled deeply, temporarily suppressing his regrets, and stated, "No matter, let us make do with these weapons for now. We shall seek out a military camp when the opportunity arises." Chapter 135, Crisis Beneath the Gunfire. Subsequently, within the vast expanse of the underground parking lot, Lin Feng, under the meticulous guidance of Li Jinxian, engaged in relentless practice with a variety of firearms. The weapon in his grasp became an extension of himself. Each shot was precise, showcasing his remarkable shooting talent. The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the empty parking structure, and Lin Feng exhibited no hesitation in expending ammunition, for he was well supplied with bullets at that moment. In less than 2 hours, he had mastered the operational techniques of various weapons. However, the continuous gunfire shattered the tranquility of the community, much like a stone cast into a serene lake. Gang Pao, the ruthless criminal, immediately sensed danger upon hearing the gunshots. He hastily pried open the door of a residence unit and took refuge inside, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. Could it be that the organization had dispatched someone for his rescue? Gang Pao pondered, acutely aware of the stringent regulations governing firearms in Huaxia. A flurry of gunfire undoubtedly indicated official action. This realization filled him with dread, as he comprehended the gravity of his crimes. If authorities acted, escape would be impossible. Restless, he contemplated means of fleeing, knowing that departing the community would be no simple task without a snow vehicle. Suddenly, the thought of Lin Feng and his snowmobile struck him. Yes, Lin Feng possessed a snowmobile. Gang Pao slapped his thigh, as though he had grasped a lifeline. A surge of greed and desire surged within him to venture out and locate the snowmobile hidden by Lin Feng. Yet, before taking action, he recalled Lin Feng and the submachine gun in his possession. Lin Feng had gathered numerous supplies today, and the submachine gun was a formidable weapon. This realization ignited a flicker of hesitation and fear in Gang Pao. Could the gunfire be coming from Lin Feng? The notion crossed his mind, and he deemed it highly plausible. This awareness underscored the abundance of resources outside, but venturing out to seek them posed significant risks. He had to proceed with utmost caution, avoiding rash decisions. After careful consideration, Gang Pao resolved to stealthily exit in search of the snowmobile. He stepped out of the residence with utmost care, wary of drawing attention. His intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to exploit Lin Feng's snowmobile to escape this perilous situation. After all, the enmity between him and Lin Feng was irreconcilable. And with Lin Feng well armed, remaining here was exceedingly dangerous. Meanwhile, in Sun Yu's home, the tranquility of the night was abruptly disrupted by a series of rapid and thunderous sounds. Who on earth was setting off firecrackers at this hour? De Yong also heard the incessant gunfire. However, unlike Gang Pao, he naively assumed it was merely someone celebrating with firecrackers. Sun Yu's reaction, however, was markedly different. Her brow furrowed, eyes fixed ahead as if contemplating a grave matter. Moments later, she finally spoke. No, this is definitely not the sound of firecrackers. With food scarce, who would have the inclination to celebrate? De Yong looked at her, puzzled. If it's not firecrackers, then what is it? Sun Yu's eyes widened, her voice tinged with tension and seriousness. It's gunfire. It must be Lin Feng. We all know he went out to gather supplies. Moreover, when he returned today, he was armed with a submachine gun that he didn't possess before. Therefore, the gunfire is undoubtedly linked to him. De Yong nodded in agreement, acknowledging Sun Yu's insight. But why is he firing continuously? Could he have encountered Gang Pao? The thought excited Du Yong. Regardless of which party fell, it would bode well for him. After all, in this chaotic world, fewer enemies equated to greater hope for survival. However, Sun Yu dismissed Du Yang's line of thinking with a roll of her eyes. That's not the issue at hand. What we need to focus on is locating Lin Feng's hidden snowmobile. He has returned with an abundance of supplies and weapons. If we can uncover similar resources, our chances of survival will significantly increase. Sun Yu's words illuminated Du Yang's eyes. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, if he can find supplies, so can we. I shall devise a plan to uncover the snowmobile's hiding place. With that declaration, De Yong departed Sun Yu's residence, accompanied by his entire entourage. The night was as dark as ink, and the underground parking lot appeared even more foreboding. Song Wei, startled by the gunfire, felt a pang of unease. He was acutely aware of the tense atmosphere within the community. Each gunshot could signify life or death. Concerned for Lin Feng's safety, he rushed toward the underground parking lot, eager to ascertain the situation. However, just as he peered out, a beam of icy gunlight locked onto him, signaling that someone was on high alert. Startled, he realized that there were individuals watching from the shadows. The dim light obscured his view of their faces, yet he sensed a formidable presence. Who goes there? Li Jinchuan's voice pierced the darkness. She was determined to ensure Lin Feng's safety, poised to fire at the slightest movement from the intruder. "It's me, Song Wei," he called out, his voice echoing in the gloom. Recognizing Li Jinchuan's voice eased his anxiety. It was only natural that Lin Feng would be nearby. "Let him come over." Lin Feng's voice softly resonated. Upon hearing Lin Feng, Li Jinchuan's taut nerves relaxed slightly. She lowered her weapon, signaling for Song Wei to approach. Song Wei hurried to Lin Feng and Li Jinxian, his face a canvas of concern and curiosity. "Mr. Lin, are you all right? Was there an incident with that gunfire?" Lin Feng smiled gently, shaking his head. "No need for concern, Song Wei. I am unharmed. I was merely practicing shooting to ensure our safety." At that moment, Song Wei's gaze fell upon the array of weapons surrounding Lin Feng. As a retired soldier, he possessed an innate sensitivity and familiarity with firearms. Easily recognizing their models and power, a sense of admiration welled within him for Lin Feng's preparedness. Simultaneously, envy flickered across his features since his discharge. He had yearned for the days of wielding a rifle in defense of his homeland. Yet, during this extraordinary period, he hadn't touched a single gun, which left him with a sense of regret. Lin Feng, perceptive to Song Wei's emotional shift, understood his longing for firearms. Chapter 136, The Temptation of the Great G. He extended the gun in his hand to Song Wei, speaking gently. "Song Wei, take a couple of shots. Let me see if your marksmanship has declined." However, Song Wei hesitated, gazing at the firearm with a heart full of conflict. He understood the preciousness of bullets in this peculiar time, where each round could determine life or death. Thus, he was reluctant to squander ammunition. Yet, he also recognized that Lin Feng's words might carry deeper implications. He was uncertain whether Lin Feng genuinely wished to witness his shooting skills or was testing his loyalty and capability. In this perilous and unpredictable world, he dared not take risks lightly. Ultimately, Song Wei took a deep breath, shook his head, and returned the gun to Lin Feng. With sincerity, he replied, "Mr. Lin, I appreciate your kind intention. However, during this critical period, bullets are too valuable. I would rather save them for your use." Lin Feng, observing the steadfastness in Song Wei's eyes, could not help but admire him. He recognized Song Wei as a man of integrity, endowed with keen judgment and remarkable wisdom. Lin Feng accepted the gun, casting a look of appreciation at Song Wei, nodding as he said, "You have arrived at the perfect moment. Come, let us go gather provisions." Together, the three of them secured the firearms and made their way to Lin Feng's residence. Upon entering, Li Jinxian gently set 2 steaming cups of tea before Lin Feng and Song Wei, then discreetly retreated to her bedroom, leaving the 2 men to converse privately. Lin Feng inhaled the fragrant tea, breaking the silence first. "Song Wei, we must enhance our security measures. Please tally the number of people in the group and divide them into smaller teams. Starting tomorrow, we will implement a 24-hour rotating patrol to ensure our safety. The situation outside is complex, and we cannot afford to be complacent. Furthermore, those who have not joined our team are prohibited from going downstairs to shovel snow. Should anyone be found doing so, deal with them severely." Song Wei nodded in understanding. He was acutely aware of Lin Feng's concerns and determination. Ever since the Steel Cannon Gang infiltrated their vicinity, the safety of the community had become precarious, and Lin Feng's actions were in the best interest of everyone. "I will personally arrange the patrols and ensure that each person is aware of their responsibilities." However, after distributing the food today, many neighbors approached me, expressing their desire to join our team. Yet, I cannot make any decisions without your approval. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was reluctant to allow unworthy individuals to join their ranks. "In that case, I will appoint you as the administrator of the group chat, allowing you to filter suitable candidates for our team. Of course, I will provide you with basic criteria and requirements for selection." Lin Feng did not wish to micromanage everything and burden himself unnecessarily, as he needed ample time to enjoy his personal life. However, Song Wei perceived Lin Feng's trust and recognition. "Understood, I will be diligent in my selections. Just keep in mind that the more people join, the more food we will require." Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, "You need not worry about that. I will handle the food situation." The outing had yielded significant gains. At least it had shown Lin Feng where to procure provisions, and there was still an abundance of food meant for pigs. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy crossed Song Wei's eyes. "That is splendid news. As long as the food supply is ample, I believe our neighbors will become even more united and heed Mr. Lin's guidance." He scratched his head, seemingly a bit embarrassed, and continued, "Mr. Lin, regarding Zhang Limei's earlier behavior, I understand she acted impulsively, but please do not take it to heart. As a woman, she sometimes does things that lack rationality." Lin Feng lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. I naturally will not hold it against her. In such an environment, everyone has their own difficulties and struggles. However, Song Wei, do you truly intend to support her and her child indefinitely? You must realize that if it weren't for you, I would not have provided her with food. Song Wei paused, then chuckled. During these times, having someone by your side is already a blessing. Although Li Mei has her quirks, she is, after all, a woman in need of support. Moreover, her child is quite adorable. It is akin to nurturing another family member. Lin Feng nodded. You make a valid point. In truth, Zhang Li Mei is a decent person, attractive and capable of bearing children. Yet, I worry that you may become overly invested and neglect your own happiness. I mean, no offense. I simply believe you should prioritize your own worth and future. You are strong and capable, and you could certainly find a better partner. Song Wei felt a bit bashful under the praise. I am not as remarkable as you claim. Lin Feng shook his head. You are no ordinary man. In these turbulent times, those so-called stars and idols are unreliable. They cannot even sustain themselves. It is we, the ordinary individuals, who can offer women a sense of security. However, on the other hand, Zhang Li Mei is also a commendable person. If you were to be together, she could bear you a child. After all, as a man, it is essential to have your own lineage. These words plunged Song Wei into profound contemplation. He acknowledged that he harbored a deep-seated affection for Zhang Li Mei. Her voluptuous figure and unique charm effortlessly captivated his gaze. Her skills were exceptional, and each encounter left him entranced. Yet, today, Zhang Li Mei's demeanor instilled an unprecedented sense of unease within him. Her coldness and selfish actions led him to question her sincerity. He realized that Zhang Li Mei might only be using him as a means to secure food and safety, rather than genuinely wishing to share her life with him. This realization complicated Song Wei's emotions. He knew he was a sentimental person. Once he developed genuine feelings, it was challenging to retract them. Nonetheless, he also understood that continuing his association with Zhang Li Mei might ensnare him in a deeper quagmire, from which escape would be impossible. He recalled Zhang Li Mei's alluring figure, and every time he saw her, a wave of inexplicable desire and excitement surged within him. However, such impulses and excitement could not serve as justification for remaining with her. Song Wei's heart wrestled with turmoil. He was torn between not wanting to relinquish his feelings for Zhang Li Mei, who had once brought him joy, and not wanting to be exploited, becoming merely a pawn in her game. Chapter 137. An encounter with the supernatural upon hearing the crisp sound of the door closing. Li Mei incautiously peeked out from behind her bedroom door, her gaze scanning the room like that of an owl hunting for prey. Once she confirmed that Song Wei's figure had completely vanished from sight, she let out a long sigh of relief, akin to a bird liberated from confinement, and gracefully stepped out. She was clad in a delicate lace nightgown, the gossamer fabric barely concealing her alluring silhouette. The hem of her nightgown fluttered with the breeze, revealing her long, fair legs, while the lace at her chest artfully accentuated her curvaceous form, presenting a tantalizing glimpse that sparked the imagination. At that moment, Lin Feng lay with his eyes closed on the sofa, and as Li Meiying approached, a subtle fragrance began to fill the air, tantalizing his senses. Without needing to open his eyes, Lin Feng could distinctly recognize the familiar scent, knowing that Li Meiying had arrived. Almost instinctively, he extended his arms and pulled her into his embrace. In the next instant, he rolled over, pinning Li Meiying beneath him. Their bodies pressed closely together. The rhythm of their heartbeats echoed in their ears. A blush immediately spread across Li Meiying's cheeks as she anticipated the unfolding events. Yet, faced with Lin Feng's formidable prowess, she understood that she was ill-equipped to resist. Realizing she could not handle the situation alone, she decided to call for assistance. Jin Xian, sister, see you. Help me. As the two women emerged, they found Lin Feng and Li Meiying entwined in an intimate embrace. Such scenes had long become commonplace for them. They offered no resistance and seamlessly joined in. Outside, the faint sound of footsteps echoed through the stillness of the night, causing Li Jinxian to furrow her brow in concern. Feng, do you hear that? It seems someone is outside. Should I go check? Lin Feng, who had been basking in the sweet moments with the three women, narrowed his eyes slightly, relishing the warmth they had just shared. However, upon hearing Li Jinxuan's apprehension, he quickly regained his composure and softly reassured her. Jinxian, there's no need to worry. Everything is fine. You all should return to your rooms and rest. I will go investigate. With reluctance, Lin Feng rose from among the three women, feeling invigorated after their passionate encounter. He lightly ascended to the third floor. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows, he refrained from turning on the lights and instead retrieved a night vision device from the space. gripping a firearm tightly in his right hand as he quietly observed the situation outside. The footsteps continued, occasionally punctuated by hushed whispers. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, straining to discern the sounds beyond the glass. "Boss, we've searched the vicinity thoroughly. Where could Lin Feng possibly hide the snowmobile?" Outside, Du Yang and his group of henchmen had been scouring the area for over 2 hours, shivering in the biting cold. They had turned Lin Feng's neighborhood upside down, but found no trace of the snowmobile. Damn it, this is absurd. Such a large object. How could he possibly hide it in his home? As Du Yang approached the window where Lin Feng stood, he peered inside, attempting to glimpse the interior. Just as he was about to catch sight of Lin Feng suddenly pivoted, his piercing gaze locking onto the window. Du Yang was taken aback, his heart racing as he shouted, "My God, it's a ghost!" In response, a Fei quickly stepped forward, steadying Du Yang's trembling frame to prevent him from collapsing in fright. With concern, he inquired, "Boss, what's wrong? You look pale." Gasping for breath, Du Yang pointed shakily at the window, his voice trembling with fear. "There's a ghost inside." A ghost? A Fei felt a tightening in his chest at the mention of the word, but his rational mind urged him to remain skeptical. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but tremble slightly at Du Yang and Apos' words. He cautiously approached the window to investigate. However, upon catching sight of the shadowy figure beyond the glass, he shivered uncontrollably. The figure appeared to be standing still behind the window, as if watching their every move. At that moment, Lin Feng also noticed the commotion outside. Feeling playful, he decided to give the two men a fright. He subtly shifted his position, casting a more eerie and terrifying shadow on the window. Seeing this, a Fei and Du Yang and Apos' fear intensified. They clung to each other, retreating step by step, terrified that the ghost would suddenly emerge from the window. "Run!" A terrified scream shattered the night and Apos' tranquility, and Du Yang along with his followers scattered in all directions, their faces etched with terror as they hurriedly sought to escape. Lin Feng stood at the window, watching the scene unfold with a playful smile. He had anticipated a thrilling game of cat and mouse with Du Yang and his crew. Yet they proved to be so easily frightened that they fled before the game had even truly begun. "Damn, they ran off so easily. How dull," Lin Feng muttered, turning toward the underground parking lot to intercept Du Yang and the others. Yet he soon halted, recalling that Gang Pao might also emerge. That fellow was armed with explosives, and any conflict could lead to dire consequences. Immediately reconsidering, Lin Feng returned to his room and swiftly composed a message on his phone. He tagged all his neighbors, and the message instantly stirred a commotion in the group chat. "Attention, neighbors. Du Yang and his gang are active outside, aiming to seize our food and resources. To protect our home and interests, I am offering a bounty for their capture. For every one of Du Yang and Apos' henchmen killed, I will reward 10 portions of food." As soon as the message was sent, it sparked fervent reactions in the chat. In this era of scarce resources and heightened anxiety, the offer of 10 portions of food was undeniably a substantial fortune. Moreover, Du Yang and his crew were already viewed as despised bullies, and their audacity to commit further wrongdoing ignited the collective anger of the community. "Damn, I and Apos' always had a grudge against those little punks. I and Apos' am going to take care of them. Count me in. I and Apos' never liked those little bastards." Chapter 138. Intercepting Du Yang. "As for me, I am a solitary man. There is nothing to fear. Once I claim the bounty, I shall indulge in the company of women." Before long, a group of over 30 individuals assembled, armed with clubs, knives, and various weapons, charging towards the underground parking lot with fierce determination, intent on intercepting Du Yang and his entourage. Meanwhile, Du Yang and his subordinates were still in a state of panic, fleeing without realizing they had become the prey of the multitude. Song Wei sent a solitary message to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, shall I lead my men to intercept them? Our numbers are overwhelming, and we can surely seize them all at once." However, Lin Feng and Apos' response was calm and contemplative. "No, one must utilize their resources wisely. The time is not yet ripe." Lin Feng had his own plans. He had no intention of annihilating Du Yang and Apos' group just yet. He merely wished to observe the unfolding drama, to witness how they would struggle for survival in their dire predicament. Additionally, he was concerned that if Song Wei were to join in, the chaos of numbers could lead to unforeseen mishaps. If Song Wei were to be careless and fall victim to an adversary, the loss would be significant. At that moment, Du Yang's group had reached the underground parking lot, their hearts brimming with terror upon discovering that over 30 individuals awaited them at the entrance of Building 8. Their purpose clear: to block their escape. "They're coming," a vigilant voice in the crowd whispered urgently. Instantly, the gaze of the 30-plus individuals fixated on Du Yang and his group, akin to a pack of famished wolves eyeing their prey. Du Yang's party numbered only a mere 10, significantly outnumbered. Yet, they did not appear intimidated. Rather, their eyes sparkled with madness and disdain. Du Yang, wielding a steel knife, stood at the forefront, a mocking smile etched across his face. "Dare you, worthless fools, to obstruct us? You must possess the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Today, let us show you what true strength looks like." Following closely, a Fei echoed with an air of arrogance. "Indeed, you neighbors, who appear so meek, how dare you provoke us? Today, you shall witness our might." Clearly, the neighbors were at a disadvantage in terms of morale, their faces marked by fear and anxiety. This was hardly surprising, for Du Yang and his gang were notorious for their tyrannical behavior, instilling fear in all who crossed their path, while the neighbors were mere ordinary citizens yearning for a peaceful existence. Yet, in this critical moment, a resolute voice emerged from the crowd. "Do not fear. I refuse to believe that our 30-plus cannot take down their mere 10. This declaration washed over the neighbors like a refreshing tide, instantly dispelling their trepidation. They straightened their backs and tightened their grips on their weapons, for they understood that their numbers doubled those of their adversaries. If they stood united, victory was within reach. They realized that retreating now would bring shame upon them before Lin Feng, who had supported them all along. Moreover, the enticing bounty for 10 lives ignited their fighting spirit, fueling their determination as they glared defiantly at Du Yang and Appo's group. "By no means should we cower. Let us fight them," a neighbor bellowed, his voice resonating with resolve and courage. "Onward, let us engage." With these rallying cries, the two sides soon became entangled in a fierce clash. Armed with knives, guns, and clubs, they fought fiercely, the scene descending into chaos. The sounds of intense struggle, anguished screams, and clashing weapons intertwined, creating a breathtaking tableau. As the battle raged on, the situation grew increasingly dire. Though the neighbors had the advantage of numbers, Du Yang's group was seasoned by experience, their combat skills far surpassing those of ordinary people. Back and forth, they exchanged blows, each side suffering casualties. Despite their high spirits, the neighbors began to falter under the ferocity of Du Yang and Appo's onslaught. Their formation started to break apart, and some even exhibited signs of panic. Amid the fray, Du Yang surveyed the battlefield with keen eyes, assessing the situation and formulating strategies. He realized that if the conflict continued as it was, they risked being completely surrounded by the neighbors, leaving them with no escape. Thus, he made a decisive choice. He shouted, "Retreat," and led his men in a breakout. Utilizing their weapons and the advantages of the terrain, they swiftly broke free from the neighbors' encirclement. Though the neighbors pursued relentlessly, Du Yang's group had already made a considerable distance. They could only watch helplessly as their adversaries vanished from sight, their hearts filled with frustration and anger. The ground was littered with the wounded and deceased from both sides, blood staining the pavement. This brief yet brutal confrontation had left a scene of utter devastation. As the neighbors began to tally their losses, they discovered that 4 of their own had tragically perished, while only 3 from Du Yang and Appo's side had met the same fate. The stark reality of their defeat against a band led by youths struck them with shock and resentment. However, confronted with this cruel truth, they had no choice but to accept the outcome. In the harsh environment they had found themselves in, death had become a commonplace occurrence. And thus, no one mourned excessively for their fallen comrades. They understood the principle of survival of the fittest. They had come prepared to face death at any moment. The remaining neighbors eagerly approached Lin Feng to claim their bounty, aware that this was his promise to them, a reward they rightfully deserved. Lin Feng, observing them through a narrow opening, quietly watched the group. He fulfilled his promise, casting out provisions sufficient for 30 individuals. A jumble of meager rations thrown haphazardly outside the door. He did not care how they would distribute the food, even if disputes arose among them over the allocation. It was of no concern to him. Unexpectedly, however, no quarrel erupted outside. The neighbors seemed to have reached a tacit agreement regarding the distribution. They silently collected the scattered provisions and departed in an orderly fashion. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. A sharp whistling pierced the previously calm air. With remarkable insight, Lin Feng discerned an object emitting sparks, streaking through the sky like a meteor, hurtling towards the neighbors who were gathering their food. Chapter 139, The three missed shots without a moment's hesitation. It was evident that the steel cannon had made its appearance, sinisterly hurling explosives towards the crowd. In this critical moment, Lin Feng reacted swiftly, shouting, "Quick, get down." Upon hearing his urgent call, the others awoke from their stupor, realizing the imminent peril. They instinctively abandoned their food and dropped to the ground, seeking shelter. Fortunately, thanks to Lin Feng's timely warning, there were no casualties in this wave of attack. However, the acrid scent of smoke and gunpowder hung heavily in the air, instilling a sense of dread. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing the darkness ahead. He noticed a shadow moving swiftly. It was indeed the steel cannon. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated, and a handgun materialized in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng decisively pulled the trigger, sending 3 bullets whistling towards the steel cannon's direction. The steel cannon, sensing danger, dodged nimbly, evading Lin Feng's onslaught before disappearing into the shadows. Lin Feng remained rooted in place, watching the steel cannon flee. He was uncertain if he had struck his target, but at least this attack had temporarily neutralized the threat. If only Li Jinxian were present, with her sharpshooting skills, she could have surely ended him in one shot. Damn it! That wretched Lin Feng has thwarted my plans once again. The steel cannon gritted his teeth, hiding around the corner of the staircase. Pressing his body against the wall, scarcely daring to breathe, he heard the distant gunfire. A chill coursing through him as he concluded that the shooter was none other than Lin Feng. The name Lin Feng was etched deeply in his mind. It could be said that he now harbored the utmost animosity towards him. Countless attempts to eliminate Lin Feng had ended in failure, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Casting a glance at the explosives in his hand, he realized they were his last hope. However, the dwindling number of explosives filled him with despair. Without acquiring Lin Feng and Appo's snowmobile, he feared he would meet his demise here. The defenses of Lin Feng and Appo's home were as impenetrable as iron walls, which only deepened his hopelessness. Yet, the steel cannon refused to surrender. He understood that he needed to devise a strategy to lure Lin Feng out. His mind raced, contemplating various potential tactics. To hell with it, I'll go all in. He suddenly lifted his head, a fierce glint in his eyes. An audacious yet potentially effective plan formed. He would threaten Lin Feng. He knew that the only connection Lin Feng had in this community was his ex-wife, Zhao Ting, and her family. As the echoes of the explosion gradually subsided, the surrounding neighbors, terrified, rushed back to their homes. Seizing the opportunity, the steel cannon stepped out from around the corner of the staircase, gripping the explosives tightly, his heart brimming with resolve. He made his way toward the building where Zhao Ting resided, preparing to execute his plan. Picking locks and slipping through doors was Child and Appo's play for the steel cannon. He skillfully retrieved 2 pre-prepared thin wires from his pocket, deftly maneuvering them. In less than 2 minutes, the lock on Zhao Ting's door clicked open. He gently pushed the door ajar and stealthily entered, cautious not to make a sound. At that moment, Zhao Ting's family was lost in slumber, entirely unaware of the impending danger. The steel cannon carefully navigated around the furniture, inching toward the master bedroom. As he neared the door, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan peacefully sleeping on the bed. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to strike. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, Li Huiwan suddenly turned over, her eyes slightly opening in the moonlight, locking onto his gaze. "Ah, who are you?" Li Huiwan screamed, her voice piercing the silence of the night. Zhao Jiangwo was jolted awake by her cries, sitting up abruptly, his face a mask of terror as he beheld the steel cannon standing at the door. Yet, their aging bodies were no match for the youthful strength of the steel cannon, leaving them without any means of resistance. With a cold chuckle, the steel cannon lunged towards the bedside. He unleashed a flurry of punches, the dull thuds ringing out as Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan were swiftly rendered unconscious. They collapsed onto the bed, devoid of awareness. Zhao Ting, disturbed by the commotion next door, felt an unsettling anxiety wash over her. Cautiously, she stepped out of her bedroom. The dim light outside was sufficient to illuminate the outline of the intruder. Upon recognizing the figure before her, she gasped, "Ah, you're the steel cannon? What are you doing here?" Clearly, Zhao Ting recognized the man who had once cast a shadow over her life. Her voice trembled with fear. The steel cannon, noting her recognition, felt a surge of malice. He advanced swiftly towards her, his dagger glinting ominously in the moonlight. Realizing the peril, Zhao Ting attempted to flee. But the steel cannon was quicker, swiftly pressing the blade against her neck. "Don't move. One twitch and I'll end you." Trembling in terror, Zhao Ting had no choice but to comply, finding herself bound to a rickety chair. Her hands were tied behind her back, and her feet were secured with rope. rendering her immobile. Steel cannon, we have no food left in our home. If you seek to assault me, I will comply without resistance. Upon hearing Zhao Ting's words, the steel cannon's eyes flickered with disdain and loathing, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With your appearance, who would bother with you? Rest assured. As long as you cooperate, I won't harm you. He then waved the dagger before her eyes, the blade reflecting cold light, piercing her pupils. Otherwise, it will be a bloody affair. I trust you understand my meaning. Zhao Ting nodded rapidly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. All right, I'll do whatever you say. Just please don't hurt me. Seeing her cooperative stance, the steel cannon's taut nerves relaxed slightly. He settled onto the nearby sofa, casually placing the dagger aside while keeping a vigilant eye on her. My purpose in abducting you is quite straightforward. It's all for Lin Feng. In a moment, you will assist me in recording a video, which I will send to Lin Feng, demanding his ransom for you. Zhao Ting's heart raced. She had not anticipated that the steel cannon's motives revolved around Lin Feng. She looked up at him, confusion and disbelief swirling in her eyes. But will Lin Feng come to rescue me? We've been divorced for quite some time. How could he possibly care? Chapter 140. The betrayal of the past. Steel cannon let out a cold laugh, seemingly dismissive of Zhao Ting's doubts. Whether he would come or not was his concern. She merely needed to follow his instructions without question. A myriad of emotions swirled within Zhao Ting. She recognized that Lin Feng's feelings towards her had grown exceedingly cold, bordering on disdain. Despite her numerous pleas for his forgiveness, each had been met with his indifference. This stark reality made it painfully clear that Lin Feng's affection had dissipated entirely. Yet, amidst her despair, a flicker of hope lingered in Zhao Ting's heart. She yearned for Lin Feng to make a bargain with Steel Cannon on her behalf, even if it was merely out of a sense of moral obligation. Silently, she prayed for her wish to materialize. However, when Steel Cannon eagerly sent the threatening video to Lin Feng using Zhao Ting's phone, it vanished into the void, receiving no response. His anger simmered as he struggled to comprehend Lin Feng's chilling apathy. Yet, one could not entirely blame Lin Feng. He had spent the previous night reveling with 3 beautiful women, only falling asleep near dawn. His phone had been bombarded with countless messages and calls during the night's festivities. Yet to avoid interrupting his merriment, he had set it to silent mode. By the time Lin Feng awoke, it was nearly noon. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he picked up his phone to discover a cascade of unread messages and missed calls. Curiously, he scrolled through them until he stumbled upon the video and the menacing text from Steel Cannon. The moment Lin Feng laid eyes on the video, he spewed milk from his mouth in shock. The white liquid splattered in an awkward display, startling Sun Xiu, who sat beside him, prompting her to hastily grab a tissue to clean the mess. What's wrong, Lin Feng? What happened? Sun Xiu inquired with concern. Lin Feng gently pushed away the tissue in her hand, opting to wipe his mouth with one of his own. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, "Is Steel Cannon losing his mind? How dare he use Zhao Ting's family to threaten me? Doesn't he realize I wish for their swift disappearance?" Sun Xiu felt a twinge of confusion at this revelation. She was unaware of the depths of animosity between Lin Feng and Zhao Ting, nor did she understand why he was so indifferent. Nevertheless, she refrained from prying further, choosing instead to observe Lin Feng's reaction silently. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng set his phone aside and continued, "I once loved Zhao Ting dearly, but her betrayal has consigned me to an abyss from which I cannot escape. My feelings for her have long since evaporated. Her entrapment with Steel Cannon is merely a source of relief for me." Sun Xiu, absorbing Lin Feng's words, found herself even more perplexed. Yet, she understood that everyone harbored their own stories and secrets, so she chose not to press him further. Gently, she clasped Lin Feng's hand, offering him comfort and support. However, Steel Cannon remained undeterred. He resolved to reach out to Lin Feng once more, applying even greater pressure. He picked up his phone, crafting a more menacing message. "Lin Feng, if you fail to respond again, I cannot guarantee the safety of Zhao Ting's family. Their lives are in your hands. I hope you make a wise choice." Lin Feng glanced at the reply on his screen, his eyes reflecting a chilling resolve and indifference. "You may as well kill them." Upon reading Lin Feng's response, despair flickered in Steel Cannon's eyes. He collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as though all his strength had been drained. He realized that his efforts had been in vain. Lin Feng was utterly unconcerned about Zhao Ting's family, shattering his plans into fragments. Zhao Ting observed Steel Cannon's expression, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Tentatively, she inquired, her voice quivering, "What happened? Did Lin Feng agree to your demands?" Steel Cannon's heart felt like ashes. He no longer held any illusions. Coldly, he tossed his phone before Zhao Ting. "See for yourself." All I can say is that you have utterly failed in life. In Lin Feng's eyes, you are worth less than a dog. The screen displayed Lin Feng's reply, igniting a fierce rage within her. She could not fathom that the husband she once adored would be so merciless as to demand Steel Cannon kill their entire family. Anger and disappointment intertwined in her heart as tears welled in her eyes. Lin Feng, how could you be so heartless? We once loved each other so deeply. How can you disregard our lives for your own gain? At that moment, Zhao Ting entirely forgot her betrayal and the pain she had inflicted upon Lin Feng. Steel Cannon coldly regarded her, stating, "This is your husband, a man devoid of compassion. You should now understand that you hold no significance in his heart." Zhao Ting's heart twisted in agony. She could not accept the harsh truth of Lin Feng's coldness. Taking a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with determination, she resolutely declared, "I have a plan to force Lin Feng to come." Upon hearing of a plan, Steel Cannon's eyes brightened. He seized Zhao Ting's collar, pulling her close, and asked eagerly, "What is it? Tell me quickly." Zhao Ting met his gaze with a steely resolve, inhaling deeply before saying, "You will sleep with me, film it, and send it to Lin Feng." I refuse to believe he would remain indifferent to being cuckolded. Steel Cannon was taken aback by this extreme suggestion. This. He stammered, his complexion paling. While this plan could indeed compel Lin Feng to come, he found Zhao Ting unappealing. Had it been another woman, he would have already defiled her without a second thought. But with Zhao Ting, he feared he might suffer impotence and never recover. "What? Are you afraid?" Zhao Ting taunted him. Infuriated by her words, Steel Cannon retorted, "Who says I'm afraid? I merely think such an act is despicable." Zhao Ting laughed coldly. "Despicable? Compared to what Lin Feng has done to us, this is nothing. If you're unwilling, then leave. I will find another man." Steel Cannon's face flushed with indignation at her words. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I accept your proposal. But you must promise that this video will only be shown to Lin Feng." Zhao Ting nodded, affirming, "Of course, I only wish for Lin Feng to see the truth. I do not intend for this video to be a tool for your boasting." Boasting? What nonsense! This is a blatant insult. Chapter 141. An unconventional method of torment. Steel Cannon's heart was laden with bitterness and helplessness. He understood that he was destined to lie with Zhao Ting, an ordeal that weighed heavily on his soul. Yet, in his resolve to compel Lin Feng to appear, he could only endure this torment with clenched teeth, silently wishing for it to end swiftly. Amidst the brutal cold of over 40 degrees below zero, Zhao Ting's grotesque visage rendered Steel Cannon's heart as frozen as the surrounding ice, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Standing there as if petrified, he exhibited no reaction to the scene before him. Zhao Ting, in her attempt to film, had abandoned all modesty, her scantily clad form trembling violently in the cold. "Could you hurry up? You're so useless. I'm freezing to death," she implored, her words involuntarily drawing Steel Cannon's gaze back to her face. The sight nearly made him retch, yet as a man, being insulted as useless was an unbearable humiliation. Deeply inhaling, he sought to steady his tumultuous inner state. "Cover your face," he advised quietly. Zhao Ting, though irritated, understood that her appearance was indeed intolerable. She silently pulled the blanket over her face. However, her ugliness extended beyond her face. Her breasts, uneven and shriveled like those of an octogenarian, deformed and grotesque. Such a body was too much for Steel Cannon to endure visually. He closed his eyes, attempting to conjure a reaction through imagination. No matter how he tried, the visage of Zhao Ting's disfigurement and deformity incessantly haunted his mind, rendering him incapable of response. Zhao Ting's heart was filled with despair and hopelessness. Since her failed plastic surgery, a thick cloud of gloom had enveloped her soul. Everywhere she went, she sensed the strange gazes of others, as if she were a monster. She recalled her former face. Though not stunning, it was delicate and charming. But the surgery had irrevocably altered her life. Her reflection now showed a twisted face, loose skin, every detail betraying ugliness and failure. Even the most ferocious bandits had fled in terror upon seeing her, illustrating her terrifying transformation. This blow had inflicted profound trauma upon her spirit. Yearning for a man who might nurture and soothe her wounded soul, Zhao Ting summoned her courage today to reclaim what was lost in her own way. She persuaded Steel Cannon to lie with her, not merely to coerce Lin Feng, but also to fill the void within her heart, to restore her confidence and dignity. Yet, her hopes were again dashed. When she lay in anticipation, Steel Cannon's gaze betrayed horror and disgust, like witnessing something dreadful. That instant shattered her last flicker of hope. tearing her heart apart with a pain so intense it stole her breath. She questioned why she had become so hideous and why she could not find a man who would accept her. She felt abandoned by the entire world, alone, helpless, in despair. At this critical moment, her thoughts drifted elsewhere, and Lin Feng's image appeared in her mind. She blamed him entirely, believing his betrayal had led her to this tragic state. If Lin Feng had not divorced her, she wouldn't feel such despair, wouldn't have undergone such drastic surgery, nor fallen into this irreversible abyss. At this moment, Zhao Ting had no illusions or lingering affection for Lin Feng, only deep-seated hatred and relentless anguish. Driven by these emotions, she abruptly sat up and swiftly seized him, pressing him beneath her. Although Steel Cannon's manhood remained unresponsive from certain angles, the scene appeared as a fierce embrace. What are you doing?" he stammered, panic-stricken by her sudden move. He had never imagined that this fierce criminal could be subdued by a woman seemingly so fragile. His heart pounded wildly with fear. Before he could react, Zhao Ting began to writhe vigorously, her movements lasting for 3 full minutes. Unintentionally, a shocking video was recorded in this act. Useless, Zhao Ting spat with a tone laced with mockery and contempt. Her expression sent a shiver down Steel Cannon's spine. Making him realize his complete downfall, he was utterly terrified, possibly losing his masculinity in the process. A loud slap echoed through the empty chamber. Enraged, Steel Cannon slapped Zhao Ting, leaving her cheek instantly swollen, her eyes brimming with terror and resentment. His voice roared with fury. "Fucking useless, huh? Now I'll show you whether I am truly impotent." Grabbing her hair roughly, he dragged her forward. Zhao Ting, weakened by his strength, struggled feebly, but her resistance was insignificant against him. They arrived at Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huilu's bedroom, where the sight froze Zhao Ting's heart. The couple was tightly bound to the bed, gagged with socks. Emitting faint, frightened whimpers, despair etched into their faces. Steel Cannon's eyes flickered with madness as he threw Zhao Ting to the ground and lunged at Li Huilu. She struggled desperately, yet her strength was no match for his ferocity. He ignored her protests, tearing at her clothing with animalistic hunger, eyes gleaming with savage intent. He panted heavily, glaring at her as if to devour her whole. "You're a bit older, but at least you're normal. Unlike Zhao Ting's monstrous appearance," he sneered. Li Huilu, sensing his intentions, her heartbeat quickened with terror. She fought desperately, but no matter her efforts, she could not free herself from his grasp. Chapter 142. The cruel reality. Zhao Jiangwo turned his head away, desperately avoiding eye contact with the fierce brute, fearing that this ruthless criminal might redirect his wrath towards himself. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation. It was only through silence and submission that he could hope to find a sliver of survival amidst the calamity. The brute's movements were swift and brutal, tearing apart Li Huijuan's clothing in mere moments, exposing her terror and despair. Without a hint of courtesy, he seized the blanket and burrowed beneath it, clutching Li Huijuan tightly in his embrace, attempting to meld his body with hers. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his body remained unresponsive, leaving him enveloped in an unprecedented sense of despair and defeat. "I am truly impotent." The brute's voice was low and hoarse as he lay between Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huijuan, his gaze fixed blankly on the ceiling, his heart as cold as ashes. He could not accept this brutal reality. It was an unbearable humiliation for him. At that moment, Zhao Ting stood quietly to the side, witnessing the unfolding scene. Her eyes were filled with indifference and resolution. She had ample opportunity to eliminate the brute, yet she refrained. She knew that she needed to harness the brute's power to exact revenge on Lin Feng. This was her sole chance. Thus, she chose to remain silent. Even if the brute succeeded in his heinous act, Zhao Ting would take no action. Her heart brimmed with resentment towards Lin Feng, and she resolved that he would pay the price he deserved. She understood that although the brute was deranged, he could also serve as a useful tool. Consequently, she decided to temporarily ally with him, leveraging his strength to fulfill her vengeance. "Brute, this is not the way to go. The only way to address your affliction is to survive. Lin Feng is surrounded by 3 stunning beauties. Perhaps upon seeing them, you could revive your masculine vigor." Upon hearing these words, the brute's previously vacant eyes suddenly sparkled with a renewed light. Indeed, life was unpredictable, but above all, survival was paramount. Perhaps, by changing his environment or finding a different woman, he could rediscover his vitality. This thought washed over him like a warm current, instantly invigorating his spirit. He sprang from the bed, swiftly donned his clothes, and confidently strode out of the bedroom, joining Xiaoting in the living room. Xiaoting, what should we do now? The brute asked eagerly, his eyes glinting with determination. Xiaoting smiled faintly, her fingers gently tracing over one another as if contemplating the perfect strategy. After a moment, she spoke slowly, let us proceed as previously discussed. We shall send the video we just recorded to Lin Feng. I know him. He is fiercely proud and will never tolerate such humiliation. Even though we are divorced, his fury will undoubtedly be unleashed. When the time comes, if he dares to approach, we shall set a trap and seize him. Xiaoting's words were deliberate, each syllable striking the brute's heart like a hammer. He was entranced, envisioning the moment he would rise as the ruler of the community. He could not help but fantasize about Lin Feng's women begging for mercy beneath him, a wave of indescribable pleasure surging within him. Once a woman turns dark, her intellect rises exponentially. Xiaoting's words stirred a tempest within the brute's mind. He was completely captivated by her plan, as if the dawn of victory had already begun to break. Yes, let us do just that. This time, we must succeed. Subsequently, Xiaoting meticulously edited the recorded video while the brute set a trap outside, eagerly awaiting Lin Feng's arrival. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat alone in the spacious and serene living room on the third floor, the floor-to-ceiling windows framing the outside snowy landscape like a canvas. He had not summoned the three women to keep him company. Only Long, his loyal dog, lay quietly on the floor, occasionally glancing up at his master with eyes full of dependence and trust. He was contemplating another excursion to gather supplies. Although the issues of food and water had temporarily been resolved, the problem of fuel loomed over him like a heavy stone, preventing him from finding peace. He was already devising a solution to the fuel dilemma, merely needing to consider the details of the action. Suddenly, the notification sound interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. A message arrived from Xiaoting, accompanied by a text in the brute's voice. Haha, Lin Feng, did you ever imagine that your former woman has become my plaything? If you wish to keep this video from going public, come alone to Xiaoting's house immediately. Remember, I grant you only 10 minutes, otherwise, I will share the video in the owner's group. Upon viewing the video, Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly, though he had long given up on Xiaoting's actions. The brute's threat struck a nerve, crossing a line he could not tolerate. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging as he felt an overwhelming surge of anger. He scrutinized Xiaoting in the video, realizing she was not merely complying under duress. She was actively participating. Damn it, you are courting death, Lin Feng growled, his voice laced with fury and murderous intent. He understood that he could never allow himself to be led by the nose by the brute and Xiaoting, becoming their prey. The crux of the matter lay in time. He needed to act swiftly, orchestrating an effective counterattack to prevent the brute from disseminating that sensitive video. Lin Feng quickly retrieved a small device from his supplies, a signal jammer. He had purchased it out of curiosity, never having used it until now, but it was invaluable in this moment. However, he was well aware of its limitations. It could only cover a radius of 200 meters, insufficient to thwart the brute's plans. Thus, he promptly called Song Wei. On the other end of the line, Song Wei's voice sounded anxious. But Lin Feng had no time to elaborate. He succinctly informed Song Wei of the urgency, instructing him to bring the signal jammer and swiftly head to Xiaoting's vicinity, seeking an opportunity to eliminate the brute and Xiaoting. At the very least, he needed to devise a way to seize Xiaoting's phone to prevent the video from leaking. After hanging up, Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew the brute's nature. To confront him, the brute would stop at nothing. Therefore, he specifically cautioned Song Wei to proceed with caution. Chapter 143. The threat to Lin Feng. 10 minutes had elapsed, and Gang Pao paced anxiously in the living room. His eyes were glued to his phone screen, incessantly refreshing the message interface, yet he had received no response from Lin Feng. Damn it, does Lin Feng truly care for nothing? Xiaoting, call him again. If he doesn't show up, we shall release the video. Xiaoting furrowed her brow. Her reputation in this neighborhood was already tarnished, and she was reluctant to be further embroiled in a tumultuous situation due to this video. However, she also understood Lin Feng's nature and knew he would not easily capitulate. Yet, as she lifted her phone to dial again, she noticed the screen displayed no signal. What is going on? It was fine just a moment ago. Confused, Xiaoting shook her phone, attempting to reconnect to the network. But regardless of her efforts, the phone remained devoid of signal. This sudden twist left her feeling uneasy. At the moment Song Wei severed the signal, Lin Feng's fingers flew across the group chat like lightning, rapidly composing a chilling notification. Urgent message. Gang Pao is now hidden within Zhao Ting's residence, with a bounty raised to the equivalent of 20 portions of food, including the heads of Zhao Ting's family. Anyone who captures one of them will be entitled to this lucrative reward. Upon the announcement, it seemed to ignite a fervor among the neighbors, who rushed towards Zhao Ting and Appo's building in a frenzied swarm. The glint of greed and malice flickered in their eyes. They believed that while they could not contend with the infamous Gang Pao, the defenseless Zhao Ting family would be an effortless target. However, the elevator was out of service due to insufficient power, and Zhao Ting's apartment was situated on the 10th floor. The crowd could only huff and puff as they ascended the narrow staircase, the cacophony of footsteps and labored breaths merging into a deafening roar. Inherently suspicious, Gang Pao was immediately drawn to the unusual commotion. With a furrowed brow, he turned to Zhao Ting and inquired, "What is that sound outside?" Zhao Ting, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "It's merely the sound of falling snow. With this weather, the rooftop is laden with snow." Yet Gang Pao was not so easily deceived. He approached the window, scrutinizing the scene outside, while straining to discern the source of the noise. Shaking his head, he firmly declared, "No, that is definitely not the sound of snow." A surge of profound unease washed over him as he realized he might be ensnared in a perilous situation. In this apocalyptic world, anything could transpire. He had even grown accustomed to the absence of mobile signals, believing it to be yet another phenomenon wrought by disaster. Nonetheless, this disquiet felt like a shroud of darkness, persistently hovering over him, preventing him from finding solace. Gang Pao's anxiety gradually morphed into vigilance. He was acutely aware that at this critical juncture, any lapse could prove fatal. He swiftly drew the dagger that had accompanied him for years, its blade glinting coldly in the dim light of the room. "Zhao Ting, I sense something is amiss. I shall step outside to investigate." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Ting felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her expression a blend of determination and fear. "You must be cautious." Gang Pao nodded, inhaling deeply before opening the door and peering outside. What he beheld shocked him. An assembly of menacing figures brandishing clubs surged toward them, their eyes alight with avarice, as if they could already see the enticing reward beckoning them. A tightening sensation gripped Gang Pao's heart. He understood these individuals bore ill intent. They must have received Lin Feng's orders to hunt them down. Yet, he could not fathom how they were being directed without any mobile signal. Did they possess an alternative means of communication? He swiftly retreated into Zhao Ting's apartment, shutting the door behind him and clutching the dagger tightly. His heart raced, yet his mind remained unerringly composed. He knew he must devise a strategy to confront the looming crisis. "Zhao Ting, this is dire. The neighbors are coming, and they are numerous. They surely intend to do us harm." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Ting's complexion drained of color. Suddenly, a series of thunderous knocks reverberated through the hallway, each impact resonating like a hammer on their hearts, quickening their pulses. "Open the door. Gang Pao, Zhao Ting, we know you're hiding in there. You shall not escape today." Outside, boisterous shouts and increasingly violent impacts echoed. Gang Pao's heart raced furiously. He gripped the remote control tightly, his fingers nearly embedding themselves into the cold plastic. His eyes sparkled with resolve, as if he were bracing for an imminent explosion. However, this explosion was not his intention, but rather his final bargaining chip to intimidate Lin Feng. Drawing a deep breath, he gathered every ounce of courage and determination within him. Then, he abruptly pressed the button on the remote, anticipating the deafening blast. Yet, what awaited him was an unsettling silence. How is this possible? Gang Pao's voice trembled as he pressed the button repeatedly, but to no avail. Terror and confusion flooded his mind. Who disarmed my bomb? This was the handiwork of Song Wei, who not only jammed the mobile signals, but had also disabled the bomb sensors. However, this was an outcome Song Wei had not anticipated. At that moment, cold sweat trickled down Gang Pao's forehead. He realized he had fallen into a desperate predicament. Don't even think about snatching my bounty. Gang Pao's head is mine. Fine, you can have Gang Pao's head. I want Zhao Ting's. I'll take care of that old man Zhao Zhengwo. The neighbors outside seemed to have already envisioned their triumph, dividing the spoils among themselves. Zhao Ting felt an unprecedented weight of pressure as she clutched Gang Pao's arm, her voice tinged with desperation. Gang Pao, what should we do now? Think of something. Yet, Gang Pao had lost all semblance of reason and patience. In a fit of rage, he struck Zhao Ting across the face, shouting angrily, "Get lost, you wretched woman. If it weren't for your foolish idea, would I be trapped here?" In the face of calamity, Self-preservation took precedence, especially as they were not even united by marriage. At this critical juncture, Gang Pao unleashed all his ire upon Zhao Ting. Acutely aware that he had lost his leverage against Lin Feng and could now only hope to preserve his own life. Chapter 144. The escape of Steel Cannon. Steel Cannon trudged heavily to the window, gazing out at the world blanketed in white snow. A surge of impulse welled up within him, urging him to leap from the 10th floor. Despite his awareness that the snow, though over 2 meters thick, had become as hard as stone after days of accumulation, he felt a reckless defiance rising within him. Damn it, I refuse to be a slave to fate. Steel Cannon growled through gritted teeth, pulling from his pocket the last 2 detonators. He pressed them firmly against the door, preparing to blast open the security entrance. What are you doing? Zhao Ting's voice trembled as she recognized Steel Cannon's intentions, her complexion paling instantly. She knew that once the door was blown open, the frenzied neighbors would flood into the room like a raging torrent, sealing her doom. Steel Cannon paid no heed to her terror and pleas. He shoved her aside, shouting, "Get out of my way. Don't hinder me." He swiftly inserted the fuses and then darted to the corner of the room, holding his breath, awaiting the moment to strike. Though trembling with fear, Zhao Ting realized her only hope lay with Steel Cannon. Struggling to her feet, she followed him to another concealed corner. With a deafening boom, the security door collapsed under the force of the detonators. A powerful wave of air, thick with smoke and dust, swept through the room. Seizing the opportunity, Steel Cannon bolted out of the room. Zhao Ting, disregarding her parents, closely followed him, escaping the perilous situation. The sudden explosion reverberated like thunder, causing pain to everyone's eardrums. Outside, the neighbors were knocked to the ground by the blast's shockwave, scattering in chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, no one anticipated that Steel Cannon and Zhao Ting would burst forth from the room at that moment. As they struggled to rise and pursue, Steel Cannon and Zhao Ting had already vanished from sight. This entire scene was witnessed from a distance by Song Wei. The instant Steel Cannon emerged, his gaze locked onto him. However, he soon spotted Zhao Ting following closely behind, which brought to mind Lin Feng's earlier admonition. The most critical element of this operation was Zhao Ting's phone. Weighing the situation in his mind, Song Wei understood that although Steel Cannon was formidable, it was the phone in Zhao Ting's possession that held the true significance. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to abandon the pursuit of Steel Cannon and instead focus on Zhao Ting. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, seizing Zhao Ting by her hair and forcefully throwing her to the ground. "Ah, let go of me," Zhao Ting cried out, disoriented from the fall, the pain compelling her to scream. She struggled to rise and resist, but Song Wei's strength far surpassed hers, rendering her attempts futile. Kicking her limbs wildly in search of an escape, she realized it was all in vain. Song Wei regarded her coldly, devoid of any compassion. "Hand over your phone." Zhao Ting's heart raced. She knew Song Wei must have been sent by Lin Feng. The phone was her final bargaining chip. Once surrendered, she would be left without any means of resistance. Instinctively, she covered the phone in her pocket with her hand, attempting to buy time. "The phone. It's with Steel Cannon. You should chase after him." A flicker of mockery crossed Song Wei's eyes. He could see through Zhao Ting's deceit. Without hesitation, he reached into her pocket and retrieved the phone. It was a luxurious, ruby-red device adorned with diamonds, gleaming with a blinding brilliance in the sunlight. Zhao Ting gasped in shock, struggling to reclaim her phone. "What are you doing? Give it back. This phone belongs to Steel Cannon." Song Wei observed the phone in his hand, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He recognized Zhao Ting's lie, but chose not to delve deeper at that moment. A pragmatic man, he was not a fool. The obvious truth was clear. Zhao Ting was protecting this phone. After securing the device, he turned to face the gathering neighbors. His voice icy. "There are still 2 inside. You need to restrain them. Their fates are irrelevant. As for the reward, I don't want a cent. You may divide it among yourselves." His words acted as a calming balm, instantly silencing the previously agitated neighbors. They exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with surprise and gratitude. "Truly, he is one of Lin Feng's trusted aides. Such magnanimity and resolve are rare indeed," someone in the crowd murmured. This sentiment spread like wildfire, igniting a wave of admiration for Song Wei. Soon after, a few audacious neighbors, under Su Shaogang's command, charged boldly into Zhao Ting's home. Before long, they emerged carrying Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan, visibly shaken and stricken with fear from the sudden upheaval. Su Shaogang hastened to Song Wei, slightly bowing his head in respectful inquiry. Brother Song, how should we proceed with this matter? Song Wei's actions garnered the approval of everyone present. They stood still, quietly awaiting his next directive. Yet, he did not allow pride to take hold. He understood that all these accomplishments were made possible by Lin Feng's support and trust. Surveying the crowd, a glimmer of determination and decisiveness shone in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly, "Please wait a moment. I must consult with Mr. Lin first." He then moved to a corner, cautiously disabling the signal jammer to ensure uninterrupted communication with the outside world. He pulled out his phone and swiftly dialed Lin Feng's number. Once connected, he succinctly and clearly reported the events that had transpired, including the explosion at Zhao Ting's house, the neighbors' reactions, and his current decisions. 10 minutes later, the doorbell to the basement rang, shattering the preceding silence. Lin Feng quickly switched to the surveillance feed. Observing Song Wei and Su Xiaogang escorting Zhao Ting's family, bound like mummies, to the door. Their faces bore expressions of triumph, evidently having completed their task successfully. "It seems their efficiency is indeed commendable," Lin Feng murmured, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After confirming that no threats lurked outside, he opened the door without hesitation. As soon as it swung open, Song Wei spoke first, a hint of apology in his tone. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for letting Steel Cannon escape. We were unable to act entirely according to your instructions. Please do hold us accountable." Chapter 145. Zhao Ting captured. Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile and said, "It's all right. Steel Cannon is quite cunning. Capturing him won't be an easy task. However, I believe we have ample time to play with him." Subsequently, Lin Feng retrieved the remaining packets of pig feed from a nearby cabinet and handed them to Song Wei and Su Xiaogang. "This is the last of our food. Please distribute it among everyone. Rest assured, I will venture out soon to find more sources of sustenance." Song Wei and Su Xiaogang accepted the provisions, their faces reflecting gratitude. They understood that having a leader like Lin Feng guiding them through such perilous times was their greatest fortune. They nodded silently and exited the basement, preparing to share the food with others. After pressing the remote, Lin Feng heard the heavy anti-theft door slam shut, allowing him to turn around with ease. He glanced at the three individuals on the floor, their mouths stuffed with socks and their eyes filled with terror and confusion. He slowly approached, crouching down to remove the socks from Zhao Ting and her family one by one. Once freed, Zhao Zhengwo gasped for air, as if expelling all the fear he had just experienced with each breath. Steadying himself, he spoke with a trembling voice, Lin Feng, what are you doing? Quickly untie us." Li Huiwan hastily echoed, "Yes, son-in-law, we are family. Aren't you afraid of hurting Tingting's feelings? Please, free us." Though bound, Zhao Ting managed to muster a faint smile, her voice quavering as she said, "Dear, I know there are many misunderstandings between us. But now that we are finally reunited, I will do everything in my power to make amends and heal the rift between us." Deep down, Zhao Ting understood that Lin Feng was orchestrating everything from the shadows. Yet she held on to a glimmer of hope that he might pardon her transgressions, fueled by the kindness he had previously shown her, which had fostered a misguided confidence that he would always forgive her. However, Lin Feng merely regarded them coldly, showing no sign of wavering. He stood up and casually inquired, "What do you think of this place?" Upon re-entering this territory, Zhao Ting's family was overwhelmed by a wave of complex emotions. Their previous visit had been hasty and fraught with chaos. They had scarcely taken in the scenery before being angrily expelled by Lin Feng, sustaining injuries in the process. This time, under Lin Feng's permission, they were allowed to closely observe the place that had once instilled fear in them. Compared to their own disarray and dilapidation, this abode resembled an idyllic paradise. The spacious, well-lit rooms and the orderly arrangement of furnishings exuded warmth and comfort. They had watched Lin Feng's shared videos in their group, but the sensation of being present physically was altogether different. They marveled at every detail, from the high-tech appliances to the crackling fireplace, each aspect revealing a harmonious blend of modernity and warmth. Yet, this inviting atmosphere did not bring them solace. The blazing flames of the fireplace caused the room's temperature to rise rapidly. Despite wearing thick winter coats, they felt stifled by the heat. Bound as they were, they could not remove their heavy clothing and were left to endure their discomfort. Lin Feng observed their reactions quietly. He pulled up a chair and seated himself before them, then gestured for Erlong to approach. Erlong glared menacingly at Zhao Ting's family, emitting a low growl, as if poised to pounce and tear them apart. Clearly terrified, Zhao Ting's family moved cautiously, inching backward in an attempt to distance themselves from the ferocious dog. However, The walls served as an insurmountable barrier, trapping them in place. They could only helplessly lean against the wall, allowing fear and despair to engulf them. Lin Feng gently stroked Erlong's head, a hint of softness in his eyes. Sensing Lin Feng's calm, Erlong lay down obediently, ceasing his growling. This shift alleviated some tension in Zhao Ting's family, though their fear lingered. Yet, Lin Feng deliberately intensified his tone, tinged with mockery, as he stated, "Do you know? Erlong here hasn't eaten in 3 days. I wonder if you 3 mere skeletons could sate his hunger." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting's family turned pale. They recognized the truth in Lin Feng's words. After enduring days without food, their physical condition had deteriorated significantly. Zhao Ting's eyes were vacant, her cheeks sunken, while Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan were emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones, lacking the strength to resist. Lin Feng smirked at their reaction and continued, "Don't think I'm merely trying to frighten you. You have gone 7 or 8 days without food, surviving only on snowmelt. Even if I don't kill you today, without food, your days are numbered." The fear in Zhao Ting's family intensified at his words. They understood the gravity of their situation. Zhao Jiangwo stammered, Lin Feng, you can't do this. Killing is illegal. Please, let us go." Lin Feng, however, laughed heartily, unconcerned. "Huh? Illegal? Do you think I care about a few more lives in my hands?" At that moment, Li Huiwan could no longer contain herself. "Lin Feng, you beast. How can you treat us this way? We only made a small mistake, and you would condemn us to death?" Lin Feng glared at her sharply. "A small mistake? Your audacity is remarkable. Even now, you show no remorse. Save those words for the king of hell." Rising, he signaled to Erlong, who immediately understood. Growling as he lunged toward Li Huiwan, Zhao Ting's family screamed in terror, yet their struggles and pleas fell on deaf ears. Erlong's sharp teeth swiftly tore through Li Huijuan's clothing and flesh, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Feng did not intervene. He merely observed with a cold gaze, knowing this was the punishment they deserved. As he watched Li Huiwan collapse to the ground, barely clinging to life, he waved his hand, signaling Erlong to cease the attack. Chapter 146. The Cycle of Retribution Under the Bright Lights. The tragic state of Li Huiwan was unbearable to behold. Zhao Jiangwo and Zhao Ting felt their hearts shatter completely, collapsing helplessly onto the cold ground, as if all strength had been drained from their bodies. They could never have imagined that Lin Feng would be so ruthless, leaving them no glimmer of hope. Like a mere spectator, Lin Feng crouched silently before Zhao Jiangwo, a cruel smile playing on his lips. A wave of terror washed over Zhao Jiangwo, his heart racing while his body trembled involuntarily. He attempted to retreat, but the unyielding wall behind him offered no escape. What do you want?" he stammered. Lin Feng remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on Zhao Jiangwo, brimming with disdain and mockery. He finally spoke, his voice a chilling whisper. "Since you are husband and wife, you should share in life and death. You ought to accompany her to the end." At that moment, Zhao Jiangwo's fear peaked. He struggled to rise, but his body felt as though it were anchored to the ground. Just then, Lin Feng waved his hand, and Erlong lunged forward like a flash of lightning, its sharp teeth sinking into Zhao Jiangwo's throat. Zhao Ting watched in horror as her father was attacked, her heart racing with fear and despair. She screamed, desperate to rush forward, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering her immobile. Darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. However, Lin Feng's cruelty did not wane. He had no intention of allowing Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan to die easily. He dragged them to the center of the underground parking lot, a desolate and frigid expanse. Then, he seized a bucket of water and doused them mercilessly. The water cascaded down their bodies, quickly soaking them through. Lin Feng observed the scene with a cold smirk. He intended for them to gradually lose their body heat and ultimately succumb to the freezing cold. This was his punishment for their betrayal. As Lin Feng entered the room, Zhao Ting lay motionless in a dim corner, resembling a lifeless creature, having lost all vitality. He did not approach her immediately, but instead turned to select some exquisite food. Arranging a lavish spread on the dining table, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Lin Feng leisurely sat down, casually tossing a tender steak before Erlong. "Eat. Erlong, this is your reward." Yet, Erlong did not leap joyfully as usual, but instead fixated on the recently awakened Zhao Ting. In its simple mind, she was an intruder, a threat to be guarded against. Thus, even in the face of a delectable steak, it remained steadfast in its vigilance. This scene was witnessed by Zhao Ting as she regained consciousness. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "You are feeding a dog steak? This This is too extravagant. At that moment, Zhao Ting seemed to forget the harrowing ordeal of her parents' demise. The sumptuous feast momentarily dulled her fears and anguish. She swallowed hard. Her gaze locked onto the steak on the ground, as if she had forgotten the pangs of hunger. Clink, clink. Lin Feng lightly tapped the plate, the crisp sound resonating in the spacious room. He glanced at Zhao Ting, who displayed such avarice over a mere steak, feeling a sense of helplessness. Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks again, striking the plate gently, the sound melodious and clear, successfully drawing Zhao Ting's attention. When she beheld the array of delicacies on the table, her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Australian lobster, king crab, abalone, braised beef. Each dish exuded an alluring fragrance, vibrant and mouth-watering. Zhao Ting's eyes sparkled. Even in her past, she had never indulged in such a lavish banquet. Her heart brimmed with desire, as if she could already smell the enticing aromas and savor the exquisite flavors. Are you truly going to eat all of this alone? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Such waste, so wasteful, Lin Feng remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips. His words pierced Zhao Ting's heart like a sharp blade. Instinctively, she nodded, her gaze filled with longing for the food and resentment towards Lin Feng. However, upon witnessing the derision on his face, her hatred began to dissipate, replaced by a fervent yearning. Husband, let us start anew, shall we? Zhao Ting's voice carried a note of pleading and hope. She yearned for Lin Feng's forgiveness for her past transgressions, hoping for a chance to begin again. Yet, Lin Feng merely laughed, his laughter laced with scorn and indifference. It was as if he saw through her facade and desires, dismissing her pleas with disdain. Let me show you something, Lin Feng said, switching on the television and adjusting the channel. The screen flickered to life, revealing a frozen underground parking lot where the figures of Zhao Jiangwo and Li Huiwan appeared. They were frozen stiff, their faces contorted in agony, as if narrating their endless suffering and despair. Zhao Ting's complexion drained of color at this sight. She stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the horrific scene before her. Her parents were encased in ice, on the brink of death. Her heart swelled with grief and fury. Unable to accept the reality of what she beheld, she turned to Lin Feng, desperate for an explanation. But he merely regarded her coldly, as though she were a stranger. This is all you're doing, Lin Feng stated flatly, devoid of any emotion. His words struck Zhao Ting like a heavy hammer, crushing her spirit. Terror and despair filled her eyes. She understood that she could never win back Lin Feng's affection. Her parents had perished because of her, her greed and selfishness culminating in this tragedy. She was consumed by regret and anguish, yet all was beyond redemption. Nevertheless, in her fight for survival, Zhao Ting stifled her inner turmoil, biting her lip as she spoke with great difficulty. Lin Feng, I understand. I know, their passing cannot be reversed. Their actions were indeed deserving of such a fate. If you could temper your fury just a little, I am willing to accept this outcome. Zhao Ting's words momentarily stunned Lin Feng, as he gazed at her, seemingly unaffected by the tragic fate of his parents. Chapter 147. Past Grievances, Present Resolutions. Zhao Jiangwo. You have truly raised a remarkable daughter. The sorrow and cruelty of the apocalyptic world have stripped humanity of its morals. Lin Feng regarded Zhao Ting with a cold gaze and spoke, setting aside your betrayal. Do you truly believe I could forgive you in your current state? At that moment, Zhao Ting felt a sharp pang in her heart. She was acutely aware that her botched plastic surgery had left an indelible scar. Lowering her head, tears welled in her eyes but refused to fall. She could find no justification to persuade the man who once adored her. With a crisp clap of his hands, Lin Feng seemed to signal the commencement of a performance. Li Meiying, Sun Si, and Li Jinxian emerged from their elegantly appointed chambers, akin to blossoming flowers. Dressed in exquisitely revealing attire, their alluring curves captivated the very air around them. The three women approached Lin Feng with graceful strides, their eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Without the need for words, they instinctively began their daily ministrations, gently kneading his shoulders, massaging his legs, even feeding him delicacies they had meticulously prepared. Each gesture was light and natural, as if it had become an integral part of their existence, a manifestation of their boundless love for him. Every detail revealed their dedication. Every movement showcased their tenderness. In terms of both physique and beauty, the trio were unparalleled. Their very presence seemed to affirm Lin Feng's extraordinary allure. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting, prostrate on the ground, witnessed it all, her sense of inferiority swelling like a tide. She had once believed herself to be Lin Feng's sole love, dismissing other women as mere fleeting distractions. Now, In comparison to these three beauties, she recognized the vast chasm that separated them. A tumult of resentment and fury filled Zhao Ting. She could not accept this reality. Once harboring a glimmer of hope for Lin Feng's affection, she now realized that it was an unattainable dream. Lin Feng, what enmity or grievance do we share that compels you to treat me thus? Zhao Ting suddenly cried out in desperation, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng with fierce intensity, for the last flicker of hope within her had vanished. Lin Feng regarded Zhao Ting with a smirk of derision. You dare question me? Do you truly require a reminder of your transgressions? Zhao Ting was momentarily silenced by his words. She knew she had caused Lin Feng tremendous pain in the past, yet she had never genuinely reflected on her actions. She had been consumed by the desire to win his love, never contemplating the importance of cherishing and nurturing their relationship. I reveal this to you merely to illustrate how well I am faring now. I wish to evoke your regret, your jealousy, your resentment. However, I do not seek to awaken you from your delusions, nor do I wish to witness your tearful remorse, for such a reckoning is a journey meant for the underworld. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting's complexion drained of color. She comprehended Lin Feng's intent. He would grant her no further opportunities, but instead usher her toward her own demise. Fear and despair enveloped her as she faced the reality of her impending end. Zhao Ting felt as if all her strength had been sapped. She crumpled to the floor, her face as pale as parchment. Desperately, she gazed at Lin Feng, her once vengeful eyes now void and bewildered. Lin Feng sat beside her, his expression cold and resolute, as if her life or death bore no significance to him. Slowly, he turned his back on her, no longer casting a glance in her direction. Zhao Ting's body began to convulse, faint whimpers escaping her throat, but ultimately they morphed into a silent wail of despair. Her life ebbed away rapidly, akin to starlight consumed by the night, never to reignite. Soon, her body lay still, her eyes forever closed. The remnants of her final bitterness and hopelessness lingered on her face, yet none of it could alter the tragic fate that awaited her. Lin Feng did not look back. He understood that Zhao Ting had departed this world. He felt no sorrow or sympathy, for he regarded Zhao Ting's demise as the consequence of her own misguided choices. Gently, he laid her body beside Zhao Zhangwo and Li Huiyuan, dousing them with a copious amount of water, as if to seal the fate of their sins. In a matter of moments, their forms were encased in crystalline ice, a merciless mockery of their sinful lives. Zhao Ting's swift demise was wholly self-inflicted. Her ambition and greed had led her to ally with a destructive force, a path of no return that extinguished her last glimmer of hope. While Lin Feng would eventually end their lives, Zhao Ting's impatience propelled her towards her own ruin. As for the video, Lin Feng held it in no regard. His decision to eliminate Zhao Ting was primarily driven by a desire to free himself from the shackles of hatred and entanglement. The video merely provided him with a pretext, a legitimate reason to bring closure to this chapter. With Zhao Ting's death, the grievances of past and present were erased from Lin Feng's heart. He closed his eyes, inhaling the chill of the air, reveling in an unprecedented sense of liberation. All resentments and hatreds dissipated with Zhao Ting's departure, allowing him to finally unburden himself and embark on a new life. As Lin Feng entered the room, tranquility enveloped him. The three women had meticulously restored everything to its former pristine state, as if nothing tumultuous had ever transpired. The dampness on the floor and the scattered items had been attentively tidied, returning the room to its customary order. The three women shared a profound understanding, refraining from inquiring further, as though they had already grasped the depths of Lin Feng's soul. They knew that some matters required no elaboration, only quiet support and companionship. This tacit understanding and trust kindled warmth within Lin Feng's heart. Their exemplary conduct was remarkable. Not only were they astute and perceptive, but they also possessed an innate ability to provide Lin Feng with the support he needed most during critical moments. This harmony and collaboration filled Lin Feng with gratitude and respect. However, due to Zhao Ting's cautionary tale, Lin Feng remained wary of everyone. He understood the capriciousness of human nature and the unpredictability of life. Even with his current capabilities and means, he dared not lower his guard. He knew that should he find himself in a predicament akin to his past life, not even one true companion would remain by his side. Therefore, Lin Feng remained vigilant, unwilling to allow even the slightest lapse in his caution. Chapter 148. Meticulous arrangements at the break of dawn the following day. After a delightful breakfast, Lin Feng, invigorated, took the leash of Erlong and stepped out of his home. Erlong, having been confined indoors for several days, seemed to revel in newfound freedom. Bounding out like a wild stallion, Lin Feng smiled at Long's exuberance, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. As they entered the underground parking lot, they encountered personnel on patrol. Upon spotting Lin Feng, they halted and greeted him respectfully. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. You appear quite spirited today. Is there cause for celebration? And Mr. Lin, your dedication is commendable, rising early each day." Lin Feng acknowledged their greetings with a nod, expressing appreciation for their diligent efforts. He stood still for a moment, surveying the parking lot. There were 6 groups of patrol personnel, each consisting of 6 members, composed of 4 men and 2 women. Armed with various weapons, they conducted continuous inspections throughout the area. Though their training and equipment did not match that of regular troops, they were certainly organized. Lin Feng recognized that this meticulous arrangement was the result of Song Wei's efforts. Even he would struggle to orchestrate such precision. Lin Feng's gaze inadvertently fell upon the ice sculpture of Zhao Ting and her family, which stood unyielding at the center of the parking lot, resembling an eternal monument. Unchanged since its creation, many had witnessed Lin Feng dragging their bodies out the previous day, thus no one dared to disturb the chilling sculpture. After all, Lin Feng had provided food and shelter for the community. Despite the lingering hardships, none were willing to risk tasting the repulsive flavor of spoiled meat. At that moment, Song Wei, having learned of Lin Feng's departure, hurriedly approached him, accompanied by Su Xiaogang. A warm smile illuminated Song Wei's face as he delivered a detailed report. "Mr. Lin, everything you instructed has been arranged. We have increased the number of patrol personnel." Lin Feng listened with satisfaction, nodding in approval. He patted Song Wei's shoulder, encouraging him. "You have done exceptionally well. In these trying times, your vigilance and sense of responsibility are truly commendable. Keep up the good work, ensuring everyone's safety." Both Song Wei and Su Xiaogang pledged to remain steadfast in their duties to serve Lin Feng and the community. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Feng strolled leisurely through the underground parking lot with Long. His gait appeared casual, yet his eyes remained fixed on the back door of Villa No. 2. Gently stroking Long's fur, he remained vigilant to the movements around him. Once he confirmed no one was watching, Lin Feng quickened his pace, guiding Long swiftly through the back door of Villa No. 2. His purpose for venturing out was twofold: to procure fuel and to gather pig feed for the neighbors. Lin Feng was acutely aware that someone was likely observing his actions from the shadows. He sought to keep his intentions concealed, wishing to catch anyone off guard and leave them with no opportunity to interfere. On this outing, Lin Feng chose not to bring Li Jinxian. While her presence provided a sense of security, her cautious demeanor often stifled his actions, as he feared she might uncover his secrets, which made him uncomfortable. Furthermore, he had gained experience from previous excursions, realizing the city was not entirely blanketed in snow. Many iconic structures remained visible. Having lived here for decades, he knew the city like the back of his hand and could easily navigate it, even in such challenging circumstances. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Feng first assessed his surroundings to ensure there were no latent threats. He then retrieved a heavy bulletproof vest and an advanced set of cold weather gear from his spatial backpack. With swift and practiced movements, he secured the vest against his body, ensuring every inch of skin was protected. Layer by layer, he donned the cold weather attire, guaranteeing he would not succumb to the biting chill outside. After equipping himself, Lin Feng turned to Long and carefully selected a specially designed cold weather suit for him. This was Long's first experience with such clothing, and he appeared somewhat clumsy and ill at ease. Once dressed, Long felt a noticeable constriction, and as he attempted to move, the heavy garments rendered his movements slow and comical. He gazed at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression, seemingly questioning the necessity of such cumbersome attire. Lin Feng chuckled at Long's adorable yet bewildered demeanor. He gently patted Long's head, reassuring him not to be afraid. Then, with a light kick to Long's rear, he encouraged him to move forward. Long seemed to understand the command. Despite his awkwardness, he endeavored to shuffle ahead. He longed to run, yet the weight of the clothing hindered his usual grace, creating an amusingly endearing spectacle. Observing Long's comical struggle, Lin Feng felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. He patiently adjusted Long's attire, making it more comfortable for him. After a few modifications, Long managed to adapt to the clothing, albeit still somewhat clumsily. He was now able to keep pace with Lin Feng. Aware of the urgency of their mission, Lin Feng could not afford to wait for Long to fully acclimate. He lifted Long and approached the window, inhaling deeply before concentrating. Outside, a snowmobile materialized in the snowy expanse, awaiting their departure. Lin Feng cradled Air Lung in his arms and nimbly leaped onto the snowmobile's driver's seat. With a twist of the throttle, the engine roared to life, unleashing a deafening growl as the snowmobile shot forward like an arrow, scattering a spray of snow. This sudden commotion immediately drew the attention of the neighbors, who peered out of their windows to witness Lin Feng disappearing from view. Their faces reflected a sense of relief, for they understood that Lin Feng was once again embarking on a quest for sustenance and resources. Within Lin Feng's community, the neighbors felt grateful for his departure, holding steadfast belief that he would return bearing new hope and supplies. In this resource-scarce post-apocalyptic world, their survival relied heavily on Lin Feng. Conversely, the gang led by Gang Pao and Du Yong could do nothing but watch from their windows. Envy and resentment etched upon their faces as they observed Lin Feng's receding silhouette. Chapter 149. Once more into the world, Lin Feng navigated the snowmobile like a silver bolt of lightning, racing across the snow-clad earth. Prior to his departure, he had devoted several days to meticulously crafting a comprehensive strategy. He was acutely aware that within this city, blanketed in thick snow, numerous precious resources lay buried, including the fuel he urgently required. However, unearthing these hidden treasures would not be feasible through sheer human effort alone. Substantial excavation equipment was imperative. In the bustling port city of Haining, numerous trading companies operated a variety of heavy machinery, such as automobiles, tower cranes, and excavators. Lin Feng's objective was precisely these formidable machines. He intended to venture there in hopes of discovering suitable tools. However, shortly after setting off, Lin Feng sensed something peculiar. To his astonishment, he realized that his vision appeared significantly clearer than before. As a youth accustomed to immersing himself in fictional worlds, he had always struggled with mild nearsightedness, opting not to wear glasses due to their cumbersome nature. Yet today, he noticed that objects appeared exceptionally vivid, as if his eyesight had surged from 5.0 to 6.0, or perhaps even beyond. What could be the cause of this? Had the air outside undergone some transformation? Pondering this enigma, Lin Feng halted his vehicle, standing still as he gazed into the distance. Indeed, his vision had improved remarkably. Distant landscapes became distinctly visible, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Following this revelation, he stretched his limbs, feeling a warm current flowing through his body, rendering him light and buoyant, as though he had been reborn. Even more astonishingly, he sensed an inexplicable affinity towards the surrounding space, a sensation both profound and mysterious, as if he had forged an extraordinary connection with the environment. No, it must be my spatial perception that has shifted. A strong intuition surged within Lin Feng. Reflecting on his recent experiences, the enhancement of his physical capabilities, the increased affinity for space, and that enigmatic mental force, he recognized these were unprecedented encounters. He began to ponder whether this indicated an elevation of his abilities to a new echelon. Yet, despite perceiving these transformations, he found himself devoid of any new skills. He attempted to envision performing spatial slicing or teleportation, but his mind yielded nothing. He could only persist in attempting the fundamental operation of accessing items, discovering everything to be as it had always been. Was this truly an advancement? Doubt filled Lin Feng's heart. He sought answers but remained in ignorance. He was unaware of the conditions for progression or why he had not acquired new abilities. Perhaps, he speculated, it was due to the insufficiency of his current powers or a lack of mastery over the secrets of advancement. Nevertheless, despite his confusion and uncertainty, Lin Feng chose not to dwell excessively on the matter. He understood that his foremost priority was to locate fuel and other supplies to prepare for the forthcoming endeavors. As for whether his abilities had indeed progressed, he trusted that time would unveil the answers. Never mind it, as long as it poses no detriment. Lin Feng shook his head, remounting the snowmobile and resuming his journey. After traversing the snowy expanse for over half an hour, the surroundings remained eerily tranquil, with no sign of life aside from the occasional flurry of snow whipped up by the wind. This world seemed entirely engulfed by endless whiteness, leaving only him and his snowmobile to glide silently through the stillness. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a sign half buried in snow. Slowing down to investigate, he discerned the words "water purification plant" inscribed upon it. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, deliberating briefly before deciding to enter. After all, while his water supply was ample, additional reserves would provide peace of mind. and he certainly did not wish for these purified waters to fall into enemy hands. With the snowmobile parked steadily outside, Lin Feng concentrated, summoning the vehicle into his spatial realm. Unlike when he had ventured out with Li Jinxian, he no longer had to consider her perspective. The entrance was blocked by a mound of snow, prompting Lin Feng to choose an upper window for entry. He activated a powerful flashlight, casting a brilliant beam that pierced the darkness, illuminating the scene before him. Inside a vast warehouse, countless barrels of water stood neatly arranged, frozen yet still crystalline in clarity. A flicker of joy flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he wasted no time in retrieving these barrels into his space. However, the efficiency of collecting them one by one proved dismally low. With a sigh, he pondered ways to enhance his efficiency. Suddenly, he recalled that his spatial abilities seemed to have transformed, granting him the capacity to sense a radius of approximately 10 meters around him. An idea struck him, and he decided to attempt a broader collection. Focusing intently, he expanded his perception throughout the warehouse. In an instant, the once bustling storage area, filled with barrels, was dramatically cleared. Ere long, squatting nearby, watched in astonishment, unable to articulate his bewilderment. Indeed, I can now collect in bulk. Lin Feng realized that as long as the objects remained within the realm of his spatial perception, he could summon them with but a thought. This revelation exponentially amplified his collection efficiency. In the ensuing moments, Lin Feng replicated this method, gathering every last barrel of water into his spatial domain. Satisfied, he nodded and prepared to depart. Without any delay, Lin Feng mounted his snowmobile and swiftly navigated towards the dock area. He was aware that the warehouse was not far from here, approximately 10 kilometers away. In less than 20 minutes, he reached the dock region. It was as he had envisioned, spacious and expansive, with most areas open, yet dotted with numerous warehouses. These warehouses were constructed to a considerable height, ensuring their roofs remained free of heavy snow accumulation, and from a distance, their outlines were still vaguely discernible. Standing amidst the snow, Lin Feng scanned the surrounding warehouses, uncertain of where the large excavation equipment might be stored. He could only inspect them one by one. Stowing the snowmobile, he retrieved a long crowbar from his backpack and approached the nearest warehouse. With a resounding thud, the crowbar struck the warehouse roof, producing a dull echo. Lin Feng pried open a corner of the roof and peered inside. To his surprise, the expansive factory floor was meticulously stacked with countless tires, creating a dense sea of black. Chapter 150. The search for the excavator. Lin Feng let out a soft sigh, a tinge of disappointment settling in his heart. He had long prepared himself mentally, knowing that those massive iron contraptions were seldom stored indoors. Yet, upon witnessing the tires before him, he could not help but feel a sense of loss. However, Lin Feng did not relent. He believed that with hundreds of warehouses at his disposal, he might yet discover the excavation equipment he sought. Thus, he pressed on, forcefully prying open several warehouses. Alas, each contained nothing but auto parts. Not a single complete vehicle was in sight, let alone the excavation machinery he desired. Amidst the cycle of disappointment and perseverance, Lin Feng finally encountered a turning point. Upon prying open yet another warehouse's roof, he was greeted by a sight that illuminated his spirits. This warehouse was starkly different from the others. It was devoid of mountain-like stacks of auto parts or countless tires, instead housing dozens of the world's most luxurious automobiles, meticulously arranged. Lin Feng retrieved a rope he had prepared, skillfully tying it to a sturdy beam, then cautiously descended into the dimly lit warehouse. He could not resist gently caressing the body of one of the luxury cars, its exquisite paint glistening like a mirror, the flawless craftsmanship leaving him in awe. A man's passion for cars is etched in his very being, and even knowing these luxury vehicles could not be driven for the moment, he struggled to contain the excitement and joy swelling within him. Such a waste to leave them idle. He examined each vehicle in turn, discovering that most were in excellent condition, as if they merely awaited a turn of the key to roar to life on the road. The leather seats were soft and inviting, and the dashboard lights twinkled enticingly. Everything appeared utterly perfect. Lin Feng felt a surge of gratitude. These vehicles represented a tremendous fortune for him. Even if they could not be driven, their mere presence was a delight to behold. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng concentrated his thoughts. He closed his eyes, as if engaging in some mysterious communion with the space around him. When he opened them again, the dozens of luxury cars had vanished from view, all absorbed into his own realm. Yet, Lin Feng was not satisfied. He understood that while these luxury cars were precious, they were not the true objective of his expedition. He swiftly stowed the crowbar back in his backpack, composed himself, and continued onward to explore the remaining warehouses. He knew that many more awaited his discovery. Fortune smiled upon Lin Feng once again. As he pried open the last warehouse, a metallic gleam met his gaze. There, nestled within, lay an array of large excavation equipment, heavy trucks, excavators, cranes, bulldozers, all lined up like a legion of steel beasts, quietly resting at the heart of the warehouse. Among the familiar machinery, he noticed several advanced models he had never seen before, their unique designs and exquisite craftsmanship captivating his attention. With a sense of curiosity and reverence, Lin Feng meticulously examined the equipment's labels and storage records. To his astonishment, he discovered that these were all cutting-edge devices newly developed in China, representing the pinnacle of the nation's manufacturing prowess, poised for export to contribute to the country's economic development. This was the very reason they had been stored in the warehouse. One particularly massive excavator caught Lin Feng's eye. He approached it, carefully studying the instruction manual, which provided him with a deeper understanding of the machine. To his delight, operating it was not overly complicated. He simply needed to follow the manual's steps. With a surge of excitement, Lin Feng climbed aboard the excavator, swiftly retrieving a barrel of diesel from his space and pouring it into the tank. The sound of the liquid filling the tank was music to his ears. After fueling, Lin Feng entered the cab, methodically flipping the switches according to the manual. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, he pressed the start button. The roar of the engine reverberated, echoing through the cold air, as the excavator sprang to life. Its engine performing flawlessly even in the frigid temperatures. Lin Feng sat within the cab, savoring the exhilaration and joy brought by the machine. He knew these devices would provide him with formidable support for the tasks ahead. Having familiarized himself with the controls, Lin Feng stored all the equipment into his space. Who knew when they might come in handy? Fortunately, the otherworldly realm was vast enough to accommodate them comfortably. In the biting cold, Lin Feng gingerly retrieved a piece of chocolate from his space, eagerly tearing open the wrapper and quickly devouring the enticing morsel, only to find the cold wind rushing in, rendering the treat somewhat bitter. He then summoned a bottle of mineral water, hastily unscrewing the cap and gulping down the refreshing liquid. Though the icy water could not dispel the chill, it at least provided a modicum of relief to his throat. Meanwhile, ere long, his companion enjoyed a piece of fine beef on the ground, seemingly oblivious to the harsh environment. Lin Feng began to contemplate his next plan. He knew there had to be a fuel station at the dock. Given the concentration of vehicles and machinery, the station's scale would surely be substantial. This represented a significant fortune. No businessman would overlook such an opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to proceed. He understood that he was in dire need of fuel, whether to maintain the operation of his snowmobile or for the various excavation devices he might use in the future. Fuel was indispensable. As he walked, Lin Feng mused that locating a storage area for fueling ships at the dock would be even better. The reserves there would likely be larger, sufficient for long-term use. Delving deep into the dock, he persevered through various challenges until he finally discovered the long-forgotten fuel station. Much like before, it lay buried beneath thick layers of snow, with only the high-hanging sign swaying lonely in the cold wind. Without hesitation, Lin Feng sprang into action. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a formidable excavator from his otherworldly space. The machine, resembling a colossal steel beast, materialized before him in an instant. With a resounding thud, the 30-ton excavator crashed down onto the ground, creating an enormous impact that caused the earth to give way, plunging the excavator more than a meter deep. Chapter 151. A fruitless endeavor. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. This turned out to be advantageous, sparing him the effort of digging further. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that although the layer of snow on the surface was thick, it appeared fragile under the immense weight of the machinery. He speculated that the snow beneath was likely more compact and substantial, capable of bearing the excavator's load. Despite it being his inaugural experience operating such machinery, Lin Feng felt no trepidation or disarray. Equipment manufactured in Huaxia is renowned for its user-friendly operation and outstanding performance, and this excavator was no exception. Following the instructions meticulously laid out in the manual, he sequentially activated each system and quickly mastered the driving technique. He deftly maneuvered the excavator's colossal bucket, initiating the clearance of the surrounding snow. The bucket rose and fell repeatedly, hurling the snow skyward and creating magnificent cascades. As the snow gradually diminished, the contours of the gas station began to emerge. Lin Feng exhaled a long sigh of relief, his earlier anxieties seemingly dissipating in that moment. Gazing at the ruins before him, he felt that after several hours of laborious effort, a glimmer of hope was finally within reach. However, due to an extended power outage, the fuel pumps had become mere heaps of useless metal. Prior to his arrival, Lin Feng had thoroughly prepared, conducting detailed research on the gas station structure. He understood that the fuel tanks were mostly cleverly situated underground, prompting him to navigate the excavator in search of them. Each scoop he took was imbued with his yearning for fuel. Eventually, he was greeted by an echoing resonance, confirming his suspicions. A surge of elation filled Lin Feng as a rare smile graced his face. He targeted the location, operating the excavator with the precision of a valiant warrior wielding a sword, striking forcefully at the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth gave way, creating a large crater from which billowed plumes of yellowish gas mixed with dust. However, before Lin Feng could dismount the excavator, he was assaulted by a potent aroma of fuel, invigorating his senses. Indeed, he had found it, he exclaimed in exhilaration, his face radiating the joy of victory. Eagerly, he expanded the crater, anticipating the sight of abundant fuel. Yet, when the entirety of the fuel tank came into view, he was met with a sight he had dreaded. Surrounding the tank was a pool of mysterious liquid. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he hastily jumped down from the excavator, retrieving a flashlight for a closer inspection. It became evident that the pipes connecting to the fuel tank had ruptured, with substantial amounts of fuel leaking out, most of which had already evaporated. Damn it! How could this happen? Lin Feng muttered, his earlier joy extinguished in an instant. Cautiously descending to the tank and Oppo's position, he discovered 2 tanks underground, presumably one for gasoline and the other for diesel. However, despair enveloped him as he observed the dismal state of the pipes, entirely broken and dilapidated, likely due to prolonged exposure to low temperatures. Tapping on the tank revealed an empty echo. Clearly, all the fuel had drained away. Exasperated, Lin Feng shook his head, a sense of dejection washing over him. Standing before the desolate gas station, an overwhelming weight settled upon his heart. He gazed at the fractured fuel lines, a chill creeping over him. It was apparent that the pipes had sustained damage from the severe cold, a phenomenon he realized could be widespread. Situated in the southern region, who would have anticipated such extreme temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees? Lin Feng murmured to himself, furrowing his brow. He recognized that standard pipes could not withstand such frigid conditions, and it was likely that the gas stations in Haining had not employed specialized frost-resistant piping. This implied that all gas stations could be facing the same predicament. The realization plunged Lin Feng and Oppo's heart into despair. He had entered with high hopes of securing ample fuel for his team, yet it now appeared to be an insurmountable task. The generator at home. The snowmobiles all required fuel to operate, yet they now faced the grim reality of being devoid of resources. What to do? At that moment, Erlang suddenly began barking fervently, his tone laced with alertness and anxiety. Lin Feng and Oppo's senses sharpened, a wave of danger washing over him. He swiftly turned to follow the direction of Erlang and Oppo's barking. His heart raced, and he tightened his grip on the submachine gun, poised to confront any looming threat. In this desolate gas station, even the slightest rustle could conceal a deadly menace. Woof, woof, woof. Erlang and Oppo's barks intensified, and Lin Feng felt an escalating sense of peril. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he prepared to act without hesitation should danger arise. Suddenly, from the underbrush, a furry yellow creature darted into the open, its speed rendering it almost invisible. Erlang, ever vigilant, sprang into a defensive posture, ears perked and eyes fixed on the unexpected intruder, poised to strike. Lin Feng was taken aback, and as he discerned that the creature was a weasel, an inexplicable sense of aversion surged within him. Such creatures had always been associated with the sinister and the ominous in his mind, instilling a sense of unease. Nevertheless, he recognized that now was not the time for fear. Gently patting Erlang, he signaled for calm, urging it to refrain from making any rash movements. Simultaneously, he waved at the weasel, attempting to convey that he bore no ill will and sought to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, the weasel seemed disinclined to leave. It stood at a distance, gazing intently at Lin Feng, its small eyes glimmering with mischievousness. Lin Feng frowned, perplexed. Could you possibly be the weasel from the police station? A memory flashed in his mind of the peculiar encounter with a weasel at the station that had astonished him. Unexpectedly, the weasel nodded slightly, as if it understood Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely believe what he had just witnessed. This weasel truly comprehended human speech. Wow, this is real, Lin Feng exclaimed, his heart racing with exhilaration. A wave of emotion surged within him. Subsequently, with a faint smile, he gently retrieved a fragrant roasted chicken from his supplies. The chicken's surface was golden and crispy, adorned with sesame and spices, emanating an enticing aroma. He swayed the chicken gently, beckoning to the weasel. Chapter 152. Old acquaintance. The weasel appeared momentarily taken aback, its eyes brimming with curiosity and perplexity. Perhaps it was pondering how such a roasted chicken had inexplicably materialized in Lin Feng and Appo's hands. However, the tantalizing aroma of the chicken proved irresistible, compelling it to inch closer to Lin Feng, its little nose twitching fervently as if striving to inhale every bit of the delectable scent. Ultimately, the allure of the roasted chicken became too great for it to resist. With a swift push of its hind legs, it darted towards Lin Feng, eagerly sinking its teeth into the chicken. The exquisite taste of the tender meat and spices burst in its mouth, prompting it to close its eyes in sheer delight, savoring the rare delicacy. Observing this, Lin Feng gently lowered himself, placing both the chicken and the weasel on the ground. He refrained from interrupting the weasel's feast. But after devouring half the chicken, the weasel abruptly halted. It lifted its head, scanning the surroundings as though ensuring its safety. Then, clutching the remaining half of the chicken tightly, it bolted away in a flash, disappearing from sight. Lin Feng watched the direction of the weasel's departure, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was not as fearsome as the legend suggested. In fact, it was rather endearing. However, as Lin Feng tidied up the scattered belongings, preparing to leave the dock, the enigmatic weasel reappeared silently before him. "What brings you back?" Lin Feng inquired, surprised by the creature's frequent appearances. At that moment, the weasel executed an unexpected maneuver. It nimbly leapt into an oil drum pit, rummaging through the earth with its front paws, eventually emerging with a handful of soil mixed with fuel, which it presented at Lin Feng's feet before swiftly dashing off again. As it ran halfway, it glanced back at Lin Feng, its eyes sparkling with anticipation and guidance, as if indicating a certain direction. Lin Feng and Appo's heart stirred, and a possibility dawned upon him. "Do you know where fuel can be found?" This was the only plausible explanation that came to mind. He quickly followed the weasel's lead, advancing deeper into the dock. Throughout their journey, Lin Feng remained vigilant, gripping his submachine gun tightly, ever prepared for potential dangers. He scrutinized his surroundings, alert to any rustling movement. Despite the desolate appearance of the area, he understood that in a world fraught with uncertainty and peril, even the slightest oversight could yield fatal consequences. After several minutes, they reached the seashore. Lin Feng beheld the ocean, its surface frozen by the biting cold, though its depth and extent remained a mystery. The weasel halted about 10 meters from the shoreline, turning to glance back at Lin Feng. Suddenly, it spun around and dove into the thick snow. As it burrowed, a small cavity began to form in the snow. Could this be an oil reserve for the dock? Lin Feng surveyed the area carefully, realizing this indeed was an ideal refueling point, conveniently close to the shore for passing ships. Yet, dusk had descended, enveloping the scene in heavy darkness. Standing in the open space, Lin Feng hesitated, torn between continuing to excavate or postponing the endeavor until the morrow. Just as he pondered, the weasel re-emerged from the cavity, its eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, exuding a sense of urgency and expectation, as if silently asking, "Why do you not take action?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng recognized that he could not let this opportunity slip away. The longer he delayed, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. He brushed off the light snow on his clothing and made his decision. "Damn it, let us do this." He promptly summoned the weasel and Erling to his side, conjuring the excavator into view. Drawing from his prior experience, Lin Feng adeptly maneuvered the machine, initiating the excavation in the open space. An hour later, as the roar of the excavator subsided, a 4-meter square pit emerged before him. Lin Feng ceased his actions, sensing the excavator and Appo's bucket striking solid ground. He knew he had reached the top of the storage tank. Taking a deep breath, he directed the excavator to slam down forcefully. With a resounding crash, a massive hole appeared in the ground. However, this time, no scent of fuel wafted into the air. Lin Feng hurriedly dismounted the excavator and approached the pit. He switched on his flashlight, meticulously inspecting the interior. Before him lay rows of large storage tanks, neatly arranged. After counting, he realized there were over 100 tanks. I and Appo's struck gold. He exclaimed inwardly. If these tanks were filled, they could sustain him for decades. The unexpected discovery filled Lin Feng with exhilaration and excitement. He leaped into the pit, the soil beneath still somewhat loose, yet his eagerness to examine the tanks surged within him. Illuminating each tank with his flashlight, he found the majority in pristine condition, merely coated with a fine layer of dust. Lin Feng's heart raced with joy. His fortune was indeed extraordinary. He swiftly retrieved tools from his backpack, meticulously checking the seals of each tank. After thorough inspection, he confirmed that all were intact, ready to be safely stored in his alternate space. Gathering his focus, he began to absorb the tanks into his alternate space. One by one, they gradually faded into obscurity before vanishing from sight, as if devoured by an invisible force. As he continued, he silently counted in his mind. By the time he stored the final tank, darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings. Standing alone in the now empty pit, he reveled in the tranquil air, his heart brimming with satisfaction and accomplishment. He knew this bounty would afford him a carefree existence in the days to come. Gazing up at the sky, he beheld the moon hanging high, casting a gentle glow upon the world. As he turned, he noticed the weasel perched nearby, its small eyes fixed on him with quiet intent. Lin Feng approached, gently cradling the weasel and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend. Without you, I might never have discovered these tanks." Chapter 153. The night underground. The weasel seemed to comprehend his words, gazing at him with its gentle little eyes, as if responding to his gratitude. The temperature here was noticeably higher than outside, thanks to the excellent sealing of the underground space housing the oil tank. It was already deep into the night, with the night sky draped like a heavy black satin over the expanse above. Lin Feng looked up at the starry sky, weighing the pros and cons, ultimately deciding against returning home to avoid the unpredictable dangers lurking in the darkness. Furthermore, he wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to his little companion. Lin Feng sought out a relatively dry and flat area within the underground space, beginning to tidy up. He then retrieved a barbecue grill and various ingredients from his otherworldly space. The grill, crafted from sturdy metal, was durable enough to withstand intense heat. The ingredients included fresh meats, vegetables, and seasonings, abundant within the space. After arranging the ingredients to the side, he began setting up the grill. Before long, a simple barbecue area took shape in the underground chamber. Lin Feng ignited the charcoal beneath the grill, the flames dancing in the darkness, bringing warmth and illumination. He settled beside the fire, commencing the cooking of the ingredients. The enticing aroma gradually permeated the entire underground space. The weasel and Erling gathered around the fire, their eyes reflecting anticipation and delight. After the meal, Lin Feng decided to rest for the night. He took out a sleeping bag from the space and lay down inside. The weasel and Erling snuggled close to him, resembling guardian spirits. As the firelight flickered, Lin Feng closed his eyes, feeling as though he had found refuge in a warm and secure harbor where all weariness and unease dissipated in that moment. At Sun Yu's residence, under dim lighting, an eerie smile crept across her face. As Zhao Ting's closest confidant, Sun Yu displayed no hint of sadness. Instead, she exuded an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. Deep within, she had long harbored jealousy towards Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting had encountered a gentle and considerate man like Lin Feng, yet failed to cherish him. What troubled Sun Yu even more was her multiple attempts to approach Lin Feng, all of which were met with his utter indifference. This coldness filled her heart with resentment. She loathed Zhao Ting, despised her fortune, resented her happiness, and most of all, hated Lin Feng for his disregard. That morning, when Lin Feng departed on his motorcycle, Sun Yu had already set her plan in motion. She and Du Yang conspired on how to seize the supplies that Lin Feng had brought back. It was now 11 o'clock at night. Why hadn't Lin Feng returned yet? Sun Yu glanced at the clock on the wall, her brow furrowing in concern. She knew Lin Feng must be out searching for supplies, which was undeniably crucial for their current existence. No, he definitely hasn't returned. His motorcycle is so loud. If he were back, we would have heard it by now. Sun Yu's frown deepened, her voice laced with anxiety and impatience. If Lin Feng doesn't return tonight, we will miss our chance. There are too many patrollers during the day. We can hardly find an opening to act. Sun Yu's fury stemmed not only from the thwarted plan, but also from the jealousy and anger festering within her. She gazed at Lin Feng's cozy home, filled with bitterness. Those exquisite dishes, fine red wine, and the warm fireplace should have been hers to enjoy. I would give anything to break into Lin Feng's safe haven, thrust a knife into his chest, and witness his regretful demise in despair and agony. Sun Yu spat through clenched teeth, her voice brimming with malice and resentment. Her venomous demeanor caused Du Yang to instinctively shrink back. Du Yang sighed, attempting to calm Sun Yu. "Yu, please reconsider. Hundreds of people in the community have suffered losses at Lin Feng's hands. How could we possibly stand a chance?" Yet, Sun Yu remained undeterred, grasping Du Yang's arm. She declared resolutely, "Du Yang, this is a great opportunity. Lin Feng is hiding at home, and we indeed cannot do anything about him. But do not forget, he is currently out. We can target the 3 women in his household. A glint of cunning sparkled in Sun Yu's eyes as she continued. Many in the community know that Sun Siyu is a doctor with a kind heart. With Lin Feng absent, we have a significant chance to persuade her to unlock the door for us. Once we infiltrate Lin Feng's home, we can lay in wait, and when he returns, we can catch him off guard and eliminate him. At that point, even if he has a gun, it will be of no use. Upon hearing this plan, Du Yang appeared intrigued. He pondered for a moment before nodding. You make a valid point. Lin Feng's house is indeed fortified, but if he is not home, it is no different from any other place. A single knife might easily resolve the matter. The thought of the warm and secure haven filled with abundant food stirred greed within both Du Yang and Sun Yu. They had been tormented by food scarcity for far too long. If they could obtain Lin Feng's supplies, their worries about food and safety would vanish. Du Yang, I understand your concerns, Sun Yu declared firmly, noticing his troubled expression. We may only have a dozen individuals left, but numbers are not the sole determinant of success. What we need is strategy and intelligence. Du Yang nodded, though worry still lingered on his face. But what about Song Wei and his crew? They have 2 teams patrolling the underground parking lot. The slightest disturbance will alert them. If they signal, Song Wei will rush over with his men. And we might not only fail to enter Lin Feng's home, but could also lose our own lives. Sun Yu took a deep breath, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. You need not worry about that. I have a plan, a strategy that will allow us to approach Lin Feng's home seamlessly. Du Yang looked at her with confusion, uncertain of her intentions. Sun Yu pulled out her phone, deftly navigating its features. Before long, she created a new group chat and began inviting those homeowners not included in Lin Feng's chat. What are you doing? Du Yang questioned, increasingly perplexed by Sun Yu's actions. Sun Yu explained, these homeowners, although not in Lin Feng's chat, have long coveted his supplies. We can exploit their greed and jealousy, turning them into our allies. Du Yang's understanding dawned, yet a new concern arose. But what about Steel Cannon? He's too cunning. What if he discovers our plan? Chapter 154. Sun Yu scheme. Sun Yu shook her head. Except for the cannon, I will not let him know our plan. He is too dangerous. If he gets involved, our strategy will be completely exposed. Thus, Sun Yu and Du Yang began to conspire, seeking to exploit the greed and jealousy of the homeowners to pave the way for their ambitions. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, what is going on? How did I end up in a new group chat? And look at the number of people, it's quite a lot. Hey, who created this group? How did we all get at it? What is this about? Some directly tagged the group owner, Sun Yu, their tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Sun Yu, are you bored? Why create this group? If there is nothing going on, I'll just leave. The homeowners expressed their confusion and discontent, murmuring in irritation. One even bluntly stated, at a time like this, who has the energy to chat in a group? We are all trying to find food. However, at that moment, Sun Yu suddenly tagged everyone, her voice ringing out in the group chat. Everyone, please don't rush. I added you all because I have a question to ask. The chat erupted in chaos. Ask a question? We're on the verge of starvation, and you expect us to answer? Have you lost your mind? Why ask us anything? Does answering your question come with food? The homeowners' patience had evidently worn thin, and some began to curse. Yet, in the face of their complaints, Sun Yu remained remarkably calm. Taking a deep breath, she tagged everyone once more. I believe everyone knows that Lin Feng is currently out, correct? So, would you like to seize the opportunity to enter his safe house? The group chat erupted once again. Enter Lin Feng's house? What do you mean? Is it that easy to get in? Come on, have you lost your mind? Lin Feng is out, but does he not lock the door? You fool. Don't toy with us. The homeowners voiced their confusion and dissatisfaction, some even cursing outright. However, Sun Yu seemed to have anticipated their reactions. She smiled slightly and continued, what if I told you that I have a way to enter Lin Feng's house? At this proclamation, the chat fell silent. Even those who had been cursing earlier ceased their outbursts, as if rendered speechless by Sun Yu's words. After a considerable pause, someone cautiously asked, Sun Yu, what do you mean? If we couldn't get in with hundreds of us, how do you think you can? She then elaborated on her meticulously crafted plan. Yet, as her words unfolded, a tide of skepticism surged through the chat. Sun Siyu usually treats people kindly, but she is Lin Feng's woman after all. What if she refuses to let us in out of loyalty to him? Wouldn't that be a futile effort? Exactly, and with the weather so cold outside. We would be freezing for nothing if we made the trip in vain. I'm not going. Anyone who wants to can go, but I'm not risking it. In response to the rising doubts and hesitations, Sun Yu's brow furrowed slightly, but she quickly composed herself. She understood that in such dire circumstances, everyone had their own considerations. There was no time for lengthy persuasion. She would have to prove her resolve through action. She knew all too well that the longer they waited, the more likely they were to leak their plans, and they might miss their opportunity. Thus, she resolved to act immediately, leaving no room for regret. I won't force anyone. After all, this is a matter of life and death. But I urge those who wish to survive to step forward and join me in this venture. Our goal is not merely food, but also the women in Lin Feng's household. If we succeed, we will share the food equally, and I will reward those who contribute the most with the 3 women. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, many homeowners gasped in astonishment. They were struck by her proposition, driven by a rising tide of greed. Indeed, they had not eaten for days, their bodies reaching their limits. Now, with an opportunity before them, who wouldn't want to take a gamble? Moreover, the allure of the 3 women in Lin Feng's household was not something ordinary people could easily dismiss. Sun Yu, you are right. I can't just wait to die. Tell me where to gather. I'll go with you. Count me in. I'm all in. Damn it, let us do this. I refuse to starve to death here. In an instant, the atmosphere in the group chat became fervently charged. Those who had been hesitant began to waver, influenced by Sun Yu's words and the instinct to survive. Before long, over 50 individuals expressed their willingness to join Sun Yu's ranks. Seeing this, Sun Yu felt a surge of joy. She knew her plan had succeeded halfway. She swiftly removed the idle members from the chat and began assigning tasks. All right, since everyone has made up their minds, we shall act immediately. Our target is Lin Feng's house, but we must prepare thoroughly beforehand. I will distribute tasks among you, and I hope everyone will follow my instructions. More than 50 individuals, under Sun Yu's guidance, descended to the underground parking lot. Taking advantage of the inattentiveness of 2 patrol teams, they swiftly bound them, leaving no chance for a plea for help. At Lin Feng's house, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. When Lin Feng left, he had not informed the 3 women at home of his departure. He was well aware of their dependence and concern for him, yet understood that sometimes he needed to face certain matters alone. Therefore, he did not confine them to the bedroom but allowed them to move freely on the basement floor. Though they could not ascend, they could keep each other company in this relatively safe space. As night deepened, the 3 women sat together on the sofa, each wearing a worried expression. Sun Yu sighed softly, breaking the silence. Sigh, where could Lin Feng have gone? Why has Ti returned yet? Meiying, why don't you give him a call and ask? He dotes on you the most. He shouldn't mind. However, Li Meiying cast a sidelong glance at Sun Yu. If anyone should call, it's you. You always put in the most effort in bed. Brother Feng wouldn't blame you. Her words made Sun Yu blush. And while she shot Li Meiying a reproachful look, she chose not to retort further. Chapter 155. A contest of beauty among the 2 women among the 3. The calmest was undoubtedly Li Jinxian. There was no need for concern. He was well equipped with ample weapons, and with Erlang by his side, they were safe. He must have encountered something of great importance that delayed his return. All they needed to do was wait here peacefully, trusting that he would return soon. Li Jinxuan's words brought a flicker of comfort to Sun Yu and Li Meiying. They understood that no matter the challenges they faced, as long as Lin Feng was with them, they possessed the courage to confront anything. Thus, the 3 of them settled back onto the sofa, quietly awaiting Lin Feng's return. Outside the door stood a lecherous man, rubbing his hands together as if sparks were igniting in his palms, his eyes gleaming with a lascivious light, resembling a famished beast fixated on its prey. Hee, beauties, I have arrived. He suppressed his inner excitement, his voice becoming sharp and grating. Sun Yu, hurry and let Sun Yu open the door. I can hardly contain myself. Clearly, he was utterly ensnared by lust, as if the entire world had shrunk to the mere silhouettes of the beautiful women inside. Some were seduced by food, akin to a pack of wolves drawn by the aroma of a feast. Others were captivated by the presence of the exquisite women within, whose allure was an irresistible temptation that ensnared this man. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Yu heard the knocking and turned impatiently, her eyes filled with disgust and anger. She shot a glare at the door and then pounded on it forcefully, the sound echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. Dr. Sun, we know you can hear us. It's freezing outside. We merely wish to come in for a moment to warm ourselves. Please let us in. We promise we won't harm you. We are all neighbors. Why must you be so heartless? Dr. Sun, you are a good person, always willing to help. It's so dangerous out here. Please, save us and let us in for shelter. The residents outside pleaded passionately, attempting to sway the women within with emotional appeals. They understood that Lin Feng was a tough nut to crack, but now only a few enchanting beauties were inside. They believed that playing the emotional card would easily persuade them to open the door. Listening to the commotion outside, Li Meiying frowned, glaring angrily at the door. Humph. Do they think we're 3-year-olds? They believe a few sweet words will trick us into opening the door? The three women were acutely aware that outside lurked a pack of wolves with ulterior motives, coveting their vulnerability like a hawk eyeing its prey. Lin Feng had barely left when they had caught wind of the situation, utterly reckless. Li Meiying's frustration grew, her voice thick with indignation. She knew these individuals were merely after the safety and resources within, seeking to take advantage of the moment. Li Jinxian gripped Sun Siyu's hand tightly, her palm slightly sweaty. Clearly anxious, she feared that Sun Siyu might relent and concede to their demands. Sister Siyu, we are not saviors. We cannot rescue everyone. When disaster strikes, there will inevitably be sacrifices. We cannot allow momentary compassion to lead us into danger. Sun Siyu gently patted Li Jinxuan's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Rest assured, in the past, I might have helped them, but not now. I have seen through their true nature. They are not deserving of our sympathy or compassion. Upon hearing Sun Siyu's words, both Li Meiying and Li Jinxian finally felt at ease. They understood that although Sun Siyu appeared aloof, her heart was kind. Yet, after enduring so much, she had grown more mature and rational. The clamor outside persisted, as they seemed unwilling to relent. Dr. Sun, we know you are a good person, always taking care of us neighbors. It's so cold outside. We merely seek a warm place for a moment of respite. Miss Sun, think about it. If we were to freeze to death, wouldn't you feel guilty? Can you bear to see us perish unjustly? However, Sun Siyu remained unmoved. She listened coldly to the voices outside, her heart devoid of any wavering. She knew these individuals sought to exploit her kindness for their own ends, and they would not genuinely appreciate her assistance. We have made ourselves quite clear. This is our home, and we will not let anyone in. Save your breath and leave at once. Yet, the people outside showed no intention of giving up. They continued to plead, even resorting to various arguments to sway Sun Siyu and her companions. Nevertheless, no matter how grand their rhetoric became, Sun Siyu and the others steadfastly maintained their principles, unmoved. Eventually, the voices outside grew increasingly impatient, their tone turning more furious and agitated. Yet Sun Siyu and her companions felt no fear or hesitation. Among the three, Sun Siyu was the eldest. However, her inner fragility was the most apparent among them. During times of crisis, it was always Li Meiying and Li Jinxian who softly offered her support and comfort. But this time, with Lin Feng absent, Sun Siyu was determined to display the resilience and grace of an elder sister. Taking a deep breath, she stood up, transformed as if she were a different person, and elegantly approached the door. Her gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering, as she addressed the individuals outside. Do not waste your efforts. We possess both resources and resolve. But we lack the compassion you seek. Even if you all were to perish, I would not open this door. The uproar outside seemed to be momentarily stifled by Sun Siyu's words. Inside, Li Meiying and Li Jinxian exchanged subtle glances. They were not surprised by Sun Siyu's actions, but rather astonished by the aura she exuded at that moment. Sun Siyu, typically gentle yet somewhat fragile, had transformed into a figure of cold elegance and nobility. Her slightly fuller figure, accentuated by her fitted attire, appeared even more graceful, exuding an alluring confidence that drew attention. Li Jinxian couldn't help but whisper to Li Meiying, "What is this? Are you envious?" Li Meiying, unwilling to be outdone, intentionally adjusted her nightgown to reveal her long, fair legs, tilting her head slightly. "Humph, I'm not lacking, all right? Lin Feng dotes on me just the same." Chapter 156, Exposure, however. Just as she intended to pull her nightgown higher, she abruptly halted her movement. It dawned on her that in the contest of leg length, she seemed to be at a disadvantage. Li Jinxian's legs were not only long but also exquisitely shaped. A wave of frustration washed over Li Meiying as she silently cursed her own miscalculation. She mused that if the competition were based on bust size, she might have stood a chance. Yet, at that moment, she could only reluctantly lower her nightgown, secretly plotting how to regain her footing next time. Li Jinxian appeared to be acutely aware of Li Meiying's subtle thoughts. With a playful smile, she stealthily approached and suddenly pinched Li Meiying's chest lightly before quickly retracting her hand, her face breaking into a radiant grin as she teased. "The wind must favor you here. Look at how you usually hide it, and now I've exposed you, haven't I?" Caught off guard by Li Jinchuan's sudden action, Li Meiying's face flushed crimson, but she refused to show weakness. A glint of mischief flashed in her eyes as she spun around and gave Li Jinxian's pert backside a sharp slap, retorting loudly, "Oh, you, Jinxian. Daring to mock me. You're always the one putting in the most effort. Don't expect my help next time. You'll have to beg Fenggu yourself." Li Jinxian was momentarily stunned by the slap, letting out a yelp of pain as she covered her rear, casting a reproachful look at Li Meiying. In that tense atmosphere, the two of them became embroiled in a playful scuffle. Sun Siyu, who had been deeply engrossed in contemplating strategies, was drawn to the sudden commotion. She looked up at the two, finding their playful antics both amusing and infuriating. With a resigned shake of her head, hands on her hips, she sternly remarked, "You two. What time do you think it is? How can you still be messing around? The situation outside is becoming increasingly dire. We need to think of a way to respond swiftly." Upon hearing Sun Siyu's words, Li Jinxian and Li Meiying finally subdued their smiles. They exchanged knowing glances. Both aware that Sun Siyu was right, they understood that this was not a moment for frivolity, and thus quickly gathered their emotions, returning to a state of serious preparedness. Li Meiying's nightgown hung loosely, revealing her voluptuous figure, which appeared even more alluring against the lace fabric. If Lin Feng were home at that moment, it would have been hard to guarantee that he wouldn't act impulsively, igniting an uncontrollable and fierce confrontation. However, Li Meiying soon recognized her inappropriate state and hastily adjusted her attire. She strode to the door and called out loudly, "Stop dreaming. We will never open the door. I've already contacted Lin Feng. He is on his way back. If you don't want to perish, you better leave quickly." As her voice echoed, the crowd in the corridor was plunged into chaos and panic. They had initially intended to use intimidation to force those inside to open the door. But now it seemed that plan had not only failed but had also instilled an unprecedented fear in them. What now? Lin Feng is about to return. Aren't we all doomed? Let us run. We need to leave this place now, or it will be too late once Lin Feng comes back. Yes, let us go. Hurry up. The neighbors urged one another, their earlier coordinated efforts now completely unraveled. The meticulously planned operation had become utterly meaningless in that moment. All they desired was to escape this impending conflict. In their minds, the shadow Lin Feng cast loomed like a massive wave in the night, heavy and inescapable. They understood that if caught by Lin Feng, it would lead to a point of no return, with consequences that would be exceedingly severe. Thus, no matter how vociferously Sun Yu shouted, it could not shake their resolve to flee. Yet, just as they turned to escape this perilous locale, a cacophony of hurried footsteps accompanied by piercing shouts reached their ears. They looked back to see a throng of people surging toward them like a tidal wave. "Charge, Mr. Lin said that for everyone taken down, 10 portions of food would be rewarded." The leader was none other than Song Wei, his voice echoing through the crowd. Cold and merciless. It turned out that the moment Sun Yu knocked on the door, Lin Feng's phone had received an alert. Aware of the neighbor's greed and cunning, he immediately informed Song Wei to organize an ambush. Song Wei acted swiftly, mobilizing a team to wait quietly outside for the greedy neighbors to retreat. Lin Feng had immense confidence in the security measures he had put in place at home. He knew that these neighbors could not breach the defenses he had meticulously arranged. His intention was to observe how the three women would handle this predicament. However, their response did not disappoint him. They not only resolutely rejected Sun Yu and the others' unreasonable demands, but they also faced this sudden crisis with intelligence and courage. At the same time, the unexpected tantalizing scene made Lin Feng yearn to return home immediately and engage in a fierce battle. The individuals selected by Song Wei were all strong and well-trained young men. Understanding that they were serving Lin Feng, each one was fully committed, brimming with fighting spirit. They were not only motivated by the generous food rewards provided by Lin Feng, but also demonstrated unprecedented bravery and determination due to his substantial bounties. In stark contrast to Song Wei's team was the group led by Sun Yu. They had not eaten for days, and faced with such a tense and exhilarating situation, they had turned into timid creatures, utterly powerless. Fear consumed them as they clutched their heads and scattered, desperately trying to evade the approaching danger. At that moment, the underground parking lot transformed into a chaotic battlefield. Song Wei's team moved with the agility of cheetahs, while Sun Yu's followers flitted around like startled birds. This confrontation resembled a game of cat and mouse, the parking lot filled with tension and disorder. Under the impending weight of death, Sun Yu's group ran faster than ever. All they wanted was to escape this treacherous place. Faced with such a scenario, Song Wei found himself somewhat at a loss. He knew his team held a definitive advantage. Yet the chaos rendered effective command impossible. Thus, he could only let the team operate freely, relying on their instincts and training to navigate this battle. The skirmish concluded in less than 5 minutes. Song Wei swiftly regrouped his team, with 5 strapping young men proudly displaying their spoils at the forefront. Unfortunately, Sun Yu and Du Yang, that pair of scoundrels, managed to slip away. Chapter 157. Encounter in the supermarket. Song Wei stood at the forefront of the group, his gaze sweeping over the weary yet joyful faces of the young individuals before him. I must extend my heartfelt commendation to these 5 valiant souls. Their courage and wisdom played an indispensable role in our struggle. They are our pride, as well as Mr. Lin's pride. I shall report the day's events faithfully to Mr. Lin, and you may await your well-deserved accolades. Furthermore, it is not solely these 5 who will receive rewards. Mr. Lin will ensure that no one is overlooked. As his words resonated, a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the ranks. The following morning, Lin Feng slowly emerged from his sleeping bag, stretching his limbs and indulging in a long yawn. Despite the unfamiliarity of his surroundings, the fresh morning air bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of comfort, invigorating his spirit. The remnants of the campfire had long since dissipated, leaving only a pile of blackened ashes. Lin Feng swiftly retrieved a portable alcohol stove from his spatial pocket, igniting a flame to prepare a simple breakfast. He toasted a few slices of bread and brewed a cup of hot coffee. This humble fare provided a profound warmth on the frigid morning. Simultaneously, he did not forget the weasel. He produced 5 roasted chickens. As the weasel had proven to be instrumental in their quest for fuel during this adventure, naturally, Lin Feng would not shortchange it. However, he refrained from offering too much food, knowing that the outside temperature dipped to a bone-chilling -40 degrees, rendering any sustenance unsustainable for long. The weasel, upon catching sight of the roasted chickens, scampered over in excitement. Lin Feng gently patted its tiny head, his eyes filled with gratitude and reluctance. I must depart now. Little one, meeting you has truly been my fortune. Yet, I cannot predict if we shall cross paths again. The weasel seemed to comprehend Lin Feng's sentiments, its eyes reflecting a deep sense of sorrow. It hopped back, its bright gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. He smiled faintly, waved goodbye, and then turned to leave the pit. He mounted his snowmobile, revving the engine, and with a thunderous roar, sped away. Behind him, the weasel remained, its gaze trailing after him until his figure vanished on the distant horizon. Lin Feng chose not to return home directly. He was acutely aware that his neighbors were in dire need of essential supplies. He resolved to procure some pig feed for them. With clarity of purpose, he headed towards a distant Qingdao mall, which, due to its secluded location and sparse population, was likely untouched during the early days of the apocalypse and still retained a wealth of resources. The engine of the snowmobile roared in the tranquil outskirts, kicking up a flurry of snowflakes that danced like white waves in the biting wind. Lin Feng navigated the snowmobile with deftness, racing towards the mall. Soon, the snow-covered structure came into view. Skillfully, he halted the vehicle, surveyed the surroundings to ensure safety, and then took swift action. With a decisive crack, he shattered the glass door of the mall, stepping inside without hesitation. The mall was a sprawling circular space, each floor housing a variety of shops, electronics, clothing stores, restaurants, everything one could desire. Lin Feng arrived at the fashion retail section. He surveyed the renowned women's clothing store before him, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He pushed open the door and began selecting garments. The store boasted an array of women's clothing, alongside various types of stockings, black silk, fishnet, tights, knee-highs, and more. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng gathered every piece of clothing into his spatial pocket. In the pre-apocalypse world, these items were costly. Yet now they had transformed into a treasure trove of free resources. After all, he had to bring back gifts for those charming little spirits. A grin spread across Lin Feng's face as he envisioned Li Jinxian donning fishnet stockings, Sun Xiyu appearing pure and lovely in white silk, and the captivating contrast of Li Meiying. In addition to the women's clothing store, he also cleared the adjacent lingerie shop, meticulously selecting various styles and sizes to ensure every lady could find something suited to her taste. He intended for them to experiment with different styles, breaking the monotony of aesthetic fatigue. Not neglecting the men's section, Lin Feng also procured practical thermal gear, intending to reward the neighbors who had performed admirably. Before long, he had swept through 3 floors, leaving no garment behind, not even the plastic mannequins in the display windows. Now it was time to descend to the supermarket in the basement level. Lin Feng clapped his hands, satisfied, as he and his loyal companion, Erlang, made their way down the stairs to the underground level. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng sensed a stark contrast in the atmosphere of the supermarket, which was permeated with an air of coldness and tension. Armed with a submachine gun, he walked steadily, cautiously stepping into the expansive supermarket area alongside his faithful companion. Not far from the stairwell, Lin Feng's keen senses detected something amiss. Several corpses lay scattered on the ground, bloodstains evident, indicating a fierce battle had transpired here not long ago. The shelves had been brutally overturned, creating a scene of utter chaos. Lin Feng's heart sank. He realized this place was no longer the sanctuary he had envisioned. He heightened his vigilance, scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance, accompanied by the sound of conversation. Lin Feng immediately signaled Erlang to remain silent, stealthily advancing toward the source of the illumination. As he drew closer, the voices became clearer. Damn it, this cold snap seems endless. I feel like I'm turning into a popsicle. At least we have food and drink. It's better than starving out there. Indeed. Being trapped in this supermarket has turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Lin Feng listened intently to their conversation, discerning that there were 3 individuals present, one of whom was a woman. He swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, contemplating his next move. Should he eliminate them? A flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Feng's mind. Although these individuals occupied the supermarket's resources, they had not provoked him. Moreover, he was well armed and had no immediate fear of their threat. However, taking action would inevitably invite unnecessary trouble and danger. Retreat? Lin Feng considered this alternative. While it would sidestep conflict, it felt disheartening to leave the supermarket after making the effort to arrive. Damn it, let us do it. Chapter 158. 8 feet. Lin Feng cast a glance at the trio not far away, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Just 3 individuals. How could they make me falter? Looking back and forth is not in my nature. He leisurely picked up a packaged item from the shelf and, with a forceful motion, hurled it towards the direction of the 3. Clang. The sound of the object hitting the ground resonated sharply, instantly shattering the tranquility of the supermarket. This noise struck like a bolt of lightning, directly hitting the 2 men and 1 woman by the campfire. Who dares to cause trouble here? Show yourself. The 3 rose almost simultaneously, their faces etched with panic and fury. They swiftly grabbed their weapons from beside the campfire, their gazes piercing as they fixed on the source of the sound, prepared for battle. At this moment, Lin Feng clearly discerned their figures. The 2 men were approximately 1.7 meters tall, of average build, while the woman was strikingly tall, standing at nearly 1.9 meters, her long legs particularly captivating. Lin Feng silently admired her beauty. What a stunning woman. If she were to don the stockings from earlier, the sight would be utterly mesmerizing. Yet he quickly reined in his thoughts. Aware that this was not the time for admiration, he swiftly lifted his submachine gun, aiming at the 2 men. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out almost simultaneously, the precise fire leaving the men with no chance to react before they collapsed. Their faces bore traces of terror and disbelief, as if unable to comprehend their sudden defeat. The woman, too, was momentarily stunned by the abrupt turn of events, frozen in place, her eyes wide with incredulity. But soon she regained her composure, letting out an enraged scream as she charged towards Lin Feng. Faced with the advancing woman, Lin Feng remained unflustered, quickly adjusting his aim to prepare for her approach. However, she did not charge directly at him. Instead, she abruptly turned and fled deeper into the supermarket. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized this as an opportunity. He dashed after her, calling out, "Stop! Don't run!" The woman was swift, but Lin Feng, familiar with the supermarket's layout, quickly closed the distance. He clutched his submachine gun tightly, ready to fire. Yet, the woman had no intention of confronting him head-on. She sprinted wildly, weaving through the aisles. Lin Feng closely pursued her, the 2 engaged in a relentless chase within the supermarket. Eventually, the woman halted in a corner, turning to face Lin Feng, determination flashing in her eyes. Lin Feng also came to a stop, aiming his gun at her. "Don't move," he commanded loudly. "I do not wish to harm you. But if you run again, I cannot guarantee what will happen." The woman gazed at him, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She took a deep breath and slowly lowered her weapon. I want to run again," she said, her voice trembling. "As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything." Lin Feng's gaze roamed over her, sliding from her face, which, though not striking, exuded a sense of resilience and grace. What truly captivated him was her voluptuous figure. Her long legs, easily exceeding a meter in length, seemed to draw elegant arcs with each stride. Her curvaceous form radiated feminine allure, while her prominent bosom demanded attention. An inexplicable impulse surged within Lin Feng as he recalled the legendary 8-foot lady, her silhouette and charm compelling him to explore further. He silently marveled at such a rare beauty, a true gem among gems. His gaze grew fervent, as if attempting to pierce through her very being. He swallowed hard, His voice slightly hoarse as he asked, "Are you truly willing to do anything for me?" The woman, perceptive to the desire and intention in his eyes, felt a tinge of fear yet recognized her lack of options. She nodded gently, her voice quivering. "Yes, as long as you do not harm me, I am willing." Lin Feng continued his inquiry. "What is your relationship with those two men?" The woman, astute, grasped the crux of his question immediately and candidly replied, "Rest assured, they did not touch me. They are not my match at all." Hearing this, Lin Feng stepped closer, each step measured, as if to preserve the delicate atmosphere. He reached out, gently resting his hand on her shoulder, relishing the soft sensation that sent ripples through his heart. "What is your name?" he asked softly, his tone imbued with warmth. The woman lifted her gaze to meet Lin Feng's intense stare, softly responding, "My name is Su Wan." Su Wan, a lovely name. Lin Feng murmured, savoring the resonance of her name. He smiled gently and continued, "Su Wan, I will make you forget all your fears and worries, leaving only joy and fulfillment." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Wan felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart, yet more so, in anticipation. She understood what lay ahead, yet she also recognized this as her only avenue. Closing her eyes, she seemed to await something. Lin Feng, observing Su Wan's demeanor, felt increasingly assured in his decision. He tilted his head and tenderly kissed her forehead, gradually exploring the allure of this enigmatic woman. As time passed, low, drawn-out breaths began to emanate from beside the campfire. After the fervor subsided, Lin Feng lay quietly, yet a tumult of thoughts swirled within him. A dilemma presented itself. How should he handle Su Wan? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, weighing the various pros and cons. Should he take her home? A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. He already had enough women at home, though they were independent and would not voice objections. Lin Feng knew that an increase in numbers could lead to friction and discord. He preferred an environment of tranquility and harmony. What about neglecting her? This thought barely crossed his mind before he immediately dismissed it. He could not bear to part with Su Wan, the woman with whom he had just shared such passionate moments. It felt as though he had merely tasted something new, still yearning for more. At this moment, Su Wan, just emerging from the aftermath of their intimacy, gently nestled her head against Lin Feng's chest, her voice imbued with a hint of shyness and satisfaction. "You are incredibly skilled." Chapter 159. Ambush for a full 2 hours. One cannot underestimate the intensity of the situation. Women, oh how they can be relentless. If 1 hour proves insufficient, then 2 must suffice. It is imperative that she submits. Lin Feng's ferocity is beyond question. Yet even a woman of Su Wan and Appo's stature finds herself somewhat overwhelmed in his presence. Were it any other woman, she would likely crumble under the tempestuous onslaught he presents. After careful consideration, Lin Feng resolved to settle Su Wan in the second floor of his residence. This arrangement would provide her with a tranquil environment for rest while minimizing her contact with the 3 women on the first floor. After all, without his explicit permission, they were not permitted to roam freely. This strategy would not only safeguard Su Wan but also maintain order within the household. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Feng gently patted Su Wan beside him and spoke softly, "Let us go home." His words caught Su Wan off guard. She had anticipated they would find refuge in the supermarket, given its abundance of supplies and the relative safety it offered compared to the city. Yet Lin Feng chose to depart, leaving her perplexed and concerned. "Why? Isn't it perfectly fine here? Why must we leave?" she inquired, bewildered. Lin Feng gazed at her and responded, "Although this place is good, it is not our home. I wish to provide you with a steadier, warmer sanctuary." Su Wan regarded his words with a mix of skepticism, yet as she surveyed her surroundings, she realized that in this desolate and perilous apocalypse, she had no superior alternatives. Despite her towering stature and inner strength, she was, after all, a woman who yearned for the protection and warmth of a man. In a world fraught with uncertainties and dangers, she understood that facing this tumultuous reality alone was less desirable than choosing a trustworthy companion. Thus, with a firm resolve, she gritted her teeth, rose slowly, and stood resolutely beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng stole a glance at Su Wan, who towered over him, feeling a fleeting sense of admiration and conquest. Since his rebirth, he had encountered numerous women, yet none had matched Su Wan's ability to withstand his intensity. He then began methodically gathering food and essentials. In a short span, he amassed several large bags filled with provisions. Once everything was ready, Lin Feng led Su Wan and Erling out of the mall. Upon seeing Lin Feng's imposing snowmobile, Su Wan's doubts dissipated instantly. She recognized that her choice was indeed sound. Not only did Lin Feng possess weapons and a motorcycle, he also boasted the capability and wisdom to survive in this apocalyptic world, instilling her with confidence and fortifying her resolve to follow him. Moreover, Lin Feng could fulfill her physiological needs. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to scout for a military camp, hoping to uncover additional resources there. However, with Suwon now accompanying him, he found it necessary to reassess this plan. He understood that traveling with a woman in such an environment would not only add to his burden but also potentially expose her to unnecessary risks. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Feng opted to temporarily forego the search for the military camp and return home instead. With his enhanced vision, Lin Feng's driving skills had become even more refined. He maneuvered the snowmobile through the snowy terrain, spotting obstacles from afar and deftly avoiding them. This ability afforded him greater ease in navigating the apocalypse. However, upon returning to the community, Lin Feng immediately sensed something amiss. Shadows flitted before the window of Villanelle, too, clearly waiting for something. When they noticed Lin Feng's arrival, they swiftly concealed themselves, as if fearing discovery. A chill gripped Lin Feng's heart. He recognized these figures as likely being enemies lying in ambush. Grateful for his improved vision, he realized that without it, he would have been oblivious to these hidden adversaries. Confirming the presence of an ambush within Villa Number 2, Lin Feng quickly retrieved his handgun, flashbangs, and tear gas from his spatial storage. He calmly assessed the situation and resolved to take the initiative in the attack. He first hurled a flashbang into the villa, the blinding light illuminating the interior and temporarily blinding those within. Following this, he released a tear gas canister, causing the irritating gas to swiftly permeate the air. In the ensuing chaos, Lin Feng charged into the villa without hesitation. Utilizing his extraordinary vision, he accurately identified the camouflaged figures amidst the smoke and tear gas. His weapon discharged with crisp precision, each shot finding its target. With the combined effects of the flashbang and tear gas, he successfully neutralized all the camouflaged assailants. Once he confirmed the area was silent and had thoroughly inspected every corner, Lin Feng approached the window and gently tapped the glass, signaling Suwon to enter. Cautiously, Suwon peered in, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. She was rendered nearly speechless, her gaze filled with disbelief. "Are you a Special Forces operative?" It was no wonder Suwon thought this. In mere minutes, Lin Feng had effortlessly dealt with 7 or 8 individuals. Employing military-grade weaponry such as flashbangs, Lin Feng merely shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet he refrained from answering her question. He crouched down, meticulously inspecting the bodies on the ground, leaving no detail overlooked. These individuals were strangers to him, based on their attire and the marks on their skin. They appeared to be construction workers from the vicinity. Wasn't Songwei supposed to have people patrolling in shifts? How did they manage to infiltrate? Lin Feng pondered, perplexed. He took out his phone and called Songwei, briefly explaining the situation. Before long, Songwei arrived at the scene with several subordinates. Upon witnessing the bodies on the floor, they were equally astonished. Even Songwei, a veteran, had to concede that he could not have dispatched these foes with such effortless precision as Lin Feng had. He approached Lin Feng, his eyes filled with respect and contrition. "Mr. Lin, I apologize. This was my oversight. I will immediately enhance our patrol and security measures to ensure such an incident does not recur." Lin Feng understood that in this apocalyptic world, everyone possessed their limitations, and he bore no ill will towards Songwei. He recognized that the men under Songwei's command were merely ordinary individuals. Maintaining composure and responding effectively in such a crisis was commendable. Lin Feng was acutely aware that even with his own formidable capabilities, he could not oversee every matter meticulously. Chapter 160, The Lake West Gang. He waved his hand, signaling Songwei not to feel overly self-reproachful, and spoke in a calm tone. "This is not your fault, Songwei. In this apocalypse, no one can predict what will happen. We are all navigating through uncertainty. However, we must exercise greater caution. Now, take a look at these individuals and see if you recognize them." Upon hearing Lin Feng's instruction, Songwei immediately bent down to scrutinize the bodies on the ground. He examined each one, attempting to glean some clues from their attire and features. At that moment, Su Xiaogang, who had been following Songwei, suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Lin, I recognize them. They are construction workers from a nearby site, calling themselves the Lake West Gang." However, hastily rising to his feet, Songwei's face reflected urgency. "But what? Speak quickly, don't hesitate." Su Xiaogang took a deep breath, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, and dared not delay even slightly. He composed himself and recounted everything he knew in detail. It turned out that these individuals were all construction workers from Lake West, who had formed a large gang comprising over 100 members. Leveraging their numbers, they monopolized the work at several nearby construction sites, exhibiting an extremely domineering attitude, indicating they were no innocuous group. He paused before continuing. "Moreover, I have heard from friends in other neighborhoods that the Lake West gang has already looted several communities, and they are likely targeting us now. I suspect they might be after your snowmobile, Mr. Lin. Though Su Xiaogang did not explicitly state all his thoughts. Lin Feng had already surmised his intentions. He smiled slightly and replied, "You are correct, Su Xiaogang. This group is indeed after my snowmobile. However, I am not concerned about them. They will need to consider whether they possess the capability to seize my belongings." After a brief pause, he added, "Moreover, I believe their visit is not solely motivated by my snowmobile. Someone in the community must have alerted them, informing them of my whereabouts and circumstances at home. Otherwise, they would not have ambushed us so precisely." Song Wei frowned and remarked, "However, identifying the informant will not be an easy task. After all, everyone in the community knows about my snowmobile. Finding a lead in this situation is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained unconcerned. He shrugged and stated, "Even if they are aware of my whereabouts and home situation, it is not a significant issue. The noise from the snowmobile is quite loud, and I attract attention each time I venture out. It is not difficult for them to locate me. What we should be worried about is the other residents. These individuals are not benign and may pose a threat to them." Subsequently, Lin Feng handed the food he had brought back from outside to Song Wei, instructing him to distribute it among everyone according to the established rules. Once everyone had departed, he led Suwan to the floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor of his home. He took out his phone, pressed a button, and with a beep, the security system was deactivated. The window slowly opened, and Lin Feng pulled Suwan inside swiftly. Upon entering the room, Suwan was immediately enveloped by a warm atmosphere. She looked around and found the interior cozy and inviting, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air. "Wow, your home is so warm," Suwan exclaimed as she admired her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with awe and delight. Compared to the chaotic and perilous world outside, this place felt like a serene, warm haven. For her, finding such a refuge in this apocalypse was a dream come true. She silently rejoiced in her choice, realizing it had indeed been the right one. Lin Feng gently held Suwan's hand, guiding her into the domain of the second floor. This area was distinctly different from the third floor. The spacious expanse had been ingeniously transformed into a gym, equipped with an array of advanced fitness equipment, with only a small lounge and no kitchen. Lin Feng led Suwan to the lounge, where he attentively poured her a cup of rich coffee. "Suwan, if you wish to live here, you must abide by my rules. I do not accommodate idlers. You may only stay on this floor, without my permission. You are not allowed to enter either upstairs or downstairs. Each floor is locked, and only I possess the key." Listening to Lin Feng's words, Suwan felt a mix of surprise and determination. She understood that finding a safe place to reside in this apocalypse was an immense stroke of luck. Without hesitation, she expressed her agreement. "Of course, I will strictly adhere to your rules. I am immensely grateful to be able to live here. From now on, you are my master." Seeing Suwan's response, Lin Feng nodded slightly, inwardly admiring her. She truly possessed a remarkable ability to please, showcasing her intelligence. Suwan's tall and robust figure stood in stark contrast to the frail women around her, creating an alluring dichotomy in Lin Feng's eyes. He envisioned that having such a maid would undoubtedly bring a unique experience, one that would be distinctly extraordinary. Lin Feng's thoughts began to wander through the possibilities, seeking potential surprises. He hoped to find a maid outfit for Suwan, which would surely enhance the allure. However, regrettably, after searching for some time, he could not find a suitable outfit. "What a pity," he sighed inwardly, but soon chuckled to himself. Nevertheless, even without a maid outfit, Suwan's innate charm is already more than sufficient. Just looking at her evokes a distinct taste that is utterly captivating. His gaze returned to Suwan. Admiring her graceful figure and enchanting smile, a surge of indescribable desire welled up within him. If it weren't for the three women downstairs awaiting his news, he would have been tempted to indulge with Suwan right away. After calming the tumult within, Lin Feng turned to prepare dinner for Suwan. He meticulously selected a variety of ingredients, from fresh vegetables to aromatic meats and succulent fruits and seafood. Gazing at the delightful spread before her, Suwan could hardly believe her eyes. She had lost count of how many times she had been astonished. Tears welled in her eyes, ultimately cascading down her cheeks. Everything about this day felt incredibly precious and beautiful, a reality she had never dared to dream of before. Chapter 161. A different scenery. She held Lin Feng's hand tightly, her heart brimming with gratitude and happiness. She longed to articulate her feelings, yet found herself at a loss for words to convey the depth of her emotions at this moment. Lin Feng gazed at her, gently reaching out to caress her hair. Smiling as he said, "Hurry and eat. This is all prepared for you. I'll be back." With that, he turned and left the room, leaving Su Wan to savor the delightful dinner alone. At that moment, Li Meiying, Sun Si, and Li Jinxian sat quietly on the sofa on the first floor, their brows furrowed as if shrouded in an invisible weight. They lowered their heads, seemingly lost in thought, and an indescribable heaviness enveloped the living room, so silent that only the sound of their soft breaths could be heard. Lin Feng was their pillar of support, and the absence of his presence for an entire day and night left them restless. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps shattered the oppressive silence. The three women instinctively lifted their heads, their eyes focused on the staircase. They never anticipated Lin Feng would descend from above. His appearance was like a ray of light, instantly illuminating the dim living room. "What is wrong with you all? You look so listless," he remarked. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the three women felt a surge of hope, their faces lighting up with joy. They rose in unison and hurried towards him. "Brother Feng, you're finally back. Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Sun Si asked anxiously, scanning Lin Feng for any signs of injury. Seeing that Lin Feng was unharmed, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, the burden on their hearts lifting. Lin Feng smiled gently, appreciating their concern and worry. He lightly patted Sun Si's hand, reassuring her. "I'm fine. There is no need to worry. You should be concerned about others instead." He was indeed correct. During his recent excursion, he had taken the lives of over a dozen adversaries. Afterwards, the three women gathered around Lin Feng, recounting the events of the previous night. They expressed their unease regarding Sun Yu's visit, narrating every detail to Lin Feng. In truth, Lin Feng had already grasped the essence of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized a grave issue. The emergence of the Hushi gang signified new enemies on the horizon. Lin Feng understood that he was ensnared in a predicament of internal and external strife. With enemies at home yet to be dealt with, new threats loomed outside. He resolved to eliminate the Steel Cannon and Duyang factions, knowing that external threats must be quelled only after internal stability was achieved. The prospect of these two groups uniting against him posed a significant threat. Thus, he must act swiftly to eliminate them before they could pose a danger to his safety. After enjoying a pleasant dinner with the three women, Lin Feng returned to the second floor alone, although he could sense the irresistible allure emanating from them. He was acutely aware that this evening was meant for Su Wan. He gently ascended the stairs, the soothing sound of flowing water emanating from the direction of the lounge. Without a doubt, he knew it was Su Wan bathing. Women, by nature, are drawn to cleanliness, and given the conditions of the apocalypse, Su Wan had been deprived of the luxury of a bath. Hence, after dinner, she eagerly retreated to the bathroom to relish the warm water. Standing outside the bathroom, Lin Feng listened to the gentle sound of water, a rush of inexplicable emotion surging within him. The sound was like magic, awakening countless fantasies. He could almost envision Su Wan gracefully moving under the warm stream. He yearned to burst in and behold the poetic beauty before him. However, he restrained himself, understanding that haste would not yield satisfaction, and recognizing the need to afford Su Wan the respect and space she deserved in this unique moment. Thus, he had thoughtfully chosen a gift for Su Wan from another realm, a seductive lace nightgown and a pair of black stockings. He delicately placed these garments on the bathroom doorknob and softly called out, "Wanner, the clothes are outside. You can take them when you're ready." A faint echoed from within the bathroom, a response from Su Wan. Aware that Lin Feng awaited her, she hastened her bathing process. In an age of scarcity, every drop of water felt precious, and she was determined not to waste a single moment. The door creaked open, revealing Su Wan's delicate hand, pale as jade, as she gracefully retrieved the garments Lin Feng had prepared for her. After a brief moment, she emerged from the bathroom, adorned in the lace nightgown and black stockings, exuding both sensuality and elegance. Her damp hair clung to her cheeks, adding an alluring charm. Su Wan's figure was indeed striking. The nightgown, clearly too small, barely reached the upper thighs. The soft pink fabric, reminiscent of blooming flowers, exuded an air of mystery. Her bosom was remarkably full, as if an inner force threatened to burst through the delicate fabric. Her long legs, elegantly enveloped in black stockings, became a highlight of her silhouette, radiating both grace and a hint of seduction. Leaning gracefully against the doorframe, Su Wan cast a deep, expectant gaze at Lin Feng, her lips parting slightly as she spoke in a silken whisper, "Master, do you think I look beautiful?" Lin Feng felt ripples of emotion at her words. He was well acquainted with the maid characters from island films, their petite forms often lingering in his mind. However, the Su Wan before him was a stark contrast, her tall stature and refined demeanor offering a fresh visual experience. The scene before him resembled a magnificent painting, one that any man would find hard to resist. Lin Feng beckoned her closer with a gentle motion of his finger. Su Wan, blushing with a shy smile, moved gracefully towards him, her steps light and elegant. When she settled beside Lin Feng, she nestled against him, her demeanor inviting, melting his heart. He tenderly stroked her hair, relishing her softness and delicacy. Unlike the daylight hours, the atmosphere in the room was now imbued with warmth and intimacy. Lin Feng recognized that this was their cherished moment together, and he was determined to savor this rare occasion. He gently embraced Su Wan, their bodies entwined, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. Chapter 162. The reaction of the Hushi gang and the tranquil Wudong community. A veil of ominous clouds enveloped the serene night, a stark contrast to the adjacent Lin Feng's residence. This once peaceful enclave had now succumbed to the Hushi gang's occupation, while Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware. Indulging in his moment of joy, the core members of the Hushi gang convened in a dimly lit room, the atmosphere fraught with tension. A catastrophic intelligence failure had led to the debacle in the neighboring community. That Lin Feng, equipped not only with firearms but also flashbangs and smoke grenades, was nothing short of astonishing. Damn it, weren't you the one who claimed the intelligence was infallible? Where did he procure so many weapons? Could he be a retired Special Forces operative? The loss of over a dozen men was intolerable. Someone had to be held accountable. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, a clear indication of the discord within the Hushi gang, where individual agendas overshadowed any semblance of unified command. Suddenly, a resounding crash shattered the tumult. Zhao Laowu, the imposing leader of the Hushi gang, slammed his cigarette case onto the table with force. His eyes, wide with fury, scanned the room, and he bellowed, "Everyone, silence." The moment Zhao Laowu's wrath became evident, the room fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated on him, awaiting his pronouncement. "You have all underestimated the situation," he admonished. "I have repeatedly cautioned against blind arrogance. There are always greater mountains and more formidable opponents beyond our sight. This failure serves as a profound lesson, reminding you that recent successes do not guarantee future triumphs." Indeed, as Zhao Laowu articulated, the Hushi gang had experienced an unbroken string of victories. Comprised predominantly of laborers, their innate strength and climbing prowess had propelled them to unprecedented heights amid the apocalypse. Living more comfortably than they had before the world descended into chaos, they had thoroughly plundered the nearby community, leaving no resources untouched, including women, basking in a life devoid of worry. However, such excessive fortune had fostered a dangerous hubris, dulling their vigilance. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched 8 men to confront Lin Feng. Fully aware of his armament, "Boss, what should we do next? Are we to let this slide, allowing the deaths of 8 brothers to be in vain?" Zhao Laowu pondered briefly before responding. "Certainly, we cannot let this go unaddressed. However, we must first ascertain the enemy's strength before we act. Should he have accomplices, our numbers may not suffice." Zhao Laowu's ascension to leadership stemmed not solely from his prowess, but also from his astute intellect and comprehensive problem-solving approach. It was his caution and thorough consideration that afforded Lin Feng the time to deal with Gang Pao and Du Yang. The following day, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of satisfaction glimmering within. The previous night spent with Su Wan had left him entranced. Had it not been for his awareness of her fatigue, he would have desired to continue their revelry throughout the night. He gently turned his head, observing Su Wan lost in sweet slumber, a sight too precious to disturb. She appeared to be quite exhausted from last night. Lin Feng cautiously reached for his phone, the screen's brightness stark against the dim room. A glance revealed an astonishing 99 friend requests awaiting his attention. He sighed, accustomed to this life of incessant interruptions, predominantly from those seeking supplies. Yet, as he perused the request list, a striking profile of a woman caught his eye. Frowning slightly, he promptly clicked to decline. With 4 women already vying for his attention, he wished to avoid any additional burdens. Were it not for Su Wan's uniqueness, he would not have entertained any romantic advances. However, the persistent notification tone of his phone rang out like a determined sprite, reverberating continuously. He glanced at the screen again. It was yet another friend request from that same woman. At that moment, Su Wan stirred, awakened by the phone's sound. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she gazed in Lin Feng's direction and spoke gently, "Master, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. You need not worry about me. I can manage alone." A warmth enveloped Lin Feng's heart as he affectionately kissed Su Wan's forehead. "You continue to rest. There is no need to concern yourself with me. I will handle everything." After soothing Su Wan, Lin Feng retreated to the 3rd floor, his only remaining sanctuary. His finger hovered over the screen momentarily before he ultimately pressed the accept button on the friend request. This decision was not driven by any ulterior motive, but rather by the brief note he had glimpsed. "I am the leader of the Wudong community owners." Lin Feng was well aware of Wudong community, comparable in scale to his own, now ravaged by the Hushi gang. He had learned of this incident just the day prior and recognized the importance of understanding his adversary in this chaotic era. Knowledge of both oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. He hoped to glean more information about the Hushi gang from Zhang Lijuan, to discern their methods and background. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I am Zhang Lijuan from Wudong Community, the elder sister of Zhang Limei. I currently oversee the management of our community. I wish to discuss the circumstances regarding our neighborhood with you. Zhang Lijuan's message promptly appeared in the chat box. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Surprised by the connection to Zhang Limei, a flicker of curiosity emerged. If such a relationship existed, why had she not reached out through her sister? Had he been too indifferent? What would you like to discuss? Lin Feng replied succinctly. Zhang Lijuan seemed to sense his cool demeanor, but paid it no mind, quickly responding. It may not be convenient to discuss this in writing. Could we perhaps have a voice call? It would facilitate smoother communication. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He held little interest in unfamiliar women, particularly since Zhang Lijuan was likely much older than Zhang Limei. I cannot take voice calls right now. Please convey your message in writing. I am not particularly patient and dislike unnecessary chatter. Lin Feng aimed to establish a firm boundary, making it clear he was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Zhang Lijuan paced anxiously within her room, her steps brisk yet not born of nervousness. The chill in the air compelled her to move, seeking warmth amidst the cold. Chapter 163. Seeking collaboration. She was clad in multiple layers of clothing. Beneath the heavy outer coat lay a series of sweaters and thermal undergarments. Despite the bulk, she endeavored to present herself in a manner that was both respectable and refined. The outermost layer was a sumptuous fur coat, meticulously chosen during a trip to the north several years prior. Upon receiving Lin Feng's cold message, Zhang Lijuan felt a tightening in her chest, inhaling sharply as if the very air had turned icy and piercing. Indeed, he was a formidable character, as the rumors suggested. And I cannot afford to be careless. Zhang Limei had long apprised Zhang Lijuan of Lin Feng's capabilities and exploits, detailing how he single-handedly eradicated the nefarious influences that plagued their community, wielding an array of weaponry, including submachine guns. Such tales were not confined to Zhang Lijuan. The residents of the neighborhood had already been swept up in the fervor of these accounts. She focused on calming her emotions, aware that panic was not an option. She pondered repeatedly on the most suitable way to convey their request to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I recognize your capabilities. You must have heard of the notorious Lake West gang. They are ruthless and brutal in their methods. Their next target is likely to be your community. I believe we should unite to confront them. Lin Feng regarded the message on his phone with a cold gaze, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone laced with amusement as he replied, Collaboration? It certainly sounds like an enticing proposition, but what could you possibly offer me in return? Cooperation hinges upon mutual exchange of conditions. You should understand this. Zhang Lijuan seized the opportunity, her voice resolute. Despite our community being nearly stripped bare by the Lake West gang, we still have over 100 residents, united with unwavering faith and determination. Moreover, as far as I know, your community is not particularly large either. Relying solely on your strength may prove insufficient to withstand the Lake West gang's onslaught. Thus, it is prudent for us to join forces. She paused, then continued. You possess snowmobiles, which are currently our most vital means of transportation. With them, we could leave the community in search of additional resources and living space. I can offer all the young people here to assist you. They are the finest laborers, capable of helping you expand. As she spoke, excitement sparkled in her eyes, as though she could already envision a brighter future. The world outside is ensnared by snow, its order shattered. Yet this also means that everything buried beneath the ice and snow becomes ownerless. Whoever claims it, it is theirs. You have transportation and weaponry, while I have obedient family members and laborers. Together, we need not fear the rabble of the Lake West gang. We could even incorporate other communities to establish a new order. However, Lin Feng remained unmoved. He cleared his ears, appearing somewhat impatient with Zhang Lijuan's words. It sounds impressive, yet it is merely grandiose rhetoric. In the current situation, people struggle to secure their most basic survival, and you speak of development in the future? I ask you, when so many do not even know how they will survive tomorrow, how can you discuss progress? Zhang Lijuan found herself momentarily speechless, swallowing hard as she sought to regain her composure. Of course, I understand your concerns, but precisely because of this, we need to cooperate even more. Only by ensuring our basic survival can we discuss anything further. I promise that if you are willing to help us gather food and supplies, we will wholeheartedly assist you in dealing with the Lake West gang. We can devise a plan together to ensure that everyone survives in this chaotic era. Lin Feng gently shook his head, his expression growing as frigid as ice, clearly losing interest in Zhang Limei's proposal. He privately scoffed at her naivety. The art of crafting illusions might deceive the helpless homeowners in desperate straits, but for him, Lin Feng, it was merely a tiresome farce. Zhang Limei, I have no interest in what you propose. I operate independently and have never required the assistance of others, much less a partner. Your suggestion is nothing more than empty talk, devoid of any tangible value. Seeing Lin Feng's resolute demeanor, Zhang Lijuan felt a wave of panic rise within her. She was acutely aware of Lin Feng's strength. Without his help, the residents of Wudong community would likely falter against the Lake West gang's aggression. Thus, gritting her teeth, she swiftly sent another message. Mr. Lin, please reconsider. Without our assistance, I truly doubt your ability to withstand the Lake West gang's assault. They are numerous and merciless. If you choose to fight alone, you may not emerge unscathed. Upon reading this message, Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He was not oblivious to the threat posed by the Lake West gang, yet he was confident in his capacity to confront any challenge. No matter how formidable the Lake West gang might be, unless they provoked Lin Feng, he would hardly be inclined to engage. Zhang Lijuan's attempts to intimidate him were misguided. Do you really think I would regard that rabble with any seriousness? What a joke. I, Lin Feng, have never feared any challenge. Zhang Limei, observing Lin Feng's uncompromising stance, felt a surge of urgency. She knew she had to persuade him. Otherwise, the Wudong community would face annihilation. Thus, she sent yet another message. Mr. Lin, you are an astute individual and should comprehend the perils of possessing something valuable. You own snowmobiles and weaponry, assets that others lack. In these tumultuous times, your existence will undoubtedly incite envy and animosity. Without our help, you may struggle to fend off the advances of the greedy. Furthermore, even if you could eliminate the Lake West gang, could you eradicate all the residents of other communities? Right now, what you need most is allies. Collaborating with me is your wisest choice. This message struck Lin Feng like a thunderclap, causing him to narrow his eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within them. In a certain sense, this was indeed a threat. But Lin Feng had never been one to cower in fear. He coldly responded, Oh? Are you suggesting that if I refuse your proposal for collaboration, the Wudong community would also launch an attack against me? Is that correct? Zhang Lijuan seemed to sense the murderous intent in Lin Feng's words, her body trembling involuntarily as she recalled Zhang Limei's warnings. Chapter 164. The old hand Zhang Limei repeatedly cautioned her, emphasizing that Lin Feng was a person one could befriend but should never offend. In a hurry, she explained, Mr. Lin, you misunderstand me. That is not my intention. I genuinely hope to collaborate with you. Though our Wudong community is small in number, we are all loyal and reliable individuals. If we could join forces, we would surely be able to establish ourselves in these chaotic times. However, Lin Feng was not swayed by her words. He snorted coldly and continued, Collaborate? What do you think your community is like? Do you believe I am unaware? You have been plundered by the Hushi gang, left with virtually nothing, and now you all hide in fear. You are clearly seeking my assistance while cloaking it in grandiose terms. Zhang Lijuan had initially perceived Lin Feng as a mere brute who relied on weapons for victory. But following this exchange, she realized her judgment had been hasty. Lin Feng was not only ruthless but also remarkably composed and quick-witted, compelling her to reassess her approach. She gathered her thoughts and spoke with earnestness. Mr. Lin, I may have misjudged you. Our community is indeed in dire straits. And I speak for all when I earnestly request your aid. Limei informed me that you have a fondness for beautiful women. I may be somewhat older, yet I still possess charm. If you are willing to assist us, I am ready to pay any price. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't suppress a cold laugh. Inwardly cursing, damn it, old hand. Do you really think I am desperate? Nevertheless, he refrained from an outright outburst and replied calmly. You? Perhaps it is best to reconsider. What I lack is not maternal affection. However, I will give serious thought to your request for assistance and will respond shortly. With that, Lin Feng decisively closed the chat window, placing his phone on his lap as he fell into contemplation. He was acutely aware that the Wudong community posed no significant threat to him. Even if they became adversaries, he had ample strength and weaponry to contend with them. Yet, Zhang Lijuan's words illuminated a more pressing concern. The snowmobile and ammunition he possessed had attracted the covetous eyes of those around him. It was not just the Hushi gang who coveted his snowmobile. Anyone aware of it was likely watching him closely. Some might be driven to desperate measures due to scarcity, even risking their lives in confrontation. As this thought settled in his mind, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. If everyone united against him, it could indeed become a considerable problem. He stood by the window, gazing pensively at his impenetrable safe house. Constructed from aerospace alloys, it resembled an indestructible fortress capable of withstanding artillery fire. He calculated silently that even if the entire population of Haining descended upon him, breaching these walls would be no easy feat. Unless someone could lift the entire safe house and submerge it in the ocean, such a notion was clearly unrealistic. All the walls were ingeniously connected to high-voltage electricity. Any enemy daring to approach would be instantly incapacitated. Moreover, when designing the ventilation system, Lin Feng had considered the need to isolate oxygen. He cleverly concealed all the outlets, making them difficult for intruders to detect, unless someone poured a substantial amount of water to encase the entire safe house in ice. The oxygen supply within would sustain his survival for an extended period. Yet, in this resource-scarce, water-deficient apocalypse, finding sufficient water to counter him was nearly impossible. Furthermore, even if such an endeavor succeeded, the enemy would gain nothing but the satisfaction of killing him. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Lin Feng ultimately arrived at a satisfying conclusion. As long as he remained steadfast within the safe house, utilizing his firepower and the structure's fortitude, even a united front from other communities would pose no threat to him. My personal safety is assured. If need be, I can mount my snowmobile and engage them in guerrilla warfare amidst the ruins of the city. With my weapons and tactics, I can gradually deplete their strength until they can no longer fight. However, Lin Feng was not one to be easily satisfied. He recognized that the Hushi gang had already approached him, and failing to respond would give the impression that he was afraid. This was antithetical to his character and principles. I cannot allow them to perceive me as intimidated. I must demonstrate that, despite their numbers and superior weaponry, they cannot shake me in the slightest. As time passed without a response from Lin Feng, Zhang Limei grew increasingly anxious. She understood the Hushi gang's influence within the Wudong community was deeply entrenched, and the few remaining individuals were like flickering candles in the wind, at risk of extinguishment at any moment. In desperation, Zhang Limei turned to Zhang Lijuan for help. Knowing that her prior interactions with Lin Feng might yield a glimmer of hope, cautiously she sent a message to Zhang Lijuan. Lijuan, Lin Feng said he would consider it. But it's been several hours with no word. I fear he does not wish to assist us, considering the implications for his own interests and risks. What should we do? Perhaps you could speak kindly on my behalf. After all, he has had your nurturing before, so he might listen to you. Upon reading her message, Zhang Limei was immediately drenched in cold sweat. She hurriedly deleted the message, fearing that Song Wei might see it, although Song Wei posed no immediate threat. If Lin Feng discovered she had disclosed this matter, the consequences would be dire. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she swiftly replied to Zhang Lijuan, Lijuan, please keep this matter to yourself. It must remain confidential. I will find a way to assist you, but secrecy is paramount. After deleting the message, Zhang Limei's face remained pale. Sitting on the sofa, her hands clenched tightly, she was clearly shaken. Song Wei noticed her distress and inquired with concern, Limei, what is wrong? You look unwell. Has something happened? Zhang Limei forced a smile, attempting to feign calmness as she replied, it's nothing, just some worry for my sister and the others. The Hushi gang is currently stationed in their community, and they could be in danger at any moment. Dear, could you perhaps persuade Lin Feng to help my sister? Song Wei frowned at her words. He was well aware of Lin Feng's temperament and principles. Once he made a decision, it was not easily swayed. Nor did he appreciate others meddling in his affairs. Chapter 165. A man cannot decline yet. Zhang Lijuan, after all, was his aunt by marriage. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Zhang Limei would undoubtedly be devastated. This predicament left him in a state of turmoil. Observing Song Wei's submissive demeanor, Zhang Limei felt her anger boiling like a volcano ready to erupt. She let out a cold huff, her voice laced with indifference and veiled warnings. If anything happens to my sister, I swear you will never lay a hand on me again. Her words, though softly spoken, struck Song Wei's heart like hailstones, sending a shiver down his spine. Having recently savored some sweet moments with Zhang Limei, Song Wei was reluctant to abandon the allure of this captivating woman. He quickly donned a cheerful facade, attempting to placate her. Ah, Limei, please don't be upset. I never said I wouldn't go. I was just about to head there now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Limei's expression softened slightly. She immediately planted a kiss on his cheek and declared, I knew you loved me the most. Now hurry along. Don't keep my sister waiting. It was a classic case of delivering a slap only to offer a sweet date, and Zhang Limei had him firmly in her grasp. Thus, with a heart full of trepidation, Song Wei stepped out of the door, forcing himself toward Lin Feng's residence. Along the way, he encountered several patrolling neighbors, each greeting him with warmth. Captain Song, good to see you. Where are you off to looking a bit under the weather? However, Song Wei's mood was as heavy as a sky shrouded in storm clouds. He had no inclination to engage with the neighbors. He merely offered brief responses and hastened past. His distracted demeanor inevitably sparked hushed whispers among the onlookers. What is wrong with Captain Song today? He seems so out of sorts. Indeed, he's usually so lively. Why the sudden silence? Perhaps Zhang Limei has worn him out. That woman, while exciting, isn't easy to please. These murmurs pricked at Song Wei's heart like needles, heightening his agitation. He quickened his pace, eager to complete Zhang Limei's task and return to soothe her. However, when he finally summoned the courage to approach Lin Feng's door, his steps faltered involuntarily. He stood at the threshold, hands clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his mind a battleground of struggle and hesitation. He was acutely aware of his lack of eloquence and was at a loss on how to persuade Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having just enjoyed Su Wan's tender affection, was in exceedingly high spirits. He understood the significance of cherishing life's moments, and at that instant, he preferred to immerse himself in the tranquility and beauty surrounding him. Ascending to the second floor, he noticed Su Wan still lost in sweet slumber, so he quietly exited the lounge and descended to the first floor. Upon opening the doors to the bedrooms, 3 women emerged with radiant smiles. However, when Sun Siyu caught sight of Lin Feng, her brows furrowed slightly. As a doctor, she was particularly sensitive to scents and immediately detected the unfamiliar fragrance of another woman lingering around Lin Feng. Though perplexed, she quickly regained her composure. Well aware of Lin Feng's temperament and the fact that some matters were beyond her purview, she discreetly signaled to her 2 companions, who also noticed Lin Feng's peculiar scent, but, being astute women, chose to remain silent, though each woman harbored her own thoughts. They all understood that Lin Feng was their shared anchor and protector. They were unwilling to provoke him over trivial matters, nor did they wish to jeopardize his affection and support. Thus, they collectively opted for silence, savoring this rare moment of peace and beauty. Li Meiying gracefully approached Lin Feng, her movements reminiscent of an elegant feline. She gently settled onto his lap, her arms draping naturally around his neck. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes, clearly intent on showcasing her charm. She was the most open of the trio, unfazed by the presence of others. Pouting playfully, she teased, "Brother Feng, you haven't accompanied me for 2 days. You don't dislike me, do you?" Before her words could fully settle, Li Jinxian playfully smacked her on the backside, a teasing smile gracing her face. "You little minx, you seem rather riled up." With that, she boldly joined Lin Feng at his side, pressing her body against him as if to assert her claim. Sun Siyu, in contrast, was far more reserved. She remained silent, choosing instead to sit quietly on Lin Feng's opposite side. Though her actions were equally intimate, her demeanor was more subtle and restrained. Each woman understood Lin Feng's allure and the fierce competition surrounding him. Thus, they all strived to present their best selves, hoping to capture his heart in their unique ways. Whether through Li Meiying's sensuality, Li Jinchuan's ardent directness, or Sun Siyu's gentle attentiveness, they each endeavored to showcase their distinctiveness, fearful of losing Lin Feng's favor. Dressed in delicate, sheer nightgowns, their skin glimmered under the soft light. Lin Feng instantly felt the softness and warmth enveloping him, especially with Li Meiying perched on his lap. Her body writhing sensuously, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This is quite the predicament." With a hint of hoarseness in his voice, he cautioned, "You realize you're playing with fire, don't you?" He recognized that being surrounded by such alluring women was both a sweet dilemma and a formidable challenge. A man cannot decline, Lin Feng silently reminded himself, before extending his hands to gently caress Li Jinxian and Sun Siyu. His movements were tender yet teasing, causing both women to shiver with delight. Thus, on that serene morning, Lin Feng prepared for an unprecedented exercise session. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air, interrupting their joyous time. Lin Feng frowned slightly but quickly regained his composure, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. His hands did not falter. Rather, they intensified their rhythm. Sun Siyu sensed the shift in Lin Feng's demeanor, her breath quickening, panic lacing her voice. "Someone's coming." Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed, continuing his ministrations while softly reassuring her, "Don't worry about it. Let us finish what we've started." The 3 women, unwilling to halt their passionate engagement, cast aside their hesitations and plunged headfirst into the fervent encounter. Chapter 166. A favor in flowing waters. Lin Feng moved with the swiftness and power of a leopard, each contact sending waves of apprehension through the 3 women. Yet even as Lin Feng accelerated, the battle endured for a full hour. The sweat of the 4 intertwined, creating a unique tableau. As the final breath was drawn, the conflict reached its conclusion. Lin Feng gazed upon the three women, slumped on the sofa, a surge of satisfaction swelling within him. Had it not been for the transformation of his physique post-rebirth, managing them would have been quite the challenge. Once the battle concluded, the atmosphere in the room gradually returned to tranquility. Lin Feng looked at the three women with eyes filled with tenderness and affection. He gently rose and draped a light blanket over them, ensuring their comfort as they rested. You all take a moment to recuperate. I shall see who is at the door. Lin Feng spoke softly, then turned to the entrance. Song Wei stood rigidly outside, his body trembling from the cold. Yet he maintained the straight posture befitting a soldier, a testament to his military discipline acquired during service. It is Song Wei. You may return to your rooms. Lin Feng instructed the women. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed them outright, but Song Wei was a reliable subordinate, and Lin Feng understood his character. He would not seek him out without good reason. Though curious, the three women recognized the importance of Lin Feng's matter and quietly gathered their scattered nightgowns, retreating to their respective chambers. Once the doors were closed, Lin Feng felt at ease to open the door, not wishing to expose his women to the outside world. As he opened the door, a gust of frigid air rushed in, causing Lin Feng to shiver involuntarily. He noticed Song Wei's pale complexion and lips tinged with purple, stirring a pang of guilt within him. Song Wei managed a strained smile, his voice trembling. Ellen, sir, I am sorry to disturb you. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration. Was Song Wei not capable of returning home first and coming back later? He extended his arm to assist Song Wei inside. Come in. It's too cold outside, he said, shutting the door firmly against the chill. Leading Song Wei to the sofa in the living room, Lin Feng attentively poured him a steaming cup of tea. Song Wei cradled the cup in his hands, relishing the warmth seeping through as color slowly returned to his face. Take your time. Sip the tea to warm yourself. Then speak at your own pace, Lin Feng encouraged. Song Wei nodded, inhaling deeply as if to steady his racing heart. After a few moments of silence, he summoned the courage to speak. Mr. Lin, I have come with a rather difficult request. His voice quivered, betraying his internal conflict and helplessness. Lin Feng smiled slightly, as though he had already anticipated the nature of Song Wei's visit. I presume this concerns Zhang Lijuan, does it not? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Song Wei lowered his head in shame, his hands twisting together anxiously. Yes, it was Li Mei who sent me. She said if I did not come to find you, she would never let me touch her again. Lin Feng was taken aback by Song Wei's forthrightness. Yet this honesty was precisely why he valued him. There was no need to worry about deceit. A flicker of annoyance crossed his mind regarding Zhang Limei's manipulation, clearly. Song Wei's sincerity and loyalty had not been duly appreciated by her. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had his own plans. He intended to take in the residents of Wudong community, not for any altruistic reason, but to bolster his own ranks. This presented an opportune moment to grant Song Wei a favor. Yet, he did not wish for Song Wei to perceive it as an effortless endeavor. Thus, he feigned a troubled expression, furrowing his brow. Song Wei, Zhang Lijuan has already approached me regarding this. Logically, as she is your aunt, I should assist her through this predicament. However, as you know, resources are scarce, and accommodating over 100 people is no trivial expense. Lin Feng's words only heightened Song Wei's anxiety and guilt. He quickly raised his head, urgency in his tone. Mr. Lin, I understand this is a considerable burden for you, but Li Mei truly needs your assistance. I assure you, should you help her through this crisis, I will repay you in every possible way. Seeing the earnest and determined look in Song Wei's eyes stirred something in Lin Feng's heart. He recognized Song Wei as a trustworthy individual. Further discussion seemed unnecessary. Very well, I can consider admitting the residents of Wudong community. However, you must ensure they do not cause me any trouble and that they follow my directives. Joy erupted in Song Wei upon hearing Lin Feng's words, and he nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I will ensure they adhere to the rules. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling Song Wei to refrain from such formality. He understood that this favor would not only earn Song Wei's gratitude, but could also serve as a shield for him during crucial moments. Such an investment was indeed worthwhile. After a brief pause, he continued, allowing them to integrate will undoubtedly incite discontent and apprehension among the other neighbors. Yet, we must make it clear that to survive here, sacrifices must be made. Here is the plan. Once they are settled, you will personally lead them to confront Gang Pao and Du Yang. Lin Feng was resolute. This time, they must be eradicated. He estimated that among the more than 100 residents of Wudong community, only a few would likely survive the ensuing brutal struggle for existence. This realization prompted him to acknowledge the necessity of seeking additional reinforcements, especially with the Lake West faction also needing to be dealt with. Upon hearing Lin Feng's strategy, Song Wei nodded solemnly. Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I have been diligently investigating Gang Pao's whereabouts and now possess some leads. I guarantee this operation will succeed, and he will not escape. However, despite Song Wei's apparent confidence, Lin Feng remained somewhat apprehensive. While Song Wei's physical prowess was commendable, his intellect left much to be desired. Given Gang Pao's cunning, there was a significant chance he could slip away again. During the operation, maintain constant communication with me and report any developments. Should you encounter danger or difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. If necessary, I will intervene personally to ensure the mission's success. Lin Feng's words instilled a sense of trust and support in Song Wei, further solidifying his resolve to complete the task. He recognized that this operation was his opportunity to prove himself, and he must seize it with utmost diligence. Chapter 167, Song Wei's suggestion after Song Wei departed. Lin Feng shared a modest breakfast with the three women before notifying Zhang Lijuan to organize personnel for relocation. However, Zhang Lijuan's response took Lin Feng by surprise. She anxiously conveyed that due to the deep snow, they needed to excavate a passage to ensure safe passage. A process that would consume time and likely attract the attention of the Lake West gang. If discovered, they would not easily let them go. She requested Lin Feng to send assistance for their safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brows. He understood Zhang Lijuan's concerns, yet considering the circumstances, he resolutely declined her request. What a joke. It was already a considerable favor to shelter them. To expect him to send help was quite unrealistic. Though possessing an excavator made it trivial for him to dig a passage, he was acutely aware that employing such machinery would create an uproar. His snowmobile had already drawn considerable attention and envy, revealing the excavator could incite public outrage. If the populace united against him, it would spell unimaginable trouble. Moreover, what would happen if they perished? Lin Feng would not care in the slightest. He could always find another group. After all, everyone was in dire need of sustenance. After Lin Feng's refusal, Zhang Lijuan paced anxiously within the confines of her dwelling, hands clenched and brows knitted, desperately seeking a safe method to traverse the snow without alerting the Lake West gang. She was acutely aware that discovery would yield catastrophic consequences. She paced back and forth, her thoughts racing, yet after much deliberation, she found no viable solution. In desperation, she turned to Zhang Limei, hoping she could leverage her connection with Lin Feng to persuade him to reconsider. Zhang Lijuan dialed Zhang Limei and Appo's number, her tone filled with urgency and anticipation. Limei, please have Song Wei speak to Lin Feng again. The current situation is perilous, and I need his assistance. Otherwise, I face great danger. On the other end, Zhang Limei appeared somewhat troubled, fully cognizant of Lin Feng's temperament. It was already a significant concession for him to agree to shelter them. Any additional request could provoke his ire, jeopardizing their very refuge. Sister, you know Lin Feng's character. It was a challenge for him to agree to shelter you. If we press for more, I fear he may become angry. I truly feel powerless. Song Wei, overhearing their conversation, felt a sense of relief upon hearing Zhang Limei and Appo's response. He understood Lin Feng and Appo's nature. If he were to be pressed further, he could only dread Lin Feng and Appo's potential reaction, even contemplating whether to abandon Zhang Limei altogether. However, as an observer, Song Wei offered a suggestion to Zhang Lijuan. Sister Lijuan, you could act in the late hours. The Lake West gang should be resting then. You merely need to excavate a snow tunnel suitable for adults, and once you arrive, destroy it immediately to prevent the Lake West gang from exploiting it. Zhang Lijuan, contemplating Song Wei and Appo's suggestion, recognized its inherent risks but deemed it perhaps the only viable option. She inhaled deeply, resolved to take a leap of faith. That evening, standing before a crowd of anxious individuals, she cleared her throat and proclaimed, I have gathered everyone here tonight to disclose a matter of utmost importance. Before I proceed, to safeguard our plans from being leaked, please surrender your mobile phones. Her words conveyed an undeniable authority, showcasing her organizational prowess. Following her directive, though puzzled, the crowd dutifully relinquished their devices into her hands. Whispers of speculation circulated among them. Li Juan, is there good news? Indeed, we are in grave danger, living in constant trepidation. Zhang Lijuan nodded slightly, signaling for silence. She surveyed the faces around her, then spoke slowly. I understand that life has been arduous for all of us lately, filled with fear and unease. However, I must inform you that we have an opportunity to alter this predicament. Please, settle down and allow Li Juan to speak. A mature man's voice resonated, urging quietude, which swiftly hushed the crowd. Zhang Li Juan continued, I have established contact with Lin Feng from the neighboring community. After much persuasion, he has consented to shelter all of us. Now, we must act in the late hours to excavate a snow tunnel that will allow safe passage. This endeavor requires the cooperation and effort of each one of us. I firmly believe that unity will lead us to success. Her words echoed in the night, instilling hope and courage within the people. They nodded in agreement, prepared to follow her plan. As the night deepened, Zhang Lijuan meticulously selected a secluded location, organizing over 100 individuals into 4 groups to alternate their efforts in excavation. To ensure her safety, she chose to remain upstairs, directing operations remotely via her phone, frequently checking for updates on the progress of each group. Yet, within 10 minutes, her phone rang. Zhang Lijuan frowned, glancing at the caller ID. It was the leader of the excavation team downstairs. She cursed inwardly. Damn it, a bunch of useless people. Do they require my presence for such trivial matters? Nevertheless, she answered the call swiftly. Miss Zhang, you must come down at once. The leader's voice brimmed with excitement. We've discovered a passage that seems to lead directly to the neighboring community. Stunned, Zhang Lijuan was engulfed with confusion and astonishment. How could this be? Was it truly fate? Or had the individuals below been compromised by the Lake West gang, conspiring to lure her down? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure. She knew the importance of caution, particularly at such a critical juncture. Weighing the risks and benefits, she ultimately resolved to descend with the remaining individuals to investigate. Even if the excavation team had been taken hostage by the Lake West gang, they still possessed the means to resist. And she could seize a chance to escape amid the chaos. All right, I'm coming down. Stay vigilant and don't act recklessly. After ending the call, Zhang Lijuan swiftly gathered the remaining personnel, preparing to descend. Chapter 168, Midnight Departure. Though her heart brimmed with uncertainty and unease, she recognized the rarity of this opportunity. If this passage truly existed, it could facilitate their escape from this perilous locale. With a cautious demeanor, she led her group downstairs, where the excavation team animatedly congregated around an opening, engrossed in discussion. Zhang Lijuan approached, scrutinizing the entrance. She discerned that it indeed led to the neighboring community and appeared to have been recently unearthed. A surge of elation coursed through her, yet she remained vigilant. Aware that such an opportunity was hard-won, she understood the necessity of prudence. She swiftly organized her team to clear the snow and debris surrounding the opening, preparing for immediate departure. If they could successfully traverse this passage and reach the other side, their safety would be assured, marking their sole escape from this predicament. In this tense and pivotal moment, the excavation team leader, who had just spoken with Zhang Lijuan, approached with a furrowed brow. Miss Zhang, I have a concern. Could this passage be a trap deliberately left by the Lake West gang, waiting for us to venture in unguarded? This query weighed heavily on the hearts of the group, inducing an involuntary pause in their actions as they turned to Zhang Lijuan, seeking her decisive response. Observing the anxious expressions of the leader and the others, she offered a gentle smile, her eyes glimmering with resolve. That is unlikely. If the Lake West gang intended to harm us, they would not resort to such convoluted means. Their current strategy is to confine us here and eliminate us one by one when resources run low. Therefore, this passage should not be a trap they intentionally left behind. Her words sent a chill down their spines. Remaining here would render them mere prey. Zhang Lijuan and Appo's extensive network had already informed her of the gang and Appo's pursuit of Lin Feng. Coupled with the emergence of this passage, she had formed her judgment. Rest assured, this passage may very well be our beacon of hope for survival. Now, please line up in an orderly fashion. We shall soon proceed through this passage. Under Zhang Lijuan's calming guidance, the group's anxiety gradually subsided. They arranged themselves in sequence, commencing their passage to the neighboring community. Even as her logic appeared irrefutable, their emotions remained turbulent. Each step forward accompanied by trepidation of the unknown and a yearning for safety. They traversed the passage with utmost caution, fearful of any unforeseen dangers. As their footsteps faded, reaching the community where Lin Feng resided, their anxious hearts finally settled, akin to stones finding rest. They inhaled deeply, as if to absorb all their tension and unease, dissipating it into nothingness. How wonderful! We are saved. Indeed, we are finally safe. We owe our gratitude to Miss Zhang. Had she not astutely contacted Lin Feng and identified this passage, we would likely have met our demise here. The group, exhilarated, clasped hands around Zhang Lijuan, as if to hoist her in celebration of this hard-earned victory. Yet, as they reveled in their joy, Zhang Lijuan swiftly regained her composure. Let us not become overly jubilant. We must swiftly destroy this passage. If the Lake West gang pursues us, we will be in grave danger. At her words, their elation dissipated, and they hastily seized their tools, becoming industrious once more. They recognized the truth in Zhang Lijuan's assertion. Only by utterly dismantling this passage could they ensure their safety. Thus, they united in effort, reducing the passage to ruins, ensuring the Lake West gang could not trace their whereabouts. Song Wei had been quietly observing every individual from the shadows. All of this transpired according to Lin Feng's explicit instructions. He must wait until this group successfully dismantled the passage, ensuring no one from the Lake West gang had followed before he could reveal himself. Lin Feng understood Song Wei's capabilities and the significance of his safety to the entire plan. Therefore, he had specifically advised Song Wei to remain composed and await the opportune moment. When Song Wei finally emerged into view, Zhang Lijuan felt a surge of excitement. Nearly leaping in joy, she hurried forward, grasping his hand tightly, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Brother-in-law, it is such a relief to see you. Where is Mr. Lin? Did he not come? However, Song Wei and Apos' demeanor was anything but warm. His face remained stern, his gaze laced with disdain. You people do not warrant a personal meeting with Mr. Lin. These words struck Zhang Lijuan like a sharp blade, leaving her feeling acutely embarrassed and humiliated, especially since the over 100 individuals behind her had followed her lead. Song Wei and Apos' remarks stripped her of her authority and dignity, yet she dared not retaliate. After all, she was in a vulnerable position, compelled to endure the indignity. She forced a smile, attempting to appease him. Yes, Mr. Lin is a very busy man. He certainly wouldn't come out for such a trivial matter. Her words fell flat, failing to stir even a flicker of emotion in Song Wei. He continued in a frigid tone. Let us proceed. I will take you to your accommodations. Many residents have perished, and numerous houses have become vacant. He led the group to an abandoned building, explaining, this place once housed many, but it is now empty. I will arrange for you to stay here for easier management. After settling the group, Song Wei turned to Zhang Lijuan, his eyes still icy. You may rest now. But inform your people that no one is permitted to leave this building without my explicit permission, including you. This directive was, in fact, a precautionary measure advised by Lin Feng. Aware of Zhang Lijuan's ambition, Lin Feng understood that without a firm hand, she might prove difficult to manage. Consequently, Song Wei had to adhere strictly to Lin Feng's instructions without compromise. Zhang Lijuan, taken aback by Song Wei's attitude, felt somewhat at a loss but could only suppress her resentment. Brother-in-law, Shuden and Apos, we prepare some food? Everyone is quite hungry. Chapter 169. The morning surprise yet. Song Wei remained unshaken by her words, responding coolly, Mr. Lin has stated that he does not support idlers. If you wish to eat, you must earn it through hard work. Zhang Lijuan was bewildered by Song Wei's remarks, struggling to comprehend how one could labor to obtain food. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered the courage to ask, So, brother-in-law, could you perhaps guide me towards a clearer path? Song Wei glanced at her and replied indifferently, When I need you, I will inform you. With that, he turned and exited the room, leaving Zhang Lijuan and the others exchanging confused glances. Zhang Lijuan stood rooted to the spot, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that the situation was far from simple, necessitating greater caution and prudence to face the impending challenges. Simultaneously, she recognized that she could no longer afford to be willful as she had been in the past. She must learn to adapt to this new environment and way of life. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Su Wan had spent a tender night together, and he could not deny the unique allure emanating from her, a charm that was simply irresistible. Fortunately, it was Lin Feng in attendance. Had it been another man, he might have succumbed to the overwhelming softness by now. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, Lin Feng retrieved a bottle of premium black goji berries from another dimension, gently pouring them into a teacup. The black goji berries expanded in the hot water, releasing a subtle fragrance that offered a serene enjoyment to the morning. Evidently, Su-Wan had been exhausted by the previous night's intimacy, lost in deep slumber. Lin Feng chose not to disturb her and quietly descended the stairs, holding the cup of brewed black goji tea. Upon gently opening the bedroom door of the three women, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Sun Siyu, Li Meiying, and Li Jinxian had all dramatically altered their usual attire. No longer clad in delicate nightgowns, they had donned uniquely styled new outfits. Sun Siyu wore a nurse's uniform, the skirt reaching just above her thighs, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. The buttons at her chest appeared to strain against her fullness, as if they could burst open at any moment. revealing a tantalizing depth that sparked boundless imagination. This nurse's outfit was clearly tailored by Sun Siyu herself, showcasing her physique to exquisite effect. Li Meiying opted for a stepmother dress that highlighted her voluptuous form, exuding an undeniable mature allure that made it difficult to meet her gaze. Meanwhile, Li Jinxian chose a simple yet alluring ensemble, her long, beautiful legs on full display, complemented by an elegant makeup and hairstyle that rendered her both fresh and enchanting. The attire of these three women was undoubtedly impeccable, each presenting her unique charm while harmonizing beautifully to create a striking visual tableau. What on earth is happening this morning? Lin Feng pondered, filled with confusion as he observed the unusual behavior of the three women. He had not anticipated that this was a carefully orchestrated plan among them. Although they were unaware of Su Wan's presence upstairs, they had keenly sensed the emergence of a new woman in Lin Feng's life. As a doctor, Sun Siyu possessed a sharp observational acumen. She quickly noticed the teacup in Lin Feng's hand, the black goji berries gently floating in the hot water. Well aware of the nourishing properties of black goji berries, she could surmise the nature of Lin Feng's intimacy with Su Wan from the previous night. Despite not witnessing it firsthand, she tiptoed forward and placed a gentle kiss on Lin Feng's cheek, softly declaring, "Lin Feng, seeing you work so hard, I shall prepare some nourishing food for you." Li Meiying, puzzled by this, interjected, "Nourishing? Brother Feng is so robust, why would he need nourishment?" Li Jinxian echoed her confusion. "Indeed, Sister Siyu, the three of us combined are no match for Brother Feng. Are you trying to exhaust us further?" Sun Siyu shot them a stern look, her tone serious. "What do you know? As a doctor, I understand precisely what needs to be nourished. Lin Feng, though strong, requires appropriate care. And this is not solely for him, but for us as well." With that, she took Li Meiying and Li Jinxuan's hands and led them toward the kitchen, not allowing Lin Feng a chance to speak. Lin Feng settled onto the sofa, lifting the cup filled with black goji tea, gently dispersing the rising steam before taking a slow sip. The sweet and bitter flavors of the black goji intertwined on his palate, seemingly narrating its miraculous benefits for vitality. He knew that Sun Siyu, as a physician, was well versed in the properties of such herbs, so her immediate recognition of the black goji's benefits did not surprise him. However, he found himself captivated by the trio's attire. They typically favored simple and unadorned clothing, yet today, they appeared particularly refined, as if meticulously prepared for a significant occasion. This sudden transformation left Lin Feng somewhat bewildered. Had they discovered something? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he recalled the previous nights with Su Wan. Losing himself in passion and perhaps being too loud. Had they overheard the commotion? He was not afraid of them discovering Su Wan's existence. Rather, he worried it might lead to unnecessary complications. He understood well that the dynamics among women were infinitely more intricate than those among men. Once suspicion and misunderstanding arose, returning to a previous state was nearly impossible. With a sigh, Lin Feng reflected on his desire to avoid gathering too many women together, for the more people involved, the more likely troubles would ensue. This was also the reason he had placed Su Wan on the second floor, not only to protect her, but also to prevent unnecessary disputes. "Brother Feng, Sister Siyu is asking if there are any oysters here," came Li Meiying's bright and urgent voice from the kitchen, shattering the tranquility. Lost in thought on the sofa, Lin Feng was momentarily startled by the inquiry, a smile flickering in his eyes. His alternate space housed a variety of ingredients, including his beloved seafood. "Oysters?" "Of course," Lin Feng replied softly, a playful smile gracing his lips. He adeptly selected a basket of fresh oysters from his space and walked briskly toward the kitchen. However, upon entering the kitchen, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The countertop was neatly arranged with various ingredients: vibrant green chives, plump kidneys, and tender white yam, all possessing nourishing properties for vitality. Chapter 170, A Special Breakfast. What are these three women up to? He cast a glance at the industrious trio, each radiating anticipation and excitement. "Quick, bring the oysters over here." Sun Siyu's voice interrupted Lin Feng's reverie. With a sharp knife in hand, she was intently preparing the ingredients. Lin Feng placed the oysters on the cutting board before her, and she glanced at them, nodding in satisfaction. Although the three women were unaware of how Lin Feng had conjured a basket of oysters in mere seconds, they had grown accustomed to his magical abilities. In their eyes, he had become a veritable treasure trove. "What grand feast are you preparing?" Lin Feng inquired curiously. Li Meiying responded with a smile, "Of course. We discussed it and decided to make something delicious for you to replenish your strength. After all, you've been working so hard lately." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, should I feel honored? The three women replied in unison, their faces adorned with proud smiles. Absolutely. Lin Feng's presence was vital to them. His well-being was intricately linked to their happiness. Therefore, they approached the task of preparing restorative food for him with utmost seriousness. As the leader, Sun Xiu focused intently on the culinary preparations. Her every movement exuded skill and order, meticulously managing each step from ingredient selection to cooking. Although the kitchen was spacious, their activities rendered it somewhat cramped. Indeed, as Lin Feng entered, physical contact became unavoidable. He intentionally drew closer, relishing the subtle sensations of proximity. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he observed the alluring attire of the three women, stirring a playful yearning within him. At that moment, Li Meiying was bustling about beside Lin Feng, oblivious to his deliberate approach. However, when he accidentally brushed against her, she instinctively arched her voluptuous form, pressing against him with fervor. In the prime of his youth, Lin Feng found it increasingly difficult to resist the unintentional allure emanating from Li Meiying. Her slightest gestures and glances stirred waves of desire within him, quickening his heartbeat and igniting a passionate response. Li Meiying perceptively sensed Lin Feng's subtle emotional shift, filling her heart with an indescribable joy. This confirmed that their efforts to adorn themselves for him that day had not been in vain. A charming smile graced her lips as she turned slightly, teasingly tapping his chest with her slender fingers, playfully stimulating his senses. "Brother Feng, you're so naughty." Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, further stirring Lin Feng's heart. Sun Xiu and Li Jinxian, who had been focused on their ingredients, were drawn to the unexpected sound, curiosity piquing their interest. When they turned to witness the scene before them, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Lin Feng had captured Li Meiying's sultry red lips in a deep kiss. However, they soon relaxed. Their purpose was to please Lin Feng, and at any moment, in any circumstance, they would unconditionally fulfill his needs. Thus, an extraordinary softening of tensions unfolded quietly in the kitchen. The three women busied themselves with cooking while simultaneously enduring Lin Feng's tender and passionate advances. Their laughter, gasps, and sweet whispers intertwined, creating a melodious symphony. Time appeared to stand still at that moment. After 3 hours, when the trio finally prepared a sumptuous breakfast, the sky outside began to brighten. What was meant to be a morning meal had been delayed until nearly noon due to the unexpected kitchen escapade. Yet, for them, every moment was worth it. For they knew this affectionate morning would become one of their most cherished memories. Lin Feng, of course, could not forget the woman upstairs who had yet to dine. Upon opening the door to the second floor, he found Su Wan already awake, seated on the soft sofa, engrossed in her phone, her face betraying a hint of melancholy. The temperature in Lin Feng's home was just right, creating a cozy atmosphere. Knowing Lin Feng's fondness for black stockings, Su Wan wore them even at home. From the side, her long legs appeared even more elongated and graceful against the backdrop of the stockings. At that sight, Lin Feng felt an urge to approach her, but he restrained himself. He had indulged too much in recent days and did not wish to exhaust himself. He placed the breakfast on the coffee table and sat beside Su Wan, gently asking, "What are you so absorbed in?" Su Wan seemed startled, glancing up to see Lin Feng, a fleeting panic crossing her face. She hurriedly tucked her phone away, offering an awkward smile. I wasn't looking at much, just browsing." Lin Feng noticed her tension, but chose not to pry further, softly saying, "You must be hungry. Enjoy it while it's warm." Su Wan felt her nervousness ease slightly at his words. She nodded gratefully, warmth flickering in her eyes, and began to eat the breakfast slowly. After ensuring that all 4 women were satisfied, he suddenly remembered the group in Wudong community. Once again, Lin Feng reaffirmed that nothing was more important than enjoying life. He took out his phone and sent a message to Song Wei. "How are Zhang Lijuan's group behaving? Any disobedience?" Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Song Wei was taken aback, realizing the fates of those in Wudong community rested in his hands. If he reported disobedience, he believed Lin Feng would not hesitate to deal with them all. However, Song Wei would not act in such a manner. Not only did he have no grievances with them, but out of respect for Lin Feng's trust, he would not deceive him. Thus, he truthfully reported the situation to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, they have no objections and are awaiting your instructions." Upon seeing Song Wei's reply, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew Song Wei was a reliable individual who would not disappoint him. "All right, I understand." Chapter 171. The seizing plan in quick succession, Lin Feng assigned the next task to Song Wei. "Song Wei, immediately notify our team that food distribution will take place tonight in the underground parking lot. Have them take turns to come down and collect it. ensuring that the commotion is substantial enough to attract everyone's attention. Simultaneously, inform Zhang Lijuan to lead everyone in ambushing the area surrounding the parking lot, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Our team must stand united. Any unexpected situation must not throw us into disarray. Remember to clearly communicate our reward mechanism to everyone. I do not tolerate idleness here. Only through diligent effort can one earn their rightful rewards. Tell them that tonight's operation is not merely about survival, but also a test of their teamwork. Song Wei understood Lin Feng's intentions. He was preparing to strike against the steel cannons and Du Yang's group. These factions had been covertly opposing them, attempting to seize their resources. Lin Feng decided to take the initiative, intending to eliminate these groups in one fell swoop, lest they interfere when dealing with the Hushi gang. Song Wei nodded, his expression resolute. He recognized the significance of this operation and understood his responsibilities. He hurried to orchestrate the tasks, ensuring that every detail was meticulously addressed. He believed that with collective effort, they could decisively take down both groups. In Sun Yu's home, the dim light barely illuminated the once cozy, now dilapidated living room. Sun Yu and Du Yang sat on the sofa, their faces gaunt, as if time had mercilessly drained all vitality from them. Their eyes were hollow and helpless, exuding an air of despair. Sun Yu's hands languidly rested on her knees, her fingers long and pale, seemingly incapable of grasping any flicker of hope. Du Yang appeared equally listless, seated at the opposite end of the sofa, his gaze revealing endless fatigue and resignation. His shoulders sagged, as though he could no longer bear any responsibility. They had long been without a source of food, subsisting only on some rancid meat to barely sustain their lives. Each day, they calculated their food consumption, terrified of wasting even a morsel. Yet, despite their frugality, their bodies had begun to exhibit severe symptoms of malnutrition. Du Yang looked up at Sun Yu and said, Yeah, why don't we go to sleep? If we sleep, we won't feel hungry. Sun Yu glared at Du Yang, a flicker of anger and disappointment flashing in her eyes. She understood his intent was merely to seek an easy escape. Sleep? How dare you suggest that? We can't even provide for ourselves, let alone indulge in sleep. Worthless fool. Even if I stripped bare, you wouldn't have the strength to act. Du Yang felt pierced by Sun Yu's words, lowering his head in silence. He knew she spoke the truth. He was utterly exhausted, and no matter how beautiful a woman was, he had no energy left to engage. Yet, they both understood that their only hope lay in the food held by Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's abode was fortified like a fortress, impenetrable to them. Moreover, with ample weapons and ammunition at his disposal, they dared not show their faces for fear of being ruthlessly exterminated by him. They fell into silence, acutely aware that if they did not swiftly find a food source, their lives would be perilously threatened. Yet where could they possibly search for sustenance? The world had become so cruel and unforgiving that they seemed to have nowhere to turn. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the silence. At that moment, the door to Wei Wei's bedroom swung open, slamming against the wall with a resounding thud. Wei Wei burst forth, clutching her phone, her face alight with shock and joy. You must see the messages in the owneress group. Wei Wei's voice trembled with excitement as she hurried to Sun Yu's side, thrusting her phone screen before Sun Yu's eyes. Yet, Sun Yu did not lift her eyelids, responding coolly, What good is food distribution? Do you think Lin Feng would give us any? I've tried this before. During the last food distribution, I mingled in the crowd hoping to get some. But not only did I leave empty-handed, but I was also humiliated by Lin Feng. Wei Wei's hopeful expression dimmed instantly in response to Sun Yu's indifference. She slumped helplessly onto the sofa, her hands weakly resting on her knees, her eyes revealing profound despair and helplessness. What should we do? I'm really on the brink of starvation. At that moment, Du Yang unexpectedly broke the silence, clearing his throat and tentatively interjecting, Why don't we go and seize it? His voice bore a hint of hesitation and uncertainty, clearly unsure if this suggestion was feasible. Upon hearing this proposal, Sun Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. She didn't even glance at Du Yang, as if such a foolish notion was beneath her consideration. However, Wei Wei looked at Du Yang as though he were a lifeline, lifting her head with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But there are so many of them. How can we possibly seize it? Du Yang scratched his head, striving to project more confidence. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, We could lie in wait along their route back. Once they disperse, we can seize the opportunity to target the stragglers. At his words, Sun Yu's previously indifferent gaze sharpened. She lifted her head to look at Du Yang, a flicker of admiration flashing in her eyes. She nodded, saying, Exactly. There are so many of them. And they don't all live together. We can certainly take the food when they are separated. Sun Yu's affirmation ignited a surge of excitement and pride in Du Yang. He straightened his back and asked Sun Yu, "Do you think this will work?" Without hesitation, Sun Yu stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the dim sky, her mind already formulating a plan. She turned to Du Yang and instructed, "Gather the remaining members. We need to discuss our strategy for tonight's operation." Du Yang nodded and promptly set about executing Sun Yu's command. Before long, a dozen individuals had gathered in the room, seated around the sofa as they listened intently to Sun Yu outline the details of the night's plan. Each person was wholly absorbed, for this was a matter of their survival. It was, quite literally, their last chance. Chapter 172. Luring the snake from its hole, however. Du Yang and his group were not the only faction seeking to procure food in this manner. The cunning lone wolf, Steel Cannon, had also independently devised a similar plan. He required no consultation with others, allowing for greater flexibility as he awaited the opportune moment. As the curtain of night slowly descended, Sun Yu's scouts returned with crucial intelligence. Lin Feng had gathered all the neighbors in the underground parking lot, preparing to distribute food. Yet, this intelligence was incomplete. For Lin Feng had secretly received over 100 individuals from the Wudong community, a fact that constituted a lethal blind spot for Du Yang's group. Sun Yu gazed at Du Yang, her eyes brimming with trust and confidence. "All right, Du Yang, it is time for you to display your courage. Remember, our goal is food, not conflict. Once you have secured it, return immediately without lingering." Du Yang inhaled deeply and nodded, fully aware of the significance of this operation. Sun Yu personally escorted them to the door, and just before they departed, she gently kissed Du Yang on the cheek, a gesture of encouragement. However, just as Du Yang and his companions stepped outside, a group led by Zhang Lijuan suddenly charged down from the upper floors. They had long been lying in wait for the arrival of Du Yang's party. They've emerged. Everyone attack. At Zhang Lijuan's command, the group surged forward like a tidal wave towards Du Yang. Sun Yu was about to close the door when she witnessed this scene. Oh no, it's a trap. A heavy feeling settled in her heart as she immediately realized this was a scheme set by Lin Feng. She slammed the door shut, ignoring the cries and pleas from Du Yang and the others outside. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Yu, open the door. Du Yang pounded on the door with all his might. But Sun Yu remained unresponsive. He understood she had abandoned them. Damn it, that wretched woman, if I survive, I will be the first to take you down. He cursed vehemently before turning and fleeing downstairs, his subordinates closely following. But Zhang Lijuan's men were already in pursuit. Stop. Today marks your demise. Zhang Lijuan's voice echoed ominously in the night. Her followers brandished their weapons, relentlessly pursuing them. The bounty from Lin Feng fueled their motivation. They would not let slip any opportunity to achieve merit. The two groups engaged in a fierce chase through the dark corridors, each step seemingly teetering on the edge of a precipice. As the echo of footsteps reverberated, they finally glimpsed the dim entrance to the underground parking lot. Du Yang furrowed his brow, his mind racing with escape plans. Yet, the moment he stepped into the parking lot, his heart sank at the sight before him. Over 100 people stood in neat formation, like a well-drilled army, their piercing gazes fixed squarely on Du Yang. At the forefront stood Song Wei, wielding a long steel knife that glimmered with a cold light. His eyes were like an unfathomable lake, indifferent and ruthless, locking onto Du Yang and sending a chill coursing through him from head to toe. Du Yang's heart plummeted. He realized he was ensnared in a dire predicament. Flanked by the fierce pursuit of Zhang Lijuan behind and the cold blockade of Song Wei ahead, he understood that escaping this fate would be exceedingly difficult. Resolute in his determination to at least claim a life for his own, he prepared for a desperate fight. However, as he cast his gaze back at Song Wei, he found himself lacking the courage to confront such a formidable adversary directly. He knew all too well that Song Wei's strength far surpassed his own, and engaging him head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Du Yang made a decisive choice. He turned and charged towards Zhang Lijuan's group. He recognized that, although Zhang Lijuan's numbers were overwhelming, there might still be an opportunity to exploit given Song Wei's cold demeanor and strength. "Brothers, let us fight them," Du Yang shouted, his voice filled with resolve and determination. He led his men headlong into Zhang Lijuan's ranks, preparing for a life-or-death struggle. In the throes of survival, the latent potential within people surged forth. Though Du Yang and his group had previously endured hunger, they now seemed reborn, exhibiting astonishing combat prowess. They charged into Zhang Lijuan's ranks like ravenous wolves, their eyes alight with determination and madness. Zhang Lijuan's followers, lacking professional combat training, were immediately thrown into disarray by such a fierce assault. Their defenses crumbled like paper, easily breached by Du Yang and his men, and within mere moments, several lay fallen in pools of blood. Yet, Song Wei stood as a calm observer, showing no intention to intervene. Merely surveying every detail of the battlefield with his icy gaze. His presence formed an invisible barrier, preventing Du Yang's group from escaping. As the battle raged on, despite Du Yang's group fighting valiantly, the substantial disparity in numbers gradually led them into a dire situation. In less than a minute, 2 of their members had already perished, and the remaining fighters were gravely wounded, struggling to hold on. Their breaths grew labored and heavy, each swing of their weapons becoming increasingly arduous. Du Yang understood that today marked their ultimate end. Despair filled his heart, yet he still sought a glimmer of hope. He shouted hoarsely, his voice infused with desperation. "Mr. Lin, I, Du Yang, implore you to spare my life. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, to heed your command and serve you henceforth." This outcry reverberated like thunder among Zhang Lijuan's followers, leaving them in stunned silence. They exchanged bewildered glances, astonished. They had always believed Lin Feng was absent. Hearing Du Yang's plea, they mistakenly assumed Lin Feng had arrived. Since their arrival, Lin Feng had remained an enigma, his visage never having graced their eyes. The crowd halted their actions, scanning their surroundings in hopes of catching a glimpse of Lin Feng. Yet, after a prolonged search, they found no trace of him. However, Lin Feng was indeed present. He merely observed quietly from the shadows. His gaze was deep and sharp, akin to a hawk eyeing its prey. He awaited Steel Cannon's emergence, having already formulated a plan in his mind. Lin Feng felt no stirrings of emotion regarding Du Yang's surrender. He understood that an enemy would always be an enemy, and no amount of pleading could alter that truth. He would never accept Du Yang as his subordinate, for he knew betrayal only arises among the closest of allies. As Zhang Lijuan and her group noted Lin Feng's continued absence, doubts began to creep into their minds regarding Du Yang's claims. Chapter 173. The fall of Du Yang. They believed that Du Yang was merely toying with them, prompting Zhang Lijuan to issue another command. "Do not relent. Du Yang is simply stalling for time. Continue the assault. Once we vanquish them, Mr. Lin will undoubtedly reward us." However, at this moment, Du Yang and his companions were already at their wits' end. Despite their utmost efforts, they found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught from Zhang Lijuan and her cohorts. Ultimately, Du Yang and his dozen subordinates met a tragic demise in the underground parking lot. Zhang Lijuan's side, too, paid a grievous toll. Although they succeeded in defeating Du Yang's group, they lost over 30 lives in the process. The entire underground parking lot was suffused with the stench of blood and death, evoking a chilling sensation. Gao Pao lurked in the shadows, witnessing the unfolding events with a keen eye. He observed Lin Feng's chilling stratagem, akin to a silent horror film. Every detail, every twist, stirred tumultuous waves within him. He could not help but admire Lin Feng's ruthlessness. His ability to ensnare enemies without a hint of hesitation was truly terrifying. Although Lin Feng did not engage directly, his cunning and merciless tactics swept through like a tempest, utterly obliterating Du Yang's gang. Yet, what filled Gao Pao with the most trepidation was Lin Feng's cold, unfeeling demeanor. He seemed like an emotionless machine, utterly indifferent to the lives and deaths of those around him. Had Lin Feng dispatched Song Wei to support Zhang Lijuan, perhaps the battle would not have claimed so many lives. At that moment, Gao Pao was consumed by regret for his earlier choices, regret for opposing Lin Feng. Once fear takes root in the heart, chaos often follows. Even a hardened outlaw like Gao Pao was not immune. His heart raced, sweat beaded on his forehead, and each subtle movement became laden with caution. Clang. Just as he attempted to retreat quietly, he inadvertently brushed against some debris on the ground, producing a faint sound that pierced the stillness of the night. In an instant, Gao Pao's heart surged into his throat. He froze, glancing around anxiously, terrified of being discovered. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice the unusual noise. He exhaled softly, feeling a lingering anxiety, yet momentarily safe. Unbeknownst to Gao Pao, however, his presence had been compromised. Li Jinxian, a professionally trained female operative, had been monitoring his every move from the shadows. Her gaze was sharp and resolute. Once she identified her target, she would strike without hesitation. When Li Jinxian heard the noise, her instincts were instantly alerted. She fixed her attention on the source of the sound, attempting to ascertain whether Gao Pao was concealed there. Due to the dim lighting, she struggled to discern the exact situation in the shadows, but she refused to relent. She understood that this was a life and death struggle, demanding her utmost vigilance. She remained focused on that direction, awaiting the opportune moment to act. Should she confirm the target as Gao Pao, she would not hesitate to launch an attack, ensuring a decisive blow. Jinxian, do not act impulsively. Await my command. Lin Feng's voice resonated through her earpiece, steady and composed, like a beacon in the night, guiding her path. Li Jinxian instantly grasped Lin Feng's intention, nodding slightly while keeping her gaze locked on the area from which the noise emanated. As it turned out, Lin Feng had also heard the sound. Equipped with advanced night vision goggles, he perceived the darkness as clearly as daylight. His eyes pierced through the layers of shadows, ultimately locking onto a hazy figure Gao Pao, concealed in the gloom. However, Lin Feng refrained from immediate action. He was acutely aware of Gao Pao's cunning and perilous nature, fearing he might have a trick up his sleeve. Particularly since Gao Pao had arrived with a substantial cache of explosives, Lin Feng was uncertain how much remained. Any rash move could trigger unforeseen consequences. Thus, he opted for a more prudent strategy. He swiftly instructed Song Wei to direct Zhang Lijuan's group toward the exit of Building 9, where Gao Pao lay in hiding. Remember, keep them alert. Do not act recklessly. Now is not the time for haste. This is a test of endurance, and such perilous matters should be entrusted to the expendables. Before long, Zhang Lijuan's group received the order, cautiously making their way toward Gao Pao's location. Their movements, though deliberate, were filled with tension and apprehension. The madness of Du Yang's group had already instilled fear within them, and now they faced the unknown danger lurking in the shadows, amplifying their trepidation. Gao Pao, too, seemed to sense his exposure. He lay still on the ground, attempting to evade Lin Feng's scrutiny through immobility. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng had observed his every movement through the night vision goggles. The atmosphere on site had escalated to a boiling point. Any slight sound could ignite a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Li Jinxian quietly monitored the unfolding scene, biding their time for the perfect moment to strike. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Zhang Lijuan's group treaded cautiously upon the solid ground, their breaths crystallizing in the frigid air, forming ephemeral trails leading directly to the dark corner where Gao Pao hid. Each person's expression was rife with anxiety and vigilance, as if they could sense the imminent danger approaching. Unexpectedly, as they drew closer, the surroundings remained eerily silent. No explosion erupted as Lin Feng had anticipated. Could it be that Gao Pao's explosives had been depleted? Or had he deliberately set a trap? Lin Feng stood in the shadows, brow furrowed, his eyes fixed through the night vision goggles on the corner about to be encircled. After several encounters, he had gained considerable insight into Gao Pao, knowing full well that the latter would not surrender easily. However, unbeknownst to Lin Feng, within the biting cold, Gao Pao was tormented with urgency, his sweat soaking through his back. His explosives had indeed run out. Otherwise, he would never have chosen such a passive stance. He understood that, facing an onslaught of over 100, he stood no chance of resistance. I cannot perish here, Gao Pao roared within, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes as he suddenly sprang to his feet like a wounded beast, ready to break free from his constraints. This abrupt turn of events stunned Zhang Lijuan's group, who had prepared themselves for danger, only to be caught off guard by Gao Pao's sudden flight. After a brief moment of astonishment, they quickly regained their composure, but they had already lost the optimal opportunity to intercept him. Chapter 174. The clever capture of steel cannon Jinxian. Fire. With Lin Feng's commanding shout, two gunshots rang out almost simultaneously as he and Li Jinxian aimed at the silhouette of steel cannon, unleashing lethal bullets in an instant. Steel cannon's body shuddered violently, erupting in a mist of blood, and he visibly staggered, appearing on the brink of collapse. Li Jinxuan's marksmanship was impeccable. Her shot struck steel cannon's shoulder, causing him to stumble painfully a few steps. However, Lin Feng's attention was momentarily diverted by steel cannon's movements, causing his shot to veer slightly off target, the bullet merely grazing steel cannon's clothing and missing its mark. Despite being hit, steel cannon clearly dared not linger, gritting his teeth against the pain. He bolted deeper into the corridor, though his movements were now considerably slowed, each step appearing increasingly laborious. Lin Feng, if you have the guts, come chase me. I will take you down with me, Steel Cannon roared, attempting to intimidate Lin Feng with threats. Yet, Lin Feng was acutely aware that Steel Cannon's bluster was merely a facade. Nonetheless, faced with such an unpredictable danger, he could not afford to be careless. After all, no one could ascertain whether Steel Cannon had explosives hidden away. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, torn with indecision. He recognized that a single steel cannon was not worth such a significant risk. Yet, witnessing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away was unbearable. Just then, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Mr. Lin, allow me to lead a pursuit. Lin Feng's heart stirred. He knew Song Wei was a seasoned veteran, and sending him to chase after Steel Cannon was undoubtedly the wisest choice. However, Lin Feng did not immediately acquiesce. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, No need to take risks. Steel Cannon is currently hiding in Building 9. You lead your team to secure the exits and send others in to search every unit. Song Wei promptly took command, swiftly mobilizing his personnel to guard the exits of Building 9, ensuring that steel cannon could not escape. Simultaneously, Zhang Lijuan received Lin Feng's orders as well. She quickly organized her team, lining them up neatly in the expansive parking lot, awaiting Lin Feng's arrival. Her heart brimmed with anticipation and anxiety, as this was her first encounter with the legendary Lin Feng. Before long, Lin Feng and Li Jinxian emerged into view. They walked side by side, their steps steady, exuding a formidable presence. Upon seeing Lin Feng finally appear, Zhang Lijuan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. She smiled and stepped forward, extending her hands in a gesture of greeting. However, just as she was about to make contact with Lin Feng, a dark gun barrel suddenly loomed before her. Startled, she looked up to find Li Jinxian coldly aiming her weapon at her. Li Jinchuan's tone was resolute and frigid, leaving no room for debate. Step back. We do not need unruly individuals like you here. Zhang Lijuan was taken aback by Li Jinchuan's imposing aura. She glanced at Lin Feng, only to find his expression unyielding, offering no indication of support. Reluctantly, she retreated back into the ranks, her standing and dignity within the group crumbling in an instant. At that moment, as she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Li Jinchuan's stunning visage, waves of disappointment and inferiority overwhelmed her. Li Jinchuan's beauty was ethereal, her elegance unmatched, her figure graceful, qualities that Zhang Lijuan, now in the twilight of her youth, could not hope to rival. So beautiful, Zhang Lijuan silently marveled, finally grasping the absurdity of her previous thoughts. She had once sought to seduce Lin Feng with her own allure, but now it seemed a futile daydream. With Li Jinchuan's breathtaking presence beside Lin Feng, how could he ever take notice of a woman of her advancing years? With this realization, the bitterness and helplessness in Zhang Lijuan's heart deepened. She understood how laughable and naive her past actions had been. Now, she could only live under the shadow of others, striving to fulfill her duties in hopes of earning Lin Feng's trust and respect. Lin Feng, however, paid little heed to Zhang Lijuan. Her existence was as inconsequential to him as a whisper in the wind. He strode confidently to the front of the crowd, his gaze piercing as it swept over each face. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, as if the very air had frozen. Despite some being on the verge of collapse from hunger, trembling legs struggled to remain upright, each person striving to maintain their composure, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. All eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, eagerly awaiting his words. They understood that what he said would determine their fate. "Thank you all for choosing to believe in me and standing by my side," Lin Feng began. "I recognize that each of us carries our own past, our own aspirations and dreams. Yet at this moment, we share a singular goal: to survive. Surviving is not merely for ourselves, but for those who fight alongside us. To endure, we must unite and strive together. However, there are those who wish to undermine our unity, seeking to divide us in the face of adversity. For such foes, we can only choose to eliminate them, ensuring our ranks remain strong and united." Lin Feng's words conveyed unwavering determination and undeniable strength, instilling an unprecedented sense of confidence and courage among the crowd. "I know that some of you may harbor doubts, perhaps even fear, but trust that as long as we stand united, nothing can impede our progress. Regardless of the challenges we face, as long as we collaborate, we will surely overcome. Among you, there may be those who question my decisions. This is entirely normal. Everyone possesses their own opinions and judgments. But I must inform you that if anyone disagrees with my perspective or is unwilling to fight alongside me, now is the time to depart. I will not hinder your choice." As Lin Feng's voice fell, a profound silence enveloped the scene. 5 minutes elapsed, with no one voicing dissent or opting to leave. They understood that this place was their sole refuge, their hope for survival. "Good." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Since no one has chosen to withdraw, I hope you will heed my commands. Resources here are limited. I will not support idlers. But rest assured, every ounce of effort you contribute will yield its rightful reward. Here, you will no longer fight alone. We will face challenges together." Following Lin Feng's resolute and inspiring words, the morale of the crowd surged significantly. Lin Feng was acutely aware that their physical endurance was nearing its limit. Chapter 175, The Demise of the Cannon. In order to accomplish the tasks ahead, it was imperative to restore some strength to the team. Thus, he resolutely commanded his subordinates to begin distributing food. Each person was to receive a portion, ensuring that everyone had enough. It was important to remember that this was not a feast, but sufficient to help them regain some vitality. Our objective is to search for the cannon, but before that, we must have enough energy to act. As the saying goes, to make the horse run, one must feed it well. After the food was distributed, everyone began to eat. Though it consisted merely of remnants mixed with dirt, It was a rare delicacy for them. They devoured the food voraciously, as if trying to consume the hunger and exhaustion accumulated over the past days. Once they finished eating, the color gradually returned to their faces, and their strength was somewhat restored. They understood that now was not the time to rest. The whereabouts of the cannon remained unknown, and they had to act promptly. Now that we have sufficient energy, it is time to commence the search for the cannon. Lin Feng rose, his gaze resolutely fixed on the crowd. I know you are all weary, but trust that as long as we unite our efforts, nothing can impede our quest for the cannon. Inspired by Lin Feng's words, the group rallied their spirits, ready to embark on a new round of searching. However, after more than 2 hours of meticulous and thorough searching, the cannon's presence remained elusive. The entire team seemed ensnared in a labyrinth. Despite their careful exploration, the cannon had vanished like a specter. Upon receiving a detailed report from Zhang Lijuan, Lin Feng's expression grew grave. He furrowed his brow deeply, looking at his loyal and steadfast subordinate. Are you certain that every nook and cranny has been searched? Zhang Lijuan solemnly nodded. Mr. Lin, I would never dare to be careless with the task you entrusted to me. We have combed through every room in the building, leaving no corner unchecked. The only thing we found was the cannon's bloodstained clothing, but he himself is nowhere to be found. Lin Feng trusted that Zhang Lijuan would not deceive him, yet his mind was filled with doubt. Song Wei had sealed all the exits at the first opportunity. How could the cannon have disappeared? As Lin Feng pondered this, Li Jinxian suddenly spoke up. Have you searched the rooftop? Zhang Lijuan was taken aback by the question. She considered it for a moment before shaking her head. The rooftop? It's so cold. Who would be foolish enough to hide up there? This question had not crossed Lin Feng's mind either. Upon hearing Li Jinchuan's suggestion, a jolt of realization struck him. The cannon was no ordinary person. His endurance and willpower far surpassed that of an average individual. In a life-or-death situation, he could very well resort to unexpected actions. The rooftop, Lin Feng exclaimed suddenly, his eyes glinting with determination. The cannon is likely hiding on the rooftop. He immediately instructed Zhang Lijuan. Take your team to the rooftop at once, leaving no corner unchecked. Following Lin Feng's directive, Zhang Lijuan swiftly led her team to the rooftop. As night enveloped the sky and the wind howled, the rooftop appeared even more desolate and eerie. They meticulously searched along the edge of the rooftop until they finally discovered a rope hanging in a concealed corner. Zhang Lijuan's heart raced as she realized this might be a clue left by the cannon. Following the rope downward, she found the cannon suspended in midair, pale and barely clinging to life. It is the cannon, Zhang Lijuan immediately reported to Lin Feng. He is hanging there and looks as if he can't hold on much longer. Upon receiving the news, Lin Feng remained perplexed. Given the cannon's tenacity and resolute nature, he would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end. Even in dire straits, he would drag a few down with him in a frenzied act of vengeance. Could it be? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering, has he run out of explosives? This thought briefly flickered through Lin Feng's mind, yet he quickly shook his head, refusing to let his guard down. He immediately ordered Zhang Lijuan to organize the personnel to clear the accumulated snow at the base of the building, ensuring no hidden explosives remained. Only after confirming safety did Lin Feng ascend to the rooftop himself. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the cannon's face, which had turned ashen, his breath faint, and his resistance nearly extinguished. After a careful observation, Lin Feng concluded, it appears that even without intervention, he would not last much longer. You all may leave now, Lin Feng instructed the others, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. Yes, Mr. Lin. The team dared not voice any dissent and complied, retreating. Li Jinxian waited until everyone had vacated before quietly moving to the stairwell, armed and standing guard to ensure no one approached. Lin Feng approached the cannon, a cold smile gracing his lips. How does it feel? Did you ever imagine this day would come? Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, the cannon gritted his teeth. But his response was weak and lacking power. Lin Feng, if you have the guts, kill me now. Don't waste your breath with idle threats. At this moment, the cannon had resigned himself to fate, merely seeking a swift end. Yet Lin Feng was in no hurry to act. He mocked, oh, wishing to die. Are we? Then why not just let go of the rope? This is a building several stories high. If you release the rope, you will surely shatter upon impact. The cannon looked down at the seemingly endless abyss below. Although thoughts of death had crossed his mind, he still felt fear in the face of mortality. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately lacked the courage to let go. What is the matter? Afraid? Lin Feng continued to taunt. Provoked, the cannon roared in fury. Lin Feng, may you meet a miserable end. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng merely laughed. He scoffed, cursing me? Well done. However, I will not let you off the hook for that. As he spoke, with a flick of his will, a bottle of mineral water materialized in his hand. He twisted off the cap and drenched the cannon with the water. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, with each splash of cold water. The cannon's body gradually stiffened. He struggled to speak, but his words became increasingly indistinct. Lin Feng, I will haunt you even in death. It was not until the cannon's voice faded entirely that Lin Feng ceased pouring water. By then, the cannon's body had frozen against the wall, transformed into an icy statue. Lin Feng gazed at the frozen figure before him, a chilling smile playing on his lips. His intention was clear, to use the cannon as a grim warning to those who dared oppose him. This is the consequence of standing against me.